A doctor transmigrates into Orochimaru. This opening is too explosive. Who understands family? A quirky doctor who loves collecting eyeballs is struck by lightning and unexpectedly transmigrates into the slippery snake, Orochimaru from Naruto. As soon as he opens his eyes, he finds himself in the body of the eight-headed serpent, nearly scaring himself to death. At least give me a protagonist identity for this. Transmigration. Naruto or Sasuke will be fine. Why do I have to be this monster? Damn it, at least give me a protagonist identity for this transmigration. Naruto or Sasuke would be fine. Why do I have to be Orochimaru? Orochimaru's cold voice rings out. Then there's a moment of silence. His massive body slightly trembles, the night wind startled by his own voice. Even more outrageous, he inherited Orochimaru's memories from decades an orphan since childhood, enduring brutal wars, conducting human experiments for immortality. He exclaims, this guy is simply insane. But then he lets himself go. But in this world, no rules can bind me anymore. Even Orochimaru can evolve. In the next moment, the eight-headed serpent transforms into that charming middle-aged man-long black hair, snake-like golden pupils, purple eyeshadow, the very embodiment of a walking villain template. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he smirks coldly. From this night on, I'm the new Orochimaru. Abandon the past and embrace the new life. Abandon being human to pursue godhood. From this night on, I am the new Orochimaru. The next day, he swaggered back to Konoha, and the gatekeeper respectfully called out, Lord Orochimaru. He ignored them completely, thinking to himself, now is the best time to defect. Guess what, family? What secret experiments will he take with him when he defects? Will he go ahead and dig under Sasuke's walls? With his modern mindset and Orochimaru's power, what chaos can he stir in the ninja world? Even more thrilling, will his previous obsession with collecting eyeballs lead him to target Sharingan or be a Kugen in the Naruto world? Who will be the first to be attacked? Now is the best time to defect. In the next chapter, it gets intense. Before defecting, he actually went to see the third Hokage, and, with just a few words, he had the old fox spinning in circles. Want to know how he did it? Hurry up and catch up with the updates. The question is whether to deliberately show off and then leave openly. Family, look at this twist. Night Wind, who has turned into Orochimaru, actually got cold feet. Initially planning to swagger away, he suddenly thought, only an idiot would gamble on whether the third will be soft-hearted. Isn't it better to slip away quietly? This modern mindset has turned the villain's script into a survival story. But in the next moment, he reveals his sinister nature, blurting out when mentioning Anko. Bringing a little girl is a burden, completely worthless. As soon as he said it, he was startled. Has my last shred of conscience been devoured by Orochimaru? In his last life, he only disrespected corpses, and now he doesn't even see living people as human. Has he completely been assimilated? Damn it. Has my last shred of conscience been eaten by Orochimaru? Night Wind thought fearfully. Then he saw yellow flowers in a vase, and suddenly broke down. These were secretly sent by Anko. Imagining the little girl's disappointed face, the cold-blooded Orochimaru actually felt a ripple of emotion. Even more absurd, when he went out to buy juice, the civilians were so scared they didn't dare breathe. Then Anko popped out shouting teacher, and he actually smiled and patted her head, praising her as a really good child. Anko beamed like a little son, probably having never seen such a gentle Orochimaru. Thank you, teacher. The little girl politely nodded. For some reason, it felt like today's teacher was a bit gentler than usual, which was quite strange. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was smoking in the Hokage building, troubled. As the Umbu reported Orochimaru's movements, the old man's face full of unease. This student is likely going down the wrong path. Over there, Night Wind was chatting with Anko about training, and the contrast was incredible. Family, do you think he's genuinely good to Anko, or is he planning to use her as a backup experimental subject? Will he quietly take Anko with him when he defects? With his fickle nature, will he be caught by the third Hokage, whom Anko seemed to have received the biggest reward, smiling with her eyes narrowed? Next chapter, High Energy Alert. Anko actually discovered the experimental base he hid behind Hokage Rock. Will this lead to a master-student fallout or a mutual pursuit? Hurry up and catch the updates. Your eyes are really beautiful. The man suddenly spoke. Family, this plot is so captivating. Orochimaru actually complimented Anko on her beautiful eyes. He even joked about the clueless love of adolescence. Is this still the cold-blooded snake uncle? Then in the next second, he laid everything bare. In leaving Konoha, he'll take off after finishing the last experimental site. Anko panicked right on the spot, and Orochimaru added, if you want to stay before he could finish, Anko interrupted. I want to follow teacher. This level of loyalty is simply love-struck. No, I want to follow teacher. Before Orochimaru could finish, Anko had already interrupted him, uppy wine night in the laboratory. The scene was incredibly intense wooden racks filled with glass jars of preserved organs. On the left was a coffin containing experimental subjects, some still hanging on for dear life. The smell of the potions mixed with the stench of decay. Anko frowned at the sight, while Orochimaru remained calm. They are of no use anymore, consumed entirely by me. As he spoke, he picked up a scalpel, and with a shoo, he sliced open the body on the experimental table. This action was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Now the question arises. Having seen her teacher dissect an experimental subject, will Anko be so shocked that she turns against him? After Orochimaru finishes in the lab, will he successfully take Anko with him when he defects? The third Hokage is already closing Incan. They evade capture? Even more bizarre, Orochimaru's gaze toward Anko became increasingly strange, complimenting her eyes and touching her cheeks. Does he genuinely want to take on a disciple, or does he want to turn Anko into an experimental subject too? Shoo! Next chapter, it explodes. The Umbu suddenly burst into the laboratory, and Orochimaru transforms into the eight-headed serpent on the spot, with Anko actually helping her teacher fight against their own people. This master-student duo has completely embarked on an irreversible path. Want to know if they can escape Konoha? Hurry up and catch the updates. Orochimaru plunged the knife into the eye socket of the deceased body, the small knife nearly puncturing the man's head, that he slightly twisted the handle before pulling it out, creating a dark, hollow opening. As the corpse gradually decayed, a thick, murky black liquid flowed from the crack. Family, this action is too twisted. Orochimaru actually inserted the knife into the corpse's eye socket, twisted it around, and pulled it out, even complaining that the eyes were inferior products. It's enough to make one's scalp tingle. This eye has died and has not been preserved, which makes it look so ugly. Moreover, his eyes were originally inferior products. After dealing with the corpse, he surprisingly took Anko's hand, calmly forming seals to summon a giant snake swallowed all the organs and experimental subjects in a laboratory, cleaning it up completely. Anko watched the whole time, stunned into silence. Her mental fortitude was truly impressive. Then the next day was even more absurd. Orochimaru looked in the mirror and found that his tongue could lick his neck, and without any ninjutsu, it was so long that it nearly made him nauseous. Ugh, I am Orochimaru, how can I have such a disgusting thought? The most sinister part was that he saw the Uchiha clan members actually experiencing hunger, like ferocious beasts spotting their prey. He couldn't help but think, could it be that this body has mutated and is reacting to the bloodline limit? In the 49th year of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto are only about 1 year old. Itachi Uchiha should be 7 years old, just graduated from the Ninja Academy. And then there's another genius, Shisui Uchiha, who is about 4 years older than Itachi. He probably hasn't activated the Mangekyō Sharingan yet, and is currently on a mission for Konoha. To obtain Shisui's Sharingan, he directly acted in the village, tying up 3 Uchiha boys in the forest and torturing them by cutting their wrists to force them to confess. The boys were tough. We are Uchiha. We cannot surrender. As a result, Orochimaru used Genjutsu to make them see their own corpses, which was a brutal tactic. Shut up. We are Uchiha. We cannot surrender. Now the question arises. Can these 3 boys withstand Orochimaru's torture? Will Shisui's information be leaked? If Orochimaru really targets the Uchiha, will Konoha and the Uchiha go to war? Even more frightening, the Umbu are secretly monitoring him. If this kidnapping is exposed, will the third Hokage send people to surround and attack him on the spot? The next chapter is a high-energy warning. Orochimaru actually used a forbidden technique on one of the boys, forcing him to reveal Shisui's secret mission location. Is he planning to target Shisui? Hurry up and catch up to see what happens next. You revealed the information, so I'll let you live. Family, this Uncle Snake is too ruthless. He promised to let the boy go, but then a small snake shot out from his sleeve, snapping another boy's neck with a crunch. He even smiled and said, "You're smarter than the one lying underground. This operation is simply incredible." Even more ruthless is the boy who snitched he thought he could survive, but Orochimaru pulled out a scalpel. "I never said I was going to kill you, I just need your eyes." So in Uncle Snake's case, one can only choose between life and keeping their eyes? Did the Uchiha's eyes poke a snake's nest? "I never said I was going to kill you, I just need your eyes. I think the two shouldn't conflict." In a flash, he acquired 3 Sharingan, soaking them in a potion like collectibles. Orochimaru even shamelessly said, "These are just appetizers, Shisui's is the main course." Family, he is indeed planning to target Shisui. With Akamichi hidden in the forest, Uncle Snake directly laid out his cards. "I want to capture Shisui alive. I want his bloodline and eyes." Akamichi looked confused, probably thinking, is the teacher obsessed with bloodline limits? But still, he faithfully followed. This teacher-student bond is unmatched. As Shisui approached with his team, a glint of gold flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips. The cute prey has finally arrived. But then Shisui suddenly stopped, frowning and saying, "There's a strange smell ahead. There's a strange smell ahead. Family, look." Shisui actually sensed it in advance. Is he about to counterattack? Orochimaru versus Shisui. Who will come out on top? Shisui hasn't activated his Mangekyō, yet can he avoid Uncle Snake's ambush? Will Akamichi help his teacher fight Shisui? The next chapter starts a battle directly. Uncle Snake transforms into the eight-headed serpent. Shisui activates his Sharingan and stands firm. This scene is simply unimaginable. Want to know if Shisui can escape? Hurry up and catch up to see the climax. It's the kind of disgusting smell that only a group of snakes would have. Family, look at this amazing move. Shisui's sense of smell is incredible, being able to detect the stench of the snake group from 100 meters away. No wonder he's an Uchiha genius. But it was still a step too. Later, Orochimaru unleashed the serpent's hell, and the ground split open with a bang, as a flood of snakes instantly devoured Shisui's teammates without. A trace, run. That's a trap. Serpent's hell. Shisui activated his 3-Demo Sharingan on the spot, using great fireball technique while attempting to use body flicker technique to escape. But Orochimaru dodged the flames like walking a dog, slowly pulling out the Kusanagi sword. Akamichi was dumbfounded on the side. Is that the legendary artifact? Even more incredible, Orochimaru had already set up a net, with over 100 20-meter-long giant pythons blocking all escape routes. With a giant snake in front and Uncle Snake behind, Shisui was practically trapped. The honor of the Uchiha clan will never be buried here. Shisui suddenly smiled, making people feel uneasy. Was he about to destroy his own Sharingan? Orochimaru panicked instantly, his right hand transforming into a white phosphorus snake rushing forward. Stop. You have to know that Shisui is a man with a different heavenly god. If he truly commits suicide, wouldn't Uncle Snake's efforts be wasted? Now the question arises, did Shisui succeed in destroying his eyes? Can Orochimaru stop him? What was that sound? Bang. Bang. The next chapter will have a twist you won't believe. Shisui not only didn't die, but his Sharingan was also obtained by Uncle Snake. Guess what trick he used? Hurry up and catch up to see how Uncle Snake pulls off this incredible maneuver. Damn little brat. The Night Wind was truly a bit angry. Since crossing into this world, it was the first time he felt such an intense emotion. The eye of the god of heaven, which was supposed to host the strongest illusions, was destroyed by its own master before it had the chance to evolve into a kaleidoscope. Do you know what you have destroyed? The Night Wind roared fiercely. Hee hee. The armless Shisui only let out a vague laughter, seemingly unwilling to pay any attention to Orochimaru. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Along with it, half of his bitten-off tongue was spat out, landing on the ground with a thud. Biting his tongue to commit suicide? How naive of you. The Night Wind raged yet laughed. At such a moment, Shisui still foolishly attempted to commit suicide. The reason why someone who bites their tongue dies is that the wound bleeds profusely, blocking the airway and suffocating themselves. Ordinary people may not know this, but in his past life, the Night Wind was a doctor, and in this life, he is a madman conducting human experiments. He understands every part of the human body, every bone and every muscle. Delusion. The Night Wind laughed cruelly. With sheer brute force, it pried open Jisui's mouth and delivered a punch to the boy's head, knocking him unconscious. A trace of chakra appeared in its hand, which was then injected into Jisui's mouth to stop the bleeding from the wound, before casually tossing the boy onto the ground like trash. Bah, what bad luck. The Night Wind gritted his teeth and said, he plotted against the junior, yet ended up suffering a loss without achieving his goal. That damned Uchiha Shisui. He has already remembered what happened today. You want to poke my eyes out, huh? I don't believe there's no way to regenerate my eyeballs. You little brat, I still have to treat your injuries with medicine. Just wait until you wake up. You'll have a hard time. The Night Wind was cursing. From another space scroll, it pulled out a large number of bottles filled with medicine. Shisui Uchiha's eyes had burst, and the tissues inside were already necrotic. The wounds in his mouth also needed treatment. This boy had to stay alive to become a test subject. Hongdou had quietly approached at some point, waiting silently by the side. A trace of sympathy flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Since she chose to follow Lord Orochimaru, she had to be prepared for this kind of awareness. Bang, bang, bang. One giant snake after another disappeared as the Night Wind canceled the summoning technique. In the end, only one remained, which, under orders, placed the unconscious body of Shisui Uchiha on its head. The Night Wind and Hongdou were also sitting on the head of the giant snake, making their way to the nearest underground base. The man's expression was somewhat grim. Hongdou wisely kept quiet. The sky gradually darkened. After covering a distance of over 100 miles, they finally arrived at a concealed underground base. Lord Orochimaru. Two ninjas wearing the Sound Village forehead protectors appeared and bowed respectfully. Lock this guy up in the first-level room, completely seal his chakra, and feed him regularly. For now, he will be in your care. The Night Wind said tiredly, yes, my lord. The two men quickly took over the unconscious Uchiha Shisui, not daring to ask more. Simply following orders. Here, Orochimaru was the sole ruler. All who dared to resist had either died or become test subjects. Teacher, you have already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Why do you still do this? Why go to such lengths, even to betray the village? Hongdou gently held Orochimaru's hand and asked softly. Everything, because I want everything. Everything in this world, including all ninjutsu, bloodlines, taijutsu, including supreme power and status. Even a life that stretches into immortality. The lifespan of an ordinary body is simply too short, which is why I must do this. Was Hokage, was T. Hashirama, once known as the god of shinobi, dead now? And what about the Sage of Six Paths? He died over 1,000 years ago. I am the final winner. The Night Wind does not hide its ambition and greed. 7 Devour. After a moment, the Night Wind carried Hongdou into the underground base. This was a maze-like underground chamber, which, besides the laboratory, had many places for holding experimental subjects. Candles were lit along both sides of the corridor, and under the dim yellow light, the faint sound of hissing could be heard. Hongdou was already accustomed to this eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Orochimaru's experimental bases were basically all like this. From now on, you will live here. If you need anything, just ask the servants or come find me. My room is right next to yours. The night breeze hurriedly conveyed a message. The residence of the Red Beans had been arranged, and preparations were being made to visit the place where Shisui was held. Although the most precious pair of eyeballs was gone, Shisui was still very valuable as a test subject. Even if there was no way to make his eyeballs regenerate, trying to create clones was still an option. He was determined to master that technique. 5 minutes later, Level 1 secure room. Lord Orochimaru. Two individuals in white protective suits respectfully bowed and saluted. They were his subordinates assigned at this base, responsible for helping him handle certain matters. The Night Wind nodded slightly as it entered the room. It was clear that Shisui had been stripped of all his clothes and was tied up on an experiment table, with numerous tubes inserted into his body. One was for monitoring his physical condition at all times, and the other was for injecting nutrients to prevent him from starving to death. As for the damage to his eyes and tongue, those injuries were already under control. This detestable little brat dared to sabotage my grand plans. I will settle this score with the Uchiha clan. The Night Wind coldly snorted. The various data from the body check were still relatively normal, but it was uncertain how the injury to the eyes could be healed. Let's start researching from the direction of clones, Orochimaru muttered to himself. How many female bodies can still be used here? The Night Breeze asked a subordinate. The so-called female bodies are actually ordinary people captured or slaves bought from the dark trading market with money. They are occasionally used for special experimental research, but most of their purposes are for reproduction. The fertilized eggs created from experiments are carried by these women to give birth to babies. In the past, when researching columnar cells, he had conducted a large-scale baby experiment, creating hundreds of newborns in an attempt to integrate columnar cells into their bodies. Unfortunately, the rejection reaction was very severe, as the assimilation of columnar cells was too strong. Most of these children eventually turned into trees, consumed by the wood-style chakra. The only one that survived, although able to use wood-style, was as weak as a child playing house. Returning to the adult, there are 14 remaining, all in good physical condition, ready for experimentation at any time, a subordinate replied. Clone the cells of Uchiha Shisui. You know how to use those machines. I want to see 14 newborns in a year. Remember not to let them die. Contact me if there are any unexpected situations. Night Wind took one last glance at the boy on the experiment table before turning to leave the research base. The people here are trustworthy. Whether it's out of fear, for money, or admiration for Orochimaru, no matter the reason, these guys dare not disobey his orders. A person's energy is still limited. Perhaps it's time to bring Do back from Konoha. As long as I'm strong enough, I can destroy Konoha at any time. Do's talent as a spy is too wasted. The man's cold voice echoed in the corridor. The test subjects in the prison trembled and crawled on the ground, not daring to look at this evil god. This is a madman, a bastard with no conscience or humanity. A night of silence. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Night Wind woke up as usual. Expressionless, he got dressed and after a quick wash, walked out of his room. Teacher, Hongdou stood obediently at the door waiting. This is breakfast. I had them prepare sushi. The little girl smiled slightly. The night breeze nodded and gently stroked Hongdou's head as a reward. The sushi tasted pretty good, but while chewing, he suddenly remembered that strange feeling of hunger from before. Glancing at the happily smiling Hongdou, he decided to wait until after breakfast to give a try. Soon, in a few days, he would be going out to the country of whirlpools, and he would take you along then. For now, just endure for a couple of days. The night breeze comforted him. He could certainly tell that Hongdou didn't really like this eerie underground base. But then again, how could a normal person like this ghostly place? Although she held a high status here as Orochimaru's disciple, it was of little use since she had no friends here. Moreover, Orochimaru was busy with experiments and rarely had time to accompany her. Upon hearing that she could go out in a few days, Hongdou quickly nodded happily. Without waiting for Yi Feng to give another order, she picked up her tray and left the room, not forgetting to bow to her master before she left. She almost forgot about that. The night breeze quickly pushed the matter of the red beans out of mind. What was most important now was to clarify the abnormalities in the body. Taking out the spatial scroll, the Sharingan obtained from the 3 Uchiha clan members yesterday was soaking in a green solution. One pair was 3 tomo, while the other 2 pairs were 2 tomo. As expected, the night breeze squinted its eyes. Just after taking out these eyeballs, a feeling of hunger arose from deep within the body. It seems that not only had his soul crossed over into this body, but some other changes had also occurred. Only by eating would he know for sure. The night wind murmured. Even if this fails, eating a few eyeballs won't have any effect on the body. Soon, he opened a glass container and took out all 6 eyeballs, placing them on a plate. The dead eyes were preserved perfectly. Just a day had passed. As if they were still in the moment they were taken from the eye sockets. Hiss! His right hand slowly transformed into a white phosphorus giant snake, with a snake body as thick as his arm, which opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the eyeballs. This was his true form, one of the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Although he could have swallowed them directly, he thought for a moment and decided to use this ninjutsu instead. A few minutes later, the body of Night Wind still showed no signs of abnormality, nor any good or bad changes. Just when he was about to give up, a sudden slight stinging sensation came from his eyes, as if someone was cutting the nerves behind his eyeball with a scalpel. Cough! Orochimaru covered his mouth, his breathing becoming noticeably rapid. This intense pain was akin to having a knife pierce through his head, even cutting the nerves one by one. However, he felt very happy inside. He quickly ignored the pain. It worked. Looking at himself in the mirror, Night Wind was so excited that he wanted to roar. His eyes, which should have been golden slits, had now turned into the round pupils of an ordinary person. Amidst the scarlet and chilling blood color, a black tomo was slightly rotating around the pupil. 1 tomo Sharingan. The 1 tomo Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the second son of the sage of 6 paths. It can be activated through strong emotional stimuli and continuously evolves. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and then the Mangekyō. To evolve the Mangekyō into the eternal Mangekyō, one must transplant the Mangekyō Sharingan of a family member. As for the Rinnegan, it can only be awakened by the reincarnated chakra of Indra, who has transplanted the physical body or cells of the reincarnated Asura. The Rinnegan is the final evolutionary form of the Sharingan. 1 tomo, the efficiency of devouring is very low. Yi Feng looked at his eyes in the mirror and murmured. The main effects of a Sharingan are insight, copying, and illusion. The abilities of a single tomo are very limited. He had devoured 6 eyeballs, but the conversion rate was extremely low. However, it didn't matter. This ability was already quite impressive. The night breeze stirred his thoughts, and he closed the activated state of the Sharingan, returning his eyes to their usual appearance. As long as he had the experimental subjects of the Uchiha clan in his hands, he could cultivate as many new eyes as he wanted. As long as there were enough eyeballs, he could still achieve the ultimate evolution. Since eyeballs were possible, he wondered if other things could work as well. A thought flashed through the night breeze. Is drinking blood possible? What about eating meat? It seems that further verification is needed. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I realized that 2 hours had already passed without me noticing. Noon, 1 o'clock. The underground base was still terrifyingly quiet. Apart from the occasional passing of a few staff members, there were no other noisy sounds throughout. The night breeze pushed open the confinement room of the still water again. Bang! The bound boy knocked on the test bench with his hand. Hee, you're awake, huh? Your vitality is really tenacious, but unfortunately, you can't speak anymore. The night wind whispered softly. Uchiha Shisui heard Orochimaru's voice, accompanied by the sound of him tapping on the experiment table. He didn't understand what Orochimaru still needed him for. But regardless, He felt like he was living a fate worse than death. All he wanted was to end it all, unwilling to become a mere test subject. Don't worry, I won't kill you until I've drained your value. Today, I've discovered an incredible secret. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot my purpose for coming here. Orochimaru tapped his head, then skillfully took out a pair of gloves. He prepared a scalpel, a glass cup, some bandages, and hemostatic drugs. The man expressionlessly cut open Shisui's vein. After draining about half a cup of blood, he used the scalpel to excise a small piece of flesh from his arm. He then skillfully performed the hemostasis and finally wrapped it with white bandages. The entire process was fluid, and the man showed no extra expression, whether as a doctor or as Orochimaru. This was work he could perform with unparalleled proficiency. After finishing everything, the Night Wind smiled with satisfaction. He casually tossed the gloves into the trash can and left the holding room with half a cup of blood and a piece of flesh. What a marvelous discovery. This body could absorb the powers of bloodline limits. As long as there was enough time to settle, he might be able to live with all the special bloodlines and powers of a ninja world, becoming the next immortal Kaguya. Perhaps he could even devour Kaguya herself? Inside the room, starting with the blood, the night breeze sniffed at the cup of scarlet and viscous liquid, extending its tongue to lick its lips. That feeling of hunger reappeared. Gulp. The man downed it in one go, like a painful drink of whiskey. The second reaction was quicker than the first, and the body's response was more intense, filled with more pain. But aside from the excruciating pain, there was also a strange, fiery sensation, as if his eyes were soaking in warm water, and the flow of blood within him had quickened considerably. It wasn't until half an hour later that this devouring slowly came to a stop. The Night Wind opened its eyes and activated the Sharingan once again. It was still in the form of a single tomo, but its inside ability had greatly improved. It seemed that the effect of consuming blood was quite good. Next comes the meat. The Night Wind admired the eyes and summoned the white phosphorus snake once again, with his right hand transforming into a snake. It opened its mouth and swallowed a small piece of meat. Unfortunately, the effect of the blood was very significant. While consuming the meat only resulted in some slight changes, but the effect seemed to be less than 1/10 of that of the blood. It seems that only the eyes and the blood of the Uchiha clan members could be of help. There are still about 6 years until the Uchiha clan is annihilated, and by then, most of the spoils will be in Danzo's possession. It would be best to go directly to him. The night breeze silently contemplated. The main characters were still small babies, and the formal plot had not yet begun. There was no rush to become stronger. The focus was primarily on future planning. Next, he needed to call back Do. That child's learning ability could help alleviate a lot of pressure for him. Then, he would go to the Land of Waves to search for the Death God mask and find a method to unlock the Shiki Fuin. There was also the Byakugan, one of the 3 great dojutsu, which would present an opportunity in due time. The more Orochimaru thought, the more he felt there were countless things to do. His self-defense power was sufficient. It was nearly impossible for him to be completely erased. Each of his cursed techniques carried a trace of his original soul, so even if his body were killed, he could be resurrected through the remaining soul. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement in terms of hard power. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, 3 days had already passed in the base. The clones made from the cells taken from Uchiha Shisui had already developed within the bodies of 14 females. During this time, Yakumo had drawn blood from Uchiha Shisui's body once again. However, the Uchiha bloodline within him was still not strong enough, or perhaps because his body was originally not Uchiha. The evolution speed of the Sharingan was very slow. It remained at the 1 tomo form, barely usable. Lord Orochimaru, my eyes feel so uncomfortable. I haven't seen sunlight for a long time, and suddenly, Red Bean covered her eyes with her small hands. After not seeing the sun for an extended period, a serious stinging sensation would develop. It's okay. You'll get used to life on land soon. Your body just needs some time to adapt. The night breeze gently massaged Red Bean's eyes, providing a light touch. The girl let out a slight sigh of relief, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. A comfortable sensation gradually spread around her eyes, making it seem like she could barely open them. Thank you, teacher, Red Bean smiled softly. Since the underground base was mostly filled with experimental equipment and prison-like conditions, there were no items that girls needed, so she was still wearing the same outfit from a few days ago. The black fishnet outfit was indeed very beautiful, but it wouldn't hurt to change into something else. Although Red Bean didn't say it, she surely wanted new clothes in her heart. Let's go, first to the village to buy some clothes. The night breeze smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. It was the first time in a few days that the girl had shown such a smile. It was like a small flower blooming in the icy snow, bringing a glimmer of warmth even to those who felt despair and darkness. 9. The Land of the Whirlpool, the Sound Ninja Village. It was just an ordinary little ninja village, without any so-called shadows or anything like that. It had no fame and little presence, but its master behind the scenes was Orochimaru, who ordered the construction of this ninja village. Most of the ninjas in the village were basically his loyal subordinates. Lord Orochimaru. The Night Wind replaced the Jounin outfit of Konoha, and the forehead protector had long been discarded, draped in a black robe. As soon as I stepped into the village gate, I was immediately recognized. Those golden snake-like eyes were too distinctive. No need to make a fuss. I'm just passing through here. The Night Wind was calm. It seemed to suddenly remember something and instructed the ninja from the Sound Village. By the way, keep an eye out for a girl with red hair, around 5 years old, named Karen. If she appears within the borders of a land of grass or near the Sound Village, try to bring her in peacefully. If she resists, remember not to injure her hands or feet. After giving this instruction, the Night Wind took the red bean and walked into the village. These people were very smart and didn't need him to say too much. Teacher, who is that Karen? Red Bean asked curiously. A survivor of the Uzumaki clan. She has some limited use. The Night Breeze softly replied, let's go. We should change our outfits first. This trip to the Land of Waves will take about a week. Yes. 3 hours later, they walked out of the Sound Ninja Village again, both having changed into new attire. Yi Feng is wearing a ninja outfit from the Sound Village. Without too much embellishment, just a black cloak on the outside and no ninja headband. Hongdou has changed into a set of casual girlesque clothing. A light red top and black ultra-short shorts. She is still wearing the special ninja sandals, but has switched to a new pair. She looks very cool, exuding a strong youthful vibe, and it won't affect her combat or traveling. Quite beautiful. The Night Breeze merely praised her, and Hongdou felt like a child who had received candy. There's a beautiful student under her, and she actually feels quite accomplished. The curse mark. Speaking of which, I haven't planted the heavenly curse mark on Hongdou's body yet. She should be able to withstand that kind of power. But such violent power can easily turn a person into a mindless monster. The Night Wind shook its head. After a moment of thought, it abandoned this idea. He had left experimental subjects with curse seals in various hidden laboratory bases, so losing one more like Hongdou didn't matter. Even if he wanted to cultivate Hongdou to become stronger, he could consider other ways. Whoosh! 2 figures traversed the endless forest, leaping atop the treetops. Although they could travel using a giant snake, that would be too conspicuous with anything related to snakes. The first name that likely came to mind in the entire ninja world would be Orochimaru. He didn't want to expose his whereabouts or position. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, bang! Danzo sat in the Hokage's office, coldly confronting the third Hokage. Additionally, the 2 high-ranking elders, Mito Kazan and Tsunade, were also present. A few days ago, you must give an explanation, Danzo snorted. The 3 members of the Uchiha clan were never mentioned, but Uchiha Shisui was a renowned genius of that clan. He had high hopes for Shisui and wanted him to work for Root. However, now Uchiha Shisui had mysteriously disappeared not far from Konoha, leaving behind a large number of snake traces at the scene. Coupled with Orochimaru's various suspicions, he could be harming the village's ninjas, and he also mysteriously vanished. The murderer was basically confirmed to be Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's teacher, the third Hokage had discovered nothing and was utterly ineffective. Given the circumstances, we can only declare Orochimaru a rogue ninja. An S-rank rogue ninja. Danzo, don't be too aggressive. I believe this matter weighs heavily on Sarutobi's heart as well, the 2 elders advised. Danzo seemed to be blaming the third Hokage, but he actually wanted to undermine him and take the Hokage position for himself. Didn't he realize how suspicious Orochimaru was? Root was equally ineffective, but as Hokage, the responsibility Sarutobi had to bear for such an incident was certainly greater. No need to mention it further. I agree to issue a warrant for Orochimaru, but I will never give you this position, Danzo. This is a heavy responsibility entrusted to me by the second Hokage, unless one day I die. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke, sighing. Hee, then you better do your job well and prevent such incidents from happening again. Look at what kind of students you are teaching. Danzo slammed the door and left. The Hokage office fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, sitting atop the Hokage building, was quietly staring off into the distance in a daze. Tsunade had collapsed mentally due to Kato Dan's death in the war, sinking deeper into gambling and becoming increasingly despondent, even unaware of her whereabouts in the Land of Fire. Among the 3 ninja squad members back then, even Orochimaru had betrayed the village now. So sudden, He hadn't even had a chance to meet them. Maybe I should go out and travel, even if it's just to gather material for a new work. Jiraiya murmured. Konoha village was still bustling and lively, with crowds as usual. However, many things had quietly occurred in the shadows. 5 days later, in a land of whirlpools. This was a small island located in the sea next to the land of fire. The Uzumaki clan, a distant blood relative of the Senju clan among the Ashura descendants, specialized in sealing techniques. The wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was from the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, as time passed, the influence of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha became increasingly precarious, ultimately forcing them to return to their ancestral land, which was this small island in the sea. However, the reputation of the Uzumaki clan was far too great. Even choosing to live in seclusion, they were still tracked down by ninjas following the slightest clues. Surrounded and attacked by many countries and ninja villages, the clan was nearly exterminated, with only a few members going into hiding and dispersing around the world. Members of the pure-blooded Uzumaki family all had red hair, such as Nagato and Karen. Splash! Wave after wave crashed against the beach. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, a small boat sailed across the azure sea, with a boatman vigorously rowing with an oar. Behind him were two rather peculiar passengers, a gloomy middle-aged man and a beautiful young girl. Is this the island of the land of whirlpools? It seems there's no one here, Hongdou said softly, her face filled with curiosity, her big gray-brown eyes wide open, reflecting the sea and beach in her pupils. Sigh. It is said that many people used to live here, but I don't know what happened later. Now, those who still live on this island are all from outside, having nowhere else to go. That is why they came here, the boatman explained. Here are 100,000 ryo. Wait for us to finish our business and come back. The night wind slightly nodded, handing over 10,000 pieces of paper money. He was not afraid that the boatman would dare to take the money and run away. If he dared to take it, he would dare to kill. Note, 1 tael, 10 yen, 6 mao of soft sister currency. 100,000 taels, 60,000 soft sister currency. Death's mask. There was not a single person in sight. Hongdou walked ahead, surveying the surroundings. The ground was littered with ruins, some burned by great fires, others destroyed by various ninja techniques, with debris of houses everywhere. There were no living people and no well-preserved buildings. Teacher, how did the Uzumaki clan actually perish? Were they really besieged by ninjas from many countries? Hongdou asked curiously. From the fragments of these ruins, one could vaguely see what kind of village this was in the past. Although it was not comparable to Konoha, it was still considered a relatively powerful ninja village. But such a secluded place was almost completely wiped out. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are now hardly known to have survived. Who knows? Only the ninjas who came here would know what happened back then. Perhaps it was a coalition of ninjas from several countries, or maybe it was Konoha's own people who did it. The night breeze answered softly. In the gap between the two people's conversation, the first living person appeared ahead. He looked like a homeless man, disheveled, and it was hard to tell how many days it had been since he last bathed. Hey, can you hear me? Do you know where the Namiantang of the Vortex clan is? The night wind asked tentatively. However, the homeless man just stared blankly at the sky, his expression dazed and drooling, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Just as the boatman said, the only people who still come to this small island are basically those who have nowhere else to go. Perhaps this guy is in debt, or maybe he is being hunted, but whatever the reason, there is no doubt that he has already gone mad. It seems that using ninjutsu is the only option. Searching slowly would likely take quite some time. The night wind murmured. Moreover, these guys only arrived later, and even if they wake up, they probably wouldn't know what the so-called Namiantang is. Spirit summoning technique. Countless snakes appeared in response to the night wind's call. Thousands of shadows spread out in all directions, searching for the intact buildings on this island. Teacher, what are we looking for here? Hongdou asked again. It is evident that whatever is worth Orochimaru coming all this way cannot be simple. It can unlock the corpse demon sealing technique. The night wind simply replied. The Reaper Death Seal is the strongest sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, capable of summoning the Shinigami to devour the target's soul and seal it in the Shinigami's belly forever. After the technique is completed, the user will also be devoured by the Shinigami as a sacrifice. The souls of the user and the enemy will remain in the Shinigami's belly for eternity, unable to be reborn. A year ago, Uchiha Obito summoned the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, used the Reaper Death Seal during that battle to seal the yang half of the Nine Tails inside his son, Naruto Uzumaki, while the yin half was taken into the Shinigami's belly along with the fourth. However, there's a way to undo this technique. In the Uzumaki clan's Nami shrine, a special Shinigami mask can be found. At that time, the user wears the mask, sacrifices themselves to summon the Shinigami, cuts open the Shinigami's belly to release what has been sealed, and then the user is eaten as a new sacrifice. As long as the mask is found, it is equivalent to obtaining the fourth Hokage's reanimated body and also gaining half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Half a day later, the night breeze and Hongdou lingered on the island, finally receiving a message back from Snake. Deep in the western jungle of the small island, there was an intact building hidden away. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the place where the Vortex clan keeps their masks. Let's go, Hongdou. The sooner we get the items, the sooner we can finish our business and head back. The night wind gently patted Hongdou's head and said softly, "Yes, teacher." The girl replied respectfully. She had prepared food and clean water in the space scroll in advance, so she didn't feel hungry. Soon, the two of them headed towards the place where news of the snake had come. Deep in the jungle, there was a huge wooden house. One of the columns supporting the main door had collapsed, causing the door to lean, with the Whirlpool family's emblem carved on it. The ground was covered in dust, indicating that no one had come here for many years. Hongdou and Orochimaru entered the interior, and what caught their eyes were the various masks hanging on the walls. Among them was a special product that could summon the Grim Reaper. Hiss! The night wind extended a white snake from its right hand, keenly sniffing the scent of the masks. Finally, it selected one from among dozens of masks, which seemed to have been subjected to some kind of spell in the past, giving it a unique aura compared to the others. Found it! The night wind squinted his eyes. Finally, he got his hands on this treasure. With this mask, he could release the fourth Hokage and that half of the Dark Nine-Tails at any time. As for the choice of the caster, whether through brainwashing or illusion, it didn't matter. He could find anyone to take the place. To put it bluntly, as long as the money is enough. There are plenty of people in this world willing to sell their lives. Let us go. The night wind suppressed the excitement in his heart. Hongdou carefully examined the mask, but said nothing more. The two of them returned to the beach like this. The sky was approaching evening, and the boatman was still patiently waiting in place, not daring to break the agreement. Let's go back at this time. We'll just make it to the shore in time for a late-night snack. What do you want to eat? The night breeze tucked away the mask, and just by looking at his expression, one could tell he was in a very good mood. Late-night snack? Teacher, I want to eat barbecue. Hongdou thought for a moment and replied with a smile. She affectionately linked her arm with Orochimaru's, whose body was always cold. But the girl clearly enjoyed sticking close to him, feeling a sense of security and happiness here. Barbecue, huh? That works. The night breeze smiled. It didn't matter what to eat, as long as Hongdou liked it. He was in a good mood, so he was willing to spend the whole evening teasing the little girl. Seeing Hongdou's happy smile made his heart feel a bit warmer. The silent boatman quietly rowed the wooden oars while the man and the girl chatted and laughed softly. The night gradually darkens. Countless stars twinkle faintly, and a pale moon peeks out from behind the clouds. The waves are always surging, and sitting in a swaying little boat, the sea breeze carries a slightly salty scent. A little girl with a bun hairstyle is being cute in your arms, looking at you with her adorable big eyes. The night breeze felt truly wonderful tonight. Since his journey began, it was the first time he found something so interesting. Besides experiments and becoming stronger, there were other things in life that made him feel intrigued. Teacher, Hongdou shyly lowered her head. Orochimaru gently kissed her forehead and then softly kissed her cheek. His lips were cold. She now felt like a bewildered prey in the embrace of a snake swarm. But all she felt was happiness. The night breeze gently held her face, admiring her beautiful eyes, but ultimately did not kiss her lips. Next time, it seemed to see through the girl's thoughts. The man said softly, 11 The return of D.U. 1 week later. Underground base near the hidden sound village. Lord Orochimaru, a boy of about 13, knelt half-heartedly on the ground, respectfully saying, D.U., the medicine master. He is a spy sent by Orochimaru to Konoha, grew up in Konoha's orphanage, and his temporary identity is that of a medicine apprentice, working in the Konoha hospital. At the same time, he is a medical genius with a super brain adept at manipulating schemes. Of course, he is utterly loyal. Do you know why I wanted you to come back? The night breeze smiled. Forgive my stupidity, I don't understand, Do replied truthfully. Originally, he was supposed to be an important piece in Orochimaru's plan for the destruction of Konoha. But now, with his mysterious disappearance, it would be difficult to return to Konoha in the future, because I have something more important for you to do. With your talent, it would be a waste to make you a spy. Come help me manage the experiments. I've been quite busy lately, and Akatsuki might come after me at any time. The night breeze explained softly. In fact, the last sentence was the key point. He had now become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, making him a target for Akatsuki's recruitment. Although he didn't have much interest in achieving world peace, Akatsuki's influence in the Naruto world was immense. So becoming a member wasn't a bad idea. Moreover, after joining Akatsuki, it could lower the vigilance of those behind the scenes towards him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I understand. D responded. Upon hearing this, he also understood roughly what was going on. He had heard about Akatsuki, that mysterious organization. It was said to be filled with powerful rogue ninjas. So it was no wonder Lord Orochimaru mentioned he might be very busy in the future and would need help managing those experiments and bases. Let's go. I haven't seen Shisui in a long time, and I've almost forgotten what his blood tastes like. The night breeze licked its lips, a cold light flashing in its eyes. Not long after, in the underground base, in a level 1 detention chamber, 2 medical staff were recording data and observing Uchiha Shisui's physical condition. His body was normal, basically healthy. Kabuto skillfully took the form, glanced at the data, and said, while undercover in Konoha, he didn't waste time and was constantly learning about various medical techniques. Although he was not as skilled as Orochimaru, his learning ability was very strong, and he had already learned the chakra scalpel with various basic knowledge firmly etched in his mind. What about the blood from the past few days? The night breeze glanced at Shisui and lost interest. This body, which had lost its most precious eyes, retained only the value of producing blood, now serving as a sample for cloning. The eyeballs, like human limbs, do not regrow once lost. Restoring such organs would likely require a terrifying vitality at the level of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. However, the invasiveness of the first cells is too strong for an ordinary person to withstand. Lord Orochimaru, according to your instructions before you left, we have drawn blood at regular intervals without affecting Uchiha Shisui's survival. A total of 2 bags of 400 cubic centimeters blood, with a next draw scheduled for 2 days later. A subordinate respectfully reported. He retrieved 2 bags of dark red blood from the refrigerated storage and presented them on a tray. The night wind casually replied. The right hand transformed into a white phosphorus snake, stretching its body to suck 2 bags of blood. Perhaps experiments could start with a clone. The night wind was deep in thought, a spark of inspiration flashing in his eyes. After the 5 clones of Uchiha Shisui were born, he planned to attempt to merge them with Hashirama's cells, observing the results and the reactions during the process. Additionally, other bases also began their cultivation. In a year, I want to see at least 100 individuals of Uchiha bloodline born. After some time, I will bring back the Byakugan bloodline, and then we will start cultivating the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai together. The night wind commanded. On the way back with Hongdou, he had already heard a piece of news. The envoy from the Land of Thunder was almost here. According to the plot development, he could then secretly plot for the Byakugan bloodline. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Do replied respectfully. For him, this lord's command was everything. It was the night wind who saved him on the battlefield. His life was given by Orochimaru. For this lord's dream, he would do anything without hesitation. His eyes seemed to be close to the double tomo. The night breeze felt the heat coming from his eyes, and he thought to himself. However, as he consumed more and more blood, the effects seemed to weaken somewhat. If this pace continued, he would probably have to rely on devouring to reach the peak of the 3-tomo Sharingan. To obtain the power of the Mangekyō, he would likely need to make other plans. As for the Uchiha clan's bloodline, it's a pity the Shisui is not the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. He also wonders if he could withstand the cells of Hashirama. The night wind shook its head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. It's better to resolve the current matters first. As for those questions, it can wait until the clone is born. It's not too late then. He also needs to take some time to study the body switch technique. This body is almost 50 years old. Although it looks very young on the outside, it has already started to have a slow impact on releasing ninjutsu. At the latest, he has 6 years to complete the research on the body switch technique. He also needs to find a good new body. To become the ultimate victor in the future ninja world war, many preparations are essential. Let's go, Akad. The teacher hasn't had lunch yet. Let's try your cooking today. The night breeze whispered softly. The crimson light in his eyes flickered and faded. His expression returning to its usual form, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The white-scaled serpent, having drained the blood, had returned to normal. All right, teacher, Hongdou nodded gently. A week later, underground base. There was no day or night here. The corridors were forever adorned with dim candles. Aside from the occasional faint screams of test subjects, most of the time it was eerily quiet, with Orochimaru's subordinates diligently working. Finally, I've obtained the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Now, my bloodline can be considered as truly Uchiha. Night Wind stood in front of a mirror, admiring the new changes in his eyes. In the blood-red background, the second black Magatama had already formed. There is still a long way to go before achieving the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but at least there has been some progress and breakthrough. Once reaching the level of Shadow, it is not easy to make further advancements. He has relied on that mysterious devouring ability to become stronger so quickly. Such beautiful eyes are true art. If Danzo were to discover my secret, that old dog would probably die of anger. The Night Wind said with a sly smile. Not only the Sharingan's bloodline limit, he will collect more in the future. The stronger he becomes, the more he can collect the blood of bloodline limit users, thus becoming even stronger. The teacher has become stronger again today. Hongdou quietly stayed by the side, her eyes sparkling with golden little stars. Let's go, Hongdou. Leave the base matters to D, and we'll take a trip to Konoha. The night breeze whispered softly. Yes, teacher. Hongdou nodded, affectionately linking her arm with his. Today, she wore a white dress and a pair of clean little white shoes. Her hair was styled into a pretty short cut instead of a bun, and her delicate and lovely face looked good without any makeup. Let's go. The Night Wind took down 2 masks from the wall. He had also changed into a traditional outfit today, a gray coat and black trousers. With a mask on for disguise, no one would recognize him as Orochimaru. Unless Jiraiya activated his Sage mode, he wouldn't be able to sense his chakra. This mask looks so realistic. Did the teacher make it himself? Hongdou curiously looked at the soft, thin mask in her hand. The man let out a chilling, terrifying laugh. It was made by the teacher, and it's made from real human skin. The Night Wind smiled and said, pressing the mask against his face, looking completely like another person. He was a somewhat old-fashioned and serious young man, probably around 23 years old. Hongdou did not say anything, just swallowed hard. Taking a deep breath, he put on the mask and found that his appearance had also changed, showing no trace of Hongdou. In the mirror was a completely unfamiliar woman. Let's go. Orochimaru switched his voice, speaking in the tone of a gentle young man. Yes, teacher. Hongdou also slightly altered his voice with ninjutsu. It sounded colder and more mature. Half a day later, Konoha. Near the main gate, 2 ninjas were checking passes at the gate. With the arrival of the envoys from the Land of Thunder in the past few days, security work was very tense, and they could not allow any suspicious individuals to enter. Hello, please show your identification. Noticing the young man and the girl approaching, the gatekeeper said flatly, Ninjas, sir, my sister and I are here to do business in Konoha. Leaf Wind smiled and handed over a prepared scroll. Villagers from the Sound Village, who have planted a large amount of seasonal fruits and hope to sell them in Konoha's commercial street. The gatekeeper examined the contents of the scroll. It seemed genuine, with the seal of the Sound Village leader at the bottom. It was a small village located within the Fire Country, and they had heard a little about it. You may enter. The gatekeeper handed the scroll back, saying calmly. He had also examined closely. The young man and girl showed no signs of practicing ninjutsu, and their chakra fluctuations were completely consistent with ordinary people. There was nothing suspicious. Thank you, ninja sir. The night breeze smiled again. Soon, Akane returned to Konoha village proudly holding hands with her. Akane is eating red bean cake, a perfect match. The girl squinted happily, her eyes almost turning into a slit. Be careful now. If someone hears you say such a signature line, wouldn't that be a bad thing? The night breeze curled its lips. If someone with ulterior motives heard about red beans eating red bean cakes and linked it to the previously mentioned Yushui red beans, things would probably get complicated. All right, I admit my mistake. The red beans quickly apologized, slightly lowering their head and speaking in a somewhat aggrieved tone. I'll be more careful next time. The night breeze gently patted the little girl's head as a form of comfort. She seemed lost in thought, her expression slightly complicated as she gazed into the distance. What is the teacher thinking? Is she unhappy coming back here? Hongdou asked curiously. Since entering the dessert shop, Orochimaru hadn't eaten anything, just staring blankly at the crowd outside the window. No, it's nothing, just some things that make me feel a bit sentimental. The night breeze whispered softly. In fact, according to the original timeline, the ninja from the Land of Lightning came to visit Konoha and secretly intended to abduct Lady Hinata of the Hyuga clan when she was 4 or 5 years old. However, Hinata is now just a 1-year-old baby. Yet, the ninja from the Land of Lightning did indeed arrive in Konoha today. From the moment he crossed into this world, everything began to change, diverging from the original fate. Unexpected events could happen in the future as well. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it with soil. As long as my own strength is strong enough, I will slay anyone who comes, be they gods or demons. The night breeze shook its head, no longer thinking about this meaningless topic. If it was meant to be early, then so be it. He just happened to have a chance to take advantage of the situation and obtain the Byakugan of the White-Eyed Clan. It's sweet. Sweet things are indeed the best. Hongdou's face was beaming with smiles. The night breeze stirred slightly in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up a little. Teacher, Hongdou wants to order a few more skewers of meatballs. Is that okay? Sure, order whatever you want. If you're happy, the teacher is also happy. Thank you, teacher. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. A round moon hung high in the night sky, with a few dark clouds casually dotted at the edge of the sky. Stay here and wait for me. No running around. The night wind gently tapped on Red Bean's head and said seriously. He had to go collect White Eyes and couldn't take Red Bean with him, otherwise there might be accidents. The matter was important and couldn't afford any mistakes. Red Bean nodded heavily. She also knew that her current strength couldn't help her teacher. Although the Hyuga clan wasn't as powerful as the Uchiha, they were still one of the top clans in Konoha, with plenty of experts among them. In the territory of the Hyuga clan, a large residence stood with 2 guards stationed outside, patrolling the area for security. Inside, there were also ninjas waiting in the shadows, ready to set off at any moment. This was the residence of the clan leader's family. The unfortunate fellow had appeared. The night wind stood on a large tree not far away, blending almost completely with it. This was Earth style, an excellent choice for hiding and infiltration. Given the level of ninjas here, it was impossible for them to detect him. Whoosh! In the distance, a dark shadow leaped atop the tall buildings, glimmering. Wearing a black mask and dressed in black clothing, the ninja from a land of lightning appeared to be visiting Konoha to discuss some unresolved matters from the Third Shinobi World War. However, the true purpose was to secretly abduct the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, specifically the daughter of the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata. The show was about to begin. The night wind stood in the tree, witnessing the entire process of this guy sneaking in quietly. Although this ninja's strength was not impressive, at least his stealth and skills in infiltration were top-notch. From beginning to end, the members of the Hyuga clan had no idea about the intruder. Night Wind closely followed behind, also slipping into the Hyuga clan silently. This is it, the new bloodline limit Byakugan, the man in the black robe whispered. According to intelligence, this room was the residence of the Hyuga clan's young lady, Hinata Hyuga, the pure Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga main family. As long as he took this back to the land of lightning, just thinking about it made the man unable to help but want to laugh out loud. Creak! The wooden door was gently pushed open. In less than 10 seconds, the man in black came out holding a sleeping baby girl. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind, he thought the young man was still too young. The night breeze sensed this scene but did not stop the guy from leaving. Someone had already noticed a bit of movement and was patrolling inside the family, with some heading towards Hinata's room. In less than 2 minutes, the entire Hyuga clan's territory would be plunged into a state of combat. This ninja from the land of lightning clearly could not leave this place, and he himself had not yet realized it was just the right time to collect the Byakugan. The night wind turned cold as he turned towards the hidden corners around him. The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. Those in the branch family are bound by a strange life and death curse from birth. If anyone dares to rebel, or if a member of the branch family is captured, the main family can activate the curse at any time, capable of killing branch members from any distance. This is also the reason why the leader of the land of lightning chose to abduct Hinata. Only members of the main family could be captured alive. If a member of the branch family were taken, they would only return with a corpse. Time was tight, and the night wind moved quickly. What he was doing here tonight would ultimately make the ninja from the land of lightning take the blame, so he could act recklessly. He could not take any living people back, only gather as many Byakugan as possible. The night wind solidified the goal. In the silent darkness, the Hyuga clan was in a chaotic frenzy, unaware that a poisonous snake was hunting in the shadows. Come here. The night wind seized the opportunity and waited for a lone splitting family ninja. A giant snake stretched out from the sleeve, extending for the ground, and then tightly locked around the ninja's neck. Bang! The night wind decisively knocked this guy out, quietly moving his body aside to deal with it. He quickly extracted a pair of glossy white eyeballs and tossed them into a prepared container. The guy should still be able to hold on for about 3 more minutes. During this time, he could still kill quite a few branch family ninjas and seize a few more pairs of white eyeballs. On the other side, Hyuga Hayashi was awakened. Upon realizing that his daughter had been taken by a mysterious ninja, he began searching in a fit of rage. Luck was on his side as he spotted the man in black near the main gate. "Who are you?" Hayashi shouted lowly. Veins bulged around his eyes. The Byakugan activated, and the 8 trigrams gentle fist technique was ready to strike. In just 1 second, he could attack this ninja. Oomph. The man in black even smiled. He completely ignored Hayashi and attempted to leave right in front of him, his eyes filled with contempt, disdain, and a peculiar, eerie color. From the moment he encountered Hyuga Hayashi, he knew that tonight's plan had changed. A ninja never has just one plan. Everything must account for the worst-case scenario. And now it was. Hayashi delivered a gentle fist strike, his figure darting like a ghost to land on the chest of the man in black. With such a full-force blow, the man in black didn't even dodge. He simply allowed himself to be beaten to death without any resistance. "It's fine." Hayashi took the still-sleeping Hinata into his arms. Using the Byakugan to examine her carefully, he confirmed that his daughter was truly unharmed. Clan leader. At this moment, more and more people arrived. "Let's see who he is," Hayashi said calmly. For some reason, a very ominous premonition arose in his heart. The black-robed ninja had died too easily, without any resistance. It was as if he had a certain purpose, intentionally wanting to die in his hands upon seeing him. Damn it, he is the leader of the Reikage's envoy. The crowd gasped, all frowning. Konoha had suffered greatly from the Nine-Tails attack on the village a year ago, losing many elite ninjas, including the 4th Hokage. At this critical moment, declaring war against the land of lightning. "We've been baited." Hayashi slowly closed his eyes and sighed. And at this very moment, a total of 8 people, 16 pairs of branch family ninjas Byakugan, TSK. The night breeze smiled contentedly. He didn't need to guess the situation outside. He already knew what the outcome would be. Taking advantage of this chaos, he considered it a bountiful harvest, though it was a bit of a pity not to have any living subjects for research. However, there was no rush. He could study the Byakugan slowly. The true Byakugan princess had yet to be born. Ordinary Byakugan couldn't compare to the Sharingan, far inferior, and they didn't even qualify to carry the shoes of the Sharingan. But in reality, the Byakugan wasn't weak. It was just that these people's bloodlines were too weak. The Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan, which is a dojutsu of the same level as the Rinnegan. In a hotel room, a young man in white climbed in through the window. Although he had gone out to snatch things, even the hem of his clothes was clean. He didn't need to exert much effort to kill those unfortunate guys. Not everyone was like Shisui, able to do something before being caught. "Teacher, how did tonight's operation go?" Hongdou was waiting for him in bed, wearing pajamas and not sleeping. Her little face was flushed and very cute, as if she had just come out of a bath and dried her hair. Everything went smoothly. The Night Wind nodded. He opened the spatial scroll again and took out the 16 eyeballs he had just acquired. He didn't admire them too much, as these eyeballs were indeed not aesthetically pleasing. His right hand transformed into a snake, opening its massive mouth to swallow all the eyeballs into his body at once. Just like the first time he devoured, the Night Wind felt intense pain again, but after getting used to this pain, it wasn't much of a deal. He could transform himself into the current 8-headed serpent using the 8-headed technique, so this pain was nothing. The absorption speed was faster than he had imagined. Night Wind opened his eyes again after just over 20 minutes. In his blood, the Byakugan slowly emerged, transforming his body at the genetic level. He could now activate the Byakugan. However, like all members of the Hyuga clan, he had awakened only the ordinary Byakugan. It could see through the human body and observe the amount of chakra in enemies, but this enhancement could be said to be of little value. How ugly. This eye is so stupid. It's better not to use it before awakening the Rinnegan. The night breeze took the small mirror handed over by Hongdou and sighed. The white eyes were simply a pure, lustrous white. The presence of such pupils in his eyes made him feel that it was an insult to the words art and beauty. Monotonous and boring, yet weak. Rest now. I'm tired tonight. The man returned to his golden vertical pupils, his voice calm and unperturbed. Yes, teacher, Hongdou replied cautiously. The night breeze quickly lulled into sleep. Breathing long and eyes tightly shut, the girl obediently lay in the quilt, gently hugging one of the man's arms with both hands. A night of silence. 14. The Path of Immortality, the next day. Konoha, Hokage building. Our envoy was killed by you. That's right. The ninjas of Konoha must give us an explanation. The Hyuga ninja had no signs of injury, yet our envoy was killed in one blow? Who exactly ambushed him? Konoha must. Early in the morning, the conference room was filled with noisy voices. The ninjas from the land of lightning refused to acknowledge the deceased's crimes, nor did they admit that the deceased intended to steal the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. In short, they firmly denied the fact that their envoy was killed. If Konoha does not hand over the murderer, Mangekyō will declare war on Konoha. The envoy group threw down their trump card. This is a document with the seal of the Fourth Reikage. Under special circumstances, the envoy group is authorized to declare war on behalf of the Reikage. Any discerning eye could tell that these were all pre-prepared. Even the statements were thought out in advance. However, Konoha's higher-ups and the third Hokage were a loss. It was already a time of great injury, and with the Uchiha clan as a hidden threat, Konoha could not withstand the baptism of war. Moreover, once the two major ninja villages clashed, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure would also intervene. At that time, the Fourth Great Ninja War would erupt, and Konoha was likely to be defeated. The envoy group left, leaving the third Hokage and the high-ranking officials, as well as members of the Hyuga clan. In the conference room, the silence was terrifying. There was no other way. If sacrificing my own life could save the entire village, Hyuga Hayashi smiled in relief. No matter what, it was indeed he who killed the person. The other party's demand was for his corpse. It seemed they were determined to take the corpse of a member of the main family back for research. Sigh. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. At this moment, he seemed to age a few years, sighing without speaking. Wait, Hayashi, don't make such a hasty decision. The bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan is an important asset of Konoha, and it is the duty of the main family to protect this lineage. An elder from the branch family spoke up. But we, who should have been responsible for protection, have now brought the village to the brink of war, Hayashi said helplessly. Only by sacrificing himself could he preserve the greater good. This was an unchangeable fact. I know all of this, which is why we need the existence of the branch family. We will hand over the body of Hisashi as your substitute. Hisashi has already agreed to all of this, the elder said slowly. As a senior member of the branch family, he felt it was only natural to make such a decision. Hyuga is a member of the main family, and even more so, the head of the clan. How could he easily die? For the benefit and future of the entire family, allowing Hisashi, as his younger brother, to take his place was the best solution. But those guys want the secret of the Byakugan. Once Hisashi dies, the Byakugan on his body will be sealed by that curse. This would probably not satisfy the Land of Lightning. Hayashi couldn't help but retort. No matter what, he was unwilling to let his brother die in his place. Although he said this, the condition from the Land of Lightning was to hand over your corpse, pretend to agree, and then hand over Hisashi, who looks exactly like you. They would have nothing to say, as it was Hisashi who killed the attacker last night, and the clan head Hayashi was completely unaware. The elder said unquestioningly. But Hayashi still hesitated. This was his biological younger brother. Just because he was born a little earlier, he became the head of the main family. Let me go, brother. I hate the fate of being bound since birth by the Hyuga clan. I hate you. I resent you. For me, this is freedom, an opportunity to change my own fate, and also a chance for me to die, to protect you, my brother, to sacrifice for the family and the village. This is my own will and decision. Hisashi said gently. Hayashi fell silent, as he was struck in the abdomen by his own brother. At this point, it seemed there was no chance of turning back. The third Hokage adjusted his Hokage hat. The elder's eyes held a hint of loneliness. In silence, they left this place filled with a sense of sorrow. On the other side, in Konoha, the will of fire continues to flourish. Old man, is this what you call the will of fire? The night wind stood on Hokage Rock. The streets were filled with an excited crowd, seeing off the envoy from the Land of Lightning, while Hyuga Hisashi's body, wrapped in white cloth, was taken back like a trophy. In the sad world of ninjas, there's only one thing that will continue to be passed down. The night wind sighs. What is it, teacher? Red Bean, with her small hands propping up her head, asked softly. Hatred can be passed down endlessly, whether in the Warring States period, the ninja era, or even in the era when the Sage of Six Paths existed 1,000 years ago. People die generation after generation, but there will always be victims. Some do evil. This is a vicious cycle and an unchangeable fact. In the world, only the victors write history, and only the strong have the right to live freely and with dignity. How many tragedies has the will of fire in Konoha secretly created? Has Konoha never harmed innocent small villages? Killed innocent people? Justice is merely the rhetoric of hypocrites. The night wind sneered. War is cruel and bloody, and it can never be something beautiful. The true victims are forced into silence, while the 5 great ninja villages continue to brainwash their own ninjas, making them believe that they are righteous. Everyone involved in the war fights for their own sense of justice. This so-called justice is just an excuse. This world is bloody, disgusting, and makes one want to vomit. What do you think? The night breeze gently patted Hongdou's head. All she wanted was to be with her teacher. Her teacher's dreams were her dreams. Her teacher's goals were her goals. It didn't matter how. Hongdou smiled lightly and gave her answer. She was such a simple girl. Whoever gave her a bit of love, she would devote herself entirely. Silly, innocent, and cute. Good child. A man's hoarse and cold voice echoed, a chilling palm stroking the girl's head. Within that smile, a hint of indulgence flashed by. The old man was no longer suitable for the role of Hokage. He had passed his peak, losing the boldness of his youth. Konoha had decayed. The first ninja village was merely a hollow title. Once witnessing the glorious peak of Konoha, now it had to bear the humiliation of not even daring to declare war. Time is truly a terrifying poison. Only the path of eternal life is the truth. Let's go. Hongdou, we need to get something before we leave, Yefeng said. Yes, teacher. Hongdou obediently nodded. The Rinnegan is the foremost of the 3 great D-Jutsu, a legendary eye technique of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons, Ashura and Indra. Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, while Ashura is the ancestor of the Senju clan. To awaken the Rinnegan, which is the highest eye technique, one needs the reincarnations of Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra. Decades ago, Madara awakened the Rinnegan. Madara was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, and he had already activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In his dying moments, he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Thus, he gained the power of Hashirama's cells and awakened the Rinnegan. In this life, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra is Sasuke. It seems that before the Uchiha clan's demise, there was no way to find Sasuke. The Night Wind quickly gave up its plan. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not on the same level. Even he, as soon as he infiltrated, would be discovered by those strong ones and would have to slip away. The reincarnation of Ashura's chakra is Naruto, and this is largely thanks to the 3rd Hokage. The Night Wind gave a cold smile. Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the 4th Hokage. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto grew up in an orphanage after being abandoned. Although there were Umbu ninjas observing him, those guys couldn't detect his presence. Taking advantage of this trip to Konoha, it would be a good opportunity to obtain some of Naruto's cells and cultivate them in the laboratory. Not long after, in the orphanage, a baby just over a year old is being cared for by a nurse alongside other orphans. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He was supposed to be the descendant of Konoha's hero, but is now seen as an ominous sign because the Nine-Tails is sealed within him. As for his identity as the Hokage's son, the 3rd Hokage ordered it to be kept a secret. The fact that he is the 4th son could indeed lead to assassination if revealed, but if his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is exposed, wouldn't it attract the attention of other villages? The Night Wind felt quite disdainful. Danzo once proposed an idea to raise Naruto as a tool and brainwash him, turning him into a war machine. After consideration, the 3rd Hokage rejected this proposal. It seemed like a moment of compassion. But Naruto was originally a hero's descendant and deserved better treatment. Now he had none of the privileges he should have enjoyed, was left in an orphanage, ostracized by the villagers, and didn't he even know who his parents were or how they died. For Umbu, the guards were indeed quite strict. The Night Wind left the red beans in a clothing store on the street while it approached the orphanage. Bang, bang, bang. A sound like whack-a-mole echoed. A man's body bizarrely emerged from the ground, using his hands to smash a person's head. At the same time, dozens of small white snakes slithered out from the sleeves of his shirt. One was killed, and the other 3 were strangled by the snakes. However, the Dark Division was indeed well trained. Even before dying, one of them ruthlessly pulled out an explosive talisman. Boom! An explosion sounded near the orphanage. The Night Wind knew that time was of the essence, so it didn't bother with the 4 corpses and headed straight for Naruto's direction. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed a powerful force, but having him around was more of a burden. If he were to take Naruto away, not only would he be feared by the major ninja villages, but the Akatsuki organization would also demand that he hand over Naruto. If he did hand over Naruto, the plot would be completely thrown into chaos, and he would lose control. On the other hand, if he didn't hand over Naruto, the pressure he would face would be extremely terrifying. He currently didn't have the capital to confront the Akatsuki. To ensure his own safety, taking only a portion of the cells for research was the most prudent choice. With the Death God mask in his possession, he effectively had half of the Nine-Tails, so there was no need to take such risks. The explosion had caused the babies in the orphanage to cry almost all at once. Several nurses were hurriedly trying to soothe the children. As for Konoha, they must have already realized something was wrong with Naruto, and countless ninjas would soon surround the area. leaving him with little time. It's him. The night wind emerged from the ground, sweeping around and quickly noticing the blonde-haired baby. It immediately took out a small knife and a glass container to collect flesh and blood. What are you doing? Enemy. There are enemies invading. The nurses let out sharp screams. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary medical personnel, not ninjas, and could only watch helplessly as the night wind cut off a piece of meat from little Naruto's arm. After doing all this, the night wind ignored the crying baby and these nurses. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these women, but escaping was the top priority now. If surrounded by a large number of ninjas, today's situation would become troublesome. Reverse summoning technique. The night wind pulled the items back into the space scroll, and then he formed hand seals. He had previously placed a small snake with his spiritual mark on Akkad, allowing him to teleport to her. Bang! The mysterious man transformed into a wisp of white smoke and dispersed. 10 seconds later. Damn it, am I too late? The Umbu members have fallen. Report. 3 of the deceased were strangled. The other had their skull crushed. A few minutes later, the Hokage also arrived at the scene. At this point, the murderer had long since slipped away. Konoha's main gate. Teacher, will we come to Konoha again in the future? Akkad asked curiously. If you want to play, the teacher will accompany you in their rest time. Anywhere is fine, but right now, there's not that much time. Do you understand? Akkad? The night wind gently touched the little girl's head and said softly, without enough power, one cannot have a voice in this world. The weak cannot control their own fate. I am willing to follow my teacher forever. Please give me the cursed seal. Hongdou fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. The cursed seal. That is a technique researched by Orochimaru, capable of unleashing terrifying power in a person. But the survival rate of the experiments is less than 1 in 10. Those who survive can use the power of the cursed seal. In the first state, the entire body will be covered with strange black runes or spots, enhancing ninjutsu and chakra. In the second state, the power of the cursed seal will cover the entire skin and transform the body into a monstrous form, greatly enhancing all aspects. In the second state, a genin can even unleash power comparable to that of a jonin. As for the side effects of the cursed seal, long-term reliance on this power will be consumed by evil chakra, and eventually, one will lose their consciousness and become a monster that only knows how to kill. Moreover, each cursed seal carries a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. If the original body dies, it can be resurrected through the cursed seal. What a determined gaze, but I refuse. Summoning technique. Impure world de réincarnation. Why? Hongdou asked, somewhat confused. If she became stronger, she could help her teacher instead of being just a decorative vase. There are many ways to become stronger. The cursed seal is the lowest choice. I can turn you into a weapon, but I hope this blade can be used for a longer time, not just a few years of shelf life. Do you understand? The night wind shook its head. The original intention of developing the cursed seal was to create the sage mode, utilizing natural chakra. Who would have thought that the experiment failed, resulting in the current cursed seal? Yes, I understand now, teacher. Hongdou nodded. At this moment, she was even more certain that the teacher was not simply using her, but had some kind of feelings. Even something that is being used is still relatively precious, rather than worthless. But Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to guess the girl's thoughts. In the experimental base, Sir, Do respectfully knelt halfway on the ground. Stand up. There's no need to be so formal. The night breeze smiled. Yes, Do was already very respectful, his eyes sparkling with an incredibly fervent flame. Lord Orochimaru was the only deity he worshipped. This is the cell of Naruto Uzumaki. Help me cultivate it and preserve it well along with the cells of Hashirama. It may not be useful for now, but be sure to keep this safe. I need to go into seclusion to study the impure world reincarnation. The night breeze whispered. Yes, the ninja world was peaceful. At least on the surface, it remained calm and harmonious. Although the land of lightning had caused Konoha some losses, what they actually gained was just a useless corpse. The pain from the third great ninja war still lingered, and each village was in a period of recuperation. In Konoha, although there was a slight issue with the monitoring of the Jinchuriki, fortunately, the visitors seemed not to have any intention of killing Naruto. The third Hokage had increased the surveillance afterward, with a total of 8 Umbu members monitoring at all times, ensuring that every minute within 24 hours, there was someone watching the Jinchuriki, taking turns to keep guard. There was no choice. The Nine Tails was too important to Konoha. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was becoming restless in secret. Danzo had met with the third Hokage several times. As for the content of their conversations, only the 2 old men knew the truth. Time quietly passed. 3 months later, near the Sound Village. Are the offerings ready? The sound of the night wind couldn't conceal the excitement. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes, but they were also filled with a bright spark of exhilaration. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, left behind by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had finally been researched and developed by him. Although it still had some flaws, it was already usable with some effort. As long as he continuously improved the ninjutsu, he could allow the resurrected dead to regain their peak combat power and serve him. The two sacrifices were prepared, all executed according to the master's orders. Kabuto replied respectfully. This young man looked somewhat immature, but his methods were incredibly ruthless, displaying a 200 loyalty and fervor towards Orochimaru. Very well, bring them all up. The night breeze gently spoke. Yes. Do waved his hand towards the door, and two subordinates dressed in protective gear brought in two sacrifices. One was a Chunin male from a Sound village. The other was just an ordinary villager they had randomly captured. Had he thought it through? Once the technique starts, there's no turning back. The night wind gave a cold smile. Yes, I've thought it through, Lord Orochimaru. After my death, I hope you can fulfill your promise and give my wife 1,000,000 ryo. The Chunin said resolutely, as if facing death. His body was already afflicted with a terminal illness, and he wouldn't live for another 5 years. Just right, Orochimaru needed a sacrificial offering skilled in ninjutsu, so he immediately volunteered for this. At least he could create some wealth for his family after death. Just obediently complete the task, and when the time comes, your family will naturally receive the money. Do said coldly, it's just 1,000,000 ryo. The entire Sound village can be considered Orochimaru's private property. Put it on, and cut open your belly. The night wind ceased the chatter and issued an order. The two-tomo Sharingan activated, and amidst the crimson light, a simple illusion was cast. Yes. The Nin man responded in a low voice. The pale white death god mask was tightly fastened to his face, and a massive wave of energy emanated from a mask. A purple-skinned demon with horns appeared, its body nearly filling the dark room, draped in a large white robe, with a long knife clutched in its mouth. This was the death god of this world. With a puff, the Nin, as the sacrifice, used a kunai to cut open his own belly. The death god followed the caster's actions, similarly slicing open its own belly, from which a blue light emerged. This was the soul of the fourth Hokage, sealed by the Shiki gene, along with the 9 tails of darkness. After all this, the wound on the death god's belly quickly healed. Meanwhile, the Nin, as the caster, was sacrificed, and his soul entered the belly of the death god. Orochimaru-sama, this is the second sacrifice, Kabuto said softly, bringing over an unconscious ordinary person. The night wind nodded. At this moment, he took out the prepared remains, some foul-smelling, decayed white bones. He had stolen the graves of the Hokages of the Leaf Village, having prepared the remains of the first, second, and the fourth Hokage, who had sacrificed himself a year ago. This was a necessary condition for performing the Edo Tensei technique. First, a portion of the deceased remains, and a living person as a sacrifice. Second, the soul of the deceased must not be sealed. With the 4 hand seals of Een, Snake, Dog, and Dragon completed, the night wind brought his hands together, and a surge of chakra erupted. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. The remains of Minato Namikaze gradually approached the living body, black runes spreading beneath the ground, surrounding the sacrifice in the center of the technique. The dirt from the Pure Land began to emerge, wrapping around the living person, integrating into the body piece by piece. The vital signs and appearance began to change, everything developing in another direction. Gradually, he transformed into a young man with golden short hair, clad in the Hokage robe. Within him, a powerful chakra presence faintly emanated. It was the power of the 9 tails. Very good. It seems the technique has succeeded. The night wind licked its lips. In his hand, he held a shuriken wrapped in a note that had the words Minato Namikaze written on it. This was also part of the impure world reincarnation technique. By merging this into the resurrected body's essence, the deceased could retain their consciousness from before death and obey the caster's commands. A forbidden technique, successfully executed. Here is. Minato slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a dark basement. His memories were still stuck at the moment of his death, leaving him somewhat dazed. It's been a long time, Minato. The night breeze greeted. Although the expression was somewhat weary, the results of months of relentless research had been realized, and the mood was still very happy. You are Lord Orochimaru? Minato's mouth fell open, and his pupils slightly constricted. However, Orochimaru did not give him any commands to move, so he could only speak but not act. I know you have many questions you want to ask, but unfortunately, I don't have that much time to chat with you. If I need you, I'll call you out again." The night breeze nodded in satisfaction. With the power of half a nine-tailed fox, Minato Namikaze could now be utilized. However, the Edo Tensei technique was still not perfect and needed some improvements to allow Minato to unleash his full strength. Bang! A wooden coffin emerged from the ground, pulling Minato inside and then closing the lid. After that, the coffin disappeared back underground. "Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. We are one step closer to our goal." "Congratulations, Sensei." Kabuto and Anko both wore smiles on their faces. The night wind squinted its eyes. This matter is indeed worth celebrating. With the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, he can secretly assemble a powerful army of the dead, including many famous strong figures from history, as well as the former Hokage of the 5 great ninja villages. Tomb raiding. I'm the most suitable for this job. When Akatsuki approaches, it will be a perfect opportunity to complete the mission and simultaneously collect corpses from all over the world. The night wind silently pondered. It wasn't that he didn't want to be lazy, but tomb raiding also required strength. If someone discovered him midway, he wouldn't be able to retrieve the corpse, and his subordinates wouldn't be able to return either, resulting in a loss of both the lady and the soldiers. The stronger the tomb raider, the more secure the situation, so it was most suitable for him to handle it himself. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, you've been busy with research, and there's one matter I haven't informed you about. Do said respectfully. "Oh, what is it?" The night breeze came to its senses and softly asked. "It is said to be a girl you once asked to find, with red hair, named Xiangling. However, there are some inconsistencies with your description. She's only about 2 years old, not 5. She's the adopted daughter of a couple who just moved to Inran Village, and currently Xiangling is at the base, where someone is responsible for taking care of her all day." Do said lightly. "Oh, that's right. I did remember it wrong last time. She's indeed 2 years old now. Take us to see her." The night breeze replied. At that time, it was just a casual mention, but it was a slip of the tongue. In this timeline, Kyuka is indeed still very young. "Teacher, does she have any special qualities?" Hongdou asked curiously. Kyuka is one of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Her bloodline still has some usefulness, as it can heal wounds and has decent scouting abilities, although it can't compare to the kind of things possessed by immortals. The night wind said calmly. With an innate talent for sealing techniques, the ability to heal through blood, and chakra sensing within a radius of several dozen miles. As a tool, Kankuro has possessed exceptional qualities since birth. If properly nurtured, he might become another Obito in the future. After a moment, the three entered a first-level nursery room. "It's so small," Hongdou remarked as she surveyed the peacefully sleeping infant. Amazed. "Indeed, only 2 years old, very young. Do you have a blood sample? If not, take a little for me," the night wind instructed. As for the baby, he didn't care much. There was still a long way to grow up. "Sir, this is the blood sample from 2 days ago," a subordinate respectfully said, presenting a tray with a small blood bag containing a very small amount of blood. After all, it was still very young. Drawing too much blood could pose a life-threatening risk. "Good," the night wind responded. The right hand transformed into a snake, skillfully consuming a small amount of blood from a bag. Before long, a slight warmth began to spread within, enhancing the ability to sense chakra in the surroundings just a bit. It seems this is a talent for sensing chakra, a meager enhancement. From now on, take good care of her, drawing the minimum amount of blood without harming her body. As for the knowledge and skills she will learn as she grows, that will all be entrusted to Kabuto, and everything will proceed according to his instructions. Do you understand? Under the command of Night Wind. Yes, my lord. 1 year later, the Land of Waves, an uninhabited island in the sea. The island is completely surrounded by the ocean, with natural forests and poisonous plants for cover. And Night Wind has added various venomous snakes to make it even more dangerous. Even a Chunin, if not careful, could be devoured by the wild beasts here and die from poisoning. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. The Night Wind let out a loud shout. As the voice fell, 4 wooden coffins rose from the ground, and 4 figures slowly walked out. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And the first love of Tsunade, Katdan. What a perfect work of art. As bodies of the impure world reincarnation, even if they are blown to pieces, they can resurrect infinitely. Only sealing techniques can restrict these dead. My pawns have increased once again. The Night Wind sighed contentedly. In his eyes, the 3-tomo Sharingan flickered slightly, the crimson hue intensifying. Shisui's blood had almost lost its efficacy. He had stopped taking that blood 3 months ago. Moreover, the new generation of clones had already been born. Artificial clones created from Uchiha Shisui's cells. Being clones, these children were born with the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Among the 14, a few even possessed the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He had used the white serpent to devour those eyeballs, thereby strengthening the Uchiha bloodline within him, and his ocular power had reached the 3-Tomo level, almost at its peak. The only regret was that relying on this accumulation would not allow him to break through to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Success might be possible, but it would likely require an enormous amount. Rather than that, it would be better to find a way to obtain the Mangekyō or even mass-produce Mangekyō Sharingan. Teacher, you said you were leaving yesterday? Akane, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask curiously. Her strength had not changed much. She had only developed a bit more, becoming even more beautiful. Most of what needed to be done was already completed, and next, I should go to the Rain Village to meet those two, join Akatsuki, and start the next phase of the plan. The night breeze gently said, Teacher, can you take me along? After hesitating for a long time, Hongdou finally asked this naive question. Silly girl, my strength is only enough for my own protection. The level of danger is beyond your imagination. The night breeze smiled and stroked the little girl's head. It could be a year at the earliest or 2 years at the latest. Just be patient for a while. You will live in the Sound Ninja Village. If you have any needs, tell those people, but remember not to wander too far. The night breeze whispered. But, without the teacher by my side, it feels like I'm dead. Tears shimmered in Hongdou's eyes as she lowered her head, unable to look into the man's eyes. 18 eye transplant surgery. The night breeze fell silent. To be honest, he quite disliked this boring scene. They weren't the tragic protagonists of drama, so why make it so sad? It wasn't a matter of life and death. Red Bean was just a beautiful and cute little flower. Losing one little flower meant there were still countless little flowers in the world. Whether it was picking, admiring, or trampling and destroying. These were all his supreme powers, because he was Orochimaru, the man who was going to change the ninja world. Teacher, I know I'm willful and useless, but I can't deceive my heart. Without you, what meaning does life have? Red Bean choked out. Love is like a bottle of slow-acting poison. By the time a person realizes it, it's already too late to save the situation. Death isn't anything. I want you to live for me, to live for the realization of my goals. My subordinates don't need useless people, especially not whiny little girls who don't listen. The night breeze whispered softly. However, Hongdou, I won't punish you this time. You did remind me that I forgot to take something from Konoha last time. Since you want to join Akatsuki so much, then prove your determination to me. Let me see your potential. If you die, I will use Edo Tensei to bring you back to life and squeeze out all your worth. Do you understand? The sound of the night wind carried a chill. However, in Hongdou's ears, it felt like redemption. Yes, teacher, the girl replied with unwavering determination. 2 days later, Konoha Village. According to Konoha's calendar, it has been 50 years since the founding of this village by the first Hokage in Uchiha Madara. There are many excellent ninjas here guarding this village. Although they are nothing compared to sage beings, they're truly amazing for reconnaissance. The night wind sighed. After changing their clothes, the two once again blended into Konoha wearing human skin masks. He had absorbed Karen's blood, so he also possessed that special ability to sense chakra within a radius of several dozen miles. Having seen that guy before, he could sense his chakra as well. Now, finding that guy's location was incredibly easy. This was the advantage of a bloodline limit. As he grew stronger and gained more abilities, he would eventually become the strongest in the ninja world. Let's go. There is no time to play this time. After taking the target, use the reverse summoning technique to leave immediately, understood? The night breeze was gentle. Yes, Hongdou was very well behaved and quiet. If you look closely, you could see that her expression was very serious. She knew this was her only chance to continue staying by teacher Orochimaru's side through some external means. After a moment, in a residential area of Konoha, there was a sound of knocking, thud, thud, thud. The night wind knocked on the door. Who is it? A somewhat lazy and impatient voice came from inside the room. When the door was opened, a silver-haired youth appeared, dressed in a Jonin uniform. The Konoha ninja headband he wore was tilted, covering his left eye, and he looked somewhat dejected and indifferent. It was Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the Konoha White Fang. Tsukumo Hitaki. He had once been a student in the same class as Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera, and was the disciple of Jiraiya's disciple. The reason his left eye was covered was because he had transplanted Obito Uchiha Sharingan. And this was exactly the target of the Night Wind's visit, a Sharingan that had activated the Kinui technique, and Kakashi himself had not yet discovered its ability. "Who are you?" Kakashi frowned. He appeared unaffected on the surface, but in reality, his right hand was already resting on his ninja tool pouch, ready to form hand signs or draw a kunai at any moment. Both this strange man and the girl looked very unfamiliar to him. "Kakashi, have you already forgotten me so soon?" The night wind licked its lips, and the golden snake eyes flickered with a cold light. "Orochimaru." Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Instinctively retreating, his mind raced, thinking of ways to find a glimmer of hope. Bang! "I won't make the same mistake a second time." Another night wind walked out from the room. Appearing silently from behind, it struck Kakashi, knocking him unconscious with a swift chop. From the very beginning, his true body had been lurking underground using earth release, while the night wind outside was merely a clay clone infused with chakra. "I almost forgot. In Konoha, besides the Uchiha clan, there are other Sharingan that are even within reach," the night breeze calmly said. Skillfully taking out the tools, he then removed Kakashi's left eye. "Go back first, and I'll transplant the eye for you later." Looking at Hongdou, the night breeze continued, "Although I could absorb the power of this on myself. It's fine to let Hongdou try it. After all, if needed, I can take the eye back from her at any time and consume it. It's not a hassle." "Yes." Hongdou nodded. Reverse summoning technique. The master and student simultaneously launched the ninjutsu, arriving silently and leaving just as quietly. As for Kakashi, he would have to wait until he woke up on his own. 1 hour later, underground base. "Don't be afraid. This process is very quick. I will keep your eye safe, and it can be transplanted back in the future. However, if I find that you cannot master the power of this eye, I will immediately reclaim it. Do you understand?" As the night wind put on gloves, he spoke to the girl on the operating table. He was organizing the instruments and anesthetics needed for the transplant surgery, occasionally glancing at the slightly nervous Hongdou beside him. "Yes, teacher, please don't worry. I will definitely succeed," Hongdou said earnestly. It's hard to imagine such a determined expression on the face of a 13-year-old girl. But she is a ninja, and being a ninja means enduring what ordinary people cannot. She chose to follow this evil man, and that destined her to walk a path of no return. "The data is normal. Your body is very healthy." The night breeze confirmed the data on the instrument once again and said softly. The gaze returned to the operating table, staring at the beautiful gray-brown eyes of Hongdou. "Your eyes are beautiful, but if you die, they will no longer be beautiful. They only appear so lovely when you are alive with your rosy, adorable face. Live for me, Hongdou." The sound of the night wind is low and somewhat hoarse. It resembles a sharp tongue hissing, as if a devil is whispering in the dead of night. "Are you ready?" The night breeze asked again. Red Bean answered without hesitation. The night wind began to take action, injecting the paralyzing drug into Hongdou's body, patiently waiting a few minutes for the drug to take effect. After a while, seeing Hongdou's somewhat dazed expression, the night wind steadily gripped the scalpel. The eye transplant began. 19 blood experiment. The operation proceeded very smoothly. There were no obvious rejection reactions during the process, and Hongdou's body successfully accepted the Sharingan. It's just that, how much power can Hongdou unleash with his strength? The sky darkened. The forest was quiet and still. A cold wind swept through. Insight, copying, illusion. The Sharingan under your control still remained in the form of 3 Tomo. Can you sense anything else? The night wind asked. If it's just a half-hearted effort like Kakashi, then he would retract this eye. He can feel himself getting stronger, but it seems there is nothing particularly special. Hongdou is trying hard to unleash the power of this eye, but unfortunately, she hasn't succeeded. Like Kakashi, she forever maintains the opening state of the Sharingan, and can only use the 3 Tomo state, unable to activate the Mangekyō. "I see." The night breeze was somewhat disappointed. It fell into silence, and, for a moment, the atmosphere cooled down. "Lord Orochimaru, I have a suggestion," Kabuto suddenly spoke up. His gaze flickered slightly toward Hongdou's left eye, as if he thought of something. "Go ahead." The night breeze whispered softly. Since Lord Orochimaru's body has undergone a transformation, relying on the consumption of blood to gradually merge various bloodline limits powers, could it be possible to reverse this and let others try consuming the Lord's blood to attempt to neutralize it? I apologize for my boldness, but there may indeed be theoretical possibilities. In addition, there are cursed seals, which can enhance a person's chakra and gradually distort their willpower, leading to increased aggression and violence. The Sharingan is a cursed and evil eye technique, and perhaps it could resonate with the cursed seal, thereby unlocking the true potential of this eye. Kabuto spoke earnestly, respectfully kneeling on the ground throughout. It seems he has put considerable thought into this. It is a good suggestion, but Akamichi is not a suitable candidate for experimentation, and we do not have much time to conduct further research. The Night Breeze hesitated for a moment. What was said indeed made some sense, but it was all just speculation. If something went wrong, Hongdou might very well die on the spot. We can try the curse seal later. As for the blood aspect, you reminded me of it. But I haven't tried having someone drink my blood yet. After pondering for a moment, Night Wind replied, "Go ahead." Without much hesitation, Night Wind directly used a kunai to cut through the skin of his arm. Dark red liquid gushed out from the veins, collected in a glass cup below. Since this was an experimental trial, Night Wind only provided half a cup, as he wasn't sure about the condition of his own body. If there was poisoning, a smaller amount would be easier to handle later. "Yes, teacher." The Sharingan in Red Bean's left eye flickered with a dark red hue in the night, and without any hesitation, he drank the blood in the cup. Yifeng simultaneously activated his Byakugan, closely monitoring the chakra situation within Hongdou. Do was also a bit nervous, observing the changes in Hongdou's expression. Sure enough, my blood is effective for others as well. The Night Breeze squinted its eyes. In the vision of the white eyes, the chakra within Hongdou began to undergo some changes. The first to react was the eye area, specifically the left eye that had the Sharingan implanted. It was as if her chakra was resonating with the bloodline, slowly merging with the power of the Sharingan, as if she too had become a member of the Uchiha clan. Did it work? Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. This idea was a suggestion, and if it had failed, it would not have been good. "How do you feel?" the Night Wind asked. The vision in my left eye became clearer, and I felt a warm sensation. Moreover, I sensed a strange change. As long as I used more chakra, my eyes would continue to change. Red Bean said, "Then let's try injecting chakra." Under the Night Breeze, Yifeng commanded. "If my guess is correct, it should be the kaleidoscope." "Yes." Hongdou nodded, slowly closed her eyes, and carefully felt the power residing in her eyes, with chakra gathering toward her left eye. After a few seconds, the girl opened her eyes again. In her scarlet left eye, 3 black tomo had transformed into 3 black windmills, forming a circle. Harsh, evil cold. The power of the kaleidoscope made even Yi Feng's heart tremble. As for Do, he was even more terrified. It has awakened. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Both Do and Yi Feng were surprised and amazed. "Teacher, I want to give it a try, is that okay? I feel this power. Very." Hongdou's small face was flushed, excited. "Kamui cannot be tested recklessly. Let's use that tree as the target." The Night Breeze pointed to a large tree nearby. That was the eye technique that could distort space with great danger. As long as the amount of chakra was sufficient, it could even move a mountain into another space. Hongdou nodded. The eye technique was immediately activated, fixating on the tree as the target. Crack, crack, crack. A strange vortex began to appear, starting to tear at this space. An invisible force crushed the tree, turning it into dozens of small fragments. In the blink of an eye, these fragments disappeared from their original location and were transported to another space. As expected of Uchiha Obito's left eye, it was indeed powerful. Obito's right eye had the ability to become intangible, but to transfer external objects, it required contact. The left eye could release Kamui at long distances, but could not use intangibility. However, one thing was the same. Both eyes could access another space and could take others with them. "Teacher, have I succeeded? My chakra should still be able to release it 2 more times. If the area to be distorted is large, there might only be 1 chance to release. Is that a bit weak?" Hongdou nervously clenched her small hands. The crimson of the left eye faded, returning to its normal black form, indicating that it was indeed due to the Night Breeze's blood that her physique had undergone some changes. Now, she could be considered half a member of the Uchiha clan. That's already quite good. If there are other techniques that can restrict the enemy's escape space, this move will be very difficult to defend against. Having the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan already meets the conditions to join Akatsuki. As for other aspects, I will slowly train you. The Night Wind gently touched Hongdou's head and said, "I didn't expect to receive this surprise today. Hongdou can really use these eyes now. Once I can cultivate the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan through experiments in the future, I can also replace Hongdou's eyes with a complete Sharingan. As for the left eye with the ability of Kamui, it will definitely be reclaimed by me. It's just a matter of time. The right eye still with Obito is also my target. Though from now on, these bases will be entrusted to your management." The Night Breeze was calm. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. You can rest assured that I will carry out your orders as instructed, without any mistakes," Kabuto respectfully replied. "That's good. Under the night, the moonlight is slightly cold. Two figures disappear into the forest. 5 days later, the land of rain. Mangekyō. Since the First Shinobi World War, wars between great nations have been incessant. On the cruel battlefield, there are even children as young as 4 or 5 years old. For example, Shisui, Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi, Uchiha, all graduated from a ninja academy at 6 or 7 and then entered the battlefield to kill enemies. Resources are limited, so when the population pressure increases, great nations choose to wage war to plunder resources. Unfortunately, small countries suffer. These weak nations have no right to choose and often become the battlegrounds for wars between great nations. The Land of Rain is one of them. Located at the intersection of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. Every time the great nations start a war, it is the civilians of the Land of Rain who suffer the most, with countless people starving to death on the streets. When the war ends, the great nations begin to redistribute resources, while small countries like the Land of Rain get nothing, leaving only devastation and corpses everywhere. Mangekyō is a special small town. It is in a perpetual rainy season, with gloomy weather and dark clouds, hardly seeing the sun even once a year, as if cursed. Pat, pat. The night breeze held up a black umbrella, and beside it stood the serious-looking Red Bean. The two did not change their appearance this time, but directly entered the village. Due to the constant rain over the years, Nagato developed a secret technique that allowed each raindrop to act as his eyes. Anyone who entered this village was under Nagato's surveillance. During Hanzo's reign, the Rain Village was famous in the ninja world as a training ground for assassination ninjas, renowned for its assassination techniques. However, after Pain took control of the village, all communication with the outside world was cut off. The rain is really heavy. Do you like it here? The night breeze whispered softly as he gently rubbed the little girl's hair with his left hand. As long as I'm with my teacher, I can go anywhere. Hongdou replied slowly. Such a good child. The man's voice rarely showed emotion, but there was a rare tenderness towards this child. You've already found me, so why not let us meet? Let someone guide the way. The night breeze is calm, as if whispering to the air. Hongdou stopped at a corner of the street, then silently waited. Will anyone really hear? Hongdou blinked in confusion. The rain, that guy infused his immense chakra into the raindrops. In this village, he is the god who knows everything, and no one can hide their secrets. The night wind explained. Although casting that technique requires massive amounts of chakra, it is merely a piece of cake for the wielder of the Rinnegan. Oh, Hongdou nodded, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. It really is as mysterious and terrifying as the rumors say. The Akatsuki is full of monsters. 10 minutes later, finally, someone came to the door. Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, was suspected of having captured Konoha ninjas before his disappearance, including members of the Uchiha clan. A cold, emotionless voice rang out. In the night breeze and amidst the red beans, a woman was seen approaching with an umbrella. She had short, light blue-purple hair, and her eyes were a light orange-yellow. A light purple paper flower was pinned to the right side of her head. She had a beautiful face, with a black stud beneath her lip. She wore a large black robe embroidered with red clouds, which was the attire of an Akatsuki member. Pain has requested your presence, Conan said. She looked at the two with a calm gaze, showing no intention of getting closer. How cautious she is. The night wind murmured something, giving Hongdou a reassuring glance, and then slowly followed behind Xiaonan. After a while, they arrived at an ordinary house in Yuin village. The main body of the Long Men was on the top floor of the highest tower, but this time they were meeting Pain, also known as the Deva Path among the 6 paths of Pain. The meeting place was quite casual. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from Jiraiya's era. I was actually going to send someone to find you, the man said. The Deva Path Pain, made from Yahiko's corpse, had Rinnegan eyes and was filled with black rods that conducted chakra, giving him a rather strange appearance. He wore the Akatsuki's signature red cloud black robe. The Akatsuki organization had always been famous, and seeing them in person today truly lived up to their reputation. Perhaps we can make a deal. The night breeze chuckled softly. The Akatsuki organization was in need of talent, so they wouldn't easily take action against him. Killing him for no reason would yield them nothing. Good. Let's hear your thoughts. Tiandao sat in a chair. His expression remained calm. I need corpses, a lot of corpses, especially those of the strong. In exchange, I can help the Akatsuki. The night breeze whispered lightly. Oh, the heavenly path glanced curiously at the night breeze. But it doesn't matter. Everyone here basically has their own secrets and reasons. Moreover, corpses are not something that anyone really wants. Scorpions might take some to create puppets, but aside from that, generally no one would do anything with corpses. All right, I accept this condition. The heavenly path quickly nodded. However, before discussing serious matters, could this little guy prove his strength? The Heavenly Path said, "There is naturally no doubt about Orochimaru's strength. He is qualified to join Akatsuki. But what about Hongdou? She seems like just an ordinary ninja. Let's show them. After all, she's a proud experimental achievement." The Night Wind commanded. "Yes, teacher." Hongdou then opened his left eye Sharingan, revealing the kaleidoscope form. The crimson and stunningly beautiful unique eye emitted a hint of evil chakra, appearing on a ninja who is not a member of the Uchiha clan. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Is it transplanted? Moreover, this shape resembles that of Akatsuki's. Hongdou was shocked again. The people I brought myself certainly have confidence, and as for this eye, I hope the two of you can keep it confidential for now. Hongdou will serve as my subordinate and a reserve member of the Akatsuki organization, not an official member. Can we discuss the next steps? The night breeze whispered softly. Very well, with your joining, the organization will undoubtedly become even more glorious. This is your communication ring. I will notify you of anything through it. This child, as you mentioned, will temporarily serve as a reserve member. If you have any questions about Xiao, you can also inject chakra into the ring to find me, Hongdou said slowly. Without hesitation, he handed over the ring engraved with the character for empty. Your code name is Kong. Do you have any other questions? Xiaonan asked. What is the organization's goal? As far as I know, you have been making money as mercenary ninjas during the war these years, but there haven't been any other unusual actions. Is making money just preparation? What comes next? The Night Wind asked. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, it would seem strange not to ask anything at all. The war. Xiao would personally initiate the fourth Great Ninja War, and it would also be the last Great Ninja War. After accumulating wealth, the next goal would be the tailed beasts of each village to make the world feel pain and bring about lasting peace, to create true peace and fear. Hongdou said coldly, his gaze turned towards the rain outside the window. Peace. Perhaps this world indeed needs peace. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. The peace he referred to was not the same as the peace spoken of by the way of heaven. 21 missed Hidden Village Tomb rating. Recently, there haven't been any important missions for Xiao. If you're interested, you could try your hand at being a bounty ninja and help the organization earn some money. Just like Kakuzu. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. If there are mission requirements, I will contact you through the ring. Otherwise, feel free to do as you wish. Pain left those last words and departed with Conan. The rain outside the window continued to fall. The night breeze unknowingly donned the Akatsuki robe, and beside it, Hongdou also wore one. However, Hongdou did not have a ring. Teacher, where are we going next? Hongdou asked softly. The Hidden Mist Village. The night breeze was calm. The first corpses to be collected would be the former Hokages of the major ninja villages. If given the opportunity, the Jinchuriki could also lend a hand. The one tail from Mangekyō and the fourth Kazekage were not in a hurry, while in Wagakure, Inoki's jutsu was more troublesome. Therefore, the highest priority was the second Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi from Kirigakure, and the third Reikage, A from Kumogakure. As for Konohagakure, the three Hokages had already become collectibles. A week later, after returning from a land of rain to the land of fire, then coming to the sea, passing through the land of waves, and making their way to the land of water. Kirigakure is quite unique among the 5 great ninja villages. Due to its geographical location, it is often not attacked, and they also do not easily participate in the Ninja World Wars. Kirigakure is an island nation with a distinct culture, located deep in the mountains, often shrouded in thick fog. A few years ago, the Three Tails was sealed inside Rin Noera. However, Rin actively died at the hands of Kakashi, causing Kirigakure's surprise attack on Konoha to fail. Later, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, sealed the Three Tails within himself, becoming the second Jinchuriki. But after Yagura's death, the Three Tails returned to a wild and unclaimed state, sleeping in a large lake. Without a suitable container, Kirigakure did not disturb the tailed beast again. The current fifth Mizukage is a woman named Terumi Mei. Kirigakure still implements a policy of isolation and does not engage in any communication with the outside world. Teacher, this place is so eerie, Akatsuki couldn't help but complain. Both Mangekyō and Kirigakure are very strange and cold places. The night wind just smiled and patted the girl's head. The two figures in red cloud cloaks walked through the Hidden Mist Village. With their skills, they could easily bypass the defenses of the village's ninjas and directly enter the village's interior. However, dressing so strangely would surely draw attention over time. After all, this place had been sealed off, with hardly any outsiders, making it easy to expose the identity of foreign ninjas. "Old man, do you know where the ninja cemetery is?" The Night Wind asked. Almost every ninja village has a cemetery specially built for heroes, where ninjas who sacrifice themselves for the village will be buried. The cemetery is located on the east side of the village. Controlled by the illusion of the three-tomo Sharingan, the old man selling fish quickly revealed it. Very good. The Night Breeze nodded in satisfaction. Along with Hongdou, they slowly made their way towards the eastern part of the village. Although many people noticed the two of them along the way, nothing unusual happened. The white fog was thick and lingering, and the streets were silent. Even if there were some strange characters, it should be the ninjas' responsibility. Ordinary people didn't want to get involved in inexplicable dangers. Half an hour later, the cemetery. The Night Breeze and Red Beans wandered around here and finally found a few of the largest graves. However, only the second generation of Mizukage retained some remains. The others were all empty coffins, with only a monument on top. The tombstones and soil had been disturbed, and a faint smell of decay permeated the air. Next to the Night Wind, a sacrifice has been prepared, a middle-aged man captured from the misty, hidden village. He was knocked unconscious and brought over as a sacrifice. Hongdou didn't say anything, probably already accustomed to this man's cruelty. Good. It seems that no one has discovered us for now. The Night Wind utilized the sensory ability of the fragrant bloodline and found that there were still no abnormalities around. The Hidden Mist village was overly confident in its outer defenses, believing that no ninja could penetrate those lines, while the internal defenses were rather lax. Summoning technique, un pur world de réincarnation. The Night Wind formed seals in its hands, and a black symbol array emerged from the ground. The impure earth from the pure land enveloped the offerings, gradually taking on the appearance of the ghostly lanterns formed before death. In less than 2 minutes, the ninjutsu was completely completed. However, due to the imperfection of the impure reincarnation, these summoned beings currently possessed only about 30 to 40% of their peak power from when they were alive. But it didn't matter. As long as the items were in hand, there would be plenty of time to perfect the ninjutsu later. "Sensei, a ninja is coming," Hongdou exclaimed. "Interesting. It seems there's a device set up in the graveyard to sense chakra. When someone uses ninjutsu here, it sends a covert alarm." The Night Breeze licked its lips. First, it retracted the second Mizukage of the impure world reincarnation, then turned to look at the approaching ninjas from the Hidden Mist village in the distance. There were about 7 or 8 of them, likely members of the Umbu. The leader appeared particularly special, as if just rushed out of the office, wearing a hat with the character for water on it. The Mizukage. Red Bean's small face was filled with seriousness. The distance between the two sides was only a few dozen meters, and she could see the situation on the other side through the transplanted Sharingan, even through the mist. The situation had become troublesome. She didn't expect the Mizukage to arrive so quickly. "To dare to act in the graveyard of our village. You two have quite a bit of courage," the woman said coldly. Her clear, water-like emerald eyes and her brown-red, cross-shaped, long hair cascaded down her waist, resembling a small tree, with her right eye covered by her hair. She had a seductive figure and a charming face, exuding the allure of a mature woman. The fifth Mizukage, holder of the Melt Release and Boil Release Kekei Genkai, Terumi Mei. According to the timeline, she should be 21 today, without needing to say much. The 7 or 8 subordinates retreated behind her, having great trust in the strength of their village's leader. Despite Terumi Mei's youth, no one in the village dared to question her power. Melt Release, melting monster technique. Boil Release, skilled mist technique. Terumi Mei was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys in front of her. Opening her fiery red lips, she unleashed 2 types of Kekei Genkai techniques in succession. First, a sticky and highly corrosive liquid shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Night Wind and Red Bean. Following that, she expelled a mass of boiling, ultra-high-temperature mist, engulfing all distant figures within it. The Umbu ninjas lowered their heads, fear evident in their eyes. They knew all too well the terror of such techniques. So far, no defensive measure had been able to withstand Terumi Mei's power. A technique that could even melt Susanoo? "I'm really scared." The voice of the Night Wind sounded hoarse, yet showed no signs of concern. "Shunwei." Without waiting for the Night Wind's orders, Hongdou activated the powerful ocular technique residing in her left eye, and a force of space tearing appeared in front of the two. The 2 ninjutsu were devoured, bizarrely disappearing into the air. Terumi Mei was slightly taken aback, her expression becoming extremely serious. "You're all just illusions of beauty and fairness. Who exactly are you? How dare you commit such an act of insult against the Mist Village?" Terumi Mei frowned, appearing calm. She was actually signaling a member of the Umbu to go back and inform the village to immediately dispatch more ninjas. Today, even if it meant encirclement, they must kill these two intruders. Insulting the modern Hokage is an act that no village can forgive. Do you want to kill me? With just your power? Can you really do it? The night wind chuckled softly. In the golden snake-like pupils, a hint of disdain and pride was revealed. With his current cards, he could actually destroy the entire Hidden Mist village, but there was no reason to do so. Now is not the time to start a war. There is no need to expose his abilities. You are. Orochimaru? The guard beside Terumi, Mei suddenly exclaimed. Orochimaru's reputation in the ninja world was immense, and he quickly recognized that face. Black long hair, pale skin, golden snake-like pupils. Without a doubt, this was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He never expected that this guy, after betraying the village, would come to the Hidden Mist village with ill intentions, daring to desecrate the modern Hokage's grave. You recognize me? The man said, somewhat surprised. No matter who you are, you won't escape from here today, Terumi Mei said in a deep voice. Oh, do you really think you can kill me with numbers? The night wind was indifferent. Zhao Mei Ming didn't respond, only tightening her fists and looking at the two people with annoyance. What had just happened also troubled her. Her two most proud attack ninjutsu had inexplicably been devoured by some kind of spatial power. Deep down, she knew that wanting to keep these two people here was probably a distant hope. One day I will flatten this land. The night wind dropped a sentence, leading Hongdou away without looking back. Terumi Mei did not give any orders, and the ninjas did not act rashly, just watching the two disappear from sight. Lord Mizukichi? Ching said with some concern. The Hidden Mist village had experienced many internal wars, so its internal strength was not actually strong. If it were a dangerous person of Orochimaru's level, they would indeed feel helpless, especially since even Terumi Mei's jutsu had failed. No one is allowed to speak of what happened today, Terumi Mei said through gritted teeth. Understood. Teacher, that was really dangerous. I can actually only use the space-time ninjutsu twice, and if Terumi Mei attacks again, we would have to escape. Hongdou patted her chest in relief. Her current chakra amount could only sustain the use of Kamui twice at most. As the Mizukichi, she certainly did not dare to take risks. So she had no choice but to give up and had to abandon the pursuit. The night breeze was gentle. I hope everything goes smoothly with the project. Once the kaleidoscope can be mass-produced, the ninja world will be within reach. 2 weeks later, the two of them hurried along the road, on their way to the Hidden Cloud Village, when they received a message from the ring. It wasn't Nagato and Konan, but Ku, who was in charge of managing the funds for the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru, you joined the Akatsuki. Why didn't you greet everyone? A shadowy figure appeared before them. It was a man wearing the Akatsuki's long cloak and a black mask. If you have something to say, just say it. The night wind was chilly. You know, the organization is currently raising a large amount of funds in preparation for war. It seems you're going to Yunin Village recently. There's a task I need you to handle. It's a bounty ninja mission. There's a Yunin Village jounin named Sammy, said to be a beautiful woman with big breasts and fair skin. Someone wants her head, and the bounty is 10 million Ryo. Kakuzu said, Is it really that twisted? What kind of man would spend so much money to buy the head of a rare beauty instead of capturing her alive? The night wind chuckled. For some reason, there is a sense of madness in that smile. Money, as long as there is money, what does it matter about anything else? This task is entrusted to you. It's your first time helping the organization, so don't let everyone down. The underground bounty trading house in Yunin Village is located at. Soon, Kakuzu explained everything. The night breeze naturally indicated indifference. After all, they were going to Yunin Village anyway, so killing someone along the way wasn't a big deal. Teacher, will we often take on such tasks in the future? Hongdou couldn't help but ask. The man nodded affirmatively. Do you think it's inappropriate? The night wind asked. No, I just feel that there might be danger. After all, we are in someone else's village, Hongdou said. Killing and such things have been inevitable since the day I truly chose to follow Orochimaru. What she was worried about was whether such an arrogant action would bring danger. The fourth Reikage is very strong, a well-known super powerhouse in the ninja world, and Kumogakure also has the 8 tails and 2 tails as tailed beast weapons. If our escape route gets cut off, it's hard to guarantee our safety. If we really get surrounded, we can only reveal our trump card, and besides, Kumogakure has always been proud, and their defense measures can be said to be extremely poor. When I came here before, I even picked up a horn from the 8 tails to cultivate tailed beast chakra, and no one noticed. A bunch of brutes, not worth worrying about. The night breeze was gentle. Cloud Hidden Village, one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, belongs to the Land of Lightning. It is located on towering peaks that reach into the clouds, shrouded in mist and echoing with deafening thunder. The villagers mostly have dark skin, excel in swordsmanship and lightning release, and practice body techniques. In short, it is a place with a tough culture. It produces all kinds of brash men, and intelligent individuals are rarely seen. Teacher, the roads in Cloud-Hidden Village are really torturous. Hongdou couldn't help but complain. Below is the sea, and above are mountains that pierce the sky. If an ordinary person were to take a look, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Only ninjas can walk in such a place. However, the people here are really careless. Not even a single defensive ninja could be seen. Just as Night Breeze said, the people here are very negligent. Throughout their journey, they hardly saw any ninjas and faced no obstacles. The sky had darkened. Yet, the large Cloud-Hidden Village was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Under various uniquely shaped rock houses, a throng of people came and went. The villagers were mostly tall men with dark skin, each one more robust than the last, all with explosive muscles and powerful builds. Note, strong women are also considered men. In contrast, Night Breeze's frail little frame and pale, pitiful skin looked as if a gust of wind could knock him down. He seemed like a useless man. As they walked, the crowd around them cast scornful glances at Orochimaru. It must be said that the aesthetic standards of the people living here are indeed very peculiar, seeing dark skin and muscles as beauty. Anything like fair skin and beauty is seen as an illusion. Lindayu? I could take down 10 Lindayus with one punch. Doge, teacher, how do you feel? Hongdou smiled. In the past, many people faced Orochimaru with only fear. Now, however, these people regarded Orochimaru as some fragile figure. In fact, it's nothing. I've already said this place is full of brutes. The night wind is calm. Let's go. We still need to find out where the cemetery is and the location of Sam. The night breeze carried the girl away. Using the illusion abilities of the Sharingan, it was easy to make a civilian reveal two things that weren't exactly secrets. Whether it was the burial site of the ninjas or the famous beauty Samui in the village, almost everyone here knew. Speaking of which, Samui is actually a cow. The night breeze recalls Sammy's image, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Milk a cow? Hongdou's face flushed, not expecting the teacher to say such things. Indeed, that is a pair of extraordinary weapons. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder which perverted man spent a fortune wanting someone else's head. Could be a necrophiliac? But I've never heard of necrophiliacs being interested in heads. The night wind laughed again. Hongdou didn't say anything, but her face was slightly flushed. Let's go, first to the grave of the third Reikage. The impure world reincarnation is a top priority. The night wind swayed gently, leading the red beam to the center of the cemetery. After digging up several graves of previous Reikages, they ultimately found a small remnant of bones only in the grave of the third Reikage, AI. To perform the impure world reincarnation, it is necessary to use the corpse of the deceased, even if it's just a fragment of a bone. But the other graves had no remains at all. Summoning technique, impure world de réincarnation. The night breeze brought out a randomly captured male villager as a sacrifice and activated the ninjutsu. He included the third Reikage, A, in his collection, then left the place with Akatsuki, too lazy to clean up the overturned grave. Unlike the hidden mist village, this tomb raiding operation went undetected by anyone. Next destination, Samui. A few minutes later, knock, knock, knock. The night breeze knocked on a wooden door. Who is it? A cold female voice sounded from inside. Soon, the rumored beauty of Yunin village opened the door. At 19 years old, she had clean-cut golden short hair and a pair of enormous assets that rivaled Tsunade's. With a voluptuous figure, her skin was fair, her body hot, with blue-green pupils and a stunningly cold face. However, looking at her face, one could also sense a gentle, understanding beauty. Who are you? Sammy asked, somewhat curious yet cautious. At such a late hour, he had thought it was a ninja from the village with something important, but he didn't expect it to be two unfamiliar strangers, especially this man, who gave off an air of being quite extraordinary. Hello, beautiful. Goodbye, beautiful. The night wind carried a hoarse and malevolent voice. The three-tomo Sharingan activated, temporarily confusing Samui's mind with illusion. Seizing the moment of her distraction, the Kusanagi sword appeared in hand, and with one swift strike, he severed the woman's neck, taking her head worth millions. Samui was just a chunin now. Even if she were a jonin, she still had no chance of escape in front of the night wind. As for the idea of being gentle with flowers, he didn't care at all. It was just killing. Who could he not kill? Men or women? It didn't matter. If he wanted to kill, he would just do it. After all, this was his first time doing a job for Akatsuki. He put on an act. The night wind commanded Hongdou. Yes, teacher. Only then did Hongdou take out a cloth bag that had been prepared in advance and put Samui's head inside. The blood quickly soaked through the bag, and drops of red liquid flowed out from it. The night wind continued to laugh heartlessly. Let's go to the underground bounty exchange. Yes, teacher. The two slowly walked out of Yuin village. It took several minutes for some villagers to notice the unusual situation at Sam's home. As for how the ninjas of Yuin would react in anger upon discovering that the tomb of the previous Hokage had been robbed, the night wind couldn't be bothered to care. After all, he was now a rogue ninja. Those people couldn't do anything even if they knew. At most, it would just raise his profile as a rogue ninja. After a while, the two left Yuin village and soon arrived at an open mountain peak. After searching for a few minutes, they finally found a cave entrance blocked by a giant rock. It seemed like there was no door, but there was a gap beside it just big enough for a person to enter. This was an underground bounty exchange near Yuin village. The so-called ninjas, besides those in ninja villages, also include bounty ninjas who do not belong to any faction. They take on various bounty tasks and are willing to risk everything for money. Many wealthy individuals looking to do something unsavory often come here to post tasks, like the one in the night wind's hand. Upon entering the space, it was incredibly spacious. It didn't look like a cave, it resembled a tavern instead. There were places to post tasks and a counter for task submissions with dedicated staff, as well as dozens of dining tables for those who wanted to eat and drink. More than 100 people came and went, making it quite lively. The night breeze brought in a little girl who was holding a blood-dripping cloth bag, naturally attracting a lot of attention. However, no one came up to cause trouble. The place was a mix of fish and dragons, and no one knew each other's backgrounds. Making a move here could be deadly. Is this the place to hand over tasks? The night breeze gently said, Yes, sir. May I ask what you have in your hand? The female staff member spoke politely. Yunin village, the head of the CH Nin, Sammy, you can confirm it. The night breeze carried the bag over. The staff member's expression changed in surprise, but he quickly opened the bag and examined the head that had only recently been severed. After comparing it with the photo of Sam in the records, he confirmed that the bounty task was complete. Please wait a moment, sir. I will have someone bring your reward right away, the staff member said, slightly bowing and speaking with great respect. The ability to act within Yuin village, kill a Chunin, and leave unscathed earned him the admiration of many ninjas. This man was at least of elite Jonin level strength. I never expected to see you here. It is truly an honor. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said respectfully, clearly recognizing Night Breeze's identity. This is your reward, a total of 10 million Rio. The man handed over a black box filled with stacks of cash. Let's arrange some appetizers, maybe some grilled meat. The night wind nodded and said. He did not conceal his appearance. Those with keen eyes could still recognize him. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. After submitting the task, the night wind and Hongdou sat down at a table, waiting for the bounty exchange staff to bring drinks and dishes. My brother, you actually completed that assassination task in Cloud Hidden Village. Pretty impressive. How about considering sharing a bit with your brothers? 3 burly men approached with ill intentions, wearing headbands from some unknown small ninja village. Their eyes were fixed on the money box next to the night wind. Besides them, many others here were also tempted, but lacked the courage to act. That was 10 million taels. Oh, is that so? The night wind squinted his eyes. Robbery had come upon him. Truly, a reckless outlaw with no sense. 24 perfect bodies. The shadow of the serpent's hand. Before the night wind could act, Hongdou had already unleashed her ninjutsu. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in her left eye appeared, and a powerful illusion simultaneously enveloped the 3 death-seeking bounty ninjas. Dozens of small snakes emerged from her sleeves, biting into the necks of the 3 men. In just a moment's time, the 3 men had lost their breath and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers trembled in their hearts and hurriedly lowered their heads. Money? No matter how much money there is, what use is it if a person is dead? This was a tough opponent. Even a young girl from his team could take out 3 CH Nin in an instant, showing just how strong that man was. Clap, clap, clap. A man wearing a black mask stepped forward, applauding. The onlookers then realized he was wearing the same black robe with red clouds as the 2 men. Truly calm. Impressive indeed. I didn't expect your human experiments to have progressed to this extent, the man laughed. He walked to the night wind's table, unceremoniously sat down, and took away the box that the night wind had just claimed. You money grubber, I guess you would be here. The night wind said irritably. After Kakuzu assigned him this task, he had a vague suspicion that this guy was actually near Hidden Cloud Village. This man, who had lived for a long time, had only one hobby, money. Of course, he also cherished his own life. You Your escape skills are famously exceptional, so it's only fitting that this task is given to you, Kakuzu said with a laugh, completely unconcerned. Really? Is that all I'm good at, escaping? Do you want to have a match with me? The night wind smiled strangely, staring at Kakuzu with ill intentions. Forget it. I'm not a battle fanatic. This time, I'll cover the meal for both of you, but I won't be polite with the bounty. Kakuzu glanced at Orochimaru and Anko, then picked up the black box and walked away, completely absorbed in money. Teacher, is he also a member of the Akatsuki? Anko asked after seeing the man walk away. Yes, he is in charge of managing the money. His name is Kakuzu. The night breeze answered softly. Soon, the barbecue and wine were served on the table. To my surprise, the taste was quite good. The night breeze and Red Bean sat together, eating pieces of roasted meat. Tired from the journey, they finally had time to relax, and the night breeze rarely drank a few cups of wine. Red Bean also tentatively had 2 cups, her little face turning a rosy red, which was quite adorable, prompting the night breeze to pinch the little girl's cheek. After finishing their meal and drinks, they leisurely left. They found a simple little hotel not far away and stayed for the night. The next day, morning, damn it, useless, all useless. As soon as dawn broke, the furious roar of the fourth Reikage, echoed throughout the hidden cloud village. The grave of the previous leader had been desecrated, and Samui had been beheaded in her own home. It was as if someone was shitting on the hidden cloud village. This is intolerable. In one night, these subordinate ninjas couldn't even find a single hair of the assailants. They only vaguely knew that 2 strange figures in black cloaks with red clouds had appeared in the village. The Akatsuki? Soon, someone among them found information related to that kind of clothing. Unfortunately, the people had long since disappeared without a trace. Master, where are we going next? To another ninja village, or? Red Bean asked. There's no rush to go to the rock village or sand village. We will first go to the place where the second Hokage died. Why? The brothers of gold and silver from the hidden cloud village ambushed and killed the second Hokage. They possessed 9 tails chakra and some ninja tools left by the sage of 6 paths. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, 3 years had already gone by. After joining the Akatsuki, Yifeng gradually established connections with various members. Their Scorpion, who creates puppets, the mysterious Jew, the reserve member Fei, and Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village. As for Itachi, Haiden, and Deidara, these 3 have not yet joined the Akatsuki. In the 53rd year of Konoha, Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's base. Teacher, can I finally take a break for a while? The girl said, a bit tired. The girl, in her prime youth, was at the perfect stage between adolescence and maturity, her body developing exceptionally well, tightly wrapped in a black fishnet outfit. It was Hongdou. The organization has already informed me that I have things to deal with recently. The Night Wind replied. After several years, he still maintained the same appearance as before, seemingly not aging at all. Only he knew that this body was already very old, and it was time to use the technique of reincarnation without a corpse to switch to a new body, to create a perfect vessel. He had put in a lot of effort over the years. He had Dee assist him in conducting dozens of experiments. The goal was to create the most perfect and suitable container for reincarnation, which was not a special bloodline limit user, nor the bloodlines of the Uchiha or Senju clans. What he created was his own clone. That's right, he had to use his bodily materials to create clones, due to changes in the bloodline. He even restarted an experiment he had previously abandoned, the study of natural chakra. This would allow one to use sage techniques and harness the innate ability of natural chakra. Over 3 years, he had performed over 1,000 experiments, resulting in the birth of more than 2,000 clone infants, all incorporated into the study of natural chakra. Since it was a new body, it had to be stronger than the current one. Although it was a tough journey, he was fortunate that it ultimately succeeded. In a situation where the mortality rate was almost 100%, a special experimental subject survived. And this was the new body prepared for himself by the Night Wind. Cultivated with a special potion and infused with Orochimaru's own blood. Although it was only 3 years old, it looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. The hair was black, and the eyes were already golden snake pupils, resembling Orochimaru in his childhood. The reincarnation without a corpse could only be used once every 3 years, and each use would slightly diminish his soul. Therefore, the Night Wind naturally prepared the best body. Only his own body was most suitable for his soul. Bloodline limits could also be inherited through blood, and he gained the innate ability to use sage techniques. In the dark room, Dee and Akatsuki were watching from a distance, not daring to approach Orochimaru. Without a corpse reincarnation, The man transformed into a white phosphorus giant snake, with a white snake body and a humanoid monster head with long black hair. This was also one of the forms of the main body, not a complete form of the eight-headed snake. Hiss, the snake flicked its tongue, and the golden snake pupils glowed with a dangerous light. In the eyes of D and Akatsuki, who looked like fervent believers, the white giant snake merged with the small boy's body on the experimental platform, making it hard to imagine that this process was happening right before their eyes. Meanwhile, the Orochimaru flesh left behind had become an empty shell devoid of soul. The little boy slowly opened his eyes, and his body visibly grew taller, transforming into a boy around 11 or 12 years old. The golden, dangerous snake pupils suddenly turned into 4 eerie black pinwheels. The background was a chilling crimson. After 3 years of harvest, first and foremost, the Night Wind was most concerned about the research on the Uchiha bloodline. Under D's supervision, they successfully cultivated a dozen clones of Uchiha Shisui in the first year. Additionally, there were hundreds of newborns with Uchiha bloodlines. Although he did not find a way to restore Uchiha Shisui's eyes, the Night Wind discovered that devouring the eyes of those Uchiha Shisui clones was effective, coupled with the hundreds of Uchiha bloodline clan members. The powerful ocular power finally allowed the Sharingan to break through to the Mangekyō level, perhaps due to absorbing too much of Shisui's blood. His left and right eye abilities were also Tsukuyami. The difference was that the left eye's Tsukuyami was a temporary illusion, similar to Itachi's Tsukuyami space. This technique could be activated multiple times, but its effect was not as terrifying as the right eye. The right eye's Tsukuyami was the legendary strongest illusion, directly modifying a person's memories and will. Although this technique was powerful, it had a cooldown period of a full 12 years. Since the ocular power had reached the Mangekyō level, the Night Wind no longer cultivated the Sharingan. Unless the technical level could break through to cultivate the Mangekyō, ordinary eyes no longer had any benefits for him. Thus, in the second year, the Night Wind and D focused on cultivating a new body, while helping Akatsuki complete missions. They also conducted experiments. Finally, now, 2 years later, they had created a brand new young body with the power of a naturally born sage body, capable of using natural chakra to perform ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas rely on the chakra condensed within their bodies to perform ninjutsu. Natural chakra, however, can only be used by ninjas who have cultivated sage mode. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, were both powerful users of sage mode. Now, Orochimaru had also obtained this power. Akatsuki, how is the blood curse technique? Is it still functioning normally? The Night Wind said. In 3 years, his gains are far more than just this pair of kaleidoscopes. By studying his own blood and merging it with curse seal techniques, he formed a new type of curse seal art. Those who possess blood curse seals will not turn into monsters, nor will they gain any powerful abilities. However, because their body contains his blood, their life force will be very tenacious. If they continuously absorb blood, they can even achieve eternal youth, which resembles Tsunade's 100 healing technique. Teacher, the blood curse seal shows no abnormalities, and the body is currently fine, Hongdou replied respectfully. Although the person in front of her had transformed into a small boy who looked about 11 years old, she dared not be negligent. This is Lord Orochimaru. No matter his appearance, this is Orochimaru. That's good. The Night Wind nodded. Let's go. Take me to meet Uchiha Shisui. Yes, my lord. Uchiha Shisui, as an experimental subject, had never been discarded and was kept alive by the personnel on the base. Now, the Night Wind was going to see him for the last bit of Shisui's value. Bang! The experimental door was pushed open. A somewhat frail figure walked in, with golden hues in the boy's eyes. Behind him were Kabuto and Anko, 2 subordinates respectfully following. After all these years, your willpower is indeed strong. The Night Wind sighed. The still water was kept in this laboratory like livestock, without sight and unable to speak. The people of Konoha had long since mourned his death. In reality, he was just confined here, cultivated as experimental material. The boy on the experiment table remained silent. He had grown a lot, but every day he was imprisoned in this dark and sunless place. If he could end his own life, he would have done so long ago. After a while, Lord Orochimaru, here is the sacrifice he requested. 2 subordinates in protective suits brought in a villager captured from the Sound Village. The night breeze nodded slightly, signaling a few people to withdraw. Without hesitation, he picked up a scalpel from the side and pierced through the throat of Shisui, decapitating him completely. He then threw the head to the Konoha gatekeeper and said it was his gift. The night wind let out a cold smile, since it has already lost its value. Giving it to Konoha is no problem. Yes, a subordinate in a white protective suit took the head. At this moment, the night wind began to form hand seals again. Summoning technique. Impure world de réincarnation. Using a living body as a sacrifice, drawing the soul from the corpse of the deceased. Summoning the soul of the pure land to the present world. The strange and pure substance gathered on the living person, quickly forming the appearance of Uchiha Shisui before his death. That is a boy of about 12 years old. Master, this guy didn't develop his Mangekyō before he died, so even if he's revived, Do didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was very clear. Even if Shisui was brought back by impure world reincarnation, he would just be a guy without a Mangekyō. It doesn't matter. After all, his value can still be extracted. Moreover, Itachi should appreciate this gift when he sees his old friend turned into this. The night wind let out a chilling laugh. Whether it was Sasuke, Itachi, or even Fugaku Uchiha, their eyes were all his prey. Is the teacher going to return to Konoha? Hongdou asked curiously. Thinking about it, it had been several years since the two of them had last been back to Konoha. They were either carrying out missions around the world or conducting various experiments at the research base. Well, now seems to be about the right opportunity. The night breeze nodded. There are only 2 years left until the Uchiha clan's downfall. In another year, Naruto and Sasuke will enter the Ninja Academy. He has many plans that he wants to realize in Konoha. Well, I want to be with the teacher too, Akamatsu said softly. I plan to infiltrate the Hyuga clan using the Byakugan bloodline limit. What about you? The night wind smiled. The reincarnation eye is also a very powerful ocular technique, and he doesn't intend to let the Hyuga clan off the hook. Moreover, he just happens to have the Byakugan, so he won't be easily discovered when he blends in. Hongdou hesitated for a moment. Haha, the teacher is just joking with you. You can join in too. Just take on the identity of an ordinary person's niece, like a distant relative of a fruit shop or grocery store owner. As long as you don't reveal your chakra. Konoha shouldn't notice you. The night breeze smiled and patted the little girl on the head. His body was still very small, and he had to stand on tiptoe to touch the red bean's head. But the red bean was also very understanding. Slightly bending down as if enjoying the affection of her master, a smile appeared on her youthful and beautiful cheeks. The night wind finally realized that Hongdou had grown up. Not only in terms of thoughts, but also in a physical sense, she seemed like a ripe peach, making one unable to resist taking a bite. As for Do, Jumala's matters, and those few children, I'll leave them all to you. Although you and Honglian don't see eye to eye, if you're too busy, you can also assign some tasks to her, understand? The night wind commanded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the boy replied, respectfully kneeling on the ground. The woman called Honglian in the night breeze is one who possesses a special bloodline limit, crystal release, and her abilities are quite decent. However, Shindo do not see eye to eye, so she is not in this base. New identity, Hyugakaze, Konoha, 53rd year. Konoha village. Another ordinary day, yet also an extraordinary one. Hokage building. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, had an exceptionally grim expression. On his desk lay a bloodied object wrapped in a cloth bag, which was a human head, a boy's head. Uchiha Shisui, who mysteriously disappeared years ago, had now been beheaded and sent to Konoha. There was also a note inside, simply stating 3 words, Orochimaru. So, he really intends to be an enemy of Konoha? The third sighed and exhaled a puff of smoke. Several Umbu were kneeling nearby, not daring to disturb the Hokage. The room was filled with swirling white smoke. Konoha, Hyuga clan. The main family is valued by the clan, while the branch family children often become mere accessories. Even if they have great talent, they often have to figure things out on their own. Hyugakaze is just an ordinary boy for the branch family. His parents died early in the Nine Tails incident, and his talent is quite average, just an unremarkable guy. To this day, he is still a genin, having given up on ninja training after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Sigh. Another boring day. If only I had the talent of young Master Niji, it wouldn't be like this. The boy opened his small room, only to find a golden-eyed individual inside, looking to be around his age. You. Hyugakaze barely managed to say one word before everything went dark in front of him. From today onwards, I am Hyugakaze. The cold sound of the night wind echoed in the room, and before one knew it, it had transformed into Hinata's voice. With a strong tug of both hands, I directly tore off the facial skin of the corpse on the ground. The technique of disguise using human skin, a ninjutsu known as face-writing technique. Even if Hinata's biological parents were resurrected, there would be no signs from their appearance. At the same time, Akamaru, as the niece of a fruit shop owner, entered Konoha. Thus, Orochimaru and his apprentice both infiltrated Konoha, The next day, Hinata, your training progress is too disappointing. Early in the morning, the voice of the clan leader erupted from the main house. This girl, Hinata, was born soft and timid, too kind and too peaceful. She simply wasn't cut out to be a ninja. However, as the eldest daughter of the main family, she had to undergo extensive training, even if forced. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Hinata tried, she did not meet the expectations of Hyuga Hisashi. Family bonds. It was more like a cage. The night wind shook its head, dispersing the attention towards the Hyuga clan. After tidying up his clothes a bit, he walked out of the small room. The plain-looking boy with black hair had nothing special about him except for his white eyes that indicated his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan. He was the kind of person who would be hard to find in a crowd. "Good morning. Please give me 2 pounds of apples." The night wind approached a grocery store and said with a smile, "All right, customer." The middle-aged man gave Hinata Kaze a deep look and replied respectfully. At that moment, Hongdou also walked out of the shop, smiling as she looked at the night wind. "Konoha is really nice. It's even more harmonious than I imagined. And the ninja masters are very kind." Hongdou smiled. She had also changed to a new face. And no one could guess that this little girl was the previously missing Hongdou. "Sir, what is your name?" Hongdou blinked and asked with a smile. "Hinata Kaze." The night breeze smiled faintly. Soon after greeting, it left the place. A few minutes later, while passing by the ninja school, the night breeze noticed an unusual gathering of children. "Ah, isn't that a child from the Hyuga family?" "Yes, those eyes must belong to Niji's cousin." "Oomph, aren't they usually so arrogant?" "This girl must have a terrible personality too, thinking she has something special just because of her prestigious background and talent." A few little kids were eagerly surrounding her. It turned out that little Hinata was in a bad mood and had run too fast down the street, accidentally bumping into someone holding an ice cream. Then, when a few kids noticed Hinata's Byakugan, things escalated to the current situation. "I am not like this," Hinata said, lowering her head softly. The Branch family eldest daughter was now 5 years old, with a cute, rosy face and very clean short hair. How could she try to run away without apologizing? That's unacceptable. It absolutely cannot be forgiven. Just when Hinata was about to leave, a little boy suddenly grabbed her hair. Taking advantage of the lack of adults around, he acted very boldly, usually too scared to offend the arrogant Niji Hyuga. They saw this little girl as easy prey and didn't want to miss the opportunity. "Hey, apologize," one of the kids said coldly. With a shove, he knocked Hinata down on her knees and grabbed her hair again. I'm sorry. Hinata had no thought of resisting. She was so scared that she started to cry. Sigh. The night breeze slowly approached, and I couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, with just a roll of the eyes and some gentle techniques, I could easily take these kids down, but Hinata didn't realize this at all. Just like in the original work, this girl has a very timid personality. "Lady Hinata, I'm coming," the night wind shouted loudly. The 3 little brats from the Hyuga clan were startled and immediately put down Hinata, preparing to flee. This guy not only had Byakugan, but also wore a genin headband, someone they couldn't possibly defeat as ungraduated students. "Oomph." The night breeze let out a cold snort and chased after them directly. Under Hinata's gaze, the night breeze quickly dealt with the 3 little brats, leaving their faces swollen and several teeth knocked out. If it weren't for the fact that killing in Konoha is frowned upon, he would have directly taken care of these kids. Thank you." Hinata stood up at some point, looking at the night breeze with curiosity. Her cute face was slightly flushed, and she seemed to be lost in thought. "This is what I should do, Lady Hinata." The night breeze smiled gently, looking just like a bodyguard. "What's your name?" Hinata asked again. "Hyuga Kaze." "It's my honor to assist, Lady Hinata. I hope we have a chance to meet again." The night breeze replied with a phrase, leaving behind a carefree silhouette before disappearing from the spot. With his intervention, it seems that Hinata would never have the chance to like Naruto, the main character. His chakra sensing can cover Konoha, and he is well aware of everyone's location, ensuring that Hinata and Naruto won't have the opportunity to interact. As for the main goal, it's not about playing some evil play game, but rather for convenience in future abductions. We do not create bloodline limits. We are merely the traffickers of bloodline limits. 27 Red Flower Dessert Shop the next day. Hyuga clan residence. "Hyuga Kaze, are you sure you don't want this guard position?" A middle-aged man with Byakugan said, considering that Hyuga Kaze's parents sacrificed themselves for the village. The family originally intended to give him an easy position. Although it's nominally a guard role, it's essentially a security job with nothing to do. Sitting in a space similar to a guard room, working 7 to 8 hours a day with a generous salary. No matter how you look at it, it's a pretty good position. Hyuga Kaze's ninja talent is quite poor. He is merely the weakest genin, so he should be grateful for such a job. No need to trouble, uncle. I want to go work outside and do something else. The night breeze smiled and said, well then, I wish you a happy life. The middle-aged man did not insist. Although the family rules were strict, Hinata Kaze was not considered a formidable junior, and an ordinary family wouldn't bother too much. Unless there was someone with talent like Niji, no one would care about you. Noon. He arrived again at that fruit grocery store, and the night breeze quickly walked inside and found a chair to sit down. Sir, you're here, Hongdou greeted with a smile. Since you love desserts so much, why not have the owner turn this place into a dessert shop? The night wind said, yes, my lord. I will prepare immediately today. The boss readily agreed. Understanding the situation, the little boy in front of him was none other than the legendary Orochimaru, who was also the boss's boss. The reason he had the money to open this small shop in Konoha was that he used Orochimaru's money. Lord Wind, you are truly too gentle, Akkad said playfully, winking deliberately. Gentle? The night breeze chuckled softly and then shook its head. What does a cold-blooded animal know about tenderness? However, he was too lazy to say much. Let Hongdou say whatever she wants. The cute little girl always has some privileges. The renovation will be left to you. As for what to prepare in the dessert shop, just listen to Hongdou. She is the expert on desserts. In a couple of days, I will come here as a worker. Yes, sir. Time flies. With money, things often become much easier. The small building on the first floor hired a construction team at a high price for renovations and soon transformed into a two-story structure. The first floor is the reception hall, and the second floor is the living area. The sign is quite casual. It's called Red Flower Dessert Shop, a name Hongdou casually came up with. The dessert shop was completed quickly. Hongdou still stayed in the shop as the boss's niece. In reality, the boss could only sleep in the cold, damp basement every night, while the second-floor bedroom was reserved for Hongdou. The night breeze naturally applied for the position of a waiter and then began learning how to make desserts. Due to the special circumstances, this matter was reported to the desk of the third Hokage. The reason was simple. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was becoming increasingly tense. A small misstep could potentially spark internal conflict within Konoha. Therefore, even activities like home renovations or a lower-ranking member of the Hyuga clan working as a waiter in a dessert shop would be noted by the Umbu and submitted to the third Hokage for review. Of course, the old man, Sarutobi, clearly didn't think too much about it. Whether it was the boss's niece or the useless boy from the Hyuga family. Hyuga Fu, it wasn't considered a big deal. Life suddenly became very mundane, like plain water. There were no organizational missions, nor any bloody research. The teacher who was teaching Hyuga Fu how to make desserts was a mature woman with a certain charm. It was unclear if it was a deliberate arrangement by his subordinates or just a random choice. But in any case, he seemed uninterested in women. Aside from occasionally teasing the Red Bean, he showed no interest in other women. A week later, in the afternoon, at the Red Flower Dessert Shop, the store was a bit empty, appearing somewhat desolate. At that moment, a figure walked down the streets of Konoha, accompanied by two family guards. The young lady of the Hyuga clan had her guards following her closely, especially after the last incident where she was nearly bullied. The security for Hinata had become even stricter. Hi, Miss Hinata. We meet again, Hyuga Fu waved and greeted. The little girl curiously turned her head and then stopped her gaze. It's that brother from that day, Hinata thought to herself. Oni-chan, Hinata smiled slightly, her voice a bit soft. Her cute little face had some baby fat, and when she smiled, her eyes slightly squinted. What is brother doing here? The young lady curiously looked inside the dessert shop. The guard behind her glanced at Hyuga Fu, but didn't say much. I'm working here, Miss Hinata, Nightwind explained. Miss Hinata, would you like to try my cooking? The cake is very sweet. The boy smiled and took a small dessert from the display case. Thank you, Hinata politely replied, reaching out to accept the gift. Miss Hinata, if you return late, the clan leader will be unhappy. A guard approached from behind and whispered a reminder. He actually hoped to accompany the young lady for a bit longer, but orders were orders. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, even if Hinata had some time to relax, wouldn't last long. Most of her time was spent training in martial arts and gentle fist techniques. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Soon. Hinata reluctantly said farewell to the dessert shop. The quiet store quickly returned to tranquility. MMM. The night breeze had just returned and found Hongdou sitting at a table, surrounded by desserts. She held a piece of cake in each hand and was chewing on one. Xiao Hong, if you eat like this, I'm afraid your entire day's earnings won't be enough to cover what you eat. If you get fat, I won't want you. I don't like chubby girls. The night breeze curled its lips. Hongdou smiled and just blinked her eyes playfully. The next day, Hinata came by again. Probably on her way out, she passed by and wanted to have some dessert. Why are you working here, brother? Hinata asked curiously. Although she didn't understand many things, she still knew to some extent that the Hyuga clan was very powerful. Since they had Byakugan, it shouldn't be necessary for them to work outside. Because living like this is very happy, with beautiful young girls to enjoy, and making desserts isn't too tiring. The night breeze said. As he spoke, he unconsciously touched Hinata's short hair. Happy? Hinata looked at the boy with confusion. For her father's orders and missions were everything in life. Yes, Hinata would understand when she grew up that people always live for something. If one spends all day in a daze, not knowing who they are or what they should be doing, then they're not considered a person. The night breeze sounded very strange. Hinata nodded in confusion, unsure of how much she understood. The lively Konoha the next day. Xiao Hong, what are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to prepare bags for the guests? The night breeze urged on. Since the girl walked in, Hongdou seemed a bit distracted. She was probably around 19 or 20, with long black hair and a pair of blood-red eyes like rubies, and her figure was quite good. Yuhi Kurenai, a CH Nin from Konoha, whose father died in the Nine Tails incident, can be considered a descendant of heroes. She is skilled in Genjutsu, and her strength is average. Oh, Hongdou finally came to her senses and hurriedly packaged the cake that Yuhi Kurenai wanted to buy. Please visit us again next time, customer. The night breeze smiled gently, watching the red sun leave this place. Then it turned to look at Hongdou, waiting for the girl to explain. Go ahead. No one is watching here. The night breeze said, Teacher, I used to have friends when I was in Konoha like Hong. Hongdou scratched her head, a bit embarrassed as she spoke. She wasn't born in Konoha. She came with Orochimaru. Due to Orochimaru's poor reputation, she didn't make many friends, and most people kept their distance from her. Hong was an exception, the only ninja who had a good relationship with her. Back then, they often enjoyed desserts together. Oh, I see. The night wind nodded. Is there anything you want to say? If I take action against Konoha in the future, she is also very likely to be killed. After all, she is a ninja of Konoha. The night wind casually said, As long as you are against the great person, then you are my enemy. Hongdou replied. The night wind nodded in satisfaction and patted the girl's head. This is a truly worthy subordinate to cultivate. Over the years, it hasn't been in vain to nurture Hongdou. Her eyes are very beautiful, indeed deserving of the bloodline of the Zahiri family, a magnificent blood-red color. Unfortunately, her talent is not as powerful as her father, Zahiri Makoto. The night breeze spoke again. For some reason, Hongdou's delicate body suddenly trembled slightly, but in the end, she said nothing, her eyes appearing a bit forlorn. Are my eyes beautiful? In a certain sense, this isn't a compliment, but rather a curse. From the most evil man in the world. Brother, come train with me. A young boy's tender voice rang out. Two children were seen walking down the street, both wearing clothes emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. Sasuke, I have a mission today, so I can't accompany you. Forgive me, this is the last time. The older child, who was about 11 years old, said, and his name was Uchiha Itachi, the one he referred to as his younger brother. Sasuke was 5 years old this year. Sasuke turned his head away in dissatisfaction. Itachi, accustomed to this, gently poked Sasuke's forehead with his finger. A warm and ordinary scene. The night breeze watched clearly through a layer of glass. Sigh, is this the daily life of a younger brother and an older brother? Can you two just get married already? Ahem, would you two like some dessert? Our shop is having a big promotion today. Hongdou stepped outside, smiling as she spoke. Itachi glanced at this newly opened dessert shop and quickly decided to buy a small bag of treats for Sasuke before heading off to complete his mission. The night wind watched the two brothers walk away without making any moves. It wasn't the right time to act yet. Oh, are you interested in the Uchiha clan, little brother? A voice echoed. The night wind snapped back to reality, and he saw a young man with silver-white, long hair standing not far from him. He wore a black mask and a Konoha Jonin vest. It was Kakashi Hitaki. He was known as a ninja who could hold his own against any enemy. Oh wait, this guy had already lost his Sharingan and did not earn the title of copy ninja. Instead, he had mastered the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan to perfection. As for techniques like Raikiri, he had naturally abandoned them halfway through his studies. The Uchiha clan was responsible for the security of Konoha, and they were all high-ranking figures. The night breeze sighed. For him, an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan was indeed very impressive. Nice to meet you. I am Kakashi Hitaki. The man introduced himself. Little did he know, the murderer who had taken his eyes years ago was now boldly standing right in front of him. Hinata Kaze. Just call me Kaze. You really are as handsome as the legends say, senior. The night breeze said with a smile. Kakashi, as a young jonin, is quite famous in Konoha. Why would Lord Wind come here to work? The Hyuga clan seems to have not fallen to such an extent, right? Kakashi said in a joking tone. Not at all. My matters are certainly not related to the family. Although I have a nice leisurely job, I still prefer this kind of work. There are pretty and cute girls, and if I could marry the boss's niece, I could live off her in the future. What do you think, senpai? The night breeze chuckled. Kakashi twitched the corner of his mouth and didn't continue the topic. This guy seemed a bit lewd. I didn't expect there would be such a frivolous person in the Hyuga clan. I still have some things to do. Fengtian, could you please help me settle the bill? Kakashi selected a few pieces of cake and handed them to Yefeng, saying, a total of 120 liang. Thank you for your patronage. The night wind spoke. Kakashi Itachi seemed to smile for a moment, yet also appeared expressionless. After paying, he quickly left the place. Of course, the night wind didn't actually care about Kakashi. He had already obtained the most precious Sharingan and couldn't be bothered to even glance at the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan, which he considered worthless. Things had initially settled down, and Konoha had no suspicions about my identity. The night wind silently pondered. The plan was going more smoothly than expected. Is there anyone? Another customer came into shop. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, accompanied by an elegant woman holding a little girl with a bun hairstyle. Tian, one of the future Konoha 12, was also a little rich girl. She had already enrolled in the ninja school this year and was performing quite well in her class, especially skilled at throwing shuriken and hitting targets. Daddy, I want to eat cake, the little girl said sweetly. Okay, Daddy will buy you some. The man smiled, clearly very fond of his daughter. Welcome, Hongdou greeted with a smile. Seeing this, Yifeng abandoned his idea of approaching. Looking out the window, he noticed a little boy with golden hair passing by the street, his hair a bit messy and his shirt dirty. He looked enviously at the cake in the display window and the little girl being held by her father. The night breeze smiled silently. Reality is always more magical than novels. Sacrificing their lives to protect the village, the children of the Hokage are still ostracized and discriminated against by the villagers, even lacking money to buy cakes. What right does such Konoha have to claim justice? Or rather, does justice really ever exist? Suddenly, it started to rain outside. The sound of raindrops was chaotic. The blonde-haired little boy quickly ran away from the rain. The bustling Konoha village still had crowds bustling on the streets. 29 ninja school adults. The night breeze gently opened its eyes and found a blue-haired woman with a bun standing in front of it. Beside her was a little girl with red hair. Honglian, how did Xianglin end up here with you? The night wind was somewhat surprised. Xianglin should have been trained by Do. So what was Honglian doing in Konoha at this time? Returning to Lord, you are collecting bloodlines. And I wonder if my crystal release can be of use? Honglian said respectfully. Crystal release? The night breeze paused slightly, then shook its head in disappointment. Crystal release is the bloodline limit of the Akatsuki clan, capable of creating special red crystals that are very hard, not inferior to metal. However, it's not really a very powerful bloodline limit. It's even a bit of a nuisance. There is not much that can be developed from it. No need. I still prefer the children of the Uchiha clan. You can keep the power of crystal release for yourself. The night wind said, regardless of defense or attack. He has better options than crystal escape. This ability is of no use. Yes, my lord. Honglian respectfully nodded. How did Kyuka end up with you? The night wind asked again. Replying to you, my lord, Orochimaru is studying the cells of the first Hokage, and Karen has been sent to me, Honglian replied. Orochimaru spends most of his time in the laboratory, so he naturally doesn't have much time to help educate Karen. That's fine. You just take responsibility for raising her. Although your medical skills are somewhat inferior to Orochimaru's, teaching a child shouldn't be a problem. The night wind spoke. Xianglin hid behind Honglian, listening to the conversation between the two adults. Yes, Konoha is in a tense period recently, so don't come looking for me in Konoha if there's nothing urgent. Understood. A year later, Konoha. Almost as usual, Konoha was calm and peaceful. However, the expressions on the faces of the ninja seemed much more serious than before. Even Hinata Kaze was required to return to the Hyuga clan's residence at night and not roam around, although no reason was given. The night wind understood that it was due to the deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Ever since the death of the first and second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had been increasingly marginalized by the village. Once the family that contributed the most to Konoha, they were now relegated to a security job, and their residence was far from the center of Konoha, with Danzo secretly undermining them and the third Hokage exhausted and old. The situation had decayed. Additionally, due to the Nine Tails incident, where the one controlling the Nine Tails was a masked man with Sharingan, Konoha became even more wary of the Uchiha clan. The night wind has also extinguished the stillness, making the already tense relationship even tenser. A storm is about to come. Yeffing stood on the second floor, looking out the window. Of course, it wasn't a dessert shop, but in a small, secluded room belonging to the Hinata clan. Teacher. Red Bean yawned and crawled out of bed. Since Yeffing wasn't going to the dessert shop, she decided to come and stay here with him. Today is the day the ninja school opens. Should we go together? The night breeze chuckled and rubbed the little girl's head. He had already gotten somewhat used to having this pillow at night. Well, actually, it was more accurate to say that Red Bean treated him as a pillow. Ninja school? Red Bean was taken aback. Miss Hinata is also going to enroll. Huh? If given the chance, I actually want to hang out at the school. Play games with the kids, sunbathe every day, and even take a nap. The night breeze smiled faintly. It's hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary boy, with a sunny smile, actually has the soul of that guy named Orochimaru. Are you sure, teacher, that you don't want to abduct some children? Hongdou pouted. Back then, she just happened to encounter Orochimaru and willingly followed him, which led her down this irreversible path. Abduction or something like that is a mutual agreement. How can it be called abduction? I'm saving this world. The night wind laughed without a conscience. I still want to sleep, so the teacher can go by themselves. Hongdou pouted and covered herself with a quilt again. Outside the window, sunlight was already spilling onto a few potted plants. The room became very quiet. Inside the wardrobe were Hongdou's beloved clothes, and on the bookshelf were several books about human anatomy, eye structure, nerves, and blood vessels. A transparent glass jar was placed on the first shelf, containing two blood-red eyes like gemstones. The faint sunlight illuminated the jar, making the colors of the eyeballs exceptionally gorgeous. A beautiful collection. They came from a Konoha nin, Yuhi Kurenai, who had gone missing for 2 days half a year ago. Her eyes had the misfortune of becoming an artwork for some evil man's underling. Of course, out of respect for Hongdou, the night wind did not take her life. It merely replaced her eyes with a pair of ordinary black ones, equivalent to an eye transplant. Although Konoha had received a report, it was naturally impossible to catch the murderer. Ninja school. The annual enrollment day was crowded with people. Passing by the school gate, the night wind noticed a little boy with golden hair sitting on a swing, swaying boredly by himself. Occasionally, villagers pointed at him, not hiding their malice towards the child. Whether adults or children, few were willing to interact with that boy. The 9 tails that destroyed the village was sealed within that child. Dad, thinking about studying just feels troublesome. Why don't we go home? A little boy with a small braid walked over, hands in his pockets, looking lazy. Little brat. His father knocked on his head and took him to school. Nara Shikamaru, one of the future Konoha 12, his IQ was no less than that of Kabuto, especially skilled in plotting and finding various ways to win. As for his character flaw, he was too lazy, lacking motivation for anything. Good morning, Naruto. A chubby little boy came over, holding a bag of chips. Akimichi Choji, the heir of the Akimichi clan in this generation. Uzumaki Naruto had few friends, but Shikamaru and Choji were exceptions. These two were willing to play with him. Damn it, I have to come alone to enroll on the first day of school. A little girl with long ponytails appeared. Yamanaka Ino. The Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, and Akimichi clan were all prominent ninja clans in Konoha and had friendly relations with each other. Stupid dad. The little girl huffed in annoyance. She kicked a small stone on the ground, which unexpectedly hit the hand of the night wind. Little one, shouldn't you pay a bit more attention? The night breeze smiled gently. I'm sorry, I just didn't notice. The little girl quickly apologized. Thinking about it, she indeed had lost her composure, not even noticing that someone was in front of her. This is the last time. I'll let you off this time, little one. The night breeze gently patted Hinata's head as it walked into the school. This time, it came to find Hinata. It had no interest in anyone else. Naruto's cells had already been obtained long ago, and as for Sasuke, it was still far from the right time to take action. 30 love-starved children. The playground. Although it was the first day of school, several children were already training. Hinata was practicing her shuriken and kunai, throwing techniques alone in a corner. Perhaps she didn't want to disappoint her strict father, or maybe she just couldn't find anything else to do by herself. Miss Hinata, the night breeze called out, brother. Why are you at school? Hinata's eyes flashed with joy as she curiously asked. I heard today is Miss Hinata's first day of school, so I specially brought some desserts. The night wind chuckled. Thank you, brother. Hinata happily took the bag and temporarily put away her ninja tools, then sat down with Hyuga. He was now recognized as a member of the Hyuga clan, and being close to the eldest lady of his family would only lead others to see him as loyal. No one from the Umbu or the third Hokage, nor anyone from the Hyuga clan could guess his thoughts. Miss Hinata, after training, you should also pay attention to a balanced diet. If you only train without eating, it won't be good for your health. The night breeze smiled harmlessly. After changing into a new body, he actually quite liked his somewhat youthful voice. Thank you, brother. Hinata took a sip of water and then picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. In the Hyuga family, although she was the eldest daughter, most people only respected her position, and a few others looked down on her. For example, a genius named Hyuga Niji. That guy believed that he was the first among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan and thought Hinata was unworthy of being a ninja. Hinata was actually a child lacking love. He liked children like that the most. As long as you give them a little bit of sugar, they would be willing to follow you, sacrificing their lives for you, crossing the boundaries of justice and evil, abandoning the constraints of morality and humanity. Whether as experimental subjects or subordinates, these children willingly die for you. Aren't you eating, brother? Hinata blinked and spoke again. Brother has already eaten. The night breeze replied, lying on the soft grass, looking up at the clear blue sky. The sunlight was still not hot, and the temperature was just right. Hinata, due to her training, had sweated a lot, and her face was flushed. Miss Hinata, why are you working so hard on your training? The night breeze said. Hinata thought seriously for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Hinata ate 2 pieces of cake and then continued to take out her ninja tools. Brother, I'm going to train. Are you going back? Hinata asked. Speaking of which, her brother used to practice kunai and shuriken often too. The night breeze brought a hint of memories. When he learned these things, it was decades ago, back when the third Hokage was still young, teaching him along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. At that time, Jiraiya often teased Tsunade and frequently got beaten up, while the third Hokage was also a young man full of justice. No, it should be this body instead. He only has those memories, but he is not the one who experienced those events. Can you teach me, brother? Hinata asked. Sure. The night breeze came to its senses, smiled, and agreed. In the evening, after attending a freshman gathering, Hinata spent most of her time on the playground. The night breeze was leisurely, so it had time to cultivate feelings with the little girl. Hinata was exhausted and sweating profusely, her little face flushed. In the end, the night breeze carried the little girl home on his back. Hinata's face turned red, and she seemed to really enjoy the feeling of being on his back, remaining quiet throughout the whole journey. Miss Hinata, we're home. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Just like that, a day passed. The night wind acts recklessly, of course, because it has already consumed 3 generations and the family has no energy to manage them. Although there's a slight closeness, no one really cares. The Uchiha clan has caused the Hokage great headaches, and each family has a serious atmosphere, strictly managing their own clansmen. In a ninja world, the ranking of ninjas is extremely strict. The so-called genin are ninjas who have passed the school graduation exam. To become a chunin, one must undergo a more rigorous chunin exam organized by several ninja villages together. As for jonin, it depends on a ninja's abilities, the variety of tasks completed, and whether their background is clean, among other factors. The Kage is the leader of the village, selected from among the jonin. Generally speaking, the Kage is often the strongest person in the village. But what if someone's strength exceeds that of an average jonin, but does not reach the level of Kage? At this time, they are given the title of elite jonin. Generally, this title also implies that they are candidates for Kage. For example, Kakashi Hitaki. In addition, there are the Umbu, a ninja force directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction, and the Root, which is Danzo's faction. Konoha has many jonin, and there are certainly quite a few famous ones, such as Moonlight Kakashi, Yuzuki Yugao, Narashikaku, and Marino Ibiki, among others. However, in the future 4th Great Ninja War, jonin are just slightly higher level cannon fodder. This is a world rampant with external power. Without a bloodline limit, it is almost impossible to become a true strong individual. With the rare exceptions like Might Guy, most people are strong because they are touched by Kagaya's light, the progenitor of chakra. Whether it's Naruto or Sasuke, as the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, they are destined to walk an unusual path from birth. Ashura and Indra's father is the sage of 6 paths, who is Kagaya's unworthy son. Over thousands of years, countless strong individuals and bloodline limits have emerged, burying numerous conspiracies in darkness, all of which can be summed up in one phrase: the Black Zetsu's mother-saving saga. Of course, the Night Wind is currently trying to rewrite this phrase into the snake of greed dominates the world. Ramen. Red Beans smiled brightly, linking arms with the Night Wind. To outsiders, it probably looks like a close sibling relationship, a 12-year-old boy and a beautiful young girl in their blossoming years. Ichiraku Ramen? The night breeze brushed past the ramen shop sign. Taking a whiff of the fragrant air, it was clear that the aroma was indeed rich, living up to its reputation in Konoha. Of course, the prices here were surprisingly high. Even the most ordinary bowl of ramen cost several hundred yen, but luckily, there were plenty of wealthy people in Konoha, and if they were ninjas, they certainly wouldn't be short on money. Pushing aside the door curtain and stepping inside, the seating was arranged in a row. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" I am greeted with a smile. The ramen shop owner was a middle-aged man who made the noodles by hand. She was his daughter and also worked here. Luxury seafood ramen. Red Bean boldly began to place her order. Just like her, the night breeze was calm, and the expression was also very plain. He gently reached out and patted Hongdou's head, as if he were the older one, although that was indeed the case. "Please wait a moment." Champu walked into the kitchen with a smile. 31 The trees want to be still, but the wind does not cease. Oh, what a coincidence. Kakashi, wearing a mask, entered the ramen shop. "Good evening, Kakashi-senpai." The night breeze smiled and greeted. Kakashi nodded, took out a book from his pocket, and looked at it affectionately. The night breeze fell silent. That guy Jiraiya is always writing these borderline novels, and, of all people, Kakashi actually enjoys them. Seriously, if he wants to play with women, why not just go do it? Why read novels? Who reads novels seriously? Do you? "Doge tonkatsu ramen." Kakashi shouted towards the back of the ramen shop, then continued reading his book. "Haha, it's okay. Naruto, this bowl of ramen is on the teacher." A bold voice rang out. In the night breeze, with red beans in sight, Iruka walked in holding Naruto Uzumaki's hand. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and then continued reading his novel. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei." Naruto happily nodded. "Oh, Kakashi is here too. Who are these two?" Iruka greeted. "Hello, Iruka-sensei, I am Hinata-kaze." The night breeze smiled and replied, "This is Little Red." As he spoke, the night breeze also patted the girl's head. Iruka looked at this strange pair of young people, nodded, and said nothing more. The young people of the Hyuga clan seemed quite mature for their age. However, the task entrusted to him by the third Hokage was to befriend Naruto, so he didn't care much about others. There are still stars tonight. Hongdou looked up at the night sky. Under the faint moonlight, the black and gray-brown eyes revealed a strange beauty. The little girl had a cute bun hairstyle, and her figure was extremely well-developed, surely catching the eye of any man who looked at her. Although the night breeze wasn't particularly interested in women, he still felt happy to have a beautiful girl by his side. "Look, that's Lord Orochimaru." No wonder Lord Orochimaru is so impressive. Even the little girl beside him is so remarkable. Having a beautiful and capable girl as a subordinate is indeed something to be proud of. It feels like life is just like that of commoners, very quiet. Hongdou glanced at the boy beside her, then at the crowd around them. Everything was so harmonious. "Perhaps," the night breeze lazily replied. The saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Sometimes, whether one is at peace is not a choice one can make. Take the current situation of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, for example. This large clan, which jointly established Konoha with the Senju clan, has been deliberately excluded by the village's higher-ups for decades, distancing them from the center of power and rendering them untrusted. In the words of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, they are essentially the inherently evil Uchiha brats. For the proud Uchiha, this is unacceptable. Without power, untrusted, viewed as a major threat to the village. The seemingly glamorous largest clan in Konoha has long been suppressing countless frustrations. Given the right opportunity, the Uchiha would dare to declare war on Konoha, using force to reclaim dignity for their clan. However, the timing is extremely delicate. How could a Konoha that is already recuperating allow an internal conflict to erupt? If that were to happen, Konoha would likely be expelled from the 5 great shinobi villages. Thus, Uchiha Itachi became a perfect scapegoat for the village and for the greater good of the majority. Konoha needed to thoroughly resolve the Uchiha issue before an internal conflict broke out. Uchiha Itachi was sent to deal with his own family, to handle his somewhat mysterious father, while the remaining Uchiha clan members would be dealt with by a masked man from the Akatsuki organization, as a reward for Itachi taking the blame for the village. His brother Uchiha Sasuke would be allowed to live. Danzo insisted on this plan, while the third Hokage sought to negotiate a resolution. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tobirama's policies had targeted the Uchiha clan, and for so many years, Konoha had indeed acted accordingly. Decades of suppressed grievances and anger cannot be resolved merely by a few words of negotiation. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku certainly understood this principle. However, with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. Even as clan head, he could not reverse the will of his clansmen. After all, people tend to bring about their own demise, and outsiders' words hold no weight. The clan head is insignificant. Uchiha Madara's resurrection would be more impactful. Whether it is the clansman, Konoha, or Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku sees everything clearly. Of course, he also respects Itachi's decision. Whether Itachi chooses to walk toward destruction with his family, or to take the blame to survive and save Uchiha Sasuke, that is Itachi's choice. A few days later, noon, the night breeze had arrived at the ninja academy. Although he wasn't a teacher and had no special reason to be there, his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan was enough. As long as he said he was looking for Miss Hinata of the Hyuga family, no one dared to stop him. The Hyuga clan may not be as prominent as the Uchiha, but they have been a noble family since the founding of the village. Hinata was leaning against a big tree. She had just experienced her first ninja tool class at the academy, practicing with kunai. Fortunately, she had learned about this at home in the clan, and Nightwind had taught her a few times, so her performance was quite good. Of course, she wasn't the top of the class. That honor went to a cool boy named Sasuke Uchiha, who was the dream boy of many little girls in the class. Don't be fooled by their age. The kids were only 6 or 7, but ninjas mature very quickly. During wartime, 6 and 7-year-olds could go directly to the battlefield. And by 12 or 13, some had already become jonin, like Kakashi Hitaki or Shisui Uchiha or Orochimaru. Despite their young age, these kids understood quite a lot. Especially when it came to the question of who Sasuke's girlfriend was. It was almost like a palace intrigue. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that the class's bottom student was a reclusive guy with golden hair named Naruto Uzumaki. The family's guards had specifically warned Hinata not to get close to that guy. Miss Hinata, the night breeze, appeared on the playground. Brother, Hinata squinted her eyes and waved her hand happily. I brought red bean cakes today. The night breeze brought over a small bag. Hinata smiled again. Her smile was so innocent, clear, and pure, with her white eyes filled with warmth and kindness. Little did she know, this boy's mind was filled with the evil thoughts of human traffickers. Not only was she a target, but her little sister was too. Her name is Hinata Hanabi, a lovely little girl just over a year old, truly the princess of white eyes, with a bloodline even stronger than Hinata's. However, only the night breeze knows about this. Even the Hyuga clan is unaware that the Byakugan can actually evolve. Speaking of which, it feels like kidnapping would be very easy. The night breeze silently thought. Due to her personality, Hinata had always lived a difficult life, even becoming somewhat psychologically twisted. She did not dare to resist the arrangements made by her family, and at the same time felt very tired and confused, yet could not stop, only passively accepting everything. It was like the children he had previously trafficked, who could be easily taken home with a little trick. Whether to make them specimens or throw them into the lab, it didn't matter. The moonlight was beautiful. Ninja school. Friday. Whether by intention or coincidence, every time the night breeze came, it was during physical education class. It could be physical training or throwing shurikens. Occasionally, they would arrange for these students to have one-on-one duels, with the rules being, of course, friendship first, competition second. However, a certain underdog often got into fierce battles with the arrogant first place. Some girls, too, while fighting, would start cursing with phrases like wide forehead and wild boar. Whoosh! A shuriken was shot out. The night breeze gently lifted its head, then swiftly dodged the shuriken. Sorry. The girl with the long golden ponytail, Ino, appeared. It seemed she made a mistake while throwing it, and didn't he notice someone was walking by. Little one, this is the second time you've almost hit me with something you threw. The night breeze smiled and said, I'm sorry. Ino quickly apologized. Is Wind brother here to see Hinata today as well? She asked again. Hinata Wind often visits the school to see the young lady of the Hyuga family. And over time, most of the class has heard of this person. I'm bringing some desserts for Miss Hinata. Ino will pay more attention next time. It wouldn't be good if someone got hurt. The night breeze gently blew. For some unknown reason, Ino felt that this seemingly ordinary boy had a hint of handsomeness. Clearly, his Byakugan wasn't very good looking, and his appearance was quite ordinary. Why did she have this illusion? Ino found it hard to understand. After a moment, she said, Hinata, stop playing hide and seek. I have Byakugan, you know. Ifome smiled and said. With a rustling sound, a blushing little girl appeared on the branch. She glanced at Ifome and then jumped down. Brother, Hinata said with a sincere and kind smile. Today, Xiao Honghong specially made dessert for you. It's meatball skewers. The night breeze spoke as it skillfully handed over a bag. With a sunny and harmless smile, Even if the 3 generations were here, they would never have guessed that this was their once most favored disciple, Orochimaru. Miss Hinata, your Byakugan is still so beautiful. I have things to attend to today, so I'll head back first. If any classmates bully you, please let me know, and I promise to make them regret it. The night breeze waved goodbye and quickly faded away. Hinata bit into a dumpling and watched the boy's carefree silhouette recede. This guy is truly free, so optimistic and cheerful. Completely unlike the branches of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Wind, Konoha, the Red Flower dessert shop. The boy lay lazily on a bench, resembling a corpse. Red Bean occasionally chatted with customers, then glanced at the figure not far away. Is Orochimaru a bad person? Undoubtedly. Orochimaru is indeed a bad person, and a villain among villains, the kind of evil guy with the potential to become the ultimate boss. If Senju Tobirama were alive, he would probably mock that evil little rascal playing with snakes. This man seems to have no interest in women. Of course, he has no interest in men either. However, he doesn't seem to mind Red Bean getting close to him, so she can occasionally be a little willful, cuddling up to him, and is very willing to be close to this man. It has been like this in the past, and today is no different. Lord Orochimaru, you can clock out now, Red Bean said softly, blowing warm breath into the man's ear. The night wind seemed to be asleep, with a book on the clinical applications of chakra blades covering its face, written by Tsunade. Sir? Hongdou gently took down the book, and the man seemed to be in a deep sleep. She wanted to get a little closer and give him a kiss or something, but the night wind had already awakened. What should we have for dinner? The sound of the night breeze is very calm. Most of the time, his voice is very calm. Barbecue? Pizza? Or ramen or something? The night breeze looked out at the dim sky and said softly. He liked this little girl, so he could let Hongdou make decisions on such small matters. I want to see Lord Orochimaru's true form, Hongdou said. 2 blushes appeared on her face, but she still gathered the courage to say it out loud. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, not knowing how to respond, because the person thought that Lord Orochimaru looked very handsome when he was young, as long as it was Lord Orochimaru, no matter what he looked like. Hongdou said intermittently. The more she spoke, the redder her face became, and her voice grew softer. By the end, she had lowered her head completely, occasionally stealing glances to see Yifeng's reaction. If the man showed any displeasure, she would immediately apologize. Really, this would make the readers misunderstand. I'm the one who's supposed to be the dominant one. The night breeze smiled gently. It reached out to lift the chin of the red bean, then returned to its normal appearance. Long black hair flowed, golden snake-like pupils, along with exquisite features and pale skin, resembling a severe patient from a mental hospital. However, in the eyes of the red bean, countless twinkling golden little stars appeared. Your eyes are truly beautiful. The night breeze gently lowered its head, kissing the gray-brown eyeball of Hongdou's right eye. The girl's body was burning, her gaze dreamy. Whether it's I love you or I like you at this moment, they're unnecessary things. There was no need for a confession. Everyone knew each other's feelings. Hongdou gently wrapped her arms around the man's neck, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, her face radiating happiness. Perhaps if she were to die at this moment, she would leave with a smile. However, the night breeze would not do that. Adult. Hongdou's voice was a bit shy and a bit nervous. The night wind quickly shifted its target, sealing the girl's lips with a deep kiss. No matter what Hongdou wanted to say, just now, all that remained was heavy breathing. After a long while, the prolonged kiss finally ended, and the night wind held Hongdou in its arms. Are you happy? The night wind smiled wickedly. It seemed to quite enjoy the shy expression of Hongdou. Hongdou answered softly. How happy are you? The night breeze squinted and asked. The soul floated lightly, wanted to be completely consumed, as if sinking into the sea. Lord Orochimaru is the most important person to me in this world. Always has been, and always will be. Hongdou smiled happily. That's good. The night breeze gently brushed against the little girl's soft face, and it spoke with satisfaction. Soon, the boy with the white eyes and Hongdou walked down the streets of Konoha. Dinner was at a barbecue restaurant. The moon tonight was full, and the clean night sky had no clouds. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji happened to be enjoying barbecue as well. But the night breeze didn't go over to greet them. Perhaps it was just too lazy to do so. The moonlight was beautiful. The street outside the window was also beautiful. Some people admired the moonlight, while others admired those who were admiring the moonlight. In some dreams, the moon appeared, while in others, those who looked at the moon appeared. In the 55th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, once the most glorious clan in Konoha, was gradually heading towards ruin. Itachi Uchiha ultimately chose his brother, allowing that foolish brother to live on. He personally took action to destroy the clan. At least while the Uchiha was still outwardly part of Konoha, he would bear the burden of blame and guilt. If it were only him, it would definitely be somewhat difficult. After all, there were many strong members in the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Danzo would help, and members of the Akatsuki organization would act with Danzo. Teacher, are we going to act tomorrow? Hongdou asked, a bit excited yet nervous. The Night Wind nodded. The third Hokage ultimately tacitly approved of this plan. Although he would not intervene, he also would not organize the actions of Danzo and Itachi. He promised Itachi to let Sasuke live. Meanwhile, Danzo contacted the Akatsuki members, and coincidentally, the Night Wind was also in Konoha, with the ones responsible for the actions being Tobi and Orochimaru. This was the intention of their leader, Pain. The members of the Akatsuki might not be very clear about this, but Pain was quite wary of Tobi, who had existed since the founding of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, remember the promise you made to me? In the eerie basement, Danzo said coldly. He was wrapped in white bandages and supported himself with a cane in his right hand. You also remember to bring me more Sharingan. The night breeze chuckled dismissively. Tonight, he appeared in his true form as Orochimaru, which aligns with the external impression people have of him. He used transformation jutsu without revealing his current appearance. As for the deal with Danzo, he helped Danzo implant an arm made from Hashirama cells and planted over a dozen Sharingan as part of the exchange, allowing him to also receive some Sharingan in return. Of course, Tobi would also take some. In short, everyone was very pleased with this operation. In the evening, Konoha was as brightly lit as ever. However, the atmosphere at the Uchiha clan's residence on the outskirts of the village was unusually eerie. Occasionally, a few crows flew overhead, as if drawn by the scent of death. It was destined to be a bloody night. Somewhere. So this is your choice, Itachi? The man said calmly. Father, Tears streamed down the 13-year-old boy's face, and his hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly. This was the first time he had cried since becoming a ninja. You are my son, and I respect your decision. But Sasuke, I leave him to you. The man revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The woman beside him also showed a faint smile. I'm sorry, Itachi said slowly. Despite the tears, his gaze gradually became resolute. This was inevitable. It was a decision that had to be made for the family and the village. He could accept everything, but he could not let his brother die. So he chose to bear all this darkness. Two bodies lay on the ground, blood soaking the floor. The room fell completely silent. The boy's eyes were filled with sorrow, but soon all emotions receded like a tide, transforming him into a cold and ruthless man. Stepping out of that room, he was no longer Konoha's ninja Uchiha Itachi, but a rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. The slaughter was just beginning. If you want to make a move, you can. If you don't want it, it's up to you. Tobi glanced at Orochimaru and said softly, Oh, the Night Wind nodded slightly. The root ninjas had surrounded this place, even creating a barrier, all for the purpose of total extermination. As Afe entered a residential house, piercing screams announced the start of the battle. In less than a minute, Afe walked out of the house. Inside the room, men, women, and children had all met their end, whether they were awakened or not. None could escape the fate of death tonight. The man wearing the whirlpool mask walked past one house after another. The night breeze swayed leisurely down the street. Soon, someone noticed the ninja invasion at the family residence, and the Uchiha clan began to resist, but with little effect. The root surrounded the area tightly, making it impossible for anyone outside to know what was happening inside. In the midst of the chaos, screams and the sounds of ninjutsu explosions echoed continuously. Obito was immune to physical attacks, quickly reaping lives with his intangibility. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Itachi, I'm here. A girl rushed over in a panic. Behind her, several meters away, Obito was engaged in battle with several Uchiha clansmen. But she didn't notice that Uchiha Itachi was also holding a knife covered in blood. Uchiha Izumi. The Night Wind noticed this scene and watched with great interest. This girl was a genius from the same era as Uchiha Itachi, and she had also awakened the Sharingan. Although she hadn't activated the Mangekyō Sharingan like Itachi, she was still impressive. Moreover, Izumi and Itachi had quite an ambiguous relationship. If it weren't for this betrayal, they might have had a chance to marry and have children in the future. Itachi felt a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but quickly faded away. Did he not like Izumi? That was a denial. But tonight he had no choice. Either he kills her himself, or she gets killed by someone else. Itachi? The girl only then noticed that Itachi's expression was filled with pain, completely different from his usual gentle demeanor. She always believed in Itachi. Even if he was holding a bloodied knife, she wouldn't think that it was stained with the blood of their clan. Just like that night during the Nine Tails incident, when she was almost crushed by a collapsing house, it was Itachi who saved her. She believed that Itachi could also resolve this trouble and save her and their clan this time. Sigh. Someone sighed. It wasn't Itachi, whose feelings were complicated, but the night wind. Itachi's eyes indeed transformed into the shape of the Mangekyō Sharingan, which also meant he was about to do something foolish. Izumi didn't react at all and fell into Itachi's Jinjutsu. Tsukuyomi. This was a very powerful Jinjutsu, capable of making a person experience being cut by a knife for 3 days and nights, while only a second passed in reality. Such a perverse technique. Jinjutsu is always beautiful. Even if it's false, it still captivates people. Itachi did not speak, only gazed for a long time at the girl who had fainted in his arms. In the Tsukuyomi space he created for Izumi, it was a completely peaceful and beautiful happy world. The Uchiha clan and the village peacefully resolved their negotiations, and the two lived a happy and fulfilling life together, getting married and having children, watching the Uchiha clan thrive over time. As time slowly passed, they ultimately ended their beautiful lives with smiles. This Jinjutsu was not for 3 days. It was for 60 years. Inside the Tsukuyomi space, Itachi granted Izumi a completely different life. So even though Izumi was currently unconscious, the corners of her mouth still curled into a subtle arc, looking so happy. Is it really worth it? For a woman? The night wind shook its head. The disguised Akatsuki member, Obito, continued his relentless slaughter, completely ignoring Itachi. However, the night wind could see that Itachi's body was already on the verge of collapse. Using his eyes beyond their limits had caused significant damage to his body. Just this one Jinjutsu would take years off Itachi's life. Soon, Itachi swung his blade and cut through Izumi's neck, leaving her in a corner of the street. By the time he turned around, his face was completely expressionless as he continued to massacre his own clan. My foolish brother, then this is yours. Danzo handed over more than 30 Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, each with 3 tomo. These eyeballs were placed in glass containers, soaking in a green solution. I'll come to perform the arm transplant for you in 3 days. The night wind kept its promise and spoke refreshingly. As for Obito, he accepted more Sharingan. After all, he had contributed the most. It had only been an hour since the massacre began, but the entire Uchiha clan's residence was already silent, the ground covered with bleeding corpses. Their eyeballs taken, Danzo took one last glance at Orochimaru before disappearing without a trace. Obito also showed no reluctance and left directly with the spoils. The night wind went to check on Fugaku's room and found that the eyeballs had disappeared, probably taken by Itachi, unwilling to let outsiders succeed. As for whether they were destroyed or kept for himself, only Itachi knew. With that, the night wind also left the Uchiha compound. Another hour passed. The young master of the Uchiha family had just returned home, as the amount of ninjutsu training today had been quite heavy. However, when Sasuke walked into the family compound, he found it eerily silent. Usually, there would be some people around, but now there was nothing. What happened? The 7-year-old Sasuke felt confused. He sensed a strong smell in the air, but couldn't be sure if it was the smell of blood. What was going on? He just felt someone was there. Sasuke glanced at a nearby utility pole. There was no light, and the compound was engulfed in darkness with no sounds, even though it was still not bedtime. What is this? As he passed an alley, Sasuke finally realized something was wrong. The ground was covered with cold corpses, signs of a ninjutsu battle, and many kunai were scattered on the ground, blood everywhere. The faces of the dead were either resentful or despairing. Sasuke's mind went blank, almost stopping all thought. Instinctively, the young Sasuke walked toward home, fearing that his parents and brother might also. He dared not think further and quickened his pace. Sure enough, he saw no living person along the way, only corpses scattered everywhere. Some he recognized, others he did not, and most had their eyeballs gouged out. The scene was extremely bloody. Dad! Mom! While running, Sasuke called out and finally saw his home. Trembling, he opened the wooden door and walked inside. It was very quiet inside, and no one answered his calls. But Sasuke still put down the ninja tool bag he carried and took off his shoes before entering the room. He still held onto the hope that perhaps his parents were safe and had escaped this disaster, or that everything before him was just a nightmare. Dad, Mom, are you not here? Sasuke continued to shout, but still received no answer. He walked to the door of a room, but dared not move. Not daring to open the door. Move! Move! Sasuke's breathing became heavier, and his body trembled continuously. Creak! The wooden door was pushed open. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. A man and a woman lay on the ground, blood everywhere. Dad, Mom. Sasuke rushed in, wanting to get closer to the two. He noticed a man slowly walking out of the shadows, dressed in ninja attire and wielding a long knife. Sasuke's face changed, and he instinctively stepped back. But when a man's face was revealed in the moonlight, Sasuke realized it was his brother, Uchiha Itachi. This was the first living person he encountered upon returning home, and it was his older brother, which immediately brought comfort to Sasuke's heart. Brother, why did Dad and Mom? Why did it come to this? Who did this? Sasuke was both anxious and desperate. Whoosh. At that moment, Itachi threw a shuriken, tearing through Sasuke's left shoulder, pinning it to the wall. Brother? What are you doing? Sasuke was taken aback, but Itachi's expression was cold, his demeanor icy throughout. What are you doing, brother? Sasuke's heart raced even more. Suddenly, all the clan members were dead, and the only living brother was acting strangely. My foolish little brother, the Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi said calmly. The three-tomo Sharingan began to change, transforming into a form Sasuke had never seen before. A powerful Jinjutsu erupted, pulling Sasuke into a space. It was a bloody space. Here, Itachi would repeatedly show a scene, himself wielding a knife to kill their parents, killing clan members one by one. He wanted to ensure his brother became strong. Don't make me see this. Why is brother doing this? Sasuke's mind began to crumble in the illusion, killing clan members one after another, killing their parents. All done by Uchiha Itachi. Those kind old grandpas and grandmas, those older brothers and sisters and younger siblings, his beloved parents, all the clan members. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Itachi maintained his composure, showing no signs of weakness or fatigue. Don't kill me. You're not worth killing. My foolish brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me, despise me, and live on in ugliness. Run away with all your might, and survive with all your strength. The next day, the news of the Uchiha clan's extermination quickly spread throughout the village. Uchiha Itachi was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja for wiping out his clan, and the only survivor, Uchiha Sasuke, lay in a hospital, reportedly mentally unstable. No one knew where Uchiha Itachi had gone or why he did this. However, many families began to buy the properties and lands owned by the Uchiha clan, and there were also inquiries about where the Sharingan had gone. Most merely sighed and continued with their mundane lives. There was nothing they could do, and no matter how much they cared, it couldn't change what had already happened. How terrifying! Hinata was resting under a tree, and she was also startled when she heard this news. Sigh, fortunately, the Hyuga clan is safe. The night breeze said beside him. Moreover, after the Uchiha clan left, the Hyuga clan could rightfully claim to be the #1 clan in Konoha. This time, he harvested dozens of three-tomo Sharingan, which was pretty good. Hinata, if one day I am no longer Hyuga Niji, but someone else, would you still consider me a friend, Hinata? What does it mean for her brother to suddenly say such things? For example, if I made a big mistake, like killing someone, would you still consider me a friend, Hinata? You are still my brother, no matter what. At that time, Hinata would definitely come to visit you in prison often and encourage you to be a good person again. Prison? Who in the world could capture the current me? But these things didn't matter much. 35. Undercurrent's time can always heal many wounds. Yuhi Kurenai often had nightmares, dreaming of a man whose face she couldn't see, expressionless as he took her eyes away and then carefully placed them back. Actually, she was very happy to have her life back, but she still felt confused and fearful. What was her teacher thinking? Kurama Yakumo patted the dazed Kurenai. She was a little girl with dark red hair, very dull in color, with a beautiful face, looking very cute. As a descendant of the Kurama family, she had a high talent for illusions and was a student of Kurenai. Unfortunately, her health was poor, always getting sick, and her family said she wasn't suitable to become a ninja. It's nothing. Kurenai shook her head. It was better not to tell her student about her tragic experiences. It wouldn't be good to scare her. Hey, little girl, you're pinching me too hard. A boy's voice sounded. Kurenai looked at the two people walking in the distance, a boy from the Hyuga clan with those white eyes. He looked ordinary, probably around 14 or 15. Beside him was a very young and beautiful girl, seemingly a few years older than the boy, with a full figure and a playful, cute smile on her face. No way, I just like it this way. The girl tightly linked her arm with the boy's, her eyes squinting with laughter. The sunset light poured down, and Kurenai silently watched the couple walk away. They really looked like a happy couple. She suddenly remembered a guy named Asuma, who was one of the sons of the 3rd Hokage and had been showing her kindness since their student days. However, she had been feeling troubled lately and was too lazy to deal with him. Should she consider it? Or maybe it was better to just forget it. Kurenai walked with Yakumo for a while. It rained in the morning, and the air was very fresh, with the soft and comfortable feeling of the soil beneath her feet. Konoha village was always so quiet, but beneath the tranquility, there were always undercurrents. The time reached evening. The night breeze, and Hongdou walked out a ramen shop. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, successfully enticing Hongdou to enter a flower shop. The store was small, but it had a decent variety of flowers inside. The shopkeeper was a somewhat stern middle-aged man with golden hair, probably the quiet type. After saying a brief welcome, he fell silent. "Are there any customers?" "Dad, you're always like this, Sai." A little girl walked out from the back room. With her golden ponytail, she was much more outgoing and cheerful compared to her taciturn father. "Oh, it's Hinata, brother. What flowers do you want?" Ino blinked curiously. Looking at Hongdou, it was her first time seeing this beautiful woman. She had always seen Hinata at the ninja school, where this boy was always with Lady Hinata. The middle-aged man showed no intention of engaging in the conversation, continuing to read his newspaper. I brought little Hong out to buy some flowers." The night breeze smiled gently. "It can't be called by the name Hongdou. Let's simply call it Xiao Xiao Hong, or Xiao Hong Hong instead." "Oh, and there are pink roses?" Hongdou's gaze swept around and finally landed on a few pink flowers. Whether it's roses or the color pink, both have a tremendous allure for young girls, and when the two are combined, it's even more irresistible. The night breeze is nothing to worry about. As long as Hongdou is happy, he is willing to spend a little money to make her happy. Does sister like it? How many does she want? Jingye still has a smiling expression. "I'll take all of these plants, right?" The night wind spoke. Hee. Hongdou happily rushed over and kissed the boy on the face. At this moment, Jingye finally confirmed that these two were indeed in a romantic relationship. After a while, "Goodbye, brother." Jingye skillfully wrapped the pink rose and then handed it to Hongdou. "Goodbye." The night breeze lazily responded. At this moment, holding onto the red beans, the two of them slowly made their way home. Late at night, Hongdou has fallen asleep in bed, but the night breeze has returned to its former state. Dressed in the Akatsuki uniform, he uses Earth Release to travel to a cold underground basement on the outskirts of Konoha. The adult Do has been waiting here for a long time. Alongside him are several ninjas from the Sound Village, carrying some experimental equipment on their backs. "Let's go." The golden snake-like pupils of the night wind were incredibly clear under the night, and the hoarse and cold voice made everyone dare not to slack off in the slightest. Soon, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the basement. Several ninjas from the Sound Village were on guard, while Orochimaru and Kabuto took the items inside. "Just past 1 o'clock at midnight. You really are punctual." Danzo's voice echoed faintly. More than 30 root ninjas were on standby behind him. With just a gesture from him, countless ninjutsu could instantly overwhelm Orochimaru. Such caution, truly worthy of being the leader of Root. The night breeze softly spoke. Do opened the experimental equipment beside him, which contained prepared interstitial cells, a dozen Sharingan provided by Danzo, and surgical tools. It should be noted in advance that if these things are exposed, you will face consequences, whether you'll be killed by Konoha or imprisoned. A 1T care. The night breeze was expressionless. "You don't need to worry about it. I will take good care of these powers myself," Danzo said lightly. In the Uchiha's bloodline limit, he discovered a forbidden technique called Izanagi, but each use required the sacrifice of an eye from the Sharingan. That's why he wanted to transplant an arm for himself to cultivate the Sharingan on it. "Let's begin." The night wind signaled for Danzo to lie on the operating table. Danzo was not afraid of any tricks Orochimaru might play, as the 30 or so people standing behind him were ready to act at any moment. Kabuto injected Danzo with a paralyzing drug, and the night wind swiftly cut off Danzo's right hand and removed the eyeball from his left eye. A white arm, cultivated from Hashirama's cells, with a Sharingan transplanted onto it, was then attached to Danzo's right arm, followed by a sealing technique to suppress the activity of the Hashirama cells. Finally, another Sharingan eyeball was transplanted into Danzo's left eye. After completing all this, the main work was basically done, leaving only the finishing touches. 3 hours later, Danzo practiced with his new right arm and left eye, feeling very satisfied with the newfound abilities. Izanagi was a technique that could change reality, allowing everything to develop in his favor, effectively giving him more than a dozen lives. Farewell. The night breeze carried Do away, disappearing into the underground base. The ninjas from the Sound Ninja village returned to the base with Do, while the night breeze returned to the Hidden Leaf village. Uchiha Itachi met with Pain and has now joined the Akatsuki organization, but the organization has been relatively idle lately, so no tasks have been assigned to him. Moreover, he is too lazy to team up with Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is considered a spy for the Leaf village. But this information is only known to the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. As for Itachi's abilities, he looks down on Tsukuyami, and Amaterasu will eventually be handed over to Sasuke. At that time, he can directly take Sasuke's eyes. Day 36, rainy day. The next day, ninja school, training ground. The night breeze came to visit Miss Hinata as usual, and Sasuke remained as popular as ever. In fact, Sasuke seemed even more aloof than before. Yet this only made him more attractive to girls. With his good looks, handsome face, being the top of his class, and being the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, he was exactly the type that young girls adored. Does Miss Hinata have something on her mind? The night breeze spoke up. From just now, Hinata has been absent-minded. I guess it's about Lady Hanabi, right? The night breeze smiled gently. Hinata Hanabi, Hinata's younger sister, is just over 2 years old now. In a year or two, that little girl will also begin her gentle fist training and work on her Byakugan abilities, and so on. As a member of the Hyuga main family, this is her destined fate. I don't really hope that Hanabi turns out like me. Hinata said softly. Such thoughts are considered rebellious, and she only dares to mention them in front of Yakumo. To be destined to be a certain way from birth, no matter how you look at it, seems wrong, but everyone else accepts it as normal. If someone were to mumble all day about not wanting to be a ninja and wanting to sell ramen instead, that would be strange. It has always been this way, hasn't it? Hinata feels very confused, but she doesn't dare to speak to her strict father. If she did, she would only be scolded. Human abilities have their limits, and the more cunning a person becomes, the more they will realize human limitations. I won't be human anymore, Jojo. Humans are such self-deceiving creatures, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. The night breeze spoke like an old man. Hinata listened in confusion and found Hinata Kaze equally perplexing. Of course, Hinata Kaze was inherently a mysterious person, choosing to forego the benefits of his family to work as a waiter outside, while also relying on young girls for support. Why were they so close? This was probably another inexplicable matter. A rare weekend. Sage mode, creating Rasengan. These two phrases emerged from the boy's mouth. It wasn't really a sage mode. It had almost become part of his constitution. He had the ability to use natural chakra to perform ninjutsu. As for the Rasengan, its full name is Spiraling Sphere, which condenses chakra into a high-speed rotating form to attack enemies. It was a ninjutsu invented by the 4th Hokage while researching the tailed beast bomb, taking several years. Making a regular sphere is simple, but adding chakra nature transformation makes it far too difficult. The reason Naruto could succeed was due to his enormous chakra reserves, training with shadow clones to accumulate a wealth of experience. The night breeze quietly thought. The ordinary version of the Rasengan is actually quite common. Many ninjas can perform it. For example, Jiraiya and Kakashi both can. However, adding a change in chakra nature to the Rasengan requires a significant amount of practice to achieve. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that much chakra. Moreover, training such ninjutsu within Konoha while wanting to keep one's identity hidden is completely impossible. Are you leaving? Hongdou suddenly spoke up. Maybe. The night breeze scattered the blue pill in his hand, and he said softly. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily outside. Passers-by were drenched like drowned rats, hurriedly running home. The blond little boy was one of them. Perhaps he was too far from home, so he chose to hide from the rain under the eaves. But unfortunately, he didn't know that there were always two Umbu watching over him in secret, whether it was heavy rain or heavy snow. Regardless of the wind or the sun, there were always two masked guys quietly observing him. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki himself was unaware of this. Hello there, little guy. Would you like to come in and sit? Hongdou stepped outside and smiled faintly. Huh? Oh, okay, thank you. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then grinned foolishly. In the village, it was rare for someone to show him such a friendly smile. The 3rd Hokage counted as one, Irika-sensei as another. And then there was the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, Choji Shikamaru, and so on. He had very few friends, so he remembered each one clearly. Would you like some cake? The night breeze glanced at Naruto and asked, I have no money. The little boy scratched his head and said somewhat shyly, It's okay. Consider my treat. The night breeze was calm. Hongdou took 2 pieces of cake from the display case and placed them in front of Naruto. Thank you, brother. Naruto finally showed a happy smile. He, of course, recognized the boy with the Byakugan, who often hung out with the quiet Byakugan girl in their class. However, neither of them had ever greeted each other. Sigh, it started to rain. I was actually planning to buy a gift for Sasuke. A girl's voice rang out. It was a little girl with short pink hair, holding a small umbrella as she walked into the cake shop. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. Huh, it's Naruto, Sakura said, slightly surprised, then spoke with a hint of disappointment. Clearly, she didn't think much of this classmate, while on the contrary, Naruto seemed to really like her. 2 pieces of red bean cake. Sakura didn't pay much attention to Naruto and just picked out her cake. After paying for the red bean cake, she quickly left the cake shop, holding her umbrella, without saying goodbye to Naruto or asking if he wanted to share the umbrella. The young girl, whose heart was fluttering for Sasuke, had no extra thoughts to pay attention to Naruto, carefree and always causing trouble for others. Plus his poor grades. Who would like such a fool? However, Naruto didn't think too much about it. Just encountering Sakura in such a place made him very happy. Goodbye. Soon, Naruto finished his cake. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, and Naruto felt embarrassed to stay there any longer, so he disappeared into the streets, braving the rain. As soon as Naruto left, 2 ninjas in the shadows also left the rooftop. Hongdou? What's wrong, teacher? Can you not lean on my back? It's very tiring. I can't. Actually, I have a condition where I feel unhappy if I don't lean on the teacher's back. Really? Yeah, that guy Amanda has been saying he wants a human girl as a sacrifice recently, and he yelled at me twice. I'm sorry, teacher. Achoo. Another girl's voice sounded, seemingly a bit sick. Night Breeze and Hongdou, who were being affectionate, turned around to see a little blonde girl standing at the door, her clothes soaked and her golden hair sticking to her back. After the little girl stepped inside, she took off her shoes, which were also filled with rainwater. Hello, brother Wind and sister. Ino smiled broadly, shining like bright sunshine. Although they weren't too familiar with each other, it felt as if they'd been good friends for years or were distant relatives. Can you give me a towel? My hair is wet, and I want to dry it. By the way, it would be even better if I could change into a set of clothes. Can I take a hot shower here? Ino asked cheerfully. Hongdou thought that today's kids were really bold, while Night Breeze continued to look outside with an indifferent expression. Follow me. Hongdou led the little girl upstairs. 37 scheming girl not long after. You are quite the warm-hearted one. The Night Breeze glanced at Hongdou and said with a smile. I think it's called Ino or something, right? She's quite cute. Cute girls should have their privileges, after all. Hongdou replied calmly. I'll go make her some medicine. She seems to have a cold. Hongdou then walked towards the kitchen. As a disciple of Orochimaru, she naturally understood a lot of basic medical knowledge. So making some cold medicine was easy for her. Don't you have any smaller clothes? Ino came down after taking a hot shower, wearing a set of Hongdou's clothes. The pants and jacket were very big, making her look even more petite. Little girl, are you always this friendly with others? The Night Breeze asked with a smile. Isn't your brother often with Hinata? I thought to myself, since Hinata and are also classmates, rounding it up, aren't we all good friends? Ino smiled gently. Sitting opposite to the Night Breeze, she mimicked the Night Breeze's posture to look at the rain outside the window. Rounding it up? The Night Breeze couldn't help but smile. Clearly, your relationship with Hinata isn't that good, right? This rounding up is really ridiculous. Did the PE teacher teach you math? But it doesn't matter. Akane is actually right. Cute girls always have privileges. He's not the type to want to kill everyone he sees. Occasionally teasing little girls can be a joy in life. Ino-chan, I've made some medicine for you. Drink it and you won't catch a cold. Akane came out holding a bowl and placed it in front of Ino. Thank you, sister. Ino replied. It looks like a very bitter medicine. I wonder how it was made. So bitter. Ino couldn't help but frown. But after all, she's Ino and managed to drink the whole bowl of medicine. Do you want to eat cake? The Night Breeze asked with a smile. Although it was a questioning tone, Hongdou had already placed the cake on the table, along with a cup of warm water. I don't have any money, Ino said somewhat awkwardly. After taking a shower here and using Xiaohan's clothes, I thought you had already considered this place your home. The Night Breeze chuckled. That makes sense. Ino quickly began to enjoy the dessert. The rain outside seemed to have no intention of stopping for the time being. Sitting here was quite nice. Soon, there is an umbrella here. Just go back and get it, said Akamaru. Ino glanced at the Night Breeze lying on the bench as if asleep and pouted. This guy, who was clearly very enthusiastic towards Hinata. Why is he so indifferent to me? Is it just my imagination? Thank you. Although she thought this in her heart. Ino still took Akamaru's umbrella. The rain was still falling, but it wasn't as heavy anymore. Her clothes and the umbrella could wait to be returned next time she came here. 2 days later, afternoon, Ino came back with the clothes and umbrella and casually ordered a cake. Brother, Ino greeted warmly, clearly treating this place as her home. Oh, the Night Breeze nodded, then continued reading. Speaking of medical ninjutsu, one woman must be mentioned, whom he is also familiar with, Tsunade. Her medical skills are quite impressive. For example, this book on spinal nerves in his hand. Big brother. Another voice sounded. The night breeze put down the book and discovered that little Sakura was actually there too, and she seemed very close to Ino. What's going on? The girls didn't seem to be jealous of each other over Sasuke. Could it be that they made up? Huh. The night breeze was somewhat surprised. Haruno Sakura was clearly not as outgoing or talkative as Ino. She just greeted and then stood quietly beside Ino. To be honest, Yafeng didn't particularly like girls like Haruno Sakura. Of course, it wasn't that there was something wrong with Sakura. The problem was with him. This girl was pretty ordinary, and the most she had was a bit of a serious idol obsession, which wasn't a major flaw. But for him, girls like her were not appealing. Sasuke was his possession. He hated it when someone else cared about his things, even if it was just a 7-year-old girl. Love and all that, thinking someone is cold and cool, and believing she has found true love. Today's little girls are truly hopeless. However, compared to all this, Yafeng was more curious about how these two little girls made up. If I remember correctly, their essay guy in your class named Uchiha Sasuke? Night Wind said, yes. Sakura was a bit at a loss and didn't expect Night Wind to mention Sasuke. Yeah, there's a Sasuke. Ino still had a smiling expression. Sasuke is quite popular, right? Girls your age should like that type. The night breeze took a sip of tea and said with a light laugh. Indeed, Sakura immediately blushed. As for Ino, she looked a bit embarrassed. Sasuke is really handsome, but recently, I've suddenly felt that friends are more important. Rather than saying I like him, I say I admire rebellious guys. That kind of handsome look feels more like admiration. Ino said seriously. It's hard to imagine that this is a 7-year-old child's realization. The night breeze smiled, but said nothing more. It seems that Ino has already come to terms with reality ahead of the awakening that was supposed to come after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Does Big Brother have time to play with us today? Ino asked. I'm working here, so I don't have time to play with you guys, he replied. Night Wind replied. At work? Ino and Sakura looked at Night Wind. This guy was sitting here holding a book and not attending to the customers. It clearly looked like Red Bean was the one working. Living off someone else's success. Do you understand what living off someone else's success means? The night breeze smiled. Zaya Hong Hong is the boss's niece, and the boss is a childless and wifeless recluse, so it's equivalent to me being the boss here. Life is so pleasant and relaxed. Isn't it much better than being a ninja? The night wind chuckled. The two little girls fell silent. Society is indeed insidious, cold, and heartless. This seemingly harmless big brother turned out to be a scheming bastard. But in reality, the two girls were mistaken. This is more than just a scheming bastard. This is a guy who can kill without blinking and has no moral integrity. If one day he felt like it, he might even abduct them, gouge out their eyes, and then lock them up in a lab. Brother, you were just joking, right? Jingyi couldn't help but say, can't you all see that? Of course, I was joking. Actually, the boss is a good-hearted person. He already considers me as a son-in-law, which is why he allows me to be lazy. The night breeze carried a smile on his face. It seemed that the time was about right. What was about right? Nothing much, just suddenly remembering Miss Hinata's eyes, which were truly beautiful and gentle. Humph. A week later, the residence of the Hyuga clan. It was quite rare for Yakaze to return to his little room. Of course, this time he didn't bring Anko along. He came home to pack some things. While Anko was busy gathering items to take from the Red Flower dessert shop, they were about to leave Konoha, and he had many matters to attend to. For example, the tasks assigned to him by the organization, the chakra nature transformation for making meatballs, research on the first-generation cells, and the blood curse seals, among other things. It was just the right time for a break, and Hinata was also at home practicing. As for Hinata Hanabi, that child was being watched over and cared for by servants at all times. Speaking of which, he really disliked taking care of little kids. Fortunately, he had enough subordinates. And since Karen had assigned Girin to train Anko, he might as well hand Hanabi over to her as well. No matter how many times he looked at it, it was still a collectible piece of art. Night Wind casually packed up some things. Among them, besides a few books, the most valuable was that blood-red, magnificent eyeball. The sun set red eyes. Not long after, Night Wind appeared at the Patriarch's residence. He had a good relationship with Hinata Hyuga, so no one stopped him along the way. Brother Wind. Hinata was barefoot, wearing a tight black taijutsu training outfit. In a room with wooden floors, she was practicing gentle fist techniques against several dummies. Hyuga Hizashi was also in the room, seriously supervising his daughter's training. Indeed, he was a traditional and strict man. The Patriarch. The night breeze bowed respectfully. Hinata nodded and didn't say anything. Hinata continued training while Yakaze watched from the side. Time passed to noon. The afternoon continued. The clan leader left a remark before leaving the small cabin. As for Hyuga Kaze, he couldn't be bothered to care. The branch family members didn't dare to have any bad intentions, and it was good for Hinata to make more friends. Miss Hinata, you look really beautiful today. The night wind smiled slightly. After a lot of exercise, Hinata was dripping with sweat, and her little face was flushed. Night Wind had always thought that the Byakugan was an ugly eye, but on Hinata, it surprisingly looked harmonious. Thank you. Hinata was used to Night Wind's compliments, but still felt a bit shy. Speaking of which, I haven't met Hanabi yet. After lunch, can you take me to meet her, Miss Hinata? The night breeze smiled. Hinata nodded. Soon, the two went outside to have lunch. Hinata's training in the afternoon started at 2 o'clock, so Night Breeze still had 2 hours to chat with the two young ladies. An hour later, Hinata changed into a home kimono and enjoyed a lovely lunch with Night Breeze. The two returned to the residence and went to Lady Hanabi's room. 2-year-old Hanabi was asleep, and a woman in her 20s with white eyes patiently waited by her side. Miss Hinata, the servant said respectfully. Hinata nodded and walked to her sister's bed, a slight smile on her lips. She really liked her sister. The Night Breeze also looked at this little girl, showing an interested expression. This is the true Byakugan princess. The purest bearer of the Byakugan bloodline in this generation of the Hyuga clan, probably the purest among the past few generations as well. Unfortunately, she's a bit too young. This is Hanabi, isn't she adorable? Hinata said with a smile. Yes, she is indeed very cute. The Night Breeze nodded slightly. Hee. Hinata smiled happily. However, her face suddenly showed signs of fatigue. Perhaps the previous training had been too exhausting? Miss Hinata? The servant was startled and hurried over to support Hinata. But at that moment, the Night Breeze smiled harmlessly. With a swift chop, he knocked the woman unconscious and then held the unconscious Hinata in his arms. This girl really trusted him too much. He had added a little sleeping pill to her meal, and Hinata had been completely unaware from start to finish. Of course, even if she had sensed something, it wouldn't have made much difference. Perhaps he would persuade Hinata to leave with him. If she was unwilling, he could always just forcefully take her away. Hyuga Kaze was just an innocent bystander he had killed from the very beginning. Half an hour later, the Hyuga family finally realized something was wrong. Miss Hinata and Miss Hanabi had both disappeared, and of course, so had Hyuga Kaze. At this time, the Night Breeze had already used Earth Release to leave Konoha with several women. The person responsible for the pickup was Hongdou. Do was busy with experiments, so he wouldn't disturb him this time, but would rest at another base instead. Lord Orochimaru? Hongdou looked at Hanabi in her arms, her expression a mix of laughter and tears. What was going on? She was about to become a full-time nanny. One more is no more, one less is no less. This child will be entrusted to you, and so will Hinata. The Night Wind said yes. Hongdou could only nod helplessly. The Night Breeze still maintained the appearance of the Hinata Wind, while Hongdou had returned to her original form, dressed in her favorite black fishnet outfit. 6 hours later, everyone walked into a cave entrance halfway up the mountain. This base was established inside the cave, left over from a seal experiment, and there were also many imprisoned test subjects. Of course, most of them were no longer valuable. It was just that Orochimaru had not given the order to kill those guys, which was why they were still alive to this day. In one room, Night Wind sat by the bed, where Hinata lay in a deep sleep. This was his private room, and regardless of whether he was there or not, someone was responsible for cleaning it every day. Brother? After more than half an hour had passed, and the outside light had dimmed, Hinata slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she found herself in an extremely unfamiliar enclosed room. Although the lighting was bright, the items arranged in the room were quite strange. There were many books and odd glass containers, some of which contained human eyeballs. If Night Wind hadn't been beside her, Hinata would have been too nervous to speak. I'm very sorry, Miss Hinata. Night Wind said, Brother, where's this? Hinata was still very scared and tightly held one of Night Wind's hands. This is my home, and it's not Konoha anymore. Although it's within the Land of Fire, the closest place is a place called Sound Ninja Village. You and Hanabi will live here from now on. The Night Breeze gently touched Hinata's head, and she softly said, Brother is not from the Hyuga clan. Why would he be outside the village? What is going on here? Hinata was even more confused. Why would a member of the Hyuga family have such a house outside the village? Moreover, this time, she and Hanabi had no idea what was happening and were just brought here. Because I have never been Hyugafong, Hinata. Hyugafong has long been killed by me. The Night Breeze slowly tore away the human skin mask from his face, revealing pale skin, and his white eyes returned to their normal golden snake pupils. Removing the disguise, he was a brooding young man with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. 39 Welcome Ceremony. You are. Hinata couldn't speak. This boy with golden snake pupils was so unfamiliar, his face showing neither respect nor gentleness, but rather cruelty. Is this really his true face? My name is Orochimaru. Yes, that Orochimaru who is wanted by Konoha. The night breeze calmly spoke. Hinata didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Seeing the little girl's reaction, the night breeze had long anticipated this. You don't need to worry about Hanabi. She is doing well. Whenever you're ready to speak, just knock on the door, and someone will bring you to me. With that, the young man walked out of the closed room. He only said she was doing well, but didn't mention that she wouldn't be subjected to other things. Hanabi is still very young. Otherwise, he would have taken her pure white eyes at the first opportunity. Besides that, both Hanabi and Hinata are precious experimental subjects. If clones of the two could be made, perhaps a large number of pure white-eyed bodies could be cultivated. Mass-producing Rinnegan? Just thinking about it made the night breeze want to laugh out loud. The power of the Rinnegan's ocular technique could even split the moon in half. The more people, the better. Just a dozen or so subordinates with Rinnegan would make the entire ninja world belong to him, killing gods if they blocked his way, and killing Buddhas if they stood in his path. As for Kaguya, that's a matter for the future, with other ways to deal with her. In the future, she suddenly felt a bit sad, yet also a bit happy. The sadness was that she was indeed a useless and incompetent heir of the clan, easily taken away by someone else. Her father must be going crazy with worry now. The happiness was that perhaps she wouldn't need to go through those tedious and boring training sessions anymore. Though she was uncertain about what her future would hold and whether she would have the chance to survive. Orochimaru was once wanted for allegedly capturing ninjas from the village, causing a large number of people to go missing. Just thinking about it was terrifying. On the other side, in the laboratory, Lord Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Honglian quickly bowed respectfully. Lord Orochimaru. Xianglin also imitated her, saying she wasn't very clear about past events, only knowing that this man was a powerful ninja with many underground bases. That's what Orochimaru's subordinates had told her. In the past, Do would occasionally take time to teach her medical knowledge, but later he got too busy and handed her over to Honglian. Honglian was a woman who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm on the inside, a strong woman. She was meticulous in her work and task execution, and very friendly towards Xianglin, dutifully fulfilling her responsibilities. The experimental subjects here were no longer of any use. The night wind spoke. I understand, my lord. Honglian nodded respectfully. Since there is no value in using it, then it can only die or be discarded at will. Orochimaru once conducted human experiments using animal genes, ultimately creating many human-beast hybrids. Those humans typically exhibited some traits of wild animals, such as scales and claws. Unfortunately, the genetic experiments ultimately failed, and the abilities of the mutants were too weak. Although many test subjects were dealt with, there were also quite a few that were carelessly discarded. After all, they were just things without any value. Oh, by the way, have someone bring Hinata out and let her appreciate it as well. Consider it a welcome ceremony. The night breeze smiled. At first glance, the clean smile seemed somewhat sunny, but the more one understood Orochimaru, the more one would feel awe and fear. Yes. Honglian respectfully walked away. Xianglin also bent down, following behind Honglian like a little follower. Was it a bit too cruel for a 7-year-old? Akkad suddenly spoke up. She herself thought this question was silly, but she still asked. If one had to give a reason, it was probably because Hinata was indeed very cute. A little girl who looked lovable and pitiful. Cruel? This world is inherently cruel. The night breeze was indifferent. Hongdou nodded and said nothing more. He truly was an unprecedented tyrant. Not long ago, he was merely playing games for amusement. He regarded life as a toy and treated justice as dirt. Half an hour later, inside the cave, the entire base was actually divided into 2 levels, and the lower level was where various experimental subjects were held. Now all the experimental subjects have been released from their cells, brought to a square, and their shackles removed. A vast crowd of over 200 people. Most of them had numb expressions. After years in their cells, they had long since gone insane. Some had been captured by ninjas, while others had sold themselves for money. But now, without exception, they were all numb and abnormal. Some hated Orochimaru, while others had become fanatics, willing to do anything. The night breeze and red beans are on the 2nd floor, and Honglian is bringing Xianglin and Hinata over here. Xianglin looks at these guys curiously, while Hinata remains silent, feeling neither happy nor sad, just pure despair. Explain to them what will happen here. The night breeze carried a faint smile. First, this is Lord Orochimaru's base, and the guys down there are the failed products of a certain experiment, now deemed worthless. Secondly, Lord Orochimaru does not need worthless waste. Hong Lian calmly said as she looked at the two little girls. Let the killing begin. The last one standing can leave this base alive, witnessed personally by Lord Orochimaru. Hong Lian addressed the crowd below. As soon as her words fell, the crowd became restless. They had long been tortured into madness, and now that there was a glimmer of hope to escape, no one would be willing to give up this opportunity. Moreover, the implication of Hong Lian's words was very clear. Only one person could survive and leave. Those golden snake eyes were watching this place, and no one dared to defy the will of that master. Roar! Clang clang. Various sounds erupted below. Some fell to the ground spitting blood. Some were biting with their teeth. Some wielded knives, and others held iron rods. Angry roars, screams, wails, and crazed howls filled the air. Blood covered the ground. Heads flew, and the entire square was in chaos, with someone being killed every second. They did not know each other, nor did they have any grudges. But today they fought with all their might, solely to kill each other and perform a bloody spectacle. Sister, sister. Xiang Lin was so frightened that her face turned pale. Tightly grasping Hong Lian's hand, she had seen murder before, but it was her first time witnessing such large-scale slaughter. It was like a scene from hell. Hinata was not much better off. She leaned against the railing and vomited. She had never even witnessed a murder, let alone such a bloody scene. Heads and chunks of flesh were everywhere, with every kind of death imaginable, and there were even madmen laughing as they ate the blood and flesh. Her soul seemed to tremble in the cold wind. The killing continued, and Hinata's fear grew ever more intense. Was this the fate of something without utilitarian value in this place? An hour later, the sounds of slaughter finally weakened. The one who survived in the end was a young man. He appeared somewhat frail, but his strength and ferocity were surprising. What was his name? The night wind glanced at Hong Lian and asked, Huan Yuan? Hong Lian replied, Lord Orochimaru. The young man was covered in blood, and the knife in his hand was dripping with blood. Let's go, you can leave now. The night wind whispered softly. What he said would naturally not be taken back. An experimental subject with no value could leave without a second thought. As for exposing the location of the base, there are not many in the ninja world who dare to openly act recklessly in his territory. I can die, but please, Lord Orochimaru, release my imprisoned clansmen. Yet, Kagayamaru said this. Clansmen? The night wind was a bit surprised. This guy's whole clan has been captured, and there are a few in another base, Hong Lian explained. The night breeze nodded slightly. This guy actually has some courage. Clearly, he could leave alive, yet he still wants to negotiate terms with him. I don't know whether to call it foolishness or a great love. Why should I agree to you? The night wind sneered. I am willing to pay any price, including this body and life, as long as Lord Orochimaru spares my clan. Huan Yuan half kneeled on the ground, continuing to plead. Although very young, it was clear he was a stubborn young man. Huh. The night wind swayed as dozens of snakes stretched out from their sleeves, pulling the body of the illusionary ghost pill over from dozens of meters away, crashing it heavily onto the ground with a muffled sound. Kill him. The night breeze tossed a kunai to Hinata, who coldly said. Hinata stared blankly at the kunai in her hand, then looked at the poor young man, surrounded by a swarm of snakes. He had no right to negotiate with me, yet he insisted on speaking to me like this. He was nothing of any value. If he died, so be it. The night wind continued to speak. Hinata was still in a daze, showing no intention of taking action. Think about yourself and your sister. Do you want to die? Just kill him. Hong Lian, sensing the situation was dire, quickly patted the little girl's shoulder and said softly. Only then did Hinata seem to awaken from her dream. If she didn't kill him, she and her sister might be implicated. Brother, Lord Orochimaru, please don't hurt my sister. Hinata tightened her grip on the kunai slightly. Her eyes were filled with helplessness, yet flickered with a glimmer of hope. Prove your worth to me. All I need here are obedient subordinates, useful subordinates. The night wind replied. Since you have come to his base, you must abide by the rules he has set. He does not like ornaments. Yes, Hinata answered softly. There is no long and boring training here, but life will not be easier than before. It seems that way. This man is completely unpredictable, and all one feels is fear. Thud. The shuriken pierced the heart, and after being pulled out, fresh blood gushed out. Hinata's hands trembled constantly, but she still bit her lip and killed him. Not bad. It seems you understand the rules here a little, Hinata. The night breeze chuckled lightly, as if nothing had happened. He always laughed so easily, yet was also so deranged. Take Hinata to rest. The night wind laughed as it walked away. Hongdou did not leave with it, but instead patted Hinata's head. Come on, Hinata-chan. Adults like obedient and sensible children. As long as you don't go against his will, he won't do anything to you or your sister, Hongdou comforted. Although they were also valuable experimental subjects, these sisters were completely different from Uchiha Shisui. If they were obedient enough, perhaps they could secure a decent position. There was a boy named Kimimaro who was such a case. He was a bloodline limit user from the Kagaya clan. Due to his unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, even Kabuto treated him very politely, and his life was not affected at all, only taking orders from Orochimaru. Of course, Hongren and Kabuto were also good examples, including Hongdou herself. Many people were trafficked, but in the end, they became utterly devoted to that man, willing to sacrifice everything for him, even knowing he was a demon. The last person in the world who cares for you and gives you warmth is a demon. Will you help justice eliminate the demon, or help the demon become more evil? The answer is already obvious. Sister, were you a ninja in Konoha before? Hinata's numb face suddenly moved slightly. Listening to Hongdou talk about her past, she felt a bit of vitality returning. Yes, at that time, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin in the village. And as a student, everyone in the village would avoid me, Hongdou replied with a smile. She was originally an orphan from a town in the land of waves. Having lost her parents early on, with no relatives and no financial support, she was often bullied and mocked by local children, and no one would help her. The world was dark and devoid of light, day after day, until that day when she cried alone in an alley and met that cold man. He wore the attire of a Konoha ninja, had pale skin and bright golden eyes. He was thin but appeared very tall. That man listened to her, took her out to eat, understood her experiences and pain, and told her interesting stories about ninja life. He was simply the gentlest person in the world. He invited her to Konoha to be a student and learn ninjutsu. He said he would teach her to become a powerful ninja. Without a second thought, she agreed. Later she learned that her teacher had no conscience and was actually a child trafficker who often caught people for various human experiments. Was there anyone worse than her teacher in the world? She didn't know, but one thing she was certain of was that she liked being with her teacher. Sister, are you really not brainwashed? Hinata asked cautiously. This sister named Hongdou always seemed a bit dim-witted. Hinata was not actually stupid at all. She was just soft and timid, never fighting back or arguing, and certainly did not dare to question. What was she thinking? Her sister knew she was doing bad things. Her teacher was certainly not a good person, but what did that matter? Why should one be a good person? What could I gain from being a good person? Hongdou shrugged. Helping others deal with Orochimaru? Impossible. Actually, Lord Orochimaru quite likes you. He just doesn't want you to be like before, which is why he seems so indifferent. A little girl who even trembles when it comes to killing wouldn't be liked by Lord Orochimaru. If you want to regain his favor and survive in this place, just work hard to make yourself more valuable. Hongdou leaned down and kissed Hinata's forehead. It was already late, and it was time to rest. In fact, if Hinata understood the night wind's feelings for Hongdou, she would realize that she was actually quite lucky. It was a special arrangement to send Hongdou to accompany Hinata. No one else received such treatment. A month later, long time no see, Kabuto. The night wind arrived alone at this base. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed respectfully. Lord Orochimaru is indeed Lord Orochimaru. Even though he appears to be a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he is still that esteemed person. The blood curse seal of Hongdou was very successful. For now, it seems to have no negative effects, is very helpful for healing, and can also prevent aging. You are busy all day, and it just happens to relieve your stress. The night breeze was gentle. Dou was his most admired subordinate. Both in medical skills and intelligence, absolutely top-notch. Such subordinates are hard to find. Thank you, my lord. Dou agreed without a second thought. He was certainly aware of the blood curse seal experiment and knew its effects. Hiss! The night wind transformed into a small white snake with its right hand, then bit the back of Dou's neck. It was not to suck blood, but to inject Orochimaru's blood. A few seconds later, a bright red mark appeared, which was 3 blood-red tomo. Unlike ordinary curse seals, this technique did not carry his soul mark. It was simply to help his subordinates prolong their lives and heal injuries. And it had no negative effects. This technique would not be given to many people. He only gave it to his most admired subordinates. I'm going to the organization. The base is up to you. Yes, Dou was a good assistant, and Honglian was also a good caretaker. After arranging for Hinata and Hanabi, the night wind set off again with Akkad, walking through the ninja world in Akatsuki's clothing. The matter of creating clones was left to Dou to handle. One day, the Akatsuki organization rarely gathered together. Pain, Konin, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakazu, Sasori, and Zetsu. 9 people communicated through their rings, forming an illusory shadow. Is this the rogue ninja from Konoha, Itachi, Uchiha? He really is young, Kisame laughed. His dead fish-like eyes were fixed on Itachi, as if he wanted to see something from this guy's eyes. IWA, Shinobi has a target candidate, Deidara. This recruitment task will be assigned to Itachi, Uchiha. Is there a problem? Pain said. His eyes were the most special, with white pupils shimmering with black ripples and a hint of purple. They were filled with majesty and mystery, and just his aura suppressed everyone. In recent years, the organization would take more actions to accumulate bounties and gather Jinchuriki from various villages, which would inevitably attract outside attention. Members of the organization would act in pairs, and there was no need to touch the Jinchuriki for now. I would handle the 4 tails and 5 tails myself, Pain said. As for the groupings, Orochimaru and Sasori would be one team, Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame another, Haiden and Kakuzu another, and Deidara would be set aside for now, while Zetsu was responsible for secretly gathering intelligence. Understood? After the leader spoke, several people had different expressions. What? This guy reeking of copper is going to team up with me? It's simply a desecration to the evil god, Haiden said unhappily. Although his hard power was relatively weak, due to a special technique, he had become an official member of the Akatsuki organization. Boring guy, only knows how to kill. He has no brains at all. Kakuzu mocked. This guy is just a brute. I don't want such a teammate. Itachi, please take care of me, Kisame laughed again. Itachi nodded, remaining expressionless throughout. Are you Orochimaru? I heard you're researching forbidden techniques on human bodies. It seems you've succeeded. Sasori gazed at Orochimaru, his eyes flashing slightly. Orochimaru should be a man in his 50s, but in this body, he looked very young, at most just a teenager. But compared to my art, your methods are nothing. Sasori said. Maybe, who knows? The night wind shrugged its shoulders, indicating indifference. Scorpion was also a madman, transforming his own body into a puppet. His entire body was filled with puppet mechanisms, with only the heart being a human organ, which in a sense achieved immortality. As long as the vitality of the heart does not fade, he will never die, just like the puppets he created, which will never decay and will always remain beautiful. A year later, the land of wind, a vast desert of yellow sand, with nothing left but the scorching sun and endless sand. There wasn't a single white cloud in the sky, only the blazing sun. In such harsh weather, 3 figures walked through the desert. The guy can really run, actually trying to hide in a place like this to escape. Unfortunately, his head is worth 20 million. A man's gloomy voice sounded. This was a bulky and oversized figure, dragging a long metallic tail behind him, resembling a scorpion's tail. He wore a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns, signifying his identity. Beside him were 2 figures in similar uniforms, looking much more normal. One was a black-haired boy with golden eyes, pale skin, and a thin build. The other was a short-haired girl with purple hair, whose body had developed very maturely, with delicate features and a beautiful face. Notably, her right eye was gray-brown, while her left eye was crimson, with 3 tomo appearing in it. Tuchuan, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, who had murdered 11 jonin from Iwagakure and went missing 2 years ago. The recent bounty had increased from 15 million to 20 million, so the organization decided to send someone to take his head. As for the information, as long as a person is still alive, they will always leave traces. The Akatsuki organization had a good grasp of this guy's existence. There was almost nothing they didn't know. Ahead, there was actually a small town. Hongdou was somewhat surprised. In such an environment, humans could still establish a settlement. Let us go. The mission target should be inside. I can sense a powerful chakra that is different from ordinary people's, and Tuchuan is definitely inside. The night breeze softly spoke. With the power of the immortal body combined with the bloodline of Xianglin, he could sense the chakra aura of everyone within a radius of several dozen miles clearly. Take the heads for the bounty, and leave the bodies to me for making puppets. No problem, right? Scorpion said. Although it was a question, it carried an undeniable tone. Whatever, I'm not interested in the Jainin. The night wind replied faintly. Unless there's a special bloodline limit, there is no reason for ordinary people to take action. In my hands, even a jonin can become a powerful weapon, stronger than in life, and eternally immortal. Scorpion said proudly. In the field of puppetry, he claimed to be second, and no one in the entire ninja world dared to say they were first. In terms of creating puppets, even a shadow-level powerhouse would become a powerful weapon in his hands after death, and he could manipulate over 100 puppets at the same time. One person destroying a small country is completely not a problem. This is the strength of the official members of the Akatsuki organization. 42. Tailed Beast Chakra. Don't flaunt your puppets in front of me. Haven't we tried this before? I used the reanimation jutsu to bring forth the third Kazekage. While you fought me with your own crafted third Kazekage puppet, and in the end, I won. The fact proves that a corpse is just a corpse. The night breeze whispered softly. TSK. Scorpion felt a bit displeased but didn't say anything more. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to have the Edo Tensei technique, which could revive the dead and restore them to their peak condition. There were no chakra limits. They retained their self-awareness, and they were immortal, only able to be dealt with through sealing techniques. In comparison, it was indeed weaker than a puppet. 2 days later, the three of them brought Tuanshi's head to exchange for a bounty, then looked for an opportunity to hand over the money to Kaku, who was responsible for managing the organization's finances. After that, there was a brief rest period. The night wind carried red beans back to the base to check on Hinata and Hanabi, as well as the situation of Kabuto's experiments. The base. The chakra of the tailed beasts. The night wind had a serious expression as he walked into a heavily secured laboratory. Here, one of the tails of the 8 tails was cultivated, naturally containing a large amount of tailed beast chakra, along with some 9 tails chakra collected on the night of the 9 tails rampage. However, the amount of 9 tails chakra was much less compared to that of the 8 tails. What violent power, Hongdou sighed. Tailed beasts are remnants left by the Sage of 6 Paths. They're a special kind of creature. Their bodies are as large as small mountains, capable of immense destruction, and they possess the tailed beast ball, a manifestation formed from the condensation of countless chakras. Even if a tailed beast is killed, it will naturally revive after some time. The 5 great ninja villages each possess their own tailed beast weapon. Although it's a bit risky, I want to give it a try. The night wind smiled. His physique had the ability to devour. If he could absorb the tailed beast chakra for his own use, his strength would increase even faster. Be careful, Lord Orochimaru. If you can't succeed, stop immediately, Kabuto advised. The chakra of a tailed beast is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It can easily lead to death or insanity. I am the immortal Orochimaru. Nothing can kill me. The Akatsuki robe fell to the ground as the man transformed into a massive white-scaled serpent. Although it was not yet the complete form of the Orochi, its aura was still very powerful. The chakra of the 9 tails was quickly consumed, and Orochimaru returned to human form, his eyes alternating between gold and red, the powerful chakra of the 9 tails causing the night wind's body to rapidly heat up. It looked as if he was being cooked, his entire body turning red and emitting steam. Are you all right, Lord Orochimaru? Teacher? Kabuto and Anko expressed their concerns. However, the night wind did not stop the devouring process. Instead, he kept his eyes tightly closed. His blood was boiling and the flow rate was accelerating. But he indeed felt the power of devouring taking effect. Although the speed was slow, the tailed beast chakra was gradually transforming into his own strength, becoming his chakra and making it even more powerful. This idea was indeed feasible. A week later, at the base of Honlian, Hinata-chan, seeing the girl with Byakugan, Anko was the first to rush over. Sister. Hinata felt a bit shy. She glanced over at Orochimaru, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and inexplicable anticipation. Very good. Your gaze has become much more determined. The night wind smiled with satisfaction. Although it had only been a little over a year, Hinata had developed a certain aura of ruthlessness, one that could only be formed by having killed people or having done so frequently. Now, if you gave Hinata a knife and asked her to kill, she might not even furrow her brows. Truly, this is Guren. She has her own methods of training. This time, regarding the blood curse mark, besides Hinata and Hanabi's share. Guren, you also have a part in it. The night breeze smiled and said. Hongdou walked over holding Hinata, and he also reached out to pat the little girl's head. Brother, Hinata said very softly. If it weren't for the night breeze's keen hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard anything. You can't call him brother. You have to call him Lord Orochimaru, Hongdou said with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's just a title anyway. Hinata can call him whatever she likes. The night wind chuckled. Hinata's appearance was somewhat disheveled. Her hair had grown long, reaching her shoulders. In her pair of white eyes, there was no longer any softness or cowardice. She was no longer the innocent girl who knew nothing. For herself and her sister to survive in such a place. Her hands were stained with blood, having killed many innocent people. And this was just training. When she was needed in the future, she would surely kill even more people, perhaps including the ninjas of Konoha. I like obedient little girls. The night breeze whispered in Hinata's ear. After speaking, It opened its mouth and bit down on the little girl's neck, injecting blood into her, forming a blood curse seal on her. Hinata probably understood what this was. It was a reward given to subordinates appreciated by adults. Her body felt warm. She sensed that if she encountered any danger, that curse seal would grant her great power. Protect yourself well, because you are mine. Without my permission, not even you can allow yourself to be harmed, especially those eyes. Do you understand? The night breeze kissed Hinata's forehead and softly said. This smile was strange and incredibly evil, yet it made Hinata unable to refuse, instead rising a feeling of happiness. Hinata answered softly. When victims develop feelings for their perpetrators, we generally refer to it as Stockholm Syndrome. However, there's also a saying, love is love, unrelated to everything else outside of love. Different people have different perspectives. There is no absolute in this world. Some victims, after their perpetrators are captured, may even come to resent the police, believing that the police destroyed their happiness. That's right. Nightwind is such a scumbag. A person with no bottom line and no morals. A man who would do anything for ambition. Hinata is certainly cute, but he is more concerned about when he can cultivate those eyes into the Sharingan and then consume them. Hanabi is the same. If he is in a good mood, he might give these two girls a good ending after using them. Probably like Kurenai Yuhi. But if he's in a bad mood one day, who knows what might happen? The most precious thing to humans is something that hasn't been obtained yet. Once you have it, you will probably gradually become bored. If you can always afford to buy a new one that looks exactly the same, you might not even take a second glance at it. And you might even confuse its name. However, Nightwind is different. He hasn't reached that level of cruelty yet. He doesn't have the habit of being fickle. He only cares about how much utility this thing still has, and everything else is inconsequential. It has just begun 60 years in the Hidden Leaf Village. Stop, Naruto! I will definitely not let you go this time. Several nin are leaping across the rooftops, chasing after a young blonde boy. You guys are too slow. Naruto laughs as he runs, holding a paint bucket. The Hokage monument has been defaced with his graffiti, which is why these nin are after him. You guys can't do what I just did, but I can. Aren't I great? Naruto laughs loudly. Oh no, Lord Third. That guy Naruto is drawing on the statues of the Hokage. Early in the morning, the Hidden Leaf is bustling. Hey, Naruto. Just when Naruto thought he had shaken off a few nin and successfully escaped, a voice came from behind him. Irika-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto is startled. I should be asking you. It's class time. What are you doing here? Irika says, speechless. Not long after, in a ninja school classroom. Listen up, Naruto. You didn't pass the last 2 exams, and this isn't the time for pranks, you idiot. Irika ties Naruto up with rope. Naruto turns his head away. Today's lesson is still the transformation technique. Those who have passed line up. Irika says unhappily. Oh, the students all get up from their seats. Sakura Harino, Star Transform. A girl with short pink hair makes hand seals and quickly transforms into Irika's appearance, looking about 90% similar. Very good. Irika nods in satisfaction. Sasuke, did you see that? Sakura smiles at Sasuke, who is standing at the back of the line. However, the boy is very indifferent and doesn't bother to pay attention to Sakura. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika says. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately steps out of the line and uses the transformation technique with hand seals. Sasuke's ninjutsu is obviously more perfect, looking exactly like Irika himself, but with a somewhat cold gaze. Full marks. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika says. Such a hassle. Shikamaru stares at Naruto from behind. It's all your fault. Ino also says speechlessly. What does it have to do with me? Naruto pouts and steps out of the line. Transform. Naruto also starts using the transformation technique. However, he doesn't transform into Irika's appearance, but into a woman with golden twin tails, completely nude, appearing in front of everyone. Irika instantly turns to stone and then has a nosebleed. Ha ha ha. How about that? I call this the seduction technique. Naruto returns to his original form, laughing heartily. You idiot. Don't create such boring ninjutsu. Irika roars. Not good at serious transformation techniques, but good at these tricks. After school. Damn. Naruto holds a rag in one hand, with cleaning supplies beside him. The graffiti he made in the morning still has to be cleaned up by himself. However, Naruto originally acted out because no one wanted to pay attention to him to make more people notice him. His purpose has been achieved. I won't let you go home until you finish cleaning up. Irika supervises from his side. Whatever. No one is at home anyway. Naruto mutters. Naruto, what's wrong this time? How about this? Once you finish cleaning, I'll treat you to ramen tonight. Yay. As evening arrives, Ichiraku ramen. Irika takes Naruto here to eat ramen. Naruto, why did you draw in that place? You should know what kind of person the Hokage is. Irika says, of course, simply put, the person who inherits the title of Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. Naruto replies after finishing the soup. Then why did you vandalize? Irika asks, because I, one day, will inherit the title of Hokage, and I will surpass all past Hokages, making everyone in the village acknowledge me. Naruto declares with ambition. Because the Hokage is someone who is respected and loved by everyone, he wants to prove himself by becoming Hokage. Teacher, I have a request. Naruto's expression becomes serious. Another bowl? Irika guesses. No. Can you give me your ninja headband? Naruto puts his hands together and asks. This? Irika touches the ninja headband on his forehead. No. This can only be obtained after graduating from ninja school. It is proof of becoming a competent ninja, so wait for tomorrow's graduation exam. Irika says. Stingy. Another bowl. Naruto huffs. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Hidden Leaf, villagers from the Sound Village? Oh, merchants. Come in. 2 gatekeepers check the visitor scrolls and allow them to enter the village. Thank you. A young man smiled slightly, exuding a noble elegance. He was probably in his 20s, slender but tall, with long hair reaching his waist, dressed in a set of black clothing that was both ancient and solemn, and his eyes were an ordinary black. If there was anything impressive about him, it would be his pale skin, as if he were suffering from some illness. Moreover, the man's voice was somewhat hoarse, very distinctive. Next to the man was a woman. A mature woman in her 20s with vibrant short purple hair, wearing very short shorts and a crop top that revealed her belly button, unabashedly showcasing her beautiful curves. The color of her eyes was also an ordinary black, and both of her eyes were the same. Teacher, what are we having for dinner tonight? The woman said with a playful laugh, one hand linking with the man's arm. Teacher, aren't they a couple? Thought the 2 security guards, somewhat speechless. Whatever, as long as you're happy, the man replied casually. Hee. The 2 walked away, chatting and laughing. The newcomers were naturally Yi Feng and Hongdou. The organization hadn't had any special tasks lately, so he leisurely returned to Konoha. Speaking of which, it had been 5 years since he last visited this village. It was still as bustling and lively as ever. During this long time, he had acquired quite a few treasures, and his trump cards had increased significantly. First, there was the eye technique of the Uchiha clan. He and Orochimaru studied it together, ultimately creating a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, and it was largely due to luck, as the success rate was very low. He didn't rush to use it himself, but instead transplanted the eyes to Hongdou. As for the eye with the Kimui ability in Hongdou's left eye, he had consumed it. Next was the research on Byakugan. The cultivation of the clone was very successful. He had consumed a lot of Hinata, Hanabi's clone's Byakugan. And of course, blood was essential as well. The Rinnegan had begun to awaken about half a year ago, and was currently being developed. As for Hinata and Hanabi, they had also consumed quite a bit of materials, but the effects were slightly inferior. Hanabi had barely completed her evolution, with snowflake patterns appearing in her Byakugan, while Hinata had only just begun to form patterns. Given this progress, it might take another 6 months to complete. Then there was the tailed beast chakra. The night wind swallowed the tailed beast chakra in his hand, which could be considered a good harvest. The sage body had also been developed, and the spiral shuriken with wind and fire attribute chakra nature changes had been completed, taking him 2 years. The story of the ninja world was just beginning. The next day, ninja school. Now, for the graduation exam, those whose names were called went to the adjacent classroom. This time, the test was the shadow clone technique. Irika held a small booklet in his hand and announced, "Ah, how unfortunate. This is my least skilled ninjutsu." Naruto's expression changed, and he hung his head. However, he still had to give it a try. Not long after, Naruto was in the room, facing 2 examiners. One was Irika, and the other was Mizuki. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted loudly. With a puff of white smoke, a distorted version of Naruto appeared next to him, collapsing to the ground like a plush toy. Unqualified. Irika frowned. Irika-sensei, his body movement and endurance are quite good. This is barely a grasp of the shadow clone technique, right? Even if we let him pass. Mizuki said. Mizuki-sensei, everyone can at least create 3 clones that look exactly like the original, but Naruto only made 1, and it has no deceptive quality. I won't let him pass, Irika replied. Rules are rules. They can't be changed for Naruto. 2 hours later. I can handle on my own now. Well done. My son, congratulations on your graduation. When you come home tonight, Mom will make you something delicious. The school gate was crowded with people. and the foreheads of the boys and girls were adorned with newly acquired ninja headbands. Naruto was swinging alone nearby, his eyes filled with loneliness. But at that moment, Mizuki approached, appearing next to Naruto. Not far from here, the third Hokage and Irika were also witnessing everything. Irika, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The third said. Yes, Irika nodded seriously. Mizuki was actually a scheming guy, very interested in the forbidden technique scrolls in the village. Now that he found Naruto, he wanted Naruto to help him retrieve that scroll, and as for the reward, he casually mentioned giving him a ninja headband. Naruto's special identity indeed made it possible for him to go into the Hokage building to retrieve that item. However, what Mizuki didn't know was that he had already been exposed and had become a pawn of the third. The third was just using this incident to have Irika properly educate Naruto. As for that forbidden technique scroll, it was just right to give it to Naruto as a gift, with the first technique recorded inside being the shadow clone technique, which was perfect for Naruto. The clones of the shadow clone technique have physical form and are suitable for those with a large amount of chakra to practice. Cunning as the third Hokage was, he had everything calculated long ago. On the other side, the Book of Seals, huh? The third really knows how to act. Night Wind sat in a bar, chuckling and shaking his head. The real Book of Seals could never be given to Naruto. The one that was stolen was just a fake, with only the first shadow clone technique being real. But it didn't matter much to him. He had no interest in the Book of Seals. He used to be a disciple of the third Hokage and was familiar with many forbidden techniques. He had already used all the ninjutsu he could. The second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was indeed powerful, but required someone with strong spatial talent to master. The next day, just as the third Hokage had predicted, Naruto successfully mastered the shadow clone technique, and Irika put on a good show, helping Naruto graduate and receive his ninja headband. On the street, that's right. I'm no longer a student of the Ninja Academy. I'm a kunoichi of Konoha, Haruno Sakura. Sakura thought to herself as she wore a red outfit. Good morning, Sakura. Ino walked out of her family's flower shop and ran into Sakura. Yeah, good morning. The two girls headed towards the Ninja Academy together. Today was the class division for graduates. After graduation, the genin would start completing missions under new teachers. In the classroom, good morning, Sakura. As soon as Naruto saw Sakura, he greeted her instantly. Get out of the way. Sakura pushed Naruto aside and turned to the boy by the window. Good morning, Sasuke. Can I sit next to you? Sakura's face turned red, showing no rudeness towards Naruto, but rather acting very gently. Sasuke glanced at this girl from his class, too lazy to respond. Sakura is still like that. Ino shook her head from behind and found a seat for herself. I said that seat next to Sasuke is mine. Another girl from the class came over, arguing with Sakura. Soon, 7 or 8 girls began to argue. Annoying. Sasuke seemed out of place among everything around him. TCH, what's so good about that guy? Naruto glared at Sasuke. It's this guy who attracts everyone's attention. Thinking this, Naruto simply stood on the desk in front of Sasuke, squatting down to make eye contact with him. Hey, Naruto, don't get so close to Sasuke. Sakura couldn't help but say. TCH, every day it's Sasuke this, Sasuke that. What's so good about him? Naruto stared hard at Sasuke, who returned a cold gaze. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Well, it should be tense, okay? Actually, it was tense. The two gazes almost sparked in the air. Ha ha, are you serious? At that moment, someone in the front row suddenly leaned back. This slight push caused Naruto to step forward a little, and the two who were staring at each other ended up kissing. Sasuke's first kiss was stolen by Naruto. Sakura let out a roar in an instant. Damn it, Sasuke's first kiss should belong to me. The girls all stared at Naruto, as if looking at a bitter enemy. Ugh. Both Naruto and Sasuke snapped back to reality, feeling sick. Naruto, I swear I will kill you. Sasuke felt like his lungs were about to explode. This damn loser dared to do such a thing. There's killing intent. Naruto sensed the malicious gazes behind him as 7 or 8 girls slowly approached, surrounding him. It was an accident. It was an accident. Naruto wanted to explain, but all he received were the girls' fists. The classroom fell into chaos, with Naruto getting beaten up and ending up bruised, while Sakura successfully took the opportunity to sit next to Sasuke. Finally, it's about to begin, Sasuke. Let me see how far you can grow. If you want to become stronger and have the power of revenge, then you will definitely come to my side. The night breeze observed this scene from a distance. The playground of the ninja school was just as it was in memory, lying under a tree to enjoy the coolness. The breeze just right. What identity should I use for this game? Have I seen 45 somewhere? Congratulations, from today on you will become genin. The real hard work is just beginning. You 3 will form a team and follow a jounin teacher to carry out missions, Irika said. Below is Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. The expressions of the three were different. Naruto liked Sakura, but she disliked Sasuke. Sakura liked Sasuke, but disliked Naruto. As for Sasuke, he thought his teammates were burdens because he was the top of the grade. Hey, Irika-sensei, why do I, such an excellent person, have to be with guys like this? Naruto stood up and shouted. Naruto, your grades are at the bottom, and Sasuke is the top of the whole grade. So stop causing trouble. Irika said helplessly. The class erupted in laughter. Don't drag me down, deadweight. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said with a hint of disdain. What does deadweight mean? Do you want to fight? Naruto was even more unconvinced. Come on. Sasuke was not backing down. I will introduce the Jounin teacher to everyone in the afternoon. Now, disperse. Yes, on the street. Sasuke, where did you run off to? It was hard to get placed in the same class, and I wanted to have lunch together. Sakura walked alone on the road. Sakura, we finally got placed in the same class. Let us have lunch together. Naruto smiled as he approached. Why would I have lunch with you? Sakura said helplessly. But, we're in the same class. Naruto said, you're annoying. Sakura turned around and left to find Sasuke. A few minutes later, at a tall building. Listen up. Since we are in the same class, you have to follow my instructions. Ino said proudly. Yes, yes. Shikamaru replied lazily, while Choji was completely focused on the rice ball in his hands. Their three families had fathers who were friends in the previous generation, so they had known each other since childhood. It seems like something interesting is about to happen. A strange man's voice sounded. The three turned their heads and saw two figures standing in the nearby balcony. Two young people in their 20s, one male and one female. They looked ordinary, but there was something unusual about them. Oh! Shikamaru followed the man's gaze and saw Naruto acting sneaky next to Sasuke's room. What is Naruto trying to do? Ino and Choji also saw it. They watched as Naruto jumped through the window, then started fighting with Sasuke and conveniently closed the window. 2 minutes later, the fight seemed to have ended, and Sasuke crawled out of the window. It seemed Sasuke won. Shikamaru had an expression of no surprise. Sasuke was already strong, being the only survivor of that clan, while Naruto was at the bottom. Hee. The man beside them chuckled again. By the way, big brother over there, have we met somewhere? Ino's gaze returned to the two people beside her. Although their faces were unfamiliar, she felt like she had seen them somewhere before. Maybe you remember wrong. The night breeze glanced at Ino and said lightly. After a few years, the little girl from back then has grown a lot. Dressed in a purple ninja outfit, her long blonde hair tied in a single ponytail. The two quickly left the scene. Their appearance was strange, and their departure was equally strange. Has a weird person come to the village? It feels like things won't be quiet for a while. Shikamaru sighed silently in his heart. His intuition has always been sharp. Those two seemingly ordinary people could not possibly be ordinary. Meanwhile, Sasuke was watching from here with such a passionate gaze. Sakura sat on a bench, while Naruto, transformed into Sasuke, was staring at her. He suddenly attacked, mastering the shadow clone technique. And the real Sasuke was caught off guard and captured, while Naruto, disguised as Sasuke, slipped out of the window. Your most charming feature is your broad forehead. It makes people unable to resist wanting to kiss you. Naruto, as Sasuke, spoke with newfound confidence. Huh? Sakura blushed, looking at the Sasuke in front of her in disbelief. It was a joke. If it were Naruto, he might say something like that. Sasuke then sat down next to Sakura. I want to ask you something. What do you think of Naruto? Sasuke asked. Isn't he famously known for ruining people's romantic relationships? He always takes pleasure in seeing me anxious. Naruto doesn't understand me at all. He's just purely annoying. I just need Sasuke to acknowledge me. Sakura said softly. Just need my acknowledgement. Sasuke was taken aback. For that, I can do anything. Sakura said, blushing, then closed her eyes and leaned in, indicating for Sasuke to kiss her. How could Sasuke hold back? Although it felt a bit wrong to think about it, Naruto certainly wouldn't hold back. But just as Naruto was about to make a move, his stomach growled unexpectedly. I drank expired milk this morning. I'm serious. Sakura said, still with her eyes closed. Wait, I'll be right back. Naruto covered his stomach and ran away. Sasuke was really shy. Did he need to prepare himself mentally? Sakura touched her lips and said. A few minutes later, the real Sasuke broke free from Naruto's ropes and appeared. Sasuke, you really are shy. Are you ready? I'm ready. Wait a minute, Sasuke. Sakura looked at Sasuke with some confusion. What about Naruto? Sasuke said coldly. Here we go again, deliberately avoiding my topic. Forget about that guy for now. He always clings to you. No one has taught him properly. Look, doesn't he have parents? He always does as he pleases. If I did something like that, my parents would be angry. He's all alone and hasn't been taught by his parents, which is why he can be so willful about many things. Sakura couldn't help but speak at length, but she didn't notice that Sasuke's gaze was growing colder. Kids are just kids. Having a guy like that as a teammate, isn't that just a burden? Not only is he weak in strength, but his mindset is also childish. Loneliness. That's not just feeling sad after being scolded by parents. Sasuke's voice was very cold. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Sakura was somewhat perplexed. You're annoying. Sasuke dropped that line and continued to look for Naruto. That guy just transformed into his appearance. Who knows what he did? Moreover, that guy who couldn't even use the clone technique proficiently has now surprisingly learned the shadow clone technique, which is indeed surprising. 46 for revenge 1 week later. The Night Wind had set up what it wanted in the Land of Fire, and then left the village with Red Bean. The next destination was the Land of Waves, a small island nation without its own ninja village, making it weak in power. The local people were often bullied and exploited by a wealthy man named Gat. To make the small country prosperous, a bridge builder named Tizuna decided to construct a large bridge. However, Gat naturally wouldn't allow this to happen and hired powerful ninjas, intending to secretly eliminate this bridge builder. Tizuna was aware of the potential danger to his safety, so he came to Konoha to request protection from ninjas. The ones taking on this mission were Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi from Team 7. The powerful ninjas that Tizuna encountered were actually rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, including Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his subordinate, Haku. A group of them walked along a small path in the forest, which included Konoha's Team 7 and their mission client, Mr. Tizuna. As they walked, a puddle appeared on the ground. Strangely, it hadn't rained for several days. So how could there be standing water? Kakashi noticed this, but chose not to say anything to train the kids who were leaving the village for the first time, pretending he hadn't noticed. Sure enough, just after they passed the puddle, 2 figures emerged from beneath it and spiked iron chains and snared Kakashi. What? Kakashi seemed surprised. What happened? Naruto and Sasuke only then realized that Kakashi had been captured. The first one, the 2 hidden ninjas, twisted the chains hard, and Kakashi was instantly crushed into a pile of meat. The scene was extremely bloody. Ah, Kakashi-sensei! Sakura and Naruto shouted loudly. The second one, 2 ninjas appeared next to Naruto, wrapping iron chains around him. Naruto was so scared he didn't know what to do, but fortunately, Sasuke reacted in time, throwing shurikens and kunai to pin the 2 ninjas' weapons to a tree. Both in terms of accuracy and strength, as well as this calm mindset, he was top-notch. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. TCH. The 2 ninjas simply gave up on their weapons and charged directly at the most important target, Tizuna. Sakura managed to grip her kunai tightly, while Sasuke rushed over. But at that moment, Kakashi, who had been killed, reappeared, grabbing the necks of the 2 ambushers with each hand and instantly subduing the enemies. The one who had been crushed was just a shadow clone. Such an ambush was child's play for him. Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive, Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Stealing the spotlight again, Sasuke muttered, as he could have dealt with these 2 lackeys himself. Naruto thought begrudgingly, why didn't I do anything this time? Yo, you weren't hurt. Were you, coward? Sasuke didn't forget to taunt. Sasuke. Not long after dealing with the 2 nin from the Mist Village, Kakashi and the others discussed things with Tizuna and set off again. Although this guy had concealed information, only mentioning that someone would threaten him without saying that ninjas would attack, it was classified as a C-rank mission. Now that even nin assassins had appeared, the mission difficulty was at least B rank. However, Tizuna was out of money. If they let him go and abandon the mission, he would almost certainly die. Team 7 discussed and decided to do the right thing and complete the mission. You've been watching the show for so long. It's time for you to come out, right? Kakashi suddenly said. He had sensed a faint chakra presence lurking nearby since a while ago. The opponent seemed to be deliberately letting him discover it, but was intentionally hiding. Kakashi, you're still so perceptive, huh? A hoarse male voice rang out. A young man dressed in a black coat with red clouds appeared. And it wasn't just one person as Kakashi had guessed, but 2, a man and a woman. They both looked extremely young, seemingly a few years younger than him. This attire. Kakashi frowned. He seemed to have heard of such a strange outfit somewhere, but he couldn't recall at the moment. After so many years, have you forgotten who I am? By the way, is the 3rd Hokage's health still okay? If he dies before I make my move, I will be quite unhappy. The Night Wind softly spoke. It casually brushed against its face and then restored the appearance of Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils narrowed slightly, and his expression changed dramatically beneath his mask. Looking at these 2, he finally remembered their identities. the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru, and the woman beside him should be his student, Tsukumi Anko, who disappeared along with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, why are you here? Kakashi asked in a deep voice, already drawing 2 short blades from his hands. After losing his Sharingan, he began to train in the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan, which has been his asset in navigating the ninja world over the years. Let me see, the nine-tailed brat, Itachi's brother, and a useless little girl. This combination is quite interesting, the Night Wind said with a smile. To Kakashi, he felt that he was of no value. Whether to kill him or not was irrelevant. He was more interested in these kids. Itachi? Do you know where Itachi is? In an instant, a Tomo Sharingan activated in Sasuke's eyes, and he almost roared out. What if I tell you? Itachi is now in the same organization as me. Look, it's this kind of outfit. He might be on a mission somewhere right now, but can you really kill him now? The Night Wind asked with great interest. Kill. I will definitely kill that guy. Sasuke's body trembled. Akatsuki, so you joined that organization over the years. Kakashi's expression became more serious. That organization is extremely mysterious. It is said to be filled with powerful rogue ninjas, and its leader is a complete enigma. Uchiha Sasuke, we will meet again. Very soon. For revenge, you will definitely need my power. In Konoha, it's like playing a ninja game. Do you think you can kill Itachi like this? The two quickly disappeared, but everyone felt a heavy mood. Kakashi looked worried. Sasuke had a complex expression, while Sakura and Naruto didn't quite understand who Orochimaru was and thus did not react much. The next day, morning, we're almost at the bridge. Just keep walking along the bridge, and you can enter the land of waves, the boatman said. Please keep quiet. I only came out because of the thick fog. If those guys find out, it would be bad. The boatman continued. Kato, the wealthy tycoon of the shipping company, has been wreaking havoc in the land of waves for quite some time. On the surface, he is the owner of a shipping company, but in reality, he is involved in shady dealings with thugs and ninjas, trafficking drugs and contraband. A year ago, Kato set his sights on the land of waves and monopolized the maritime traffic and transportation here. I can only take you this far. Goodbye. The boatman took the money and quickly left. On the shore, the Night Wind and Azuki surveyed the impoverished town. Most of it was made up of small wooden houses by the sea, with dense trees. And the shore was lined with small boats that seemed to have not been used for a long time. Let's go. That chakra is not far from here. It should be lying in wait for Kakashi. The night breeze gently said, Yes, teacher. Red Bean obediently nodded. After a while, the two arrived at a forest. What's the point of hiding here? How about coming out to do some business? The night breeze whispered softly. It's impossible to escape, of course. Someone like you wouldn't run away. After all, you're a rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza. As soon as the words fell, a figure indeed jumped down from the trees. The man carried an exceptionally long sword on his back, his lower face and neck wrapped in white bandages, with short black hair. The forehead protector of the Mist Village was slashed, worn diagonally on his head, marking him as a rogue ninja with a horizontal cut across the ninja headband. Who the hell are you? Don't ruin my good plans. Zabuza frowned. Anyone capable of finding him was at least a jonin. He still had to fight Kakashi later, and didn't want to waste too much chakra now. It's no surprise you don't recognize me. After all, I've been missing in the shinobi world for so long, and I've changed my appearance. Hand over Haku. I'm very interested in that child's ice release. Or else I'll kill you. What do you think of this deal? The night breeze softly said. Hee, are you joking with me? Zabuza tightened his brows, his tone filled with anger. He decided to kill this guy. At worst, he could take a day off today and find Kakashi tomorrow when he was in better shape. Mr. Zabuza. Upon hearing his name mentioned, a figure wearing a mask also appeared. White. This is a rather controversial character. And the main controversy is not about this guy's strength or anything else, but whether this person is male or female. Well, it's a female. Yifeng took a careful look at Bai's side. There was no Adam's apple, and she had deliberately wrapped herself tightly around her chest, probably not wanting Zai Bujan to discover that she was a woman. Zai Bujan needed powerful tools, not women. You watch from the side as I killed this guy. Zai Bujan glared at Bai and said, This inexplicable guy, today he must understand what the power of a mist-hidden ghost person is. Hongdou. The lazy sound of the night wind arose. For such a trivial opponent, he didn't want to take action personally. The decapitation blade could absorb the enemy's blood and then self-repair any damage to the weapon, making an effect that could not be more useless. It wasn't sharp or durable, and it felt somewhat heavy to hold. As for Zabuza himself, he was merely the strength of an ordinary Jainin, with nothing remarkable to speak of. Leave it to me, sensei. Hongdou nodded seriously. Her pair of black eyes turned crimson, with 3 black magatama swirling around her pupils. If Sasuke were present, he would surely be astonished. This was the bloodline eye technique of the Uchiha clan, yet it was now being wielded by an outsider. When Kakashi transplanted Obito's eyes, he could only use them to a limited extent, and the Sharingan could not be turned off, placing a heavy burden on his body. Now, Hongdou could freely open and close her Sharingan, clearly having mastered the power of these eyes. This kind of eye, why would it appear on a woman? One of the 3 famous eye techniques in the ninja world, Zabuza naturally recognized the Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, which was 5 years ago. The only ones who currently possessed such eyes were the rogue ninja, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. How could it possibly appear on a woman? Stop talking nonsense. Prépare tout dit. Hongdou looked disdainfully at Zabuza. Naijutsu, Eden Mist technique. Zabuza jumped to the side, standing on the surface of the river. Using water-release ninjutsu in an environment with water significantly reduced chakra consumption and enhanced the effectiveness of ninjutsu. The same effect would apply if fire release were used in a fiery environment. Naive. The night breeze lightly commented. A large amount of white mist rose from the surface of the water and quickly enveloped the area, the thick fog making it almost impossible to see anything just a few meters away. This was the essence of the silent killing technique of misconcealment, using the dense fog to obscure the enemy's line of sight. While moving silently, often the blade could reach the enemy's throat before they even realized an attack was coming. For an ordinary ninja, this was indeed a very tricky technique, both offensive and defensive. However, Akkad was not an ordinary ninja. She possessed Orochimaru's curse seal and had transplanted a pair of Sharingan. Even when visibility was 0 and there was no sound, the airflow would change when a ninja moved. Just based on this, she could deduce Zabuza's position. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which vital point should she target? It would be a pity for someone so young to die. Zabuza's voice came from all directions. This was a special technique that could hide his sound origin. It's over. Zabuza's voice suddenly appeared behind Akkad. A beheading blade swung towards her, but Akkad's reaction speed was faster, her gaze calm. She turned and restrained Zabuza, her kunai stabbing into the man's chest. Splash! Water flowed from his chest, not blood. It was a water clone. Another Zabuza appeared behind Akkad. This attack was unavoidable, and Akkad was directly sliced in half. However, this too was a clone, immediately turning into a puddle of water. Zabuza used the mist concealment technique, and while he could roughly deduce the enemy's position, he couldn't confirm if the enemy was doing anything sneaky. A clone? Zabuza was clearly surprised. It's over. Another Akkad appeared behind Zabuza, her kunai pressed tightly against the man's throat. You predicted my prediction, but I predicted your prediction of my prediction. You are at the 3rd layer, I am at the 4th layer. In ninja combat, many battles are like this layered game of Russian dolls. You fat and ugly guy. He chuckled, saying it's over, this little trick can never defeat me. But you're quite impressive, managing to use the Sharingan to copy my water clone technique. Zabuza said slowly, but I'm not so easy to deal with. The second Zabuza that Akkad held was still a water clone, and the 3rd Zabuza appeared behind her. You thought I was at the 3rd layer, but actually I'm at the 5th layer. Now it's truly over. The beheading blade swung towards her, and Akkad immediately ducked to avoid it, leaping into the nearby river. Why is this water so heavy? Akkad immediately realized her body felt like it was sinking into a quagmire. Of course, this was the water prison technique. Zabuza leaped into the river, grabbed with his right hand, and then condensed a huge water sphere, trapping Akkad inside. As long as he swung the big blade again, he could eliminate this woman. There would be time for that spectator. Both of these people had to die today. Sigh. The night breeze suddenly sighed. He was already tired of the game of nesting dolls and didn't need to watch to know what would happen next. From a moment, he saw Hongdou's Sharingan. Zaibujan was already destined to lose. The kaleidoscope's illusion could not be avoided. Goodbye. Zaibujan clearly did not realize this. With a swing of the large knife in his hand, it was not Hongdou's head that danced in the air, but instead, his own vision began to darken. In a daze, he seemed to see a headless corpse lying on the surface of the river. The real Hongdou then stepped out from behind a nearby tree. His Sharingan closed. The illusion was well executed. This guy still thought he had succeeded in his scheme until the very end. The night wind praised. The previous steps were all correct, but in the end, Zabuza's water prison technique captured only a clone of Hongdou. Due to the interference of the illusion, Zabuza's big sword did not strike at that clone, but instead decapitated himself. Zabuza first. Bang! Bai realized that something was wrong and wanted to go out to save the person, but the night wind immediately flashed and knocked the girl out. A survivor of the Yuki clan from the Hidden Mist village, possessing the ice release bloodline limit. It will be too wasteful of resources not to raise her and drain her blood. Take her back to the base of the Akatsuki, during which she must not act arbitrarily or speak. The night wind summoned a coffin and instructed the person who walked out of it. It was a man with golden hair, wearing clothes that said Fourth Hokage. Namake's Minato. Minato's eyes showed obvious helplessness, but he could only obediently follow the words of the caster. Dressed in a black robe, he played the role of a tool. Soon, Minato left with the unconscious Bai. As for the beheading sword, it was just a pile of scrap metal to him. Nighttime. A town on the island of the Land of Waves. Catch the thief. A commotion erupts on the street. There are many poor, neglected children here, often starving with nothing to eat, leading many to steal. Such things happen frequently here. Not just the children, many adults also show interest in the two wealthy-looking figures, Red Bean and Nightwind. Do you have anything to eat? Sister, can you give me some food? A little boy, just over 5 years old, stands in front of Red Bean, speaking pitifully. His hair is messy, and he hasn't changed his clothes in months. Don't give money. If you do, it will just be taken by other children or by the local shopkeepers. If you want to help, just give some dry food. The night wind reminded him of something. He didn't have much feeling about such things. Just a reminder for Hongdou. Here, take this. Hongdou touched the small bag on his back and took out 2 pieces of dry food. Thank you, sister. The little boy smiled and ran away. The journey in the Land of Waves ended here. A week later, Konoha Hidden Village. With the Chunin exams approaching, many ninja villages sent their genin to participate. In the 3rd exam, the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage would be present, along with nobles from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. A large number of unfamiliar ninjas entered the village, including Yi Feng and Hongdou. TCH, pretending to be a rock? Naruto walked down the street and noticed a follower behind him, a box disguised as a rock, with a few little guys crouching inside, boldly following him. What kind of rock is this, square and with 2 little holes showing? Naruto complained. Truly worthy of the man I have my eye on, my rival. Konohamaru crawled out from under the box, along with his 2 partners, Udon and Moegi, who called themselves the Konohamaru Corps, all around 6 years old. Among them, Konohamaru was the grandson of the 3rd Hokage and had trained with Naruto in the sexy jutsu. Do you guys need something? Naruto asked. Boss, didn't you say you would play ninja games with us? Konohamaru said. Oh, was that a thing? Naruto scratched his head. TCH, playing ninja games. Sakura walked over, looking disheveled. She had just gone to find Sasuke, who said she was worse than Naruto, too weak. She couldn't believe she was worse than Naruto. Worse than Naruto. Sakura? Naruto, unsure of what happened, felt a bit flushed under Sakura's gaze. Hee, is this woman the boss's girlfriend? Konohamaru said mischievously. Huh? Didn't he expect you to be so young and have such keen insight? Naruto laughed loudly. No. Sakura punched Naruto, sending him flying. And in the terrified eyes of the Konohamaru Corps, Naruto quickly turned into a pig-headed face. Ugly. What did you ugly creature do? Konohamaru said unwillingly. Oh. Sakura, already angry, decided to hit Konohamaru too. Soon, Naruto and Konohamaru were both on the ground, bruised and battered. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Naruto slowly got up. That fat and ugly guy. Is that even a woman? Konohamaru grumbled. He asked the young master of the village. Usually, no one dares to treat him like this. Sakura was about to leave, but turned back upon hearing this, her eyes extremely unfriendly. Naruto and the Konohamaru Corps instantly fled, with Sakura hot on their heels. In their haste, Konohamaru didn't see someone in front and crashed into a man. The man was a ninja dressed in black, wearing a forehead protector that wasn't from Konoha, carrying a huge object wrapped in bandages, the contents unknown. Ouch! Kankuro frowned, displeased. You little brat. Kankuro squinted his eyes, grabbing Konohamaru by the collar and lifting him into the air. Stop it. Be careful, or you'll get scolded later. Temari said lightly. She wasn't afraid of trouble. She was afraid of Gaara getting angry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being reckless. Sakura cautiously watched the 2 ninjas. They looked about 15 or 16 years old and carried a killing intent that was different from those who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Hey, I told you to let go. Naruto didn't consider much, pointing angrily at Kankuro. Before the annoying guy comes, let us play for a bit. Kankuro said dismissively. He tightened his grip on Konohamaru even more. Temari saw this and didn't bother to remind him anymore. Bastard. Naruto charged forward. But Kankuro used a nearly imperceptible chakra thread to trip Naruto, who fell to the ground. What the hell? Konoha's Genin are so weak. Kankuro sneered. Hey, if you don't let go, I 1T let you off, you idiot. Naruto continued. You're the idiot, provoking your opponent. What do you want to do? Sakura quickly stopped Naruto. They probably couldn't win against the opponents, and Naruto actually wanted to provoke them. You're really infuriating. I absolutely hate little brats like you. And you're so much younger than me, yet so arrogant. It makes me want to completely destroy you. Kankuro said coldly. Naruto and Sakura were at a loss, while Udon and Moegi were already crying. I don't care. Temari watched from the side, uninterested in Kankuro's situation. First, deal with this little brat here, then the one over there. Kankuro clenched his fist, pretending to punch Konohamaru. Whoosh, a small stone flew from the side, cutting a wound on Kankuro's hand. Konohamaru quickly fled. Everyone then noticed a boy sitting on a tree nearby. What are you trying to do in someone else's village? Sasuke said flatly, holding a few small stones that he hadn't thrown yet. Quite cool. Temari admired Sasuke, although the guy always liked to show off. It must be said that he had a significant impact on girls. Another infuriating little brat. Kankuro said unhappily, get lost. Sasuke crushed the stone in his hand, threatening. So cool. Sakura started to fangirl. Udon and Moegi also instantly betrayed, staring at Sasuke with worshipful eyes. Naruto, you're so weak. Konohamaru complained. Compared to how cool Sasuke is, my big brother looks so weak. Idiot, I could easily take out guys like him too. Naruto chuckled. Humph. Konohamaru turned away. Hey, get down here, little brat. I really hate little brats like you, who can only talk big. Kankuro said coldly. He reached to touch the large object on his back, seemingly intending to use his puppet technique. Hey, are you going to use crows? Temari said, somewhat surprised. Kankuro, stop it. You're embarrassing the village. Another figure appeared. On the tree where Sasuke was, right behind him, was a large gourd made of sand. A boy with short red hair and a love symbol on his forehead stood there. Gaara. Kanjiro's expression changed. When did this guy appear behind me? Sasuke's face turned serious. His heart skipped a beat. You, the one who only brings shame to the village. Do you think we came to Konoha for what? Gaara said calmly. Listen to me, Gaara. These guys started causing trouble first. Cold sweat appeared on Kanjiro's face as he hurriedly explained. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Gaara's expression darkened, showing no mercy. I understand. I'm sorry, really very sorry. Kanjiro forced a smile. Trudisore. Gaara glanced at Sasuke and said flatly, let's go. We didn't come here to play. Gaara ordered. Although he was the youngest, Kanjiro and Temari seemed quite restrained. Wait, you're ninjas from Mangekyō, right? Although the land of fire and the land of wind are allied, the treaty prohibits ninjas from entering each other's territory freely. What are you doing in Konoha? Sakura asked. There's still a week left. On July 1st, the Chunin exams officially start. As a ninja from Konoha, you actually don't know this news? A voice answered in place of Gaara and his team. Everyone turned to see 3 ninjas wearing Sound Village headbands appear. A man and 2 women, all dressed in loose black cloaks. One woman looked relatively small, probably only 12 years old, with a black eye mask that gave her a mysterious appearance. The other man and woman seemed to be around 20 years old. Gaara glanced at the Sound Village ninjas and then turned to leave. The Sound Village was just a little-known, small ninja village, and, of course, there were no strong ninjas. His target was still Uchiha Sasuke. This guy felt quite strong. He accurately hit Kanjiro with a small stone. Chunin exams? What is that? Naruto asked in confusion. Dude, as long as you pass that exam, you could be promoted from a Genin to a Chunin. Konohamaru explained. Really? I want to give it a try. Naruto laughed. Hey, you over there, what's your name? Sasuke jumped down from the tree and called out to Gaara's group. Me? Temari turned around, her face slightly flushed. No, the one with the gourd. Sasuke said coldly. Gaara, I'm also a bit interested in you. What is your name? Gaara said flatly. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke answered. What about me? Aren't you going to ask my name? Naruto interjected. Not interested. Gaara turned to leave. Konohamaru, do I look weak? Yeah, way weaker than Sasuke. Sir. Another pair of ninjas from the Sound Village appeared, 2 boys and a girl. They looked around 14 or 15 years old, dressed more normally compared to the previous group, but their status seemed lower. TOS, Sakujin. Ninjas trained by the Sound Village, of course, also underwent some modifications by Orochimaru. TOS's arm device can launch sound wave attacks, while Saku's arm device can use wind release, and Jin can use the sound of bells to trap people in illusions. No need for formalities, let us go. The night breeze softly spoke. The group of 6 quickly walked away. There are more strange characters in the village. Will the Chunin exam be dangerous? Will I drag everyone down? That guy who even Kakashi is wary of. He won't show up at a time like this during the Chunin exam, right? The three members of Team 7 had different thoughts. Just a whim of mine. A week later, Chunin examination venue. So you want to participate in the Chunin exam like this? Just a bunch of inexperienced kids. Two young boys blocked a group of examinees, wearing the Leaf Village headbands. Rock Lee pretended to be weak and then was kicked away. By acting weak now, others would let their guard down and underestimate his strength later. Please let us pass. Tintin also started to act. But soon, she was punched and fell to the ground. Listen well, this is our gentle side. The Chunin exam is not a joke. We've seen many who gave up on being a ninja or became disheartened because of this exam. The two continued to speak. In fact, it was the proctor using a transformation technique to test the candidate's perception. The registration for the exam is at room 301, but this is actually room 201 on the second floor. This boring illusion can be canceled, right? Sasuke stepped out and started to show off. Oh, you figured it out? But just noticing it is useless. The proctor was slightly surprised. In the next second, the two charged forward quickly, ready to engage in combat. At that moment, bang, a guy in a green jumpsuit rushed out and blocked Sasuke and the proctor's flying kick. He actually managed to stop my attack. The chakra in this guy's hand is completely different from when he was just hit. Sasuke looked at Rock Lee as if facing a formidable foe. Hey, this isn't what we agreed on. Weren't you supposed to act weak to avoid drawing attention? Niji said speechlessly. Rock Lee didn't answer, just stared straight at Sakura. Here it comes again. Tintin closed her eyes, already guessing what would happen next. My name is Rock Lee, and your name is Sakura, right? Rock Lee smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Sakura was somewhat confused. Why was this guy approaching her? Please go out with me. I will protect you until death. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said confidently, absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick. Sakura twitched her mouth. This guy looks really strange. Hey, you over there, state your name. Niji Hyuga walked over and looked at Sasuke. When asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Sasuke smiled. You're a newcomer. Huh? How old are you this year? Niji asked. I have no obligation to answer you. Sasuke replied. Let's go, Sasuke, Naruto, we can head to the exam venue. Sakura urged. This Chunin exam really has a lot of little monsters. The night breeze hides among the crowd, extremely ordinary. Teacher, you are bullying the young people too much, said Hongdou softly. Ning Si, whispered the girl wearing a black eye patch. Don't make a scene. You can't expose yourself yet. The night breeze gently patted the girl's head. Yes, brother. The girl nodded obediently. Soon, Rock Lee caught up with Team 7, intending to challenge Sasuke. That fierce-looking guy, do you want to settle it here and now? Lee asked. Huh? You mean now here? Sasuke's expression darkened. Uchiha Sasuke. I want to duel you, the descendant of the so-called genius ninja clan, the Uchiha. I want to test my skills against you and see how far I can go. Lee said seriously. He had already experienced the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, having been defeated countless times by Niji, but he had never fought against the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Sakura, love? Lee suddenly changed the subject and became mushy. No, that guy with droopy eyelashes, bad hairstyle, prickly eyebrows, and weird clothes is not likable at all. You are an angel, Lee said earnestly. Sasuke is stealing the spotlight again. How annoying, Naruto thought gloomily. You know I'm from the Uchiha clan and still dare to challenge me? Honestly, how ignorant can you be? Do you know what that name means? Thick eyebrows. Sasuke said confidently and coldly. Please, I must have a battle with you. Lee struck a pose. Wait a minute, let me take care of this thick eyebrow guy. I can handle him in just 5 minutes, Naruto said. I want to fight not you, but Uchiha Sasuke, Lee replied. Everyone is talking about Sasuke. It's so annoying. Naruto rushed out, throwing a punch at Lee. Smack! Lee dodged to the side while slapping away Naruto's punch, causing Naruto to lose his balance. Damn it. Naruto quickly changed his attack posture, supporting himself on the ground with both hands and kicking out. Seeing this, Lee's expression became even more disdainful. Konoha Gale. Lee crouched down and swept his leg, knocking Naruto's hands away. Naruto spun in the air like a top, completely losing his balance and flying out. Such a straightforward attack method seemed too foolish in front of a ninja like Lee, who was proficient in taijutsu. This guy is indeed strong. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged serious expressions. I declare that you will absolutely not be able to defeat me. As for why, it's because I am the strongest among the Konoha Genin, Lee said coldly. Why don't we just drop it, Sasuke? Sakura suggested. Sasuke ignored her and simply stared at Lee. Interesting, let me have a go at you. It won't take long, at most 5 minutes to settle this. Sasuke stepped forward, focusing his attention like never before. Konoha Whirlwind. Lee jumped up and executed a sweeping kick. Sasuke reacted quickly, attempting to dodge the attack. But Lee's speed was even faster. Bang! A shoe print appeared on Sasuke's face, and the unstoppable force sent him flying into the air, crashing down to the ground. As long as I feel like it, I can show off and get slapped in the face. The Night Wind looked at this scene from afar and couldn't help but smile. The top student of the ninja school had made Sasuke's years feel somewhat light and carefree. Little did he know that at his age, Itachi was already close to unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan and had several years of experience as an Umbu ninja. Meanwhile, he was still just a one-tomo, having been beaten up during the CHNIN exams. Zabuza and Haku from the Land of Waves had been dealt with, and Sasuke and Naruto had gained nothing from their recent outing, only learning to climb trees and walk on water. Therefore, Sasuke's eyes remained in the one-tomo state. Want revenge? You will definitely need my power. In a daze, Sasuke recalled the strange man he had encountered that day, the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. If that's the case, let me play with you properly. Sasuke stood up and activated his one-tomo Sharingan. Is it the Sharingan? Lee's expression turned serious as he watched every move of Uchiha Sasuke. The Sharingan, a Jutsu, even more powerful than the Byakugan. Cheating. Whether it's Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu, they're just tricks to deceive the eyes. I will see through them all with these eyes, Sasuke said confidently. He had been careless earlier. He didn't believe he would lose again. Bang! This time, Lee's speed was even faster. A kick from below struck Sasuke's chin, and he couldn't see the movement clearly or react in time. This guy could it be? Sasuke fell to the ground for the second time, his expression very ugly. That's right, this is neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, but purely taijutsu. Lee charged forward. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Sasuke was left bruised and battered. His physical abilities were on completely different levels, and the Sharingan was not enough to see through his opponent's moves. Do you know? Powerful individuals are divided into geniuses and hard workers. If your Sharingan is inherited from the Uchiha clan's bloodline, then I am the hard worker, and I will prove with this move that hard work can surpass genius. Bang! Sasuke was kicked into the air for the third time. This time, Lee followed him into the air, appearing below Sasuke, with the bandages on his arms beginning to come loose. That's enough, Lee. A red-shelled ninja turtle suddenly appeared. Lee quickly stopped his technique and respectfully walked over, kneeling halfway. Are you okay, Sasuke? Sakura asked with concern. She never thought Sasuke would lose, especially not so miserably. Sasuke didn't respond, merely staring in Lee's direction, his gaze colder than ever. Good, that's the kind of look. Let's head into the exam hall. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, after completing the registration process, more than 100 ninjas appeared in the main exam hall. There are indeed a lot of people here, but unfortunately, none of them are valuable. The night breeze shook its head. Ino-chan has become even cuter. Hongdou stared at the girl with golden hair and a single ponytail not far away. Don't reveal your identity. Do you think you're still the niece of that dessert shop owner? The night breeze gently tapped on Hongdou's head. I won't go over there, Hongdou said with a smile. So, how does it feel in Konoha? Hongdou asked the girl with the black eye mask, smiling. Not much has changed, Hinata said softly. Once her eyes appeared, they would be exposed, so she had to wear the eye mask. There's no helping it, after all. The Byakugan is just too attention-grabbing. With its ice blue color resembling snowflakes, it exudes a powerful sense of pressure, even without using any techniques. As for these eyes, this Byakugan certainly does not belong to Hinata herself, but to Hyuga Hanabi. The night wind transplanted the eyes of the two sisters to each other, just in time to nourish Hinata's eyes with Hanabi's body. If I encounter a Leaf Village ninja, I won't hold back. The night breeze softly said, yes, brother. Hinata's voice was still very quiet. Although the people here probably forgot about the missing Hyuga lady, she remained cautious. If her identity were exposed, it would cause trouble for everyone. Everyone quiet down, you bunch of useless fools. Marino Ibiki suddenly appeared, accompanied by a group of examiners in the examination room. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Thank you for waiting. The first round of the Chunin exam is about to begin. I'm the person in charge here, Marino Ibiki. The man with a scar on his face introduced himself. He was a Jonin from the Konoha interrogation department and was well known for his ruthlessness among Konoha Jonin. From now on, maintain silence until the first assessment is over. Each of you will receive a number tag and take your seats according to your number. Then, I will distribute the written exam papers. Ibiki continued. Written exam? Written exam? Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out. Unfortunately, theoretical knowledge was his weakest point. Soon, everyone settled into their seats and received their paper and pens. In this first exam, there are a few important rules I must inform you of. After this, I will not answer any of your questions, so listen carefully. First rule, everyone starts with 10 points. There are 10 questions in the written exam, each worth 1 point. For every question answered incorrectly, 1 point will be deducted. Second rule, a ninja's qualification will be determined by the total score of the 3-person team. Third rule, if cheating is detected, 2 points will be deducted for the first offense. If caught 5 times, you must leave the examination room, along with your entire team. Lastly, if anyone scores 0, then the entire team will be disqualified, Ibiki said. Alright, that's it for the rules. There are 9 questions on the paper, and the last question will be given after 45 minutes into the exam. The exam starts now. Time passed second by second, and each candidate focused on their exam paper. For excellent students like Sakura and Sasuke, completing most of the questions was relatively easy. However, for many others, they ultimately resorted to cheating. Heh, I've been through countless life and death situations. How could I be scared? At such times, one must remain calm and take a look at all the questions first, then do their best to solve the ones they can. Naruto relaxed and looked at the questions on the paper. The first was about ninja signals. Next, the second question was, in the diagram, the parabolic point B is on a tree 7 meters high. Draw the maximum range of Ninja A's shuriken. The third question, the fourth question, Naruto quickly broke down. The 9 questions seemed to be personal vendettas against him, and he couldn't understand any of them. Although Sasuke couldn't solve the problems, he quickly grasped the essential purpose of the exam. The fact that there were 5 chances for cheating indicated that it actually encouraged cheating, as long as your methods were clever enough not to be detected by these guys. Realizing this, Sasuke directly copied the right-hand movements of another candidate using his Sharingan and followed suit, writing answers on his paper. Gari used sand to form an eye, quietly flying over the examination room. Kankuro used a puppet to imitate a Konoha examiner's appearance, assisting himself with the puppet. Niji's Byakugan had the ability to see, through, and directly observe cheating from a distance. Kiba let Akamaru lie on his head, allowing Akamaru to tell him what he saw, as only he could understand what the little dog was saying. To pass the first round of the exam, various ninjas were quick-witted and employed various means. However, the 6 from the Sound Ninja Village did not write anything at all. They had already learned some information in advance about what the 10th question would be, so they were too lazy to do the exam paper. Meanwhile, Naruto was still in a panic, unable to answer the questions and too afraid to cheat, feeling extremely tense. Number 35, number 62 disqualified. One after another, candidates who had been caught cheating more than 5 times, along with their teammates, were asked to leave. Soon, in a room with over 100 candidates, nearly half of the ninjas were gone. Those with particularly poor cheating methods were all eliminated. Good, 45 minutes have passed. Marino, Ibiki said. Next, I will explain the rules for the 10th question. First, you must choose whether or not to answer the 10th question. If you choose to give up, you will be immediately declared disqualified, and your entire ninja team will be eliminated. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, then sorry, you will be permanently stripped of your qualification to participate in the Chunin exam and will forever remain a genin. Ibiki continued. How can there be such a rule? Many ninjas here had also been candidates in previous years. Kiba couldn't help but stand up and say, that's because the examiners in previous years were not me. Your luck is too bad. This year, I am the rule here, Ibiki sneered. It must be said that he had quite the imposing presence. After all, he was the captain of the Konoha interrogation unit. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, and gradually, someone couldn't withstand the pressure. 1 team, 2 teams, 3. The number of candidates in the examination room quickly dropped below half, and more people were giving up the exam. After all, if they failed this year, they could always try again next year. But if they were determined to be permanently disqualified from taking the exam, they would truly be stuck as a genin for life, which was too frustrating. At this moment, Naruto shakily raised his hand as if he was about to give up. Bang! Finally, Naruto slammed his hand on the table. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down at the last moment. I want to participate. Even if I can only be a genin for life, I will still become Hokage in one breath. I'm not afraid. Naruto shouted loudly. This was a choice that gambled his life. If he was going to give up, it had to be now. Ibiki frowned. Because this guy was causing a ruckus, many mentally unstable candidates ended up staying and the number of eliminated candidates decreased. I will stick to what I said. This is my ninja way. Naruto was unyielding. At this point, no one else gave up their qualifications. There are still 78 left. How interesting, Ibiki shook his head. 26 teams. The second exam is unlikely to be too boring. The night wind smiled and squinted. 2 minutes later. So, everyone left here. I announced that you have all passed the first assessment. Ibiki announced. The previous assessment was about catching immature cheating methods, And then there was the 10th question, all of which tested the ninja's mental strength, willpower, and ability to adapt on the spot, as well as their information gathering skills. Written test scores and the like are simply not important. 78 people, there's still quite a few left. A voice rang out. The candidates looked over to see a woman with long black hair wearing a red and white ninja outfit, probably in her 20s. Tsunade, the newly promoted Jonin of Konoha. She was also the chief examiner for the second round of the Chunin exams. It's okay. After the second round, this number will be halved. Another voice chimed in. This was a seemingly ordinary-looking man with a cigarette in his mouth. Asuma Saratobi, a Jonin of Konoha, also a contemporary of Tsunade, and one of the sons of the third Hokage. He was also an examiner for the second round. This year has quite a few interesting characters. Ibiki glanced at Naruto. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. You can ask your Jonin teachers about where to gather. Dismissed. The next day, afternoon. This is the venue for the second exam, the 44 training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Each ninja must sign a death waiver before entering, although they can choose to withdraw. Tsunade said lightly. This forest, with a diameter of 10 meters, is filled with many dangerous poisonous insects and beasts, and killing is not prohibited. Every year, many people die in this forest during the exam. Each team is given a scroll with a total of 26 teams. So there are 13 teams with the Heaven Scroll and 13 teams with the Earth Scroll. The exam lasts for 5 days, and within those 5 days, as long as your ninja team can collect a set of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the tower in the center of the forest, you will pass the second assessment. Additionally, if anyone in the team dies, the entire team will fail. And a friendly reminder, absolutely do not look at the content of the scrolls before reaching the central tower. Now, team leaders, come up to receive the scrolls and enter the training ground from different entrances. Asuma said he wouldn't normally come to such a place, but since Tsunade was here, he decided to join in the fun. After all, as a man, one should be a bit proactive in pursuing women. Although he had been proactive for many years, he still hadn't given up. Sir, Toes and the others respectfully bowed and then walked towards an entrance. Let's go, we should go in too. The night wind licked its lips and touched the heads of the two women beside him. For their identity and strength to participate in such an exam felt like adults competing in a kindergarten contest. Sasuke, thinking of that boy's eyes. The smile on the night wind's face grew even more pronounced. Although he had already awakened the reincarnation eye technique, the Rinnegan remained his goal. A few minutes later, in the Death Forest, the sky gradually darkened, and the 3 members of Team 7 were under a tree, unaware that someone was listening to their conversation using Earth-style techniques. To prevent anyone from impersonating a teammate with transformation techniques after getting separated, we need to establish a code word first. As long as the code word is wrong, no matter how similar they look, they must be treated as enemies. Listen carefully, I will only say it once, Sasuke said seriously. When asked about the ninja song and ninja machine, the answer should be like this. When a large number of enemies stir, that is the moment to lie in wait. You cannot hide in a quiet place. The most important thing for a ninja is to grasp the timing, which is when the enemy is fatigued and relaxed. That's it, Sasuke said. Okay. Sakura nodded. Can you say it again? Naruto said with a droopy face. Did I not say I would only say it once? Sasuke deliberately smiled. Did you not remember? You idiot, I remember it the first time, Sakura said. I remembered it well too, I just wanted to hear it again for insurance. Naruto pouted. Hey, that hurts. Naruto frowned as a wind blade swept across his cheek, feeling as if a knife had cut through it. What happened? The others looked in the direction of the wind blade. 50 meters away from the 3, wind style, great breakthrough. Night Wind formed seals with his hands and unleashed a fierce wind that swept over Team 7. He particularly took care of Naruto, letting him be blown away by the strong gust. Nearby were several giant snakes summoned by summoning technique. 53, Avengers Boom. The wild wind ravaged through, destroying a large area of the forest. Is this really a novice? Sasuke frowned tightly. Due to the strong wind, Naruto and the others got separated, and he felt that this technique was targeting Team 7. Wait here, I'll go have some fun with those little guys. The night wind walked over with a mischievous smile. Hongdou and Hinata were waiting in place. Hey, everyone, are you all okay? The night wind transformed into Naruto and walked out. Wait, let's use the secret code first. Ninja Song Ninja Machine. Sasuke drew his kunai and looked at this Naruto. When a large group of enemies stirred, it was the perfect time to ambush. One cannot hide in a quiet place. The most important thing for a ninja is to seize the moment, which is when the enemy is exhausted and relaxed. The night wind revealed the answer, but Sasuke only gave a cold smile and threw the kunai in his hand. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? The Night Breeze and Sakura were both a bit surprised. Someone like Naruto would never remember such a long password. If you asked him what the password was, he would definitely say he forgot. Sasuke smiled confidently. So, since you know he will forget, why choose such a long password? The night wind dispelled the transformation technique, revealing the true appearance. Because I knew someone was eavesdropping underground. Sasuke squinted his eyes. Hee, you're even better than I imagined. No wonder you are from the Uchiha clan. The Night Breeze chuckled softly. You must be holding the scroll of heaven, right? Then you should really need the scroll of earth that I have in my hands. The Night Wind spoke as he took out a scroll of the earth. Let me see. Where's your limit? The technique of Naruto was activated, and a wave of killing intent spread towards Sasuke and Sakura, making it seem as if two people had been killed in a daze. In almost an instant, the two collapsed to the ground, losing their fighting spirit. What is with this guy's killing intent? It's so terrifying. Is this really the Chunin exam? Sasuke trembled inside, watching the man walk slowly not far away. Each step felt like stepping on his heart. Move, move, move. Sasuke roared in his heart, but even his hand holding the kunai was shaking. Is this all there is? Sasuke heard the man's voice, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Sasuke stabbed his right leg with the kunai, using the pain to force himself to wake up. He immediately took Sakura and fled, darting to a tree dozens of meters away. Sasuke. Sakura looked worried. It was the first time she had seen Sasuke so unsettled. Her face pale with fear. A snake? There's a snake? Sasuke almost reacted at the last moment. He barely managed to pull Sakura out of the way of a giant snake's bite, and then killed the giant snake with a shuriken. There was no escaping. A ghostly voice sounded. Sasuke and Sakura turned to see the man emerging from the trees. Whoosh! But at that delicate moment, several kunai were shot over, and the night wind dodged swiftly. Sorry, Sasuke, I forgot the code. Naruto finally shook off the giant snake and arrived at the scene. Naruto, I don't care if you came to show off or save me. Don't act recklessly. Let us escape. This guy's way stronger than us. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and shouted. This man felt even stronger than Kakashi. He was definitely not someone they could defeat. Hey, you guy. You're just bullying the weak. Since I, Naruto Uzumaki, am here, I'll teach you a good lesson today. Naruto said nonchalantly. He didn't care whether the enemy was strong or not. Escaping was not an option. Wait, take this scroll, you take this and go. After thinking for a long time, Sasuke finally came up with this idea. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto shouted angrily. Shut up. This is the only way to survive. Sasuke replied. Looks like you haven't grasped the situation, kid. The scroll doesn't matter at all. Do you think I came for something like this? The night wind laughed loudly. In Sasuke's terrified and helpless gaze, the earth scroll was torn apart. As for the heaven scroll in Sasuke's hand, it was of no interest at all. Sasuke, this isn't the Sasuke I know at all. You're a fake. The Sasuke I know is not this weak. Naruto was completely furious. The nine tails within him responded, a faint red chakra spilling out, and his eyes turned red. The nine tails, huh? But you're still too inexperienced. You have no value to me. The night wind flashed by, and in the next moment, it directly grabbed Naruto, lifting him into the air. 5 elements sealing. The night wind slapped Naruto's stomach, knocking him unconscious. Sasuke, save Naruto, Sakura shouted. Although she didn't like Naruto, she had come to see him as a friend during this time and didn't want to see him killed. My foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me, loathe me, and live on in ugliness. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he recalled Itachi's words from that night. That's right, he was a avenger, willing to do anything and pay any price for revenge. His gaze sharpened, kid. The night wind smiled. The Tomo in Sasuke's eyes was evolving from 1 to 2, indicating that he was in a desperate situation and had therefore awakened his potential. Sasuke, Naruto, is different from you. He's clumsy and a nuisance. But at least he's not a coward, right? Isn't that so, Sasuke? Sakura said from the side. The night wind felt somewhat speechless. You were just watching the show from the sidelines at the beginning, and now you have the nerve to mention Sasuke. As expected of the Uchiha clan, your blood must be stirring now. Let me see what your true strength is. The night wind watched Sasuke's transformation and couldn't help but smile. To defeat Itachi Uchiha, I will definitely survive. Sasuke bit down on a kunai, his Sharingan focused like never before. How dare he take the initiative to attack? Wind release. Great breakthrough. The night wind blew out a gust. Sasuke remained expressionless and directly jumped onto the branch above. Several shurikens were thrown, with almost invisible threads wrapped around them. The night wind dodged the kunai, and Sasuke had already closed into attack, relying on the observation skills of his Sharingan for close combat. Since the night wind was just testing the waters, Sasuke was not at a disadvantage. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A fireball was spit out, but that guy walked out of the flames completely unscathed. This is indeed troublesome, Sasuke thought with a serious expression. 54 red beans, kaleidoscope. Got him. Sasuke sees an opening and slammed down hard. However, the person he had grabbed quickly transformed into mud. It was a mud clone. Is it over? The body of Night Wind appeared from behind. Two fists struck Sasuke's face, causing the boy to cough up blood and fall to the ground. Bang! But just then, the explosive tag behind Night Wind detonated. The downed Sasuke stood up at this moment, throwing out a dart attached to another thread, wrapping Night Wind tightly and binding him to a tree. Sharingan's windmill technique. 3 blades. He manipulated dozens of threads simultaneously, binding the enemy and rendering him immobile. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A torrent of flames erupted, spreading along the specially made threads to engulf Night Wind, while the tree behind him was pierced with a large hole. The high temperature and destructive power of the flames made this fire release technique a relatively advanced ninjutsu. Got him. Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. After countless calculations, he had finally found this guy's flaw. Even a Jonin, caught off guard by the dragon fire technique, would definitely suffer heavy injuries or even death. 2 minutes later, the trees were char-black, and the man seemed to have lost his life, lying motionless. Sasuke, we did it. Sakura rushed over at this moment, supporting Sasuke with one hand. Sasuke was panting heavily, his chakra and mental energy severely depleted. Ha 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 ha. Just then, the man actually laughed. He casually tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. It was Orochimaru, the one who had terrified Kakashi during their encounter in the Land of Waves. Sasuke, I told you we would meet again soon. The Night Breeze said with a smile. With his physique, this ninjutsu is just child's play. You guy. Sasuke's body began to tremble. Sure enough, this guy is not someone they can defeat. If you still want to see me. Oh no, we will definitely meet again because Sasuke, you will surely need my power. The right hand of the Night Breeze slowly transformed into a white snake, crawling along the branch. Sasuke could only watch helplessly. Don't come any closer, Sakura shouted, holding a shuriken in front of Sasuke. Don't get in the way. The Night Breeze waved casually, and the white snake threw Sakura out after entangling her. The one who should kill Sakura to sever the ties is Sasuke. Otherwise, he would have killed this annoying woman long ago. He has never been a patient person. Ah! The white snake bit into Sasuke's neck, leaving 3 black tomo patterns. Cursed seal technique. If he can survive, he will obtain the heavenly curse mark. This is a small gift. I hope you like it. We will meet again soon. And next time, it will be you coming to find me, Sasuke. The man laughed and disappeared. Sasuke's vision darkened, and he fell into a coma. In the end, only Sakura remained conscious, struggling greatly to move the 2 boys into a tree hollow. Teacher, brother, Red Bean and Hinata greeted. The Night Breeze says what it wants, and they do as it tells them, so they have been waiting here all along. A guest has arrived. Aren't you going to invite them out for a chat? Really, that's quite impolite. The Night Wind said with a smile. Oh dear, I'm a bit embarrassed, you know. It's just that there are acquaintances around, Sai. It's a bit sad. Hongdou murmured softly. She had implanted a kaleidoscope, while Hinata possessed the Byakugan, making it not too simple for the 2 of them to discover the people hiding in the shadows. Oh no, they've been discovered. The 2 ninjas hiding in the shadows felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Waihai Kurenai and Asuma. A strong chakra fluctuation erupted during the CH Nin exam. Something that shouldn't happen in a Genin match. So the 2 of them came to investigate. Hongdou, since you're here, then this must be Orochimaru. Waihai Kurenai said with a complicated expression. Back then, her relationship with Hongdou was so good that even after so many years without seeing each other, she recognized her at a glance. Since Hongdou was here, the man beside her was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Hong, prepare to retreat and seek help from the village. We're no match for them. I'll hold them off, Asuma said firmly. As expected of the Hokage's son, he's not foolish and has great spirit, planning to stay behind to cover their retreat. However, while the idea is beautiful, reality is often cruel. Did I hear something? Are you saying you want to stay behind to block us 3? The Night Breeze laughed out loud. Asuma really overestimates himself. Even Kakashi wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. Maybe if it were Might Guy who could open the 8 gates, it would be different. After leaving the village for so long, Orochimaru, what are you doing back here? Yugao couldn't help but ask. The fact that Orochimaru appeared at the Chunin exam site was shocking news. Prepare to retreat. I will risk my life to hold them off. Asuma said seriously. Hongdou, if someone dares to underestimate you, be quick this time and take him down. I don't want to hear that idiot talk. The Night Wind commanded. All right, teacher. Hongdou's eyes flashed with a hint of light. If given the chance, she would like to spare Yuhi Kurenai's life, but if her opponent was Asuma, she felt no pressure at all to take action. After all, he wasn't someone she was familiar with. So what if he was the Hokage's son? As long as the Night Wind gave the order, even the Hokage would dare to kill in front of her. Illusionary Ghost. Hongdou's left eye visibly brightened a few degrees. The scarlet three-tomo appeared and gradually merged together, eventually taking the shape of a three-petaled flower, extremely gentle in appearance. Having consumed Orochimaru's blood, she was also considered half a member of the Uchiha clan. The ability of her left eye was called Illusionary Ghost, a type of genjutsu that could blur the enemy's senses, putting those caught in the illusion into a dazed state. Although it didn't possess the destructive mental power of Tsukuyumi, it excelled in low consumption, allowing for multiple activations. The ability of her right eye was called Blood Prison, which allowed her to manipulate the blood within her body, enabling Hongdou's bodily fluids to liquefy and turn entirely into blood. As long as not all her blood was eliminated, she could resurrect using the remaining blood, making a life-saving skill. Although both ocular techniques were quite average, they were still from a Mangekyō Sharingan, making her significantly stronger than an ordinary ninja. Faced with Illusionary Ghost, Asuma entered a dazed state without any resistance. BFF. With a swift motion, Hongdou had already severed a head, which fell to the ground. Blood Prison could not only be used for escape, but could also create special blood clones or be employed for offense and concealment. Asuma had no idea what had happened from start to finish, and was instantly killed. Teacher, how should you be dealt with? Hongdou clapped her hands, looking at Yuhi Kurenai with a somewhat complicated expression. Killing Asuma posed no pressure for her, but she felt some hesitation about killing Kurenai. Once she killed her, she would no longer hold any value to me. The night breeze is calm. Apart from those beautiful eyes, he has no other interest in this woman. Prove your determination to me, Hongdou. You should have thought about this day long ago when you chose to stand by my side. The night wind whispered softly. Yes, teacher. Hongdou's Sharingan in her eyes trembled slightly, but soon calmed down. Indeed, only the teacher is the most important. For the teacher's goal, to be by the teacher's side, she could do anything. At this point, can you no longer turn back? Why follow such a person? Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed. Unlike Hongdou, she and her father had been educated with the will of fire since childhood, becoming ninjas willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. She couldn't understand why Hongdou would follow such a madman. What can I gain in the village? As a child, I was a wild kid with no one to care for me, bullied and discriminated against by my peers. Later, when I came to Konoha, everyone distanced themselves from me because I was the teacher's disciple. This world is fundamentally flawed. Hongdou laughed self-deprecatingly. She knew very well what she was doing. But the question is, so what if I become a bad person? I live happily anyway. Yuhi Kurenai stopped speaking and slowly closed her eyes, her body collapsing to the ground. Those with insufficient mental strength fall victim to illusions, and this is their fate. A kunai pierced her heart. Yuhi Kurenai's body on the ground quickly became cold. Very well. The night breeze patted Hongdou's shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. He casually took out a container and added a bit of Asuma's flesh and blood into it. This guy's strength isn't much use, but using him for Edo Tensei to annoy the third Hokage is still possible. The next day, Sasuke seemed to have a high fever, displaying a painful expression. Naruto was also affected by something called the five-element seal, remaining unconscious until now. The three of them were in a tree hollow, with only Sakura awake. At that moment, a rustling sound came from distance. Sakura nervously turned her head and found it was just a cute squirrel. Seeing the squirrel approach the trap she had set, her expression changed, and she threw a kunai, scaring the little guy away. TCH, was the squirrel with the explosive tag discovered? Shikamaru was somewhat surprised. No, she probably didn't notice, but it doesn't matter. Let's just go over. Tosa said. Not far from there. Stop hiding and come out. Hyuga said. Seriously, they hurriedly hid and still got discovered. Ino whispered. Damn, we've run into a troublesome guy. Shikamaru's expression changed. Hyuga graduated from the previous year and ranked first in the entire grade. He's a very tricky opponent. Operation Plan 1. Let him just walk by like this. Ino raised her hand and said, That's already failed. Shikamaru shook his head. Then we can only execute Operation Plan 2. Huh? Do we really have to do it? There's no choice. This plan will definitely succeed. Say it and do it. The three of them quickly left the bushes. Isn't this last year's top rookie, Hyuga? I really want his autograph. The three flattered. However, Niji's expression was very calm, completely unmoved. So it's you guys, Niji said calmly. Next is my beauty trap, using my looks to make him lose his mind. Ino thought confidently. Actually, I wanted to meet you for a long time. Ino let down her long hair, extending a hand with a smile. Get lost. Niji turned around expressionlessly. Why? Why isn't my beauty trap working? Ino protested, shaking her small fist. Are you raising your fist now to fight me? Niji stopped and said coldly. No, how could that be? Ino smiled awkwardly. Then get lost. Taking the scroll from you useless people will only become a joke in the village. Niji snorted. Fine, we'll leave. Shikamaru's team immediately slipped away. Shikamaru's shadow jutsu can only control others, and Ino's mind transfer technique also controls others. As for Choji, although the expansion technique has offensive power, it is still quite average, mostly serving a controlling effect. Their team's combat power isn't strong. Previously, they relied on ambush to snatch scroll. Just like I thought. As long as we don't take the initiative, that guy won't attack us weaklings. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's go find someone weak. Ah! Ino laughed. In front of acquaintances, Ino hardly shows her ladylike side. This is also her habit. Although people in the village say the girl from the Yamanaka family is obedient and pretty, those who know her understand what a mischievous little witch she is. Where can we find a team weaker than us? Shikamaru shook his head. Meanwhile, aren't you going to sleep and protect them all night? A voice sounded. Sakura turned around to see 3 sound village ninjas appearing not far away. Wake Sasuke, we want to fight that guy. Tosu said, what are you talking about? What is your purpose? I know the person behind you is Orochimaru. Sakura tightened her grip on the kunai, staring at the 3 sound village ninjas. What did you do to Sasuke? After making him like this, how can you say you want to challenge him? What does that mean? Sakura questioned. We don't know what that lord is thinking, but I'm determined to kill you all. Sak said. Wait, Sak. Tosu stepped forward, interrupting Sak, who was about to attack. The traces of the disturbed soil are too obvious, and this grass shouldn't grow in this place, right? Tosu said, seeing through the trap Sakura had set. It wasn't that she saw the explosive tags on the squirrel. She was afraid the squirrel would trigger her trap. I'll kill you right away. Tosu and his 2 partners jumped up, planning to avoid stepping on that land. But Sakura confidently smiled and cut a rope with her kunai, causing a piece of wood to fall from above, crashing toward the 3 sound ninjas in midair. Is there a trap up there too? Tosu touched the wood with his right hand, directly smashing it into pieces. Sakura's expression changed drastically as she could only watch the 3 of them rush over. 56 fair and square. Konoha whirlwind. Just at this critical moment, Lee suddenly appeared. A sweeping kick forced the 3 sound ninjas back, landing coolly in front of Sakura. Who are you? Tosu frowned. The beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Lee said confidently, although this is an exam. He couldn't help but want to step in to protect Sakura. Why are you here? To you, I must be the enemy now, right? Sakura asked. I said before, I will protect you until I die. Lee smiled. Thank you. Sakura's expression was somewhat complicated. Given the circumstances, she could only accept Lee's help. This guy with thick eyebrows seems to be good at physical techniques. I can play with him a bit. Tosu said. Hatch Kaiten. Lee used Hatch Kaiten to grab Tosu, but Sak softened the soil beneath them, causing Tosu to remain unharmed. Instead, Lee's physical condition was poor, and he was almost deafened by Tosu's sound wave attack. Thud. Xiaoli finally couldn't withstand the pressure from Toas and was knocked down. In the end, only Sakura was left desperately trying to protect the 2 unconscious individuals. At this moment, Shikamaru's team quickly took action. Choji's expansion jutsu, Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu, and Ino's mind transfer jutsu temporarily held the battlefield. Sakura, who hurt you like this? A faint voice echoed. Uchiha Sasuke awakened. Black, cursed marks spread across his body, and purple chakra overflowed, exuding a powerful aura that was chilling. Originally, Niji planned to step in to save Xiaoli, but upon seeing this scene, he simply gave up. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura asked with concern. Don't worry, not only am I fine, but the power is continuously surging within me. It's from that guy. I finally understand now. I'm a seeker of revenge. Even if I have to sell my soul to a demon, I will walk the path to gain power, Sasuke said calmly. The cursed seal continued to spread, soon covering his entire body. Uchiha Sasuke die. Sak raised both hands. Stop it, Sak. Don't you understand even now? TOS yelled. Uchiha Sasuke had gained the power of the cursed seal, and the level of his strength had leaped to a point that they couldn't defeat. Acting recklessly would only lead to death. Void slash. Sak's arms unleashed a strong wind. But Sasuke's figure vanished from his spot, appearing behind him with ghostly speed. And in less than 2 seconds, he subdued him. Crack! Sasuke directly broke Sak's arm. Using a device to shoot wind? That'll just destroy your hand. You seem to take pride in these hands, Sasuke coldly mocked. Stop! Sak collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing Sasuke about to attack the sound ninja across from him, Sakura finally couldn't hold back and ran over, hugging Sasuke from behind. Sasuke, don't. This isn't the Sasuke I know, please. Sakura pleaded, crying. The ruthless, cold-blooded Sasuke was not the one she wanted to see. TCH, troublesome woman, should I have killed that guy long ago? The night wind caught a glimpse of this scene and frowned. But soon, he relaxed again. Sasuke had already tasted the beauty of power. No one could stop him from seeking him out. On the other side, the little brat from Mangekyō actually dared to challenge us. How foolish. The 3 from Mangekyō encountered the 3 from Gaara's group. From the looks of it, Gaara initiated the challenge, but these guys didn't take him seriously. Hey kid, you should choose your opponent wisely, or you might end up dead, said a one-eyed man with a scarred face. Stop talking nonsense, and let us get this started. Gaara replied indifferently. Hey, Gaara, shouldn't we track them down and find out where their scrolls are hidden before we start fighting? If the scrolls are the same, there's no need to battle. Shut up. Gaara interrupted Kinkaro, his voice growing colder. I'll kill everyone I see, Gaara said impatiently. Only through slaughter could he prove the meaning of his existence. Killing made him aware that he was still alive. Then let us begin. The scar-faced man sneered, throwing 4 black umbrellas into the sky while quickly forming hand seals. Bot. Ninja art. Rain of needles. The black umbrellas spun in the sky, and countless black needles shot in from all directions, nearly covering every corner of Gaara's body with no escape. Bang! As the dust settled, a wall of sand rose around Gaara, and not a single needle could penetrate the defense. Is this all you've got? Gaara's smile grew increasingly dangerous. Quicksand enveloped the scar-faced man like a zongzi. Sand-binding coffin. Gaara controlled the sandball to float in midair. The immense pressure crushed the body into countless bits of flesh, blood, and sand, raining down a dark blood rain from the sky. The rain of the dead infused the rolling quicksand, granting the Shura even greater power. Gaara said calmly. The other 2 ninjas from Mangekyō were already terrified. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape, and soon 2 more waves of dark blood rain fell. After finishing all this, Gaara barely calmed some of his murderous intent. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The night wind finally gave up on the identity of a contestant and decided not to continue with the subsequent matches. The curse mark had already been planted, and bullying children didn't seem meaningful anymore. However, Hongdou and Hinata did not give up their qualifications to compete and planned to continue playing. In addition, there were 7 groups of successful challengers. The Gaara Trio, a group from the Sound Village, 1 group from Team 7, Shikamaru's group, Niji's group, and Shino's group. In total, there were 20 people. It is worth mentioning that Shino's group did not include Hinata, but rather an unfamiliar boy with Byakugan. I didn't expect so many to remain. The 3rd Hokage was smoking a cigarette, his expression weary. Initially, there should have been only a handful of qualifiers left, but this year seemed to be an exception. Moreover, Asuma and Hongdou had been killed. Just yesterday, Umbu Ninja found 2 corpses in the Forest of Death. There were not many signs of resistance, suggesting that their opponent's strength far surpassed theirs. He couldn't help but think of that Orochimaru guy. But regardless, there were still things that needed to be done. So, let's start the 3rd exam. Before the introduction, I must clarify one thing. The 3rd Hokage said slowly. Once again, it was about the prestige of the various countries and the life and death battles of ninjas, all in a grandiose manner. Useless at everything, but number 1 at brainwashing. The night wind curled its lips. In the end, it was all about binding the ninja to their own village, pledging loyalty and working for Konoha, turning a blind eye to the darkness within the village and allowing Danzo to run amok. This village, which seemed prosperous on the surface, had long since rotted beneath. The first Hokage was Hashirama, who established Konoha with his strength and claimed that anyone with high popularity could become a ninja. Essentially, anyone capable could ascend to the position of Hokage. But in reality, the second Hokage was the biological brother of the first. The third was the student of the second. The fourth was the student of the third student, and the fifth was the granddaughter of the first and a student of the third. According to the original plot, the sixth was the student of the fourth, the seventh was the son of the fourth and the student of the sixth. Konoha really is fair and just. Did Konoha not have powerful and qualified ninjas? Were all strong ninjas from the Hokage family? Of course not. The simplest example is Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who was Kakashi's father. That man, with his incredible swordsmanship, had a fearsome reputation on the battlefield almost comparable to Minato's. Normally, this guy would have had the ability and fame to inherit the Hokage position, at least contending for the position of fourth Hokage with Minato. However, something quite ridiculous happened. It was said that during a mission, Tsukumo abandoned the task to save his comrades, and upon returning to the village, he was scorned. Then this guy committed suicide. A.J. Nin, who had survived through blood and fire, having been tempered by war, actually killed himself after being insulted a couple of times. Is such mental resilience truly that of A.J. Nin? In reality, the higher-ups of Konoha had already predetermined the position of fourth Hokage for Minato. With Tsukumo's popularity also high, to prevent any unexpected developments, they simply ordered his death in secret. Having been brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, Tsukumo naturally went to his death obediently. How hypocritical is this when talking about justice? I'm very sorry, Lord Third. Next, let me, as the referee, introduce myself. A pale-faced guy with heavy dark circles appeared, interrupting the Third's speech. Konoha's famous weakling, Moonlight Gale. With such a obedient Yueying, it's no wonder he is so thin. Well, actually, it's because of poor health and a short life expectancy. It's your turn. The Third nodded. Hello, everyone. Cough, cough. Before the third exam begins, cough, cough. There is something everyone needs to complete. Gale looked at the contestants. His sickly appearance left everyone speechless. That S related to whether you can participate in the third exam as preliminaries. Hey, what is the preliminaries? Teacher, I don't understand what the preliminaries mean. Why can't the remaining examinees stay here to directly participate in the third exam? Perhaps the first two exams in this session were too simple, leading to too many remaining participants. So, according to the rules of the CH-NEEN exam, preliminaries are needed to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. Finally finishing the rules, the preliminaries commenced. Participants were randomly drawn to determine matchups. So, the first preliminary match begins. Sound Ninja's Karen versus Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Gale announced. TCH, I forfeit. Karen shook her head in frustration. Unexpectedly, she hit the jackpot right away, her opponent being Uchiha Sasuke. There was no way to win against this guy, and it wouldn't be good if the young man lost his motivation. The winner of the first match is Uchiha Sasuke. Gale didn't say much and announced. Second match, Sakura versus Ino. I didn't expect to be matched against you, Sakura. I want hold back. Ino smiled. The two had a good relationship, but neither would give up the chance to advance. Sakura, come on, don't lose to her, Naruto shouted. On the stage, the two girls quickly collided with their physical skills, occasionally throwing a few shuriken, all of which were dodged by the other. Smack! As they fought, Sakura seemed to space out for a moment and got slapped by Ino. Both girls froze. Sakura didn't expect to get hit, and Ino didn't expect Sakura to be unable to dodge. I don't know why, but seeing that girl getting hit now feels quite satisfying. Red Bean, am I not psychologically normal? The night breeze had a smiley expression. Teacher, when have you ever been normal? Hongdou retorted. Hey, hey, hey. The night wind smiled again. Don't hold back. I will take this match seriously as well, Sakura said earnestly, seemingly back in form. Soon, the two began to clash with their taijutsu, beating each other until they were bruised and battered, but neither gave up. Ninja art. Heart-turn technique. Ino still used this technique. As long as she controlled Sakura's body and made her say, I concede, it would be her victory. Get out of my body, Ino. I want to concede. Sakura's resistance was exceptionally strong. As a result, Ino had no choice but to dispel the jutsu, and both of their chakra was exhausted. It was a draw. Since there was no winner, neither advanced. Both of you were eliminated, Sukikage announced. In the fifth match, Temari faced off against Tenten. The wind-release ninja faced the weapon manipulator, a natural counter. Although Tenten tried her best, in the end, Temari won easily. After all, no matter how powerful the tools, they had to hit the target, and with a gust of wind, all of Tenten's tools were blown away, leaving no chance to get close at all. In the sixth match, Nara Shikamaru faced off against Kin. With Shikamaru's IQ, there was no need to say much. He easily won. Shikamaru wins. In the seventh match, Uzumaki Naruto faced Inuzuka Kiba. Initially, Naruto was under pressure throughout, but in the end, he let out a fart, causing Kiba, whose sense of smell was thousands of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, to completely break down. Uzumaki Naruto wins. In the eighth match, Hinata faced Niji. However, the current Hinata was not Hyuga Hinata, but a strange girl from the Sound Ninja village wearing a black eye mask. Where did this person come from? Someone like you, with no strength or fame, should concede quickly if you have no trump cards. Otherwise, if I hurt you. Neji threatened. He didn't like the feeling of bullying the weak. The winner is me, Hinata said lightly. After years of training, she was no longer the soft and timid girl of the past. Use that one, the night wind on stage suddenly said. Yes, I understand. Hinata slightly paused, then slowly removed her black eye mask. It revealed a pair of ice blue eyes with snowflake patterns. Just a glance gave a tremendous sense of pressure. Bloodline limit? Everyone was shocked. A faint green chakra appeared, forming an outer layer around Hinata's body. The momentum kept increasing, and soon Neji frowned. The opponent's strength was evidently very powerful. Definitely not the weakling he imagined. Good. This version of you is worth defeating. Neji's expression became serious, the veins beside his eyes bulging as he activated his Byakugan. 58 The battle of cheating so fast. Neji felt a blur before his eyes, and Hinata had disappeared, her palm already beside his face. This was still Hinata holding back. Although her Tenseigan was not fully developed, she could now unleash power close to that of a Kage. To deal with Neji, she didn't need to reveal too much strength. Heavenly Spin. Neji spun rapidly, using chakra to form a circle, a 360-degree defense blocking Hinata's palm. Due to the presence of the chakra outer layer on Hinata's body, she was only knocked back and not harmed by the high-speed rotation of Heavenly Spin. Looks like I have to get serious. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji took on a strange posture. This was the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, and he had cultivated it to an extremely high level. A strange expression appeared on Hinata's face. Neji was indeed a genius, having mastered the 64 palms at such a young age and even comprehending the Heavenly Spin on his own. However, this was all useless. In the face of her eyes, the Tenseigan nurtured by her sister Hanabi, all resistance was futile. Can you dodge the first palm? Can you dodge the second? The girl's voice was light and airy, but in Neji's ears, it was an insult to himself. With Heavenly Spin, you cannot break through my defense, Neji said lightly. He acknowledged that the opponent's speed and strength were formidable, but the defensive power of Heavenly Spin was not to be underestimated. You can try. Hinata narrowed her eyes. She was now almost unconditionally following the orders of the Night Wind. Even if she were told to kill Hyuga Neji, she would execute it. Huh! Hinata shouted softly, her figure transforming into a green shadow that darted about. Even with his Byakugan fully activated, Neji found it very difficult to see through the opponent's attack patterns. As the 8 trigrams, 64 palms were unleashed, the result was merely striking air, unable to touch the person at all. He could only activate Heavenly Spin at the moment before sensing the crisis. Heavenly Spin. The blue high-speed vortex appeared for the second time. However, this time Hinata had no intention of holding back. Absorb. Hinata's hand actually reached into the Heavenly Spin, and the chakra was forcefully unraveled by her. The Tenseigan possessed the ability to absorb chakra, allowing her to neutralize almost any ninjutsu, unless the chakra was too massive. Boom! Neji's body was thrown out straight. Wow! Neji coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looks like I win, genius of the Hyuga clan, Hinata said calmly. The victory goes to Oda. Tsukikage announced. In the 9th match, Gaara faced Rock Lee. Using sand for defense, Lee began to test the waters at the start, but the sand around Gaara was impenetrable, with incredibly strong defenses. As a Jinchuriki of Shikaku, protected by his mother, Lee could only keep running away from the sand. Lee, take off your weights. Guy shouted from the 2nd floor, giving a thumbs up and showing a standard smile. But teacher guy, you said I could only take them off when protecting someone important. Lee was taken aback. It's fine, I approve. Guy laughed. He was filled with pride for this disciple. Lee was so excited he almost jumped up, finally able to unleash himself and show his full strength. TCH, taking off weights and all. Kankuro and Temari both looked disdainful. Coming from Sunagakure, they were well aware of Gaara's terrifying nature. Boom! The weights on his legs were removed. Hundreds of pounds of metal fell from 5 or 6 meters above, kicking up a cloud of dust in the arena. Everyone, that was a bit too much, Guy. Kakashi couldn't help but comment. Is this really a human training method? You don't understand that, kid. Kai sighed deeply, his gaze profound. Shaoli had no talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so he could only train in taijutsu. Even with just taijutsu, he could still defeat those geniuses and become a powerful ninja. This was Shaoli's belief. So fast, the speed of the sand's defense was gradually unable to keep up with Shaoli's movements. Boom! Finally, Shaoli landed a punch on Gaara's face, knocking him to the ground. This was the first time Gaara had been hit since the Chunin exams. Sand? Xiao li fronat. A layer of sand had actually formed on Gaara's body surface. Just now, his punch had only struck the sand. Hey, hey, hey. Gaara was enraged, his smile turning extremely cold and brutal. He wanted to kill this guy. With such strong defense, he could only apply an even stronger attack to break through it. Xiao Li thought, even if he could hit Gaara, a normal punch wouldn't be enough to take him down. Without hesitation, Xiao Li tore off the bandages on his hands and quickly ran in circles around Gaara. Stop running and attack already, Gaara said coldly. As you wish. Xiao Li kicked upward, sending Gaara into the air. He followed up with 2 or 3 more kicks that sent Gaara flying into the sky. The sand's defense completely unable to keep up. Take this primary lotus. The bandages wrapped around Gaara as Xiao Li spun with him, descending from the air. He landed headfirst. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large hole. However, Xiao Li's attack hit Gaara's sand clone. During the execution of primary lotus, Xiao Li experienced a moment of pain due to the heavy burden on his body. In that moment, Gaara used his sand clone, causing the primary lotus to hit nothing but air. Quicksand waterfall. Gaara manipulated the quicksand to send Xiao Li flying. Having executed the lotus, Xiao Li was now under too much physical strain. His speed decreased by 70 to 80%, and he was easily trampled by Gaara's sand. No, Xiao Li, if you keep this up, you'll die, Sakura shouted. But surprisingly, Xiao Li's speed returned to its previous level, once again surpassing the sand. The 8 gates technique is indeed a heaven-defying skill, but unfortunately, it can only bloom once. The night wind shook its head. By breaking the limitations of the body, it forcibly allowed chakra to overflow within. If the 8th gate, the death gate, were to be opened, it could even threaten beings at the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, but that would only last for 1 move. And using it would almost certainly lead to death. I misjudged you, Guy, Kakashi said. What do you know about that kid? He has something he wants to prove, even if it means dying. Guy replied. First gate, the opening gate, open. Second gate, the healing gate, open. Third gate, the life gate, open. Opening 3 forbidden gates in succession, Li's entire skin turned dark red. Green chakra surged and overflowed from his body, even causing his hair to stand on end and the air around him faintly distorted. Illusion again. Is it the sand armor? Then let me show you this. Li's body moved at high speed. Boom! A punch sent Gaara flying, shattering the sand. The new sand couldn't form a defense on the surface in time. And Li's second punch, third punch. The attacks came like a rainstorm. Gaara threw a punch in midair, but the next second, Li appeared behind him and landed another punch. This cycle continued, with Gaara being continuously beaten in the air, unable to keep up with the defensive sand. Rising Lotus. A devastating kick was unleashed. Gaara seemed to fall like a shooting star, smashing the entire arena to pieces. The sand gourd behind Gaara also shattered, creating a buffer zone at the last moment. Having a temporary advantage feels great. Tomorrow's divine ranking awaits. The night breeze does not look favorably upon Li. Gaara himself has 2 major advantages. Even though the sand of his mother cannot be used, the Jinchuriki's vitality is extremely strong. As long as he doesn't die instantly, the tailed beast chakra can quickly heal his body's injuries. Gaara lies on the ground, and although he doesn't even have the strength to stand up, he has not been defeated yet. Meanwhile, not far away, Li has completely exhausted his last cards. The lotus did not kill Gaara, nor did it make Gaara faint. So the one who has failed can only be him. How could this be? Li sees that Gaara still has the power to manipulate sand, and his eyes gradually fill with despair. Sand binding coffin. The giant hand of quicksand reaches over and directly crushes one of Li's hands and one of his feet. Bang! Guy quickly appears, shattering the sand and saving Li. Round 9, Gaara wins. The final match, Suji versus Akimichi CHG. CHG's meat tank is instantly defeated by sound waves. Suji wins. Thus, the preliminary rounds are over, and the official 3rd match will begin in a month. The Moonlight Gale announces. The 9 who advance are Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Kankuro, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Temari, and Suji. Soon after, the 9 who advance draw their numbers and determine their opponents. Uzumaki Naruto versus Oda, Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Yamanaka Shino versus Kankuro. Nara Shikamaru versus Suji. Temari has a bye. That Kakashi guy is really annoying. The night breeze was silent. After discovering the curse seal, Kakashi placed a seal on Sasuke's curse mark. Unless Sasuke himself wanted to use the power of the curse mark, it would not invade his body. Jiraiya should be back in the village soon. And when Naruto goes to train with Jiraiya, Sasuke will realize that his progress in becoming stronger is very slow, and sooner or later he will come to me. 2 days later, Konoha. The preliminary rounds have ended, so as soon as the third match of the Chunin exam begins, we can make our move. Orochimaru half kneeled on the ground, respectfully looking at this man. The Night Wind nodded slightly. He secretly killed the fourth Kazekage and can disguise himself as that identity at any time. That's why Tsunade is collaborating with Oto Geikure, secretly plotting the destruction of Konoha. And he had set up many things well in advance. Killing the third Hokage. Even if we win this battle, there is no need to destroy Konoha for now. Weakening their combat power will be enough. The Night Wind spoke. Yes, my lord, I will cooperate with you to complete this operation. Do had always been so respectful. And we, Lord Orochimaru. For more people stepped out from the shadows. Jinchuriki, Kidano, Mayu, and Drubu. As for Kimimaro, that guy's health had always been poor. And the Night Wind was too lazy to let a sickly person fight. A month's time is neither long nor short. Kakashi personally instructed Sasuke, teaching him the Chidori technique. He couldn't use this technique himself, but Sasuke had the Sharingan, which could perfectly showcase this technique. As for Naruto, Kakashi arranged for him to be taught by Ebisu. However, due to some unexpected events, Naruto encountered Jiraiya and ended up training and summoning techniques with him. Little Lee, has his body already become irreparable? Many people felt sorrow for Little Lee upon hearing this news. Due to opening the fifth gate and having his hands and feet crushed by Gaara, the bones inside his body were in terrible condition. Such injuries left all the medical ninjas in Konoha helpless. Forget about continuing to be a taijutsu ninja. It would be a blessing if he could avoid being disabled. Little Lee. Sakura visited Little Lee today with a bouquet of flowers. Many ninjas came as well. Ino also showed up just in time to meet Sakura. The two girls walked into the ward but found that Little Lee was not resting in bed. They went to the courtyard and discovered Little Lee in a hospital gown, doing push-ups. 91-92. Little Lee was sweating profusely but still persevered. Just as Sakura and Ino approached, he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. You watch him. I'll go get a stretcher. A nurse also noticed the situation. This patient shouldn't be engaging in strenuous exercise, yet he was performing such dangerous actions. Why do boys always like to show off? Sakura said sadly. Ino didn't respond, unsure how to comfort Sakura. Sigh. Sakura is still like Sasuke, that rebellious and unusual guy. She suddenly remembered a dessert shop she visited when she was younger, where there was a guy named Hinata. Later, that guy disappeared, along with a young lady from the Hyuga family. The world loves to play tricks on people. You suddenly find some people amusing, some are actually good people, but then suddenly you can't see those people anymore. This is the fate of a ninja. One day, Ino was wandering around the street. Little girl, be careful not to eat too much and get fat. Otherwise, I won't want you anymore. I don't like chubby little girls. The young man's voice sounded lazy. TCH, I won't get fat. The woman had a great figure, wearing a daring fishnet outfit, and the black stockings wrapped around her thighs made Ino glance twice. A young couple in love. For some reason, Ino felt that the two looked strangely familiar. Hey, why are you staring at me? You don't want my dango, do you? The woman smiled, but a hint of caution suddenly appeared in her expression. Ino smirked. If you want to eat, just say so. Since you're so cute, I'll give you a skewer. The red bean said to herself. Without waiting for Ino's response, a skewer of dango was handed over, and she even kissed Ino's forehead, acting very familiar like old friends. You. Ino's eyes widened, but the two young people had already vanished. Was it an illusion? Perhaps it wasn't just an illusion. A month passed quickly. The third round of the Chunin exam. The third round of the Chunin exam, also the final round, finally arrived. The venue was packed with spectators. A sea of people bustling to the extreme. The fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage were seated in the middle of the viewing platform, with nobles and wealthy merchants on either side. This was not only the Chunin exam, but also the plan for the destruction of Konoha. Many people were destined to die today. Now, puff up your chests and look at the audience above, Nara Shikaku said lightly. He was the judge for today. The competitors standing in the arena today were Naruto, Shikomu, Hinata, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shino. Sasuke and Tobi were absent. Sasuke was training with Kakashi, while Tobi had gone to fight Gaara early and was killed, hence he couldn't attend the scene. So many people, Naruto murmured. The venue for the Chunin exam was very large, and the audience was lively, with at least 20,000 people present. Ninjas who shine here have the opportunity to become Chunin. It isn't necessary to be the first to become Chunin. In this match, you are the protagonist, Shikaka said, holding a wooden stick in his mouth, casually. Naruto was still like this, almost late, but what about Sasuke? Why hasn't that guy shown up? Ino couldn't help but say. Sakura was next to her, looking unwell in the audience. Sakura's face had been like this ever since Sasuke didn't show up. Hey, Sakura, at least try to be a little happy. Naruto is here. You guys are in the same class, Ino said impatiently. Hearing this, Sakura finally came to her senses and glanced at Naruto below. Although she nodded, she still looked distracted. Ino didn't feel like saying anything more. On the other side, has Sasuke still not shown up? The third Hokage said slowly. We've already sent several teams of Anbu to search, but there were no findings. He might have already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. A ninja whispered. I understand. The third Hokage nodded. Just then, the fourth Kazekage, disguised as the night wind, slowly walked over. Oh, what a rare guest, Lord Kazekage, the third Hokage said politely. Compared to Konoha, Sunagakure is much weaker. But it is still one of the 5 great ninja villages and the closest great ninja village to Konoha. It is necessary to maintain a good relationship between the two villages. You must be tired from the journey, right? Just as the night breeze had just settled down, the third Hokage spoke again. No, it's good that we are in Konoha, although you are still young. It would likely be quite tiring for you to attend the meeting specifically. I think you should decide on your successor soon. The night breeze said faintly. It was completely the tone of a cold politician, highlighting a strange and sarcastic atmosphere. Ha, don't treat me like an old person. I still plan to work for another 5 years. The third Hokage smiled. Well then, let us get started. Below the stage. I said, Sasuke hasn't arrived yet. What should we do? Naruto asked anxiously. For such an important third round of the Chunin exams, that guy Sasuke is actually late. Is he really influenced by Kakashi's habit of being late? If he doesn't show up by the time his match starts, then he might as well give up. Suin said lightly. First, let me clarify. The rules of the match are that there are no rules. The match ends only when one side concedes or loses the ability to fight. Any casualties will be borne by themselves. Now, the first round is Naruto Uzumaki versus Odanin's Oda. The rest of the participants, please wait above. Suin continued. Soon, only the 2 contestants and the referee were left in the arena. I will win, Hinata said calmly. Although this exam has no real significance in Orochimaru's plan, since she participated, she would win. Today I want to prove that even if you are at the bottom, hard work can still lead to first place. Naruto said seriously. Begin, Suin announced. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, a green chakra cloak enveloping her body. On the other side, Naruto also used his signature ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, relying solely on numbers 1T guarantee victory. To quickly end the battle, Hinata swiftly eliminated all of Naruto's clones and knocked him out with a single slap. The winner of the first match is Hinata. Next, Uchiha Sasuke faces Gaara. Most people came here for the name of Uchiha. However, since Sasuke hasn't shown up, we will proceed with the next match. Kankuro versus Shino Aburame. I concede. Kankuro raised his hand and said. To avoid exposing the abilities of his puppet, he simply conceded. Since TS didn't show up, Temari faced Shikamaru Nara. Temari chose not to concede, but gracefully descended into the arena with her fan. Next, it's my turn, Temari said lightly. You're quite eager to fight. Suin remarked lightly. Hey, why are you so interested? Shikamaru couldn't help but retort. Maybe I should just forfeit. Go for it, Shikamaru. Naruto interrupted Shikamaru's thoughts and pushed him down. So the first match begins. Suin said lightly. What a hassle. I hate troublesome things the most. Shikamaru sighed. Everyone is focused on Sasuke's match, so they're not interested in Shikamaru at all. Ninjutsu, Kamaitachi. Temari waved her fan, and a fierce wind swept through the small forest in the exam area. Shikamaru hid behind a tree and used the shadow imitation technique. Seeing the shadow appear, Temari quickly retreated. If this technique touched her shadow, her movements would be controlled by the opponent. Fortunately, shadows have their limits, and after retreating a bit, Shikamaru's shadow couldn't reach her. I see. I've figured out the shadow imitation technique. As long as I maintain this distance, your shadow can't touch me. Temari said lightly. 15 meters and 32 centimeters. That's the limit distance for Shikamaru's technique. Hiding 1T work. Temari unleashed another powerful gust of wind. Whoosh. Shikamaru evaded for a while, and then threw out 2 shurikens to test. Temari deflected the 2 shurikens with her fan, and at that moment, Shikamaru's shadow spread out again. Due to the delay, the angle of the sunlight changed, and the shadow grew longer. Temari quickly retreated, almost getting caught by the shadow. Was the delay for this? Temari's expression turned serious. At that crucial moment, a circular shadow slowly appeared on the ground. That was Shikamaru using his clothes to form an umbrella shape and throw it into the air, creating an extension for a shadow. The shadow technique can increase its range by contacting a new shadow. One tail, Shikaku. Temari immediately retreated, but Shikamaru, as shadow, relentlessly pursued her. Looks like this is the end. I'll use my shadow clone to attack him, and then my main body will wait for an opportunity to win, Temari thought. Shadow clone. Impossible. How come I can't move? Temari was stunned again. She had clearly escaped the range, but she was still caught by the technique. She should be safe at this position. You moved too quickly and got close to the wall. My shadow can spread through the shadows. Shikamaru said lightly. Temari was positioned near the wall behind her, so he only needed to inject his shadow into the shadow by the wall to immobilize her through the shadow behind her. All the previous attacks and strategies were to force Temari to the wall. Damn it. Temari glared at Shikamaru unhappily. I concede. But Shikamaru raised his hand and said, my chakra is almost depleted, and I can't defeat you even if I mobilize you. Shikamaru shrugged indifferently and then left the arena. Temari had a complex expression. Temari wins. Su and Jin announced. Soon. Uchiha Sasuke still hasn't arrived. Soon the end of thou win. Since he is not coming, let us disqualify him. The third Hokage said calmly. Wait, Lord Hokage, I think most of the audience came for Uchiha's name. How about we give Sasuke 10 more minutes? If he still doesn't show up after 10 minutes, then we can declare him the loser. The fourth Kazekage, disguised by the night wind, said softly. Since it's Lord Kazekage's intention, let's do it this way. The third Kazekage nodded. Soon, the order was passed down, deciding to give Uchiha Sasuke 10 minutes. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Naruto couldn't help but say. 10 minutes later, just when everyone thought Sasuke wouldn't show up, he and Kakashi appeared at the venue. Sorry for being late. We won't be disqualified, right? Kakashi said. No, just in time, Su-jin replied. Sasuke, don't lose to that guy. Naruto shouted. TCH, do you think I'm you? Always trailing behind, Sasuke scoffed. Not long after, as the referee announced the start of the match, Sasuke's body instantly disappeared from the spot. After a month of hard training, he not only mastered Chidori, but also used lightning to enhance his body, making significant progress in Taijutsu. San. Sasuke smiled disdainfully and threw a punch that directly broke through Gaara's sand defense, knocking him to the ground. Is this the sand armor? Bring it on, Sasuke provoked. Gaara's expression turned cold as he recalled the Taijutsu ninja, Rock Lee. Sasuke now was like Lee that day, with extraordinary speed. If you don't attack, I'll come at you. Sasuke's figure flickered again. Gaara frowned, the sand defending around him, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Sasuke's clothes. Bang! Sasuke kicked up from the ground and struck Gaara's chin, sending him flying into the air. Sasuke! Sasuke! Many infatuated girls screamed from the stands. What's wrong? Is that all the strength you have? Sasuke coldly mocked, unable to endure any longer. Gaara finally decided to use that jutsu. He didn't care about plans anymore. He had to kill this man today. The sand formed a spherical shield with no blind spots, wrapping Gaara inside. He needed to buy time to enter his Jinchuriki form and harness the power of one tail. This turtle shell, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, trying to attack the sand sphere. However, the hardness and density of the sand sphere were immense. It would form spikes if someone got too close, making ordinary taijutsu attacks ineffective. I don't know what you plan to do, but that's just fine. My move also requires some preparation time. Sasuke smiled confidently. Blue lightning crackled between his left hand, and the sound of Chidori echoed. Ah! Chidori! Sasuke charged down from a wall several meters high, rushing towards the sand sphere with the force of thunder. Such a momentum shocked countless spectators, and Kankuro and Temari were sweating nervously. They weren't afraid of Gaara being killed, but rather that he would get enraged and transform into the tailed beast right there, which was not part of the plan. So cool, Sasuke. The night wind admired the current Sasuke. Although Chidori isn't exactly a powerful technique, it really has a high prestige. Naruto may be annoying, but he has a strong presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so popular with girls. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Sasuke dodged the sharp spikes on top of the sandball, and his left hand's lightning struck straight into the sandball, injuring Gaara inside. What is this warm thing? Blood. I'm bleeding again. Mom. Gaara's expression twisted in rage, his eyes filled with fury, clutching his head tightly, having lost his reason. Why? Why can I be hurt? Little brat, do you need my power? If you do, just obediently hand your body over to me. You just sleep. I'll help you take revenge. The sinister laughter of the raccoon's spirit echoed in his heart. Taking this opportunity, Shikaku gradually eroded Gaara's sanity. Kill. Only slaughter can prove the meaning of my existence. I want to kill everyone. Gaara finally couldn't resist that temptation. This unsettling aura. Could it be Gaara? Temari's voice trembled. Run. Kankuro quickly grabbed Temari's hand and fled towards the outside of the Chunin exam venue. This wasn't the time to worry about Gaara, but rather if they would be killed by the out-of-control Gaara. Such powerful chakra. Sasuke had already stepped back, suspiciously staring at the sandball. That chakra felt filled with an unsettling aura. Lord Kazekage? The third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly, sensing something was off. That boy. Could he be the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure? The Jinchuriki actually brought to participate in the Chunin exam? And looking at this situation, hihihi, I finally see the light of day again. A sharp, eerie laughter rang out, and a massive body like a mountain appeared on the ground of the Chunin exam venue. It was a monster made of yellow sand, with purple runes on its surface and a long tail behind it. Almost too large for the entire exam venue to contain. Kakashi hurriedly used the body flicker technique to take Sasuke away. The third Hokage's face darkened. One tail, Shikaku, has appeared. 62 Konoha Destruction Plan, Nirvana Technique. The disguised Umbu said quietly, as countless white feathers fell from the sky. Just as Shikaku erupted, this illusion technique caused most people to fall into a deep sleep. Among the Umbu present, many were already arranged by Orochimaru, and now the ninjas from both sides immediately engaged in battle. Lord Kazekage, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The third Hokage said solemnly. Explanation? The night wind licked its lips. A kunai was held against the neck of the third Hokage, and then it jumped to the rooftop with him. The four sound ninjas, who had long disguised themselves as Konoha Zumbu, also jumped to the corners of the rooftop. Ninja technique. 4 purple flames formation. A purple barrier unfolded, isolating the battlefield of the third Hokage and the night wind. Outsiders could not intrude, and those inside could not escape. 2 Konoha Umbu accidentally touched the purple flames of the barrier and turned to ashes within seconds. Inside the venue, ahaha, Shoha roared excitedly, casually taking the lives of hundreds with a slap. At this moment, there was a person standing on top of Shoha's head. Well, little raccoon, I let you out for a task, not for play, Akkad said with a smile. Mangekyō, you despicable Uchiha brat. Shoha was startled, but facing Akkad's Mangekyō Sharingan, he had no power to resist. The shape of the Mangekyō appeared in One Tail's eyes, and then it calmed down. Go, cause destruction outside, Akkad ordered. Sure enough, Shoha's body directly tore through the walls of the Nin exam venue, entering Konoha village. Wind release, vacuum sphere, a powerful wind release erupted, and Konoha's buildings were blown to pieces. Kakashi, we can't just ignore that tailed beast. Guy rushed toward One Tail. Guy, you can't charge indirectly. You'll lose your life. Kakashi stopped the excited guy and warned. Even if it's a tailed beast, if I use the 8 gates. No, you'll die. How can Konoha ninjas retreat? A single strike. Kakashi. In the end, Guy charged out anyway. There were many ninjas intercepting One Tail. Almost every minute, ninjas were killed by One Tail's casual swipes. But they continued to rush forward. Outside the village, the lurking ninjas from the Sound Village and the Sand Village also chose to attack. Moreover, the Night Wind had long since buried summoning scrolls. Except for that bad-tempered guy, Manda, who did not come out, 3 giant snakes were summoned, and they looked to be not much smaller than the tailed beasts. Konoha, both inside and outside, was in total chaos. The Hokage was in crisis, and with tailed beast weapons in the village, war erupted in an instant. Teacher Sarutobi, you're getting old. The night wind tore off the human skin mask, and a hoarse voice sounded. Today is the reunion of teachers and students, so he deliberately used his previous appearance and voice. He originally planned to take advantage of Gaara's chaos to sneak away with Sasuke, but it seems that things can't always go as wished. The night wind said, Is your goal Konoha and Sasuke? The third Hokage remained calm, his voice sounding very steady. The more critical the situation, the more one needs to stay composed. Is Konoha really that important? Rather than that, Shikaku causing chaos in the village can show you many interesting things. Your foolishness has thrown Konoha into a mess. I have one. The night wind chuckled softly. You never know the outcome until the very end. That's what I've taught you, Orochimaru. The third Hokage remained calm. One Tail, Konoha is not without the power to deal with tailed beasts. As for those attacking ninjas, they are not enough to handle Konoha's ninjas. Even if he dies in battle today, there will still be someone to take his place as Hokage. What a pity. My goal has actually already been achieved. The night wind sighed as it released the kunai from its hand. Orochimaru's original goal was not to destroy the Hidden Leaf village, but to kill the third Hokage and give him a good reputation. He understood this teacher too well. In his later years, the third Hokage was decayed and rotten, to say the least. To ensure that the third Hokage had a good reputation and wouldn't be scorned after death, he chose to kill his teacher, allowing him to die as a hero. This was not the intention of the Night Wind, but rather Orochimaru's obsession. Did Jiraiya not have the chance to rush back to the village to save his teacher? It was precisely because Jiraiya understood this that he did not appear. In the eyes of the world, the third Hokage will always be a hero. Isn't this also a good ending? The Night Wind now feels very relaxed. From this moment on, there will no longer be Orochimaru, only the soul of the Night Wind. I knew that this day would come sooner or later, but taking off my head is not that easy. The third Hokage said slowly, I warned you, you should have decided on the fifth Hokage's candidate earlier, because you're going to die today. The night breeze is calm. Unknowingly, a few tears fell from my eyes. Are you so happy that you've cried? Or is it that, despite wanting to kill me, your master, you still feel a bit sad inside? The third generation smiled. It's not me who is crying. The Night Wind rubbed its eyes, the expression calm. I know you're not a man who acts out of hatred. You have no purpose and no motive. The third generation said again, who knows? The Night Wind was indifferent. It seemed there was no way to leave easily. The third generation squinted his eyes, saying one thing, but meaning another. Letting those guys participate in the battle here would only be a burden for you. The Night Wind said, Ninja technique, tile shuriken. The third generation formed the seals, and the tiles on the rooftop suddenly shot out. Shadow Snake Hand. The night breeze leaped into the air, while the sleeves of both hands extended like a swarm of snakes. Is this level of attack a sign that you have indeed aged? The Night Wind smiled. The Shadow Snake Hand grabbed a mud clone. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. The third Hokage appeared beside the Night Wind, and at the same time, the ground beneath the Night Wind began to turn into a quagmire. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Two A-rank ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, almost engulfing the Night Wind's body. You still underestimated me. Huh? You thought that this level of ninjutsu could kill me? The Night Wind emerged from the ground, completely unharmed. It's time to be serious. This isn't a ninja school lesson. The Night Wind said. That's true. The third generation took off the Hokage robe and the Hokage hat, and underneath he was wearing a ninja battle outfit. Were you already anticipating that I would kill you by wearing this kind of clothes? I won't show mercy just because you're getting old and confused. Night Wind Path. Just to my liking, depending on your mastery of ninjutsu, I will decide whether to take you back to the ninja school for a retake. 63 Battlefield Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The third Hokage threw a shuriken, which transformed into dozens in midair. Summoning Technique Impure World Reincarnation. The Night Wind is unrelenting. Since we're being serious, let us reveal our cards right from the start. This move is, the third Hokage frowned. A total of 4 coffins rose. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the third son, Asuma. How will you deal with this, third Hokage? The Night Breeze said softly. This is almost a perfect technique, not the flawed Edo Tensei. Those who are brought back to life by him can unleash their strength from before, have unlimited chakra, and possess immortality. It's been a while, hasn't it, monkey? Hashirama said calmly. Oh, it's you, you've aged too, Sarutobi. Tobirama also greeted him. Tobirama is the creator of the Edo Tensei technique, but he died before completing it, so he cannot release the Edo Tensei. Minato remained silent, his expression helpless. As for Asuma, he was simply brought back by Night Breeze to annoy others, without restoring his sanity. I didn't expect to meet you all in this way. The third Hokage looked extremely serious as he gazed at the resurrected Hokages. Let's stop the small talk here. First, let's deal with that guy, and then we can let him join your conversation later. Under the Night Wind, a command was issued. Playing with time, insulting the dead. You want to have a good ending like this, Orochimaru? The voice of the third Hokage was filled with anger. This forbidden technique was actually completed by Orochimaru, and he even summoned the deceased Hokage. It seems that today, that technique must be used. Only that technique can eliminate Orochimaru in one fell swoop. On the other side, after Guy and Kakashi joined, the casualties among the ninjas decreased somewhat. But there were still those killed by Shikaku. Day Tiger. After opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates, Guy's power finally posed a threat to the tailed beast. Shikaku's legs were shattered into pieces, and there was no way to recover in a short time. TCH, I can't let you ruin my teacher's plan. Akatsuki's expression was cold. Besides killing the Hokage, It was also necessary to deal a heavy blow to Konoha. Little raccoon, you're too weak. Akatsuki pouted. Although she knew that guy's taijutsu was too powerful, she still wanted to make a remark. After all, it was a tailed beast, yet lost its strength so easily. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku continued to launch attacks. Although unable to move, it could still use this technique to continue destroying Konoha. Damn, our chakra is simply too inferior compared to the tailed beasts. Kakashi was sweating profusely. The chakra of tailed beasts is endless and cannot be killed. They can only be sealed. Kaleidoscope, who the hell are you? Kakashi noticed Akatsuki and said in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan was wiped out 5 years ago. How could there still be survivors? Besides Itachi and Sasuke, how could anyone possess such eyes? An enemy. I have no choice. It seems I have to open the 8 gates and completely resolve the trouble with Shikaku, Guy said while gasping for breath. If he didn't do this, who knows how many more casualties Shikaku would cause? Opening the 8 gates? Akatsuki's expression was somewhat strange. Not good. It's an illusion, Kakashi exclaimed. The moment he and Guy saw that woman's eyes, they had already fallen into the illusion. Illusion. Dreaming illusion, Akatsuki said slowly. 3 black petals began to spin, and by the time Guy and Kakashi reacted, they were already trapped in the illusion. Rinnegan Pierce. Hinata appeared draped in a green chakra coat. The gravitational pull of the Rinnegan activated, drawing Guy's body toward it, and the green Rinnegan pierced through him. There was no time to open the 8 gates. Guy was already killed. Kakashi fell unconscious, and the surrounding ninjas were being driven around by Shikaku's vacuum sphere. Konoha was in complete chaos, with numerous civilians and ninjas dead or injured. Daddy! In the midst of the chaos, a ninja girl was fleeing with her parents. 3 giant snakes were battling against Konoha's ninjas, and the Sound and Sand Village ninjas were also fighting fiercely against Konoha ninjas. Tintin was just a low-ranking ninja, unable to do anything. Her father was a formidable businessman, but at this moment, he was no different from an ordinary person. Shikaku's vacuum sphere destroyed a large number of buildings, and her parents disappeared into the ruins. Konoha's ninjas. Hongdou slowly stepped out. She was covered in blood, clearly having killed many. It's all your fault. It's all because of you guys. Tintin lost her rationality and engaged Hongdou in combat, disregarding the gap between her and the enemy. Hiv. Hongdou sneered as she activated her crystal release bloodline limit. Tintin's ninja tools encountered their nemesis, unable to break through Hongdou's crystal release defense. Crystal release, crystal dragon descent technique. Hongdou shouted, and a long dragon made of red crystals appeared, vividly lifelike and powerful. Although crystal release wasn't strong, it was definitely not weak. Dealing with this little girl was more than enough. Tintin's chakra was exhausted, and she was undoubtedly crushed into a pulp by the giant dragon. Soft fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Neji rushed over. His target was Hongdou. Even he felt a surge of rage upon seeing Tintin dead. It turned out he had feelings too. He suddenly recalled the years Tintin had spent in the ninja squad, executing missions with everyone. That girl had worked so hard to become an excellent ninja. She was so kind, but now she was dead, and he couldn't even find her complete corpse. Neji didn't understand why he was so furious, but he knew he had to kill this despicable woman today. Neji. Hyuga Hayashi appeared on the battlefield. The situation was different from before. People could die at any moment. So he abandoned his pride and focused on his nephew. He had already let Hinata down. He couldn't let Neji die here as well. Damn. Hongdou was surrounded by a group of Hyuga clan members and quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle, struggling to hold on, and could be killed at any moment. Sister. Hinata had dealt with Shikaku's side of the battlefield, eliminating all the ninjas trying to stop Shikaku. However, she didn't relax for long before sensing Hongdou's chakra rapidly weakening. Moreover, the ones attacking her were the Hyuga clan. Let me go. Akatsuki looked at Hinata's pained expression and said softly. She entrusted Shikaku's side to Hinata and headed toward Hongdou's battlefield. She hoped there was still time for the blood curse seal to hold until she arrived. Hongdou was a useful piece on the chessboard. If she died, it would be a significant loss for her teacher. After the war, Hongdou had grown up with Karen, Hinata, and Hanabi over the years. Although Hinata didn't say it, she had always respected this sister. Cough. Hongdou spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath growing weaker. Akatsuki hurriedly arrived at the battlefield, without time for revenge or killing, quickly taking Hongdou to find Karen. Karen, hurry! Even from dozens of meters away, Akatsuki was shouting. Sister, what happened to you? Hurry and drink my blood to heal. Karen's face changed dramatically. not expecting Honglian to be severely injured in this operation. Seeing Honglian so weak, she quickly cut her arm with a kunai and fed her blood. The woman's condition improved slightly, but was still very weak. Sister, Hinata walked over, lost in despair. If he had acted to save her immediately, would things have been different now? Because those people were from the Hyuga clan, and her father was among them, she hesitated. Sister, Karen wished she could give all her blood to Honglian. If Orochimaru was her teacher, then Honglian was like a mother figure to her. Although she was strict, she loved her very much. Is this the end? Honglian slowly closed her eyes. The Hyuga clan is best known for their ability to target chakra points and their soft fist technique. On the surface, it seems harmless, but in reality, it can shatter internal organs. No one spoke again. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The fighting continued, with Konoha fiercely resisting. Chunin exam venue. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The third Hokage spat out a ball of fierce flames. Water release. Water formation wall. Tobirama shouted loudly. He summoned a massive amount of water in a place devoid of it, almost instantly engulfing the flames. Water release. Water shockwave. While the third was still in shock, a torrential flood was already rushing toward him. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The third erected a high wall, standing on top to avoid the flood. After trying to grapple with several Hokage using taijutsu, he was left panting within minutes. Adding to that, the fourth, who was skilled in flying Thunder God, was secretly looking for an opportunity, leaving the third with no way to express his frustration. He was indeed getting old. Both his physical reactions and chakra reserves were incomparable to his younger self, making it too strenuous to fight these characters. Wood release. Birth of the Sea of Trees. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, and the entire space within the barrier was filled with trees. The third had nowhere to escape and was ultimately entangled by vines. This was the first wood release at its peak, a jutsu that couldn't be easily broken free from. Rasengan. At that moment, the waiting Minato made his move. He secretly marked various positions with shuriken, and as soon as the third revealed a flaw, he flashed over, the Rasengan in his hand already unleashed. Boom! The third was hit, his abdomen caving in as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Using his last strength, he broke free from the vines. But everything before him was becoming blurry. It seemed that he had to use that technique, the impure world reincarnation. Only this jutsu could stop Orochimaru. The third thought silently. Summoning. Just as the third was about to summon Inma, hoping to buy himself some time, at that moment, his movements suddenly became immobilized. Kodoame Tsukumi. The eyes of Night Wind transformed into 4 rotating black windmills. This ability came from Uchiha Shisui, with both eyes possessing the Jinjutsu Kodoame Tsukumi. One was short-term, the other long-term. Now, he was using the ordinary Kodoame Tsukumi to temporarily trap the third Hokage in an illusion. Poof! Asuma, who had been inactive, walked over. With a swift slice, the third Hokage's head was severed, and he lost his life. Although Night Wind had the Shinigami mask to dispel the corpse demon technique, he didn't want to waste effort. It was better to kill the third Hokage directly. It's over. The Night Wind is calm. Finally, I can relax. The goal of the plan has been achieved. From today onward, the once renowned Konoha village, known as the strongest in the ninja world, no longer exists, leaving only ruins. Summoning technique. Naruto summoned Gamabunta and dealt with the guarding crane. Gaara restored his human form and quickly escaped with Temari and Kankuro. As for the other side, several girls also began to retreat. Although carrying a corpse was somewhat troublesome, fortunately, Anko and Hinata were strong, and they didn't encounter too much trouble. How is it possible? Naruto, how could that guy be so strong? Sasuke was shocked into silence. He had mastered Chidori and trained his body, but that guy Naruto was actually able to summon a giant toad and even take down that monster. Is this really Naruto? How could a dead last be so strong? Has he really become stronger than a dead last? What has he been doing all these years? Sir, teacher, everyone had a complex expression upon seeing Orochimaru appear. Is Honglian dead? The Night Breeze was a bit surprised, then frowned. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. My blood couldn't bring my sister back. Xianlin's eyes turned red, her voice low. No, it's my fault. If I had gone to support her right away, Sister Honglian wouldn't have. Hinata said self-reproachfully. She hesitated because there were members of the Hyuga clan there. All right, let's leave it at that. There's no war without casualties. Take care of her body. The Night Wind glanced at a few women, then turned and entered the experimental base. Master, 2 more ninjas approached. One was Kabuto, and the other was Kimimaro. Master, are you injured? My subordinates are incompetent and unable to participate in this operation, Kimimaro said. It's fine. The Night Breeze replied. Junmaru's bloodline limit is bone, allowing him to control and extend his bones for combat. His fighting ability is decent, but he also has flaws. He often takes his bones out into the outside world and then puts them back in his body, causing them to become infected with many things, which has led to Junmaru's body becoming very weak. Although he is only 15 years old, his body is already on the verge of collapse. Sir, this is the product of this period of cultivation. Kabuto respectfully handed over a glass vial. Inside the vial was a green solution, soaking several white eyeballs. If you look closely, you can also see some blue glimmers of light. These are the eyes of Hinata Hanabi's clone, and this experiment is still ongoing. The Night Breeze quickly made Junmaru go to rest, and then he returned to the room and called for Hinata and Hanabi. Brother, the sisters greeted respectfully. Hanabi was almost 8 years old now, a sensible little girl who respected Orochimaru very much in the base. Unlike her sister when she was younger, Hanabi had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion and a bolder personality. She was very obedient and brave. Just like before, go ahead and eat. The night wind spilled the eyeballs from the glass bottle. There were a total of 12 eyeballs, evenly divided among 3 people, which meant 4 each. These 2 girls were trained as weapons of war, so their reincarnation eyes naturally couldn't be weak. With the existence of the blood curse seal, they could somewhat become stronger through this method, though the efficiency was relatively low. See you again, brothers, 2 days later. Konoha. The weather was gloomy, filled with dark clouds. Today was the funeral of the 3rd Hokage. Ninjas and villagers dressed in black took to the streets, mourning the heroes and innocents who died in the war. The crowd gradually offered white flowers. Why did Grandpa Hokage die? Naruto remained silent. Konohamaru stood beside him, crying. Kakashi-senpai, are you here to visit Mr. Obito? Yuzuki Yugao stepped forward. Are you here to visit the wind? Hurry up, the 3rd's memorial service has already begun. Kakashi replied calmly. Rather than thinking of excuses for being late each time, it's better to arrive early, Yugao said. Clearly, the village knew Kakashi had a habit of being late. I arrived early. It's just that every time I come to see Obito, I can't help but blame my foolish past self. Heavy rain continued to fall. Jiraiya appeared in the village, and in the distance, 2 strange figures also appeared in Konoha. Although Konoha was spared from destruction, it had suffered severe damage. That once prosperous village was truly pitiful, Kisame said softly. However, Itachi next to him remained silent, saying nothing. That's not like you. Are you really nostalgic for your hometown? Kisame remarked. No, not all. Itachi's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Half an hour later. Konoha, you are not from the village. Why are you here? 3 figures blocked Kisame and Itachi. They were Konoha ninjas, Noera Kakashi, Senju Ibiki, and Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi? Upon seeing Itachi take off his straw hat, the 3 were slightly taken aback. Are you acquaintances of Mr. Itachi? Then let me introduce myself. I'm Kisame Hashigaki. Nice to meet you. Kisame also removed his hat and spoke slowly. No need for a later introduction. You will die here now. Ibiki said coldly. They had already sent a support request to the village. The 3 only needed to hold off these 2 guys. Mr. Itachi, it seems the villagers really dislike you. Kisame laughed. Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue ninja from the former Kirigakure, wanted for assassination of the daimyo, an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by all countries. Kakashi tightened his grip on his blade. How dare you brazenly return to the village? Itachi, you really have guts. Ibiki stared at Itachi. Only a few people knew the truth about Itachi's past. Most believed he was a true rogue ninja. Don't concern yourself with my matters. I don't want to kill you. Itachi said coldly. What is your purpose in coming back here? Kakashi was fully focused, ready for battle. It seems we can't leave here peacefully, but don't go too far. Your techniques are too conspicuous. Itachi said. Kisame immediately swung his Samahata and engaged in battle with Ibiki and Kakashi. Kakashi, you can't stop me. Itachi stared at Kakashi in front of him. How would I know without trying? Kakashi prepared for battle. It's over. Tsukuyami. Itachi's Sharingan pattern suddenly changed, and then he pulled Kakashi into the Tsukuyami space. To the outside world, only a second passed, but in the mental world, 3 days and nights passed, during which Kakashi was repeatedly stabbed by Itachi, experiencing countless feelings of being killed. Kakashi's spirit instantly broke down, and he then fainted, unconscious. Let's go, don't delay too long. Konoha ninjas are heading this way. Itachi urged. Kisame didn't linger either, and quickly left Konoha with Itachi. A few days later, Jiraiya, took Naruto out to train. First, to teach Naruto how to perform the Rasengan. Second, to ensure Naruto's safety. Third, to find Tsunade and bring her back to take over as the 5th Hokage. If they couldn't find Tsunade, Konoha would directly announce Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage. So Jiraiya had no choice but to look for Tsunade. That day, in Kakashi's hospital room, I heard Itachi has returned and is looking for Naruto. Yamashiro Aoi suddenly came in. Thus, Sasuke also learned about Uchiha Itachi's visit to the village. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were looking for an opportunity to take Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke was searching around, consumed by anger and hatred, wanting to kill Uchiha Itachi. "Excuse me, is there a blonde idiot around my age? And an old man with white hair?" Sasuke asked at various ends one by one. After several hours, he finally found the place. Knock, knock, knock. When Naruto opened the door, he didn't find Jiraiya, but a man dressed in strange clothes. "Come with us," Itachi said flatly. These two guys were definitely not ordinary people. Upon seeing the rogue ninja headbands on the two, Naruto realized he was in trouble. "Mr. Itachi, letting this kid run away would be troublesome. Let's just cut off one of his legs first." Kisame acted as if he was going to grab Samehada from his back. "It's been a while, Sasuke." At that moment, Itachi suddenly spoke, causing Kisame's movements to pause. "Uchiha Itachi," Sasuke said hatefully, appearing from the other end of the corridor. "Uchiha Itachi? Is he the man Sasuke has always wanted to kill?" Naruto swallowed hard. "Wow, he has Sharingan, and he looks a lot like you. Who is that person?" Kisame asked curiously. "My brother," Itachi replied calmly. "I heard the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out, all killed by you, but clearly there are survivors." Kisame chuckled. "For these years I've hated you, resented you, and to kill you I have lived until now." Sasuke was completely consumed by anger. The Sharingan in his brother's eyes was in the 2-tomo state, while Itachi exhibited the 3-tomo. Zizizizi, blue electric sparks appeared, crackling in Sasuke's hand, as if 1,000 birds were chirping. "I'm going to kill you." Sasuke roared as he charged forward. "Lightning release ninjutsu, huh?" Itachi's expression was calm as he casually slapped Sasuke's left hand against the wall, and Chidori merely created a large hole in the wall. Crack! Itachi squeezed hard, and Sasuke's left hand immediately broke. "No, I need to think of a way." Ninja art, summoning. Naruto was forming hand signs, but Kisame's Samehada immediately swung in, directly absorbing Naruto's chakra. "If you use ninjutsu, it will be troublesome. Rather than cutting off a foot, let's cut off that hand first." Kisame swung Samehada again. Bang! At this critical moment, a frog appeared in front of Naruto, blocking Samehada with its armored hand. Jiraiya walked over from behind, holding a fainted woman. "You don't know me well enough. As a man, how could I be seduced by beauty?" Jiraiya said with a lewd smile. Earlier, to get Jiraiya away from Naruto, Itachi had used Jinjutsu to send a woman to seduce him. However, it seemed Jiraiya still noticed and arrived in time. "Sure enough, your target is Naruto." Jiraiya's expression became serious. The opponent is 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, both S-rank rogue ninjas, and he couldn't guarantee he could save their lives. "Taking Naruto away is the highest order given to us by the Akatsuki organization," Itachi said calmly. Hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. "I won't hand Naruto over to you," Jiraiya said sternly. "Today, I will settle this here." "No, the only one who can kill this guy is me." Sasuke slowly stood up and stared fiercely at Uchiha Itachi. "Revenge? I'm not interested in you right now," Itachi said coldly. "What a joke." Sasuke attacked again, but was kicked back against the wall. Kisame blocked the two, not allowing Jiraiya to interfere with the battle. Sasuke's left hand was broken, and he couldn't even form hand signs. He was beaten up by Itachi and coughed up blood, nearly passing out on the spot. Itachi really showed no mercy. Kisame chuckled. This beating was merciless. Sasuke would need at least half a month in the hospital. If the power were a bit stronger, it could have shattered Sasuke's internal organs. Sasuke's expression was numb as he collapsed to the ground, motionless, and was soon grabbed by Itachi by the collar and lifted into the air. Why am I so weak?" "Because your hatred and disgust are not enough," Itachi whispered in Sasuke's ear. At the same time, Tsukuyomi was activated again. The night of the massacre began to cycle again, and after 5 years, Sasuke re-entered that Tsukuyomi space, feeling deep despair. He accomplished nothing and was still instantly killed by Itachi. His nightmare had returned. Thud! Sasuke was thrown to the ground like trash, his gaze vacant, unable to say a word. But no one noticed that Itachi was enduring the fatigue in his body. His body could no longer hold out. Using the Mangekyō was a huge burden, and over the years he had helped the organization complete tasks, using Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu countless times, which had long exceeded his limits. Plus, with the night of the massacre, the long Jinjutsu he used on Izumi, his body was already in a critical state. If it weren't for the medication supporting his body, he would have collapsed long ago. But even so, his lifespan would not exceed 5 years. So he needed Sasuke to become stronger at a faster pace. The current Sasuke was too weak. Weak like an ant. Sumanin technique. Jiraiya shouted loudly. The wall began to turn pink, resembling the intestines of some creature. This is the intestines of the great toad of Mount Maiboku. No one can leave this place alive. Jiraiya said confidently. Go. Itachi didn't even look at Sasuke and directly started to flee with Kisame. Not long after, black flames were left on a wall, and Itachi and Kisame ultimately escaped. What strange flames. Jiraiya collected a bit of the black flames using his sealing technique. Thus, today's events were considered over. Kakashi and Sasuke were hospitalized, while Naruto and Jiraiya continued their training outside. 2 weeks later, Sir, 5 ninjas from the Sound Village knelt half on the ground, with 2 especially young girls beside them. This time, bringing Sasuke back, this task is entrusted to you. The night breeze whispered softly. Originally, it was planned for the 5 members of the Sound Ninjas to handle this matter, but Hinata wanted to make up for her mistakes, so she insisted on joining. As for Karen, she also sought revenge for Hongdou, so she volunteered for this mission. On the Konoha side, Tsunade successfully took over as the 5th Hokage, likely persuaded by Naruto's words. Tsunade's brother and boyfriend were both men who once aimed to be Hokage, but both died in the war. Therefore, Tsunade dislikes the position of Hokage. However, since Naruto is a fool who wants to be Hokage, she made a bet with him. If Naruto can learn the Rasengan, she would go back to being Hokage. The final result goes without saying. Naruto really learned that super difficult jutsu. Now I'm not interested in you. Sasuke lay on the hospital bed, his mind filled with images of Itachi from that day. He was really too weak. He couldn't do anything. On the other side, a few people were eating barbecue. Don't eat too much, Choji, or you'll end up in the hospital again, Ino said helplessly. Choji was injured by Toshi during the Chunin exams and had also stayed in the hospital for a while. It's fine. I can eat as much as I want and still savor the taste. Choji laughed heartily. Sigh, it's a bit lonely, Shikamaru sighed. Asuma has actually died. Although he hated trouble, he still respected that teacher. The guy who killed Asuma is said to be Orochimaru. He also wants revenge, but he lacks strength and doesn't even know where Orochimaru is. Shikamaru's mood has been low these days. Sakura, want to join us for barbecue? Ino greeted with a smile. Sakura happened to be walking past the street outside, and Ino immediately called out to her. Thanks, but maybe next time, I'm not in a good mood. Sakura shook her head to refuse. She's very worried about Sasuke, who hasn't seen anyone at home lately and has no appetite for barbecue. Hey, Choji, that's the last piece of barbecue I grilled. Ino couldn't help but say. The last piece is the finale. No matter what food, the last piece must belong to me. Choji said seriously, then ate the barbecue. Although he got slapped, he was very happy. It's because you're so greedy that everyone thinks of you as an idiot. You fat. Ino, that's a forbidden phrase. And Choji, you too. Eating isn't a battle. Can't you eat slowly? It's really troublesome. Shikamaru quickly stopped Ino. Choji hates being called a fat pig the most. Once he hears that word, he gets furious. Ino, why are you eating so little? Choji spoke up again. I'm trying to lose weight, jeez. Ino pouted. What if the guy you like in the future doesn't like skinny girls? Choji asked again. Most guys like slim girls. And girls feel the same way. Choji, you should pay attention to your figure, or you might not have luck with women, Ino said with a smile. The next day, Sasuke want an apple? Sakura peeled an apple and specially cut a piece to bring over on a plate. Naruto also came to visit Sasuke today, standing nearby. However, Sasuke ignored the two, remaining very silent. Bang! Sasuke pushed the plate, causing it to fall and shatter on the ground, apple pieces scattering everywhere. Sasuke? Sakura looked helpless. Huh? What happened? Naruto turned to look over. 67, give up on revenge? Hey, Naruto. Sasuke coldly stared at Naruto. What do you want? Naruto glared back at Sasuke. Sakura cares about this guy, but he doesn't cherish it at all. Fight me now, Sasuke said slowly. Huh? Your injury just healed. What are you talking about? Naruto said, speechless. Don't ask, just fight me, Sasuke shouted. Naruto paused for a moment, also staring at Sasuke. Sasuke, what's wrong with you two? Sakura couldn't help but stand up. Just what I want. I've been wanting to fight you too, Naruto said. Sasuke had always been much better than him, and now he wanted to defeat Sasuke to prove himself. Not long after, the two went up to the rooftop with Sakura watching them from a distance. In terms of physical skills, it was basically 50-50, and their ninjutsu was also similar. Sasuke had 2 Tomo Sharingan, while Naruto had the Shadow Clone technique as a cheat. In the end, Naruto used the Rasengan he had just learned, while Sasuke used the Chidori taught by Kakashi. One boy was forming a blue sphere with his hands, while the other had lightning crackling in his hand. They were about to collide. Stop! Sakura finally ran up. At this speed, she was likely to end up in the center of the collision of the 2 jutsu. But the 2 had already lost the ability to stop, and could only watch as Sakura suddenly ran over. Boom! In the end, Kakashi arrived just in time. He grabbed Naruto with one hand and Sasuke with the other, throwing them aside, while the Rasengan and Chidori smashed into a metal can. I said, "Aren't you 2 going a bit overboard with this fight?" Kakashi said lightly. Naruto's Rasengan created a curve on the metal can, while Sasuke's Chidori directly pierced through the surface of the can, twisting it together. "Do you want to kill Naruto, Sasuke? Don't get lost in your sense of superiority," Kakashi said. TCH. Sasuke coldly snorted and went down from the rooftop. But when he reached the bottom, he discovered that the kin Naruto attacked had actually exploded from the back. It turned out that his technique had lost to Naruto's. Damn it. Sasuke's gaze grew colder. If Kakashi hadn't shown up, wouldn't it mean he could have been killed by Naruto's technique? This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura couldn't help but cry out. Is it too early for Naruto to use that technique? If things go wrong, Naruto could kill Sasuke. Kakashi said lightly. At some point, Jiraiya's figure appeared nearby. It goes both ways. The Chidori is also a dangerous jutsu. If you can't control it, you taught it to Sasuke, right? I didn't expect Sasuke to be someone who would use that technique against his comrades. What kind of relationship do these 2 kids have? Do they have some deep-seated hatred? Jiraiya said, "It's a long story, probably like your relationship with Orochimaru in the past." Kakashi sighed. For Naruto, Sasuke was both a partner and a rival. Ever since the Ninja Academy, Naruto had been thinking about surpassing Sasuke and had been working hard for it. More than anyone else's recognition, he wanted Sasuke's acknowledgement. Sasuke felt Naruto's change and almost believed he hadn't grown at all, being caught up by someone like Naruto. As a seeker of revenge, he couldn't stand such a thing. Sakura, don't worry. Everything will be as it was before. Kakashi comforted Sakura before disappearing. What are you doing? Sasuke was suddenly bound by ropes while sitting in a tree. If I didn't do this, wouldn't you just run away? Kakashi said. Sasuke, give up on revenge. I've seen too many people like you. Those who talk about revenge often end up with nothing good, only hurting themselves and becoming more miserable. Even if revenge is successful, all that's left is emptiness. Kakashi lectured. Shut up. What do you know? Don't talk big here when you haven't experienced war. Sasuke roared. All right, calm down, Kakashi sighed. How about you kill the person you cherish the most now? You'd realize how ridiculous your words are. Sasuke said bitterly. Well, I could do that, but unfortunately, the people I cherished are all gone. They were killed long ago, Kakashi said with a calm smile. Sasuke's expression changed dramatically. I've lived longer than you, and the times I've experienced are much harsher than yours. I felt the pain of losing loved ones countless times. In short, neither of us are lucky, Kakashi said slowly. Sasuke fell silent. However, we're not the most unfortunate either. Both you and I have found new companions, right? It's because we've lost that we understand such pain. Chidori is a power you gained after finding important companions. It's not meant for revenge or to hurt your friends. Think carefully about what I've said. If that guy keeps swaying around, we won't be able to take action, Jake Kin frowned. Let's wait for the right moment, Gimaru said. You scum. I could take him down by myself, Doyu said coldly. Really? I think you'd be torn to pieces by that guy, Jake-kin laughed. Kakashi inherited the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, and among the Jonin, he was very strong, akin to the leaf's white fang. Everyone be quiet, Hinata said. Today she was very aloof. She was here to carry out a mission. Yes, ma'am, Doyu and the others fell silent. They were merely test subjects of Orochimaru's cursed seal. Just ordinary subordinates, but Hinata was different. Hinata's power was very strong, and she was someone Orochimaru favored greatly. No one in the base dared to disrespect Hinata. To avoid alerting the snake, night was the best time to strike. Sakura? Naruto was in a daze for a long time. When he walked out of the hospital, he found Sakura seemed to be waiting for him. Naruto, I have something to talk to you about. Consider it a date. Just keep me company for a bit, Sakura said, looking despondent. Although Kakashi said it was fine, she still couldn't settle down thinking about what Orochimaru had said back then. Sasuke's eyes today seemed like a different person. He was too eager for power, so with such a Sasuke, anything could happen. Not long after, Naruto and Sakura arrived at Ichiraka Ramen, and it was Sakura's first time treating Naruto to a meal. Sakura, eat up. The chashu ramen here is the best. Naruto was as carefree as ever. I like Sasuke the most. Treating his girlfriend to a meal, Naruto is really impressive, the uncle at the stall laughed. No, that's not it. Sakura just has something to tell me. She's not my girlfriend, Naruto said, blushing. Let's eat ramen and talk about Sasuke, Naruto said. He wasn't a fool and naturally knew what Sakura wanted to say. It all started with that Orochimaru. Sasuke's eyes have changed. Although Kakashi-sensei said not to worry, Sakura said intermittently. That guy Orochimaru, even without relying on him, Sasuke is already strong now. Sasuke won't be deceived by that kind of guy. I promise you, Naruto said firmly. Knight, on the other side. Who are you? I'm not in a good mood right now. Sasuke frowned as he saw several guys appear beside him. At this time, there are actually ninjas from outside the village sneaking into Konoha, and they are here to find him. Do you want to gain Lord Orochimaru's power? If you want it, just come with us obediently. Hinata said. TCH. Sasuke sneered in disdain. It's your honor that Lord Orochimaru is interested in you. Although you have the heavenly curse mark, you can't use it all. Right now. You're just trash. Hinata's Rinnegan began to flicker, its shimmering ice blue color very striking in the night. Sharingan, do you think you have any strength now? Hinata pointed her hand, directly pulling Sasuke's struggling body over. Gravity and repulsion are not exclusive to the Rinnegan. The rebirth, I can use these two abilities as well. Boom. Sasuke was directly controlled and smashed against the branches, then fell awkwardly to the ground. How is this possible? Why is this guy so strong? Blood dripped from the corner of Sasuke's mouth, filled with reluctance. Is that it? I still want to hear the music played from your bones. Suijin stepped on Sasuke's face coldly. Playing silly ninja games will only rot you away. Wasn't the third Hokage killed? Come follow Lord Orochimaru with us. That lord will give you power. Do what you said as well. You guys. Sasuke was furious. The curse mark sealed on his back began to spread. His body was covered in black patterns, and his chakra increased in power. Curse mark? You can't even use it. Casually entering the curse state will only lead to that chakra eroding you, ultimately turning you into a mindless monster that only knows how to kill. Suijin's body also appeared in black. Sasuke charged over, but was casually thrown back. I will go with you. After a moment of silence, Sasuke finally agreed. Indeed, his growth in Konoha was too slow. He feared he wouldn't be able to kill Itachi. Orochimaru is part of that mysterious Akatsuki organization, and Itachi is also part of that organization. Orochimaru could kill the 3 Hokages, and Itachi's strength must also be formidable. Shortly after, Hinata and the Sound Ninjas walked out of Konoha, waiting for Sasuke outside. Karen and Kimimaro were also here, giving Sasuke face. It's so late. What are you doing here? Sasuke walked on the path and suddenly ran into Sakura. He was carrying a small backpack, and Sakura looked like she was waiting for him. You have to pass this road to leave the village. Sakura said softly. Go back to sleep. Sasuke said, continuing to walk forward nonchalantly. Why? Why do you never tell me anything? Why do you always stay silent and not say a word to me? Sakura couldn't help but cry. Why should I tell you? That's why I said you're being overly sentimental. Stop meddling in my affairs. Sasuke said, I will only make you dislike me. Remember the day we became genin? Our first time alone was right here, and I made you angry. I don't remember. Sakura said sadly, while Sasuke showed no mercy. True, that was a long time ago. But from that day on, I, along with Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, all became partners in a team. Although the missions were tough and tiring, it was happier than anything else. I know about the Uchiha family situation, but revenge won't bring happiness. Sakura continued. As expected, I'm different from you guys. For people walking together, I once thought that was my path too, but I've decided on revenge because that's how I live on. I will never be like you or Naruto. Sasuke said coldly. Are you really going to make yourself lonely again? I have family and friends, but without you, Sasuke, I would be just as alone. I like you so much that if we were together, I would never make you regret it. I would make you happy every day. It would be very blissful. I can do anything for you. So please don't go. Sakura became emotional. I will find a way for revenge too. I will definitely help you. If not, please take me with you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke remained silent. Suddenly, he turned around, his expression still cold. You really are annoying. Sasuke said calmly. Don't go. If you walk away, I'm going to scream. Sakura shouted loudly. Hearing this, Sasuke instantly appeared behind Sakura. Thank you, Sakura. Sasuke's expression was complex. In truth, he wasn't completely unmoved. Didn't he also yearn for a peaceful and quiet life? But he is a avenger, and his life has been destined to have a purpose since he was 7. If he doesn't kill that man, he won't be able to find peace for a single day. Do you really have the determination to betray the village? To become a rogue ninja and join Lord Orochimaru's ranks? A cold voice rang out. Who are you? Sasuke frowned. Karen. The girl smiled sweetly, wearing the forehead protector of the Sound Village. Kill this woman. Prove your determination to betray the village. I have the right to say this. Karen threw a kunai and continued to stare at Sasuke. What a strange request. Orochimaru's subordinates are more interesting than I expected. A mysterious light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He held the kunai in his hand, but didn't he immediately strike down Sakura? Just a woman, and a worthless one at that. What is our Sasuke softening? Are you truly prepared for this? Karen mocked again. Good. Sasuke's gaze flickered slightly, turning evil. From today on, there will no longer be Uchiha Sasuke, the ninja of Konoha. Only Uchiha Sasuke as a rogue ninja and avenger. Thud. A pink-haired head rolled on the ground. 69 Betrayal. A few minutes later, Sasuke and Karen slipped out of Konoha. Lord Sasuke, except for Hinata and Kimimaro, the 4 Sound Ninja village members were all half kneeling on the ground, showing none of the previous arrogance. What kind of trick is this? Sasuke frowned. From the moment you stepped out of Konoha, you became our leader. You possess the same heavenly curse mark as Lord Kimimaro, the highest level of curse mark technique. Explain, Sakan. Let's begin, Kimimaro ordered. To unleash Sasuke's curse mark power, a special technique was needed. Put Sasuke in a jar, then take the awakening pill, seal the jar with a 4 black mist formation, and wait for him to awaken. Morning. 4 o'clock. The 5th Hokage really knows how to make people work. She forgot some documents and asked us to fetch them. 2 ninjas passed by a small path. What's this? The 2 ninjas widened their eyes. Next to the path lay a headless corpse, which appeared to be a young girl, and the time of death wasn't long ago. A pink-haired head lay on the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Quick, notify the Hokage. A moment later, Hokage building. What? Sakura was killed? Tsunade slammed her hand down, shattering the desk. She had actually liked that little girl and intended to take her as a disciple. Soon, the village's jonin were alarmed. The killing of a Konoha ninja in the village was no small matter. After discussions and investigations, Konoha discovered that Uchiha Sasuke was missing, and Sakura's death was likely related to this. Did Orochimaru's subordinates do this? Immediately dispatch ninjas to track them down. We must capture the criminals and Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, Hokage-sama. Konoha immediately began to take action. Sakura, 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 Sakura. Naruto had a dazed expression. He couldn't react when he heard the news. Just last night, they had dinner and chatted together, but today she was dead, and it was related to Sasuke. No way. I must bring Sasuke back and ask him clearly. Sasuke, why didn't you protect Sakura? With the 3rd Hokage having just died, the village's security and mission assignments were under great pressure. So there weren't many ninjas left to use. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, Niji. These 5 were the first to go track them down, and more supporting ninjas would arrive later. With Kiba and Akamaru's sense of smell, plus Niji's Byakugan and Shikamaru's intelligence, catching up to those people shouldn't be too difficult. I am exhausted. I didn't expect this mission to drag on for so long. Several Konoha ninjas were in the forest. Sin, Nara, Shikaku, the 2 of them were among them. Is there any unusual sound? Righto. When I'll go take a look, Shikaku said flatly. It seemed someone was nearby. They didn't know who it was, but it was troublesome. Manu also frowned. Shikaku and Raito were both jonin of Konoha. Sound ninja village ninjas? From the direction, they came from Konoha. The 2 blocked the group. Don't waste time, kill them. Hinata ordered. Yes. Sakan and the others temporarily set aside Sasuke and directly activated their curse marks to engage in combat with the 2 jonin. Half an hour later, the group continued on their way, while Konoha's ninjas had caught up. Byakugan. Niji maximized the ability of Byakugan and quickly spotted people hundreds of meters away. This feeling. There are members of the Hyuga clan among the pursuers. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, recalling what happened with Honglin that day. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Over the years, as a weapon trained by Orochimaru, the number of people who died at her hands was in the thousands. Jairu, you stay here to hold them off. The rest continue on. Kimimaro ordered. Sasuke is someone Lord Orochimaru has his eyes on. We cannot afford any mistakes. If it were another mission, he could toy with Konoha's ninjas, but not now. Bringing Sasuke away is the most important. Yes, Jairu accepted the order, activated his curse mark, and faced the 5 chasing after them. Earth release, Earth prison. A wall rose from the ground, surrounding the pursuing Konoha ninjas. This earth wall was not only very solid, but could also absorb the ninja's chakra. The more they resisted, the weaker they became. Fawn over fawn. Kiba and Akamaru used ninjutsu, intending to smash the wall. However, the effect was not good. Although the wall was affected, it quickly repaired itself. Our chakra is being drained. Niji's expression grew serious. Through this wall, their chakra was constantly diminishing. Forget it, let's try again. Kiba used Fawn over Fawn once more. But the result was still unchanged. They couldn't break through this wall. We surrender. Please let us out. Shikamaru thought of a plan and said, "Oh, you seem to be the captain of the team. You're actually leading the way to surrender. What a disgrace to Konoha ninjas. Is this a chunin? A guy like you should just die." Jairu replied instinctively without much thought. Here, the place where his voice came from. The walls suffered the fastest repairs, while the farthest distance from him was where the walls suffered the slowest repairs and was the easiest to break. Shikamaru thought for a moment and quickly analyzed the wall's weakness. "I'm counting on you, Choji." Shikamaru smiled confidently. As expected of you, Shikamaru. Watch me, human bullet tank." Choji used the expansion jutsu to enlarge his body, then spun rapidly to become a meatball. Boom! With all his might, he struck the wall, breaking through this earth release. This ninjutsu seemed unsolvable, but with careful thought and cleverness, its weaknesses could always be discovered. "I'll hold off this big guy. You all continue to chase after Sasuke." Choji volunteered. The enemy has already left, leaving only one person to hold them off. They definitely can't waste too much time here. Having one person fight here is enough. Half an hour later, that guy Jairu is really useless. Kimimaro frowned. Those annoying Konoha ninjas have actually caught up again. They're like flies that can't be shaken off. "Orochimaru," Kimimaro ordered. "Yes." Kayatomo smiled and then stopped to continue on his way, handing Sasuke's jar to Sakan to carry. He wasn't a fool like Jirubu and wouldn't lose to these kids from Konoha. "If you want to keep moving forward, then break through my spiderweb." Shikamaru and Choji had to stop. This area was filled with spiderwebs. "I'll handle him. We can't waste time. You guys continue to chase Sasuke," Niji Hyuga said. "Thanks." Shikamaru replied, and Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba continued to pursue Sasuke. Similar plots kept unfolding. Doya was also left behind by Kimimaro, showing no mercy. These people were subordinates of Orochimaru, so they had to contribute their value for Orochimaru. To gain powerful strength, one must first sell their body and soul. Doya's opponent was Shikamaru. By this point, Naruto and Kiba continued on. Sakan also stayed behind. His opponent was Kiba, leaving Naruto as the only one still chasing. It was now noon since they departed from Konoha. Half a day had passed since Sasuke's defection. "You guys continue to take Sasuke away. He should be waking up soon. My life is almost over, so I'll help Lord Orochimaru intercept the ninjas from Konoha here," Kimimaro said without a doubt. The reason he came out this time was to help do something before he died. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die with value. "I can walk by myself now. No need to carry me." Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out. The jar exploded, and Sasuke slowly walked out from within. The feeling of gaining power made him feel as if he had been reborn. "Let us go," Hinata said softly. Karen followed behind, and Sasuke also caught up. "Sasuke!" Naruto's voice echoed. Leaving the forest, they arrived at a plain where Naruto just caught sight of Sasuke. "Sasuke, Sakura, what the hell is going on? Explain it to me," Naruto shouted with red eyes. You're trailing behind and don't understand anything," Sasuke lazily replied, ignoring Naruto. "You jerk." Naruto angrily charged forward but was stopped by Kimimaro. "If you want to get past, step over my corpse first," Kimimaro said calmly. "Shadow clone, Jutsu," Naruto shouted. And thousands of Narutos appeared on the plain, surrounding Kimimaro in the center. "Relying solely on numbers won't win you the battle. Let me show you my Tsubaki dance," Kimimaro said calmly. "I'll kill you." Naruto's eyes turned red, influenced by the Nine Tails chakra. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Naruto to create thousands of shadow clones with just his own chakra. Although Orochimaru had sealed off the influence of the Nine Tails chakra with the 5-element seal, Jiraiya had dispelled that sealing technique. Naruto could now let the Nine Tails pay rent again. "Kill me? I advise you not to say things you can't achieve," Kimimaro said calmly. He pulled out his own bones from his body and formed a sharp bone knife. This was Kimimaro's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, a highly aggressive ability. Bang, bang, bang. Every moment, Naruto's clones were cut down by the bone knife and dissipated. Just as Kimimaro said, having a lot of clones was useless. In less than 3 minutes, all of Naruto's thousands of shadow clones were eliminated by Kimimaro. Bang! A green figure appeared and kicked Kimimaro away. "Who is that?" Kimimaro frowned. The beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Lee struck a pose and said coldly. After Tsunade became Hokage, he underwent surgery to heal his body and could continue as a taijutsu ninja. Although the success rate of that surgery was low and failure could lead to death, fortunately, he succeeded. Leave this guy to me, Naruto. You continue to chase Sasuke. I've also heard about Sakura. This kind of thing cannot be left unclear, Lee said seriously. Not only did Naruto like Sakura, but he also liked her. And hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue. However, this guy is terrifyingly strong. Naruto hesitated. Kimimaro felt different from the previous ones. He was an unimaginably powerful ninja. Naruto worried that Lee might be killed by such a person in a one-on-one fight. This is a man's promise. I will stay to deal with him. You must bring Sasuke back. Go for it, Lee. Then I'm off. Another hour passed. At the Valley of the End, it is said that this is the place where the first Hokage, Hashirama, fought Uchiha Madara, with two giant rock statues of the legendary ninjas built here. Sasuke had just arrived here. Sasuke, you really survived. The night wind appeared here, as if it had been waiting for a long time. TCH, what are you doing here? Sasuke said coldly. Watch your tone when you speak to adults. Hongdou replied with a dangerous smile. It's nothing, just a rebellious kid, always talks like this. Speaking of which, Konoha ninjas are really as resilient as ever, managing to chase all the way to a place like this. Oh, and it's still your old acquaintance, Sasuke. The night wind smiled. Sasuke's people stood on top of Madara's statue, while Naruto was on the side of Hashirama, separated by a wide river, with a waterfall beneath the statue. It was almost a fated encounter, a destined duel. Naruto, huh? Sasuke turned his head, seemingly not surprised. This idiot has this kind of personality. It's indeed impressive that he chased all the way here. Sasuke. Naruto began to roar from afar, his eyes blood red. How should we handle this, brother? Hinata asked calmly. Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki actually makes it a good opportunity to capture him. After all, the Akatsuki will make their move sooner or later. No, now is not the time to act. Naruto is a very important piece. He can cause trouble for those guys. The night wind shook its head. Sasuke, this matter is up to you. If you can't even handle this kind of bottom feeder, then you don't need to come back to my place. The night breeze was gentle. As soon as the words fell, with Red Beans and Karen, Hinata stood aside, not intending to participate in this battle. If you can defeat Sasuke now, I will let you take him back to Konoha. Seeing Naruto's side, the night breeze began to stir the pot. Lord Orochimaru, earlier. Taking this opportunity, Karen recounted the events, including her own decision to have Sasuke kill Sakura. Sakura is dead? It doesn't matter. If she's dead, then she's dead. A woman without value. The night breeze was calm. What he cared about was only Sasuke, or more precisely, Sasuke's eyes. The subordinates of the Sound Village had sacrificed themselves. But it wasn't worth lamenting. That curse seal was just a failure, completely worthless. If there was one thing to say, it was that Kimimaro's death was a bit regrettable. If that guy could live a little longer, he could have become a decent weapon. Unfortunately, the limitations of that bloodline limit were too great, and Kimimaro had no chance to grow. Edo Tensei only summoned the deceased at their peak state. Once summoned, they could not grow stronger. Naruto versus Sasuke. Are you avoiding me? Naruto shouted. Huh, are you here to stop me this time? Sasuke recalled Sakura, whose head he had cut off last night, and smiled faintly. Why have you turned into this? Sasuke, hurry back with me and explain what happened to Sakura. Why didn't you protect her? Naruto was furious. Sakura should have gone to stop Sasuke, but the people of the Sound Village killed her, and Sasuke didn't know what role he played in it. This was Naruto's speculation. Does it matter what I have become to you? I have my own path, and no one has the right to criticize my choices, Sasuke said coldly. The cursed seal patterns appeared on his body. He was no longer the same person he was last night. Those guys from the Sound Village, except for Kimimaro, the other four combined, were not his match. This was the cursed seal of heaven. To put simply, my game with you boring Konoha ninjas is over. Go back. Sasuke said lightly. He still regarded Naruto as a rival and considered him a friend. He did not want to kill Naruto here. Everyone has been struggling to catch up to you, and until now, we don't know who will live or die. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, That must have been tough. Sasuke shrugged and walked away. Naruto roared and charged at him, pinning Sasuke down and giving him a beating. He hit Sasuke so hard that blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and even his own fist hurt a little. Sasuke spat blood onto Naruto's face, his expression disdainful. You talk about comrades. Can I become stronger with your so-called comrades? I want to go to Orochimaru and gain the power of revenge, Sasuke said calmly. That guy is the one who destroyed Konoha. Do you think he will give you power for free? Naruto yelled. What do you think I am? I am Avenger. I could do anything for revenge, even sell my body and soul. I just need to kill Itachi. Sasuke remained calm. This was a decision he had made since he was 7 years old, and it would never change. Just as Orochimaru said, defeat me here, or don't think about persuading me. Sasuke said coldly. Suddenly, he stood up and lifted Naruto by his collar into the air. He threw a full-force punch into Naruto's stomach and then tossed him to the waterfall below. What is this power? Is this what it feels like to get stronger? Sasuke clenched his hands, his gaze colder than ever. Naruto's attack had not caused any injuries. He quickly recovered. SSSSSS. A large group of dart-like projectiles with threads was thrown out, binding Naruto. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto said hatefully. He still held a glimmer of hope that Sasuke wouldn't attack him. I've said it long ago, I don't need a future with you. Sakura was killed by me. That was a condition for joining Orochimaru. But that woman also ran out herself, saying some nonsensical and self-righteous words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been killed by me. Goodbye, Naruto. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke exhaled a ball of flame. The flames hit Naruto, and he quickly experienced the feeling from the night breeze. However, unlike the night breeze, Naruto's defense was not high. He was simply tough and resilient, and he couldn't escape the pain he was destined to suffer. Sasuke, what did you say? You killed Sakura. Sakura. Naruto completely broke down. He could have untied the threads before the flames arrived. But with what Sasuke said, all that was left in his heart was anger. How about that? You should be waking up now, right? Sasuke kicked the scorched Naruto down, directly smashing him into the ground and creating a large hole. Even if he couldn't kill Naruto, he could definitely render him unable to resist. He had calculated Naruto's pain tolerance. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been shattered on the spot. Oh, Sasuke suddenly frowned. Naruto, who should have been unconscious or seriously injured, was rapidly recovering from surface injuries. This astonishing recovery speed was definitely not something a human could possess. The Akatsuki wanted to capture Naruto, and it seemed it was because there was something abnormal about his body. Red chakra. A foamy red chakra formed an outer layer, wrapping around Naruto's body. Although Naruto was still unconscious, this power surprisingly supported him to stand up. His teeth became sharp. His fingernails grew longer, and a tail formed. This powerful chakra was filled with an ominous and evil aura, very strange. Was this the reason the Akatsuki wanted to capture Naruto? Sasuke's expression became serious. Naruto, at this point, it's too late. You can't stop me. Sasuke shouted loudly. He formed hand seals, and blue lightning appeared, emitting a sharp sound like the cry of 1,000 birds. Taking advantage of Naruto not having regained his senses, Chidori pierced through Naruto's left chest, penetrating the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Blood flowed from the wound, and the unconscious Naruto frowned. But even so, Naruto still did not fall. This chakra was more terrifying than Sasuke had imagined. It hurts. Sasuke's hand was suddenly grabbed by Naruto, almost being crushed. The strength was beyond the ordinary. Sasuke immediately dodged back, and at that moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were blood red, filled with rage, resonating with the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Sasuke, even if I have to break your hands and feet, I will not hand you over to that guy Orochimaru. And about Sakura, I will settle the score with you now. Naruto roared and charged forward. Even though Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he couldn't see how Naruto was moving at all. Fast. Too fast. Is this really Naruto? He had completely changed into a different person. Bang. The two collided, and Sasuke was directly thrown into the lake. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Seeing Naruto charging again, Sasuke directly spewed out a large fireball. But Naruto braved the flames and crashed into him, and the two sank into the water together. The battlefield was divided once more. I regarded you as a friend, the only friend I had, and now I can only kill you, severing this bond with my own hands. Sasuke made up his mind. The two-tomo Sharingan finally evolved into the three-tomo, and the power of his Sharingan reached a new level. He could finally see Naruto's movements clearly. Put on the Konoha forehead protector. This is a proper duel. In my eyes, you are still a ninja of Konoha. Naruto's voice was a bit hoarse. Do you think you can hurt my forehead? Sasuke sneered. Put it on. Naruto just roared. Very well. Sasuke took out the Konoha forehead protector and put on, looking disdainfully at Naruto. With his three-tomo Sharingan and the ability to use cursed seals, he would definitely not lose to Naruto. Suddenly, everything changed. The movements were completely different from before. Naruto furrowed his brows tightly. Sasuke had previously struggled to react to his attacks, but now he could not only dodge, but also counterattack. Bang! Naruto was knocked into the lake. Is it another shadow clone jutsu? That kid doesn't know any other ninjutsu? Karen remarked. Even if it's just one technique, it's enough to give the current Sasuke a headache. Night Wind Path. Indeed, Naruto's numerous shadow clones caused a lot of trouble for Sasuke. Not enough, kid. You are too weak. I will give you more chakra. The nine tails within Naruto awakened. In an instant, Naruto's momentum increased significantly, almost seeming endless. What on earth is this chakra? Sasuke was greatly shocked. Even if he could see the movements clearly, it was already meaningless, because his power could not compete with Naruto's current state. A single punch sent him flying, and escape was impossible. The speed was simply on a different level. There's no choice. Naruto, you forced me to use this power. Sasuke crawled out from a hole he was smashed into. The black curse marks spread all over his body, gradually covering his skin in a black-purple hue, and his hair grew longer. In this state, Sasuke's power was nearly dozens of times stronger than usual. Boom! Naruto threw a punch, but found it blocked by a strange large hand. Naruto was rebounded back, smashing into the opposite wall and creating a large hole. Seeing the wings behind Sasuke, Naruto's pupils slightly constricted. These were a pair of huge black-purple hands growing from Sasuke's back, looking just like a pair of wings. Sasuke has already turned into a monster. This thought began to form in Naruto's mind. Your chakra too, it really comes with risks. Sasuke said. He couldn't maintain this curse-marked state for too long, or he would lose his sanity. And Naruto seemed the same. That chakra was affecting his body, and Naruto's left hand had become stiff and immovable. The Nine Tails chakra was protecting Naruto, but at the same time, it was eroding his body. Do you know? This place is called the Valley of the End by people. It's a nice place, right, Naruto? I will cut off our ties here and end all of this, Naruto. Sasuke looked up at the two enormous stone statues and said lightly, Ugly hair, thousand birds. Blue lightning appeared in Sasuke's left hand, and due to the enhancement of the curse mark's power, the lightning turned black, becoming even more powerful than usual. The lightning crackled, emitting dazzling light. Spiraling sphere. Naruto manipulated the tailed beast chakra to form his own jutsu. The spiraling sphere condensed from the Nine Tails chakra also changed from its usual blue to purple. Black lightning, thousand birds versus crimson spiraling sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Valley of the End was affected by the explosion range of the two jutsus, and their techniques even intercepted the falling waterfall. In the collision, Sasuke clenched his claws into a fist, ultimately not killing Naruto. And in a hurried swipe, Naruto only grazed Sasuke's forehead protector. If Naruto hadn't made Sasuke wear the forehead protector beforehand, Sasuke might have suffered a serious injury. After the battle, Naruto was gravely injured and unconscious, while Sasuke was completely exhausted. Clap, clap, clap. Dark clouds appeared, and rain gradually fell from the sky. Kakashi was hurrying to arrive. If you want to leave, now is the time, Sasuke. The night breeze came out and said softly, Sasuke responded slightly. He walked unsteadily, as if he could fall at any moment. You go support him. Everyone return to the base now. The night wind said to Karen. Yes, Karen replied obediently. Not to mention that she had a good impression of someone named Uchiha Sasuke. She dared not disobey any order from Orochimaru. The Konoha pursuit plan. Failure. This guy is pretty heavy, Karen complained. Sasuke was tired and quickly fell asleep on her back. Just as everyone was about to leave, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. This is getting interesting. You took his brother away. Aren't you afraid Itachi will come after you? A man with a half-black, half-white body appeared, draped in the Akatsuki cloak. Uchiha, Itachi? I don't take him seriously. The night wind squinted. Sasuke was the best pawn, and with Sasuke, Itachi was just a target for his use. Hee. Ju let out a strange laugh, which quickly disappeared. The situation came to a pause, and, fortunately, Konoha suffered no significant losses. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure happened to be nearby and saved Konoha's ninjas. As for why they saved them, Sunagakure believed it was an order from the 4th Kazekage, but in reality, Orochimaru had killed the 4th Kazekage and disguised himself as their leader to formulate this plan. Thus, both ninja villages were actually victims, played by Orochimaru alone. Currently, Konoha and Sunagakure still maintained an allied relationship, which was also the reason why Gaara helped Konoha this time. All the sound ninjas had perished, while Konoha's dispatched ninjas incurred minimal damage, with only the deaths of Shikamaru and Asuma. Of course, Sakura was also innocently involved. But honestly, what use is a woman like that? If she dies, she dies. Probably only someone like Naruto would be sad about it. Back to Sasuke. The Night Wind had prepared a lot for this guy's training. Besides the necessary training and ninjutsu guidance, Many subordinates were given to Sasuke. For example, Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu. What he needed was Sasuke's eyes. After obtaining those eyes, he could give Sasuke another set of Sharingan and then continue to have him work under him. However, if Sasuke was unwilling, he wouldn't mind killing Sasuke after using him. He was no longer Orochimaru. He was the Night Wind. But for his subordinates, there wasn't much change, because the Night Wind was a selfish man, willing to do anything to become stronger, with no principles or bottom line. Such a man would quickly turn into a tyrant once he gained power and strength. It was night. Sasuke was arranged to stay at the base. A signal came from the ring, and the Night Wind quickly injected chakra into it. Everyone is here? Huh? Pain said blandly. That plan will start in 3 years. During these 3 years, keep quiet, and aside from bounty missions, do not alert the 5 great ninja villages, especially you, Orochimaru. Pain stated. Don't worry. Konoha isn't completely wiped out yet, right? I wouldn't want to destroy Itachi's hometown. I might face retaliation. The Night Wind spoke in a strange tone. Itachi merely glanced at Orochimaru without saying anything. Give me strength, Orochimaru, Sasuke shouted as he crawled up from the sickbed. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, you'd better behave yourself. I'll send you a few training opponents, who are also your subordinates. You can learn a lot of combat techniques from them, and if used properly, they will become powerful allies in your quest for revenge. The night breeze snapped its fingers, and 3 figures emerged, Xianglin, Zhongwu, and Shueiyue. Among them, Xianglin was the more obedient child, while Zhongwu and Shueiyue were completely different. Xianglin primarily had reconnaissance abilities and could heal with her blood. Zhongwu was the first bearer of the cursed seal and could use natural chakra. This guy also had 2 personalities, one calm and the other bloodthirsty. Zhongwu's good friend in the past was Juanma Lu, but now that Juanma Lu was dead, he couldn't control himself and simply handed himself over to Sasuke. After all, Juanma Lu died trying to take Sasuke's mission, so Zhongwu would likely accept Juanma Lu's will. As for Shueiyue, he was a descendant of the Ghost Lantern clan, possessing the secret technique to liquefy his body. He didn't have much loyalty to Orochimaru. He was just captured and locked up here, so now he was given to Sasuke. TCH, is this guy really it? Someone like him is fit to be our leader? Shueiyue scoffed. Haven't you noticed how handsome Sasuke is? Xianglin shouted instinctively. She had never had a good relationship with Shueiyue. Is this the kid that Juanma Lu brought back from his last mission? Zhongwu silently observed Sasuke, his eyes flickering with a fatherly glow. Let's fight. Let me prove with strength who the real boss is, Sasuke said, glancing at Orochimaru before addressing Shueiyue. Although it was said that these 3 were handed over to him, he actually wanted to test and train himself. If he was too weak, he would only be bullied by them. Sasuke wasn't foolish. He quickly understood this point. If it's a fight, then let's do it. Let's go. Shueiyue chuckled. The group soon walked away. A moment later, Sister Hinata Hanabi burst into the room and then threw herself into Hinata's arms. This place was eerie, and Hinata was Hanabi's only pillar of support. Hanabi, let me see your eyes. The night breeze smiled gently and said, yes, brother. Hanabi carefully walked over. To survive here, she had to watch the expression on this man's face, so she always respected him, even feared him. Hinata called him brother, so she called him brother too. So beautiful. It's a pity you're a bit too young. When you grow up, perhaps that battle. The night wind sighed. 3 years later, Shao would begin to take action, igniting the 4th Shinobi World War, and then various masterminds would emerge. At that time, Hanabi would only be 10 years old, even if she is a genius. No, don't give up on me. Brother, I will definitely become a useful person. Please don't give up on me. Hanabi seemed to be frightened, tears almost welling up in her eyes. Don't worry, you are the Byakugan princess. Brother will not give up on you. The night breeze gently patted Zaiwohoo's head and comforted her. Take her to rest. Tomorrow I will go out with Hongdou, and you two can go out for some fresh air, but don't leave the boundaries of Inran village. The night breeze spoke to Hinata. Where's brother going? Don't you need me? Hinata quickly took over Hanabi and then asked very respectfully. Although she had gained the reincarnation eye, she had little intention of resisting. For many years, she had been instilled with the idea of obedience and no longer dared to rebel. If she failed while trying to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, they all had Orochimaru's cursed mark in their bodies. Although Orochimaru said that it had no harmful effects, who could say for sure? If a fight broke out and something suddenly exploded inside them, the reincarnation eye would be of no use. Moreover, Hinata only had the reincarnation eye, while Orochimaru possessed more than just that power. This time, the operation was fine. Me and Akamaru are enough. But don't you want to spend more time with your sister? The night breeze softly said, please take me with you, brother. Hinata thought for a moment, then firmly said, I have said that no one is responsible for the matter of Hongdou, and you don't have to blame yourself like this. Do you understand? The night breeze gently examined Hinata and said earnestly, I want to become stronger. Hinata replied firmly, very well, then follow me. The night wind no longer said much. Although Hinata is only 12 years old now, her Tensigen has already developed considerable power, barely qualifying as having strength on par with the Kage. Perhaps it's similar to the Uchiha Itachi of the past? No, strictly speaking, the Tensigen is much stronger than the Sharingan. A night of silence. The star-hidden ninja village, located in the land of bears. The village leader calls himself the Star Shadow, and it is a village with little strength but much arrogance. The village is named after a meteorite that fell 200 years ago, which is located nearby. Ninjas can train beside the meteorite to become stronger and gain a technique called Peacock Mystical Method, which allows chakra to take on various shapes for attacks and even flight. However, training near the meteorite has negative side effects on the body and consumes one's lifespan. Outsiders are unaware of this, so everyone desires that meteorite. A pale yellow mist? Using toxic gas to protect the village? The speaker is a little girl with short dark blue hair, dressed in a clean and simple white casual outfit, radiating youthful energy, and her face is quite cute. Beside her is a woman with a bun hairstyle, much more mature in figure, wearing a top that exposes her navel and long legs wrapped in black stockings. Walking in the middle is a young man who is very silent and calm. His long hair cascades down to his waist, his skin is somewhat pale, and his slender build makes him look weak. Although he has some handsome features, he gives off a cold and sinister vibe, as if a venomous snake is watching you. What a child's trick indeed. The night breeze squinted. There was a cliff separating the territory of the hidden star ninja village from the outside world, and a toxic pale yellow mist wafted through the gap in the cliff. This kind of defense could only deter children. Whoosh, 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 a series of arrows shot out. The night wind flashed, easily dodging these hidden weapons. The attacking ninja came from across the river, a guy dressed in a gas mask uniform, fully equipped. Shadow Snake Hand. Hongdou showed no mercy as she struck, dozens of snakes emerging from her sleeves. What? The person on the opposite side clearly didn't expect the ninja on this side to be so powerful, able to attack from nearly 20 meters away. The swarm of snakes was fast, and the ninja didn't have time to resist before being pulled over. 74 Summer Day, Peacock Mystique. Although he was captured, the ninja did not give up resistance. A light purple chakra emerged around him, and he forcibly broke free from the snake swarm. Be obedient. Hongdou grunted unhappily. The kaleidoscope was activated, immediately transforming into 3 black petals. Illusion. The ninja's chakra instantly stagnated, and that light purple chakra calmed down. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been completely tied up by Hongdou with ropes, becoming a war prisoner. Damn, who are you guys? The young man shouted. Under the mask was not a seasoned ninja, but a very young boy, probably only 15 years old. He had short black hair and brown eyes, looking quite handsome. What's your name? Hongdou continued to activate her kaleidoscope, Sharingan. An. The boy answered instinctively, falling into a hypnotic state. Is this the star-hidden ninja village ahead? Yes. Tell me everything about that village. I am Ong, a genin from the village. My mother is called Summer Day, a jounin, and the acting star shadow in the village is Lord Chixing. A year ago, the 3rd star shadow suddenly passed away. Ong quickly revealed everything he knew. Due to the urgent need for someone to succeed the star shadow position, many people were desperately training, continuously practicing the peacock mystique near the meteorite. This came at cost, as many people experienced physical problems, often fainting from training. What did you do to me? It took Ong several minutes to slowly wake up and regain his senses. Aren't only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages called shadows? This little village is really arrogant. Hongdou curled her lips. What do you understand? Although we are still a small village, sooner or later, we will be like the 5 great ninja villages. At that time, I will also become a true star shadow. Ong shouted, disregarding that he was still tied up. Who do you think you are? Naruto? The night wind spoke silently. Not everyone has the protagonist halo. Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Dan, and her brother, Senju Rope Tree. Didn't those 2 guys also talk about Hokage all day? In the end, they still died. You came here for the star, right? As long as you're a ninja from another country, coming here is for the star of our village. I won't tell you any information. An shouted. However, he didn't realize that he had already said everything that needed to be said. Bang! The night wind delivered a swift chop, knocking the young man unconscious. Are we not going to kill him? He has lost his value. Hinata was somewhat surprised. According to Orochimaru's way of doing things, someone like him, who has lost his utility, shouldn't be kept alive. Someone acted before us and took the meteorite not long ago. That powerful chakra, if I'm not mistaken, should belong to this guy's mother, Summer, so we'll leave him with a dog's life for now. The night breeze quietly said. The sage physique was unknown when it had been activated, and the eyes turned into a shining golden color. Different cultivation methods lead to different types of physiques. Jiraiya practiced the sage mode of the toads from Mount Myaboku, so when he used it, his eyes would turn into toad-like eyes, with orange appearing on the eyelids. On the other hand, Chonwu utilized natural chakra, which is also a type of sage mode, causing his body to become similar to a monster. The body of Yi Feng is similar to that of Chonwu. It is not a result of postnatal training, but rather a natural physique. However, he will not turn into a monster. His eyes will simply turn golden when in use. In this state, he can sense everyone's chakra within a large range. After about 10 minutes, near a cave not far from Star Ninja Village, finally got it in hand. As long as this thing is dealt with. This guy is wearing a gas mask, but it is easy to tell from the figure that she is a woman. Summer, Aang's mother, and also a jonin in the village, a master of the peacock mystical art. She stole the meteorite not for personal gain, but because she could no longer bear the state of the village. Encouraged by the Red Star, all the young people are working hard to train, which will eventually lead to severe injuries for everyone. Star Ninja Village rose because of this meteorite, but it will eventually perish because of it. Although the peacock mystical art is powerful, it is still not enough to bridge the gap between a small village and the 5 major ninja villages. Relying solely on this meteorite to rise is simply a delusion. Summer has realized this, but the people in the village will never understand. So she could only steal the meteorite and throw it away. Where's the meteorite? Hand that thing over. A voice suddenly rang out. Inside the cave, Summer frowned and looked back, only to see 3 strangers who had appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, Summer's expression changed beneath her mask, because these 3 had captured Aang, her son. Hand over the meteorite obediently, or I will kill him. The night wind threatened. Where are you ninjas from? I advise you, don't have any thoughts about this meteorite. It will only lead to destruction, not hope. Summer shouted loudly. While speaking, he observed the opponent, try to catch a flaw. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand over the meteorite, I'll kill this guy right now, and then go on to kill everyone in Star Ninja Village. The night wind continued. The face beneath the Summer mask was slightly taken aback. 10, 9, 8. I'll take it out right now. Summer finally compromised and took out the meteorite she had just stolen from behind her. She planned to bury the stone in the cave to destroy it, so no one would know the meteorite was buried there. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Red Bean smiled dangerously and took the package containing the meteorite. Although it was wrapped, it emitted a strange fluctuation as if it could resonate with the human chakra. There was no doubt that this was the meteorite. Can we let it go now? Summer said cautiously. Aang is her son. For him, giving up the meteorite is just giving up the meteorite. Of course we can give it back to you, Red Bean said. Hand this guy back to her. The night breeze smiled. Yes, teacher. Hongdou understood and smiled wickedly. Suddenly, a shuriken pierced the heart and twisted a few times. After doing this, Hongdou threw the boy on the ground. You actually. Xiao Ri was instantly shocked. These guys actually went back on their word and killed Aang right in front of her. The teacher only said he would be returned to you, but never mentioned that he would be returned alive. As a ninja, to believe the enemy so easily, you are too naive. Hongdou did not forget to add insult to injury. So pitiful, really lacking the value of living. Kill her. Hongdou looked at Hinata beside her and said again, since you came out with us, you can't just watch the show. Yes. Hinata had no extra expression. The Tensigen activated, quickly killing the distraught Xiao Ri. Boom, boom, boom. The cave was finally destroyed, and the bodies of the 2 shinobi from Star Ninja Village were buried inside. Taking advantage of the night, the 3 left this place. 75. Encountering Ino again, brother. What are we going to do with this meteorite? Hinata asked curiously. Such things are attractive to ordinary ninjas, but they are of no use to Orochimaru. I can't use it, but someone else wants to get this thing. The star from Star Hidden Ninja Village is worth 50 million Ryo in the underground bounty market. The 5 great nations and various small countries have plenty of people willing to pay for it. If I hand this over to Kaku, I can have a comfortable time for a while. The night breeze replied. So as to be lazy. A smile appeared on Hongdou's face. Even I occasionally want to take a break. Every day chatting and having fun with beautiful girls, the days just pass like this. The night breeze chuckled softly as it ruffled the hair of the 2 girls while they strolled leisurely. A week later, in the land of fire. I'll get straight to the point. Your task this time is a commission from a princess of a daimyo to act as her shadow bodyguard. I don't know how this princess got the news, but you bear a striking resemblance to her, so she sent a commission for you to take on this role. Tsunade slowly took out a scroll. Shadow bodyguard? Is the princess being targeted by someone? Ino asked curiously. Generally, people only impersonate themselves when their safety cannot be guaranteed. If we must say, it's likely someone has their eyes on someone else. Ahem, don't worry, you are now a qualified leaf ninja. Go and complete this task. Tsunade's expression turned serious. Ino, understanding the situation, didn't say more and quickly set off. I never expected I would have a day where I receive a commission from a daimyo princess. Naruto was unusually happy today. Being entrusted with such a task could be seen as the village recognizing his strength, although his task was merely to protect Ino and prevent any accidents. Don't get too excited, or you might cause trouble. Ino adjusted her forehead. If given a choice, she really wouldn't want to act with Naruto. This guy is always so carefree. He might end up being a hindrance. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Lord Naruto. Naruto said confidently. 2 days later, the two entered the capital of the Land of Fire, but encountered an unexpected group of people. In a tea house. I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time, Naruto. The night wind licked its lips. It is said that the capital has a lot of delicious food, so I brought Red Bean here to rest. I didn't expect to run into Naruto here by such a coincidence. Orochimaru, it's all your fault that Sasuke defected. And Sakura, it's all your fault. Naruto shouted. His eyes almost instantly turned into blood-red slits, with anger resonating with the nine tails inside him. The surrounding people saw the ninjas fighting and immediately fled. Naruto, don't go, Ino shouted. With Konoha destroyed like that, and having killed 2 dangerous figures from the ninja villages, Orochimaru was definitely not someone they could deal with. But Naruto was almost mad and naturally couldn't heed Ino's advice. You little brat. I originally planned to leave this technique for Sasuke, but since I ran into you, I'll give it to you first. The night wind's expression darkened slightly as he coldly spoke. His eyes changed from black to a chilling bloody red, and 4 windmills began to spin. Btion Shun, the strongest illusion technique, capable of altering a person's memories and will. Naruto fainted in an instant. Only the night wind knew what intentions and memories had been altered in Naruto. What have you done in Naruto? Ino took out a kunai, her hands trembling. Facing such a terrifying enemy, it was truly hard to see any hope of survival. Hey, Ino-chan, we meet again. Akamichi rushed over with a smile. Contrary to what Ino imagined, Orochimaru had no intention of attacking, and the 2 women beside him also did not make a move. The woman who looked somewhat unfamiliar instead showed her affection toward her. Ino-chan has grown up. Akamichi's laughter was inexplicably strange, even a bit lewd. Embracing Ino, her hands wandered to her chest. Hey, you don't do that. Ino was at a loss, not understanding why things had turned out this way. Don't you remember me? That sweet shop with the red flowers. Ino-chan used to go there often to eat and drink, and you even forgot about your sister. Akamichi said with a smile, pinching Ino's cheek. Sweet shop. You're that Akamichi? Ino was slightly stunned, memories from the past flooding back. A very peculiar boy with white eyes. A girl called Little Red or Xiaohong, and the missing young lady of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Looking at the girl with ice blue eyes beside her. She indeed resembled the Hinata from back then. They had met during the Chunin exams, but she hadn't realized it at the time. You're Hinata's brother? This is Hinata? Ino swallowed hard, incredulously saying. Hinata's brother is just a false identity. The night breeze shrugged its shoulders. This is Lord Orochimaru, my teacher. Back then, Ino-chan was quite carefree too. If luck had been a bit worse, she might have been taken away by the teacher for human experiments. Hongdou said with a wicked smile. A woman with no value is useless to capture. The night breeze shook its head. Don't say that, teacher. Ino-chan is actually quite cute. Hongdou then rubbed Ino's face again. The night wind was too lazy to say anything. Orochimaru-sama, you won't hurt me and Naruto, will you? Ino asked cautiously. Although she was reunited with an old acquaintance, she couldn't quite feel happy about it. The night wind is the enemy of Konoha, and he is also a ruthless man. When she and Naruto go out on a mission and encounter such a guy, who knows what will happen? That kid Naruto is very special. I won't kill him. The night breeze continued to sip tea, leisurely saying, as for you, I have no reason to kill you. Even if Konoha knows about what happened back then, it won't change anything. And besides, Little Red Bean seems to quite like you. The night breeze softly said. Hinata and Hanabi were already his, and there was no way they would return to Konoha. Killing Ino? That was completely unnecessary. He didn't mind killing women who needed to be killed. regardless of whether they were beautiful or not. But Ino simply wasn't worth killing. He wasn't a madman who killed anyone he saw. Ino-chan, Akamichi tightly hugged Ino. But the girl had a complex expression, smiling bitterly and not knowing what to say. Should she feel fortunate or helpless? She never expected that Hugakaze was actually Orochimaru. It gave her a strange and terrifying feeling about her childhood. It's truly fortunate that she had made it this far. So, how did Ino-chan end up in the capital? Akamichi asked with a cheerful smile. Well, actually it's for a mission, helping the princess as a shadow warrior. Ino patted her chest, her tone much more relaxed. Oh, that is quite interesting. Ifong put down a teacup in his hand and smiled. Let's leave this guy here and go have some fun with Ino-chan, shall we? Is that okay, teacher? Hongdou asked. Let's go. The night wind nodded slightly. Standing up, it reached out to touch Jingye's head, while the girl kept her head down and said nothing. Is it really okay to go play with the enemies of this village? That guy Naruto won't get into trouble. He won't remember what happened. The night wind spoke again. 3 hours later, Naruto, who was struck by another celestial being, was dropped by someone. Then, the night wind and a few others disguised themselves as Leaf Village ninjas and followed Ino to the princess's residence. You've come a long way. Thank you for your hard work, the princess said, wearing a light purple kimono and smiling. She indeed resembled Ino, with golden hair and blue, beautiful eyes, and her features were clearly exquisite, at least once. However, in terms of weight, was this princess 200 pounds? 300 pounds? It didn't seem right, not at all. How could Ino be her shadow warrior? Would she have to use transformation jutsu? Hongdou shook her head slightly. Ino's mouth twitched as well, thinking to herself, am I that fat? How could I resemble you? Hee, I know what you're thinking. Seeing me this fat. You want to say, I don't look much like my shadow warrior, but well. The princess clearly came prepared and handed over a photo. The night wind blew, and a few people took a look, discovering that the photo showed a slender woman dressed like a princess, looking at least 70% like an adult version of Ino. The truth is, I became like this after going on a blind date. The other party was the young Master Chika from the neighboring country of Udon. When I saw his photo, it felt like a jolt of electricity in my heart. And from then on, my feelings grew stronger day by day. As the date of the blind date approached, I became increasingly nervous, blushing and my heart racing. I couldn't sleep at night, and to relieve the stress, I accidentally overate, which led to me becoming like this. The princess felt a bit embarrassed. Eating too much will definitely make you gain weight, Hongdou commented. Of course, I actually made preparations. I have a special weight loss pill that can intercept all fat and sugar, the princess said, pulling out a medicine. But the pill didn't work, right? Ino said, feeling both amused and helpless. Looking at the princess's photo, she indeed resembled her somewhat, but now she had gained too much weight. So in this state, how can I go on a blind date with the one I admire? The princess sighed. So, getting back to the point, I hope you can go on a blind date for me and ensure its success. Upon hearing this, Hongdou and the others felt helpless. Shadow warriors are usually sought out only in life-threatening situations, but the princess is the princess, wealthy and powerful. No one can say anything against her. This matter concerns the princess's happiness in life, which is very important, Ino said. Can you understand my feelings of falling in love? Well, girls always hope their crush sees their most perfect side. Who told boys to like slender girls? After chatting for a while, Ino and the princess reached a consensus. Ino would take on the blind date and use transformation magic to appear like the princess in the photo. Then, the princess just needed to lose weight before the wedding, making the plan seem flawless. In any case, let me use my charm to make the blind date a success. Ino seemed very motivated. Yes, we will help you, Ino-chan. Hongdou also said. Although the princess wouldn't participate in the blind date, she would be in the adjacent room listening in to prevent anything unexpected from happening. The next day, in the afternoon, in the reception room of the princess's mansion, Ino played the role of the slender princess, wearing an identical kimono. Hongdou was beside Ino as a guard, but was actually eager to have fun. Huh, why did the lights suddenly go out? Ino said in surprise. The dark room suddenly lit up, but the result was the colorful lights of the dance hall. The sound of instruments gradually approached. In this world, how many handsome men are there? Count the charming young men still looking at me. From the Udon Kingdom, a branch of plum blossoms, a pair of eyes like autumn waters, the world-famous young Master Chika has arrived. As two maidservants scattered flower petals, a young man holding a rose in his mouth appeared. Dressed in white formal wear, his expression clearly showed he was very narcissistic, and most importantly, this guy was quite fat, almost like a sumo wrestler. Sorry to keep you waiting, Princess, Chika smiled slightly. You are. Young Master Chika. Ino swallowed hard, unable to understand the princess's taste. This guy had no physique or looks. What was handsome about him? If he changed his clothes and got lost in a crowd, no one would find him. More servants came out, scattering flower petals from all directions, trying hard to create a romantic atmosphere. Nevertheless, Ino's gaze was still somewhat astonished. The handsome man she had in mind was not this guy. As for Hongdou, she was suppressing the urge to punch someone. Can this even be considered a handsome man? The princess nowadays really has terrible taste. Sorry, charming girl, I naturally have low blood pressure. Chika sat down and put down the rose. Do you always scatter flower petals like this? Ino forced a smile, although it was to set the mood. Constantly doing so wasn't practical. Flowers are wonderful things. They can heal the fatigue of body and mind. Don't you feel relaxed? Chika said with a light smile. He gave a glance to a nearby servant, who promptly stopped scattering petals and left the room. Cough, this guy is not what I heard. He is really like a fat. Hongdou whispered. Fat? Ino's face changed, and she quickly covered Hongdou's mouth. How could she say the word fat pig in front of someone else? It might ruin the blind date. Let's step outside. Ino smiled, and then pulled Hongdou out of the room. Based on my woman's intuition, this guy is definitely the same type as Ding Ci. Hongdou, that taboo word you mentioned is absolutely off limits. But still, I heard he was a handsome young master. How come he turned out to be such a shocking fat guy when we met? By the way, their body types seem quite compatible. He is definitely cute. Something must have gone wrong. How could a woman possibly like someone like this? Ino shook her head. Maybe the princess's taste is like this, Hongdou said, speechless. Impossible. Think about it. That guy is so pretentious and vain, and he is a fat pig. He is basically a rare beast. Something must have gone wrong. Ino and Hongdou went to the adjacent room and found the real princess. What nonsense are you talking about? That person is definitely my crush, young Master Chika, the princess said with some grievance. What a dashing gentleman. Too bad I can't see his charm up close. As she spoke, the princess began to swoon. Hongdou shrugged, while Ino started to question her life choices. Damn it, could it be that my taste is the problem? No way, absolutely not. Listen carefully. You must help me complete the blind date task. Understood, Ino replied weakly. Back in the room. Are you still nervous? Music can help you relax, Chika smiled. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone walked in, clearly a pre-prepared band. No, you don't need to bother. Ino waved her hand quickly. Princess, a fool. Do you like roses? Chika asked again. Yes, I like them very much, Ino nodded. That's great. I also love roses. Their language is love. Qian Jiaoyang said smoothly. But it seems that the language of flowers can change based on their color. For example, yellow roses symbolize let's break up. Distinguishing them by color is an unreasonable thing. Because flowers are innocent. In Inoue's family, they run a flower shop, and he felt like cursing under his breath. This guy not only doesn't understand, but also insists on talking about such topics, as if he were romantic. No way. There can't really be women who like this kind of guy, right? But thinking about his task, Inoue could only endure it. Thud. The man suddenly started dancing again. He had a yellow rose in his mouth from who knows where. His steps were confident, his dance was relaxed, and his smile was filled with self-righteous affection. Inoue finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the room. On the other side, the night breeze sat by the pond, holding a fishing rod and leisurely enjoying the moment. Brother, are there really fish here? Hinata asked from his side. The purpose of fishing wasn't about catching fish. It was simply the process of sitting there and daydreaming. Just like many people pursue fame and material wealth not for enjoyment, but to compare themselves with others and show off their superior side. So, holding the fishing rod, it didn't matter whether there were fish in the pond or not. The night breeze had a serious expression, but what it said was quite strange. What's the point of doing this? Hinata pouted. The act of fishing itself is hard to define in terms of meaning. So whether one can catch fish, whether one is there to fish, or simply to daydream, really doesn't matter. Bang. Ino was venting her anger by punching the wall not far away. You see, the princess is actually fishing. That nobleman Chika is the fish she wants to catch, and Ino is her fishing rod. However, the princess clearly misunderstood something. She only knew that the fish she liked was beautiful, and nothing else, such as the fish's living habits, what bait the fish likes, or the quality of the fishing rod, and so on. The princess wants to fish, but she actually doesn't know how to fish. Well, I don't care about fishing at all. I'm just sitting here daydreaming, and the fishing rod is just a decoration. The night breeze squinted its eyes and simply put down the fishing rod. It gently lay down, resting its head on Hinata's thigh, gazing at the white clouds drifting in the sky. At that moment, He didn't look like an ambitious experimenter or a dangerous man. Instead, he resembled a wandering, down-and-out poet. After saying so much, brother still hasn't made any key points. Hinata shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. So the princess was anxiously waiting in the room, while I could lazily rest on the cute girl's thigh. The princess was fixated on fishing, while I was not fixated on anything. That's the difference. The night breeze closed its eyes. Most of the things that needed to be done were almost finished, and future plans were all arranged. After so many years of crossing over, this recent period was the most leisurely he had felt. However, compared to the princess, his brother must be more exhausted, because the princess is just a princess. She simply likes a man and wants to marry him. But his brother's goal is, his brother will only live a more tiring, lonelier, and more difficult life. Hinata felt a bit of sympathy for this man for the first time, aside from a few trusted subordinates. Perhaps there was no one else in this world who liked this man. Thinking about such things is actually quite normal, but it also feels somewhat sad. There's nothing to be sad about. I am just this kind of man. The night breeze gradually fell asleep. Hinata carefully blocked the sunlight with her body, leaning slightly closer to listen to the man's long and calm breathing. Time flowed slowly, and the pond was incredibly quiet. Not far away, there were two beautiful lotus flowers, and the fishing rod lay untouched. Hinata suddenly focused her gaze and noticed that there was no bait on the fishing rod at all. This man really didn't come to fish. He just wanted to daydream and take a nap, just like he said, spending his days joking and playing with a beautiful girl. But perhaps a few hours later, or maybe just a few minutes later, when he woke up again, the man would be that ruthless and ambitious guy once more. The world is full of contradictions, and humanity itself is also full of contradictions. 2 hours later. Hey, what are you doing? Chika almost tripped in a room, and then Ino instinctively supported him. After that, the real princess couldn't help but run out. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I am the real princess Afu. Black Tiger Fu, meow meow meow. The princess looked apologetic. However, Chika showed an excited smile upon seeing the real princess appear. As for Ino, she was completely ignored by Chika, too lazy to even respond. Ah, the super figure I've been dreaming of. You are the princess of my ideals. Amazing. Marry me. Large red petals fell, and amidst the cheers of the servants, a pair of loving couples was born. Ino, Red Bean. I pursued someone I didn't even like, tried to cater to his topics, and ended up being rejected. Thinking of this, Ino's face darkened. The girl's heart shattered into pieces. No, men must prefer slender girls. Ino said frantically. Hey, brother, do you like slender girls? You like me, right? A chubby girl like the princess. You definitely wouldn't want to look at her even once, right? Ino screamed as she ran over and then jumped into Nightwind's arms. After 5 years, Ino called him brother again. The difference is that Ino was no longer that mischievous little girl, and Nightwind was no longer that always idle undercover boy. Ino, huh? She's really cute. The man squinted his eyes, not addressing the question of like or dislike, just patting the girl's head. Let's go, I've had enough sleep. Yes. Teacher. Yes, brother. 78 Temple of Fire the next day. Goodbye, Ino. Red Bean kissed the little girl's forehead again and waved goodbye. Naruto had fallen under the Jutsu, now considered a trump card. On the surface, everything was as usual, but in reality, he was already part of Orochimaru. Goodbye. The night breeze had a calm expression, as if it smiled slightly. Goodbye, brother, and sister Hongdou. Ino felt a bit nervous, but still said so. During this mission, she really encountered many unexpected people. 3 days later, near the temple in the Land of Fire. Night. Teacher, why are we here? Hongdou is a bit curious. The Temple of Fire is the most famous ninja temple in the Land of Fire, and it is also the most powerful. There is a very skilled monk here named Dilu, who was once one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, serving as a bodyguard to the daimyo. Asuma was also one of the 12 guardians. The Temple of Fire has what I want. The night breeze replied softly. Who is it? Dilu? Hongdou asked. It is said that Dilu has trained a strange and powerful ninjutsu that can attack enemies invisibly and has strong defense as well. No, I'm not interested in Dilu. Although his head is worth 30 million taels, my main target is not him. The night wind shook its head. Who is it? Empty. A dozen minutes later, the three arrived at the temple's entrance, all dressed normally, without changing into Zhao's clothes. Boom! The iron gate of the Temple of Fire seal was shattered. The high walls and doors here were specially made, making it difficult for even ninjas to break them. Yet they were destroyed by the night wind. The power of the rebirth is really useful. The night breeze whispered. Being able to use attraction and repulsion is like having the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei in Bansho Tenin. The door has been destroyed. Quickly report to Lord Diluc." The monks hurriedly ran. Soon, all the monks gathered behind, and Diluc came out. "Why are you causing trouble at the Temple of Fire?" Diluc frowned. The people opposite were all unfamiliar, and he couldn't discern anything from them. With a changed face, "No one recognizes me anymore, which truly saddens me as a senior. Hand over K if you don't want to be completely annihilated." The night wind threatened. 12 years ago, during the Nine-Tails chaos, a large amount of Nine-Tails chakra overflowed. Some people from the Temple of Fire collected the Nine-Tails chakra and specifically nurtured it, and then sealed it into the body of a child using a sealing technique. That child is Kong, a boy who possesses a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. The goal of the Night Wind coming here this time is mainly that guy. If you want to fight, then fight. I will make you regret coming here to cause trouble," Di-Lu said coldly. Although Kong is not very well received in the temple, he is still a part of it. So how could they just hand him over? Then I'll take him myself. The night breeze was gentle. His eyes transformed into an ice blue color, similar to Hinata's, with snowflake patterns appearing, and a chakra cloak began to condense. Perhaps it was due to the overly mixed bloodline within him, or maybe for some other reason. But the chakra cloak of Night Wind was purple-black rather than green. What an eerie chakra. And those eyes, who exactly is this guy? Jericho appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already panicking. Since the enemy dared to come to this place, they clearly had confidence in their own strength. The Temple of Fire was in danger today. "Hurry up, Kong," Jericho ordered. "No, I can't just run away like this. I have to protect this place." Kong struggled and rushed out. He indeed disliked this place, but now that the Temple of Fire was in crisis, Jericho was telling him to leave first. And he couldn't do that. What a touching scene it was. The night wind is calm. The black Dao ball appears and quickly flies towards the land. Hongdou and Hinata are also ready, tasked with killing those ordinary monks. Since they're taking action, Night Wind has no intention of leaving any survivors. "Come forth. Thousand hands killing." The expression on the land's face is serious. In a daze, a golden light flickers behind, forming a golden Buddha statue over 10 feet tall. The statue does not move, yet an invisible force is unleashed. Interesting, it can slightly hinder the Dao ball. The Night Wind smiled. Diluc took advantage of this moment of respite and dodged the 2 Dao-seeking jade pieces he launched, proving his strength was indeed impressive. What a troublesome thing. Even my techniques couldn't shatter them. Diluc's heart sank completely into the abyss. He had already given it his all, but those 2 black objects showed no signs of damage at all. So what now? The Night Wind squinted. A powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted, causing the entire figure of the land to uncontrollably fly towards the Night Wind. A purple-black chakra vortex appeared in his left hand, infused with the nature transformation of lightning attribute, which was one of the results of his years of training. The Rasengan itself is an A-rank ninjutsu created by the 4th Hokage, imitating the tailed beast's tailed beast ball. With the addition of chakra nature transformation, it immediately elevates to S rank. The chakra infused with lightning attribute has an extraordinarily high attack power, but it also has its downsides. Without a strong body to support it, one could easily end up electrocuting themselves before attacking the enemy. Moreover, the control required is very high. One small mistake could cause it to explode in his hand. Lightning release. Rasengan. The Night Wind let out a loud shout. The lightning almost formed a vortex, racing through the air with continuous rumbling. Di-Lu was being pulled over, his face pale. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Di-Lu. It was none other than Kong. Kong's body was overflowing with 9-tailed chakra, and the red chakra had already formed 3 tails. Bang! After the explosion, the temple was filled with swirling dust. After a long while, Di-Lu finally survived the attack, but he was struck by the lightning, losing control over his body and collapsing to the ground. "Kill those guys, and remember to leave one head. I'll handle this little one." Under the Night Wind, the order was given. Yes, Hinata and Anko immediately set off, bypassing Kankuro. At this moment, the young man had endured most of the explosion damage from before, but fortunately, thanks to the protection of the tailed beast chakra, he had not yet collapsed. The 9 tails truly lived up to its name, possessing such strong vitality. The Night Wind sighed. Behind Kong, a 4th tail was forming. The chakra of the 9 tails completely resonated with this young boy, even tearing the skin of his body apart. The high-intensity chakra forcibly healed this body, forming a new layer of dark red skin on the surface. Kong's aura became even stronger, roaring and howling. This is the Jinchuriki. No, it should be the pseudo-Jinchuriki. Roar. Kong howled to the sky, letting out an angry voice. Even if he is a counterfeit, the oppressive feeling of this chakra is very real. Do you hate me? But I don't have time to play games with you. Every bit of chakra you use is wasting what belongs to me. The night wind was cold. If this guy were to use his technique, it would only waste the chakra within him. In other words, it would also be wasting his own power. Hiss! The blue and purple chakras began to merge, forming a small purple-black ball in midair. Tail Beast Bomb? You're really overreacting. But will I give you the chance to use it? Scatter! A massive repulsive force erupted, and the four-tailed QB was directly smashed into the buildings behind the fire temple. As for the tailed beast bomb that had just begun to form, it also dissipated immediately. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and two large hands made of red chakra appeared, seemingly trying to crush Orochimaru. Useless! The night wind scoffed. The repulsion force erupted again, and two large hands could not approach his body. Come here! The battle was over. In less than 10 minutes, the entire fire temple was slaughtered, with bodies everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Hongdou found a bag to put Dilu's head in, and Hinata remained expressionless after killing. The night wind extracted the tailed beast chakra from the empty body and then killed this guy. A great fire burned down the temple, and the three murderers disappeared into the flames. The journey of the Temple of Fire ended here. One day later, at the underground bounty exchange, leaving Hongdou and Hinata at a hotel to rest, the night wind came here alone. He didn't want to expose Hinata for the time being. Hidden weapons are often more effective than those displayed openly. Hey, long time no see, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to be in the land of fire too. Kakuzu walked over with a smile. This is the bounty for killing the land of the Temple of Fire, exchange for his head. Here you go. The night wind took out a large black box and casually handed it to Kakuzu. When was the last time you teamed up with Sasori? The organization isn't very satisfied with you, but since you've contributed so much money, I won't say anything about you this time. Kakuzu smiled in satisfaction and accepted the box filled with money. What does it matter? After all, teaming up is just to avoid being killed alone. Let Deidara and Sasori form a team. I don't think anyone can kill me. The night wind confidently said, talking to you is useless. You need to speak with the leader for it to matter. Jiaodu chuckled. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If there's a task, find me. Otherwise, don't disturb my rest. The night wind rose and left the bounty exchange. Kakuzu nodded absent-mindedly. His attention was on the money, and as for Orochimaru, he could leave if he wanted. Even if it was Akatsuki, these people all had their weaknesses. The night wind silently thought. Although Kakuzu has 5 hearts, if all 5 hearts are destroyed, he will still die. Moreover, Kakuzu likes money, which is a major weakness. As for Haiden, that guy is just disgusting with his techniques. His combat power is very weak, and he needs someone to cooperate with him. Furthermore, Haiden is a typical brainless guy, so there's no need to say more. Sasori's puppet technique is like that. No matter how high the limit, it won't go too far. Deidara has decent attack capabilities, but lacks defensive measures and is prone to self-detonation when cornered. Itachi Uchiha is weak and frail. If it weren't for medication keeping him alive, he would have been buried in a coffin long ago. He deserves it for wanting to give Izumi Uchiha a perfect Tsukuyami illusion. Kisame, known as a human-tailed beast. Although he is decent in all aspects, unfortunately, he is an honest person. Later on, everyone was calling for this and that, but he was still honestly forming hand seals to use ninjutsu. What a loser. This Kisame is a loser. Doge, Conan, a spendthrift, with the god of paper technique. She manipulated 6 trillion explosive tags and ended up blowing off one of Obito's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kakuzu, please open voice communication. Then she was outsmarted by Naruto and had an epiphany before dying. Nagato was a dog led by Obito and Kagaya. Then he was outsmarted by Naruto and had an epiphany before dying. Obito was a dog led by Madara Uchiha and Kagaya. Then he was outsmarted by Naruto and had an epiphany before dying. Madara Uchiha was a dog led by Kagaya. Naruto, well, Naruto's verbal tactics are ineffective. Kagaya's mother's saving record. What bad intentions could Kagaya have? She just wanted to save her mother. Speaking of which, she is just a consciousness formed by a strand of Kagaya's chakra, considered a special clone with independent consciousness and personality. However, calling her mother doesn't seem to be a problem. Sound Ninja Village. Underground base. Sir, you have returned. Kabuto respectfully knelt on the ground and greeted. Night Wind nodded and walked into the familiar basement. This was the blood collected from that woman, named Bai, which had been preserved all along. Do quickly presented the items. If it weren't for this guy's reminder, Night Wind would have almost forgotten that he had once taken this character away. Ice escape? It was better than nothing, I suppose. Yifeng looked at the blood bag on the plate and skillfully drank it clean. The temperature of the blood slightly increased, and within less than an hour, he mastered the newly acquired bloodline limit. Ice release was just ordinary ice. No matter how flashy it was still just regular ice cubes. So he merely indulged in the novelty of it before setting aside this newly acquired ability. Just kill. The night breeze was faint. Yes, after receiving the command, the scalpel cut into Bai's heart. The corpse was taken out of the laboratory by two subordinates. Sister, sister. Huahua ran over. She pounced into Hinata's arms and then started to act cute, rubbing her little head nonstop, perhaps due to spending many years in the underground base. Huahua's skin had become much whiter, but the little girl had long hair, which looked somewhat different from the Hinata of the past. Brother. Upon seeing the night breeze, Huahua also greeted respectfully. The night breeze tousled the little girl's hair as if to greet her. It feels a bit lonely without one person, Hongdou murmured softly. It's a pity that Hong Lian isn't here, otherwise it would be even livelier. Sasuke, Sasuke, can you just pay attention to me? A flirtatious voice from outside the corridor came from Xianglin. Shut up. I want to challenge Zhongwu one-on-one. Annoying woman. Ejutsi was indeed ejutsi. Showing no change in his attitude towards women. Nevertheless, Xianglin continued to cling to Sasuke, who cursed but did not hit her. Strange girl, Konoha? What are you going there for? To break through the limits of life and science. To explore the mysteries of ninjutsu and the human body. To dedicate myself to art and beauty. To walk amidst flames and blades. Details? To abduct little girls. Konoha. After the third Hokage died, Tsunade succeeded as the fifth Hokage, and it has been almost half a year since then. The earth continues to turn without anyone. Konoha still looks the same as usual. Naruto recently went to train with Jiraiya, and the 12 young ninjas who are still alive are busy with their own training. If no one causes trouble, there should be a saying about the 4 flowers of Konoha, for little girls recognized by the villagers as beauties. Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, and Ten. Unfortunately, Lady Hinata was abducted long ago, Ten died during the chaotic Chunin exams, and Sakura was casually taken down by Sasuke. Thus, Ino became the recognized, most beautiful girl. Recently, Ino often wears a smile, probably for this reason. Good morning, Miss Yamanaka. Good morning, Ino. Early in the morning, when Ino went out for a walk, the uncles and aunts she met greeted her. This is the treatment of a beautiful girl, because she is pleasant to look at. Everyone is willing to greet her with a smile. On the other hand, a guy like Naruto Uzumaki, even if he disappears, ordinary people wouldn't notice him at all. Huh? What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto? Oh, that kid with the 9-tails fox. I had forgotten he had that name. So what? Does it matter where he goes? If you told a passerby, you would probably get such a response. Human nature is like that. Good morning, Ino. Another voice sounded. Good morning. Ino had a piece of bread in her mouth. Oh, do you still remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten? Ino is really beautiful, the voice continued. It sounded like a woman and was somewhat familiar. In fact, Ino is indeed very beautiful. With her golden long hair, pure and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the sea, delicate features, and a figure that is curvy and developing in all the right places, anyone who looks at her would exclaim how cute or beautiful she is. Those who know Ino well would think of her as a little witch. Ino is always willful and quite spoiled. Ino-chan. Someone elongated the little girl's name and even added Chan to it. Ino finally realized something and turned around suddenly. Huh, this outfit, Ino said dazedly. The top was a clean and cool crop top. The bottom was black super short shorts, and she had her hair styled in a bun. Although her appearance had changed a bit, Ino recognized her easily because she had spent too much time with her. The woman, nicknamed Little Red, whose real name is Hongdou. Ugh, a troublesome woman. Hey, don't just run over and rub my face. That's very rude, the little girl protested. Her voice even changed a bit due to having her face rubbed. We meet again, little girl, said a young man beside her with a smile. He looked somewhat like Hongdou. His appearance had changed a bit, but his voice still sounded very familiar. As for his outfit, this man always wore a simple black or gray coat. Brother, what are you doing in Konoha? Ino cautiously asked, looking around. Although these two didn't look like the wanted criminals, there was still a risk of exposure. Saving the world. The night breeze was smiling. Am I still a child? Don't give me such a casual reason to brush me off. Ino pouted. I created peace. Doesn't that count as saving the world? So the people who died before I created peace, they're all contributors to world peace, but no one will remember their names. The man said again. It's quite strange. Ino stared at the two suspiciously, but didn't dare to say anything. There's nothing she could do. In fact, she felt fortunate to have lived this long, and she didn't want to get involved in the matters of these two guys. Let's go, Red Bean, we still need to go for a walk. The night breeze spoke. Hongdou nodded. The two quickly bid farewell to Ino, and then disappeared into the streets of Konoha. The little girl thought for a moment, but ultimately decided not to inform Konoha about anything. Not to mention the intentions of these two people. Even if Konoha were to know this news, what could they do about them? If that man were to become furious, Konoha might not even be able to ensure Ino's safety. The air in the forest was very fresh. It had rained lightly the night before, and the soil underfoot felt slightly soft. From a small hill, one could see Konoha's Hokage Rock, the bustling town, and the iconic Hokage building in the distance. A girl with brown hair was painting there. She wore a simple blue cloth outfit and looked about 15 years old, in the prime of her youth. A hint of sadness was evident on her delicate face, and her brown eyes were fixed solely on the painting in front of her. When someone approached to admire her work, she remained silent. Konoha's scenery? The painting was indeed beautiful, but weren't there no dark clouds in the sky now? Hongdou couldn't help but remark. The girl painted well, but the Konoha sky in her artwork was filled with dark clouds, which didn't quite match the current Konoha. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Sure enough, dark clouds appeared, and it began to rain lightly from the sky. Huh? Hongdou exclaimed in surprise. The night breeze smiled silently, with a look of as expected on her face. The girl was named Akuma Yakumo, the heir of the Akuma clan from Konoha. Although Yakumo possessed a strong talent for illusion techniques, her frail and sickly body prevented her from becoming a ninja. Her former teacher was Yuhi Kurenai. Snap! The girl dipped her brush into a large amount of white paint and then brought it down onto the canvas. White lightning fell from the dark clouds and struck directly onto the Hokage building. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, a bolt of thunder crashed down, creating a deafening explosion with a diameter of several meters. The top floor of the Hokage building caught fire, igniting instantly. What is this? Anko was bewildered. It's painted so beautifully. The night breeze sighed in admiration. The girl continued to appreciate her painting, ignoring the two strangers and showing no shame about the Hokage building being struck by lightning, her expression remaining calm throughout. After a while, she packed her things and prepared to leave the place. However, halfway there, two medical ninjas in white coats suddenly appeared. Without waiting for the girl to say anything, they injected her with a paralyzing agent and forcibly took her away. Clearly, Konoha was aware of the girl's strange abilities. Yukimura witnessed everything unfold, and Akane's expression was somewhat complicated. Teacher, what kind of ability is that? Akane asked. She draws what she wants to see on the canvas, and then it really happens in reality? It's simply unbelievable. The Kurama clan is said to produce a genius every few generations. It seems the rumors are not entirely false. But this little girl is just too frightening, Akane couldn't help but say. The kind of bloodline limit can create a world of illusions close to reality. As long as she wants, she can make whatever she imagines come true. The Night Wind said, are there no restrictions? Hongdou asked. Of course there are. For example, if she wants someone to die, she must imagine that person being struck by lightning or being cut by a knife. In reality, lightning may strike, or a knife may inexplicably fall from the sky, but whether that person will actually die depends on that person's strength. It's not a guarantee that they will be killed. Night Wind explained. Why did you want to strike the Hokage building with lightning? Hongdou asked again. Even if she is in a rebellious phase, there's no need to harbor such hatred towards the Hokage. One wrong step leads to another. You can see it too. That child's health is not good. The Night Wind spoke. Hongdou nodded. When Yakumo was packing up her easel and tools, it was a bit difficult for her to carry those things. Moreover, when she encountered the medical ninjas from Konoha later, she didn't even have the strength to resist and was directly taken away after being injected with a paralyzing agent. She had not been in good health as a child, so it was impossible for her to be a ninja, and even attending ninja school was very difficult. And then, if you want to know, go meet her. The next day, Risotto Mountain Manor. To control Yakumo's powers, Konoha placed her under house arrest in this manner, with two medical ninjas and a member of the Umbu responsible for monitoring her. However, it had the opposite effect. Yakumo grew to hate Konoha more and more. The day before, she struck the Hokage building with lightning because she couldn't control the hatred in her heart. In the past, there was Yugao who came to visit her, but now no one came. Little girl, are you going to live in a place like this? Two strangers walked into the room. Yakumo glanced over and recognized them as the two strangers she had encountered while painting on the mountain yesterday. What the heck? This room is too dark. Those guys from Konoha really are something, Hongdou said irritably. The entire room was gloomy with no light, and the lighting was dim. Yakumo still remained silent. You were Yugao student, right? And you're from the Kurama family. Why did you attack the Hokage building yesterday? Hongdou asked directly. Are you ninjas? Yakumo finally spoke the first sentence. It makes sense. You were able to bypass the surveillance to come here. Your body is very weak. You probably can't become a ninja, but I still want to know why you acted against Konoha, Hongdou continued. Are you from Konoha? The little girl looked at the two and said softly. No, we're just interested in you, Hongdou replied. The third Hokage. It was the third Hokage at the time. He sent people to kill my parents and wanted to kill me too. Konoha has long regarded me as a monster. Yakumo sighed. When she talked about the past, her expression finally changed. It was when she was a child. One day, their entire family was burned by flames, and her parents died in that disaster while she survived. She thought it was because the Hokage at the time feared her bloodline limit, so he wanted to kill her. They called it an ordinary fire. But they hid the autopsy report and didn't even let me see the bodies. I hate this village, Yakumo said despondently. After all, don't you have no evidence either? How do you know it was Konoha's ninjas who killed? The Night Wind suddenly said. At that time, I was weak and sickly, and I could no longer train to become a qualified ninja. However, my bloodline limit and abilities have been discovered, and Konoha definitely knew about me. Yakumo said with certainty. In fact, I didn't really like that old man, but this matter really had nothing to do with him. At that time, he was probably still troubled by the Uchiha affairs and didn't have the time to concern himself with the Kurama clan. Night Wind Path. You were saying this on purpose. Are you trying to dye my hands? Yakumo was enraged. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she stared at the two people in front of her. A space of illusion that controls the five senses, right? I have wanted to experience it for a long time. The night breeze provocatively taunted. Hongdou, seeing this, said nothing, merely shrugged. Then you may die in the illusion. Yakumo gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline limit. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely transformed into a fragmented, imagined world of illusion. Numerous paintings were placed on a piece of land, with distorted space all around. Paint brushes and paints floated in midair, and everything here was under Yakumo's control. Pain, smell, sight, hearing, taste. If you die here, your body and reality will also believe you're dead. One day, I will take revenge on Konoha. People like you cannot shake my determination. Do you have any last words before you die? Yakumo said coldly. Little did she know, the two people in front of her were not affected by this illusion space at all. After all, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was famous for its powerful illusions. Really? Is this your territory? Or is the true master here not you? Hongdou chuckled. With the kaleidoscope activated, she was immune to the sensory effects of this illusion space. Is the truth really as you imagine? You always use illusions, but cannot see the reality clearly. I was curious about what the truth was, but the moment you brought us into this space, I instantly understood. Hongdou smiled. TCH die. A painting of Hongdou appeared in Yakumo's hand, and she wiped away Hongdou's head with paint. This guy would experience the intense pain of decapitation, and her body and reality would die as well. It's useless. You cannot control my senses. Hongdou's body remained unchanged, existing intact. This kind of illusion could only bully ordinary ninjas. It was difficult to affect illusion masters. Without the ability to grasp the opponent's senses, naturally, one could not kill the opponent's spirit. You are in this illusion world, yet you cannot see what kind of monster is beside you. Hongdou said again. What? Yakumo furrowed her brows. Just as she was pondering, the paints around her began to move. The paints on the canvas, along with unused paints, various colors of liquid converged together, forming a huge monster. The monster resembled a human shape, but its skin was black, its face like an evil spirit, with two horns on its head. As the monster appeared, forgotten memories emerged in Yakumo's mind. At that time, Yakumo's body was very weak, and her parents and teachers advised her to give up being a ninja and live a normal life. If she forcefully trained as a ninja, her health could worsen. From that moment on, a monster appeared in her heart, another mental persona. It was a persona filled with a desire for revenge and anger. It was the monster in this spiritual world before her. The one who killed Yakumo's parents and caused that fire was none other than this mental monster, which also had the power to affect the real world. After that incident, Yakumo forgot the truth and mistakenly believed that someone from the village had sent people to assassinate their family. That was the truth. So it turns out, it was like this. Yakumo returned to her senses, tears streaming down her face. Regret, unwillingness, shame, various emotions surged in her heart. A kunai appeared out of nowhere and stabbed directly towards Yakumo's neck. She no longer wanted to live in this world. Why? Why? Why would you choose to commit suicide? If you don't want to control this body, you can give me the control. The monster spoke human words, blocking the kunai. It was split from Yakumo's spirit, her darkest and most vengeful persona. It's you. You're the source of this little girl's tragedy. Hongdou stepped forward, coldly gazing at the monster. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? I am Yakumo. I'm also a part of Arakawa Yakumo. I killed those two people. It is the same as Arakawa Yakumo killing her own parents. What difference does it make? The monster laughed recklessly. Yakumo held her head with both hands, sitting helplessly on the ground, tears uncontrollably falling. That's right. It was the monster inside her that killed her parents. This monster was created from her hatred and anger. Annoying guy. D. The monster roared, and suddenly corrosive blue liquid filled the surroundings. If killed in this space, one would also die in reality. What do you take me for? You think you can kill me with such methods? An invisible barrier appeared in front of Hongdou, blocking the attack. Kill it. Kill the monster in your heart. Strictly speaking, it is your true enemy, isn't it? Yakumo, now is not the time to be weak. Hongdou shouted. The monster originated from Yakumo. Only she could appropriately kill this persona. Although she and the night breeze could forcibly invade this space with illusions, it was difficult to control the degree of their power. If it was too excessive, it might even affect Yakumo's own spirit. Please, disappear, another me. Please disappear. Yakumo cried as she picked up a kunai. The monster did not dodge and was stabbed in the head by Yakumo's original self. Why? I have done so much for you. Your hatred, your anger. I came to help you kill those people. Why do you want to kill me? The monster was baffled. You come from hatred and anger, so you naturally cannot understand other emotions, nor can you comprehend true humanity. You are, after all, just a distorted product. The night wind shook its head. If this monster were smart enough, it would have taken control of Yakumo's body long ago. But it was incomplete and lacked sufficient wisdom. Yakumo wanted to kill and erase it. It wouldn't even dodge. The illusion world collapsed, and the surroundings returned to normal. Inside Yakumo's studio, three people slowly opened their eyes. What a good child. You have conquered the monster within your heart. Akane smiled with relief and patted Yakumo's head. Thank you. The girl fell silent for 2 minutes before finally speaking. She had learned the truth from back then and had killed the murderer from that time. But she wasn't happy. Where'd she go from here? Her family would hardly accept her as a monster. Teacher Sunset Red had long since died, and the Leaf Village wouldn't nurture her. They would only send people to monitor her 24 hours a day. Come with us. Only by following us can you become a powerful ninja. Akane said proactively. Who are you? Yakumo raised her head and scrutinized the two people in front of her. They hadn't explained who they were before, only that they were not Leaf Ninjas. Were they here for me? You must have heard this name. What? Orochimaru? You were the ones who destroy the leaf, right? You're the bad guys, aren't you? Yakumo was taken aback. That Orochimaru actually appeared before her. No wonder her illusion space had no effect on these two. When Orochimaru was still a leaf ninja, her parents were probably still children. One of the legendary Sannin, a ninja from the same era as the 5th Hokage. What's wrong with being a bad guy? Come with us. Only by staying by Lord Orochimaru's side can your body be healed, and then you can train to become a powerful ninja. Akane continued. My goal is to restore my family. I won't go with you. The girl hesitated for a moment and then said firmly, joining the forces of the Leaf's rogue ninjas for power was against her original intention. If so, it would be better not to have that power at all. Really? You seem to misunderstand the current situation. If you don't leave with us, I guarantee the Karasuno clan won't survive 2 days. The night breeze was calm. This little girl's bloodline limit was indeed not very strong, but aside from the control over the 5 senses, her ability to rewrite reality was quite good. It wasn't as overpowered as Izanagi, but it had the advantage of low consumption and little cost. Yakumo's face turned pale. Her already pale skin looked even whiter now. If you don't obediently go work under Lord Orochimaru, your clan will really be wiped out, and it's even possible that your parents' graves will be dug up. Hongdou leaned in close and whispered. She had a good impression of this little girl, and didn't want to see her killed. Then you guarantee that you won't harm my clan. Yakumo ultimately gave in. The 3rd Hokage had died at Orochimaru's hands. She had no room for resistance or opportunity. Of course. The next day, in a dessert shop on the streets of Konoha, 2 young people were enjoying delicious treats, the man looking a bit lazy, while the woman had a beaming smile. Opposite them, a girl hung her head, showing little expression. The Kurama family's bloodline limit was not strong, and killing with the control over the 5 senses and illusions was not something to boast about. However, That ability to rewrite reality was quite impressive. Although the extent of rewriting was limited, well, if you drew an apple on a picture, it would actually appear as an apple. It sounded like something akin to a perpetual motion machine. If you wanted to eat, wouldn't that mean you'd never have to spend money again? It was hard not to agree with Hongdou's idea. Hongdou was eating red bean cakes, a perfect match. Hongdou smiled happily. Fate is always difficult to explain. For example, the Yamanaka family flower shop is not far from this street, probably about 20 meters away. And for instance, if Ino suddenly wanted to try some desserts and came to this shop, and then, for example, Ino was caught by Hongdou. Ah, Ino-chan. Hongdou's excited voice rang out. The night breeze suddenly made me ponder a question. Is that guy Hongdou actually bisexual? His gaze always feels suspicious, like he's about to devour that blonde girl. Who is this? Ino asked cautiously. Oh, her name is Kurama Yakumo. She was sold by us, Hongdou replied. Hey, sister, you really are a dangerous person. Weren't you getting close to me just to abduct me too? Ino's body trembled slightly. Not exactly. The main goal is this child's blood, after all. The teacher doesn't keep idle people, only lab rats. But if Ino-chan wants to live with me, sister absolutely welcomes you. Hongdou flashed a brilliant smile. No matter how you look at it, this smile has a hint of perversion. Sister, please don't say it so loudly, or you will be considered a suspicious person. Ino gradually lost her will to retort. Konoha nowadays, oh right, the fifth Hokage is that cow-shaped person, right? I've seen her picture before. Hongdou suddenly exclaimed, not knowing what she thought of. Teacher, do you like that kind of cow? No way. The teacher still prefers women with well-proportioned figures. Hongdou said to herself, well, I like beautiful eyes. Whoever has beautiful eyes, I think that girl will be very cute, but it doesn't affect my ability to kill necessary people. The night breeze paused for a moment before responding. Whether it's body shape or appearance, neither is really something to pay much attention to. After all, he is a doctor. Facial reconstruction and body sculpting are both things that can be easily accomplished. Their essay saying from a past life. ISNT there? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Through the eyes, one can see the vastness of the universe and countless brilliant stars. Beautiful eyes always possess a unique beauty. Some are like gemstones, sparkling brightly. Some have rare and magnificent colors that are worth collecting, and some are simply beautiful and gentle, making one feel warmth just by looking at them. However, beautiful eyes are rare. Most people's eyes are filled with numbness, to the point that it feels as if the word numb could be etched into their eyes. Oh right, Hongdou has transplanted a kaleidoscope. Now, these eyes are not hers. Hongdou's original eyes are stored in a laboratory. If one day he no longer needs Hongdou as a powerful and useful subordinate, he will perform surgery to transplant those eyes back. The gray-brown iris is very rare. Inoue, your eyes are also very beautiful. The man snapped back to reality from his thoughts and said to the girl, huh? Ah. Inoue felt a chill in her heart, as if she were being stared at by some ancient beast. Well, golden hair indeed matches such deep blue eyes like the ocean, a slender and proportionate figure. Art-like leg curves, fair and tender skin, golden hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Although she is the spoiled daughter of a noble family, her gaze possesses the vastness and depth of the sea, imbued with warmth and mystery. This is what a beautiful girl is. Just a glance is enough to be pleasing to the eye. Although I'm neither a fan of blondes nor a fan of Lolis. The night breeze spoke to itself. Suddenly, its gaze shifted away from Ino. Then it took a sip of the juice in the cup and continued to stare blankly out the window. Not a blonde enthusiast or a lowly enthusiast. What does this mean? You are probably a more suspicious pervert. Ino only dared to think this in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. Teacher, I'm done. Hongdou put down the plate and then hugged Ino, starting to tease the soft cheeks of the little girl. MMM. The night breeze responded with a sound, and its gaze pierced through the streets outside, traversing the bustling crowd, looking at the unknown. Hakuyu had no presence at all. Unlike the night breeze, Hakuyu simply lowered her head, her expression as blank as a puppet. But no one cared about her anyway. A month later, base, Chitos, blue electric light flickered, and on the other side of the boy was a cursed seal monster. Too slow, too slow. Jugo's body moved like a specter, almost invisible to the naked eye, with the entire scene filled with his afterimages. The two had been fighting for 5 minutes. Rather than saying they were fighting, it was more accurate to say that Sasuke had been passively taking hits. It looked miserable, but Sasuke had made progress. After all, when Jugo fought him before, he only needed one hand. Then it became 2 hands, and now it required cursed seal transformation. This progress was quite obvious, wasn't it? Boom. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood, smashing a large hole in the wall. Jugo could use natural chakra, and just that alone made it difficult to get hurt, let alone be defeated. Sasuke, how about taking a little break? Karen said from the side, but Sasuke remained the same as always. Too lazy to talk to her except when he really needed to rest. You flirt. Suigetsu said gleefully. What? Suigetsu, do you want to fight? You bastard. No more blood needed in the future. The night wind drank the blood from the bag and said calmly, yes, my lord. Yakumo's expression was flat, neither happy nor sad. Having been here for a month, she had come to understand roughly what kind of place this was. Orochimaru did not go back on his word. He granted her the blood curse mark, strengthening her weak body. In exchange, she had provided blood to this man for a month. I need a maid, Hongdou said. The night breeze dispelled any thoughts of killing, and from today on, I entrusted Yakumo to Hongdou to handle. After that, another week passed. I need to train my little maid. This is what Hongdou said. The night breeze nodded gently, and this time, no red beans were brought along. Brother, I'm coming too. Hinata suddenly ran out. Oh, the night wind nodded slightly. In the land of ghosts, it was finally time to use the dark medical ninjutsu specially developed for tonight, to awaken the wraiths and unify the world. A middle-aged man with long hair stood on a high cliff, gazing down at the heavily guarded ceiling area below. He infused his chakra into the 4 figures in white in front of him, and the 5 took advantage of the night to launch their attack. This was the sealing place of the wraith's consciousness. Back in this world again, it truly brings back memories. Long time no see, Lord Wraith. Who are you? Don't you remember? I am Huang Quan. The ghost army has been resurrected, a lifeless army revived. These combat puppets feel no pain and will regenerate even if destroyed. They are purely war machines. Last time, the Wraith commanded these armies to attack the entire ninja world, but ended up being sealed by the priestess of the land of ghosts. The soul and body were separately sealed in the underground shrine of the land of ghosts and the shrine of the land of marsh. Brother, where are we going? Hinata asked curiously. The ninja world has become turbulent, and many have noticed that army. Huang Quan clearly intends to kill the priestess who inherited the sealing technique and retrieve the Wraith's body from the land of marsh. The land of ghosts. The night wind replied. Isn't that place in turmoil? It seems like many ninjas also go there. Hinata continued, saying that in order to protect the priestess Cheyenne, the land of demons has made a lot of preparations. For example, recruiting a large number of soldiers, seeking help from various countries, and even hiring ninjas to protect the priestess. It's precisely because it's so lively there that we need to go there. The night breeze gently brushed Hinata's head as he spoke softly. Over the past few years, he had absorbed quite a bit of tailed beast chakra, significantly increasing his own chakra. In terms of sheer quantity, he was already not far off from Kisame. However, that was not enough to consume stronger and more chakra. He needed a more powerful body, one that was immortal like that of a tailed beast. To become the ultimate being, an immortal body was essential. Although the 8-headed serpent was a super forbidden technique, its combat power was not very strong. So he needed the power of the ancient monster, Wraith. Brother, can I help you this time? Hinata asked again. Becoming strong and useful was a fundamental requirement as Orochimaru's subordinate. Hinata will definitely be able to help. The current Hinata is already very outstanding. The night breeze whispered. Really? 2 weeks later, in the land of the dead, the subordinates of Yomi indeed attacked here, targeting the current Shrine Maiden, Cheyenne, to kill her. The Shrine Maiden has 2 abilities. First, to seal resurrected monsters. Second, to foresee certain future events, including human deaths. Continue. Strengthen the guards in the Shrine Maiden's room. A group of soldiers rushed by, despite the enemy being extremely powerful. Not a single person fled. They would rather die protecting the Shrine Maiden. Lady Cheyenne must have seen this scene long ago, said a guard with some sadness. The Shrine Maiden, with her ability to foresee the future, should have known she would be attacked. It's all right. If this life can be sacrificed for the Shrine Maiden, then it is as I wish. Another guard said. Boom. 4 white figures leaped up, smashing through the floors straight towards Cheyenne's room. They were Yomi's subordinates, infused with Yomi's chakra, each very powerful. Lady Cheyenne, there are intruders. Please take refuge. One by one, the guards were killed, and the walls of the room were destroyed. Ha 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 ha. The intruders laughed maniacally. Entering the room, there was a blonde girl half kneeling on the ground, still wearing her white sleeping gown. She looked about 15, with a slender figure and pale purple eyes. 4 ruthless villains stood in front of her, but Cheyenne remained calm, as if she had accepted her fate long ago. She knew what was about to happen, so she was not anxious. "Hey, little girl, have you given up?" A figure in white laughed. He casually threw out a few shuriken, and one guard on the floor got up, using his body to block the shuriken. Cheyenne still wore an expressionless face. She had known these things would happen long ago, but she could only foresee them. She could not change them. From the day she became a shrine maiden until now, she had seen too many people die. She had long since become indifferent to life and death. Next, there will be no one to protect you. The four figures slowly approached. All the guards had been killed. No one could protect the life of the shrine maiden anymore. Don't celebrate too early. The shrine maiden 1T be handed over to you guys. A voice rang out. A girl with ice blue eyes walked out from the side. Green chakra, cloaking her, holding 2 orbs of truth in her hands. A man slowly emerged, his eyes flashing with a scarlet glow. 5 senses control, blood moon. A Jin Jutsu combining a low-level celestial being and 5 senses control bloodline limit. Ice release, ice dragon technique. Lightning release, spiraling sphere. While the main body activated the Jin Jutsu, 2 shadow clones simultaneously flashed out, throwing 2 ninjutsu. Silver Will Rebirth Blast. Hinata released several orbs of truth from the palm of her right hand, and then spun them with both hands. The orbs were covered with a layer of green chakra, forming a silver light ring, and then a massive tornado was launched from the ring. Boom! The entire hall was blown to smithereens, littered with ruins. Damn ninjas! In an instant, 3 of the 4 white figures were killed, their bodies disintegrated into countless pieces. The only one who escaped was the one who had gained Yomi's special power, but lost an arm in the process, fleeing immediately. Should we chase? Hinata asked. No need. Let us find a shrine maiden first. The night wind shook its head as they moved to intercept the 4 guys. Ziyuan had already opened the back door of the room and slipped away. Although the shrine maiden was not his main target, he was quite interested in that kind of ability, so he naturally couldn't let Ziyuan leave him. The hidden passage behind was intricate, and in the end, it led out to a waterfall. Why did it stop? The night breeze blew as Hinata and Shine approached, only to find Zin sitting on the ground, lost in thought. I don't have the strength to walk. Anyway, you will come looking for me, Ziyuan said calmly. Your names, Orochimaru and Hinata, right? That seal guy wants to be revived, and your goal is. Ziyuan spoke in a fragmented manner. You really have the ability to predict the future, Hinata exclaimed. This was definitely the first time she had seen this priestess, yet the other party already knew her name. It seemed that she had some guesses about their goals as well. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Fengtian downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https t mefq tool 85. Zun, you know who I am, so you should also know my purpose for coming to the land of demons. If I don't get what I want, even if the wraiths do not destroy the land of demons, I can still annihilate this nation. The night wind was cold. Yes, Ziyuan silently nodded. Unlike others, she could see through the essence of this man at a glance. He was not a being that could be called human. Within him resided a twisted soul, a monster with 8 snake heads. After a moment, the 3 of them began their journey towards the sealed shrine of the ghost country. Can you see the future? Hinata softly asked while carrying Ziyuan on her back. Ziyuan replied calmly. Then can you see what happened to that resurrected monster in the end? Hinata asked curiously. Battle. Ziyuan's answer was simple yet mysterious. What kind of battle was it? Hinata inquired again. It was in the depths of hell-like underground lava, where the monster finally awakened after a long seal. The white giant snake and the red snake swarm bit at each other, and blood flowed like rivers. 1,000 years passed, and the people on the ground were as numerous as grains of sand. Ghosts visited the imprisoned monsters, giving rise to another monster. Ziyuan spoke slowly. Her voice was ethereal and lacked emotion, like that of a puppet. Speaking of which, what was up with that waterfall earlier? It's too strange to have a waterfall on the escape route. The night breeze casually said, that was the place where I used to bathe. Ziyuan replied, by the way, are we just the 3 of us going there? Do we not need to bring Ziyuan subordinates? Hinata asked. They're just some useless followers. Bringing them along would only be a burden, Ziyuan said coldly on purpose. Though she said that, she actually cared deeply about those who had died for her. However, there was nothing she could do, so she could only act indifferent. If they knew that the priestess they were protecting was such a person, perhaps they would give up on protecting her. In that case, those people would have a chance to survive. Indeed, it was the wicked Asusure. The priestess was also a warm-hearted girl beneath her cold exterior. Thinking about it, she was somewhat pitiful. Oh, by the way, it was Hinata who sympathized with the priestess. As for a certain man, he was simply admiring the priestess's eyes and didn't care much about other things. In the evening, since Ziyuan needed a rest, the three set up camp on a high cliff. The ninja had no problem traveling for days and nights, but Ziyuan's body was no different from an ordinary person's. Not to mention a few days, even staying up all night would make her feel exhausted. Let's rest here tonight. The night breeze was gentle. In Hinata's hands, 2 tents were set up, one large and one small. There were plenty of items like blankets in the space scroll, including a lot of food and fresh water stored. Ugh. Ziyuan took a couple of bites of the biscuit. Unable to swallow it, she simply spat it out and tossed the biscuit in her hand away. She really is a young lady. The night breeze smiled, not angry at all. After all, it wasn't him who was hungry, so why would he get upset? What does Miss Ziyuan want to eat? Hinata asked gently and with concern. If it could be satisfied, it would be better to fulfill it a little. Meat? I want to eat meat, Ziyuan said without holding back, seeing how easy it was to bully Hinata. Huh? Meat? Hinata looked around. After activating her Byakugan, a few minutes later, she caught a wild rabbit. Hey, Hinata, can you cook roasted rabbit? The night breeze was a bit surprised. No way. But it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Hinata replied with a smile. The rabbit is so cute. How can we eat rabbit meat? Ziyuan suddenly interjected. Bang. The night breeze tapped on Ziyuan's head. Yes, if rabbits are so cute, how can we eat rabbit meat? It would be better to eat Ziyuan instead. Human flesh should taste pretty good too. The night breeze said irritably, You won't kill me anyway. What's the use of saying such threatening words? Ziyuan pouted. She couldn't see clearly for now which monster, the revived one or the one in front of her, would win. However, she was very clear that she had survived until the end, right? The night wind grabbed Ziyuan's right hand, and a shuriken pierced directly through her palm. Ah. The girl let out a sharp scream, but soon her mouth was also gagged with a bandage. Did you guess that you'd be tortured? If you don't behave, I don't mind cutting off your hand. After all, losing an arm won't affect your abilities. The night wind licked the blood on the kunai and coldly said, Woo. Tears streamed down Ziyuan's cheeks, and her delicate body trembled slightly. These 2 damn guys dared to treat her like this. Here, you're not a shrine maiden. Don't think you still have some lofty status, understand? The night wind spoke, and once again crushed a bone in Ziyuan's finger. Zin bit her lip tightly, so much that she broke her own skin, her delicate body trembling even more violently. But the priestess was indeed stronger than she appeared. Her willpower was quite good. Even so, she still held on. Answer me, not if you understand, or I will crush every bone in your body one by one. With my medical skills, I can repair your bones and then crush them again a second time, a third time, a fourth time. Crack! Another finger bone was crushed. Ziyuan hurriedly nodded, and only then did the man unwrap the bandage. I understand. Please stop. Ziyuan cried out. This guy is indeed a devil. In her life, it was the first time she had suffered such physical harm. And the person hurting her was also the one who saved her life. The goddess of fate really loves to play jokes. He saved her life, but now he wants to take her future for himself. What do you want? I will be obedient in the future. Ziyuan retreated 2 steps, feeling anxious as she saw the night wind approaching her. Don't worry, he doesn't want to hurt you, Hinata comforted. Doesn't want to hurt me? What a joke. This kind of guy. Ziyuan let out a delicate cry. Orochimaru embraced her body and then bit into her neck. There was no intense pain as she had imagined. Instead, a strange warmth spread from the place where she was bitten. Blood curse mark. A technique formed from the special blood and chakra of the night wind. Similar to Tsunade's creation rebirth, it has a strong healing ability for the human body. Remember, from today on, you are my subordinate. In the future, remember to call me Lord Orochimaru. Do you understand? The night wind loosened its teeth and said faintly, Yes. My lord, Ziyuan said blankly. The injury on her hand was healing at a visibly rapid pace, and not even a scar was left behind. This guy's medical skills are indeed terrifying. Half an hour later, the roasted rabbit is ready. Brother, Miss Ziyuan, let's eat together, Hinata said with a smile. Although it was her first time making roasted rabbit meat, Hinata handled it beautifully. It looked very tempting, and the aroma was also enticing. Thank you, Ziyuan replied, and then started eating the meat. It really tasted quite good. Didn't Lord Orochimaru want any? Ziyuan asked cautiously. She had somewhat figured out this man's temperament. If she dared to act recklessly in front of him, she would definitely be punished. Well, since it's made by Hinata, I might as well try a little. The night breeze comes over from not far away. After just teaching Ziyuan a lesson, he has been standing by, lost in thought while feeling the night breeze. The night breeze is blowing, the kind that is cool. Speaking of which, no matter if it's this night breeze or that night breeze, they're all cool after all, since they are cold-blooded creatures. How does it taste, brother? Hinata asked with a smile. Not bad. The night wind finished a rabbit leg and did not touch the remaining meat. It's time to rest. After saying this, the man crawled alone into the smaller tent. The larger one was reserved for Hinata and Cheyenne. Orochimaru. It seems the adult is a rogue ninja from the land of Fire's Konoha. Why would he suddenly come to involve himself in the affairs of the land of demons? Cheyenne said softly. Being dependent on others feels really uncomfortable, especially when it's forced. If you don't want the land of demons to be implicated, just obediently follow the adult. Your role is special, and your brother won't easily kill or abandon you. Hinata said seriously, her expression turning grave. Sigh. Cheyenne felt a bit drowsy and confused. I'm going to sleep. Soon, Hinata also packed up her things and fell asleep with Cheyenne. Since they were both girls, it wasn't a problem for them to sleep together. A night of silence. The next day, they casually ate something in the morning, and the three continued on their journey. Cheyenne had become much more obedient this time, no longer daring to complain about the tasteless rations. Being carried on Hinata's back, they moved quickly along the edge of a cliff, and Cheyenne was scared out of her wits, complaining a little. Besides that, she had become much more well-behaved. By the way, can't we walk through the forest? Why are we walking along the cliff by the river? Cheyenne's voice trembled slightly. Ninjas are definitely used to various terrains, but she had never experienced such a thrilling way of traveling before. Don't worry, we won't fall off. Hinata smiled. 3 hours later. What a huge water dragon. While walking, suddenly a giant water dragon appeared on the river surface, clearly indicating that ninjas were lying in ambush ahead. Judging by the amount of chakra, it should be that ninja who barely escaped yesterday. Do they dare to ambush us? Looking for death? The night breeze coldly snorted. Ice release. Ice dragon technique. A large amount of water was drawn from the river, forming a vivid and hard ice dragon. Bang! The ice dragon collided with the water dragon, and in the end, the water dragon was shattered. It's over. The battle ended in less than 2 minutes. Although the subordinates sent by the underworld had some power of the wraiths, they were still too weak. The three resolved the trouble and continued on their way. Before they knew it, night had fallen again. Brother, there's a powerful aura coming from the cave ahead, Hinata said, carrying Cheyenne and pointing to a huge cave in the distance. Outside was the undead army, numbering in the thousands. It seemed that the underworld had arrived at this place where the wraiths' bodies were sealed. It's just that it's unknown how far along the resurrection of that monster had progressed. Let's go, we'll go in directly. The night wind commanded. He did not come here to eliminate the monsters, but to devour their powers. This, Ziyuan already knew. A group of unconscious soldiers could not stop the three at all. It was troublesome for ordinary people, but for ninjas, a group of moving stone men was completely meaningless. The cave. The deeper they walked into the cave, the higher the temperature became. The air was so hot it felt like it was going to ignite. Finally, they entered the inner part, where they saw a world filled with a sea of magma. And the body of the monster was sealed in this place. The soul of that monster resided within Huang Quan. It only needed a body to be reborn. If one only looked at the size, the body of the monster was probably several times larger than that of a tailed beast. You grown up? Looking very much like Mithriya. A man's voice rang out. It was Huang Quan. The Mithriya he mentioned was the previous priestess, who was Ziyuan's mother. You should have heard of me. My name is Huang Quan. My ambitions were once obstructed by your mother. Do you remember that day? Leading the resurrected monster. I am about to grasp the 1,000-year kingdom in my hands. If it weren't for your mother, this world would have long been mine. The man spoke to himself. Oh, it seems you were suffering from some delusions. The night wind couldn't help but smile. The wraith was at most a tailed beast level of combat power. Wanting to conquer the world with just one tailed beast was simply wishful thinking. Unless one reached a power level above the 6 paths, there was no way to unify the world. The wraith and the priestess were originally one entity, coming from the same existence. The so-called priestess could seal the wraith, but it was just two beings combining, with their consciousnesses suppressing each other. It's really a pity that those useless fools couldn't kill you, Huang Quan said lightly. However, at this moment, it was no longer Huang Quan himself controlling that body, but the soul of the demon wraith. Finally, I've come to this place to reclaim my body. Oh, by the way, if you want to try to seal me, feel free to give it a shot. The wraith laughed loudly. A purple-black light flickered and then jumped into the magma below. No, I'm not here to seal you. This woman is just my captive. The night wind was calm. It gave Hinata a glance, signaling her to take Ziyuan to the side. He had come here to devour the wraiths. How could he let Ziyuan seal it? Ha 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 ha. Human, what are you here for? The voice came from all directions. The magma seemed to become even more intense, gradually stirring. A monster, entirely purple-black, crawled out from the searing magma. It stood over 100 meters tall and had no specific shape. Its purple-black body seemed to change at will. With a snake-like head and body, blood-red enormous eyes, it bared its fangs and claws, its giant mouth resembling an abyss. Each giant snake looked like a raging dragon, and dozens of such giant snakes, connected together, formed the ancient demonic creature, the Wraith. The feast, the funeral. The feast is about to begin. Tiny human. Let me see what you can do. Roar. Another monster appeared in the magma world. Black chakra accumulated in this vast magma realm, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making one nauseous. That is Lord Orochimaru. Hinata looked at the creature in astonishment. Ziyuan was speechless. The scene from her dream was now right before her eyes. The magma was becoming more volatile, and the weight of the two monsters nearly caused the underground world to collapse. The monsters' roars and howls pierced into the mind. Chaos, fury, joy, madness. It was as if one had entered hell. The newly emerged serpent dragged its fierce long tail, moving extremely quickly, climbing the rocky walls of the cave, leaping straight towards another purple-black monster. The magma surged down like a torrential rain. Hinata had to activate her Tensigen, using chakra to protect herself and Ziyuan. Roar. Although both monsters were serpent-shaped giants, their roars sounded like dragons that had trained for 1,000 years. The purple-black giant snake seemed like an enormous bird's nest, but woven into this nest were dozens of bodies resembling snakes and dragons. The white giant snake was smaller, but more agile and quicker, with 8 snake heads growing on its grotesquely large body. The 8 heads served as both weapons and climbing limbs. Its long neck twisted and stretched, and its golden snake eyes seemed forged from gold. The Yamada no Orochi and the Wraith roared and fought fiercely. The monsters tore at each other's flesh, devouring one another, fighting to the death. The scales of the Yamada no Orochi were ripped apart, and one snake head was bitten off, but quickly recovered in a moment of respite. The purple-black monster was also trembling, its purple-black blood mingling with red blood, flowing towards the magma and the ground. This truly was a hellish world. Here, there was only the slaughter between monsters, 2 evil spirits gnawing at each other. The ground trembled incessantly, and the entire vast cave was on the verge of collapsing. Boom! The monsters fell into the magma, but in an instant, they all emerged again to continue their fight. The heavens spun and the earth twisted, rivers of blood flowed. Bang! 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 The cave finally collapsed. Hinata and Ziyuan had to leave this place. However, the monsters were still roaring and howling, their voices echoing throughout the land. Earthquake, mountain collapse, volcanic eruption. A fiery red expanse stretched for 10 miles, and the sky seemed to be burning. Was it the magma spreading everywhere, or the monster's hot blood? Hours passed. The long battle finally ended. The giant snakes and raging dragons had all vanished. Hinata followed the aura to find only a man soaked in a pool of blood. He was neither unconscious nor seriously injured. He was simply dazed, immersed in blood or magma, silently gazing at the beautiful world of volcanic eruption. Brother, are you hurt? After several minutes, Hinata finally mustered the courage to ask softly. I'm fine. That guy was much weaker than me. He could never win from the start. I just wasted a lot of time digesting him. The man said slowly. The golden hue in his eyes gradually faded, returning to the usual black pupils. If one ignored that he was soaked in blood, he looked like a somewhat tired, ordinary man. The volcanic eruption is quite beautiful, the man said. The word beautiful usually came from his mouth to describe a young girl's eyes. It's a pity that one can't see such scenery often. Night Wind slowly stood up, wiped his body clean, and changed into a new set of clothes. He turned to look at Cheyenne beside Hinata. The girl had already fainted. What happened to her? The night breeze casually asked. It was probably because the environment here was not good that she fainted. Hinata replied. In high temperatures and air, ordinary people indeed find it hard to endure such a harsh place. If it weren't for her chakra protection, Cheyenne would probably have been cooked. Let's go back. Yes. 2 weeks later, the crisis in the land of demons inexplicably disappeared, just as it had inexplicably appeared. The good news is that the Wraith seems to have been killed, even though conceptually it was something that couldn't be killed. But dead is dead, and dead is good news. As for the bad news, the priestess Cheyenne has disappeared. Rumors say she perished alongside the Wraith, and, as the story spread, it seemed to become a fact. In reality, the Wraith was indeed not killed. The creature's power exists within a certain man. To some extent, the Wraith has been reborn, and that man is the new Wraith. If that man were to die one day, perhaps the Wraith would reappear in the world. Additionally, the Wraith and the Priestess originally came from the same entity, which is indeed a fact. Assuming the Wraith were killed, it could only be one of the two existences choosing to self-destruct, taking the other with it to death. Now that the monster's power has been consumed by the night breeze, this bond still continues to exist. Therefore, Shine will not be killed. But. Light rain was falling, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. In the capital of the land of demons, today was the funeral of Priestess Shine, with over 30,000 people coming to mourn. The crowd wore black clothing uniformly, and both adults and children had serious expressions. The disaster in this country has been lifted, and the hero deserves everyone's respect. It's raining, after all, a fitting day for a funeral. Hinata whispered, stretching her hand out from under the umbrella to catch the raindrops. Among the large crowd, the three of them were just three inconspicuous, ordinary people, dressed in black robes and holding black umbrellas. How does it feel to attend your own funeral? It was cold and desolate. They seemed to look very sad. The night breeze couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that Ziyuan was actually not dead and had not gone to fight the monster at all? She had just been overheated due to the volcanic eruption and almost got cooked. Brother, please stop laughing at me. Honestly, I knew this day would come. Ziyuan stuck out her tongue and affectionately linked her arm with the man's. Compared to the previous period, her personality seemed to have completely changed. But that's normal. The night wind swallowed the beast, which could be said to have a blood relationship with Xing, almost like siblings. Both in chakra and aura, the two shared a 90 similarity. There would no longer be the priestess Ziyuan, only Night Feng's sister, Night Xin. The girl seemed to have made up her mind about something. There was no way to leave. Her fate was already intertwined with that of this man. Or perhaps, her eyes had already seen her future self. I don't have such a weak sister as you. The man rolled his eyes. Brother. Ancient Lulan Kingdom a month later. Base. Orochimaru, give me power. Early in the morning, Sasuke's voice echoed through the base. What? Is fighting with Chongwu no longer satisfying for you? The night breeze crawled up from the bed and kissed Hongdou's forehead. Stepping out of the room, I bumped into Uchiha Sasuke, who looked impatient. Reckless moves won't make me stronger. Do you really think that training like this will make my body become like his? He's stronger than me, but he can't make me stronger. Sasuke said coldly. This kid is only 13, yet he understands quite a lot. All right then, I'll find you a suitable opponent. Oh, by the way, this is a perfect opportunity to make use of some waste. The night wind began to form seals. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. A coffin rose, and then a figure of a young man emerged. Uchiha Shisui. Who is this guy? Sasuke frowned. He had a slight impression of him. This guy was from the Uchiha clan and was a friend of Uchiha Itachi. He was a powerful clan member known as the Shunshin Shisui. Being reincarnated by me, he is just right for you to practice with. The night wind spoke as it inserted a shuriken into the puppet's head. With the request for a sparring partner, he would accompany you at any time and would go easy on you, but don't expect to get any words out of dead man. The night wind patted the puppet's shoulder, and then Uchiha Shisui followed Sasuke and left. He retained the combat awareness and abilities from his life, but was not given the permission to speak, only allowed to serve as a sparring partner. It's time for breakfast, brother, Zishuan said with a smile. Ever since Zishuan joined the base, it became lively again. She often pesters Akane to learn how to make breakfast and desserts, and due to her poor health, she also exercises a bit and plays around with Hinata and her sisters. And then there's that guy Yakumo. Although still somewhat aloof, he is competent as a servant, helping to clean the rooms and such. Akane's teaching methods are quite good. Brother, Zishuan called out affectionately, wishing she could stay by the man's side 24 hours a day. Don't make a fuss. He glanced at the girl beside him. He had recently developed some new insights and ideas about the art of reincarnating without a corpse. Ordinary possession involves the user entering a new body and then either eliminating that person's soul or suppressing it. So, could the act of elimination be transformed into devouring? Or could two souls coexist in one body? Moreover, could anyone else perfectly master this ninjutsu besides him? As time passed, he grew stronger, and his physical body might become immortal. However, his subordinates were different. In order to allow his useful subordinates to achieve longevity as well, he needed to research some new forbidden techniques. Ziyuan, where do you think I will go next? The night wind inquired. In the land of wind, At the ruins of Lulan, Ziyuan replied with a smile. Her prophetic ability to see the future is directed towards those around her, so she knows this information. That's right. The night breeze patted Ziyuan's head. This girl was indeed very useful. By predicting the future, she could clearly know what would happen in the near future, and if anyone wanted to ambush him or something, he could prepare in advance. Hinata, this time you stay and accompany Hanabi. The night wind said, yes, brother. Hinata obediently nodded. This time going to that place, there might be some unexpected events, so I won't take you with me. The night wind turned and spoke to Hongdou. If it were just for tourism and fun, it wouldn't matter how many women were brought along, but it's not like that. Teacher, come back early. Hongdou was also very obedient. Come back soon, Lord Orochimaru. Yakumo also respectfully bowed, a rare occasion for her to speak. A week later, Land of Wind, Lulan Ruins. Beneath the ground sleeps the immense power of the Dragon Vein, a place sealed by the fourth Hokage. The Akatsuki of Sunagakure desires the Dragon Vein, turning into rogue ninjas. Although they cannot break this seal, they can devour it along with the seal, infusing this power into puppet techniques. The entire world will be under my control. A middle-aged man stood in the center of the ancient ruins. He used forbidden techniques to unlock the fourth Hokage seal. Boom! A purple energy pillar appeared, carrying a tremendous and imposing power. Even the night wind felt a sense of heart palpitations. Hold on tight. Zishuan. The night wind's black chakra spread out, enveloping the bodies of the two people, and the reincarnation I activated to its strongest state. Yes, Ziyuan tightly embraced the man's body. The chakra of night wind is filled with darkness and evil attributes, but it has no effect on her, or rather, it is very harmonious. This is also the reason why Night Wind chooses to bring Ziyuan along. When necessary, he transforms into his true form and can devour Ziyuan to protect her. The purple energy column grows larger and larger. The centipede disappears inside, and Night Wind and Ziyuan, who actively jump into the light column, also vanish without a trace. The light rising from the heights of Lulan evokes mixed emotions, the dragon vein that must be protected. The sharp blade shoots forth, gazing at the sky, while sand and storm come crashing down. A girl's melodious singing begins. It is still the familiar ancient tower of Lulan, but it is somewhat different. It looks very old, yet it is not the same as what they saw before, especially with a girl singing. Hey, where's this place? Ziyuan asked. For the people of their era, this is a ruin. For the living Lulan people, what this building signifies is unknown. Huh? The red-haired girl noticed someone beside her and was startled. She walked towards a side passage and then fled. Let's go, we can get out from above. The night wind paid no attention to the fleeing girl. Holding on to Cheyenne, the two broke through from the top of the building and arrived at the ground. Surrounding them was not a vast desert of yellow sand, but a large area of towering, perfect buildings that reached the clouds. In comparison, the hidden leaf village of the Fire Country or places like the Royal City all seemed incredibly weak. This was the true city. Puppets? It seemed like enemies were approaching. Shine reminded. Sure enough, in less than a minute, more than a dozen puppets appeared, walking towards them. Let's hide for now. The night wind used Earth Escape to take Ziyuan away without fighting those puppets. The centipede disrupted the space-time here and arrived over a decade ago. Due to the instability of the time travel, that guy, the centipede, actually came here many years earlier and became the minister in Lushan. As for the girl they encountered earlier, her name is Sarah, the daughter of the Queen of Lulan. 89 changed the desert. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. By noon, the crowd on the streets became lively. Tens of thousands surrounded a magnificent tall building, waiting for their queen to appear. Huh, isn't the queen Sarah? The night wind was taken aback. According to the original plot, it should have been by Zhu who transformed into an Lushan and secretly killed Sarah's mother, supporting Sarah to rise to power while seeking power for himself. But now the original queen is not dead. Let's find someone to ask. Taking advantage of the commotion, Yifeng casually grabbed a civilian and used an illusion technique to get the answer he wanted. There was no such person as in Lushan here. The city of Lulan had always been very peaceful. Hey, suspicious guy, appearing on the street, it wasn't long before someone noticed Yifeng and Ziyuan. After all, their clothes were too strange and completely different from the locals. Come with us. Soldiers in armor appeared, and nearby, puppets were ready to move at any moment. There's no time to play with you. Two figures disappeared. Inside the palace, the Queen of Lulan was handling official business, listening to the reports from her ministers. Boom! The palace door was smashed open. Two figures swaggered in. Suddenly, two bizarre individuals appeared, shocking everyone. Assassins. Protect the majesty. Guards. Where are the guards? The scene was chaotic. Everyone retreated in fear, looking at Yifeng and Ziyuan with trepidation. The city of Lulan was located in the desert, with almost zero knowledge of the outside world, and naturally had no idea what ninjas were. Here, there was only puppetry. To suddenly smash through the heavy palace door that was several meters high was something that ordinary people could not accomplish. Protect the queen. 2 teams of soldiers entered from outside the palace. In the next moment, everyone's mouths dropped open again, their eyes blank. Bang, bang, bang. Before the soldiers could get close, they all fell down. The scene looked extremely bizarre. Hundreds of soldiers lunged at Yifeng, but then just collapsed. The queen and the ministers rubbed their eyes, almost doubting whether they were seeing correctly or if they were dreaming. Is this really something a human can do? What did he just do? The entire place was silent. Don't worry, those guys aren't dead. They're just taking a nap. The night wind was gentle. After all, the queen is the queen, and she quickly calmed down. Dear guests, please come and sit over here. The queen stood up and said very politely. The terrifying power displayed here could probably leave no one in Lulan able to contend with her. All right. The night breeze chuckled softly. She sat on the queen's throne and then held Ziyuan in her arms. You may all leave. I will have a good chat with my esteemed guest. The queen ordered again. The ministers hesitated. Given the power this man had displayed, what if he killed the queen? However, if that guy really wanted to make a move, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything even if they were present. They could only watch helplessly. With that thought, all the ministers retreated. With the arrival of my esteemed guest, is there anything I can assist you with? The queen smiled. The night wind nodded slightly. This woman is quite good. Calming down so quickly. The dragon vein. I want the power of the dragon vein. The night breeze was gentle. However, the dragon vein was crucial for us in Lulan. The queen hesitated. If it were something else, even this throne, she could give it up. But the kingdom of Lulan was built on the foundation of the dragon vein. If the dragon vein were taken away, Lulan would likely be completely destroyed in the desert. However, this man was so terrifying that if she refused him, Lulan would probably still be destroyed by him. Bad guy, you want to ruin this place. And I won't agree to that. Just as the queen was lost in thought, the girl she had met before ran out. It was Princess Sarah. If the dragon vein is taken away, will you really be destroyed? The night breeze smiled. Of course. Our Lulan survives because of the dragon vein. If the dragon vein disappears, everyone will be swallowed by the sand and wind. Sarah said seriously. She had always been by her mother's side and naturally understood many things about Lulan. What if I could change the terrain and free Lulan from its current situation? The night breeze was calm. Originally, he planned to directly take the dragon vein and leave. After all, with the power of this place, it was impossible for them to discover him or stop him. However, after admiring the beauty of the city, he changed his mind. Impossible. The desert is endless. How could it possibly change? If the dragon vein disappears, we will definitely perish here. Sarah puffed up her cheeks, looking at the night breeze as if he were an idiot. Survival requires not only protection from the sandstorm, but also water sources, land, and food. If the dragon vein is destroyed, all of these will be lost, and the entire Lulan kingdom will be swallowed and submerged by the sandstorm. The queen of Lulan listened to the conversation between the two and did not stop her daughter, as she realized that the night breeze indeed had no intention of taking action and was not angry. You haven't seen me take action. How do you know I can't change the desert? The night breeze smiled faintly. This girl is quite interesting. She isn't afraid of him at all. Humph. Sarah turned her head away, clearly unwilling to speak any further. This guy is too foolish. Can humans change something like the desert? If you don't believe it, then come with me. I'll prove it to you myself. The night breeze gently brushed against Ziyuan's face, and then it led the girl outside the palace. Upon seeing this, Queen Lulan immediately followed them. Although she didn't know what the man intended to do, it was good to follow along and see. Sarah felt quite frustrated, but had no choice but to stay behind her mother. She was curious to see what this guy would do next. The Queen of Lulan had more concerns, such as how much of what the man said could be trusted and what his reasons were for acting this way. After all, with his power, even if he forcibly took the dragon vein, Lulan would not be able to stop him. She could only hope that after a failed attempt, this man would show mercy and not take the power of the dragon vein. The endless desert. Where is it that humanity can change? No matter how many people there are, it wouldn't matter, let alone just one person. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Seeing the two intruders come out with the queen, the ministers all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this guy was not completely unreasonable. He hadn't killed anyone or done anything excessive. It was good that they could negotiate. Wealth and status could be discussed without resorting to violence. 90 gold wheel rebirth explosion. The guest claimed he could solve the desert surrounding Lulan, and in exchange, he wanted to take the power of the dragon vein. The queen said calmly. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The dragon vein? No way. Without the dragon vein, Lulan would perish. They had to fight. That guy absolutely could not be compromised with, no matter what. Whether it was the crowd or the ministers, everyone was angrily denouncing him, passionately voicing their outrage. Silence. Let's see what the guest will do first, the queen said again. Her authority was evidently significant, and the public quickly quieted down, though they still looked at the night breeze with ill intentions. Your Majesty, what if that guy fails later? We absolutely cannot trust him, no matter how strong he is. How could he possibly change the desert? As they watched Night Breeze and Ziyuan walk further away, many ministers began to advise against it. Silence. The queen coldly glanced around at the people. If he were truly a tyrant, he would have already seized the dragon vein. Don't forget, our soldiers are no match for him, the queen said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone showed helpless expressions. Indeed, with such unfathomable power, no matter how many soldiers there were, they would likely be slaughtered. Then let's go see. Yes, let's see what that despicable guy is really planning. The ministers all followed suit. Before long, is this the top floor? The Night Breeze and Ziyuan arrived at the top floor of the building. This was the residence of the queen, making it the tallest structure in the entire Lulan, towering over 300 meters. Standing here, one could gaze upon the vast and magnificent city. The area of Konoha was even larger, but could not compare to this place at all. Even the capitals of the 5 great nations seemed primitive in front of the city of Lulan. So beautiful, Ziyuan exclaimed. Standing here feels like being at the top of the world. The queen and Princess Sarah arrived from behind, along with several ministers and guards. Everyone had puzzled expressions, not understanding why Night Breeze chose to come to the top floor. The scenery was indeed nice, but how did it relate to changing the desert? It's coming. Ziyuan squinted her eyes. Night Breeze was enveloped in a black chakra cloak, his pupils turned ice blue, with a clear snowflake pattern emerging. Using the application of gravity, he flew directly into the sky. He can fly. No way. How can he do that? Amidst the gasps of everyone, a green Dao Jade appeared beside Night Breeze. The Dao Jade gradually transformed into a golden chakra light sword. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The golden light sword seemed limitless, spreading endless golden rays. In the sky, Night Breeze swung the light sword, and in an instant, the entire world trembled. Even the city of Lulan shook. A massive crack spread with the light sword. In the desert outside Lulan City, that vast and boundless expanse of sand was cleaved apart by this sword. The earth was cut open, creating a huge fissure over 500 kilometers deep. The diameter of the moon is only about 400 kilometers. Sand continuously fell into the crack. The sand from the entire desert was disappearing at an astonishing speed, constantly falling into that massive fissure. The terrain kept sinking, while the height of Lulan remained unchanged. It looked as if the entire city was rising. 2 hours later, the earth-shattering transformation finally stopped. The whole city of Lulan seemed to stand atop a tall peak, as the fissure was filled by a massive amount of sand. Beneath the peak where Lulan was located, one could even vaguely see the land. The desert had vanished. The desert that had existed for countless thousands of years around Lulan was artificially altered in its topography. How could this be something humans could achieve? This was the power of a god. The crowd had almost turned into stone statues, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Oh right. The night wind suddenly remembered something. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. As 2 coffins rose, 2 powerful figures emerged from within. The one known as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and his brother, Senju Tobarama. You brat, why did you summon us again? Tobarama said irritably. The forbidden technique he had not completed back then had ended up in the hands of this young man. Each time he was summoned by this guy, he felt quite displeased. Since you become my subordinates, it's time for you both to work hard. I've heard that the first Hokage's wood release is unparalleled, and the second Hokage's water release is unprecedentedly powerful, practically a sea technique. So, I'll need you both to work diligently for me. The night wind chuckled. 2 kunai that manipulated consciousness were inserted into the heads of the 2 modern Hokage who were reincarnated from the dirt, instantly turning them into obedient robots. Their ability to speak was sealed, and they could only obediently execute the commands of the caster. Go transform this desert, using your wood release and water release, and turn Lulan into a brand new nation. In the night wind, the order was given. The two figures, resurrected from the dirt, immediately disappeared. That Lord God, it was presumptuous of us to doubt your power. You can take the dragon vein at any time. Who were those two just now? The queen brought Sarah over, and as she spoke, both mother and daughter had already knelt on the ground. As for those ministers and guards, they had long been prostrated on the ground. My name is Night Wind. I'm not a Lord God. As for those two guys, well, they're responsible for landscaping. Just like the puppets here, devoid of life. The Night Wind spoke. Puppet. The queen let out a sigh of relief. Would release. Flower tree world. Would release. Tree world. Would release. Water release. Great water burst. Water release. The body of the reincarnated in dirt has infinite chakra. The two Hokages unleashed one ninjutsu after another. From the high rise of the Lulon architecture, the land outside was visibly turning green at a rapid pace. Forests, rivers. The queen and others were once again stunned, their minds blank. Is this really a puppet? Doesn't it seem much better? The night breeze chuckled. Working with the first and second Hokage feels extraordinary. A miracle. This is a miracle. Lord God, bless our Lulon. The people of Lulon also noticed the changes. They rushed out of the city, excitedly jumping into the river to bathe, and some even dashed into the forest. The peak where Lulon City is located is changing, as well as the surrounding land. With the power of the two Hokages, no matter how large the area is, the transformation of the terrain will be completed quickly, turning the desert into a lush forest. 91, the all-knowing God. It was all Sarah's fault before. Please forgive me, Lord Night Breeze. Sarah looked ashamed, bowing her head to the ground multiple times until her forehead was red and swollen. She was extremely anxious inside, fearing that this lord would hold her accountable for the previous incident. Moreover, if others got involved, she would be the sinner. The queen was also somewhat uneasy. She hadn't stopped her daughter from saying those words. After all, she's just a little girl. I can understand. You indeed have the makings of a good queen. The night wind smiled and helped Sarah up, a smile appearing on his face. Once he unified the world, he would come to Lulon and establish it as the capital of his empire. In other words, everything he did was actually for himself. He had long regarded Lulon as his own territory. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Sarah almost cried and nodded quickly. He announced to the people below that today's events were orchestrated by the night wind, and that Lulon now belonged to him. The mother and daughter were merely acting as caretakers of the throne. Did you understand? The night wind casually pulled the queen over and stared into the woman's eyes, saying, Yes, my lord. The queen replied without hesitation. She was never one to cling to power. If someone else were more suited for the position, she would relinquish it without a second thought. Moreover, the night wind had also helped Lulon make such contributions. I will go absorb the dragon vein. Oh, by the way, this little girl is Zun, and she can barely be considered my sister. The night breeze spoke. As soon as the words fell, the person had already disappeared without a trace. Hey, what does force mean? We clearly have a blood relationship, Ziyuan said softly. The night breeze is the newborn wraith, and it has an incredibly close relationship with her. Even ordinary people who do not understand cultivation can sense the similarities in the two individuals' auras. Miss Ziyuan, please return to the palace with me to rest, the queen said respectfully. The ministers stepped aside, clearing a path for Ziyuan, the younger sister of Lord Nightwind. Just thinking about that identity is terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other side, boom, the night wind penetrated the ground and reached the underground. In the underground of Lulon, there is an incredibly vast chakra, almost infinite. This is what is known as the Dragon Vein, the source that has allowed the Lulon kingdom to survive to this day. However, the geographical environment of Lulon has now been completely changed. Even without this Dragon Vein, it would have no effect whatsoever. This time of devouring, I will also become an ultimate being similar to the tailed beasts, and it will be achieved through my own cultivation. Yi Feng smiled in the night wind. With an immortal body and nearly infinite chakra, isn't this just a tailed beast? However, his tailed beast evolved through constant devouring, transforming into what it is now. First, it was the eight-headed serpent's forbidden technique. Then it devoured various bloodlines to enhance its body, gaining the innate sage body, and later absorbed the ancient demon creature, Wraith. The one tail and nine tails, the nine-tailed beasts, are actually parts of the 10 tails. The 10 tails, as a truly invincible being, also represents Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the peak combat power of this dimension. A single dragon vein, of course, cannot make Yi Feng as powerful as the 10 tails. After all, the chakra of tailed beasts is infinite, but even with one nine tails and one eight tails combined, they could easily overpower all remaining tailed beasts. Even if the amount of chakra is infinite, it doesn't mean one is invincible. Roar. The deep roar of the monster echoed. In the dark, underground space, a creature with 8 snake heads emerged from the dragon vein. Massive waves of chakra continuously flowed into the creature's body. It was as if the monster were a bottomless pit, devouring every bit of chakra. Time quietly passed, as if there were no concept of time. Half a year later, Luran Kingdom. The sudden appearance of an oasis in the desert of the Land of Wind, along with the Luran Kingdom at the center of the oasis, shocked the entire ninja world. Many ninja villages sent ninjas to investigate, but all who came perished. Anyone with ill intentions trying to enter Luran did not return alive. Achieving all of this was naturally the work of the first and second Hokage. The two, cloaked in black robes, claimed to be the subordinates of the legendary Yi Feng, protecting this place as the guardians of Luran. Under the queen's rule, Luran settled down in peace. The deeds of the Night Wind are well known, but that mysterious figure has not appeared again. The city of Lulan continues to expand outward and has shown friendliness to the outside world. The high-ranking officials from the Wind Nation visited once and formed an alliance with the queen, agreeing not to interfere with each other. Outsiders are not allowed to step into the oasis freely, and Lulan will not casually send strong individuals to foreign territories. Thus, 6 months have passed. 2 large cities have been built not far from Lulan, taking shape. One is called Night Wind City, and the other is called Ziyuan City. Lulan is becoming more prosperous day by day, peaceful and serene. At this moment, in the palace, Ziyuan sat on the dragon throne, bored, playing with her fingers. There were many guards around, but no one dared to say anything. She is the sister of the Night Wind. After all, not only is she sitting on the dragon throne, but even if she were to smash it, no one would dare to speak up. In the palace, no one would disrespect Ziyuan. The queen and Princess Sarah are also very courteous to her, fulfilling any request she makes. Lulan, underground, the almost endless chakra, that ocean-like power, has finally begun to dissipate. Inside a white energy cocoon, a monster as large as a mountain can be faintly seen. The outside world does not know that hidden beneath Lulan is a giant snake. Compared to the previous Yamada no Orochi, this giant snake is even larger than the 9-tailed beast, resembling a continuous mountain range. After absorbing the chakra this time, its bloated and deformed body has changed. It has returned to its most basic snake form, now with only one head. Its scales are white, its pupils are golden, and its body exceeds 1,000 meters in length. Finally, it is over. Night Wind slowly opened his eyes, and the pupils of the giant snake emitted an astonishing golden light. Its massive body dissipated, leaving only a tiny figure in this vast underground space. After half a year, he finally absorbed all the power of the dragon vein and achieved an evolution. As long as he continued to devour and grow stronger, he would eventually become more powerful than Kagaya, completely dominate this world, and become a true god. A god who knows everything. An all-powerful god. 92 returned Lord Night Wind. Upon seeing Night Wind suddenly appear after half a year, the Queen and Princess Sarah were taken aback and quickly bowed. Has there been any major events in the past 6 months? Yefeng was somewhat surprised to hear that half a year had already passed. For him, who was in the dragon vein, it felt like only a little over 10 minutes had gone by, and he didn't expect so much time to have passed. Reporting to you, my lord, the kingdom of Lulan has established contact with the outside world and signed an alliance with the Wind Country. The queen recounted everything, big and small. With the 2 bodyguards provided by Yefeng, there were no safety issues. After a moment, the palace, the night breeze entered, just in time to see Ziyuan lost in thought while holding a book. It's time to go, little girl. The night breeze whispered softly. Brother, you bastard. You finally made it out. I thought you had blown up underground. Ziyuan smiled and pounced over, like a clingy kitten, hanging onto the man's body. You have the ability to foresee the future, so you must have known I wouldn't die, right? Stop babbling nonsense here. The night breeze patted the little girl's head. The little girl stuck out her tongue. Well, I should leave this place now. Those 2 subordinates will continue to protect this kingdom, but on the condition that your activities do not extend beyond the forest. Before I return, Lulan will be managed by you and your mother. Night Wind turned to look at the 2 women. Are you leaving, my lady? The queen did not expect Night Wind to appear and then leave so soon. Is there a problem? The night breeze gently inquired. Don't worry, my lord. Before you return, I will definitely help my mother manage this place well, Sarah said very seriously, with a face full of admiration. Only by witnessing this man's power firsthand can one understand his terrifying nature. It's still the same advice. Don't go out messing around if there's no need, but with those 2 puppets, You shouldn't be afraid of the ninjas outside, causing trouble in Lulan. Until we meet again, I hope this place becomes the prosperous Lulan I've imagined. The Night Wind solemnly entrusted. Lulan is his possession, and he naturally hopes for better development here. At this timeline, Mizukage is probably only 20 years old. That means there is a full 24-year time difference from the point he crossed over. Let's go, Zun. Yes, brother. Modern era. Naruto universe. Lulan ruins. To be precise, this is no longer considered ruins, but a prosperous and powerful kingdom. In addition to the main city, Night Wind City, Zun City, and 24 other small cities have been built. Under the protection of 2 Chakra Unlimited Super Shadow-level ninjas, Lulan has remained very peaceful all these years. Located in the interior of the Land of Wind, it could be considered a semi-closed small nation. What? It's already been a year and a half. The Night Breeze and Zun casually walked into a city and asked the civilians for information. It turned out that they had crossed into the past dimension for half a year, and a year and a half had passed in reality. There were only 6 months left before the Akatsuki organization would take action against the Jinchuriki of various ninja villages. A year and a half. Sister Hongdou will definitely kill me. Ziyuan's expression was strange. Why would she want to kill you? The Night Wind pouted. My brother has been following me for so long. But now he has disappeared for such a long time and can't be contacted at all. He must think that I used some kind of wicked trick to seduce him. And now I'm being seen as a vixen, right? I'm definitely going to be taken down by Sister Hongdou. Ziyuan said pitifully. While speaking, she also shook Yifeng's arm. If I'm going to be killed, then so be it. I don't have such a weak sister. The Night Wind rolled its eyes and then started walking ahead. Brother. Ziyuan quickly followed. The two of them hurried on their way, and in just 4 days, they returned to the Land of Fire, arriving at the long-lost base. And Master Orochimaru? Dou's expression changed, and he immediately knelt on the ground, his face filled with excitement. Get up. Did anything major happen while I was away? As the night breeze blew in, Do asked. Miss Hinata and Miss Hanabi's Byakugan have reached their complete state. If their abilities are used recklessly, they can cause tremendous destruction. However, it seems that the Byakugan cannot be cultivated in others. Clone subjects cannot awaken the Byakugan, and artificial humans also cannot awaken it. The kaleidoscope cultivation experiment has made progress, and it is expected that in 2 years, kaleidoscopes can be mass-produced. Additionally, Sasuke Uchiha has taken Karen, Suigetsu, and Jugo out for training, claiming to seek opportunities to become stronger. Do recounted all the matters, big and small. The night breeze conveniently canceled the Edo Tensei of Uchiha Shisui, then signaled Kabuto to leave, taking Cheyenne with him. He arrived at the room where Akkad and the others lived. Sleeping in broad daylight, Akkad seemed to have relaxed a bit. It feels like she has gained a little weight again. The night breeze opened the room, and I saw Hongdou lying on the big bed in her pajamas. The room was dim, but it was actually already noon. It seemed like she had been crying. Ziyuan observed more carefully and noticed the tear stains on Hongdou's face. Woo-woo, as expected, Sister Hongdou is definitely going to kill me, Ziyuan said with a grievance. Clearly, I had also waited for my brother for half a year and hadn't done anything wrong. Wah, I'm definitely going to be killed by Sister Hongdou. Ziyuan hugged her head and curled up in a corner, trembling. The night breeze took a glance and continued to look at the red bean on the bed. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite plump, probably a result of binge eating and irregular sleep patterns. But it didn't really matter, as it wasn't excessively fat. Just a little. The body curve was still okay, not too misshaped. After all, the areas that needed to gain weight had, and a little weight loss could make it even more curvy than before. Brother, how did you fall asleep? Hey? Ziyuan's eyes widened. The man actually crawled under the quilt and fell asleep. Seeing her rest, I also wanted to take a break for a while. The night breeze replied softly. How annoying. Clearly, I've been left out for half a year too. I'm tired as well. You're biased, brother. Ziyuan complained again, but the man closed his eyes and didn't bother to answer her. How infuriating. So infuriating. I want to rest too. Ziyuan took off her clothes and then burrowed under the blanket. On the left was Hongdou, in the middle was the night breeze, and then there was Ziyuan. Why'd you take off your clothes? Aren't you afraid that Hongdou will really kill you? The sound of the night wind was a bit strange. I don't care. Ziyuan tightly hugged the man's arm and said fiercely. The man seemed too lazy to say anything else and quickly fell asleep. 93 gained weight, and Red Bean meanwhile. On the other side, what? Is brother back? Hinata received a message from Do, and her eyes showed some excitement. Living in this place all the time, she couldn't go too far from the base. And she was already tired of this kind of life. Sister, let's go see the adult. He will definitely praise me when he sees my eyes, Hanabi said proudly. The adult just came back and must be tired. He will come to see us when he wants to. Hinata thought for a moment and decided to give up on actively seeking him out. She opened her Tensigen to observe, and indeed found that the 3 people in that room were all resting. Brother really cares more about Red Bean than me? Thinking of this, Hinata felt a bit lost. However, Night Wind hadn't considered so much. He just went into Red Bean's room because it was nearby. Suddenly wanting to sleep again, he lay down on the bed to rest. That's all there was to it. In the evening, Red Bean slowly woke up and opened her eyes to find a figure on her bed. A familiar face, a familiar breath. Am I dreaming? Red Bean rubbed her eyes. The teacher she had longed for finally returned, and he was sleeping right next to her. But this feeling of gratitude didn't last long. Ziyuan? Why is this woman here too? Damn, this guy is still only wearing underwear. Red Bean noticed Ziyuan on the other side, and her expression turned extremely unfriendly. But looking at the sleeping Night Wind, she gave up on the idea of teaching Ziyuan a lesson. This debt can be dealt with later. If she ruined the atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion and made the teacher angry, it would be completely not worth it. Adult. Red Bean's eyes became slightly moist. Unable to help herself, she leaned over and tightly hugged the man beside her. His body was not too cold, but definitely not warm either. Yet Red Bean still held on tightly. You're hugging too tightly, girl. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He slept lightly and could easily wake up. Hongdou's body was as hot as a flame. You finally come back. I thought you didn't want Hongdou anymore. The woman cried again, her tears falling on Yifeng's body. Sigh. The Night Wind sighed softly, gently stroking the Red Bean's hair. He didn't expect to be out for so long. If it lasted any longer, the Ninja World War would probably have already begun by the time he returned. Don't worry. You still have value. I won't abandon you. The man still spoke with such venom. Or rather, he had never been anything but toxic. Even if he occasionally pretended otherwise, deep down, he was still a selfish, scheming guy beyond redemption. You've gained weight. The Night Wind suddenly spoke again. It seemed as if it hadn't noticed the atmosphere of this long-awaited reunion, and its tone was, Teacher, could you at least smile a little? Really? Don't you miss your lovely students? Hongdou said softly. Not at all. The night breeze gently spoke. I was in the country of Lulan. Saying this, the night breeze roughly recounted the events that had happened in the country of Lulan. At this moment, Hongdou finally understood why a year and a half had passed, and why they couldn't find Orochimaru's whereabouts. The Night Wind has gone back to the past. And of course, it's impossible to find him in this reality. It turns out that Ziyuan has also been waiting for half a year. Hongdou smiled maliciously. Just a moment ago, she was envious of Ziyuan for being able to stay by the teacher's side all the time. But now it seems that Ziyuan hasn't gained anything at all. She just went out for a tour. How is the organization doing? I haven't been expelled, right? The Night Wind spoke again. It's been a year and a half since I've seen anyone. Any company would have fired me by now. I don't have a ring, and they can't find the base. I don't know what it's like over there either. Hongdou replied. That's true. The night breeze nodded slightly. Sir, you said I gained weight, right? Hongdou suddenly smiled mysteriously. Although the light in the room was dim, the night breeze still noticed that the woman's face had clearly turned red. Well, you've gained weight. You better lose some. The night breeze nodded slightly. However, it's not just about gaining weight. Hongdou held the man's hand, her face growing increasingly flushed. All right, this place has also gained weight. The night wind brushed against a soft spot. The body of the Red Bean became warmer, making this cold-blooded creature feel a bit unaccustomed for a moment. Girl, don't play with fire. The night wind enjoyed it for 2 minutes before withdrawing his hand. This is not the time to indulge in beauty. The world is not yet united. Doing such things is simply a waste of time and a drain on morale. My lord, Night Wind, Lord Wind, I like you so much that I never want to part with you. Not even for a minute. Humph. Hongdou was like a dangerous yet beautiful snake, exuding an incredibly passionate aura, her gaze hazy, suddenly kissing him. The atmosphere became ambiguous. Ziyuan, who had been pretending to sleep, could no longer remain calm, and when she tried to escape, she was caught by Hongdou. To Hongdou's surprise, this woman was actually wearing black lace. Well, is this how you use your ability to foresee the future? Teacher, hurry up and teach her a lesson. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could things have turned out this way? Damn Hongdou. It's hard to say whether Ziyuan is despicable for secretly preparing or if Hongdou is commendable for her courage. In any case, the two women are destined to rest in bed for a while longer. Despicable outsider, you are too bad, Ziyuan. Hongdou was panting and flushed, but still did not forget to tease Ziyuan. This wicked woman actually prepared in secret and even took out a pair of black stockings from her bag midway. If it weren't for you, How could things have turned out like this? Ziyuan said bluntly. Her complexion was also not calm, red as a tomato, her body almost falling apart. Stop arguing, you two take a rest first, I'll have them prepare some food. The night wind patted the heads of the two girls and said, suddenly, it has developed to this point. It doesn't feel as bad as I imagined. No, Lord Night Wind is right here. There's no need for anything to eat. Hongdou quickly grabbed the man's hand. Ziyuan said nothing, but also grabbed the other hand. Just like that, Night Wind had to lie back down again. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, were wrapped around him like octopuses. You are committing a crime. The Night Wind sighed. I originally wanted to rest well, but in the coming days, these two women need to take a good break. Brother, don't pay attention to that bad woman. We won't play with her. Ziyuan kissed again. The girl's lips were sweet, with the taste of strawberry candy. The Night Wind indeed found a piece of candy. Ziyuan, Hongdou's eyes became even more resentful. This detestable girl has even prepared such things. 94 Sealing Technique. Illusion Dragon's 9 Seals. The next day, the Night Wind finally rose, and the two women were still in bed, dozing off. They were so absorbed in their fun that they lost track of time. Yakumo, the Night Wind, found the maid who was cleaning the library. After a year and a half, Yakumo seemed to have integrated well here and looked much better than before. Madam, Yakumo greeted respectfully. Her brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a black and white maid uniform, which was undoubtedly Akadama's idea. Let's prepare some food to send to Akadama's room later. The Night Wind commanded. Yes, my lord. Yakumo nodded. After a while, the night breeze knocked on the door and then entered the room of the two sisters, Hinata and Hanabi. Brother, would you like to have breakfast with us? The sisters were having breakfast. The night breeze nodded and then found a chair to sit down. Hinata and Hanabi both had slightly strange expressions. Clearly, the two women had also noticed what happened yesterday. A casual glance with their Byakugan would reveal everything. But they didn't dare to look too long. After all, Night Breeze could sense their gazes. How timely. I just returned, and the meeting has already started. Feeling the fluctuations in the ring, Night Breeze smiled. He immediately injected chakra, and then formed an illusion. This was a strange, underground cavern. The outer path golem was summoned, and everyone stood on one of its fingers. Lying on the ground were two Jinchuriki. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple from the Rock Village, and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Huh, Orochimaru? I thought you were killed. I didn't expect you to show up this time. Scorpion said, with some surprise. Since you're here, let us prepare the sealing technique. Having one more person will reduce the sealing time a bit. Pain glanced at Orochimaru and said, although this guy had disappeared for a year and a half, nothing significant had happened before, and it was good that he could return at a critical moment. I didn't expect you all to have started capturing the tailed beasts. Night Breeze stared at the two Jinchuriki on the ground. Stop wasting time. Let's start the sealing quickly. Just thinking about staying here for a few days makes me uncomfortable. Haydn said impatiently. Then let's begin. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon 9 Seals. Pain formed hand seals and shouted loudly. The bodies of the two Jinchuriki floated into the air. Entailed beast chakra flowed from their mouths, noses, and eyes into the mouth of the outer path statue. This was the extraction of the tailed beasts, sealing them into the outer path statue. Of course, once they lost their tailed beasts, these Jinchuriki would definitely die. Time passed silently. It felt incredibly long. 5 days later, with both tailed beasts sealed, after 5 continuous days in this state, Night Breeze also felt a bit mentally fatigued. Everyone, remember to pay attention to your safety, and during this time, don't cause any trouble. After 6 months, Deidara and Sasori will be responsible for capturing the one-tails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu and Haydn will capture the 2 tails. Orochimaru will handle the wild 3 tails, 6 tails and 9 tails will be handled by me, and 7 tails will be entrusted to Itachi and Kisame. While the 8 tails will be left for now, Pain continued. Wait, let me take care of the 2 tails and 3 tails, and give the 6 tails to Kakuzu and Haydn. Then the leader will handle the 8 tails and 9 tails. How does that arrangement sound? The Night Wind interjected. All right, do you have any opinions? Pain thought for a moment and agreed. The Rinnegan is invincible. It doesn't matter which 2 he goes after. At least that's what Nagato believes. No matter which village. No one is his opponent. So be it. Dismissed. Back to reality. The Night Wind slowly opened its eyes, still lingering in Hinata's room. At that time, it had suddenly come over, and it hadn't had time to find another place. Finally, the sealing was complete. The Night Breeze stood up, feeling a bit tired. Physically he was fine, but mentally he was still somewhat exhausted. Hinata and Hanabi were not in the room, so he didn't linger and returned to his own room. Or rather, to Azuki's room. Teacher, brother, you're awake. Azuki and Shine greeted him. Yakumo was also in the room, setting 2 plates of food on the table. She not only cleaned the rooms, but also took care of the cooking. Sir, Yakumo respectfully bowed and then handed him a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. The food looked good and the aroma was enticing. Then let's try a little. The Night Wind was also unceremonious, sitting down and starting to eat. Teacher, is there something the organization needs you for? Why has it taken so long? Hongdou asked curiously. They had reached out to Yi Feng before, but it was the first time it had taken 5 days straight. The 4 tails and 5 tails are busy sealing the 2-tailed beasts, and I haven't had a break for 5 days, constantly using sealing techniques. The Night Breeze gently replied. If an ordinary person stayed awake and worked for 5 days straight, they would either collapse from exhaustion or starve to death. Only a ninja could accomplish such a feat. Are we starting now? Isn't there still half a year left? Hongdou asked again. Indeed, there's still 6 months until it officially begins, but some preparations have been made in advance to reduce the workload. The Night Wind said, if we wait until the time comes to take action and then send everyone to the major ninja villages to capture the tailed beasts, it may be too late. Moreover, if we do that, the 5 great nations will likely unite, and that could lead to some trouble. I listened to these words with a blank expression. In this base, she had witnessed too many cruel and heartless things. Despite the seemingly harmonious atmosphere here, it was all just an illusion. Most people were test subjects, and they could be killed at will. Only a few subordinates had some status. Countless people had died here, and every day there were corpses to deal with. Living in such a place, Ayam had long since become numb. Not long after enjoying a hearty meal, Ayam began to clear the dining table. The Night Breeze lay directly on the big bed, planning to have a good sleep. He suddenly felt a bit nostalgic about the feeling of staying in the quilt. Wenjun, Hongdou called out this name again. He closed the door, took off his clothes, and then smoothly slipped into the quilt. Ziyuan also climbed onto the bed. Don't make a fuss. Let me sleep for a while. The Night Wind said irritably. He could control himself. But these 2 women couldn't? Seriously, this is not the time to indulge in pleasures, you idiots. I need to rest a bit too. Hongdou hugged the man tightly and said softly. Ziyuan came to the other side, surrounding the Night Wind from left and right. You're really playing with fire. The Night Breeze slowly opened its eyes. It's a miracle to be able to sleep here. So what are you going to do, sir? Hongdou licked her lips, looking at the man with charm. Then let's chat together. The room was filled with the cheerful sounds of conversation and laughter from the 3, continuing endlessly. 2 weeks later, in Konoha. Recently, a group of bandits has appeared within a land of fire. Unlike ordinary robbers, these guys possess a flying fortress city. Their people can fly in the sky using strange devices, injecting chakra into mechanical wings to gain the ability to soar. Along the way, hardly any ninja has been able to effectively deal with them. Even when these guys bombed Konoha, the ninjas on the ground had no way to handle them. They call themselves the Sky Ninjas. With such large-scale air raids, what exactly are these guys? In the Hokage building, Shizen couldn't help but ask. During the Second Shinobi World War, there was a group of ninjas who used chakra to perform flying techniques. They called themselves the Land of Sky and tried to confront the ninjas of the 5 great countries, but were ultimately eliminated by Konoha. So if they're descendants of the Sky Ninjas, yes, their target for revenge is probably Konoha and the Land of Fire. Just when Konoha was being bombarded, Yefeng also arrived at the scene to watch. I have to say, this group calling themselves the Sky Ninjas indeed has some strength. Their main attack method is not ninjutsu, as they use all their chakra to fly. They use something similar to modern firearms that can penetrate the human body, and the rest are explosive tags, bombs, and such. Brother, are we just going to watch here? Hinata said softly. This time, Yefeng brought her along. Once their chakra is consumed to a certain extent, they will definitely fly back to their base, and then we can just follow them back. The Night Breeze was faint. These empties flying techniques are quite good. If they could be properly modified, they might be useful in the future. Then there's the most important target of this outing, Zero Tail. Although its name is Zero Tail, it is not actually a tailed beast, but rather a being similar to the ancient demon beast, Wraith. Zero Tail is constructed of dark chakra, which is similar to Wraith. However, Zero Tail was created by a human named Shinon, and its history is not long. Hello, have you seen my teacher? A voice sounded. Yi Feng and Hinata turned around to see a girl with red hair, despite hiding her long hair under a hat and deliberately wearing boy's clothes. It was still obvious that she was a girl disguised as a boy. Who is your teacher? Also, why are you cross-dressing? The Night Breeze gently asked. My teacher is Shinon. I am Yulio. Have you seen him? He should be here, treating the injured. The girl, having been seen through her disguise. Felt a bit embarrassed. She had tried very hard to make herself look like a boy, but she was still recognized. Let's go to the hospital and take a look. The Night Breeze thought for a moment and didn't rush to chase after the retreating. After all, the target was right in front of them. Yuli felt a bit nervous. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Konoha hospital. Due to the chaos at the scene, Yefeng and Hinata both wore black masks, so they weren't recognized. Indeed, the injuries of these patients showed that the teacher was treating them here, Yuli said with certainty. We need to find the teacher quickly. Something happened in our village. Seemingly too exhausted, the girl fainted as she spoke. That night, Yuli stayed in the Konoha hospital. The Night Breeze and Hinata are waiting here, and they have indeed waited for Shinno. You are the teacher of this girl, right? The Night Breeze smiled faintly. You flatter me. I am not great enough to be called a teacher, Shinno said humbly. He was a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, yet he appeared quite spirited and was very knowledgeable in medicine. If it weren't for you, Konoha would be in great danger now. You have saved many lives. The Night Breeze continued. Shinno merely smiled faintly, not paying much attention to the praise. Yuli's village, located on the border of the Land of Fire, was attacked last night by unidentified ninjas, resulting in countless injuries. She came to Konoha specifically to inform me of this news. Shinno said slowly. Is that so? The Night Breeze narrowed its eyes. The next day, Shinno and Yulu prepared to go to that border village. Konoha sent Naruto to accompany them as a way to repay Shinno for his help to Konoha. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Hinata quietly followed them in secret. With their strength, no one would notice they were tailing them. By the way, why did the teacher use Edo Tensei on her last night? With her strength, she shouldn't be worthy of Edo Tensei, right? Hinata asked softly. Hey. The Night Wind just smiled mischievously and didn't say much. This time coming to Konoha, that was actually one of the goals. Speaking of which, this time coming to Konoha feels like something is missing. It's not quite the same as the feeling of coming to Konoha before. The Night Breeze murmured softly, feeling like something was missing. Oh right, it's because Hongdou didn't come. If Hongdou had come to Konoha this time, she would probably be looking for a blonde girl and calling out Ino-chan nonstop. So that's what's missing. Yuru's village is upstream on this river, deep in the tropical jungle, and there's also a ruin nearby, Shinno explained. Why are we taking this broken boat? Walking is clearly faster, Naruto pouted. Even though he was under the influence of the Kodoeme Tsukumi, his performance was completely the same as before. As long as Yukaze didn't give any orders, Naruto remained a Naruto who dreamed of becoming Hokage, unaware that he had been affected by Kodoeme Tsukumi. In this tropical jungle, there are all sorts of venomous snakes, poisonous insects, and fierce beasts. If you're not afraid, you can walk, Yuru said irritably. This guy's so careless and hasn't even noticed she's a girl. Plus, there are piranhas and crocodiles in this river. Shinno chuckled. Huh? Naruto's body trembled. Don't worry, there's a doctor on board who's more capable than a ninja. I'll save your life with a scalpel. Yuru said proudly. Right now, it's the ninjas who are protecting you two doctors. Besides, anyone treated by your scalpel would be dead, Naruto retorted, pulling a funny face. Nonsense. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually Shinno Sensei's top disciple. In your cold ninja world, there's no such sincere bond and traditional medical skills. What did you say? I can't ignore that. If we're talking about master-disciple relationships, Irika Sensei, Kakashi Sensei, and the Pervy Sage, that bond is stronger than yours. 96-0 Tail Yuru. Yuru, the girl's package fell into the river, so Yuru jumped in to retrieve it. However, she didn't come up for a long time, getting tangled in the water weeds, and Naruto jumped in to save her. Luckily, the time without oxygen wasn't long, so there was no danger. After a while, everyone came ashore and began walking in the forest. Don't worry, there are very few insects and beasts in this area. We'll reach Yuru's village soon, Shinno smiled. Sorry for talking so much nonsense earlier, Naruto said somewhat embarrassed. When he jumped into the river to save Yuru, he noticed that this guy didn't seem quite right. Turns out she was a girl. Oh, cough. So you're a girl. Upon hearing this, Yuru didn't react much. Her outfit did resemble a boy's. Huh? What's that? Naruto noticed a black smoke in the distance. Yuru looked over there, and her expression changed instantly. No way, this must be a trick, right? Where did everyone go? Are you all hiding somewhere? Yuru ran through the flames. The entire village was engulfed in flames. The houses turned to ruins. And there wasn't a single person in sight. Whoosh! Yuru ran around, but accidentally stepped on a trap mechanism. Dozens of shurikens shot out. At this moment, Shinno finally arrived, pushing Yuru away and facing the shurikens alone. He was just an ordinary doctor. How could he withstand such a trap set by a ninja? Shinnong was pierced by the shurikens, blood soaking his clothes. Yuru, are you okay? Shinnong collapsed to the ground. Teacher? Yuru was stunned. Teacher, hang in there. I didn't expect I would risk my life to save you. Why? Why? Because you're my proud disciple. I'll leave the rest of you. Save everyone. Shinnong died. The performance was perfect. Even Naruto was deceived by him. The tomb was built the same day. I was once an abandoned baby, tormented by an unknown illness, with no one in the village to take care of me. But Shinnong-sensei risked his life to treat me. When I woke up, Shinnong-sensei had a bright smile, saying you made it through, Yuru. The girl stood in front of the grave. The villagers might be hiding somewhere, so Naruto went to look for traces nearby. Why did Shinnong do this? Hinata was somewhat puzzled. That guy is not an ordinary person. He not only knows medical techniques, but also ninjutsu. He is not really dead. He just staged his own death. But what is the purpose of doing this? You noticed it too, right? The thing sealed within Yuru. She wasn't sick at all. It was Shinnong who unilaterally sealed that monster inside her. That monster was formed from dark chakra, so it needed the host to fall, to be angry, to hate, to resent. The more negative emotions there were, the more the monster inside Yuru would erupt. The night wind answered. It sounded like a tailed beast, right? Hinata was a bit surprised. When a Jinchuriki completely loses control of their emotions, this kind of situation can occur. That guy is called Zero Tail. One enormous chakra. Naruto hurried back to the village. That uncle is already dead, and if Yulu encounters any more accidents, his mission will be completely ruined this time. What? Yulu? Naruto was taken aback. He thought a strong enemy had appeared, but unexpectedly, the source of the chakra was Yulu. Yulu's eyes turned blood red. Just as Shinnong had thought, his body was occupied by Zero Tail. I am Zero Tail. In a world filled with war and chaos, when darkness breeds in people's hearts, I will be resurrected. I will devour the darkness, be born, grow infinitely, and let this world be ruled by darkness. Yulu said slowly. Black chakra gradually appeared, enveloping the girl's body. This was not a particularly large monster. Its purplish-black body was snake-like but lacked scales, appearing very smooth. The monster's head had a white mask inscribed with the character for zero, and below it was a massive, gaping mouth. Its body was made of chakra, allowing it to grow appendages resembling arms. You, it seems, are nurturing something interesting. Zero Tail's body entangled Naruto and began to absorb his chakra. At the same time, it also noticed the 9 tails within Naruto. Why not unleash its power? Zero Tail said nonchalantly. Naruto's own chakra was limited, and soon it was completely devoured. Ah! Naruto roared, his eyes turning the red of the 9 tails. No, I don't want to rely on this power. I want to save you, Lu, with my own strength. Naruto was still struggling against the 9 tails within him. Huh, what kind of international joke is this? Without the 9 tails as a cheat, what would you use to be the protagonist? The night wind muttered to itself. The darkness within you. Can such a thing really be achieved? That person is called Sasuke, right? You haven't been able to illuminate the darkness in his heart, have you? Zero Tail said lightly. It was born from the darkness of the human heart and understood the weaknesses of humanity the best. It grew larger. Hinata's Byakugan observed Zero Tail. When it first erupted, its body was less than 10 meters long. It had devoured the vast chakra within Naruto and a portion of the 9 tails chakra, and now it had exceeded 30 meters in length. As it said, it could grow infinitely. You are powerless. Zero Tail provoked Naruto once more. Roar! A fiery red beam erupted, and in an instant, Naruto transformed into his 4-tail state. The 9 tails had already sprouted 4, and the skin on his body was completely torn away, forming an evil chakra cloak. The 9 tails chakra cloak provided immense defense and nearly indestructible recovery. However, with each use of this power, Naruto's body would be further invaded by the 9 tails chakra, and the seal would become weaker. Yes, that's right, be angry, be even more angry, Zero Tail said with a smile, looking at Naruto. Naruto couldn't kill it. His power would only be consumed by it, making it stronger and stronger. Poof! In a fit of rage, Naruto charged forward. Using the brute strength of the 9 tails state, he forcibly tore Zero Tail in half. But it was useless. The severed body quickly rejoined and even grew a bit larger. That guy Jiraiya really is a nuisance. The night breeze squinted its eyes. A talisman with a written inscription fell from the 4-tailed Naruto, and the 9 tails chakra was forced back into his body. That's right. I will use my own power to save Yuli. Naruto said slowly. 97 Air Fortress Yuli. Wake up. Aren't you the disciple of Uncle Shinnong? Shouldn't a disciple inherit their master's will? Don't you want to be praised by Uncle Shinnong? Naruto used his ultimate technique, the Mouth Jutsu. That's right. I might not be able to defeat you, but if you listen to me for 3 sentences, I'll shatter your Rinnegan. Don't ask, just know the protagonist is awesome. Nagato. Master Shinnong. Yuli indeed opened his eyes, and the Zero Tails dissipated as well. It was attached to the darkness within human hearts. When the dark side of the host's heart disappeared, it naturally could not exist. Even the darkness in Yuli's heart has disappeared, but that's okay. It's already enough to activate it. Let the whole world fall into war. The darkness in human hearts will be inexhaustible. Activate it. Ankabandian. Now is the time to declare war on the 5 great nations and let the kingdom of the sky achieve true revival. The forest is moving? Naruto and Yuli were both taken aback. Yefeng and Hinata walked out and witnessed the emergence of this aerial city. It should be a city from ancient ruins, but it requires many conditions to activate, which is why Shinnong created that monster. Since it is man-made, there must be someone controlling it. That's right. Yulio and Naruto took the opportunity to run onto the city as it rose from the forest underground. Meanwhile, Yefeng and Hinata remained in the shadows. Multiple shadow clone technique. Don't interfere with us. Seeing the enemy appear, Naruto also unleashed his signature move. Ordinary ninjas couldn't stop them, and the two successfully reached the center of this aerial city. Well done, you two. Shinnong sat in a chair, looking at the two in front of him. I knew it. I knew the teacher couldn't possibly be dead. Yulio cried as she ran over. But Naruto sensed something was off. Less than 12 hours ago, the guy filled with kunai, Shinnong, was indeed dead. But now he appears here, in the control room of this ruined city? What is going on? Naruto frowned. How should I explain this to simple-minded people like you, so that you understand? This flying fortress is called Ankabandian, disguised as ruins, but in reality, it is the ultimate destructive weapon created by the ninjas of the Sky Country after decades of effort. Shinnong said slowly. Then, old man, why are you inside their fortress? Naruto asked. Just playing dead. It's the technique to activate the body of the destroyed organization. Shinnong didn't directly answer, but explained how he came back to life. Technique? You've been acting strange since earlier, old man. What are you trying to do here? Are you planning to take those guys down? So you infiltrated here? Naruto still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing that this old man was a teammate, not an enemy. You should wake up, Shinnong said blandly. Old teacher? Yulio stared blankly. There's no reason to eliminate my lovely companions, right? Shinnong stood up from his chair and casually tossed Yulio aside. Yulio! Naruto hurried over and caught the girl. 14 years ago, to obtain the technique for Zero Tail, I, as a wandering doctor, infiltrated various ninja villages. I spent 13 years finally finding the resurrection technique for Zero Tail in Konoha, thus gaining the power of Zero Tail, the power of Dark Chakra. When a person's heart turns dark, Zero Tail possesses them, materializing the darkness within. It's quite simple to understand, although it took me 14 years. Shinnong said, the attack on your village was to allow Zero Tail to possess you. Lies. This isn't true. Teacher. Yulio couldn't accept reality. Her eyes widened as she looked at Shinnong. This man, did he never have any real feelings from the start? Was he deceiving her all along? Master and disciple? What a boring relationship. You foolishly fell for my trap and were completely used by me. Shinnong laughed heartily. You would never doubt your savior. Ah! Yulio screamed and burst into tears. Anger, resentment, hatred, despair. Various negative emotions filled Yulio's heart again. I can feel it, a strong dark chakra. Shinnong marveled. The resurrection technique is on Yulio, but the true technique to gain Zero Tail's power is on him. I can't forgive. I absolutely can't forgive someone like you. Naruto rushed forward. Bang! The next second, Naruto was slammed against the wall. Shinnong's aged body began to change. His hair turned black and grew, and his body aged back several decades. Not only did his muscles explode, but he also gained incredible recovery power. This is the ultimate application of the body activation technique. Even able to open all 8 gates at once. This is the end. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto refused to give up, attacking repeatedly after being knocked down several times. However, the powered-up Shinnong was not something Naruto, in his ordinary state, could handle. Wah! Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength you believe you have gained over time is ultimately nothing. Humans are very fragile, without sharp teeth or claws, achieving nothing but crying. But why has such a world become humanity's? It It is because, among all living beings, humans are the most cruel. Boom! Shinong struck again, nearly knocking Naruto unconscious. Naruto! Yuyo looked at Naruto with concern. This farce should be coming to an end, Shinong. The night breeze chuckled softly. Together with Hinata, the two of them fell from the rooftop. Rasengan. The night wind flickered, and in the next second, it appeared beside Shinong. With his left hand, he rubbed a very ordinary blue spiral ball, and then pierced it through Shinong's abdomen, creating a large hole. This kind of power can't kill me. Shinong gritted his teeth and said. His injuries were healing rapidly, with flesh visibly growing at an astonishing speed. How about another one then? The night wind sent out another spiral round. Thud. Finally, it was Shinong's turn to be beaten. His enhanced body seemed useless in front of this man. Wait, it's not over yet. Shinong activated a mechanism and fell down from his floor. Who are you? Naruto looked at these two people, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Kill her, and then throw Naruto out. The night breeze glanced at Naruto, and his smile turned somewhat sinister. 98 saturation, he said. Yes, brother, Hinata replied calmly. Naruto was already too weak to stop her. No, why are you doing this? If you have the guts, come at me. Naruto shouted. You're just a pawn. Hinata said coldly with a smile. If Naruto were not useful, Orochimaru would have probably killed him long ago. Naruto could only watch helplessly as Hinata approached. The kunai in her hand getting closer to Yuru. If beauty is an art, then is the destruction of beauty also a form of art? That kid Deidara is actually a genius too. The night breeze was not in a hurry to find the fleeing Shinong, but instead watched Hinata. The once soft and inept young lady had now transformed into a useful tool that kills without blinking. No! Amid Naruto's tragic cries, Yuli's head was severed. Blood spilled everywhere. In a daze, he seemed to see that scene again. Sakura had died the same way, her head chopped off by someone. Boom! Hinata punched through the wall of the room, and then, holding the despairing Naruto, threw him down from a great height. Although it looked like several hundred meters, he would definitely not die. If the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would also die, and it would take decades to be reborn. As long as the Nine Tails kept its wits, it wouldn't let Naruto fall to his death. Brother, it's done. After finishing all of this, Hinata returned to Yefeng's side. The night breeze nodded slightly, reaching out to pat the girl's head, serving as both comfort and reward. In fact, it didn't matter whether Yulia was killed or not. However, since that guy Naruto was so confident, it wouldn't hurt to make a joke at his expense. On a superficial level, he probably still thought he was the previous Naruto, unaware that he had long been controlled, just like a puppet dancing under the puppeteer's hand. Let's go, find that guy Shinong. The night breeze was faint. Yes, the aerial fortress, central power room. Ahaha, you all just followed along so eagerly. What fools. Shinong laughed recklessly. Quite interesting. The night breeze looked at the device in this massive space and understood a lot. He tried to condense a spiral sphere in his hand, but the chakra quickly dissipated, as ninjutsu could not be used here. How about that? Ninjutsu can't be used, right? This is a place where the chakra collected from the Zero Tails is converted into power, and no ninjutsu can be used. Shinong laughed heartily. A web-like network of chakra pipes converged, forming a huge white sphere. This sphere generated power, allowing the entire fortress to fly in the air. In that case, you also can't use ninjutsu. The night breeze softly spoke. With a leap, it jumped down, and Hinata quickly followed behind. You two bastards, if it was just about restricting ninjutsu, why would I bring you to visit this power core? Just watch. Do you think this is just an ordinary aerial fortress? If that were the case, how could I come into contact with something as dangerous as the Zero Tail? This is a super weapon that can instantly turn the 5 great nations to ashes. Shinong roared. As he spoke, he entered the central white sphere, allowing his body to be consumed by it. It's about controlling the Zero Tail and using it as the power source for the fortress. The night breeze whispered. At the center of that enormous white light sphere, the essence was Zero Tail's true body. It was restrained by various techniques, then used as a tool. It was somewhat like sealing a tailed beast within a Jinchuriki, but Shinong's method was much safer. As long as he didn't die, Zero Tail would remain sealed. Right now, I could easily crush you. Shinong laughed heartily. The white light sphere, under his control, immediately grew dozens of giant hands that spread out. The opponent couldn't use ninjutsu. They would definitely die. What makes you so confident that I absolutely cannot use ninjutsu? The night breeze smiled faintly. Zero Tail is a monster, and you are merely a tiny human who has borrowed a portion of a monster's power. yet you dare to speak arrogantly in front of me? Hiss. It's been a long time since I heard such a funny joke. The man's body suddenly expanded and transformed into a white snake over 30 meters long. In comparison, Shinong looked like a clown. Impossible. How do you possess such forbidden techniques as well? Shinong's expression changed dramatically. On this giant snake, he felt a power even stronger than Zero Tail. Naive, the giant snake spoke human words, its golden snake eyes resembling flowing lava. With just a sweep of its tail, it unleashed overwhelming power that shattered Shinong, causing white chakra to explode. The sealing technique for Zero Tail also fell apart. I never expected to be forced to this extent. What will Zero Tail become without restraint? Even I do not know. After Shinong finished speaking, he closed his eyes. The real Zero Tail finally made its appearance, its aura now dozens of times stronger than before. Your power belongs to me. Zero Tail also spoke human words. At this point, do you really think you can devour me? The night breeze is calm, since it is a product of dark chakra. Then obediently submit to me and become my nourishment. I will use your power to dominate this world. Boom! The underground space begins to explode. Two massive chakras collide, like tailed beast balls detonating inside a fortress. Zero Tail exerts its proper strength, but it is utterly unable to contend with the giant snake. Its time of being unsealed is too short. It hasn't grown yet and cannot handle an opponent that is already comparable to a tailed beast. 10 minutes later, the recently revived fortress completely disintegrates in the air, falling down into fragments. The Zero Tail, serving as the power source, disappears. This is unavoidable. The process of devouring is quick. Zero Tail hasn't fully grown yet, and Night Breeze didn't spend much effort before consuming that guy. As long as there is darkness in people's hearts, it will continuously provide him with chakra. With this advantage, his strength can improve again. However, after a certain level of chakra cultivation, the amount actually becomes irrelevant. It basically reaches saturation. The most important things are techniques, bloodlines, and abilities. Only by obtaining more powerful ninjutsu and bloodlines can one continue to grow stronger. Did you succeed? Hinata asked. The night wind nodded expressionlessly. Let's go to the other base and catch two. Those flying ninja tools are still good as research materials. The night wind spoke again. The group of sky ninjas that had previously launched a surprise attack on Konoha were at another base. The small flying city was resting on the surface of the sea. Taking away those technologies could be considered a gain. Perhaps in the future, floating cities could be built. 99 intercepting halfway 1 month later. Sound Ninja Village. So, this time the Blood Curse Seal has been updated and completed. After certain improvements, it should last for 5 years if there are no significant battle damages. The Night Wind said, the Blood Curse Seal technique has been under research and has recently made some breakthroughs. The changes in the blood are probably also related to his increased strength over the years. Yes, my lord, Do replied respectfully. He had been busy managing various experiments and bases. If it weren't for the Blood Curse Seal, he would have collapsed long ago. If the pressure is too much, you can cultivate some subordinates to help. Originally, Kyuka was entrusted to you. The Night Wind said, at first, I wanted to let Kabuto train Kyuka, but later I got too busy and handed Kyuka over to Honglian. But now Honglian is dead too. By the way, several bloodline limit ninjas have disappeared in the ninja world recently, and it seems to be the work of that person. Kabuto replied, is it Obito? That kind of guy doesn't matter. There's nothing worth paying attention to anyway, and he's already been targeted by Konoha, so he won't last long. The Night Breeze answered softly. Beilu, speaking of which, had met him a few times and exchanged some experiences in medical techniques. That guy was also quite a dreamer of a ninja. He had absorbed quite a few bloodline limits and could utilize several types of bloodline powers. However, unlike him, the bloodlines that Guy absorbed were all quite weak, and his own potential was not high, making his strength very average. Now that guy had attracted the attention of Konoha, and it wouldn't be long before he was eliminated. The sunlight today is really nice. Yifeng looked up and saw that it was a beautiful day with no clouds in the sky. Yeah, the sun is so nice. Brother, shall we go watch a movie? Hongdou suddenly popped her head out from somewhere and said with a smile. Huh, a movie? You wanted to go watch those boring black and white things? The Night Breeze curled its lips. The scientific development in this era does exist, but it is rather primitive. There are ordinary applications like electricity, cameras, video recording, and television. However, due to the existence of ninjas as a profession, no one studies science to create firearms or anything like that. There are fireworks, but no guns or ammunition. Furthermore, the films in the cinema are all black and white, and they look completely uninspiring. Let's go take a look. Let's go see the duel between Princess Fengtian and the Demon King. This is the third installment. Red Bean looked over with expectant little eyes. Princess Fengtian? Demon King? The night breeze tugged at the corner of his mouth. This is it. The Wind and Cloud Princess is a big star, and the movies she stars in have always been very popular. Hongdou took out a movie poster. On it was a stunningly beautiful woman with a heroic bearing. I must say, she indeed has that kind of charm that makes her not inferior to men. But in the end, she is just an actress. Fenghua Xiaoxue. Fenghua Xiaoxue. So it turns out it's that woman. The Night Wind nodded. In the movie, she played the role of a princess, and in reality, that woman was indeed a princess. That princess-like demeanor was not acted. It was genuine, which is why her performance in the film was so remarkable. Huh? What's wrong, Fengtian? Do you know her? Hongdou was taken aback. Ever since their relationship became closer, Hongdou occasionally called him Fengtian. Although the outside world still regarded this man as Orochimaru, he actually referred to himself as Yifeng. So Hongdou also called him Fengtian. Let's go, since you want to have fun. This time I'll take you all out to play. After all, there won't be many chances to have fun in the future. Yifeng thought for a moment and agreed. Great, then I'll call everyone, and we can go to the cinema together. Hongdou exclaimed. No, we're not going to the cinema. The night breeze swayed. So where are we going? Konoha. 2 days later, a group of people set off and arrived at the forest in front of Konoha. The night breeze, Akane, Hinata, and Hanabi, along with Cheyenne, who claims to be her younger sister, and Akane's maid, Yakumo, are waiting here not for any other reason but to intercept. The main character of the Fengtian Princess movie series, Fenghua Xiaoxue, is coming to Konoha to issue a commission. They are hiding here to snatch her away on the way. This just happens to fulfill Akane's idle dream, while everyone can relax and consider it a trip. Top, 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 top. The sound of hooves echoes. In the movie, the Fengtian princess rides on horseback, followed by a group of soldiers, as if being pursued by enemies. However, that group of people behind her is actually a professional team, including the director and his crew. They are here to capture better footage. This is just a test shoot to see the effects. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Just as the large group is running through the forest, 3 giant gates suddenly rise ahead, blocking their path. Who is it? Please come out and meet us. The director steps forward, a middle-aged man looking to be in his 40s. Driven by his love for the film industry, he has been striving hard. The princess sits on her horse, her face made up, dressed in the attire from the movie, truly resembling a princess. That innate nobility and elegance is not something easily imitated. You must be the client, right? I've accepted the commission from Konoha. The night wind gently descended from the trees and spoke softly. However, the middle-aged man looked at these guys, feeling a bit hesitant. Wearing the ninja headband of the Sound Village, a man accompanied by several women stood there. Although their aura was not lacking, the Konoha's commission business was the best, and their reputation was great. He still wanted to go to Konoha. There was no room for hesitation. Either let us take the commission, or you will die here. The night wind threatened. How dare you? How do you speak to an adult? 3 Chunin rushed out. Naturally, they had bodyguards while walking outside, having hired 3 Chunin. Just Chunin. The night wind flashed a scarlet hue in its eyes. The 3 Chunin had no chance to resist. They took out shurikens and cut their own throats. How is it? What are you thinking? I don't have much patience. The night wind spoke again. Although the tone was calm, that dangerous gaze sent chills down people's spines. This bizarre guy seemed impossible to refuse. With 3 Chunin dead so tragically, if they disagreed, it would likely mean total annihilation. Don't worry. With the powerful protection of Hongdou and my teacher, you guys will definitely have no safety issues while shooting the movie this time. Hongdou confidently patted her chest. While speaking, she leaned closer to Fujike's Yuki, Fukakoyuki's stage name. The most dangerous ones of you guys. The director's mouth twitched. The group of Fukakoyuki and others was intercepted and then forced to have their own bodyguards. They were preparing to head to the distant snow country. Unlike before, Yuki appeared to be in low spirits, showing little enthusiasm for acting. You must be the genuine princess of Wind and Cloud, right? Miss Yuki's acting is truly amazing. I'm your fan. Hongdou smiled as she approached. Yuki glanced at the enthusiastic woman a few years older than herself, her face showing no expression. Her true identity was the princess of the snow country. Returning to such a place felt like walking into a trap. She had escaped from that place because she despised fate, and now she had to go back. Seriously, idol, please don't ignore me. Hongdou continued. Yuki remained expressionless, lost in thought, showing no intention of responding to Hongdou. This time, the princess of Wind and Cloud is shooting overseas for the first time. Yet the female lead is in this state, and these inexplicable bodyguards are also strange. Director, is everything really okay? Someone in the crowd complained. This can't be helped. We can only take it one step at a time. The director shook his head. On the other side, hey, I said, don't lose track of each other. The night breeze reminded them. Hanabi was traveling this far for the first time, so she was swaying left and right everywhere, and Hinata had no choice but to stay by her side. Yakumo remained silent throughout the journey. Although he occasionally looked at the scenery around, he spoke very little. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was as lively and cheerful as ever, sticking close to Yakumo. Perhaps her personality had rebounded because her first few years of life had been too oppressive. It was like many students who were deprived of gaming time and then fell into a gaming addiction once they reached college. Like a certain lazy fish. Brother, your hands are so cold. Cheyenne's voice was soft and gentle. Who would have thought that this blonde girl was the former shrine maiden of a land of demons? Thinking about the people, it was quite absurd. They knew nothing, had no idea where the spirits went, and didn't even know how Cheyenne disappeared. Yet they concluded that the monster and the shrine maiden perished together. Rumors truly are terrifying, even leading Cheyenne to attend her own funeral. In the evening, after traveling for most of the day, the group stopped in a small town. Want to have a drink? Yuki, who had been feeling off these past few days, surprisingly approached Yakumo. Looking for me? The night breeze paused slightly. If they wanted to chat, wouldn't the girls be a better choice? But the only reason to invite him was that he was the leader of the ninjas, and Hongdou was his subordinate. It's unfair. Hongdou, watching the scene from a distance, said irritably. That woman, being so enthusiastic and not taking it seriously, instead going to find the teacher, is truly despicable. Hee. Even Hongdou has her day today. Ji Yuan laughed maliciously. The night is getting deeper. In an ordinary hotel in the small town. So, Miss Shuehui, do you have something you want to discuss with me? The night breeze took a sip of beer and asked, who would want to go to that ghostly place in the land of snow? Aren't you a powerful ninja? Change the route and have them film somewhere else. The rewards after it's done can be discussed. Shuehui said lightly. A hint of sorrow appeared on her exquisite face, making her look somewhat haggard. You can't escape. You can avoid it once, twice, but you can't escape for a lifetime. The night wind shook its head. What do you know? Shuehui frowned. This seemingly young ninja appeared to be even more formidable than expected. The princess of the land of snow, while it is considered a secret, is not a secret to me. The night breeze was calm. Do you know my identity? What is it that you people are after? Shui was warily staring at the man. Rest assured, I'm not one of those guys hired to take you back. I know your background, but I have no interest in those political disputes. My name is Yi Feng, and people from the ninja world used to like calling me Orochimaru. The night breeze said slowly. His tone was consistently flat, which made Shuehui doubt her own charm for a moment. However, after little thought, she understood. The girls around this man were all very beautiful and clearly accustomed to stunning looks. Moreover, Orochimaru, even ordinary people are familiar with this name. He was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, famous in the ninja world decades ago, and was from the same era as the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. You look really young. Shuehui pouted. That girl Hongdou really likes your movies, so I just came out to have some fun. So don't misunderstand. I have no interest in you. Prince Fenghua Xiaoxue. The night wind spoke again. If there's something, go discuss it with Hongdou. I'm here for leisure, not to work for anyone. The man placed the money for the drinks on the table and turned to leave the tavern. Shuehui continued to drink alone, lost in thoughts that remained unspoken throughout the night. The next day, morning, the film crew and the night wind continued their journey towards the land of snow. The weather was nice today, with a perfect temperature of sunshine and a sky as blue as the sea dotted with a few white clouds. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any robbers. I'm sorry about yesterday. I've been in a terrible mood these days. Shuehui indeed started chatting with Hongdou. It's nothing. Miss Shuehui is an idol, and being an actress is tiring. It's understandable to feel this way occasionally, Hongdou replied warmly. Shuehui was like an ice block, while Hongdou was a ball of fire. Thank you, but being an actress is truly the worst profession. Only the worst people would choose to do this job. Acting out a false life according to someone else's script is downright foolish, Shuehui sighed. No, I won't be mistaken. The passion in Miss Shuehui's eyes, her composure and elegance while performing, absolutely shows her love for the acting career. I understand people's hearts very well. Miss Shuehui, Hongdou smiled slightly. With her observational skills, it was incredibly easy for her to detect the emotional fluctuations of ordinary humans. Does Miss Shuehui have any troubles? You can tell me. Even though this is our first meeting, I will definitely help you. Hongdou revealed her trademark brilliant smile. Thank you. Shuehui slightly lowered her head. 101, keeping up appearances. Then let's say it this way. Leave Miss Shuehui's matters to me. Hongdou said confidently. Really, is that okay? I want to be too much trouble for you. Shuehui hesitated a bit. Ki, don't be fooled by my chatter. I'm actually quite capable. Hongdou laughed heartily. As they chatted, the two women quickly became close. Without using any illusions. Getting Shuehui to decide to go to that place so quickly was indeed a testament to Hongdou's excellent conversational skills. Inheriting the throne of the land of snow and filming movies as a star were not fundamentally conflicting matters. After all, once you become a queen, it's up to you how to handle things. As for other issues, Hongdou was confident she could resolve them. The small land of snow was nothing. There were no formidable opponents to speak of. Oh, is this the ocean? Hanabi exclaimed in awe. To reach the land of snow, they had to take a boat across a stretch of sea. Seeing the boundless azure sea for the first time, little Hanabi bounced around on the boat. How about fish for lunch, my lady? Yakumo said respectfully. She was dressed in a standard-made uniform, but with a black short skirt paired with white stockings and wearing a pair of small white shoes. The girl had a good foundation, and with a little dressing up, she looked very pleasing to the eye. Whatever, as long as you're happy. The night breeze lazily replied. There are only a few months left of this leisurely time. As for improving strength, the amount of chakra has already reached saturation, leaving little to train. Every day, I create a few shadow clones and refine some chakra nature change, orbs. There's nothing else to do. Are you ready? There's a filming task on the boat today. Hongdou appeared with a smile. Shuehui's complexion had noticeably improved, filled with gentle kindness. In fact, Orochimaru's reputation isn't great, but that's inconsequential. Which ninja hasn't taken a life? Moreover, as an ordinary person, encountering a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber leaves no chance for resistance. Meeting such an enthusiastic fan like Hongdou is considered good luck. Lights okay. Microphone okay. Camera okay. Starting a test shoot. Film is ready. Scene 23, Section 6. Shot 1 action. All set. Actors on stage. Shizumaru, you need to pull yourself together. Shuehui instantly got into character, portraying the wind and cloud princess mourning the loss of her subordinates. The backdrop was a shattered ship post-battle, a scene of chaos, filled with a desolate and sorrowful atmosphere. Your Highness, I couldn't lend you a hand. I'm so ashamed, said the man, barely alive. What are you saying? It's because of you that we found the courage. The princess's voice carried a sob, tears swirling in her eyes. Her expression was bitter, but filled with unwillingness, regret, and deep sadness. Your Highness, I really want to go with you to see the other side of the rainbow. Shizumaru. In the lament of the wind and cloud princess, the subordinate lost his breath. The acting was perfect, as expected of Miss Shuehui. Her performance on site was amazing. Hongdou transformed into a fangirl, sticking to Shuehui again. Brother, Hongdou Jie is so strange. Zi Yuan said with a peculiar look, leaning in to whisper. Is this really normal fandom? If Hongdou were a man, she would definitely be considered Shuehui's suitor. What's strange about that? Isn't she always like this? The night wind was calm and undisturbed. That woman didn't even spare the little lowly, Ino, let alone her own idol. Lunch is ready. Yakumo's voice came from afar. Yakumo's cooking is quite good. Cheyenne chuckled softly. The next day, Director, the sea in front is blocked by an iceberg. Early in the morning, the people on the ship were startled by what lay before them. It shouldn't have appeared on the map, but there was indeed a massive iceberg blocking the route. Then it's decided. Change the script. The director's eyes sparkled with fervor. What? The assistant was puzzled. Are you stupid? Look closely, that cliff is a perfect outdoor scene. How could it slip away from the outside shot? This is a great gift from the movie god. Everyone prepare to disembark. The director ordered, and everyone quickly put on their warm clothes. After the ship docked, they went on top of the iceberg to shoot. Boom! The ice layer suddenly exploded, and 3 ninjas from the land of snow emerged. They were the 3 subordinates of the current ruler, Kazahana Nuda, here to execute Kazahana Cookie. Wolf Fong Avalanche, Crane Wing Blowing Snow, Winter Bear Freezing Rain. Princess Koyuki, did you bring the hexagonal crystal? Blowing Snow asked faintly, looking very determined. She was the only female ninja among the 3. Princess Koyuki? Hearing this title, the director's team was taken aback. Yuki had always played the role of a princess. Could her true background really be that of a princess? Sure enough, trouble was brewing. Red Bean narrowed her eyes. The kaleidoscope of her double pupils instantly activated, staring motionlessly at the 3 ninjas. Is there danger? But even if it costs her life, the filming must go on. Director, can we not mess around? The ninja battle will really kill someone if we don't run far. On the other side, The commotion was still intense, while the corner of Red Bean's mouth had already slightly lifted. "It's over, Huanyo," Red Bean said slowly. "Nanny? When did this happen?" The three ninjas' expressions changed dramatically, their bodies suddenly uncontrollable and completely unable to move. "Since the scene is still being filmed, let me grant you a dignified way to die. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes." Red Bean bit her finger and quickly formed seals. With a clap of her hands on the ground, a gigantic purple serpent as large as a mountain appeared, crushing the three of them into a meat paste the moment it descended. "How about that? Am I cool now?" Red Bean jumped onto the head of the giant snake, grinning proudly. The woman with the bun stood atop the giant snake's head. That scene would indeed be shocking in the movie. This is the power of Midakami Red Bean, a fan of Princess Fengtian. Red Bean winked, not forgetting to strike a pose while blowing a kiss to Yuki. "Little ghost, don't summon me for no reason." The voice of the 10,000 snakes echoed, sounding like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. "Hee, ISNT that just make you look good?" Red Bean scratched her head. "Then you need to sacrifice 30 living humans. Otherwise, don't think of summoning me again." The 10,000 snakes snorted coldly and glanced at the distant night wind before its massive body vanished from sight. 102 The technique of undead rebirth and fusion. After the commotion, everyone continued filming the movie and headed deeper into the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow is remote, a small and peaceful nation. The previous king was Kazahana Hayuki, who was Princess Koyuki's father. However, over a decade ago, Hayuki's brother, Kazahana Nuda, launched a rebellion, leading snow ninjas with chakra armor to seize power. Koyuki barely escaped and has lived in hiding all these years. She has been active as an actress, almost giving up her identity as a princess. She could never defeat Nuda, nor could she reclaim the Land of Snow that belonged to her. Moreover, Koyuki did not want to sit on the throne. She preferred being an actress, which is why she was so resistant to filming in the Land of Snow. Red Bean, thank you. You really helped a lot this time, Koyuki said sincerely. Before meeting Red Bean and her group, she couldn't even imagine winning against Nuda. "Don't worry, I'll wipe those guys out clean. But Princess, don't forget to film movies even after you inherit the throne. I'm looking forward to your new movie." Red Bean smiled. Koyuki's face also beamed with a smile. 2 weeks later, the Land of Snow successfully returned to normal, and Kazahana Koyuki announced her ascension to the throne. However, this joyous news didn't last long before another announcement surfaced. Kazahana Koyuki handed the throne to a loyal minister worthy of trust and focused on her acting career. As long as the Land of Snow doesn't provoke trouble, the ninjas from outside won't attack here. It's snowy all year round, and capturing this place yields little resources. Thus, the Land of Snow returned to its previous calm and peaceful state. The princess continued to do what she loved, returning to the Land of Fire under the protection of Night Wind and his group. Red Bean, where can I find you in the future? At the moment of parting, Koyuki couldn't help but ask. I can't answer that right now, but don't worry, Koyuki, we will definitely meet again. Red Bean replied. After 2 months of travel, Night Wind returned to the base with a group of women, feeling somewhat exhausted. No matter how strong a man is, shopping with women can be tiring. Perhaps it's a psychological effect. Anyway, Night Wind felt very tired. "Sir, the technique of undead rebirth has made new progress. Perhaps we can consider it from another direction." The practitioner and the recipient just back, and he was already chattering away. The night breeze had no time to rest and followed Do into the laboratory. These 15 individuals had all undergone the technique of not becoming a corpse, or rather, the soul fusion technique that I had improved. "My lord, look." Do was clearly very excited, introducing the physical conditions of each experimental subject one by one. The 2 guards were also very understanding, handing over a large stack of papers recording the experimental data. Subject number 1 and subject number 7 had become fools, while the other 13 subjects retained 2 souls' consciousness. The 2 souls coexisted in one body, and if there was no hostility between them, they could switch control of the body at any time. Through observation, it was found that subjects 1 and 7 failed because those 2 individuals could not master the improved technique, which led to their failure. In this way, the technique of not becoming a corpse would no longer consume soul power. Do spoke eloquently. The Night Wind listened intently and gradually showed a look of appreciation. Being able to allow 2 souls to coexist is indeed a remarkable improvement, much like the relationship between tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki falls under an illusion, the tailed beast inside can quickly awaken the host, enabling the Jinchuriki to rapidly break free from the illusion. Ninjas who have used the soul fusion technique will also become immune to most techniques. Moreover, the benefits do not stop there. If the physical body ages, this technique can perfectly grant a new body, achieving a form of immortality in another sense. Since the two souls do not harm each other, the process no longer results in the loss of soul power. Continuing the experiments, this time the target is an experimental subject with the Sharingan bloodline. The goal of this test is to see if two souls can master a more powerful ocular ability while coexisting as one. After all, didn't they previously integrate 3 pairs of Mangekyō? Using 2 pairs for the experiment should suffice. The Night Breeze exchanged many details with Do. In the end, the experiment was handed over to Do, and then he returned to his room and slept soundly. Time remaining until the Akatsuki's operation, 3 months. Time flowed slowly like this, ordinary and yet seemingly full of undercurrents. One day, the Night Wind finally left a laboratory with bloodshot eyes behind him. The two had not slept for 3 days and nights. In order to study the deeper mysteries of the fusion technique, they used up 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. First, 2 Uchiha clan members each mastered a Mangekyō Sharingan. Then one person swallowed the other and used the fusion technique improved by Orochimaru. The newly born body was implanted with a blood curse mark and then nurtured with the blood of the Night Wind. After the technique succeeded, the Mangekyō Sharingan of the swallowed person was given to the newly fused body. As expected, they ultimately obtained the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the two souls controlled it with ease, quickly unleashing the power that the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan should possess. Then, this eternal Mangekyō Sharingan entered the Night Wind's stomach, and the 2 test subjects who had been hypnotized in advance were also killed. Susanoo, I didn't expect that I would awaken it soon as well. The Night Breeze had no expression on his face. His true form was already very powerful. The Susanoo was just something to show off, and its defense was not even as strong as his true form. Moreover, this Susanoo was not even in its complete form, so it would be somewhat embarrassing to show it off. The technique should be about ready to use. The Night Wind walked out of the laboratory, heading towards a forest outside. Hinata Hanabi was training in that forest. Little Hanabi, the Night Wind waved and greeted. Lord Night Wind was training a family member in martial arts when Hanabi suddenly stopped. The forest was quiet, with only a lovely little girl practicing here. Did you call for me, Lord Night Wind? Is there an order for me? Hanabi was very understanding and polite. Although she was different from her sister and didn't rely on Lord Night Wind too much, she at least didn't dare to disobey orders. This is the soul fusion technique. You have a week to familiarize yourself with it. The Night Wind casually tossed out a scroll and sat down next to Hua. The little girl obediently picked up the scroll and began to flip through it, her expression quickly changing to one of shock. Brother, I'm only 10 years old now. It seems unnecessary to change to a younger body. Hua said blankly. The art of immortality is indeed tempting to many people. But the problem is, she doesn't need such ninjutsu right now. Her body is neither aging nor suffering from any serious illness, so there's no need to change her body, right? Moreover, changing bodies. It just feels strange. 103 Shao. The action begins. Well, in that case, let's put this matter aside for now. You keep the scroll for the time being. The Night Wind patted Hanabi's head as they left the forest. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Hanabi's body was quite important, as it carried the pure-blooded lineage of the White Eye Princess. If he were to use that technique, it would actually be best for Hinata to actively merge her soul with hers. This way, the combined strength of the two women wouldn't just be 1-1-2. It would trigger an even stronger Rinnegan. However, after thinking it over, it seemed unnecessary to do so. He was already strong enough. Next, he should try to absorb Hashiruma's cells to gain would release, and then after that, the Rinnegan. The Night Wind silently contemplated. He was confident that his physical strength and chakra attributes could withstand the erosion of the first Hokage's cells. As for awakening the Rinnegan, he had obtained Naruto's chakra long ago, but he was lacking a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan from Sasuke Uchiha. A storm was coming. The 6-month period had finally passed. On this day, the Akatsuki organization finally held a long-awaited meeting. Pain, Konin, Zetsu, Itachi, Kisame, Haiden, Kakashi, Sasori, Deidara, Orochimaru. Good. The preparation phase is over. It's time to capture the tailed beasts and let this world feel pain, to create true peace through suffering. Pain's cold voice echoed. As the leader and the strongest member of the organization, on the surface, his aura was the strongest. In fact, Obito was secretly smiling behind the scenes, having been waiting for this day to begin. Uchiha stated that he was on the 3rd layer. Black Zetsu, shook his head and expressed a desire to say something heartfelt to Madara. Meanwhile, the night wind quietly lurked, deeming everyone present as trash. Oh right, he almost forgot about Itachi Uchiha, the undercover agent sent by Konoha. On the surface, everything seemed harmonious, but in reality, there were schemes and plots. Having long calculated how to utilize those guys, the one tail from Mangekyō was assigned to Deidara and Sasori. The two tails from Kyumogakyō and the three tails from Kirigakyō were given to Orochimaru. The 6 tails and 9 tails were to be handled by me and Konan. The 7 tails were assigned to Itachi and Kisame, and the 8 tails would remain untouched for now. Dismissed. Pain issued the order. The first task to be executed was the capture of the one tail. Although Deidara and Sasori were responsible for the capture, considering that the land of wind and the land of fire were neighboring, Konoha would not sit idly by, and Orochimaru was also dispatched to assist. Yefeng's task is to stop the reinforcements of ninjas, and then wait until the sealing of the one tail is completed before carrying out his own mission. Of course, Yefeng can act with his subordinates, and the organization will not interfere. Starting today, there will be no more leisure time. The night breeze slowly opened its eyes. Ziyuan, have you seen anything about the future recently? The night breeze asked him. There's nothing worth paying attention to. Brother took Hongdou to carry out a mission, and then Hinata and Hanabi stayed at the base. The battle went smoothly. Zishuan murmured. Seriously, why didn't he take her along? The girl said softly. Your ability is prophecy. How would you go to the battlefield? Would you just be a burden? Stay at the base and wait for me to come back. The night wind said unhappily. Although he was already very strong, it's better to be cautious. Only carefulness can ensure success. Humph. Ziyuan huffed in a thunder manner. The night breeze smiled and reached out to pat the little girl's bottom. I'll take care of you properly when I return, you disobedient little girl. Remember not to run around. The ninja world is about to get chaotic. Yes, brother. 2 days later, inside the land of fire, 2 figures were traveling through the forest, heading towards Mangekyō in the land of wind. Are we going to check on Lulan this time? Your 2 puppets are still there, Hongdou reminded. That's true. It's time to retrieve those 2 puppets. But then again, Lulan can't be without ninja protection. We can't leave the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, those 2 fools there. After thinking for a moment, the night wind said, the 3rd Kazekage was killed by Sasori and turned into a puppet, and the 4th Kazekage was killed by him as well. The 5th Kazekage is Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Being a Kazekage is truly a high-risk profession. 3 consecutive generations have been taken out by the Akatsuki organization. Not only were their bodies turned into puppets, but they also fell victim to the Edo Tensei technique, which is simply being exploited to the extreme. It's no wonder Mangekyō is considered the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. If the ninja of Mangekyō heard this, they would definitely explode with anger. Hongdou raised an eyebrow. The 5th Kazekage is that kid Gaara. It's a pity that even if he reaches the position of Kazekage, he won't be able to enjoy it for long before he meets a tragic end. The night breeze sighed. By the way, Naruto will appear this time too, right? Aren't we going to take him down? Hongdou asked again. Naruto is now a pawn on our side. If we capture him, wouldn't that weaken our own hand? I used the Shinjutsu on that kid just to stir things up later. He's definitely one of my trump cards. The night wind swayed. Don't be fooled by Naruto's silly demeanor. His protagonist aura is impressive. As that guy's strength increases, he will gain a more powerful subordinate. When a ninja world war truly begins, Naruto will be able to make an impact. At the necessary moment, he can ambush those arrogant old shadows. And what about Sasuke? That kid's team seems to have disappeared. Speaking of Naruto, one must mention Sasuke as well. Hongdou is also concerned about that guy. After all, he is also one of Orochimaru's subordinates, a gifted tool with the Heaven-S curse seal planted on him, and his future is promising. Once he cultivates the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, that guy will lose most of his utility. Of course, with the current experimental methods, it's still possible to cultivate a Mangekyō for him, allowing for second use of a waste. A rebellious teenager, no matter where he is, he will eventually seek out Itachi Uchiha. The fated confrontation between the 2 brothers is unavoidable. The night breeze was gentle. Sasuke also had the protagonist's halo, and with 3 members of Team Hawk by his side, it was impossible for him to die. Meanwhile, on the other side in Konoha village, how nostalgic. This place hasn't changed at all. Everyone, Uzumaki Naruto is back. Naruto shouted loudly while standing on a power pole. It has been 3 years since Sasuke defected from the village. He has gone through various training and missions, and he even trained with the pervy sage. And now he finally returned to Konoha. Granny Tsunade's Hokage rock is done too. Naruto excitedly surveyed the surroundings. Jiraiya was standing on the street below, holding a novel he wrote. Konoha. Truly nostalgic. 104 Deidara versus Gaara. Well, it's about time to start. Two people wearing Akatsuki cloaks entered Sunagakure. Scorpion's hidden subordinates took action, successfully eliminating the ninja guarding the gate of Sunagakure from the inside. Brother Scorpion, I'll go alone then. Don't make me wait too long. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, the Sandstorm Gaara, what kind of guy is he? Sunagakure. In the sky. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 ninjas responsible for monitoring the sky. Speaking of which, this village really has an artistic quality, making it even more necessary to destroy it. Hee. Deidara sat on a giant clay bird, observing the situation below. He ate some clay from his hand and created 3 spiders. He released the small spiders from above to ambush the monitoring ninjas. What is this? The 3 ninjas in different locations fell into the trap. Their faces caught by the white spiders. Art is an explosion. Huh. 3 muffled explosions echoed within Sunagakure. It didn't attract too much attention, and the 3 ninjas were taken out. Infiltration successful. Deidara landed on the top floor of the Kazekage building. However, before he could be happy for a few minutes, Deidara saw a young man standing in front of him. Short dark red hair, with a kanji for love on his forehead. Looking at his outfit, he is none other than the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, the target of him and Scorpion. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. This ends here, Gaara said flatly. Looking at the opponent's uniform, it was clear that he was a member of the mysterious Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki had previously invaded Iwagakure, stealing the 4-tail and 5-tailed Jinchuriki, both of whom are still missing. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations have already taken precautions and are very wary of this organization. Oh, sand, huh? Deidara mounted his clay bird again. The sand around Gaara began to swirl towards him, but the giant bird flew at a speed that was not slow. The sand closely followed behind. Deidara was almost about to fly out of the boundaries of Sunagakure, but the sand continued to pursue him relentlessly. Really convenient, Deidara muttered, controlling the sand to fly. And Gaara could also stand on the sand, which means he has the ability to fly. Speaking of which, to recognize me, you're not simple either. Deidara looked at Gaara in midair and smiled. There are no birds like that in the desert, so it's clear glance. Gaara said flatly. Meanwhile, Sunagakure also sensed that something was wrong. Strange people invading? Wasn't he the task of guarding the village assigned to Captain Yura? Kankuro said coldly. We can't contact Captain Yura. What did you say? That guy is a puppet hidden in Sunagakure by Scorpion. Of course, we can't contact him. The dozens of ninjas guarding the gate had already been silently killed. The Kazekage is fighting the intruders. Go check it out. Gradually, the ninjas discovered the 2 figures in the sky. Gaara stood on top of the sand, while his opponent was a young man with long golden hair, wearing the Akatsuki-S black and red cloud outfit. The secret operation plan has failed, but that's fine. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Deidara chuckled lightly. Rise. Gaara raised both hands, and a massive amount of sand from underground Sunagakure suddenly soared up. TCH, occupying the terrain? This is a bit troublesome. Deidara squinted his eyes. Sand hand. Gaara controlled the sand to form an arm of Shikaku, reaching out to grab Deidara. It's about time. The real show has just begun. Deidara chewed the clay in his mouth, and 3 white little birds appeared. 6 of them attacked Gaara together. Boom! Gaara's sand shielded him in time, preventing those things from getting close before exploding. This time was quick, huh? Deidara threw out 2 pieces of clay again. This time, there were 2 objects resembling white cranes flying at high speed. The outer layer of sand couldn't defend in time, ultimately exploding very close to Gaara. Gaara! Kankuro exclaimed. Gaara is the Kazekage of the village. He must not be harmed. TCH, just like the eggshell protecting the yolk, being able to defend against my technique is quite impressive. Deidara stared ahead. The sand gathered together, forming a large round ball, wrapping Gaara inside. Although Deidara's explosions occurred nearby, they still didn't injure him. Moreover, Gaara possesses a 3rd eye. Even if wrapped in this sandball, he could still see outside and attack Deidara with sand. Deidara suddenly noticed that the light above had disappeared. He instinctively looked up, and boundless shadows enveloped him, the sand nearly sealing off all his escape routes. To control such a massive amount of sand, one could say he truly is a Jinchuriki, right? Sand binding prison. Gaara reached out and grabbed. The cage made of sand began to close, as if countless hands of Shikaku were reaching for Deidara. This is troublesome. Deidara hadn't expected Gaara had this move hidden. Although the bird flew outward, it was ultimately wrapped up by the sand. A giant sandball with a diameter of 100 meters floated above Sanagekure. It's over. Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the Kazekage. As long as we have the Kazekage, there is nothing to worry about in this village. Many ninjas also maintained an optimistic attitude. For now, it seemed that the opponent could not break through Gar's defense, and the Kazekage side was in a position of advantage. Bang! An explosion echoed from inside the sand sphere. A small gap opened up, and Deidara fell out of it. However, Gaara clearly anticipated this. The sand from the explosion's gap continued to intercept and caught Deidara, throwing him back toward the sand sphere once more. Just at that critical moment, Deidara threw out a white bird from his hand. Riding on the bird, he finally managed to escape the sand sphere. Gaara's choice was also very decisive. The massive sand sphere shattered into pieces, all chasing after Deidara. Finally, the sand caught up with Deidara and wrapped around his left arm. Centipede. Deidara's right hand released a white centipede, causing the sand hand that was spreading in the air to explode. Thus, the sand Gaara was controlling broke off. Sand binding coffin. Gaara's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly grasped, hiding a bit of sand from the gourd into the attacking sand so that even if it was severed, he could still control it. Thud! Deidara's left arm broke off on the spot. One tail, capture successful. This is no easy task. Deidara gritted his teeth, forcibly severing his left arm to escape Gaara's sand attack. He saw through it. Gaara had hidden the protective sand within the attacking one. That sand could be controlled remotely without a chakra connection. There's not much clay left. I really underestimated this guy. Then, let's destroy this village. Deidara held a white puppet, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The severed arm was nothing. As long as the other arm was intact, he could have Scorpion reattach it later. The current task was to deal with the Jinchuriki. Seriously, how long do I have to wait for you? Scorpion complained. He hated waiting for others the most. But it seemed that Deidara wasn't completing the task quickly. Issue an emergency summon to everyone. You are responsible for the defense of the water reservoir. Take 2 squads to seal off the nearby roads. Do not assume there's only one enemy. Medical team, open a barrier to guide non-combat personnel inside. No innocent casualties must occur. Understood? Maki ordered. He was a highly respected jonin in the village. The Kazekage was in battle, and the one giving orders was him. I've grown tired of your expressionless face. Deidara threw the puppet in his hand. In midair, the puppet instantly enlarged, reaching over 20 meters in height. Without a doubt, this was also an explosive attack, and, judging by its size, the explosive power was certainly not small. Gaara's pupils slightly constricted, and his expression changed. C3. Huh! Deidara shouted. He infused his highest level chakra into the explosive clay to create a puppet with an explosion scale capable of destroying a small village. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout Sanagekure. A dazzling fireball shot up into the sky, appearing brilliant and dangerous against the night. What is that? It's Kazekage sand. Amazing. It can form such a large shield. The ninjas snapped back to reality, realizing the explosion was intercepted by a massive amount of sand. A huge volume of sand formed a shield in midair, intercepting the C3. The explosion did not harm the village. In fact, controlling so much sand was not easy for Gaara either. His chakra was rapidly depleting, and his breathing became rapid. Earlier, he had used part of the sand to sever Deidara's left arm, leaving a gap in the absolute defense sand sphere. Huh! Deidara detonated another small bird. Its lightweight and mini-size flew in from behind, deliberately avoiding Gaara's line of sight, detonating at the gap in the sand sphere. Boom! The explosion sounded again. However, the absolute defense sand was extremely fast, and this surprise attack did not succeed. Just as I thought. Deidara revealed a cunning smile. His left arm was severed, but at that time, he had also mixed clay spiders into the specially made sand. This meant that part of the sand in Gaara's absolute defense sand sphere was used for defense, but hidden within were his clay explosive spiders. An internal explosion? You can't defend against that, can you? Art is an explosion. Huh. The sand sphere exploded and deformed from within. Gaara indeed miscalculated, not expecting Deidara to have such a trick up his sleeve. It worked. Deidara showed a victorious smile. The absolute defense sand slowly fell, and Gaara was indeed heavily injured, nearing exhaustion. Next. Deidara was about to collect Gaara while riding the bird, but Gaara moved again. The sand that had been suspended in midair slowly started to move. Gaara intended to move this sand outside of Sanagekure, using his last bit of chakra. I see. If you put down this sand, you'll have it much easier, huh? No wonder you're the Kazekage, Deidara chuckled. Start the attack. Protect the Kazekage, Maki ordered. All the prepared crossbow bolts were immediately launched, and countless arrows rained down towards Deidara. But how could Deidara be hit by these? It looked like there were many, but it was impossible to hit him. Even with explosive tags attached to the arrowheads, Deidara still evaded them. Useless resistance. Deidara controlled the giant bird to fly, dodging a large number of explosions. Making me wait so long, Scorpion's gonna get mad again. Huh. On the other side, Gaara used his last chakra to move the sand outside the village, then immediately fainted. Deidara rode the bird to catch the falling Gaara and flew out of Sunagakure. One tail. Capture complete. The white giant bird flew away, with the unconscious fifth Kazekage tied to its tail. Hey, Kankuro, don't act so recklessly. Wait for the team to regroup, Maki said, watching Kankuro's retreating figure. But the latter directly chased after. At the gates of Sunagakure, so slow. I told you not to keep me waiting, Scorpion said impatiently. His tail swept towards Deidara, who quickly crouched down to dodge the attack. The metal tail of Scorpion was fearfully poisonous. Being poisoned could indeed be fatal. This kid is a bit impressive. Deidara chuckled. So I told you to prepare well, Scorpion said unhappily. This guy's preparation with explosive clay was too little. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. What about you, Scorpion? How's your preparation going? With so much time, I've long completed mine. Let's go. Not long after, Kankuro arrived at the entrance of Sunagakure with a number of ninjas. This narrow passage was incredibly quiet. Although many ninjas had been dispatched to guard this area, they surprisingly hadn't detected any enemy intrusion. There might be an ambush, so be careful. Kankuro led the ninjas forward cautiously. Not far ahead, they came across the bodies of Sunagakure ninjas. These guys, they were ambushed and killed from behind. Is there a traitor in the village? Kankuro gritted his teeth and said, boom. At that moment, a violent explosion resonated again. The sides began to collapse, and debris nearly buried the entrance. The ninja team that had just arrived to rescue Gaara was immediately decimated by this attack. Kankuro used his puppet technique to escape, saving only 2 people. Damn it, I'm going to chase them. These 2 are injured. You take care of them, Kankuro shouted. Hey, that guy defeated Gaara. Going alone won't help. Maki couldn't help but say, listen carefully, just follow them without engaging. Anxious, Kankuro had already chased after them. Over the years, Gaara had changed a lot. He was no longer the boy who only knew how to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the position of Kazekage. Moreover, Gaara was Kankuro's younger brother. How could he watch Gaara be taken away like this? Reinforcements from Konoha. One night later, Kankuro had chased all night, while Deidara and Sasori had also traveled all night. Finally, at dawn he caught up. Hand Gaara back to me, Kankuro said coldly. Despite facing 2 mysterious members of Akatsuki, his resolve was unwavering. Crows, Black Ant, Salamander. 3 puppets sealed in scrolls were summoned. Deidara, you go ahead. I'll deal with him, Sasori said calmly. Okay, brother Sasori. Deidara replied. I never expected to see them in a place like this. If someone is using the puppets I once created, it really brings back memories. What? You made this puppet? You were Sasori of the Red Sand? On the other side, Konoha received an urgent plea for help from Sunagakure. The one-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, had been captured by members of Akatsuki. This was not only a loss for the Land of Wind, but also a provocation against the 5 great nations. Tsunade quickly dispatched ninjas who could assist. Lee, Niji, Shino, Kiba, Kakashi, and Naruto were sent, along with Temari, who was preparing for this year's Chunin exams in Konoha. Hearing the news of Gaara's capture, Temari was extremely anxious and rushed to the village with the Konoha ninjas. They arrived. Deidara and Sasori reached a location beneath a mountain. The sealing area had been prepared in advance to seal the one tail inside the outer path golem. It's quite late. Hurry up with the preparations. Pain's projection had been waiting here for a long time. The Jinchuriki is more powerful than expected, Deidara said. Summoning technique, outer path golem. Preparations were complete, and the personnel quickly assembled. You're too slow, you too. The Night Wind sighed. You should take care of your own side. The ninjas from Konoha should be on the way. Deidara scoffed. It takes at least 3 days from Konoha village to Sunagakure. Just enough time to seal one-tailed beast. The Night Wind responded. During the sealing process, everyone please take care to protect your own body. Pain said. There's no time to waste. Let's start now. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Pain commanded. The chakras of the crowd combined to form the sealing technique, then connected to the unconscious Gaara underground. The tailed beast's red chakra erupted from its eyes, mouth, and nose. The cave fell into silence. 3 days later, the reinforcements from Konoha arrived in the village. However, Kankuro had been poisoned by the tail, and although he was spared at the time, he was now in a dire state. Although Tsunagakure had summoned the retired Chiyo, she could not cure the poison. The only ones in the entire ninja world who could treat it were probably Orochimaru and Tsunade. But those two were obviously not easy to summon. Kankuro! Kankuro! Temari bit her lip, crying uncontrollably in front of the hospital bed. Gaara had been taken away, and Kankuro's skin had turned purple on the brink of death. We must save Gaara. We can't let anything happen to Gaara. Temari's eyes became determined. Crying at this time is useless. Saving people is the most important thing. Pakin, can you track the scent? Kakashi summoned his ninja dog. I mem even memorized Gaara's scent. Although that was 3 days ago, I can still follow it. I hope it's not too late. Pakin spoke human words, his expression very serious. Involving that mysterious Akatsuki organization, it's uncertain whether the people here are enough. Let's set off now. Naruto shouted. These past few days, he had long been unable to hold back his desire to act. Those damned Akatsuki guys actually captured Gaara. Only a Jinchuriki can understand the pain of being a Jinchuriki. Gaara had worked so hard to become the Kazekage. He had even envied him when he heard that news. The ninjas quickly set off. To see her grandson, Sasori, Chiyo also joined the team. Lee, Niji, Kakashi, and Naruto formed one team. Shino, Kiba, Temari, and Chiyo formed another team. Finally, the ceiling is complete. My body is sore all over. Haiden stretched lazily. Those ninjas are coming this way, along with Konoha's reinforcements. The night wind whispered softly. Then I'll leave it to you to handle. Oh, by the way, Itachi, you also came from Konoha, right? Aren't you going to join the fun? Kakuzu said. No need. Itachi shook his head. Let's disperse. Everyone be careful. Don't get into trouble. Pain said. The outer path golem and various phantoms disappeared one by one. Back to reality. The night breeze opened its eyes and also felt a bit drowsy. Really, it feels quite unpleasant to work for someone else. The night wind sighed. Teacher, those people are getting close, about 200 meters away. Hongdou stood on a rock, gazing into the distance. Since we're awake, let's have some fun with them. Who's coming? Ino Yamanaka from Konoha, Kiba Inuzuka, Temari from Tsunagakure, and an old lady I don't recognize. Enemies ahead. Parker suddenly reminded as they reached the flat area. His keen sense of smell detected 2 humans nearby. Looks like Kakashi and Naruto have also arrived. I wonder where they are. The night wind came out from behind the rocks. Upon seeing the ninja hound appear, he knew that Kakashi must also be among the reinforcements from Konoha. Who are you? The members of the Akatsuki organization on the opposite side were slightly taken aback. The night breeze and red beans draped over the Akatsuki robe, and there was no need to elaborate on the identity. Long time no see. Although you all still call me Orochimaru, I prefer the name Yeffing. The man smiled faintly. Orochimaru. Temari gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at this man. The 4th Kazekage died at the hands of Orochimaru, and he even deceived Tsunagakure into launching an attack on Konoha. Now, both Kankuro and Gaara are also connected to the Akatsuki organization where Orochimaru belongs. If it weren't for her remaining rationality, she would have charged in to fight long ago. This is a true blood feud. Long time no see. Miss Temari has grown up too. The night breeze smiles faintly, as if it hasn't noticed the emotions in SHJ's eyes, nor the playful mood. Orochimaru is a character from the same era as Tsunade. Chiyo's expression is also somewhat complex. Back then, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were known as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, and that was decades ago. Time really is unforgiving. I've changed my mind. Since you want to see your grandson so much, I'll act as if I haven't seen anyone at all. The night wind suddenly said with a smile. However, Miss Temari's head is a problem that needs to be left behind. What are you saying, you guy? Inuzuka Kiba's temper was the most volatile. Although the opponent was Orochimaru, he did not intend to back down. Don't act rashly, Kiba. They're not someone we can defeat. Shino was much calmer. Even the 3rd Hokage had died at Orochimaru's hands. How could they possibly be a match? Where's Gaara? Give Gaara back to us. Damari, anxious to save her brother, felt even more urgency than Kiba. Even though their opponent was Orochimaru, they absolutely could not back down now. In fact, thinking about it, killing you all doesn't seem like a big deal. The night breeze whispered. These guys don't seem to respect him much. He originally planned to only kill one of the hand puppets. Sending Chiyo and the other 2 over was intentional. When Scorpion meets Chiyo and sees the puppets made by his parents, he will most likely let his guard down and die right there. It's not that he has any deep-seated grudge against Scorpion, but rather he wants to take advantage of the situation. After Scorpion's death, a position will open up among the official members. Without a doubt, that position belongs to Ah-Fei. The plot continues as usual, but the difference is that he has concealed his own strength and hasn't withdrawn from the Akatsuki organization. Everyone can be schemed against. Everyone is his pawn. The cursed insect. The insect controlled by Shino suddenly burrowed out of the ground. Naive. Hongdou's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this scene long ago. Attempting to ambush in front of the Sharingan with such a ninjutsu is simply too naive. Disperse. The night breeze and Hongdou remained unmoved, as if an invisible barrier was blocking them. Although the swarm of insects surged out, they were directly killed by an unseen force. Kamaru, he shouted. The beast mimicry technique was activated, and Kamaru transformed into Ya's appearance, looking like he had used shadow clone jutsu. This was the end. Black chakra formed a skeletal structure, as if a malevolent spirit had descended. Susanoo gripped a sharp, long sword with both hands, slashing horizontally at the group. Unable to move, he suddenly realized he couldn't move at all. Hongdou and Orochimaru's eyes had turned crimson at some point, a D-jutsu unique to the Uchiha clan. Damn! Shino's expression changed dramatically. Even though his body was immobile, he could still control the swarm of insects to move himself away. However, this wouldn't be enough to save everyone. Boom! Susanoo's long sword fell and struck down, shattering rocks everywhere, and Inuzuka Yu was instantly torn apart. The severed body, in two halves, became tainted with that black chakra and began to decay immediately. Yu was too far forward. The swarm couldn't reach him in time. Blood prison. Kill. Hongdou's voice echoed softly. What? Even Chiyo didn't react in time. At some point, an inconspicuous puddle of blood appeared beside the group. Hongdou's body coalesced from this blood, and then a kunai sliced open Temari's throat. Goodbye. Ice release. Ice sword technique. The night wind formed seals with both hands, and an ice sword condensed in the air. In just an instant, it spread out for several dozen meters. Hina's head was immediately severed, her eyes vacant, expression dazed, still holding a look of fear and confusion before death. A headless corpse fell to the ground. At this point, only Chiyo and Shino remained as survivors. The two sides had been fighting for less than 2 minutes. Really, teacher, Miss Hina was so beautiful, and you just killed her like that, Azuki said, feigning regret. Huh, how was that kind of woman beautiful? Does she even deserve it? The night breeze curled its lips dismissively. The eyes were just average, seeming to have nothing noteworthy. If one had to say, they were not as pretty as Ino's eyes. It seemed the game was almost over, so I'll spare the two of you this time. The night wind squinted his eyes. The strange smile on his face made it impossible to guess his thoughts. Let's go. Hongdou, we should leave here, the man said. Yes, teacher. Hongdou obediently followed behind. The two of them, dressed in Akatsuki robes, walked away, and both Chiyo and Shino wore serious expressions. Temari was the bloodline of the 4th Kizukage and the princess of Sunagakure. It was unexpected that she would die here today. Kiba was also a descendant of the Inuzuka clan from Konohagakure, and he had sacrificed himself heroically on this mission. Naruto would surely be very sad about this. The two felt heavy-hearted, but they had to continue. The mission was to rescue Gaara. They had to move forward. Ultimately, it would be up to them to clean up the mess. Deidara sighed. Get ready to welcome the guests. I heard the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is among the Konoha ninjas, Sasori said calmly. Itachi said that the first to roar would be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I wonder if it's true, Deidara laughed. If it is, then Uchiha Itachi's observational skills are still as impressive as ever. Boom! A giant rock was opened. Naruto, Kakashi, Niji, Lee, Shino, and Granny Chiyo entered after gathering together. So, which one is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Deidara smiled. Gaara's body was already cold and was being used as a seat by Deidara, while Sasori stood to the side, staring at Granny Chiyo. She should have already retired from the world. It's unexpected that she came out this time. Perhaps she only came out because she heard about him? You guys, I'm gonna kill you. Naruto was indeed the first to roar in anger. His eyes transformed into the shape and color of the Nine Tails, his rationality eroded by rage. Gaara is really dead. Moreover, the guy across from him was just sitting on his body. Coupled with the news of Temari and Kiba's deaths, he could no longer control his anger. It can't be wrong. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Deidara stared at Naruto, unable to help but laugh. Gaara, why are you lying there leisurely? Get up. Stand up. Gaara, can you hear me? Naruto still held onto a glimmer of hope. Or perhaps it was simply self-comfort. Anyone with eyes could see that Gaara had already stopped breathing. Even the protagonist's verbal jutsu would be ineffective on a corpse. Dead people can't just come back to life after saying a few words. Stop, Naruto, calm down. Kakashi blocked Naruto. What's wrong, Sasori? Noticing Sasori's gaze, Deidara asked. Leave this guy to me. It seems that Jinchuriki wants to take this corpse back, Sasori said. Although Gaara is dead, his body can still be used to create a puppet, which is a form of recycling waste. It seems that way, Deidara nodded. 108 Return to Lulan. I might anger you by saying this, but leave that Jinchuriki to me. Deidara suddenly said. We agreed on one person per task. Don't push your luck, Deidara. Sasori replied coldly. Although the organization had assigned tasks, in this situation, with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails coming to them, they could certainly choose to act. As an artist, if you don't pursue stronger stimulation, your sensitivity to things will gradually dull, brother. I heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is extremely powerful and worthy of my art. Deidara said seriously. What did you say? That kind of explosion counts as art. Art is something that can exist long-term, perfect and passed down. Eternal beauty is art. Sasori began to refute. Eternal beauty is art? Although we are both in the same group. I respect you, but brother, art should be dazzling and fleeting beauty. What did you say? Deidara, it seems you still don't understand true art, Sasori retorted. I think it's you who doesn't understand. The two stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kakashi and the others were already dumbfounded. Especially Naruto, who almost couldn't resist rushing over. He took out a wind-style shuriken and threw it at Sasori. Clang! Sasori's tail blocked the ninja tool, barely glancing at Naruto. Deidara, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? That's why I said it might make you angry. You should know what the consequences of making me angry are, right? To me, art is the explosion itself. Deidara stood up, and the white clay he threw expanded into a giant bird. With a meaningless dialogue over, Deidara finally prepared to take action. Goodbye, brother. Gaara's corpse was placed in the mouth of the clay giant bird, and Deidara flew out of the cave on the bird. Although he didn't say it, the provocation was very obvious. If they wanted to take back Gaara's corpse, then the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails should chase him. Damn it, unforgivable. Naruto indeed chased after him. Naruto! Kakashi looked worried and followed him out. Inside the spacious cave, only Sasori faced off against Chiyo, Niji, Lee, and Shino. I heard you retired a long time ago. Sasori looked at Chiyo. I suddenly wanted to see my grandson's appearance, Chiyo said. Although she was old, she was not the kind of person who couldn't fight. Manipulating the blade, Chiyo controlled 10 kunai to stab forward, under the control of chakra threads. They broke through Sasori's tail defense and tore his Akatsuki robe. Inside Sasori's clothes was a strange figure. His limbs were swollen and huge, with a strange face on his back. The tail of the scorpion extended from the mouth of the strange face, and his hands were obviously modified. The whole person lay on the ground, resembling a real scorpion. If you insist on resisting, that's fine. Just like the little brat behind you. You will become my collection. Sasori said coldly. That's not his real body. He hid his real body inside the puppet. When a puppet master manipulates a puppet, the real body will show weaknesses. So to overcome this weakness, he hid himself inside the puppet. The puppet is both his armor and his sword. That is Sasori's proudest puppet, Hiriko, Chiyo explained. Do you know how my collections are made? First, the organs are removed, then the skin is peeled off, the blood is cleaned up, and preservation treatment is done. Finally, various devices are added, and a puppet collectible is completed. The old lady was right. The Scarlet Flow, who is also one of my collectibles. With the ninjas across from you, my puppets have surpassed 300. Scorpion's tone was eerie. The Scarlet Flow, who is both offensive and defensive. What we need to do first is force Scorpion out of that puppet. How do we do that? Meanwhile, on the other side. Oh, isn't this the son of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Kakashi? Someone like you is here to hunt me down? Scorpion's strength is far beyond what I can steal. Although our views on art differ, it's roughly like this. If you chase me regardless of the ninjas over there, they might be completely wiped out. Deidara, riding on a giant bird, was in no hurry to fly far away. He deliberately kept a certain distance from Naruto and Kakashi, fully enjoying the mockery, but not rushing to attack. At this moment, Yi Feng and Hongdou had long stopped caring about the Akatsuki organization. The aftermath was something Deidara and Scorpion were responsible for handling themselves. Even if they were killed, it would only be because they were too weak. For the people of Lulan, the last time they saw me was over 20 years ago. The night breeze enters a small country in the desert. Here, there are vast forests and lakes, making it seem as if it is not in the desert at all. If I calculate, the little girl Sarah from back then should be almost 40 years old now, right? Time travel is truly wonderful. The night breeze continued. Back then, Zuyuan went with us. She was about the same age as Sarah. Now, as she and Zuyuan return to the normal timeline, Princess Sarah is already nearly 40, while Zuyuan is still a little girl. Teacher, it seems only you would think of using 2 Hokages to improve the natural environment. Hongdou couldn't help but complain. The first and second Hokages were brought back to life through impure world reincarnation, yet instead of going into battle, they were used to green the desert. If outsiders knew, the ninjas of Konoha would probably be infuriated. It's not that difficult. I can use would release now too. The Night Wind chuckled. After absorbing the first Hokage's cells, he also gained would release. With unlimited chakra, he could also create vegetation without limits, just like the reanimated first Hokage. Would release. Advent of the tree realm. The man shouted, and indeed summoned a vast expanse of rapidly growing trees, reaching a height of 30 meters. However, he only used it casually and soon stopped the wood release. Let's go. We have important matters to attend to. The Night Wind said. Hongdou nodded. The two rushed at the fastest speed and finally arrived at the royal city of Lulan before night fell. Although Lulan had established many cities over the years, the royal city remained the most prosperous. The architecture here, the Lulan people are truly geniuses, Hongdou exclaimed upon seeing the architectural complex. The intricate roads were like a maze, layered and overlapping, with buildings often exceeding 100 meters. The tallest building even reached 300 meters. Although there weren't many powerful ninjas, they were leading the world in terms of architecture. In a palace, within a sleeping chamber. Night, Lord Nightwind. Upon seeing the two figures suddenly appear before her, Sarah almost doubted her own eyes. Although it had been so many years since they last met, the portraits of Nightwind had always been preserved, and she looked at them almost every day. How could the god who changed the country of Lulan be forgotten? After so many years, Sarah had grown up as well. The night breeze was gentle. When he left back then, he bestowed upon Sarah a blood curse mark. Now, over 20 years have passed, and the effect of the blood curse mark has faded, but it indeed served its purpose. Sarah is nearly 40 years old, yet she still looks like a 20-year-old woman. My lord, are you going to return to take control of the Lulan kingdom? Sarah half knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with excitement. As long as this lord becomes the king of Lulan, then Lulan will surely become stronger and more prosperous. Get up. It's not time yet. I have come back to reclaim 2 puppets, but of course, I will supplement with other puppets to protect the Lulan kingdom. The Night Wind shook its head. The matters of the ninja world are not yet resolved. How could they come to Lulan to become king? I see. A trace of disappointment flashed in Sarah's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. After all, being able to see the adult again today is already something very joyful for her. What about the queen? Has she passed away? The night breeze sat on a chair and asked lightly. Hongdou was beside, observing the things in the palace, without interrupting. Yes, my lady passed away 5 years ago, and it's a pity that I can't see her again. Sarah replied respectfully. This is a new blood curse seal that can grant you greater longevity. Yifeng glanced at the woman, thought for a moment, and then bit her neck, bestowing upon her a new blood curse mark. Ordinary people do not engage in intense battles, so the effects of this technique are even greater. Besides longevity, it also has beauty-enhancing effects. Thank you, Master Yifeng. Sarah seemed to have become a few years younger, her skin even more radiant. If she were an 18-year-old maiden, those who met her for the first time would hardly doubt it. Speaking of which, do you have no offspring? Do you not plan to cultivate a successor? The night breeze was gentle, replying to my lord. I only wish to serve you and contribute my strength for you, with no time to consider matters of men and women. Sarah blushed slightly, but still answered seriously. Very well. Then continue to manage the kingdom of Lulan until I return again. The night breeze is calm. No matter what, it's always good to have someone to temporarily manage this place. After a while, these are the 2 new puppets. They will continue to protect the Lulan kingdom. And just give them any orders, and it's done. The Night Wind has retrieved the Edo Tensei of the 1st and 2nd generations, and then summoned the comparatively weaker 3rd and 4th Kazekage. In his collection, these 2 are simply fillers. Yes, my lord. Sarah is still very respectful. In the face of this godlike man, she has no choice but to show respect. I have things to attend to, so I won't stay here for long. Let's go. Hongdou. The Night Wind spoke again. The 2 quickly disappeared, just as suddenly as they had appeared tonight. The palace was cold and desolate. Sarah sat in the chair where the man had just been, her gaze slightly dazed. That woman is called Red Bean, right? Is there really no time to rest here for a night, Lord Nightwind? The queen's mournful voice echoed in the palace, but no one could hear it. Meanwhile, As Night Wind and Red Beam were leaving the Lulan Kingdom, the situation on the battlefield had already reached a conclusion. Kakashi and Naruto successfully caught up with Deidara. However, Deidara did not intend to unleash all of his strength. In the end, Gaara's corpse was taken, but he managed to escape successfully. On Scorpion's side, a classic case of a deliberate defeat occurred. Scorpion could control hundreds of puppets, including the corpse of the third Kazekage. Yet even so, when Chiyo brought out 2 puppets, Scorpion's resolve wavered. Those 2 puppets were his parents, the first puppets he had ever made as a child. No one knew what was going on in Scorpion's mind, but there was no doubt that after the appearance of those 2 puppets, he deliberately exposed his weakness and was ultimately killed by them. Deidara slipped away, and Scorpion fell in battle. On the other side, after retrieving Gaara's corpse, Chiyo felt ashamed that her grandson was involved in such actions. The old lady Chiyo committed suicide using a forbidden technique, sacrificing her life to bring back the already dead Gaara. The battle in Sunagakure came to an end. Scorpion actually died? With those guys' strength, how could they possibly kill him? Deidara was puzzled. Those weaklings, how could Scorpion, who controlled puppets, be defeated? Unless he wanted to die himself? Regardless, Scorpion was dead. Pain said flatly. The organization will quickly select a new candidate to inherit Scorpion's position. With this precedent, everyone should be more careful in the future. Disband. The brief Akatsuki meeting concluded. A week later, Land of Fire, Naruto, Yamato, Sai, and Shino formed a new ninja team. They happened to discover the trace of Orochimaru's base and decided to investigate. Among them, Sai was secretly ordered by Danzo to kill Sasuke, if necessary. However, they seem to have forgotten one thing. Why do they dare to come to Orochimaru's base? They're intruders, sister. Little Hanabi couldn't help but say, this base has finally been exposed after so many years? Should we say that the ninjas from Konoha are incompetent, or that the concealment here is indeed very good? Shine had long foreseen that those guys would not stir up much trouble. Hinata said calmly. 2 days ago, Shine had predicted that Konoha ninjas would come here. Even if Orochimaru is not present, this place is not easy to invade. Miss Hinata, leave those intruders to you. But the master has said that Naruto is an important piece and must not be killed. No, leave it to me. A figure slowly stepped out. It was a boy with long hair, carrying a sword at his waist, with a fierce hairstyle and a cold demeanor. Behind him were 3 subordinates, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo. Since Naruto has come here, I'll make him completely despair. Sasuke said coldly. He also wanted to see how much Naruto had grown in these 3 years. Remember not to kill him. Kabuto saw that Hinata did not speak and nodded in agreement. Understood. Sasuke headed towards the intruders. 110 Sasuke battles Naruto. What's that figure? Naruto was taken aback. Their team was advancing cautiously, but Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of them. Did you think you were hiding well? A bunch of rats. Sasuke smiled wickedly. He disdainfully glanced at Naruto and made a gesture inviting him to battle. Zzz boom. Lightning gathered in his hand and Sasuke struck, creating a large hole above, leaping out of the base. This guy just loves to wreck places. Kabuto sighed. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sasuke is Orochimaru's subordinate. Most of the time, he doesn't listen to orders at all. Seeing Sasuke go out, Yugo, Karen, and Suigetsu quickly followed, while Naruto's team exchanged glances and also left. After all, their target here was Sasuke. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Outside the base, Kakashi didn't come? Sasuke asked flatly. In this ninja team, only Naruto and Shino were known to him. Kakashi didn't come. I'm the acting captain, Yamato said. After the battle with Deidara, Kakashi had to go to the hospital to rest. He had no energy to participate in this mission. Next, we will take you back to Konoha, Yamato said. With Orochimaru not at the base, this is a great opportunity. Naruto chased you all the way here. Don't you understand this bond, this feeling? Sai asked. He was originally sent from Naruto, but he was subdued by Naruto's words. Now he has changed and does not intend to follow Danzo's orders, but to act according to his own will. That's right, precisely because I understand. I want to sever it. I want to kill Uchiha Itachi, no matter the cost, and you, Naruto, you are just an obstacle to me. Sasuke said coldly. Speaking of which, wasn't your dream to become Hokage? With a flash, Sasuke appeared next to Naruto, wrapping his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Instead of chasing me, you should focus on training. So this time, my whim might cost you your life. Sasuke slowly drew his blade. Someone who can't even save his companion. How could he possibly become Hokage? I will bring you back from the wrong path. Naruto said firmly. Whoosh. Sasuke slashed towards Naruto's back. Sai appeared just in time to block the blow. That idiot Naruto didn't even resist. Did he really think Sasuke wouldn't cut him? Good defense, but Chidori, Sasuke unleashed lightning all over his body, pushing both Naruto and Sai away. Yamato's would release arrived just then, but was shattered by the intense lightning. The Sharingan activated, and 3 black Tomo appeared. Yugo, Suigetsu, you two come help, Sasuke ordered. Shino and Sai were left to deal with those two, while he would handle Naruto and Yamato, with Karen ready to heal the injured. Sasuke. Naruto let out a furious roar. His eyes had turned into the blood-red eyes of the Nine Tails, with red chakra overflowing. A great battle was about to begin. This is a good opportunity. Naruto, let him witness our power. The Nine Tails' voice echoed in the ceiling space within Naruto. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? You need my power, don't you? The Nine Tails coaxed. As long as Naruto continued to use its chakra, the seal would weaken continuously. Sooner or later, it would be able to control this body and escape its cage. Don't come out anymore. I no longer need your power. Naruto refused. After training with Jiraiya, he gradually understood the relationship between tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, as well as the drawbacks of using tailed beast powers. Turns out you are from the Uchiha clan and have grown to this point. The Nine Tails suddenly noticed another presence. In addition to Naruto, another human consciousness had entered this space. How can you be here? Naruto was also surprised, not expecting Sasuke to appear in this place. Now I can see that there is something like this within you, Sasuke said calmly. That special power of Naruto comes from this immense tailed beast chakra. Your eye power, along with chakra more ominous than mine, is exactly like the former Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails remarked. Only Uchiha Madara could enter here with his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke had indeed not been idle these past few years. He was very close to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Of course, until you reach the Mangekyō, the gap between the 3 Tomo and the Mangekyō is insurmountable. Sasuke could only see the Nine Tails' presence, but could not control the tailed beast with his eye power. Well then, let's begin. In the real world, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The chat time was over. Now it was time for the real performance. Naruto cannot be killed, but others can always be killed. Enjoying that look of regret on Naruto's face is quite a pleasure. Why? Sasuke. Naruto was knocked to the ground. Without using the power of the Nine Tails, he was simply no match for Sasuke now. The growth in ninjutsu, mastery of the 3 Tomo, and enhancements in Cursed Seal State. All of these meant that even if Naruto teamed up with Yamato, they would still likely be defeated by Sasuke, especially since Fire Style, which Sasuke excelled at, counters with style. On the other side, Shino and Sai were also struggling. Jugo and Suigetsu were definitely strong, belonging to the type that could both fight and take hits. Jugo's recovery ability was formidable, while Suigetsu could turn into water to become immune to ordinary physical attacks. It was quite the spectacle. Hinata was watching the show from a distance with Hanabi. Shine was also nearby. This base seems to be a lost cause. Kabuto sighed. Although it doesn't matter if the Konoha ninjas come, having someone show up to cause trouble every few days is unbearable. But since they are here, let them pay the price. Kabuto took out a chakra blade and joined the battle. Don't be fooled by his usual lack of combat. His strength is not much less than Kakashi's. Shino was indeed killed. The insects didn't have much effect, and Sai also couldn't escape. His head was cut off by Kabuto, and his body was smashed into pulp by the excited Jugo. It's over. Sasuke pierced through Yamato's heart with a blade. Meanwhile, Naruto was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Sasuke, are you hurt? Karen rushed over as the battle ended. I'm fine. Sasuke shook his head. Just consumed some chakra. I didn't get hurt at all. You performed well, but when did you come back? A voice rang out. Sasuke turned to see Orochimaru and Anko walking over from a distance. Just got back, and I'm handling this trash now, Sasuke said calmly. 2 weeks later, the only survivor, Naruto, returned to Konoha and immediately began training to inject chakra into his Rasengan. Naruto's most talented attribute was wind chakra. Since the events in Sunagakure, it seemed that the various villages had quieted down again. The Akatsuki organization had not made any major moves. Was it really like that? Land of Lightning. Kumobikure. The steep terrain is really annoying. Anko complained. Most of it is nearly vertical mountains, with the sea below. Living in such a place makes it hard to survive without a strong body. Let us go, we'll fly over. The night breeze smiled faintly. He could sense the presence of various chakras, making it easy for him to locate the Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Akai's pretty face flushed slightly. She let the man hold her as they flew toward their destination. An hour later, in a dark underground passage. This was an underground pipeline for rainwater, dark and cold. Top. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed. Two Yuzu people, one of whom was the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails cat, one of the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. The woman had long, light brown hair, usually braided down to her waist. Her figure was decent, with delicate features and fair skin, a rare beauty with white skin, known as the village flower. In a place like the hidden cloud village, most women had dark skin. The Yuzu person possessed a queen-like pride. It was actually a gentle ninja who loved her village. You've managed to escape here. Your will to survive is indeed strong. Akatsuki needs your power, so willingly offer up your life. The night breeze smiled faintly. Hongdou looked over here, smiling but remaining silent. Since the night breeze had taken action, she had no intention of intervening. You really are members of the Akatsuki organization. Yuzu's face was filled with seriousness. Since not many people knew Night Breeze's current appearance, she could only judge that these two were from the Akatsuki based on their clothing, unaware that this was Orochimaru. Sigh. It has been a long time since I encountered suitable collectibles. The Night Wind sighed. To others, the Yumu person was a beauty, but in his eyes, there was no difference from an ordinary person. Should I say that those eyes were just too ordinary? You all thought you had forced me into a dead end, right? But the truth is that I lured you all here. The Yumu person suddenly showed a smile. Boom! The explosive talisman detonated instantly. Several doors of the underground passage were blocked by rubble, cutting off the escape route for the Night Wind and Hongdou. Since I know you are from Akatsuki, I can't let you escape. The Yumu person squinted her eyes. She was an extremely rare, perfect Jinchuriki, with an incredibly close relationship and bond with the tailed beast. The chakra of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast could be borrowed freely from each other. As long as she wanted, she could enter the complete tailed beast transformation at any time and unleash all the power of the two tails. This was the Yumu person's trump card. The way is blocked. Wind, we really have no chance to escape. Hongdou smiled strangely. Indeed, most illusions have no effect on Jinchuriki, because the tailed beast can wake the Jinchuriki from the illusion. However, their methods were not limited to illusions. Even without using illusions, the Night Wind had 1,000 ways to kill the Yumu person. Yes, what a terrifying woman indeed. The Night Breeze also smiled. I am willing to stake the reputation of the Yuin two-tailed Yumu people. To kill you here? The Yumu person's expression remained unchanged, and their voice was extremely cold. Little girl, when I became famous, you weren't even born yet. If you give up resisting, I can still guarantee your corpse will remain intact. At least you would die with some dignity. Otherwise, it would be quite ugly to be missing hands or feet later on. The Night Wind advised, what a joke. Meow. The giant cat shouted. A massive chakra emanated from it, causing the hair on its back to stand straight up. The blue and black-tailed beast chakra erupted wildly, completing the tailed beast's full form in less than 3 seconds. A blue giant cat, about 20 meters long, appeared, its body covered in strange black patterns. Its teeth were sharp, its eyes yellow, and it had 2 striking tails behind it. Is this the Two-Tails demon cat? It really is quite small. Red Bean pouted. The Two-Tails is the smallest among the tailed beasts, excelling in speed and fire release, and, of course, it can use tail beast bomb as well. Roar! A massive fireball appeared in the Two-Tails' mouth, shooting towards the Night Wind's position. Speaking of which, the Sage of Six Paths was indeed biased back then. The Two-Tails is so pitifully weak. The Night Wind sighed and shook its head. Its eyes turned ice blue, revealing a snowflake pattern, and a black chakra cloak appeared on the surface. Under the influence of repulsion, the fireballs all disappeared before they could get close. Not good, Yuzuki. The opponent's strength is formidable. It's better to escape quickly and seek help from Lord Raikage and Lord Killerbee. The voice of the cat echoed in Yuzuki's heart. The tailed beast had lived for a long time and had encountered countless powerful beings. Although it didn't know what kind of technique it was definitely very powerful. This was the intuition of the two tails. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki hesitated. At this point, do you still want to escape? Stay. The night breeze smiled coldly. Hurry up. The cat reminded again. At that moment, the finally moved, its massive two-tailed body disappearing at an incredible speed. The speed of the two tails was indeed fast, almost covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Universal heavenly pull. The night wind stood still as he extended his right hand. A powerful gravitational force erupted, making it difficult for even the two tails to resist this immense strength. The rebirth I possesses the same ability to control gravity and repulsion as the Rinnegan, so he named this power Universal Pull. Damn, what is this thing? The wanted to resist, but the attraction was terrifyingly strong. Aren't you good at fire release? Then how about try my technique? Multiple shadow clone technique. fire release, spiraling sphere. The night wind formed seals with both hands. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared, each holding a swirling crimson chakra vortex high in the air. Infused with the fire release chakra nature transformation, the spiral sphere also contained a greater amount of chakra than ordinary techniques under the Rebirth Eye mode. Oh no! Boom! The entire underground space exploded completely. The land within a radius of hundreds of meters was smashed into a deep crater, and the surrounding residential area was destroyed in one move. The wooden man crawled out of the deep pit with great difficulty, unable to use the power of the Two Tails anymore. Just to protect her life from that kind of attack, the chakra of the Two Tails was nearly depleted. 112, Undying Duo. Little cat, this is the end for you. Although you have been quite disobedient, I will leave you with a complete corpse. The night wind whispered softly. But damn it, the teak person collapsed on the ground, completely drained of any strength. In that terrifying explosion just now, she almost died instantly, and now she was utterly exhausted. The capture of the two-tailed beast was complete. Red Bean said with a smile, better to start early and finish early. The night wind was calm. Next, they were going to seal the tailed beasts. 3 days later, the mission was declared complete, and Night Wind and Hongdou left the Land of Lightning. At this time, however, the Land of Fire discovered traces of the Akatsuki organization. Haiden and Kakuzu were there collecting bounties, having killed quite a few ninjas, which drew the attention of Konoha. After the incident with the death of Sasori from Sunagakure, it seemed that the Akatsuki organization was not as terrifying as previously thought, so Konoha planned to take action against the two they had discovered. They dispatched ninjas, Special Jonin Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, along with Nara Shikamo, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponents, this combination could escape, so it was considered a reconnaissance mission. After all, Shikamaru's shadow and Ino's techniques could effectively control the enemy. Too slow. Kakuzu. Haiden shouted impatiently as he sat on the ground. So what if it's a bounty trading place? Why does the secret door have to be in a bathroom? It stinks in here. I can't tell if it's the smell of corpses or feces. Meanwhile, Konoha's ninjas had also tracked them down to this area. There were only a few bounty trading places, so they found it easily. Spotting a target, they decided to take him down first. Shikamaru saw Haiden there and immediately made a decision. The other person didn't seem to be around, so it was a good opportunity to eliminate one. Let's go. Shikamaru gestured, and Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo nodded in agreement. Whoosh! Several shuriken suddenly flew towards them. Huh? Who is it? Haiden reacted quickly, swinging his scythe to block the shuriken. At that moment, Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo appeared, attacking from both sides. Shadow Mimic Technique. Shikamaru's shadow appeared just in time, immobilizing Haiden so he couldn't move. Puff! 2 long blades pierced through Haiden's left chest and abdomen, resulting in a fatal injury. Let's take one down first. Shikamaru squinted his eyes. The Akatsuki members were too careless, allowing one to be easily taken down. Maybe he should have gone to the last mission in Sunagakure. Perhaps he could have killed that guy named Deidara too. It hurts so much. Who are you? Haiden frowned and asked irritably. What? Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo were both shocked. How is it possible that he can still talk with such injuries, and he doesn't even seem to be dying? Hey, stop twisting the blades, it hurts. Haiden grimaced in pain. Is this guy immortal? Kanetsu Tetsu was in shock. Isn't it obvious? Haiden replied, speechlessly. We are Konoha ninjas, sent to eliminate you 2 Akatsuki members. Kamizuki Izumo said coldly. Where's the other one? Shikamaru asked. What do you think? Kakuzu's voice sounded. Boom! The spot where Shikamaru was standing was hit by a punch, forcing him to cancel the shadow mimic technique and retreat. Kakuzu also appeared. TCH, the ninjutsu is undone. Haiden showed an extremely displeased expression. Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo immediately retreated back to Shikamaru's side. Kakuzu, don't interfere. I want to use them for the ritual. You can take the corpses if you want. Haiden said as he pulled the 2 blades out of his body. TCH, those kids have no bounty. But if you want to act, it's up to you. Kakuzu said calmly. After all, Haiden is immortal. What is that? Shikamaru wondered. Haiden made an incomprehensible motion, using the blood flowing from his body to draw a strange circle on the ground. They don't seem to plan to attack together. Let's continue our assault. I'll control the one named Haiden, and you 2 go for his head. Shikamaru devised a battle strategy. No matter how strong the recovery ability, if the head is cut off, he will definitely die. That hurts a lot, you bastards who don't understand others' pain. The Lord of Gods will punish you. Haiden said, Go! Kanetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo charged forward, and Shikamaru activated the shadow mimic technique simultaneously. Choji and Ino came out from behind, keeping an eye on Kaku. If Kakuzu intended to interfere, Ino would use the mind transfer technique to control him. What a troublesome technique. Hayden dodged Shikamaru's shadow while engaging in combat with the two Jonin. I have to say, Hayden is indeed good at taijutsu. Even while being attacked by Kinetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo together, he didn't fall behind, and with Shikamaru's technique suppressing him too. Now you have nowhere to run. Shikamaru threw a large number of shuriken. Meanwhile, behind Hayden, both Jonin also threw shuriken. If I can't dodge, then I won't. Hayden laughed loudly. He got hit by 5 or 6 shuriken, yet his movements were not affected at all. Damn immortal body. Shikamaru couldn't help but frown. The opponent's fighting style was completely different from ordinary ninjas. Got you. With this reckless strategy of trading injuries for injuries, Hayden finally managed to injure Kinetsu Tetsu, cutting his face. Blood collection complete. What happened? His movement stopped? Shikamaru was somewhat puzzled, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Hayden licked the blood off his scythe and then stood back in the circle he had drawn earlier. It seemed he didn't plan to attack anymore. Attack! No matter why Hayden was doing this, it was indeed a good opportunity to strike. Water release. Water candy trap. Kamizuki Izumo activated the ninjutsu. He converted chakra into water candy, spitting it out like a puddle spread on the ground. As long as someone stepped on it, they would be stuck and unable to move, becoming a living target. It's over. Kinetsu Tetsu shot a shuriken straight towards Hayden's heart. Is it over? Shikamaru stared nervously at Hayden. His heart has been pierced by the shuriken. Even the strongest recovery ability should have its limits. Aha! It hurts. Does it hurt? This is your own attack. Hayden laughed loudly. At some point, his skin had turned black with white patterns, making him look extremely bizarre. Despite his heart being pierced, he acted as if nothing had happened. Wah, how is this possible? Kinetsu Tetsu stared blankly at his own heart. Clearly, there was no attack, yet his heart was in excruciating pain, having been pierced. Thud! Kinetsu Tetsu collapsed to the ground dead. 113 Kirigakure 3 Tails. Kenizuki Izumo shouted loudly. What on earth is going on? Why hasn't Hayden died, but instead, people on our side have fallen? Has he been sanctioned? How is it? Now you can somewhat understand the pain of others, right? Hayden laughed loudly. Under my curse, just wait to be judged by me. He is the first to die, but not the last. Hayden then stared at Shikamaru. That technique. Shikamaru's eyes dimmed, his mind racing. What kind of technique is it? And what method is used to achieve it? As long as I can discover the principle of that technique, I will definitely think of a countermeasure. That's right, that's circle. He specifically licked the blood on that scythe, and his body changed because of it, even going into that circle to self-harm. A flash of realization crossed Shikamaru's eyes. Move. Ino. Retreat. Shikamaru ordered. Understood. Ino's expression was serious, knowing that they couldn't delay any longer today. They had already sacrificed one Jonin, and they must wait for reinforcements to have any chance to act against the two from Akatsuki. Body flicker technique. Ino quietly activated this technique. She controlled Kakuzu's body. Go. Everyone retreat. The unconscious Ino was carried by Choji. Although Hayden wanted to chase after them, he couldn't catch up due to Shikamaru's shadow blocking him. So he simply gave up. Tisage, really this isn't fun at all. However, Hayden and Kakuzu didn't stay happy for long. On the Konoha side, Naruto quickly finished training his ninjutsu. After all, he is the main character. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Classified as an S-rank forbidden wind release technique. Once this move is used to kill, even the connection between cells will be severed, resulting in true annihilation. If the user of the ninjutsu is also within the explosion range, they will also suffer some injuries. Thus, Naruto and Kakashi joined the pursuit team. Shikamaru this time reflected deeply, learning from the last experience. Unsurprisingly, Hayden, this not-so-intelligent guy, was buried alive. The flaws of the ninjutsu were exposed, and he was directly led by Shikamaru, his body torn apart, and he was buried alive. On Kakuzu's side, he encountered the overpowered Naruto and was similarly killed. The immortal duo was killed by Konoha. Really, those two guys are so unreliable. Deidara sighed. Hey, senpai, don't be so gloomy. Afei's voice rang out. After Sasori died, he became a formal member and teamed up with Deidara. TCH, Deidara was too lazy to talk to this guy. Afei was simply here to be funny, radiating a comical aura at all times. Orochimaru, how is the 3 tails that you're responsible for? Pain said, members die, so what? This is not the time to be sad, especially since he actually feels no sadness at all. Since the day Yahiko was killed, Nagato has rarely shown emotional fluctuations. For that goal, losing 2 members is nothing. I have already entered the land of water, and I should be within the range of the hidden mist village in about 2 days. Night Wind replied, since those 2 guys are dead, the plan has changed a bit. I will now go capture the 6 tails, and, as planned, leave it to Itachi and Kisame. The 8 tails will remain untouched for now. Once I deal with the 6 tails Jinchuriki, I will go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Pain said indifferently, disband. In the land of water, the hidden mist village is built on an island and is shrouded in fog all year round. On this day, Night Wind finally arrived at this village with Red Bean. The 3 tails, in which direction? The night breeze whispered softly. That immense chakra could only belong to a tailed beast, although it was hidden beneath a lake. It was quickly discovered by him. What does the 3 tails look like? It's said to be a very large turtle, Red Bean said casually. With Night Wind's current strength, there are few rivals in the entire ninja world, so he had no worries about dealing with tail beast. Ice release, ice ceiling. The night breeze swept over the lake. With a movement of the right hand, the entire lake began to freeze. Hiding beneath the lake and sleeping, freezing all the water into blocks of ice. Let's see how you can sleep. Roar. With a roar, the freezing surface of the lake was shattered with a slap. The furious roar echoed throughout the hidden mist village. It was a gray, turtle-like monster covered in thorny spines, with 3 gigantic tails, its body resembling a small mountain. Its fierce head was covered in scars, and its right eye was blood red. Ninjas? More ninjas? The temper of the 3-tailed Aisabu was clearly not good. Ever since Yagura died, it had been in a wild state, raised in this lake in the hidden mist village. Now, someone had come to disturb it, and it didn't seem to be from the hidden mist village. Submit, 3 tails. The night wind revealed a scarlet hue, and the power of the eternal kaleidoscope was unleashed without reservation. The powerful illusion was released, immediately controlling the tailed beast. This is the power of the Uchiha. It's really troublesome to seal the 3 tails here. The night wind sighed. The ninjas from the hidden mist village were already rushing in this direction, so he needed to deal with the 3 tails quickly. Summoning technique. With hands forming seals once again, the night wind summoned the 10,000 snakes. The body of the 10,000 snakes was not smaller than that of the tailed beasts, and was even slightly larger, allowing it to carry the controlled 3 tails away from here to wait in the nearby sea. Meanwhile, he and Akkad stayed behind to deal with the ninjas from the hidden mist village. Take it away. Under the night breeze, the order was given. Yes, the attitude of the 10,000 snakes has become much more docile than before. The strength of the night wind is no longer what it used to be. As a spirit beast, it no longer dares to be fierce towards this guy. 5 minutes later, a woman wearing a water shadow hat, followed by more than 30 elite ninjas, rushed over in a flurry. Even though the Mist Village currently has no suitable candidates for the Jinchuriki, the 3 tails is still the property of the Mist Village, a weapon of war for the village. It is not something outsiders can covet. What's the situation? The woman took off her hat and said coldly. Her clear, water-like, greenish-blue eyes and her chestnut red, intertwined long hair cascaded down her waist, resembling a small tree. With her right eye covered by her hair, she had an enchanting figure, a charming face, and exuded the allure of a mature woman. She was the 5th Mizukage. Terumi Mei, my lord, those 2 ninjas are still by the lake, but the 3 tails has already disappeared, seemingly heading towards the outer sea, said her subordinate, Aoi. His right eye was implanted with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, allowing him to observe distant situations, to dare to set their sights on the 3 tails. They must be tired of living. I want to see who dares to come and steal from our village. Terumi Mei's gaze turned cold. Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, lava release, dissolving monster technique, boil release, skilled mist technique. Terumi Mei used 2 bloodline limits in quick succession against the shadowy figure in the distance. First, a sticky and highly corrosive liquid was unleashed, followed by a burst of boiling mist that engulfed the white figure in the distance. Her subordinates revealed fearful expressions, clearly aware of their Mizukage's power. Almost nothing can withstand these 2 techniques. Mizukage-sama, it's been several years since we last met. The night breeze slowly walked out of thick fog. Together with the red beans, not even a thread of clothing was out of place. Under the repulsive force of the reincarnation eye, this ninjutsu didn't even have a chance to get close. Seeing this, Terumi Mei and the other ninjas became tense. However, when they clearly saw the man's appearance, 2 deep blushes appeared on Terumi Mei's face. This was no longer the reaction of the Mizukage. It was more like that of a teenage girl seeing her dream lover. The crowd couldn't help but facepalm. Since Terumi, Mei was already past the suitable age for marriage. She became unusually obsessed with marriage-related matters, basically becoming infatuated whenever she saw a handsome man. As a result, she often misheard the pronunciation of words related to Qing, which sounds similar to marriage period, and while laughing, she would threaten Qing to shut up, or else she would kill him. This might be the most unique Mizukage in the history of the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that Terumi, Mei's requirement wasn't just to be handsome. She also demanded that her partner wouldn't be melted by her ninjutsu. Thus, Terumi Mei remained single until now. "You, who are you?" Terumi Mei asked, her pretty face showing signs of blossoming feelings. Handsome, and able to withstand the corrosive mist. This was the first time she encountered a man who met her requirements. I must say, Mizukage's memory isn't very good. Or is it because you're getting older? The last time I came here to steal a tune. Thinking back, it was probably over a decade ago. The night breeze smiled and said, when he first arrived here, Koyami Mei was already 31 years old, and she was still the same as before, a hot-tempered water shadow. Orochimaru? You're Orochimaru? Koyami Mei was taken aback. The Orochimaru that appeared back then, although still young, was clearly a man of at least 30. Considering the current time, Orochimaru was probably close to 60, yet he appeared to be a man around 20. What on earth is going on? Eternal life. Eternal life represents infinite possibilities. So you'll only grow old, while I remain ageless and immortal. The night breeze is calm. That being said, I have already taken the 3 tails. If you want to make a move here, I wouldn't mind wiping out your entire Kirigakure before the Shinobi World War begins. The night wind continued. Are you threatening me? Kahaku Mei frowned. As the 5th Hokage of the Mist Village, who would dare to speak to her like this? You can give it a try, Akkad provocatively said. Don't be fooled by the number of experts here. Night Wind could kill these people in under 3 minutes. With the powerful attraction and repulsion of the Rinnegan alone, he could crush these ninjas like ants. Although I prefer men who won't melt away, it's hard to like someone like you. Kahaku Mei said coldly. She knew how to choose between personal feelings and her village. Moreover, Orochimaru's reputation had long spread throughout the ninja world as a cruel and heartless person who enjoyed conducting human experiments. I didn't notice it the first time we met, but your eyes are quite beautiful. The night breeze marveled. Upon closer observation, the pair of azure blue eyes belonging to Korimimi were clear and deep, carrying a sense of enchanting magic. Teacher, if you were to share your perverse quotes here, it would spread all over the world, Hongdou reminded. If you reveal your preference for eyes here, I guess the entire ninja world will know about Orochimaru's hobbies. So what? Even if those people find out, do they dare to come and trouble me? The night breeze was indifferent. However, perhaps in the future, everyone will wear glasses when going out, just in case they suddenly encounter someone like you. Hongdou quickly reminded. That's true. The night breeze nodded. Speaking of which, those eyes aren't really suitable to be taken out alone. The night wind is somewhat tangled. Looking at Jomi's eyes alone, they're like blue gemstones, which are not bad, but do not have such a strong aesthetic appeal. Only when paired with her unique hair color and that face does the overall harmony highlight the beauty. Let's make her a puppet. The night wind said seriously. That guy Scorpio's art isn't entirely wrong. Think about it. Turning a woman like Kaguya Mei into a puppet is actually quite pleasing to the eye. Aren't living people pleasing to the eye? What are you talking about? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Kaguya Mei said coldly. Although she didn't know what those two were whispering about, it definitely wasn't anything good. She felt herself locked onto by a murderous intent, digging out the organs, skinning, and then preserving the body, all while being careful. The night breeze scrutinized Terumi Mei's body and whispered, Teacher, can you stop reciting? Isn't it better to catch a live one? Hongdou shuddered and quickly said. Although she had seen many terrifying murder scenes, she still didn't want to witness Terumi Mei being killed. Perhaps there is a mutual appreciation between beautiful women. Not to mention the process being too cruel. Just the thought of having a puppet made from a living person displayed in her home sent chills down her spine. Catch a live one? Why? The night breeze asked. Actually, I've always had a wish to catch a powerful female ninja as a maid, like Yakumo or something. Managing the household would be fine, but I can't hold up the scene when going out. Hongdou said. Are you serious? The night wind stared at the woman with suspicion. Hongdou nodded heavily. All right, this time Zhao Meiming won't kill her, but there won't be a next time. The night wind was gentle. Whether to kill Kaguya Mei was inconsequential to him. It was fine to make Hongdou happy for a while. Moreover, he could capture her and extract her blood to obtain the abilities of dissolution and boiling. Although it didn't hold much significance, it was still nice to collect. After all, it was a relatively powerful bloodline limit. Let's get started. you weaklings from the Mist Village. Night Wind looked at the people of the Mist Hidden Village with extreme disdain. Go. Koji may refuse to back down. The so-called warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Even if she couldn't defeat this guy today, she could not tolerate such humiliation. Since the opponent had made a move, she would respond in kind. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Mist Hidden Technique. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Water style, Water Wave. A torrent of ninjutsu swept through, and Koji may once again used Boil Release and Melt Release. The entire lake and the nearby forest became a battlefield. The Mist Hidden side lost a dozen ninjas, but Night Wind finally seized the opportunity. A Blood Moon Genjutsu was activated, and Koji May immediately fell unconscious. Despite everyone's desperate attempts to stop them, they could not prevent the two. 115 Strict with oneself. A small island. Seriously, there won't be a next time. Don't think that I will indulge you again next time. The night breeze tapped gently on Hongdou's forehead and said, "What's so good about the living? Those who should die must die." Although Kaguya May didn't really have a reason to be killed, he indeed had a sudden whim to make a puppet. Hee, teacher, you deal with Sanwei first, and I'll go teach Miss Kaguya May. Hongdou chuckled. Before the night breeze could say anything more, he had already slipped out. At his age, he still had this personality. The night wind curled its lips. After Mei-in fell into a coma, the chakra pathways in her body were sealed, making it impossible for her to use chakra. So entrusting her to Hongdou for discipline wouldn't pose any danger. Forget it. Shaking his head, the night wind's thoughts returned to the large tortoise in front of him. This was a creature resembling a mud tortoise with 3 tails, known as the three-tailed Isabu. Channeling chakra into the ring in his hand, he notified Pain to prepare for sealing the tailed beast. It was successful. Orochimaru, well done. Pain's phantom appeared, and even his tone of praise was quite flat. Gather them to prepare for the sealing. Oh, by the way, this time I took the Mizukage from the Hidden Mist Village. The night wind said, the Mizukage? It doesn't matter. We only need the last few tailed beasts. And our people are already on their way. Now the ninja villages want to unite, but it's too late. By the way, was the Mizukage killed? Pain asked. Yeah, I killed him. The night wind quietly told a lie. That's good. One less enemy of the shadow level in the future. Now, let's prepare to seal it. Spirit Technique. Outer Path Demon Statue. 3 days later, the night wind opened its eyes again. Although accustomed to the process of sealing tailed beasts, it still felt a bit tired. It's time to go back, Hongdou. The night breeze was gentle. Yes, Hongdou replied with a smile. After 3 days apart, Zhao Meiming seemed to have become much more well-behaved. How did you train her? The night breeze was somewhat surprised. This woman's temperament was clearly the type that would rather die as a jade than live as a tile. So how could she possibly submit? Indeed, she had encountered a lot of trouble, such as not wanting to change her hairstyle, her clothes, or being disobedient and wanting to commit suicide. Hongdou nodded. So how did you deal with her? The night breeze surveyed the transformed figure of Lord Water Shadow before him. Ko Mei-ming's long hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, making her look much fresher. She wore light makeup on her face, even applying some lipstick, and had changed into casual attire. The outfit consisted of a light purple crop top, a fitted skirt, and a pair of black long socks, clearly chosen by Hongdou for her. Threatening, huh? If you don't obey me once, I'll kill a civilian from the Water Nation. After I killed a dozen people, she became very obedient. Hongdou revealed a devilish smile. Not bad. The night wind nodded in appreciation. This is truly his disciple, so enlightened. Terumi May remained silent, watching the two master and student, her emotions incredibly complicated. She never expected to see a day like this, when her life and death were at the mercy of others. If you insist on dying, I will have a teacher use the impure world reincarnation on you, then make you aware so you can take matters into your own hands and kill the people of the land of water one by one. So you better be sensible. Recalling Hongdou's devilish words, Terumi May felt a chill in her heart. These two guys are perverts. 2 weeks later, Land of Fire, new underground base. Ever since the last time it was discovered by the ninjas of Konoha, the old base was abandoned. Everyone relocated to the new base, located in a forest not far from the Valley of the End. I'm going out. Orochimaru, it's time to settle accounts with that guy. Sasuke said coldly. Did you complete the Chunin exam? The night wind was calm. 1,000 somewhat powerful test subjects were all killed by Sasuke alone. Just a bunch of trash. What kind of test is that? Sasuke left the base with his team. Young people are really rebellious. The night breeze chuckled softly. Sasuke has the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on him, which he had the 4th Hokage, who was brought back to life using the impure world reincarnation, do for him. Once everything is taken care of, he can go find Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. These two brothers are ultimately just tools he has used. Speaking of which, the Six Tails has also been sealed, and it seems that there are new visitors to the Hidden Rain Village as well. The night breeze looked out the window. The base here is built on a large tree rather than underground, so a nice view can be seen. His room is simply decorated. There is a large bed, a desk, 2 rows of bookshelves, a wardrobe, and a few chairs. The shelves hold a number of collectibles, such as the eyeball of the setting sun and the original brown eyeballs of Hongdou. The setting sun's eyeball has been preserved, while Hongdou's eyes are regularly changed with a solution to maintain the vitality of their cells. However, this room is not always so clean. Occasionally, women's clothes are scattered everywhere, along with shorts and the like. He doesn't like to indulge himself too much. After all, he is a man who is strict with himself. However, it seems that Hongdou and Ziyuan enjoy it, always sneaking into his blanket. Perhaps this is also a kind of distress in life. Well, I say, Hongdou, shouldn't you be a bit more mindful of the occasion? It's really disrespectful to the teacher. The night breeze no longer looks at the scenery outside the window, and the gaze returns to the desk. To be precise, it returns to underneath the desk. Hongdou emits a vague sound of unclear meaning, swallowing something in her mouth, her eyes filled with a charming smile, and her cheeks flushed. The wind is really something, clearly liking it but not admitting it. You do like me, right? Of course, you like me doing this too. Hongdou swallowed what was in her mouth, licked her lips, and said, "That captivating gaze evokes endless imagination. In fact, there's no need to think too much because she is indeed doing some indescribable things. This is reality and not a fantasy. What a naughty student. You are going to be punished." The night breeze smiled. There were many women around him, but only Hongdou was the one who cared the most. There was no need to mention Xing, who came to him willingly. Hinata and Hanabi were mainly experimental subjects, and there wasn't really any emotional foundation. He didn't need that kind of thing anyway. As for Yakumo and Terumi Mei, they were merely Hongdou's personal maids. "So how are you going to punish me, Wincoin?" Hongdou feigned flirtation, burying her head to take a breath. "You don't need to eat today, girl." 116 re-entering the rain-hidden village. The rain was pouring down, and the cold city was covered in dark clouds. Successfully infiltrating was easier than expected. Jiraiya crawled out of a frog's mouth, murmuring softly. The defense of the rain-hidden village was weak, and he got in with hardly any effort. On the other side, in a high building of the rain-hidden village. "What's wrong?" Conan noticed a change in Payne's expression and immediately asked. "Someone has intruded into my reign. The chakra signature indicates that the intruder is a master," Payne said calmly. "So, where should we start investigating?" Jiraiya entered the city wearing a raincoat. There were many passers-by, but most of them had no expression, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. "Granny, sell me one." Jiraiya walked into a bun shop and picked up a bun. "Thank you for your patronage. I haven't seen you before. Are you from out of town?" The old woman said. "It's nothing. I'm an author, traveling while introducing the sites of various places and magazines." "Oh, I see. How are my buns?" "They are delicious." The two chatted for a while, and Jiraiya began to subtly gather information. "Speaking of which, this village is indeed peaceful," Jiraiya said. "A long time ago, the rain-hidden village and the land of rain were places of war and poverty." "Yes, all thanks to Lord Payne, thank God." The old man showed great respect for the so-called Lord Payne. Ever since that lord took over the Rain Ninja village, there have been no more wars. Lord Payne? Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had heard of this figure. The last time he came to the Rain-hidden village was over 20 years ago when Hanzo the Salamander was still ruling this village. "Yes, it is Lord Payne," the old man said confidently. "What about Hanzo the Salamander?" Jiraiya asked. "Huh? What?" The old man seemed not to have heard clearly. "Hanzo the Salamander," Jiraiya said again. But the old man did not respond, and the people on the street cast strange glances. "Cough. Sorry to disturb you, Granny." Jiraiya realized the situation was not good and quickly slipped away. It seemed that Hanzo was a topic that couldn't be mentioned. A moment later, Jiraiya came to another shop and ordered some snacks. "So what is that?" Jiraiya asked. In front of the store, there was a puppet made of paper hanging. "That is Lord Angel. Don't you know? They say if you hang Lord Angel's origami at the door, good things will happen." The young waitress smiled. "Angel?" Jiraiya felt confused again. Hanzo the Salamander had become an untouchable topic, and the rain-hidden village was much more peaceful than he remembered. There was no sign of any conflict. He had never heard of pain or angels. The cozy hotel. Jiraiya saw a special establishment in the distance and could hardly contain himself. 2 hours later. "Ha, the guests really know how to joke." The waitress laughed. Her stage name was Konoha, a woman with a cow-like figure similar to Tsunade. Perhaps because their names were similar, Jiraiya chose her. "No, I'm not lying. Everything I said is true," Jiraiya said. With his skills and flattering women, he had already gained quite a bit of trust. Is that so? Then that's good. The waitress poured wine for Jiraiya. With such a good figure, it's worth coming from afar. Jiraiya smiled. What? The guest is not a local villager? The waitress was somewhat surprised. It was rare to see outsiders in a place like the rain-hidden village. I heard there's a place here where mercenaries like me can get a meal, so I came. I remember it was called Hanzo the Salamander. Shoo. Discussing this topic here is not good. The waitress quickly stopped Jiraiya. Oh, why? Jiraiya asked. You will be considered Hanzo's accomplice and then killed. The waitress said quietly. The new leader, Lord Pain, is very powerful. My husband said that if you're targeted, he will definitely show no mercy. What? Konoha has a husband? Yes. My husband is a local artist with a low income, so I started working too. Oh, that sounds tough. My husband said that the rain in the village now is Lord Pain's ninjutsu. As long as someone gets caught in the rain, he knows what that person is doing. That really is a terrifying ninjutsu. So, it's better not to ask strange questions. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Pain and Conan were about to find the intruder when they discovered another intruder in the village. An old friend came to play. After all, I am a member of Akatsuki, so of course, I had to come and take a look. The night wind chuckled. Old friend? The two were slightly taken aback. The person who came was Jiraiya. He had heard news about the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Village, so he set out from Konoha to gather intelligence here. The night wind said, Jiraiya. Pain and Conan's eyes flickered slightly. Conan, after I stop the rain, use your jutsu to search for him. Pain ordered. Leave it to me, Conan replied calmly. If you want to come along, feel free. Pain said to the night wind calmly. Sigh, why come to Mangekyō to look for information when there are better places to go? The night wind watched the two figures leave, shaking his head. Although Jiraiya claimed to be strong, he could not possibly be a match for the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Lord Pain was said to be in the tallest tower to the west. What then? Jiraiya captured two ranged shinobi for interrogation. He didn't know anything else. No one had seen what Lord Pain looked like, and all orders were delivered with the help of the Angel Lord. For those who posed a threat, Lord Pain would not let them go. The ninja named Hanzo had his parents, friends, family, and distant relatives all killed, not even sparing infants in their cradles. In this village, Lord Pain was the rule, and he was also the god here. TCH, in the end, still no useful information, Jiraiya muttered. Although he had learned about the style of the guy called Pain, he had no clues regarding ninjutsu, appearance, or whether there were bloodline limits. It was unclear if the other party was from the Akatsuki, and if so, who they were. It seemed he needed to confront him himself. Jiraiya imprisoned the two ranged shinobi in the belly of a frog and stepped back into the outside world. He needed to confirm things himself. Jiraiya-sensei, is it? How nostalgic, Pain said calmly. What should we do? Conan asked. To be honest, she didn't really want to kill Jiraiya. However, she would respect Pain's decision regardless. After all, he wouldn't be a companion from the outside, right? Probably. Then let's kill him. There's nothing worth reminiscing about, she said. Yes. Lead the way. Before you arrive, I'll try to make a move on him. Damn it. Has my disguise been seen through? Jiraiya released the captured ranged shinobi and hid underground to control him. However, not long after coming out, they were blocked by a swarm of white paper pieces. Fire style, fireball. Jiraiya had no choice but to reveal his true form and attack the opponent with fire. Is that the summoning technique of the toad? Conan's body began to coalesce from the pieces of paper. I originally wanted to use this move to lure Pain out, but unexpectedly, it brought you out. Your means of releasing jutsu have become sharper, and you've turned into a pretty woman, Conan, Jiraiya laughed. In the distance, that woman was indeed Conan, one of his former students. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to turn into light, floating paper. An angel? You are the spokesperson for that god, right? Who exactly is Pain? Jiraiya continued. It has nothing to do with you, sensei, Conan replied calmly. A pair of wings formed from the paper behind her, gradually rising. Do you think this can make you an angel? What is the benefit of this form? Jiraiya squinted. Conan had indeed improved a lot. She could make her body paper-like and was not afraid of fire. This is a command from the god. I must kill you, Conan answered. The paper transformed into sharp blades and shot out in large numbers. Jiraiya also spewed flames again, colliding with the swarm of Conan's paper, but he was clearly suppressed. Toad oil bullet. Seeing that the fire attack was ineffective, Jiraiya immediately switched his attack strategy. His figure flashed to dodge the paper pieces while spraying a large amount of oil. Once the paper was soaked in oil, it would be unable to disperse. Jiraiya's white hair extended from behind to grab Conan, who was suspended in midair. You, who love origami, were the gentlest among those kids. What about the other two? How are Nagato and Yahiko? The rumors of their deaths are also false, right? Jiraiya asked. Conan said nothing, her expression somewhat sad. As expected. Which one of them was Pain? Jiraiya inquired. Why have you appeared before us now? Conan remained calm. There is nothing much. If you were not a member of the Akatsuki, I would not have come here. I heard you died before, but I didn't expect you to end up like this. At that time, perhaps I should have listened to Orochimaru. You must have thought so, right? Conan said. I remember when the legendary three of Konoha encountered Conan and her group in the Rain Village. Orochimaru had suggested killing those 3 children. I never thought of such a thing. I just felt very sad. I taught you how to survive in chaotic times. And without a doubt, you are my disciples. Even if the world is harsh, to attack me without a word truly breaks my heart, Jiraiya sighed. He didn't know what those kids had gone through afterward to become like this. Sensei doesn't understand what we've been through since then, Conan replied. The initial clashes between the Akatsuki and Hanzo's forces, Yahiko's death, Danzo's interference in Konoha, and the hidden Black Zetsu in Uchiha Bido. After experiencing so much, they became the Akatsuki they are now. I truly do not understand. Even so, is this your reason for becoming the Akatsuki? What the Akatsuki does is wrong, Jiraiya questioned. That is our answer derived from our own experiences, Jiraiya-sensei. A pain puppet arrived first. Although it looked different from Nagato in his memory, there was no doubt that those eyes were the Rinnegan. Jiraiya instinctively regarded this puppet as Nagato. So, it is you? Nagato. It seems you haven't developed in the right direction. What on earth happened? Jiraiya's expression grew serious. You don't need to know. After all, you're just an outsider. The puppet replied. It was precisely because they understood Jiraiya's character that they knew a ninja like him could never help them. Jiraiya would always stand on the side of justice. Even after hearing about their experiences over the years, it was still inevitable that they would have to fight. Since that was the case, it was better to just fight directly. How you've changed, Nagato. Jiraiya prepared himself for battle at any moment. Summoning technique. The puppet shouted loudly. A giant crab was summoned, spewing out a large amount of foam. Conan's oil was washed clean, and she returned to a state where she could transform into paper. Conan, step back. And as for Orochimaru, you can watch, but you're not allowed to intervene, Pain said coldly. Understood. Conan flew into the sky. Really? Can't I just watch quietly? Why do you have to point out my presence deliberately? The night breeze slowly emerged. Orochimaru? Jiraiya's eyes widened. Although he had heard that Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki organization, this was the first time he had seen Orochimaru's current appearance and outfit, since that man betrayed the village. This was their first meeting again, probably also the last. Are you really Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked uncertainly. The man looked to be only around 20 years old, completely ordinary with no abnormalities. If one had to say anything, it would be that his skin was relatively pale and his long black hair draped behind him, resembling Orochimaru. But his face had completely changed. You have grown old, Jiraiya, while I am still so young, full of vibrant life. The night wind whispered softly. TCH, today's situation is really troublesome, Jiraiya frowned. Although Conan and Orochimaru seemed to not intervene in the battle, he didn't feel at ease. The reason those two did not intervene was clearly because they recognized the fact that he was no match for Pain with his strength. Go, the animal path commanded. A giant crab emerged from a mass of foam, rushing towards Jiraiya. Lion's main jutsu, Jiraiya shouted, as the hair on his back rapidly grew, binding the giant crab, and then crushing it to nullify the summoning technique. The white hair maintained its momentum, binding the animal path from several dozen meters away. Nagato, I want to ask you a few things. What happened to Yahiko? Jiraiya asked. Indeed, there was this guy, but he has been dead for a long time. The animal path replied calmly. Nagato, you. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Yahiko was actually dead. From the tone, it seemed he had died many years ago. What exactly happened? Jiraiya inquired. Nothing much, just experience war. Many people died here, and that kind of pain made me grow. Ignorant and foolish children will become adults after experiencing pain. Their speech and thoughts will also change to that of adults. The animal path spoke in a calm tone. So you think abandoning the memory of friends is growth? Teacher, you are just a mortal, while I, after experiencing endless pain, have transcended humanity and continue to grow. Yes, I have transformed from a mortal into a god, the animal path Pain said. Since Yahiko's death, his Rinnegan's potential had been continuously tapped, leading to the creation of the current Akatsuki organization. Once one becomes a god, everything they say and think will be considered from a god's perspective. Teacher, you are merely a mortal. It is normal that you do not understand what I am saying. I didn't expect you to be so obsessed to this extent. Jiraiya furrowed his brow tightly. what mortals cannot see clearly. I can see quite clearly from a god's perspective. And because I am a god, I can do things that mortals cannot even imagine. To put an end to this war-torn world, that is a god's responsibility, Pain stated. If that is your goal, then why collect the tailed beasts? Jiraiya asked again. Anyway, you are about to die. So I will tell you the true purpose of the Akatsuki, to use the sealed tail beasts to create new forbidden techniques. In just a moment, even a great nation can be completely destroyed. This is the most powerful forbidden weapon, Pain said. How could such a thing end war? It would only make it more intense. Jiraiya was even more confused. Hundreds of millions of people will die in an instant. This kind of pain will instill fear in humanity, thus eliminating war and achieving true peace just like I used to be. The world is just a child. So it needs a god to help it grow, Pain said recklessly. You become quite the joker, Nagato. This is no joke, Jiraiya-sensei. The animal path summoned another chameleon, replacing himself who was bound by Jiraiya's hair. Is this your summoning technique? Watch me. Jiraiya was not surprised that his opponent escaped and summoned a giant toad in return. From Mount Myaboku, the Toadkin. To me, you are just a tiny existence that will never grow. The animal path continued. To be seen as a child by a little brat. Speaking of which, I am no longer human. Dio, the blood and tears that surged from anger. It turns out to be the three Sannin, now transformed into a sage, the toad monster of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya stood on the toad's head, striking a pose he thought was cool. Perhaps in his heart, his opponent was still the few little brats from back then. Sage mode. I can't separate my hands until I'm ready. Please buy me some time. Jiraiya said with his hands together. Although I'm not very useful, I will do my best. The giant toad replied. Going invisible? What a troublesome ability. Jiraiya noticed at this moment that the guy with the Rinnegan had entered the chameleon's mouth and then disappeared. In that case, I can only use barrier ninjutsu to deal with it. Jiraiya emitted a sensing barrier. Any enemy within this area would be detected. In that case, summoning technique. The animal path summoned a giant three-headed dog. Toadkin. Jiraiya stood on the giant toad's head. The opponent's attack was approaching, and they had to rely on Toadkin to block it for now. The battleground was a building in the rain village that dealt with water accumulation, where the space inside was quite large. Boom! Toadkin leaped up, using his fork to impale the three-headed dog against the wall. However, the three-headed dog split apart, becoming three, continuing to stare at Toadkin and Jiraiya. The splitting did not end. The three continued to divide, quickly becoming six. Their bodies became smaller, but their attacks became fiercer. Toadkin was bitten twice and hurriedly fled up towards the passage. The most important thing at that moment was to buy time for Jiraiya. Finally, the two reached the top of the building. The number of split summoning dogs kept increasing, seemingly endless. If possible, let's make it a bit prettier, Jiraiya said. Because I'm not very useful, Toadkin replied. He had already sustained significant injuries. Let's take them out one by one and lead them to a narrow place. The two continued to flee. After a while, Toadkin was finally pursued several times and temporarily lost his fighting capability. Jiraiya used ninjutsu to compress those dogs into the toad's belly, forcing their summoning technique to dissipate. Nagato, you are still quite immature to be caught in the gap behind me. Jiraiya reappeared near the animal path pane. The recovered Toadkin impaled the chameleon with his fork. Bang! The chameleon vanished. Damn it! Is it a shadow clone? Jiraiya's expression changed. That's right, and not only that, summoning technique. The animal path pane appeared from another position. Once again, summoning a summoning beast. A giant bird with a massive beak. Boom! Toadkin raised his shield, but was still knocked down to the ground. Jiraiya, in order to prepare for Sage Mode, had no choice but to escape into a nearby passage. The giant bird followed closely. Boom! Boom! The strange bird not only moves incredibly fast, but can also release explosives. Jiraiya seized the opportunity and used a shadow clone to attract the bird's attention. A large burst of flames erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, eliminating the strange bird. Boom! At that moment, the wall behind him exploded again. A gigantic rhinoceros was summoned. One after another, it seemed endless. Jiraiya was speechless. How many summoning beasts is this already? The power of the Rinnegan is truly terrifying. The caster's main body is invisible, continuously battling with various unbelievable summoning beasts, making it impossible to find the opponent. Here it comes. Fukusaku jumped down from the sky and knocked the rhinoceros back, canceling the summoning. A bull-headed monster appeared next. Indeed, it was never-ending. However, Jiraiya felt a bit puzzled. Why is Nagato only using summoning techniques? Logically, a person with a Rinnegan should be proficient in almost all ninjutsu. Sage mode, Rinnegan Fukusaku, leave this to me, you go back. Jiraiya said. Understood. The figure of the toad vanished with a puff. Boom. The bull-like monster charged in, but was directly sent flying and dissipated by Jiraiya in Sage mode. Kid, why do you always summon us in such noisy places? When I will get angry. Don't say that. Mom, little Jiraiya has his reasons, right? You're really protecting him like this. Dad, two toads stood on Jiraiya's shoulders. This was the result of training in Mayaboka Mountain, entering Sage mode with the help of the two toad sages. Long time no see. Sorry for troubling you like this, boss, big sister. Jiraiya chuckled. He had known these two toad sages since he was a teenager. But kid, didn't you say that this appearance doesn't appeal to girls, so you didn't want to turn into this? Now is not the time to worry about that. The opponent has the Rinnegan, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. The six-pad's eyes? Such a thing really exists. It seems I have no choice. The two toads were shocked inside. The legendary sage of six paths possessed the Rinnegan. You should almost learn to use Sage mode on your own, little Jiraiya. Compared to the two adults, I'm still just a baby. I'll rely on you too this time. So here we go. Jiraiya walked out of the cave, completely transformed. His nose was swollen and red. His eyes turned into the orange-yellow of a toad, and strange patterns appeared on his face. This ugly appearance indeed did not appeal to girls. Where's that Rinnegan guy? That guy is hiding inside a summoning beast. Invisible, Jiraiya replied. At this rate, how long will it take? Watch me force it to reveal itself in one breath. Mom, don't be so agitated. Be careful, or more wrinkles will appear. Why is this guy fighting little Jiraiya? Because he was my student in the past. Found it. Shima's tongue quickly extended and caught the invisible chameleon several meters away. The male toad is Fukusaku, and the female toad is Shima. Puff. Fukusaku spat out a powerful waterline. The chameleon was instantly killed, revealing the animal path pain hidden inside. Is that the Rinnegan? Indeed, it is an ominous eye. The two toad sages were extremely cautious. Summoning technique. The animal path summoned two figures. You are the bringer of destruction. Defeating you here is my master's mission, Jiraiya said seriously. But soon, he was confused again. The two newly appeared figures also had Rinnegan. What is the secret behind this? Hurry up and finish, so I can go back. I still need to prepare dinner. Shima said, Mom, compared to dinner, this guy's eyes are the real problem. Don't be careless. That is the strongest eye technique. I don't care. Don't underestimate the housewife who worries every day about preparing meals. You old fossil. How can you talk like that? I'm just worried about you. The commotion on this side was endless, and the pains on the other side couldn't stand it anymore. Whoosh, one person quickly ran over. Jiraiya reacted swiftly and kicked out immediately. With the enhancement of Sage mode, his strength was greatly increased, sending the incoming person flying dozens of meters away with one kick. All right, let's end this couple's quarrel here. And quickly take care of these guys, Jiraiya said. Kid, prepare the oil. Dad will use wind release. Got it. Sage art. 5 right gates. One person and 2 frogs collaborated. Shima spat flames. Jiraiya spewed a large amount of toad oil, while Fukusaku unleashed a fierce wind. The high-temperature fire oil surged like a river. At that moment, the hungry ghost path pain stood up and blocked all the attacks, even absorbing all the oil. These guys have hidden tricks. Fukusaku frowned. Let's confirm it with close combat. Jiraiya crouched against the wall, his hands and feet transforming like a toad's limbs. Super large Rasengan. Under the boost of Sage mode, the ordinary Rasengan had a diameter of about 5 meters. The hungry ghost path pain didn't retreat an inch, directly absorbing the ninjutsu. The chakra of the Rasengan was absorbed. This guy, Jiraiya felt it was troublesome again. Watch out from behind. Fukusaku threw a blue smoke bomb. Jiraiya immediately reacted, intending to catch the pain attacking him. But the latter, without visibility, countered and grabbed his fist. Sage art. 1,000 needle jutsu. Jiraiya dodged to the side, and his white hair shot out like countless needles. Summoning technique. The animal path summoned a giant panda again, blocking the attack from behind, still defending without visibility. All the pains shared vision, but Jiraiya didn't know this. Little Jiraiya, did you notice? When we attacked from a blind spot earlier, the others are watching us from other places, Fukusaku said. I didn't notice, but those guys didn't give any eye signals or communicate verbally. They made no unnecessary movements. How did they communicate? Jiraiya was filled with doubts. By the way, the 3 of them have the same pair of eyes. If they can share the vision they see, then it makes sense. Shizuku suddenly realized. But even knowing this, it doesn't help. Jiraiya knew the situation was dire. With ninjutsu ineffective, it would be very difficult to deal with 3 opponents. Little Jiraiya, it's best to escape first. Bang! A burst of white mist disappeared, and Jiraiya vanished from the spot, his chakra leaving through the underground pipe. How long are you going to wait? Conan said slowly. What's wrong? Are you worried that I might figure out your trump card and take actions that would be unfavorable to you? The night breeze gave a faint smile. That's not it. Just a reminder, don't think about saving Jiraiya. He will definitely die today. Conan's body gradually turned to paper and began to disappear. She stayed by Nagato's side and understood the power of the Rinnegan better than anyone. As long as Nagato was in peak condition and the six paths of pain acted together, there was absolutely no ninja in the entire ninja world who could defeat Nagato. After all, those are the eyes of the sage of six paths. The Rinnegan, huh? I really underestimated it, haha. The man laughed self-deprecatingly and then followed suit. A series of croaks echoed through the corridor. The three pains pursuing Jiraiya noticed this, but continued to chase after him. Jinjutsu? The three pains felt their bodies slow down. The Jinjutsu had already taken effect. Fire style, Great Fireball. One of Jiraiya's shadow clones launched a jutsu from behind. The hungry ghost path pain instinctively tried to block the jutsu. This left only two pains in front. One of them seemed to only be able to use summoning techniques. Poof! Jiraiya's main body also exhaled flames. There's one here too? The two pains jumped up. However, the wall above the corridor had turned into a frog's stomach at some point, and one of the pains was immediately sucked in. Don't even think about using summoning techniques. Seeing the beast path pain trying to form hand seals, Jiraiya immediately kicked it away. At this point, the Jinjutsu finally had a complete effect. The three pains were completely trapped in the Jinjutsu, and even the Rinnegan could not break free for a moment. Did I just trick them? The beast path said calmly. The three pains were locked in a water prison, surrounded by a giant frog standing there. Teacher Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to have such a Jinjutsu, said Pain. In a Jinjutsu like the binding technique, your spirits and bodies cannot move. I should have taught you that you can never let your guard down against any enemy. Jiraiya replied, Nagato, you have misunderstood your mission. Rather than guiding the world through pain, I hope you can use this power that transcends pain to change the world. Although we've only spent a short time together, I once believed you were the child of prophecy. It's over. Returning to reality. Jiraiya had completely killed the three pains with three large knives. After confirming that all three were dead, he let out a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, cough. The two-toed sages began to cough violently. Clearly, the burden of using such a Jinjutsu was not small. This frog croaking puts a lot of pressure on the throat. Shinsaka said, That's right, coordinating with the kid's father is troublesome. Jima also felt a bit tired. I'm really sorry. Let us rest well afterward. I made my choice now, Jiraiya said. Not to let your guard down is what you taught me, right, Teacher Jiraiya? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Boom! The wall was directly smashed apart, and Jiraiya was thrown out awkwardly, barely standing on the water surface. The fourth pain appeared, the one who controls the King of Hell. Jiraiya still underestimated the power of the Rinnegan. He was testing the strength and methods of the three pains. And Nagato was also cautiously testing his strength. Only three of the six paths of pain had appeared. Especially the strongest among the six puppets, the Deva path pain, had never appeared from the beginning. Kid, your right hand has. Sima exclaimed. Jiraiya's right arm was directly torn off, which meant he could no longer form hand seals to use jutsu. I know. Jiraiya's face turned grim. What the hell is going on? Shinsaku furrowed his brows tightly. But even more surprising events soon unfolded. Including the three pains that had been killed earlier, all six paths of pain appeared. How is this possible? The three who had just been killed appeared again. Among the newly appeared ones, they seemed to have revived them in some way. The two toads' tones became anxious. There is no jutsu that can completely revive the dead, and it seems they didn't pay any price at all. In fact, the six paths of pain were merely puppets. Rather than saying they were revived, it would be more accurate to say they were repaired tools. As long as the hell path was not dead first, the killed pains would quickly be revived. Pain, who exactly are you? Jiraiya asked. Pain is the unified name for the six of us, the Deva path said. Why? Why do all six of you have Rinnegan? You are. Jiraiya's expression changed. This new face was clearly Yahiko. There was no doubt it was Yahiko. But Yahiko was dead. How did he become Pain and even possess the Rinnegan? Could it be? All the pains are actually dead? Yahiko is dead, isn't he? Jiraiya shouted. Indeed, Yahiko has long been dead. What stands here is Pain. The Deva path replied. Who are you all? We are Pain, we are God. The six of them jumped down together, attacking Jiraiya. Because they were holding back a bit, they did not immediately unleash all their power. Yahiko, how do you have Nagato's Rinnegan? Jiraiya still wanted to clarify. Even if you know, you still won't be our opponent, the Deva path replied. Boom, boom, boom. The Shurapath's arms transformed and launched a large number of micro-missiles. Although Jiraiya had lost one hand, his speed did not decrease, and he dodged these explosions. "Kid, give up," Jima advised. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Escaping was the most important thing. I must find a way to exploit their weaknesses. Even if it means mutual destruction, I have to kill them here, Jiraiya said firmly. Crack! The entire wall was manipulated by the Devapath and fell down. Jiraiya was taken by surprise and then jumped into the sea. The breath disappeared. The Devapath glanced over. One of the panes was caught by the frog's tongue underwater and disappeared along with Jiraiya's breath. "This is gastric juice?" The captured pane was somewhat astonished. Rasengan, the one-armed Jiraiya circled around and struck down this pane. Poof! In the moment of impending death, a black rod suddenly appeared in the captured pane's hand. Jiraiya's movements were affected by his injuries. He couldn't dodge this strike, and his left shoulder and left arm were pierced by the black rod. "Are you alright, kid?" Jima was very worried about Jiraiya's condition. "I can still hold on," Jiraiya reluctantly replied. "By the way, this guy is definitely not Nagato. I remember now. I encountered this ninja many years ago while traveling through various countries and even fought him. The scar on his forehead was caused by my kunai." Jiraiya stared at the dead pane, recalling past events. "If I want to escape, now is the time," Shinzaka said. "Going out now might really get me killed, but perhaps I can determine the enemy's true identity. If I miss this opportunity, I probably won't get so close to pain again." Jiraiya said, "The Akatsuki is undoubtedly the enemy of Konoha. If we can't bring back useful information this time, pain will only become more difficult to handle in future battles, potentially causing devastating blows. The opportunity to expose his true identity is only now. This is the moment referred to in the prophecy of the Great Sage Frog. Please take back the current information about Pain and this Pain's corpse, and then inform Tsunade." Jiraiya said, "Such matters can be left to the kid's mom." Shinzaku planned to stay behind. "Be sure to return before dinner," Shima agreed. "I will come back to eat with little Jiraiya," Shinzaku said. If both of them leave, Jiraiya has almost no chance of survival. Having him stay can increase Jiraiya's chances of living. Whoosh! Jiraiya and Shinzaku emerged from the belly of the frog, quietly taking out a wind-style shuriken, but the sneak attack failed, and the attack from the blind spot was dodged. As expected, these guys share vision, just as I thought. Jiraiya carefully looked at the faces of these pains. He almost recognized all these ninjas. They were ninjas he had met before. These people did not have the Rinnegan in life, clearly having been specially modified to become what they are now. These pains are all puppets. Wow. The Azura Path pain emerged from beneath the sea, directly crushing Jiraiya's throat. Little Jiraiya, Shinzaku rushed to help but was already nearly exhausted. Realizing too late, the Deva Path and another pain jumped over. 5 black rods pinned Jiraiya's body to the stone, and his life force immediately weakened. He wanted to speak but couldn't make any sound, and his consciousness began to fade. Seeing this, Pain did not continue to attack. This was a fatal injury. Jiraiya was already a dead man. "Yes, Naruto. I am your teacher. How can I easily give up?" Like a final flicker of light, Jiraiya somehow managed to support his body and rode on Shinzaku's back with his last chakra. What a tenacious life. The heart should have stopped beating by now. The Deva Path Pain said, "It's truly regrettable. Jiraiya, you are going to die here." The night wind slowly emerged. Boom! The finishing blow finally arrived, and the missile from the Azura Path blew Jiraiya's corpse into the sea. Meanwhile, Shinazuki, who obtained the information at the cost of Jiraiya's life, had already escaped. "If there's nothing else, please leave Mangekyō," Conan warned, then followed Pain and the others as they departed. The night wind had an indifferent expression. After all, he had already obtained Jiraiya's severed arm. As long as he had this, he could summon the reincarnated Jiraiya using impure world reincarnation, which could be useful in the upcoming Shinobi World War. Even if we don't consider combat power, using it to discuss the ninjas of Konoha is also a good idea. 2 days later, Sasuke finally found Itachi's trace. He arrived at the Uchiha stronghold and settled things one-on-one. This was a message from Itachi. His body, even supported by medicine, could not hold on for too long, which is why he was eager to see Sasuke. After a carefully arranged battle meant to let Sasuke win, he entrusted his power to his younger brother. "From here, please send one person over." That was Itachi's order. Kisame said lightly. After all the years of working with Itachi, he was willing to help with this. "Don't mind him, Sasuke. Let's defeat him and go together." Karen said. The opponent was a member of the Akatsuki organization, and she feared that Sasuke would be killed. "No, follow my orders, Karen. This is my own revenge. I don't need anyone else to interfere," Sasuke said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in alone. Karen, Jugo, and Suigetsu stayed outside to wait for the battle to end. On the other side, Naruto, don't rush. Kakashi couldn't help but advise. Naruto still hadn't given up on finding Sasuke. During this time, besides training, he had also come to the vicinity of the battlefield where Itachi and Sasuke would face off, using the multiple shadow clone technique. One of his clones even encountered Sasuke on the way. After roughly determining the location, the search became easier. Hey, everyone! A figure from the Akatsuki organization wearing an orange whirlpool mask suddenly appeared. What? Naruto was startled and fell directly to the ground. What an honor to meet the ninjas of Konoha in a place like this. Let's see 246. The voice of Tobi sounded quite amusing. Naruto, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Hanabi, Kiba's sister. It turned out to be a 6-on-1. What bad luck. Tobi said with a smile. Is this guy a member of the Akatsuki? I have no intel on him. Shikamaru sighed. There was no information on Tobi in the intelligence already collected. Ah, I'm a newcomer. Please take care of me. Tobi still had a playful grin. He neither took the initiative to attack, nor intended to let the ninjas from Konoha interfere with Sasuke and Itachi's decisive battle. Let's test the waters. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. Kakashi said, don't get in our way. Naruto's shadow clone attacked from behind with a Rasengan. Hey. Tobi let out a strange laugh and dodged the attack directly. The Kamui ability in his right eye allows his body to become intangible. So as long as he is in that state, any physical attack is ineffective against him. Kakashi's left eye Kamui had the ability to remotely suck enemies into the Kamui space, but he couldn't become intangible himself. As for that eye, it had been used by Obito for a while and was now devoured by Yeff. And Obito wanted to suck someone into the Kamui space. He had to physically catch the person himself. What? Naruto didn't expect to pass through. The Rasengan hit empty space, and he failed to catch his opponent by surprise. Damn it. Naruto, unwilling to back down, jumped up again. Don't be so reckless. What can a kid like you do? Tobi showed no mercy, suddenly solidifying his body and kicking Naruto in the chin. Naruto spat out blood and fell down, feeling extremely frustrated. His opponent was sometimes transparent and sometimes solid. His attacks would hit empty space, and suddenly the opponent would launch an attack. As expected of the Akatsuki, this is really troublesome. Shikamaru didn't expect to encounter such a bizarre ability. However, there was some good news. It seemed that the opponent only wanted to intercept them and did not intend to fight to the death. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have just been kicked once. It's been a while, Tobi. Oh, and Kakashi, Naruto. The night breeze slowly emerged. As before, he was still acting alone, leaving Hongdou and Hinata at the base, including Zun as well. However, there was still a reincarnated ninja standing beside him, a ninja that every Konoha ninja was very familiar with, especially Naruto and Kakashi. Sakura? Naruto's gaze momentarily lost focus. The girl he had a crush on in the past was right in front of him, and he realized he had misjudged her. That's right. This is Sakura, but unfortunately, she was decapitated by Sasuke, and I revived her using Edo Tensei. The night breeze was calm. Orochimaru-senpai, you really have a heart of malice. Scaring someone like this, said Akatsuki member Faye with glee. The Edo Tensei technique can revive the dead, but it is considered a disrespectful ninjutsu towards the deceased, and can even be seen as an insult and mockery of their souls. Orochimaru's actions are a direct humiliation to the ninjas of Konoha, especially that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Look, Naruto, this is Sakura, the dead Sakura. The man grabbed the pink-haired girl's hair and sneered coldly. He restored Sakura's consciousness but did not grant her the right to speak or act freely, so Sakura could only stare wide-eyed at the Konoha ninjas across from her. Everyone has grown quite a bit, while the Edo Tensei Sakura remains stuck at 12 years old. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Naruto was indeed furious. His anger resonated with the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the red chakra, cloak of the tailed beast, began to appear. It seemed this mission had failed. Shikamaru shook his head. Kakashi, although silent, also wore a troubled expression. Naruto is too emotional and easily swayed by his feelings. There are many members of the Akatsuki organization lying in wait here. If Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, were captured, it would be a huge loss. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto paused slightly, then lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Before the Nine Tails chakra could take full control, Kakashi knocked Naruto out. Otherwise, if he exploded, he would attack indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. Have you given up? The night breeze is calm, but if you want to slip away from me like this, that's really underestimating me. The man smiles dangerously. Although he can't reveal too much of his strength in front of Faye, dealing with these guys doesn't require much power at all. Orochimaru. Ino looks at the man opposite her with a complex expression. Although several times Orochimaru and Akatsuki have not attacked her, it seems that her luck has run out. Ice release. Ice dragon technique. The night wind condensed into a giant dragon made of ice, lunging towards the Leaf Village ninjas with its claws bared. You all need to get out of here, Kakashi said with a serious expression. Boom. Two short blades appeared in Kakashi's hands, and he managed to sever the ice dragon. The swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan is indeed impressive. Speaking of which, it seems that the eyes I gave Kakashi back then have been lost. Akatsuki thought to himself. Forget it, I'll spare your lives this time. Akatsuki, you prevent them from breaking through here again, and I'll go check on Sasuke. The night wind gently whispered. Now is not the time to reveal my cards. The most important thing is to handle Sasuke's side. I need to retrieve Sakura from the Edo Tensei, and then I will head to the base. All right, senior. Obito still spoke in a lively tone. Uchiha base. On the mountaintop, in a dim room, Sasuke walked in slowly, and Itachi was sitting in the seat above, waiting. That pair of Sharingan, how far can you see? Itachi asked lightly. You asked how far I can see? Right now, the only thing I can see is you, Itachi, being killed by me, Sasuke replied coldly. Hatred, disgust, anger. All these years were for today. Killed, you say? Then prove it to me. Itachi's figure flickered and appeared behind Sasuke. Clang. Itachi drew a kunai, while Sasuke unsheathed the blade at his waist, and the two clashed together. After a brief exchange, they separated again. Chidori. Sasuke used lightning to force his way forward. Itachi frowned and jumped into the air, while Sasuke's main body had been waiting here for a long time, successfully piercing Itachi's body with his sword. Poof! With the long blade entering his body, Itachi fell dead to the ground. You've gotten stronger. Even though he had been killed, Itachi still showed no expression. Let me ask you one last thing, Itachi, Sasuke said. Itachi did not respond, only pointed to another seat. Itachi was still sitting in the chair, and what had just happened was merely his illusion. TCH, an illusion farce? Sasuke's face was calm, as if he had guessed it. What do you want to know? Although it didn't reach the end just now, let us hear it. Itachi said calmly. I'll say it again. Sasuke's voice echoed again. But this time it came from behind Itachi's chair. The Sasuke in front of Itachi was just a snake clone. An illusion, huh? Itachi spat some blood, but still maintained a calm expression. Let me ask you one last thing, I said, bastard. The pain in your chest will continue until you answer my question, Sasuke threatened. Did you deliberately avoid a vital spot on your chest? Itachi said lightly. You once said, as long as you open your eyes, there will be 3 people who can use the Mangekyō Sharingan, including me. Who? Is the third person? Sasuke asked. Why do you care about such things? Itachi retorted. To kill that guy after I kill you. Sasuke did not hide his killing intent. Kill him? Itachi's face still showed no expression. On the night you killed all your clan members, you mentioned that there was another Uchiha clan member, the one you didn't kill. Which means that guy is your accomplice. Even you couldn't have killed the entire Uchiha clan alone. Sasuke stated. You noticed, huh? Itachi's expression finally changed slightly. Who is he? Sasuke pushed the knife further into Itachi's chest. Uchiha Madara, Itachi replied. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Uchiha Madara, a figure from the same era as the first Hokage, one of the founders of Konoha. Logically, that guy should have died decades ago in battle with the first Hokage. Madara should have been dead long ago. Are you messing with me? Sasuke clearly did not believe it. Madara is still alive. Whether you believe it is up to you. Itachi said calmly. Stop talking nonsense. Sasuke shouted. People rely on their own knowledge and perceptions, and they are bound by these things, calling them reality. The relationship between knowledge and perception is ambiguous. The reality based on these may just be an illusion. People live within their own perceptions. Don't you think so? Itachi suddenly said. What are you trying to say? Sasuke asked with a puzzled expression. What kind of courage does this dying person have to speak to him like this? Madara is dead. That's just your wishful thinking. Just like you once thought I was a gentle brother. Itachi said calmly. The end. Itachi versus Sasuke. That night's events for me, as a child, I could only regard everything as an illusion. Although I wanted to convince myself that it was just a cruel illusion, there was no doubt that everything was real. Now my eyes are different from before. My Sharingan can see through illusions. Sasuke's emotions became agitated, and Chidori reappeared in his hand. You still talk like before. Trying to show off. I'll accept that statement for now. Itachi said lightly. The illusion disappeared again. The Itachi that Sasuke had pierced with his sword was still an illusion. The real Itachi was seated on another stone chair. Let us end the act here, Sasuke said coldly. He was already tired of the repeated illusions. You haven't been able to obtain eyes like mine, Itachi said with some regret. He intended to easily lose to Sasuke after Sasuke obtained the Mangekyō Sharingan. But Sasuke was still at the 3-tomo level. The act would be a bit more challenging now. Haven't you killed all your important people? Did you come before me with such naive thoughts? Itachi asked. According to the records of the Uchiha clan, a 3-tomo holder is most likely to awaken their eyes during times of extreme emotional turmoil. Therefore, in order to awaken their eyes, there have been cases of killing close relatives like parents and friends. So, hurry up and use your Mangekyō Sharingan to kill me. Or is my current self still beyond your measure? Sasuke said confidently. Even with 3-tomo, he was confident that he could definitely kill Itachi now. Such remarkable confidence. Itachi finally stood up from his chair. The Mangekyō Sharingan, these are special eyes. From the day they awaken, they lead into darkness. The more they are used, the more they will be sealed. Itachi said. What does that mean? Sasuke didn't understand why Itachi wanted to talk about this topic. The Mangekyō will eventually lead to blindness. Itachi said lightly. Is this the price for gaining the ability to control the Nine-Tails power? It seems you have read the stone tablet at the gathering place, as I said. Who exactly is Madara? He is the man who first tamed the Nine-Tails with the Mangekyō Sharingan. And this man also uncovered another secret of the Mangekyō Sharingan. After losing his sight, Madara transplanted his brother's Mangekyō, thus obtaining the eternal Mangekyō, eyes that would never go blind. However, Madara is a failure. He later manipulated the Nine-Tails to attack Konoha, but was stopped by the 4th Hokage. He is not the pinnacle of the Uchiha. The one who truly approaches the pinnacle will be me, because I will take your eyes. Sasuke, you are the new light for me, Itachi said recklessly, successfully disguising himself as a pervert who had been plotting for years. Is it all for this? Sasuke slowly unwrapped the bandage on his forehead. A killing intent he had never felt before appearing in his eyes. If he had still held onto the last shred of hope before, after hearing these words, that last shred of hope deep in his heart vanished. Of course, this was also part of Itachi's calculations. He did not intend to let Sasuke know the truth of the past. Burdened with darkness and dying, handing everything over to his brother was the last thing he could do. You can never win against me, because I have the Mangekyō, and you do not. Itachi provoked again. No matter how you use those eyes, I will turn the illusion into reality with my hatred, and your reality is death. Sasuke said coldly. Clang! A series of metallic sounds rang out. The two simultaneously pulled out a large number of shuriken and shot them at each other, blocking the shuriken at the same time. Tsukuyomi. Itachi seized this opportunity to reveal one of his trump cards. Of course, he would not rely on this technique to kill Sasuke, but rather intentionally expose a flaw, allowing Sasuke to break his Tsukuyomi. I should have said, no matter how you use those eyes, I will turn the illusion into reality with my hatred. Sasuke panted as he stood up. Meanwhile, Itachi, after using Tsukuyomi, was somewhat fatigued and crouched on the ground. This is not holding back. This is releasing a whole sea. The night wind hit in the wall, feeling somewhat speechless. The difference between having a kaleidoscope and not having one is like heaven and earth. From the moment he saw Sasuke, Itachi had countless opportunities to kill him, but he didn't. Instead, he meticulously planned a battle in which he would lose. Truly a brother. His love runs deep. In the recent Tsukuyomi, you saw the illusion of your eyes being gouged out by me, right? Then let me make it a reality. Itachi stood up and said, whoosh. Taking advantage of Itachi's time to form seals, Sasuke threw a wind-style shuriken. Itachi immediately stopped forming seals and dodged to the side. Kakashi. 1 second for 6 seals? 6 seconds for Sasuke to form 1 seal. The wind shuriken split in mid-air into 2. This was the shadow shuriken technique. And it was also infused with lightning from Sasuke's hand. Itachi successfully dodged between the 2 shurikens, but it wasn't over yet. Boom! The shuriken exploded, shooting out iron pieces. This was a shuriken with a trap set. Itachi couldn't dodge this move, and an iron piece embedded itself in his left leg. Although you're about to die, you shouldn't make it so obvious. Nightwind scoffed again. After all, they're members of the Akatsuki, yet they can't even handle such a toy. Would anyone believe that? Is it the side effect left by Tsukuyomi earlier? Feels pretty good, right? Sasuke clearly had no idea Itachi was holding back. Fire style, great fireball. Sasuke spewed out a ball of flames. Itachi, seemingly injured, chose to break through the wall above and reach the top of the building, knowing Sasuke would chase him. He also decided to unleash a fireball. TCH, that injury is still far from serious. Two large hands grew from Sasuke's back, relying on the power of the cursed seal to withstand the great fireball. Under a dark cloud, the two brothers faced off nervously. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Night Wind continued to hide using Earth style. Fire style, great fireball. Both sides unleashed a massive amount of flames again. However, during the collision, Itachi held back once more, and his great fireball was actually suppressed by Sasuke. Amaterasu. Itachi activated the ocular technique from his right eye. Once unleashed, the black flames that would burn the target to ashes would continue to burn indefinitely. Sasuke's flames could no longer withstand the fire of Amaterasu, and his attack was dismantled. Sasuke hurriedly ran away, while Itachi released the black flames of Amaterasu, igniting almost half the building, and Sasuke was also tainted by the black fire. Boom! Just as Itachi rushed over, the Sasuke burned by Amaterasu turned into a puff of white smoke. The one that had gone out earlier was a shadow clone. The real body was actually still hidden on the lower level. 124. Kirin, Susanoo. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sasuke's eyes turned cold. Right now is Itachi's moment of weakness. Having used the Mangekyō Sharingan, his body must be under great strain. This is his best opportunity. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Several pillars of fire broke through the floors. Itachi barely managed to dodge these flames, though he was indeed feeling fatigue from playing along with Sasuke. Don't push yourself. You have no chakra left, Itachi said calmly. Indeed, I have no chakra left. The fire style just now used it all up. But do you think I came here unprepared? Sasuke said with a confident smile. Crack, crack. The clouds began to rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This ninjutsu only lasts for a moment and is absolutely unavoidable. As you wish, I will recreate your death. Sasuke smiled with great confidence. The fire style earlier. The initial target was not Itachi, but to create an updraft, thus generating cumulonimbus clouds. That is thunderclouds. In this natural environment, the power of lightning will be unprecedentedly abundant. And just so happens, Sasuke excels in lightning style, able to control lightning, and even without chakra, he can launch attacks using the lightning in the natural environment. This is Sasuke's final strike. Prepare to die, Itachi. Sasuke leaped onto the stone slab, very close to the clouds. Thunder rumbled, and the entire world flickered with blue electric light. The lightning strike lasts only 1,000th of a second, faster than the speed of sound. Human reaction speed is absolutely unable to evade it. Come on, let us disappear together with the thunder. Lightning style, Kirin. Sasuke's right hand crackled with lightning, resonating with the lightning in the clouds. The lightning transformed into a gigantic beast, resembling a dragon. Boom! The entire small mountain was directly destroyed, and the building was shattered into countless fragments. The intensity of this move was even comparable to a tailed beast bomb. It's over. Sasuke, looking exhausted, couldn't he help but half kneel on the ground. On the other side, Itachi lay flat on the ground, seemingly dead. Is this the death you wanted to recreate? Itachi's voice echoed. Crimson chakra emerged, and around his body appeared a skeletal figure resembling a malevolent spirit. Susanoo, although not yet in its complete form, it was still very powerful. Susanoo was equipped with the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror, the former having a sealing effect, and the latter able to change its attributes based on the attack it receives, thus nullifying the opponent's attacks. This is Itachi's trump card. Without this move, he would have definitely died earlier. You've really become stronger, Sasuke, Itachi said slowly. His condition was already dire. To play along and expend such a large amount of chakra, his already weakened body found it increasingly difficult to move. But he couldn't die yet. He must pass his power to Sasuke and extract the cursed seal from Sasuke's body. Only then could Sasuke survive alone in this world. Restoring the glory of the clan, reviving the Uchiha, would all be left to Sasuke. He is the one who bears the darkness. It's fine for him to die like this. Itachi. Sasuke looked at Itachi approaching, but he could not muster any strength. The Heaven's Curse seal given to him by Orochimaru wouldn't allow him to explode with power at this time. After all, that was just a wisp of the soul's essence, not Night Wind's complete soul. Moreover, Night Wind looked down on Sasuke's body as a vessel. It was finally coming to an end. The Night Wind calmly watched the battle. Ten-Fist Sword. Itachi's Susanoo pierced through Sasuke, forcibly tearing out the power of that cursed seal to seal it away. To this, the Night Wind expressed indifference. After all, he was a fusion of two souls, and losing this small fragment was hardly a significant loss. In this way, your eyes are now mine. Let me slowly take them. Itachi was still putting on a show. In the last moments of his life, he was still trying hard to act. The bond between brothers was truly deep. Sasuke was so frightened that he couldn't speak, only able to watch as Uchiha Itachi approached. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." Itachi's blood-stained finger pointed at Sasuke's forehead, and then he could no longer hold on, collapsing with a thud. The power of Amaterasu had already been passed on to Sasuke. Moreover, after this event, Sasuke would surely be able to take the final step and awaken his own Mangekyō Sharingan. Coupled with his earlier deliberate hints, Sasuke should know to keep his eyes safe for the future, to unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan for him. As an older brother, he truly did everything he needed to do. Goodbye, foolish brother. Just how far can your Sharingan see? Pitter-patter, the rain fell again. What a wonderful performance. The emotional scene between brothers was so moving, but unfortunately, the younger brother was a bit foolish. The night breeze slowly walked out. It casually took away the weasel's kaleidoscope and then sealed the corpse into a scroll, finally dragging Sasuke away. Lord Orochimaru? Karen and the others didn't expect Orochimaru to appear here. "Let's go. We're returning to the base." The previous battle was won by Sasuke, but he needs a bit of rest. The night wind casually tossed Sasuke to Karen and said, "Yes." The three of them did not dare to disobey Orochimaru's orders. If Sasuke were in perfect condition, they might have dared to act recklessly with him. However, with Sasuke in a coma, they absolutely did not have the courage to take on Orochimaru alone. The mission was completed. Kisame silently watched as the group walked away. Itachi's last wish was to ask him to hold the fort here, preventing outsiders from interfering in this battle. Now that the fight was over, he could return to the Akatsuki organization. That night, at Orochimaru's base, no one is allowed to enter until I handle Sasuke's situation. Understand? Whoever dares to come in, I will kill. After threatening Sasuke's subordinates, the night wind finally entered the room where Sasuke was resting and healing. Kabuto had already bandaged him up, and Sasuke's injuries were not a problem. Moreover, judging by the powerful fluctuations of his chakra, it was clear that Sasuke had indeed awakened his own Mangekyō Sharingan. The ability of his left I inherited Itachi's Amaterasu, while the right I possessed a power called Kagaya, which could manipulate Amaterasu into various forms. "Are you awake? I've already bandaged your wounds." The night breeze carried a faint smile. "Orochimaru, what do you want?" Sasuke asked wearily. There were many surgical knives laid out on the table. It seemed this man intended to do something to him. 125 truth Before Sasuke could say more, blood suddenly flowed from his left eye. This was a technique set by Itachi before his death. Once Sasuke saw Orochimaru, the Amaterasu sealed in Sasuke's eye would be triggered, burning Orochimaru to death. Amaterasu, the night wind was instantly engulfed by the black flames, yet it seemed as if it had long been anticipated. The reincarnation I activated in an instant, and the powerful repulsive force shattered Amaterasu. As long as it couldn't attach to the target, even the flames of Amaterasu couldn't harm the enemy. What the hell is going on? Sasuke gasped for breath. He was already extremely weak, and now forcing the use of Amaterasu left him even more exhausted. This was a strategy set by Itachi. He probably knew before he died that I wouldn't let you go. The night breeze answered calmly. "What do you want to do to me?" Sasuke asked in a low voice. Over the years, he had gained considerable power from Orochimaru. Although his revenge was complete now, he certainly didn't want to die at the hands of such a man. "Don't worry, you are a valuable piece to me. How could I possibly kill you?" The night wind chuckled softly. While speaking, he injected the paralysis potion into Sasuke's body. Then, he would transplant Itachi's eyes and obtain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. After that, he would offer these eyes to me. Consider it as your tuition for the past 3 years. The night breeze gently smiled as he skillfully manipulated the scalpel, taking out the container that held Itachi's eyes. "No, don't." Sasuke drowsily closed his eyes. A day later, Itachi's eyes, nurtured by Sasuke's bloodline, successfully found a new master and transformed into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Taking advantage of Sasuke's unconsciousness, the night breeze directly extracted the eternal Mangekyō. With this, he had completely fulfilled his goal. The utilization of the brothers Itachi and Sasuke was now thoroughly complete. As long as he obtained the power of these eyes, he could successfully awaken the Rinnegan. With both the Rebirth Eye and the Rinnegan coexisting, along with infinite chakra and an immortal body, who in the current ninja world could possibly be his opponent? The next day, what's going on? This feeling of extreme weakness? Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, but his body felt so fatigued that he could hardly move. The eternal Mangekyō had completed its evolution using his power, But having been taken away and then having his own eyes transplanted back would naturally leave him feeling weak. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke awaken, Karen was the first to rush over and embrace him. No, don't. I'm really tired right now, Sasuke said softly. Looking around, it seemed they were in a dim cave, not Orochimaru's base. From today on, you are free, Sasuke, the Night Wind said, waving his hand to signal Xianglin to leave this place first. Where's this? Sasuke felt a bit confused, recalling what happened yesterday. He felt a surge of anger towards Orochimaru building up inside him. It seemed that Itachi's eyes evolved through his body and were then taken by Orochimaru. Damn it, he'd been played by this guy. It seems you're quite unconvinced, planning to settle the score with me later? The Night Wind squinted its eyes. TCH. Sasuke let out a cold snort. There's something I want to tell you. It's about Itachi Uchiha. Although he wouldn't want you to know about it, and it would be better if you never found out, I still want to tell you. The Night Wind said, Itachi? What's going on? Sasuke showed a bit of interest. Do you remember the Amaterasu that erupted from your left eye yesterday? That was set up by Itachi before he died, to prevent anyone from getting close to you. Once I get close, or if someone with Sharingan appears in front of you, that Amaterasu will automatically activate. And the Amaterasu you have in your current left, Mangekyō Sharingan, also comes from Itachi. He infused his ocular power into your body. The Night Breeze said, What exactly do you want to say? Why did Itachi do this? Sasuke furrowed his brows. He couldn't quite understand why Itachi would give him his ocular power before dying. Don't you understand? He did it to protect you. The Night Breeze gently said, What did you say? Itachi is protecting me? How is that possible? That guy clearly wants my eyes, wants to kill me. Sasuke shouted. In order to protect justice, to safeguard the ninja world and the peace of Konoha, Itachi ultimately chose to sacrifice himself. But there is one person he cannot let go of, and that is his beloved younger brother. The Night Wind spoke again. Shut up, shut up, shut up. How could Itachi be that kind of person? He's a madman. He killed our entire clan. He even tried to kill me yesterday. Sasuke shouted, covering his face. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the two elders of Konoha, Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado, as well as the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, along with the members of the Akatsuki who participated in the action back then, were all people who knew the truth of what happened. The Night Wind continued, Think back. Sasuke, to your gentle brother, your foolish family, and your foolish self. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha became tense, and the clan members expressed their desire to rebel, wanting to use their own strength to fight for the status and power that the Uchiha clan deserved. Even your father, the clan leader, could not stop the rebellious members. Finally, one day, Danzo proposed a plan which was tacitly approved by the two elders and the third Hokage. In the end, it all turned out this way. Itachi chose to bear the blame and left, joining the Akatsuki to gather intelligence. And you, as his brother, everything he did over the years was for you. After the Night Wind finished speaking, Sasuke's body trembled continuously. His rationality was collapsing, and the reality he had always believed in was reversing. The brother he despised the most was actually the one who loved him the most in this world? Impossible. Impossible. Itachi clearly wanted to kill me. You're lying to me, right? Sasuke shouted. Breathing heavily, he could barely think. If you want evidence, the fact that you are still alive is the best proof. Even if Itachi is seriously ill and only hanging on by the use of forbidden drugs. Do you really think you can kill him? The Night Wind said. Sasuke felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart, his entire being frozen in place. He even used the Mangekyō. He definitely wanted to kill me. Sasuke still refused to believe it. If that were the case, what was the point of all his hard work and training over the years? All your reactions and ninjutsu were anticipated by him. And if he truly wanted to kill you, it would take no more than 10 seconds. The difference between the Mangekyō and the 3 Tomo. Once you get used to your new eyes, you will understand. 126 Team Hawk versus 8 Tails. Well then, I brought the fresh blood. Now it's up to you, Zetsu. The Night Breeze gently said as it left the cave. All right, Senior. Face said with a grin. Sasuke and his 3 subordinates would thereafter serve as reserve members of the Akatsuki organization. If they could successfully complete their mission, Sasuke would become a formal member. As for Night Breeze's thoughts, Sasuke was currently just an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan user. Even with Amaterasu and Susanoo, he would not be his opponent. If he became his enemy in the future, he could simply be killed. If not, then he could just survive as he wished. A week later, Hidden Cloud Village. Cloud, Thunder Gorge. The light was truly blinding. Killer Bee walked out of his house after his retreat. He was a very distinctive man. Dark skin, light yellow hair, wearing black sunglasses, carrying 7 long swords on his back, with the character on his right shoulder and a horn tattoo on his left cheek. The younger brother of the Reikage, a respected Jinchuriki in the village. He was strong, eccentric, and loved rap, often holding concerts in the village. Is it already noon? Damn it, Bagi Yaruhanki Yaru. After practicing all morning with an empty stomach, I've decided to have sukiyaki for lunch. Yeah. Huh. Killer Bee stopped dancing and noticed figures not far away. Their clothes clearly belonged to the Akatsuki organization, and they were obviously up to no good. Are you the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Sasuke asked coldly. This was the first mission assigned to their Hawk team by the organization, and if they succeeded, Sasuke would become a formal member. No, you should say, are you the Eight Tails? My lord, Killer Bee corrected. We're here to capture you, Sasuke said earnestly. So, it should be allow us to capture you, Killer Bee replied nonchalantly. In his view, these were just kids. Suigetsu on the right, Jugo on the left, Karen behind, attack. Sasuke commanded without hesitation. Thud thud. In less than 2 minutes of combat, Suigetsu and Jugo were thrown out by Killer Bee. They were no match for him. Let me handle it. Sasuke drew the sword from his waist and charged forward. He could compete in swordsmanship against Killer Bee instead of using his Mangekyō abilities. As expected of the second pillar, he easily achieved what ordinary people could not. Kid, since I'm in a good mood, let me show you some real swordsmanship. Killer Bee chuckled. The battle lasted only a short time. Killer Bee's 6 swords pierced Sasuke's body, and the final blow nearly severed his head. Thankfully, Suigetsu and Jugo arrived in time to save Sasuke. As long as I have a whim, the entire Hawk team will beg me not to die. Sasuke, quickly drink my blood. Karen panicked and hurriedly offered her arm to Sasuke's mouth. Sorry, Karen, Sasuke said slowly. Karen's blood had excellent healing properties, and the wounds quickly healed. Let's all go together. Sasuke unleashed Chidori in his hand and rushed forward with Suigetsu and Jugo. TCH, Killer Bee punched Suigetsu. However, he was surprised to find that Suigetsu had transformed into liquid water. Now's the time. Sasuke, electrify me too, Suigetsu exclaimed joyfully. Chidori, Sasuke released a strong electric current, shocking both of them. Take this punch. Jugo activated his cursed seal state and dropped a punch from midair. Boom. The ground was smashed into a large hole. But Killer Bee was nowhere to be seen. Over there, that guy is trying to escape. Karen sensed the chakra location of that person. Damn it. Is there a sensory-type ninjutsu? I really can't rest today. He's so weak yet so persistent. Killer Bee said irritably. His figure flashed, and he charged at Sasuke and the others again. That speed is incredible. Karen gasped. Sasuke directly activated his Mangekyō and cast a Genjutsu. Killer Bee indeed fell for the technique. However, Sasuke didn't know that Jinchuriki were immune to most Genjutsu because the tailed beast inside them could help awaken them. Is it over? The Hawk team breathed a sigh of relief. Lightning release, Thunderblade. Killer Bee suddenly stood up again and smashed a large hole in Sasuke's chest. Not only was his neck and chest injured, but even his internal organs were blown away. Sasuke's breath weakened visibly. This kind of injury was beyond Karen's blood's healing capability. He is like my reincarnation, a person favored by Lord Orochimaru. Jugo recalled Kimamaru's words. I have to share my body and chakra with Sasuke. It's the only way to save him. Jugo said. Sasuke was able to withstand the heavenly curse mark, so he could also bear his power. This was the only way now. Wake up, Sasuke, Karen called. To save Sasuke, Jugo's appearance transformed into that of a child. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki directly transformed into a beast, becoming a monster with the upper body of an ox and the lower body of an octopus, while Suigetsu was blocking it. Suigetsu was nearly indestructible in water, capable of forming a massive water body. Now that I've used this form, do you still want to escape? Roar. Killer Bee unleashed the tailed beast bomb. Damn. Suigetsu took the brunt of the tailed beast bomb and fainted, losing consciousness. At that moment, the awakened Sasuke drank Karen's blood again and regained some chakra. Amaterasu. Sasuke finally used this move. The flames that would never disappear until the target was completely burned. Killer Bee could not withstand this move. His massive body turned into a target, and the tailed beast thrashed in the sea. Chidori. As one of the Eight Tails' tentacles was about to smash down, Sasuke had to cut it off with Chidori. He then retracted Amaterasu to prevent Killer Bee from being burned to death by it. In today's battle, although the Hawk team succeeded, they nearly suffered total annihilation. The Jinchuriki was indeed terrifyingly strong. That night, looks like you really brought back the Eight Tails. Afe was not surprised. By the way, now that you know about Itachi's survival, you can choose to inherit Itachi's will. What are you really thinking? Without the usual playful demeanor, Afei appeared very serious. It was through Itachi's situation that I learned the way to protect the village, even at the cost of one's life. However, for me, the pain of losing Itachi weighs heavier than that way of survival, rendering me powerless. The peace achieved by sacrificing Itachi is not what I hoped for. I will not forgive any of those people from back then. I want to destroy Konoha. Sasuke coldly stated. But a maid can warm the bed, right? Really? You've seen a way of life like Itachi's, and you want to destroy what he devoted himself to protect? Afei asked again. Why didn't Itachi kill me? Because to him, my life was more important than the village. The same goes for me. Itachi's life is more precious than the village. The discrimination and targeting against the Uchiha clan turned father against son, brothers against each other, forcing Itachi into a desperate situation, while instead, they admired the Senju clan. The people of Konoha are all trash, all targets of my revenge. Sasuke shouted. If you see me as just a kid who acts on emotions, so be it. Inheriting Itachi's will? What pretty words. That's just the sick talk of someone who doesn't understand hatred. If anyone denies my way of life, I'll kill their loved ones one by one, so they can somewhat experience the hatred in my heart. Konoha, the 5th Hokage is calling for you. Hurry up. Kakashi rarely appeared in Naruto's room. Huh. Naruto seemed a bit dispirited. Last time he finally had a chance to bring Sasuke back to the village. But it ended in failure, which hit him hard. Is that Boss Toad and Toad Gama? Why are you here so early? What happened? Naruto walked out of his room and found 2 large toads in the village. Actually, Gama, don't say things you shouldn't. Just leave it to the boss and Tsunade. When to warn. What on earth happened? Naruto murmured. A moment later, entering the Hokage building, Naruto noticed that Tsunade and Shizen both looked unwell, and Kakashi also had a bad expression. There was also an unfamiliar toad in the room, looking quite old. Is this little Jiraiya's disciple? Shinsaku asked. Yes, this is Naruto Uzumaki, the so-called child of prophecy. Tsunade replied. Old frog? What? Naruto was somewhat confused. Hey, Naruto, watch your words. This is Lord Shinsaku, one of the 2 great sages of Mount Myoboku. He came specifically to find you for a reason. Tsunade hurriedly said. You're a little Jiraiya's disciple, right? Shinsaku assessed Naruto. Little Jiraiya? What is this old frog talking about? Calling the pervy sage Little Jiraiya? Naruto said, dissatisfied. This is the master who taught Lord Jiraiya the sage arts. Shizen explained. The pervy sage, that nickname really suits Little Jiraiya. Shinsaku chuckled. Naruto was dumbfounded. This old frog was Jiraiya's master? So what does this sage want from me? Naruto's attitude became much better. Where should I start? In short, let me tell you first. Little Jiraiya has died. However, sadness is ultimately something that no one shares. Jiraiya is dead, and Konoha will continue as it always has, at most. Some ninjas will go pay their respects. In a few days, everyone will forget about it. After all, life must go on. The earth won't stop turning just because Jiraiya died. Naruto went to Mount Myoboku to practice sage arts, while Tsunade drank alone every night. Of course, this was not an unimportant matter. The weather got a bit colder, and Hinata seemed to finally realize that wearing shorts was not ideal, switching to a long-lost coat. This was the kind of thing the night wind would care about more. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It started to rain. The raindrops fell on the ground, as if time had rolled back many years to when a boy and a girl were daydreaming in a dessert shop. What are you doing in Konoha? Asked a woman with long reddish-brown hair. Forgot the rules? Hinata unceremoniously slapped the woman's backside, threatening. Master, what are we doing in Konoha? Conan felt somewhat constrained, but still dared not speak out. Is this what you should be asking? Hinata smiled like a devil and slapped the woman's backside again. All right, stop teasing her. We're not here to play. The night wind sighed. It turns out that Hongdou has indeed learned his bad temper. Or perhaps she has always been like this. He is a selfish person, so Hongdou is also a selfish person. To be honest, I think 2 maids are enough. One for laundry and one for cooking. Do you really want to find someone just to warm the bed? The night wind couldn't help but complain a bit. Recently, he successfully devoured Sasuke's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and awakened his own Rinnegan. For now, it seems that he can walk through the ninja world with ease. So he agreed to Hongdou's request to come to Konoha this time. Ino-chan is really cute. Hongdou stuck out her tongue. Oh, the night breeze nodded lightly. Although Ino was indeed nice, he didn't feel that kind of attraction towards her. To be serious, he wasn't very interested in women. He had no intention of even getting close to girls like Hinata and Hanabi. To be honest, he had even thought about when he could eat those 2 Sharingan eyes. As for the maids that Akamaru liked, there was even less to say. This time, I'm raising a maid for Kaze. I'll make sure to properly train Ino-chan. Akamaru seemed to be quite unconcerned about the night breeze's attitude and appeared very motivated. I don't really like maids. It's just you who likes them. The night wind shook its head. What's wrong? Don't you think it's quite comfortable to have servants at your beck and call? Hongdou said with a giggle, while playfully patting Mei Ming's bottom for the third time. She seemed a bit jealous of the little maid's figure. Huh? Don't I have people to command at any time? Things like tools. You can have as many as you want. The night wind replied. But a maid can warm the bed. Hongdou pouted. You can also warm the bed. The night wind rolled its eyes. Umph. Hongdou's face turned red, and she turned her head away in its sundry manner. She probably knew that she was the teacher's favorite woman. The most favored tool. Sigh. When will the hard times finally come to an end? Zhao Mei-yin listened to the conversation between the two, feeling utterly disillusioned. She never expected that the genius of the Zhao family, the water shadow of the hidden mist village, a rare strongman in the ninja world who possessed 2 bloodline limits, would end up in such a situation. Unable to survive, unable to die, and still having to obediently serve others as a maid. If she had to say something fortunate, it would be that her master, Hongdou, is a woman. Although Yi Feng could also be considered her master, the man seemed to have no interest in her, only occasionally glancing at her eyes out of whim. Brother? What are you doing in Konoha? A voice rang out. The night breeze and red beans turned around and saw the blonde ponytail beauty holding an umbrella. Ino-chan. Red Bean smiled and rushed over. History always repeats itself like this. How many times has this scene happened before, and how many more times will happen again? No matter what, today in Konoha, there are 2 human traffickers. Life is not easy, Mei Ming sighed. Red Bean's sister, what are you doing in Konoha? Ino cautiously asked. Although she didn't quite understand the reason, these dangerous individuals had never posed a threat to her. Instead, Red Bean acted very affectionately, almost like her own sister. Don't worry, we're not here to kill anyone. Of course, we're not here to do good either. The night breeze was calm. Although it sounded a bit strange to say this, Konoha is about to be destroyed. Ino-chan, I am here to save you, Akamaru said seriously. As they spoke, he held Ino in his arms. Ino was already 15 this year, no longer the naive little girl from before. She had developed quite a figure. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, with a beauty that could close the moon and make flowers shy, a peach blossom face, an apricot complexion, stunningly beautiful. Well, perhaps that was how Akamaru saw Ino. The night wind was just fixated on those clear, azure blue, beautiful eyes, marveling at how pretty the golden-haired girl's eyes were. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Akkad, he really wanted to keep them as collectibles, placing them on a shelf for a sense of accomplishment. This was the night wind's thought. Konoha, is someone going to attack our village? Ino was still being cautious. The Yamanaka clan had joined since the founding of Konoha, and even if this news were told to the people in your clan, they wouldn't leave, right? But no matter what, this time I asked Kaze to come here together. So Ino-chan won't die. Akkad continued. She really liked this golden-haired little girl. This kind of thing. Ino had seen it many times, but still felt flattered. She didn't expect that among Konoha's enemies, there would be someone so concerned about their life. You can tell this news to Konoha, that someone is going to attack or something, but it won't matter because Konoha will still perish and your clansmen won't escape. The night breeze was faint. After all, humans are such creatures, just mere beings. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably run away in advance, but as a ninja guarding Konoha, it was basically impossible to escape. If you ask why, it might be the will of fire. But what exactly is the will of fire? For some people, it's faith. While in the eyes of someone like Night Breeze, it's just a pile of nonsense. This kind of thing, the girl hung her head, looking quite at a loss. Suddenly hearing that her hometown was going to be destroyed indeed left her unsure of how to react. Moreover, Ino understood the temper of her family members and her parents. They would never evacuate from Konoha. Unless ordered to retreat by the 5th Hokage, they would not leave. But would Konoha retreat over a threat that hasn't even happened yet? The answer was certainly no. Suddenly wanting a cup of coffee, but it seemed there was no such thing in this world. Speaking of which, how about getting a glass of juice instead? The night wind said to Hongdou. There is no need to pay attention to Mabuki, and as for Ino, she can do whatever she likes. Sure, Ino-chan, do you want to join us? Hongdou invited with a smile. I think I'll head back first. The girl left with a heavy heart. This news may be useless, but it still needs to be reported. How Konoha handles the infiltrating Orochimaru and the subsequent risks is a matter for Konoha's higher-ups. As an ordinary chunin of Konoha, all she could do was this. After a moment, at a drink shop on the street. So sweet. Hongdou smiled relaxedly. Although Mabuki also held a cup of watermelon juice, she had a gloomy expression and remained silent. Miss Mabuki is really cold. but it's this unique aloofness that suits those eyes. The night wind is inexplicable. What is that? Xiao Meiming's figure is actually very good. Oh, wind. Don't keep staring with your eyes. Hongdou puted. The most impressive thing about Mei Ming is her figure and temperament, really. Speaking of which, it really doesn't look like she's a water shadow at all. The night breeze smiled again. Sigh. Koji may only let out a long sigh, feeling both angry and helpless towards the two. What is true, suffering worse than death? Perhaps it's like this. There's almost no chance to resist while alive. All the chakra has been sealed, and if one were to commit suicide, the other side has forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei. Dying would only lead to an even more tragic end. Thinking about the possibility of the future world falling into the hands of such people, Koji May felt a chill in her heart. What kind of world is this? Speaking of which, Miss May, you don't need to be too pessimistic. If one day it can be confirmed that you are loyal, you'll be able to use chakra again. After all, I'm not a heartless man. The night breeze grinned slightly, but the smile looked a bit strange, even somewhat threatening. Koji May remained silent. At this point, having her be a maid was already the limit. The thought of wanting to be a maid for someone else was simply impossible. Although the other gods could do such things, the night breeze did not intend to waste such illusions on just one woman. Last time, the other gods gave it to Naruto, and he still hadn't recovered. It would probably take some time. Koji May, remember, you're no longer the water shadow. If you continue to be so cold, who knows, one day the wind might get bored and really kill you, and I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Hongdou said earnestly. Maybe. Yes, I remember. Koji May hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to submit. Life was just too difficult. Hongdou. The night breeze seemed to suddenly resonate with something. Hongdou quickly replied. The kaleidoscope from the last experiment still has a pair left here. You might as well change it and evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope. The night wind said. He had also thought about giving this pair of eyes to Sasuke, but that boy was clearly not easy to control. The candidate for the otherworldly god was someone else. Let's forget about Sasuke. Now, Hongdou took the glass container, holding the two eyeballs. The night wind nodded. After all, there were only the three of them in the room, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by outsiders. Moreover, even if they were discovered, the ninjas of Konoha would only bring about their own destruction by provoking them. All right then, Akane didn't hesitate. In the shocked gaze of Turumi Mei, the woman actually used her fingers to dig out her own two eyeballs. After doing this, she placed the two eyeballs from the container into her eye sockets. Akane didn't even show a hint of pain. Amazing. The night breeze gently praised, saying that Hongdou has indeed made a lot of progress over the years. Whether it's willpower or strength, she is no longer that somewhat silly and cute little girl from before, but more like a little witch. The taste is good. The night breeze tossed the removed eyeball into the juice, and then he chuckled as he swallowed it. Hearing the sound of the man chewing the eyeball, Mimi trembled. Sigh. Life is not easy, Mimi sighed. I'm just a normal man too. On the other side, Ino, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Yamanaka Kaichi's expression was strange. His daughter suddenly claimed that she encountered Orochimaru from the Akatsuki organization, and that man even said that Konoha would be destroyed soon. Setting aside the authenticity of the news, why would that guy tell Ino? And why didn't he kill her? Ino was at a loss for words. How could she explain this? Should she say that a woman hugs her every time they meet? Or that Konoha's enemies actually like her? Dad, I'm serious. I hope you can tell Lord Hokage about this. Maybe someone really will come to attack Konoha, Ino said again. Yamanaka, Kaichi nodded. Ino usually had a spoiled temper, but she wasn't the type to joke about such matters. Sai, what should I do in the future? Ino looked at her father's departing figure, feeling unusually troubled. Maybe Akane was joking? Maybe nothing major would happen? But if Konoha really was destroyed, her parents would likely be killed too, right? And Akane only said she would ensure her safety. If she knew nothing and just wanted to die with everyone, it seemed fine. But knowing in advance that her safety was guaranteed, she instead felt a strange sense of guilt. It was like killing enemies on the battlefield, only for the enemy to spare your life while wiping out your teammates completely. What is this all about? The sky gradually darkened. Yefeng checked into the hotel with a few people. Perhaps it was because he had obtained the Rinnegan, which made him very happy. Yefeng's mood had been wonderful lately. Everything was proceeding according to plan. This world would eventually belong to him. Occasionally soaking in a hot bath is also quite enjoyable. The night breeze lay in a large bathtub, leisurely closing its eyes. What is the reason for becoming stronger? Perhaps it is to always stand at the highest position, freely doing whatever one wants to do. Researching ninjutsu, developing technology, or perhaps the eyes of beautiful women or techniques for longevity and immortality. No matter what he does, There will no longer be anyone in this world who can obstruct his actions. This is his goal. Creak. The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. A perfectly curved figure walked in, completely naked. Red Bean? Let me rest for a moment. I suddenly feel like sleeping. The night breeze answered lazily without opening its eyes. People tend to become complacent after gaining strength. In his view, everything in the future would simply follow his plan, and ultimately he would rule this world. Master, it is me, the woman said shyly, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. The night breeze finally revealed that the woman who entered was Terumi Mei, appearing completely naked, less than a meter away from him, right in front of the bathtub. Huh? What are you doing here? Yifeng was taken aback. It was a command of the owner of the Red Beans, she said. She said my body is very, and wants Lord Yifeng to take a look as well. Zhao Mein said softly and slowly. You seem very unwilling, right? It feels like you want to kill me. The night wind curled its lips. It felt speechless at the evil taste of red beans, but was also quite curious about what Kawakama would do next. I don't have the ability to kill the master, Kawakama replied. So you actually want to kill me, huh? But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we've done such excessive things to you. Come in and soak. You might catch a cold out here. The night breeze said softly, yes, master. Konohame's movements were somewhat stiff, but she still entered the large bathtub and laid down in the position opposite the night breeze. According to your kind of thinking, I should be considered an evil villain, right? What do you think of bathing with me, Lord Fifth Mizukage? The night wind smiled wickedly. Returning to the master, you are indeed despicable, which makes me quite uncomfortable. But I have no choice. Mei Ming said calmly, there is simply no choice. Only this one path. Unless she also chooses to fall into the evil way and disregard the people of the Water Nation, then she could free herself through suicide. But would she really have the strength to endure being tormented after death, to be reincarnated as contaminated soil and personally kill the people of the Water Nation? Choosing justice means only submission. It doesn't matter to the other side if one falls into the evil way. This is the sorrow of the weak. Looking at you, it seems you probably won't submit, but it doesn't matter. As long as a tool can function as a tool, I don't care what it thinks inside. The night wind said, Master, your attitude is really cold. By the way, can I go back? Zhao Mei replied. Hongdou only let her in, and as long as she got the night wind's approval, she could leave this awkward place. Leave what? Since I'm already here. Aren't you planning to fulfill your duties as a maid? The night breeze smiled wickedly. Suddenly, I somewhat understood the idea of the red bean. This feeling of teasing the water's reflection. How evil. Master you. Zhao Mei subconsciously looked over the night breeze. I'm just a normal man too. The night breeze rarely revealed a somewhat excited smile. Choose to continue upholding justice or to end it all. The night breeze lightly laughed as it tossed out a kunai. If Kagaya Otsutsuki continued to submit, she would remain a toy for him and Hongdou. If Kagaya Otsutsuki resisted, she would wait to be killed, then be reincarnated in the impure world, maintaining a conscious state to destroy the land of water, killing hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. The cost of justice. The woman chuckled bitterly. After hesitating for a few minutes, she finally threw the kunai out. In truth, she would eventually fall, but the outcome of her fall would be different. She would either become an emotionless being, eventually choosing to commit suicide, or one day completely give up struggling and become a qualified slave maid. In the bathroom, the night breeze comfortably lay there, staring intently at Koizumi Mei's eyes. Koizumi Mei leaned closer and closer. Unconsciously, the night breeze stroked Koizumi Mei's hair as if petting a cat. Ahem, ahem. The woman looked dreamy and dazed, coughing several times. After a few minutes, Koizumi Mei came back to her senses and revealed a subtle smile, one that was both bitter and confused. But it was this special vulnerability and charm that showcased her beauty. Little Mei, Red Bean appeared with a smile. What is 130 integrity? The next day, morning, Night Wind woke up in big bed. He glanced at the sleeping Terumi Mei beside him. This was really not his style, but it had already happened, and that was that. The room was still filled with the scent of male and female hormones. Terumi Mei had her beautiful eyes closed and her small mouth slightly open, peacefully sleeping beside him. Her sleeping face was cute and alluring. Indeed, a breathtaking woman that would make any man swallow hard. Hongdou's sleeping position was even more domineering. She tightly embraced him from behind, one long leg wrapped around his waist. Terumi Mei's sleeping posture was like a docile kitten, while Hongdou was the pampered house cat he had raised for many years. Almost instinctively, Night Wind wrapped his arms around Terumi Mei's waist. Soft, with an impulse that felt criminal. The master is really perverted, Terumi Mei said, opening her eyes and speaking with annoyance. The night breeze is not surprising. Instead, it focuses more on appreciating the woman's eyes. When did you wake up? The night wind casually asked. It was probably when a master reached out. Koame replied calmly. The master isn't that indifferent, right? So restless early in the morning. Wanted to come and lick my feet? Koame suddenly said. Huh, do you think I'm a pervert? I'm just a normal man. The night wind rolled its eyes. Oh. Zao miming nodded, her face showing no extra expression. Are we getting up? Hongdou also woke up. The night wind replied and began to put on her clothes. Meanwhile, Hongdou, for some unknown reason, snatched up Tsunade's panties. In Tsunade's speechless gaze, Hongdou even took a sniff. Master, you seem worse than I imagined. Tsunade couldn't find any words to describe her feelings. While putting on her black stockings, she stared at Hongdou with a strange expression. What's wrong? Hongdou said dismissively. I'm punishing you by not letting you wear it today. Hongdou casually threw the panties into the trash can and then handed Tsunade a purple miniskirt. Tsunade could only accept reality. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. Hongdou said cheerfully, revealing a harmless and bright smile. Tsunade carefully put on her clothes, being cautious to hold down her skirt. If a gust of wind blew, she would probably become Konoha's perverted exhibitionist. She really was the most unsuccessful Mizukichi. After a while, about 10 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the hotel to have breakfast. Although it was said that someone would come to attack Konoha, Night Wind had no idea when Pain would make a move. It could be in an hour or it could be in 3 days. But no matter what, it was during this time. Sasuke was responsible for capturing the Eight Tails, but that guy had escaped Amaterasu. Seriously thinking about it. Now only the Eight Tails and Nine Tails had not fallen into the Akatsuki's net. Hey, who is that woman? She looks somewhat familiar. Hongdou muttered softly. It's Tsunade, that useless cow. The night breeze was calm. Boom! The ground was crushed by a foot, and Tsunade, who was about to head to work at the Hokage building, couldn't hold back any longer. Orochimaru appearing in Konoha was one thing, but seeing him show no respect at all was another. How dare he call her a milk cow? One awful bastard who deserves to be killed. A long time no see. The night breeze waved its hand, showing no concern as Tsunade smashed through the wall and entered the room. Whether it was brute strength or the 100 healings technique, neither posed any threat to him. Orochimaru, I couldn't believe the news I heard yesterday. I never expected you would actually dare to appear in this village. Do you look down on the ninjas of Konoha? Tsunade said coldly. Even if Konoha can't be called the strongest in the ninja world right now, it's not a place that someone like Orochimaru can bully at will. In the end, you are just a mortal. The night wind shook its head. Tsunade's progress over the years could be described as pitifully small, completely incomparable to his. Since he was here, he might as well leave the corpse here. Tsunade said coldly. Orochimaru is a member of the Akatsuki organization and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. He absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here alive. Before that, would you like to see the gift I prepared for you? We're all old friends after all. The night wind formed hand seals, summoning a coffin of impure world reincarnation, from which emerged a man with long blue hair. It was none other than Tsunade's lover from the past, Dankat. Orochimaru, how dare you toy with the dead? Tsunade immediately became furious. However, seeing her former lover appear before her, her emotions couldn't help but waver. It had been decades. Dan had died on the battlefield, and her former hemophobia was also a result of his death. I have fulfilled your wish. You should be happy about that. The night wind said, insulting the dead is unforgivable. Tsunade gradually regained consciousness, looking at Orochimaru with red eyes. I hope that when we meet next time, you still have the courage to speak to me like this. A faint purple flash passed through the night wind. Using illusion techniques to temporarily control Tsunade, he retrieved Kato Dan before the situation became uncontrollable and took a few women away from the shop. After a long while, Tsunade finally returned to reality from the illusion. Feeling empty inside, Master, you really have no limits at all, Kurenai complained rarely. As for her former comrade, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru showed no mercy. Do you want to go easy on her? To be honest, not killing that woman earlier was already my mercy. After all, I don't want to reveal too much of my strength. The night wind was calm. It's better to be a little low-key before dealing with those behind the scenes. Wind, your integrity has fallen all over the place. Hongdou smiled and covered her small mouth. What is integrity? Can be eaten or sold. Human abilities have limits. The more one relies on schemes, the more one realizes that humans have boundaries. Unless one becomes an existence beyond humanity, I won't be human anymore, Hongdou. The man's demeanor suddenly changed, his aura becoming invincible. By the way, aren't you going to stay by the well? After all, We don't know when Pain will come here to capture the Nine Tails. The Night Wind spoke again. Wind, are you so eager to send me away? Do you want to be alone with Xiaomei? Recently, you've really become more and more indecent. Hongdou didn't hide the jealousy in her words. Huh, even you belong to me, so your maid must be my property too, the man said with a look of obviousness. Seems so, Hongdou nodded. Jamais Xiaomei. 131. Pain invades Konoha. 2 weeks later. Konoha. This guy. Is he from Akatsuki? The Konoha ninja, responsible for guarding the village's perimeter, encountered a strange figure dressed in a black cloak with red clouds. It was a man with orange short hair, his body pierced with several black rods, and his unusual attire gave off a heavy sense of oppression. Puff! A Chunin was directly pierced through the chest and died on the spot. Run! 2 companions instinctively rushed forward. Even if they couldn't delay for long, they at least needed to let the people in Konoha know there was an enemy invasion. Understood. I'll go inform the Hokage, said the 4th ninja. But just as he took a step, the 2 partners who attempted to buy time with their lives were thrown aside. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path of Pain, reached out his hand and immediately eliminated the last survivor. For Chunins, all killed, split into 2 paths, exploration and feigned attack. The Deva Path said. 5 Pains and Konin were behind him. The feigned attack consisted of the Azura Path, the Animal Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path. The exploration was the Deva Path, the Human Path, the Hell Path, and Konin. Konoha opened up its ninjutsu detection space throughout the village, able to notice anyone entering it. Once someone entered from an unauthorized location, they would be immediately discovered. From here on, let the world feel pain, the Deva Path said. The Animal Path was thrown into the air by 1 Pain, directly breaching Konoha's perception barrier. An intruder. West Gate B. Konoha quickly received the information, but it was wrong, because summoning jutsu. The Animal Path Pain shouted. People outside the barrier were also summoned in. All Pains split up. The Azura Path initiated missile bombardment on the surrounding buildings, while the Animal Path summoned 3 giant centipedes. Destroy Konoha and capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The operation begins. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? The Human Path used his ability to dive into the minds of ninjas, taking down one after another. His ability allowed him to enter the opponent's psyche, read memories, and even capture the enemy's soul for Yama to consume. Even if they didn't die, the opponents would forever be left as vegetative states. The battle continued for a few minutes, but no useful intelligence was gathered. Knowing that Uzumaki Naruto had gone out to practice Sage Jutsu, only a handful of people in Konoha were aware. Boom! The sounds of massive explosions and collapsing buildings echoed throughout Konoha. Has it begun? Ino walked down the street, her expression somewhat complex. Sure enough, there were intruders. Would Konoha really perish today? CHG. I'll go inform the intelligence department. Ino quickly said. At this point, Konoha's interrogation department was still studying the corpse they had brought back earlier. I'll go to my dad. CHG nodded and said. As for the civilians in the streets, they were already in a complete panic, and casualties began to appear. Although the ninjas were fighting back, they were only being slaughtered continuously. Even when the Pains were separated, their combat power was not something ordinary ninjas could handle, especially the Deva Path Pain. No ninja could approach him. He instantly killed all enemies he encountered. Lady Tsunade, there are intruders in Konoha. The initial detection showed 1 person, but it immediately changed to multiple people once they entered the village. Report. The target of the intruders is personnel in black cloaks with red clouds, suspected to be from the Akatsuki organization. The Hokage building was no exception. Soon, the entire Konoha village fell into chaos of war. Initiate emergency alert, and also, notify Naruto to return to the village, Tsunade ordered. Yes. The battle continued. What is happening? Nara Shikamaru and Mizuki Kaido were in a building, also noticing the smoke rising in Konoha. From time to time, explosions sounded. It seemed enemies had appeared in Konoha. It's the Akatsuki attacking. Danzo walked into the room. Akatsuki? Is what you said true? Shikamaru's expression changed. Indeed, the one attacking is Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki who defeated Jiraiya, Danzo said seriously. He killed Jiraiya, and now he's coming to Konoha? Kaido also had a grave expression. Yes, they're capturing Jinchuriki to collect tailed beasts. Many ninja villages have already fallen victim to the Akatsuki organization. They are likely here for Uzumaki Naruto, but at such a time, the 5th Hokage has ordered Naruto to return to the village, Danzo continued. If that's the case, isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Yes. If we heed the 5th Hokage's orders, Konoha will likely perish soon. Even at such a time, Danzo still didn't forget to covet the position of Hokage. He didn't go out to help deal with the Akatsuki, but instead came to smear Tsunade's decision in front of the two elders. If Tsunade died in this battle, that would be what Danzo hoped for most. As long as he became Hokage, Konoha would surely reach its true peak. At least that's what he always thought. And such a dark-hearted man, who continuously harmed Konoha, was once tolerated by the third Hokage. So how can Konoha talk about justice? The third Hokage was merely a useless person, unable to protect the foundation laid by his ancestors. All day long, preaching about the will of fire, yet tolerating the existence of a person like Danzo. Hokage building. Understand, I'll go call Naruto back. The one responsible for contacting said. Using the summoning jutsu, Naruto could return to Konoha in just a few minutes. No, let Naruto stay in Mayaboka Mountain. Two elders burst into the Hokage's office. What? Tsunade glared at the two old geezers. Although these two guys weren't as despicable as Danzo, they were also not good people. Having tolerated Danzo for so many years, they were accomplices too. I heard the one attacking Konoha is the leader of Akatsuki, Kaido said. How do you know that? Tsunade frowned. I heard it from Danzo, Shikamaru said. This time, Akatsuki's target is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kaido continued. So what? Tsunade asked. Isn't Naruto just a child? The invaders even defeated Jiraiya. If we call Naruto back, wouldn't that be? Koharu's words were left unfinished. Tsunade walked straight over and grabbed the collars of the two elders, lifting them into the air. Let go. Tsunade, what do you want to do to us? The two advisors? The two elders hurriedly said. You two are the ones who think too highly of yourselves. How long do you plan to treat him like a child? He has inherited the will of Konoha and grown to this point. Naruto is surpassing Jiraiya. He is not a weapon of war for Konoha, but a ninja who protects it. Tsunade shouted. Kakashi has fallen in battle. Do as you wish. With Tsunade's words, the two elders had no choice but to retreat helplessly. After all, Tsunade is the fifth Hokage. Lady Tsunade, there's a new discovery. This black rod has the ability to receive chakra, like something that receives signals. Shizen entered the office and reported the new findings. Outside, Pain continued to recklessly destroy Konoha's buildings. Summoning technique. Tsunade summoned a giant slug, which then split into countless smaller slugs that entered the battlefield. As long as these slugs were present, they could quickly heal the injured. Where's Naruto Uzumaki? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Devapath Pain threatened, grabbing Irika by the collar. Clang! Kakashi appeared, holding a kunai, and intercepted him. I'll handle the battlefield here. You take that injured person and retreat, Kakashi said seriously. The opponent is a member of the Akatsuki and the leader at that. No matter how many Chunin there are, they are just cannon fodder. Understood. Irika knew that staying would only hold them back, so he took the injured person and left. Then let me ask you, where's the Nine-Tails? Devapath Pain asked. Everything you do is in vain because the people here are different from ordinary villagers. Not a single person would betray their companions, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Kakashi drew two short swords. Kakashi Hitaki, the son of Konoha's White Fang. One honor, Pain said calmly. Where's the Nine-Tails? That's a foolish question. Kakashi charged forward with his swords. Devapath did not hold back and activated his repulsion technique, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Kakashi was sent flying dozens of meters away. Just from the first test, Kakashi sustained some injuries. The opponent's ability was too strange. He could repel Kakashi without even making contact, not even forming hand signs. Is that the power of the Rinnegan? If so, how will you deal with this? Kakashi swung his dual swords, chakra coalescing into two white blades aimed at Pain. He also had means for ranged attacks. Naive. Pain did not even move, and the blades were shattered before they got close. Whoosh! Azura Path Pain appeared and launched a barrage of missiles. A series of explosions rang out, forcing Kakashi to evade the attacks. After the explosions, Kakashi mimicked Jiraiya's earlier move, striking from a blind spot, but Azura Path easily dodged the dual swords. Universal Pull. Devapath Pain activated an attraction. Kakashi hurriedly took out a metal chain and tied himself to a piece of rubble, avoiding being pulled in. He understood now that each Pain had different fighting styles and abilities. According to the intel, some had summoning techniques, while others could absorb ninjutsu. The two in front of him could release a large number of explosives and attract or repel external objects. It wasn't surprising that Jiraiya could die facing 6 of these Pains alone. Here they come. Choji and Choza Akimichi arrived together. Both father and son came to support Kakashi on this battlefield. Kakashi had used the shadow clone technique during the first explosion. The clone was fighting outside, while his real body hid in the shadows. Once Choji and Choza arrived, the three attacked together, instantly defeating Azura Path Pain. Now there's only one left, Kakashi said. Soon, many more ninjas from the Akimichi clan arrived. Kunai, Rubble, Shuriken, and Giant Fist from the expansion technique. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path countered with a single move, rebounding all the attacks, and causing the attacking ninjas to fall. Damn it. Kakashi quickly threw a smoke bomb, taking the new teammates to hide in the shadows. What did that guy do? Choza couldn't help but ask. It's like a force of attraction and repulsion, very powerful. But there are intervals between each use. I have an idea, Kakashi said seriously. He couldn't engage in a prolonged fight. He had to resolve the enemy quickly. Bang! Kakashi burst from the ground, slashing at Deva Path Pain. Pain sent Kakashi flying again. You're a decent guy, so you need to be dealt with now. A black rod extended from Deva Path's sleeve. Double meat tank. Choji and Choza, after using the expansion technique, charged forward. Too slow. Deva Path sent both of them flying once more. The interval for each of his uses was 5 seconds, and he could just defend against their charge. Clang! The hidden iron chains on the ground were grasped by Choji and Choza. The design surely couldn't be that simple. Even if they were sent flying, they could still use the underground chains to entangle him. Taking advantage of the few seconds of opportunity Kakashi swung his sword. I see. You had the chains hidden underground all along. Deva Path's expression remained unchanged. Crack! A body was shattered by Kakashi's strike. But it wasn't Deva Path. It was the previously fallen Azura Path Pain. This guy, who should have been unable to move, came out at a crucial moment to block Kakashi's attack for Deva Path. It's over. The interval for Deva Path's skill ended. Once again, Shinra Tensei was activated, and all three of Kakashi's team were sent flying, all of them spitting blood. This shockwave was no joke. If it were a regular person, their organs would have been shattered. But even so, the outcome of the battle was already clear. Deva Path Pain was unharmed, while Kakashi's team was heavily injured and had expended a lot of chakra. It's over. The Night Wind watched this scene from a distance. Although Pain and the others also noticed that Orochimaru was inside Konoha, they couldn't be bothered with him. After all, where others go is their freedom. As long as he doesn't interfere with capturing the Nine Tails, Orochimaru can do whatever he wants. Kakashi Hitaki, Choji Akimichi, and Choza Akimichi all died in battle. This way, Tsunade's era would come to an end, but they couldn't just hand the Nine Tails over to Akatsuki. Before the chaos above calmed down, they would remain hidden underground. Danzo said, the toad responsible for contacting Naruto to return had already been killed by him. This way, Naruto would almost certainly not return to Konoha at this time and would not be captured by the Akatsuki. Once this matter was over, it would be Tsunade's downfall, and he would ascend to the position of the 6th Hokage. Should we go assist him? Even if Lord Danzo leads us, if all the people of Konoha are dead, it will be meaningless. One subordinate said, Tsunade is still the Hokage, and there are still toads left. No matter how fierce the battle above is, it's impossible for everyone to die. Danzo said coldly. The battle continued. The number of injured and dead ninjas was increasing. If it weren't for the numerous toads dispatched by Tsunade, the casualties would have doubled. But even so, Tsunade was not doing well, as her chakra was rapidly depleting. Crabs, mutant bulls, chameleons, three-headed dogs, mutant birds. The animal path summoned a large number of summoning beasts. Many ninjas tried to stop them, but they couldn't eliminate these monsters. Ebisu was killed. Shizun was killed. Her soul was taken. Yamanka and Noichi was killed. Marino Abiki was killed. You were that little brat from back then. Tsunade recognized the person in front of her. That orange-haired boy, whose name seemed to be Yahiko, along with another person who had learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya for several years. It seems you still remember. Nagato said, where's Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails? Nagato asked again. Who knows? Tsunade's expression was very calm. The Jinchuriki capture was basically complete, and the balance between the villages maintained by the tailed beasts could no longer be upheld. Protecting the Nine Tails now is meaningless. Nagato's tone was calm. Today, he was determined to obtain the Nine Tails. Soon, disputes would arise, and the seeds of war would spread everywhere. And we would control these wars. If you could assist us, it wouldn't be impossible to let Konoha off the hook. Nagato continued. Don't underestimate the 5 Kage. Destroying the peace we pursue in the modern world to this extent, you terrorists, it's useless to say anything. Tsunade shouted. How arrogant. Your peace is nothing but violence to us. Nagato was somewhat angry. Indeed, Konoha's past actions were not entirely correct, but I absolutely cannot agree with your methods. Tsunade said, watch your words. This is a final warning from God. Tell me where Naruto is. Pain asked again. Just gathering Konoha's strength to defeat you. That's all. And there's one thing you've got wrong. The thing you want the most will never fall into your hands. Tsunade said. Mayaboka Mountain. It seems Naruto is not in the village. Nagato said slowly. Finally, they found someone who knew the information. May I ask one last question? The chakra gathering beneath your feet is to deal with my ninjutsu, right? It seems my abilities have been detected by you. In the face of overwhelming power, anything is meaningless. This has already been proven by your great nations. You still delude yourselves into thinking you are the protagonists of this world, believing you are far from death, so shallowly indulging in peace. The murderer will eventually be killed, and hatred connects the two. War is accompanied by death and suffering on both sides. Nagato controlled pain and said, Our great nations have also suffered the same pain. Don't make excuses to do this again. Tsunade snorted coldly. Konoha has suffered great losses now. If the enemy gives up the attack, that wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, even if Konoha can kill pain, it will surely pay a great price. Ridiculous. Nagato glanced at Tsunade. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry the second floor. Feel the pain? Think about the pain. I gave too much for a bag of rice. I washed a bag of rice. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Pain. What are you planning to do? Tsunade felt a bad premonition rising in her heart and hurriedly chased after Pain's direction. On the other side, the animal path had summoned all of Pain out of the village. No, using that technique will reduce your lifespan, Conan said with a worried expression. But Nagato did not stop. All of Pain fell unconscious, and all chakra was poured into Nagato's Deva path. Who gave you a bag of rice? From now on, let the world feel pain. Shinra, Tensei. Boom. An unprecedented explosion erupted from the center of Konoha. Everything was blown away by this force, and Konoha turned into a giant pit. The 400,000 square kilometers of Konoha village was destroyed in an instant. Tens of thousands of people were killed by this attack. Fortunately, the toads dispatched by Tsunade had protected Konoha's ninjas in advance. Otherwise, this attack would have almost wiped out all the ninjas. What a terrifying power, the Rinnegan. The night breeze chuckled and said. The black Susanoo activated its basic form, with a sturdy chakra skeleton blocking this wave of impact. Hongdou and Terumi were also inside the Susanoo, along with Ino. Ino's father had just been killed not long ago, and her already gloomy expression became even darker. With such impact, it was likely that her mother wouldn't survive either. Master, your eyes, Terumi said in surprise, because Nightbreeze's eyes had also turned a light purple, with circles of black ripples appearing. Without a doubt, this was the Rinnegan. It's nothing, just a little secret. The Night Breeze answered with a gentle laugh. Natsume nodded, feeling that her days seemed to have no end in sight. The night wind is powerful, ensuring her safety, but it also means that it is hard for her to escape from suffering. That guy should be back by now. The Night Breeze squinted its eyes. Red Bean comforted the dazed Jinya. Bang! 3 gigantic toads appeared. Frosi One-Tai, Frosi Hiroshi, and Frosi Ken, along with Frosi Yoshi, Shinsaku, and Naruto, who had returned in Sage Mode. It's worth mentioning that Naruto, due to the presence of the 9 tails in his body, could not maintain Sage Mode like Jiraiya did with the 2 Toad Sages. Naruto could only activate Sage Mode himself, while leaving 2 Shadow clones at Mayaboka Mountain to practice Sage techniques as a backup. As a result, his Sage Mode had a time limit. As for why Naruto and the others came here, the Toad responsible for communication was killed, and the Toads of Mayaboka Mountain immediately received the news, realizing that something might have happened in Konoha. So Naruto rushed back to the village. Where's this? Didn't they say they would summon back to Konoha? Naruto was a bit surprised. They were summoned here by Shima, using the summoning technique. But looking at this dusty place, devoid of human presence, it was nowhere near Konoha. This is Konoha. Take a good look around, Shima said with a serious expression. Naruto looked around and indeed spotted the iconic Hokage rock of Konoha. However, the area that used to be the village had now turned into a massive pit, with dust rising hundreds of meters high. The entire Konoha had become ruins. It's clear who did this, Shima said seriously. Outside Konoha, Pain's 6 paths slowly awakened. The Hell Path used the King of Hell to consume the damaged Hungry Ghost Path, and soon the Hungry Ghost Path was restored to perfect condition. Why create such chaos? Conan was still very worried. Using the massive Shinra Tensei puts a huge burden on Nagato. Because this is my justice, the Beast Path replied calmly. As soon as the words fell, the Beast Path was thrown out, and then in midair, the Beast Path used the summoning technique to summon the other 5 Pains. The 6 paths of pain were assembled. Shinsaku had a serious look on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, the recently restored Hungry Ghost path, charged out directly. However, Naruto, who had already activated Sage Mode, was not the same as before, and he smashed the Hungry Ghost path with a single punch. The battle was about to begin. A small slug entered Naruto's arms, continuously providing information about pain. Naruto then asked if Kakashi-sensei had left the village, and he received the answer that Kakashi had already died in battle. Summoning technique. The beast path summoned a large bull. The Deva path, having used Shinra Tensei, could not use that ability temporarily and could only rely on the other pains to hold on. In less than 2 minutes of battle, Naruto, relying on Sage Mode, took down another Hungry Ghost path that absorbed ninjutsu. Sage Mode allows control over invisible natural energy, enabling attacks from a distance. Yes, you have learned Sage Mode like Jiraiya-sensei, the Deva path said calmly. You said Jiraiya is also a teacher? Naruto frowned. That's right. I learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya for a few years. To you, I am your senior. We come from the same teacher and should understand each other. The master has always hoped for peace, the Deva path admitted frankly. What a joke. Naruto directly condensed a Raisin Shuriken infused with Wind Nature Chakra. Using it under Sage Mode, he could throw it out to attack. Destroying Konoha like this, where is the peace? Naruto shouted. You see only the trees and not the forest. You just haven't understood the meaning of peace. Surrender quietly. Your death will bring peace. The Deva path said calmly. Didn't I tell you not to joke? Naruto threw the Raisin Shuriken. The pains all reacted, and the human path threw the beast path out, while it was swept away by chakra and turned into fragments. The remaining 3 pains were the Hell path, the beast path, and the Deva path. Summoning technique. A strange bird descended from the sky to attack Naruto. On the other side, a 3-headed dog that could not be killed, but would keep splitting held off the 3 toads. Your speed has slowed down. Was that last move too much chakra consumption? The Deva path's tone remained calm throughout. Wind release, sand dust. Shima used ninjutsu to interfere with the battlefield. Taking this opportunity, One Eye jumped over and directly swallowed both Naruto and the beast path. Where did they go? The perception in the field of vision was darkness. The Deva path and Hell path also did not know the location of the beast path. Rasengan. Naruto knocked down the beast path as well. Inside the mouth of the toad, the Deva path realized at this moment. With the beast path knocked down, the previous summoned beasts also dissipated. The main body's Sage Mode activated at this moment, and Naruto summoned back one of the shadow clones training at Myaboka Mountain, reactivating Sage Mode. Entering Sage Mode once allows for about 2 uses of Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. That means he now has 4 chances left. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto did not hesitate. After re-entering Sage Mode, he directly launched the ninjutsu. At this moment, the Hell path revived the previously knocked down Hungry Ghost path, allowing it to consume this ninjutsu. Bang! A smoke bomb was thrown out. Although the time was brief, Naruto quickly formulated an attack plan based on the information learned from the slug. Useless. Seeing another wind release, Raisin Shuriken flying over, the Hungry Ghost path directly blocked it in front. However, this was Naruto's body transformation, not a real ninjutsu. Now you can't dodge. Naruto directly embraced the Hungry Ghost path and pressed it to the ground. The real wind release. Raisin Shuriken flew through the smoke at this moment. Strength has finally returned. The Deva path's after effect from using Shinra Tensei just disappeared, directly shattering the Raisin Shuriken. Not yet finished. When the smoke bomb was used, a shadow clone jumped to a high altitude. Using the Rasengan from above, it directly knocked down the Hell path from behind, which meant that the knockdown pain could no longer be revived. Shinra Tensei. Naruto and his shadow clone were directly blown away. The 3 toads wanted to attack, but they were also blown away by this move. Our Jinjutsu needs some preparation time. Before that, it's up to you to hold on, Shinsaku and Shima said. Their toad song could immobilize pain, but required preparation time. Now, they could only hope Naruto could hold on. You are indeed strong, forcing pain to this extent. You are the first, the Deva path said expressionlessly. However, this was also thanks to Naruto knowing the abilities of each pain in advance. And at the start of the battle, the Deva path happened to be in a weakened state. Under these various conditions, Naruto was able to defeat 4 of the pains. Universal pull. The Deva path pulled Naruto towards him. The Hungry Ghost path hugged Naruto and directly absorbed all the chakra from him. This is the end, the Deva path said calmly. Don't underestimate Sage Mode. Naruto shouted. The Hungry Ghost path was absorbing his chakra, but his natural chakra in Sage Mode that easy to absorb? A person without a sage body trying to absorb natural chakra will only be destroyed. What? The Deva Path was surprised. The hungry ghost path, which was absorbing Naruto's chakra, turned to stone, and Naruto broke free. Now it's just you left, Naruto said, panting. It seems sage mode also has its risks. The Deva Path looked at the hungry ghost path, turning into stone, and got this answer. Ready, Mama, Fukasaku said. Universal pull. The Deva Path activated the gravity and directly pulled the old toad, Fukasaku, over. He wouldn't give these two toads the chance to use that illusion called Sage Art. Frog Song. I've had enough of that illusion. The Deva Path took out the black rod and pierced it through Fukasaku's chest. The toad sage died on the spot. Grandpa Sage. Naruto wanted to stop it, but he had just had a large amount of chakra absorbed and was completely unable to block the Deva Path's actions. 135, is the Ninetales capture complete? Konoha is really all destroyed. Ino's body was trembling. Even though she survived, she felt no joy at all. In this sad world, the weak can only be forced to endure pain forever. The night breeze stood on a piece of rubble, watching Naruto and Pain's battle from afar. Seriously, Kaze, you shouldn't be making sarcastic comments. At least comfort the poor Ino-chan a little. Akamichi, holding a golden-haired, ponytailed girl in her arms, pouted. Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. The night wind inexplicably said, Don't worry, with me here, no one will harm Ino. Red Bean continued, Sister Red Bean. Ino slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Her hometown was destroyed, her parents, clan members, and friends were all killed, and this pain drove her to collapse. She could no longer think. She could no longer return to the past. Ninetales, capture complete. Pain casually discarded Shin's corpse, and then pierced Naruto with a black rod. His hands were pinned together, and a black rod was inserted into the ground, which disrupted his chakra, preventing Naruto from entering Sage mode. This should keep you a bit more subdued, Ninetales, Pain said lightly. As long as I exist. Even if other Pain bodies are killed, they can be remade as long as their corpse is provided. Why do such a thing? Naruto shouted unwillingly. You ask me why? Things always happen suddenly, and the reasons are only realized afterward. Let me explain. My goal is to fulfill the uncompleted will of my teacher Jiraiya. As I said before, it is to nurture peace and justice, Pain said slowly. Peace? Justice? What a joke. You destroyed my master, my teacher, and turned Konoha into this. Why do you have to speak those words? Naruto retorted angrily. Then what is your goal? Pain asked flatly. I want to defeat you. I want to make this ninja world peaceful. Naruto answered without hesitation. Is that so? That is quite an impressive ambition. That is indeed justice. But turning my family, my companions, my village into something like this village. Are you Konoha ninjas really qualified to speak of peace and justice? Pain countered. In the past, Konoha fought with other ninja villages, and the battlefield was in the land of rain. When Nagato was young, his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. In fact, it was Black Zetsu who deliberately guided this. And Yahiko's death was also related to Danzo of Konoha, who was secretly manipulated by Black Zetsu and Obito. What is going on? Naruto fell silent for a moment. The land of fire and Konoha, you have become too powerful. For more resources and benefits, you will go to war with other great nations and redetermine the distribution of resources. If you don't do this, people will starve. But it is us, the innocent small countries and small villages, who become the battlefield for your great nations. Every time war breaks out, we are left in ruins, while you great nations return to stability, leaving us with endless suffering. You and I hope for the same thing. We both want to achieve the peace that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. You and are no different, fighting for our own sense of justice. What I did to Konoha is no different from what Konoha did to my village. The pain of losing something important is something we both understand. We are both people who seek revenge in the name of justice. But if revenge can be called justice, it will inevitably give birth to more hatred, causing a chain reaction. Living in such a world, understanding the past, predicting the future, humanity is a species that will never truly understand each other. The brothers began to chat. However, Pain was indeed too careless to attempt to use verbal tactics in front of the protagonist. If it were you, facing this chain reaction of hatred, how would you handle it? Would killing me solve the problem? Pain asked. I don't know. Naruto said, unusually confused. If Konoha ninjas destroyed everything about this person, he had no idea how to deal with it. Even if he killed Pain, perhaps a new Avenger would come after Konoha again, and the cycle would continue. Only hatred would be passed down through generations. There would be no justice at all. I am collecting tailed beasts for the sake of peace. For this, I need the power of the Nine Tails to create an unprecedentedly powerful weapon, strong enough to destroy a great nation in an instant. Then let the world understand pain, think about pain, and use this fear to suppress the occurrence of war. The whole world will then walk towards true peace, Pain said. But such peace is nothing but deception. Naruto's eyes flickered. Humans are not such intelligent beings. It is impossible to create peace without this. After several decades, that suppression will weaken again, and if someone uses the ultimate weapon, fear will return, and the whole world will once again become peaceful out of fear. That is my goal, Pain said. However, it was more accurate to say that it was Obito and Black Zetsu intentionally guiding him to think this way. After all, Nagato was merely a tool being used. You say the peace I hope for is false, but in this cursed world, nothing is more false than peace achieved through mutual understanding among people. Wanting every person, every village, every nation, all humanity to understand each other, that idea itself is absurd. The perverted sage believes that the era of mutual understanding among people will eventually come. Unlike you, Naruto said. You only say that, but what can someone like you, who can't even provide an answer, do? What you could do is hand over the Nine Tails to me, Pain said. Saying this, he pulled out several black rods again. 6 black rods that affected chakra pierced through Naruto's body. 2 in his shoulders, 2 in his legs, and 2 in his abdomen. Kid, don't give up. You are the child of prophecy. Jiraiya believed in you until the end. Shima said angrily. What a noisy frog, Pain said as he casually performed Shinra Tensei, sending Shima flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, who would come to the battlefield to save Naruto? You are. Naruto's eyes widened. 136 Prelude. Naruto, the resurrected Sakura, said blankly. Her memories were still stuck at the age of 12, and she was completely bewildered, not knowing why she was here. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei? What a nuisance, Pain said unhappily. Under Naruto's gaze, the reanimated Sakura had her head severed. However, since her body was composed of the reanimation technique, it quickly repaired itself. Stop it, bastard, Naruto shouted in frustration. Since he couldn't kill her, what difference did it make? Pain directly pierced Sakura into the ground with a black rod. Due to the black rod's property of interfering with chakra, it was as if she had been hit by a sealing technique, rendering Sakura's body unable to heal and putting her in a stagnant state. Sakura, Naruto yelled again. It is because of love that hatred arises, and only then can one understand pain. Boom! Just as Pain was speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred. Under the influence of extreme emotions, Naruto completely resonated with the half of the Nine Tails inside him, directly entering the Four Tails state. Dark red-tailed beast chakra enveloped his body, transforming him into a monster. Are you angry? Do you hate me? Now you can somewhat understand pain, right? Devapath said leisurely. Devapath Pain was the most powerful among the 6 bodies, capable of defeating a Jinchuriki even if it was just one. The 4 Tails Naruto roared again, and 6 tails emerged from his back. A white skeletal structure appeared on his body, forming another layer of protective armor, while the corrosive nature of the Nine Tails chakra increased. This momentum is good, but my pain surpasses yours, Pain said, while dodging the giant hands formed by the tailed beast chakra. The battle between the two even caused underground water to burst forth, and the battlefield moved further away from Konoha. Finally, Devapath couldn't help but use his trump card, Shinra Tensei. A small black sphere was thrown from Devapath's hand, and the immense gravitational force tore the mountains apart. Even the 6 Tails Naruto couldn't resist this power and was completely sucked into it. The giant sphere, with a diameter of several thousand meters, hung suspended in mid-air, like a small star. Nagato. At the location of Konin and Nagato's original body, Nagato began to cough up blood after using this technique. It's fine. Compared to the moon created by the Sage of 6 Paths, this technique is still far behind, Nagato said calmly. The Sage of 6 Paths had once used Shinra Tensei to create the moon, and the sphere he was creating now was nothing in comparison. It's time to go all out. The night wind hides in the shadows. The reason Sakura was deliberately summoned was to provoke Naruto. Naruto would erupt in his plan, then awaken the chakra of Minato within him, stabilizing the seal of the tailed beast once again. After that, it would be a verbal battle that would leave Nagato in awe. It's time to leave this boring place. The night breeze carried a few women away. There was no need to look. One already knew what would happen next. Nagato would be persuaded by Naruto, then repent for his actions. Using the outer path, Samsara technique, to resurrect the people he killed in Konoha. A week later, the events in Konoha concluded. and Nagato of the Akatsuki organization ultimately revived the people he had killed, while Naruto became a hero. Tsunade fell into a coma due to excessive chakra consumption, and the 5 Kage summit to deal with the Akatsuki had sent an invitation to Konoha. At a critical moment, Danzo successfully seized the position of Hokage, temporarily taking over as the 6th Hokage. What? Danzo became Hokage? Sasuke received the news and was stunned. How could a sneaky rat like him be elected as Hokage? Does Konoha really have any meaning left? That's right, that guy has become the 6th Hokage. However, if you can kill him, then this 6th generation should be gone. Akatsuki said. What exactly happened in Konoha? Due to Pain's attack, Konoha elected a new Hokage to attend the 5 Kage summit. I see. Then let's cause a big ruckus and kill Danzo at the summit location. The Land of Iron. Under the organization of Mifune, the 5 Kage gathered together. It is worth mentioning that the Mizukage of the Mist Village was also a temporary election, as Meitarumi had been captured. The 4th Reikage, A. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara. The 6th Hokage, Danzo, acting. The 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, acting, responding to Lord Reikage's call. Today the Kage from various villages are here to negotiate and discuss matters regarding the Akatsuki organization, Mifune said. The Land of Iron is a neutral country, and holding meetings here puts everyone at ease. Previous 5 Kage summits were also mostly held here. The 5 Kage really have changed quite a bit. Anoki said, among the current 5 Kage, he is the oldest. When he was younger, Hashirama and Madara were still alive, but at that time, he was not yet the Tsuchikage. He was just a ninja. Becoming a Kage at this age is truly impressive. Anoki said, it was unclear whether it was a compliment or sarcasm, clearly directed at Gaara and Chojuro. Gaara was fine, responding relatively calmly, while Chojuro completely struggled, being an introverted and somewhat insecure guy. Lord Kazekage, your father must have taught you well, but unfortunately, he is an uncultured man. Anoki said, in his impression, the 4th Kazekage was a very shameless person. Yes, that's why I stand here as the Kazekage. Gaara replied, completely unbothered. Sasuke was being mischievous again. The so-called clear skies and stopped rain made him feel capable again. Faced with the Reikage, he almost got killed. Against the Tsuchikage, he nearly got obliterated by dust release. And in the end, he managed to escape alive thanks to White Zetsu and Obito. However, Obito also declared war, stating that he would represent the Akatsuki to start the 4th Great Ninja War. Later, Sasuke went with Obito to intercept Danzo, who was preparing to return to Konoha, and ultimately succeeded in killing that guy. The acting 6th Hokage was killed, and a long time has passed since then. Wind, it seems you don't care about the outside world at all. Akatsuki said, the most important characters usually appear last, right? We're not children anymore, constantly fighting and killing. The night breeze is lazy. Holding a book in hand, the person looks like an ordinary person. Recently, there haven't been any experimental studies. Basically, it's all about resting, and tasks have been handed over to subordinates. However, Ino's state is quite strange. Although her family has been revived, they haven't returned to Konoha. Instead, they seem to have been brainwashed by Anko or something, choosing to stay here. A month later, during the 4th Great Ninja War, you actually prepared these things. The night breeze is rare when together with a Phi. There are 2 types of Kagaya's creations, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Among them, White Zetsu can replicate itself, similar to cloning. In preparation for this Ninja World War, there are as many as 100,000 White Zetsu, enough to face the ninja coalition of the 5 great nations. As for Black Zetsu, it is a fragment of Kagaya's consciousness, a special clone that possesses its own independent personality. If the high-end combat power is insufficient, then it's time to trouble your Edo Tensei. Obito said, at this point, there is nothing left to hide. He is Uchiha Obito, Edo Tensei Madara, instead of using the rebirth of the soul technique. Would that person be very angry if he were to be resurrected? The Night Wind laughed and said, there's nothing that can be done about it. Obito replied calmly. Nagato was persuaded by Naruto, which he had not anticipated. He still needed to retrieve the Rinnegan, Obito. Zetsu emerged from underground. Nagato's body was still preserved by Konan. They had to get the Rinnegan back. Just as Obito was about to respond, Zetsu's hand pierced through his heart. Zetsu was cultivated by Uchiha Madara. Anyone could betray the Akatsuki, but Zetsu could never. You? Before Obito could say anything, his head was twisted off by the night wind. Kamui is truly a troublesome ability. Even when I want to make a move, I have to scheme. The night wind said with a smile. Shinwei can make his body intangible, and even he thinks it's better to be cautious. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Obito escaped. Black Zetsu was killed by him using the Rinnegan's truth-seeking orb, while White Zetsu's main body is controlled by Kotoame Tsukumi. Now Obito has also been killed by him. Deidara died in the previous battle with Sasuke, before the final showdown between Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke's team also left the Akatsuki organization not long ago. Now the official members of the Akatsuki are just Nightwind, Konan, White Zetsu, and Kisame. Among them, Konan is also a traitor. Nagato chose to believe in Naruto Uzumaki. And naturally, Konan also believes in what Nagato believes. White Zetsu cannot be considered human. The only real living beings left are Nightwind and Kisame. Thud. The Nightwind swallowed the kaleidoscope with Obito. In this way, he obtained the complete power of Shinra. Master, it's time to retrieve the Rinnegan. White Zetsu's main body said respectfully. All right. The Night Breeze left the dim basement. From today on, the true mastermind became him, the Night Breeze. The efforts of the Shao organization over the years were merely to help him unify the world. On Aiken, the girl said timidly, "Did you need something from me? I'm just about to go on a trip, and also, don't call me Onaiken if there's nothing wrong. It sounded a bit cheesy." The Night Breeze gently caressed the girl's hair. "If I encounter my father on the battlefield, can I spare his life?" Ino blinked. "That won't do. You should pray that he doesn't go to the battlefield at all." The Night Wind has faded away. Sigh, it's useless to say this, Ino. To stay in a place like this, one must have the resolve to sacrifice everything. Just like Hinata, Red Beans said earnestly. "Hinata, if I asked you to kill Hyuga Hayashi now, would you do it?" Red Beans smiled wickedly. "Kill." Hinata's expression remained calm and unruffled. At this point, there was no turning back, only the choice to follow that man. Ino's disguised smile suddenly turned into a bitter expression, looking somewhat troubled as she stared at Hinata and the others. "Sister Cheyenne, don't take my candy." Hanabi seemed to be having a lot of fun playing with Cheyenne. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Lulan Kingdom, Queen Sarah was still waiting for the true master of the kingdom. Of course, the Night Wind didn't he really care about these women? Perhaps, who knows? After all, he was just a capricious bastard man. A day later, Rain-Hidden Village. Dark, heavy clouds covered the village, and torrential rain accumulated into a flood. "It seems you are not planning to obediently hand over the Rinnegan." The Night Wind spoke. In front stood a woman with a good figure, none other than Konan from the Akatsuki organization. "What are you doing here?" "I thought it would be Obito who came knocking," Konan said with some surprise. Obito's existence was closely linked to Akatsuki, having been there since its creation. "I've killed Uchiha Obito, and now I'm the leader of Akatsuki." The Night Wind said, "Well, that's good. I originally planned to get rid of him, but since you've come here in his place, you can die together with him." "Shao," Nan said seriously, "do you think you can kill me? Even though we used to work together, don't think I will show mercy to a woman." The Night Wind couldn't help but laugh. "Speaking of which, you and Nagato are really too naive to choose to betray Akatsuki and believe in a person like Naruto Uzumaki." The man continued, "He is light, which is why everyone has the hope of flowers." Konan felt a bit dazed. Since Nagato believes that Naruto can achieve peace, she also chooses to believe in Naruto. There is a shadow of Yahiko in Naruto, but he surpasses Yahiko. At this point, you are still wearing Akatsuki's clothes. The Night Wind spoke. Akatsuki was created by Yahiko, and the red clouds on this robe symbolize the bloody wars of the Rain Village. Both you and Afe are merely thieves. The true Akatsuki does not belong to you, nor does this robe, Konan said coldly. Moreover, the Rinnegan is also something possessed by Nagato, a ninja of the Rain Village, and it does not belong to someone like you, Orochimaru. Konan's body began to transform into paper. First, the creation of the Akatsuki organization was facilitated by someone, including your goals, and the killing of Yahiko to change your goals. Second, Nagato's Rinnegan does not belong to him. Those eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. Third, do you really think you can win and stop me? As the last sentence echoed, the Night Wind had already reached Konan's side. Kamui activated, and everything around began to twist and surge into another space. "I will take you to that world with me." Konan's voice was very calm, so it turned out to be mixed with explosive tags. The Night Wind had to give up experimenting with its new abilities. The Kamui vortex stopped. Boom! After a violent explosion, the two separated again. The Night Wind's clothes had several new holes, and Shaonin was slightly out of breath, having expended quite a bit of energy. "You are darkness. In a world without light, flowers can only wither," Shaonin shouted. And the sea surface where the two were located immediately split apart. This was not actually the sea surface, but a vast ocean disguised by countless sheets of paper, with the water on the surface being just a small part. 138 600 billion explosive tags. It seems you've taken a phase ability. I have studied his phasing, and it can last no more than 5 minutes. However, I have prepared 600 billion explosive tags, Kakuzu, WDNMD, that can explode for 10 minutes. Xiaonan's voice was cold. This is the technique of the paper god. It is the limit of what she can manipulate. Controlling so many explosive tags and disguising them to the point where even the Sharingan cannot detect them. Her abilities had reached their peak. Go to hell. Bang! The earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the entire sea area, and even the rain-hidden village was shaking. A super high-intensity explosion lasting 10 minutes. Absolutely no one could withstand it. In fact, Xiaonan's guess was correct. Even if the night wind revealed his true form, he would still sustain some injuries from such an explosion. Getting injured at the hands of a little girl? What a joke. Susanoo. The night wind directly activated the complete form of Susanoo, a giant in black armor. Standing 100 meters tall, wielded 2 massive katanas, with a pair of unfolded wings on its back. Under the enhancement of the Rinnegan's ocular power, it endured the explosion for 10 minutes. As a result, Konan lay flat on the water surface, her chakra nearly depleted. What now? Am I going to die like this? The sound of the night wind quietly echoed. The explosion was too intense. Even Xiaonan couldn't see the internal situation clearly and could only assume that guy had been shattered into dust. The black rod formed from the seeking Dao jade pierced through Xiaonan's abdomen. This ultimate substance created by Yin-Yang Ninjutsu instantly robbed Xiaonan of her last bit of resistance. Why? You should have been killed, even if you obtained off-phase abilities. Xiaonan looked in disbelief at the blood flowing from her abdomen. Don't forget, I am the Night Wind, or rather, Orochimaru. You prefer the latter name. I have obtained off-phase abilities, but that doesn't mean I only possess his powers. Do you want to kill a god? The Eye of the Night Wind transformed into the appearance of the Rinnegan. Is this the Rinnegan? How could you possibly possess it? Konan exclaimed. The Night Wind was taken back by the Dao-seeking jade, and she was left with only enough strength to speak. The true Rinnegan is like this, able to switch freely. Unlike Nagato, who can only open his eyes and cannot close them. His eyes came from Uchiha Madara, and from beginning to end, he was nothing but a pitiful pawn being used. Now, it's your turn to tell me where Nagato is. The night breeze whispered softly. Yahiko, Nagato. There will not dissipate. Konan's gaze became slightly dazed. The dark clouds over Mangekyō unexpectedly dispersed at that moment, and the long-lost sunlight fell down. It was something that hadn't been seen for many years. A rainbow hung over the sea after the explosion, and Konan watched it with a bit of fascination. Naruto, he will become the bridge to peace. I believe this so firmly. I am a flower unafraid of wilting, and now I send you on your way. From somewhere, an unknown power emerged, and the paper technique appeared in Konan's hands, transforming a circle of white paper into a garland. A moment of reflection, the night wind let out a cold laugh. Activating the Rinnegan, he walked over. Under the protection of repulsion, all the papers could not approach. Honestly, tell me your location. A Jinjutsu was cast, and Konan finally lost her last chance to resist. Having finally learned the location, the night wind successfully obtained what he wanted, the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. Out of respect for their past collaboration, he did not destroy Konan's corpse. In this dark world, what could be so bad? Are we finally going to start fighting? After this great war, the teacher can finally rest, right? Hongdou said with a light laugh. Just coming out of the bathroom, droplets of water fell from her hair, her vaguely visible figure evoking many thoughts. Just a bunch of rabble, even without the Akatsuki's army. I can use my own power to destroy the world. The night wind is calm. With a collection of those dirty earth reincarnation items he possesses, it's enough to give the Ninja Alliance a headache. Hongdou, you seem to have gained weight. The night wind grabbed the woman's cheeks and tugged at them. Not at all. Hongdou puted. Let's get married after the Ninja World War is over, brother. Zi Yuan slipped in from somewhere, wearing a mischievous smile. Don't casually set up flags like that, seriously. The night wind shook its head. To be honest, he didn't want to get married at all. How did Hinata and Hanabi react? The night wind spoke again. After returning to the base, he took the Rinnegan from Hinata and her sister and consumed them all himself. The original purpose of capturing them was for this. Although they could be trained into powerful subordinates, having power in one's own hands is always more reassuring. Once the Rinnegan was removed, both Hinata's sisters switched to ordinary Byakugan. It seemed that Hanabi's bloodline power had also been drained, as it no longer reacted with the new eyes. Her body was somewhat weak, but it was not a serious issue. Hongdou replied, however, brother, do you really want to resurrect that thing? That is Kagaya. Cheyenne couldn't help but say, Kaguya is the mother of Sage of the Six Paths. And even the Sage of the Six Paths could only seal her, not kill her. What if Night Wind can't defeat her after bringing her back? Kaguya indeed cannot be killed, but that doesn't mean I can't eliminate her. Isn't the Wraith also an ancient creature that cannot be killed? I won't kill her. I will simply destroy her memories and then take that power for myself. The Night Wind said calmly. Kaguya has an immortal body, and he can only devour that kind of power and claim it as his own. It is impossible to erase that kind of power. We must win, teacher. Hongdou gazed at the man, her voice delicate and gentle. If you were to die, I would go to that world to accompany you. Hongdou blinked and said, Don't worry. A man like me is destined to bring disaster to the whole world. How could I possibly die? The Night Wind smiled. The Ninja World War has finally arrived. The 5 great nations dispatched their respective ninja forces, forming an army of tens of thousands of ninjas. The Reikage serves as the overall commander, while the commander is Shikamaru, whose intelligence has conquered the leaders of these ninja villages. The Ninja Alliance is divided into several teams heading in different directions, and the battle with the Akatsuki organization is imminent. However, the fight is not as easy as imagined. In terms of numbers, the Ninja Alliance is at a disadvantage. 100,000 White Zetsu, the reincarnated strong ones from the past. Whether low-level cannon fodder or high-end combat power, almost all of it is dominated by the Akatsuki organization. The 4th Great Ninja War has begun. Chapter 139, the 4th Great Ninja War. The captain of the 1st unit of the ninja forces is Darui, a powerful assistant to the Reikage. The captain of the 2nd unit is Inoki from the Iwagakure village. The captain of the 3rd unit is Kakashi from Konohagakure. The captain of the 4th unit is Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, who is also the overall commander of all units. The captain of the 5th unit is Mifune from the Land of Iron. On the other side, the Edo Tensei. The Night Wind summoned a large number of coffins, bringing out all of its collections. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato. The former Hokages of Konoha were all present. The 2nd Mizukage, the 3rd Reikage A, and the twin brothers with the 6 Paths ninja tools, Kin and Jin, along with the previously collected Jinchuriki, 2 Tails Waigao, 3 Tails Isabu, 4 Tails Tsutsuki, 5 Tails Koku, 6 Tails Saiken, and 7 Tails Mei. Although their numbers were not large, it was easier to control. If there were too many candidates for Edo Tensei, it could lead to uncontrollable situations, or even those resurrected intentionally holding back. Were they just sent to block the army? The true body of Kaguya questioned. Leave the 5 Kage to me. I don't care about those weaklings. Let these guys handle it. The Night Wind spoke. His target was the 8 Tails, and he would also deal with the current 5 Kage. As for Naruto, that guy had long been under his Kodoame at Tsukumi, but he just didn't know it. Once he collected all the tailed beasts using the Outer Path Golem, he would be able to resurrect the 10 Tails and then digest it himself. He would erase Kaguya's personality and inherit that power to become the new god. Report. A large number of white monsters have appeared on the battlefield. They are numerous, seemingly without pain sensitivity, have considerable combat power, and can split or merge. A ninja relayed the news. Upon hearing this, the 5 Kage frowned. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations had united, and if they couldn't eliminate the Akatsuki with such numbers, they would surely become a laughingstock among the world. The battle began, and each side encountered their own opponents. If it were just the cannon fodder White Zetsu, it wouldn't pose much difficulty for the ninja army. However, with the addition of many resurrected strong foes, the scales of victory began to tip towards the Akatsuki. Things like Jinchuriki, controlling the tailed beast to launch a tailed beast bomb, would drain a lot of chakra from the ninja coalition even if they could handle it. And those resurrected through Edo Tensei had unlimited chakra. It's been a long time since we last met. The Night Wind appeared on the battlefield where the 5 shadows were located. He came here and brought the 4 Hokage of Konoha with him. Orochimaru, you dare to toy with the dead like this? Tsunade clenched her fists in anger. Senju Hashirama, is that really the Senju Hashirama known as the god of shinobi? CHJ fell a bit weak in the knees from fear. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Those two are legendary ninjas who ended the Warring States period. If even those kinds of people have been resurrected, can we really win this battle? Tobarama, I told you before not to use such forbidden techniques. Look at the trouble you've caused everyone now. Hashirama curled his lips and looked at his younger brother. TCH. Tobarama turned his head away. Back then, he studied the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, he died before he could complete his research. Damn it. Tsunade was even more furious. Watching the current Hokage slaughtering their ninja alliance on the battlefield made her blood boil. We must stop those resurrected, powerful beings, Noki said in a deep voice. Those modern Kage are already incredibly strong. Now, with their immortal bodies and unlimited chakra, the ninja alliance will only be slaughtered continuously if they don't have experts to join the fight. Let's go seal those Kage first. The current 5 Kage quickly made their decision. Want to stop them? You have to get past me first. Night Wind walked out alone. Hee. Tsunade coldly laughed as she charged over, directly punching Night Wind away to 100 meters. It would be even better if Orochimaru could be killed. As long as the user of the impure world reincarnation is killed, this ninjutsu will naturally be broken. Tsunade truly lives up to her reputation. Her strength is still so great, but unfortunately, that's the only advantage you have. The Night Wind slowly stood up, completely unharmed. The Rinnegan activated. Such an attack couldn't even hurt him. Lord Hokage, Gaara flew over on a sand platform, and the other Kage also arrived at the battlefield. As long as they killed Orochimaru, the summoning, impure world reincarnation would be rendered ineffective. The 5 Kage gathered together. It seemed like they could have some fun now. The night breeze remained calm. All preparations had been completed in advance, and there was no need to worry about anything now. It was 5 against 1, so don't be too optimistic, Tsunade said coldly. She was somewhat aware of Orochimaru's abilities. He was great at escaping, but in terms of direct combat power. Is that the Rinnegan? Inoki sensed that something was off. Orochimaru's eyes had changed, and there was no doubt that it was the legendary Rinnegan. That's right, and it's not an ordinary Rinnegan. The Night Wind chuckled softly. In the Rinnegan, there were still 6 black Magatama, which evolved after absorbing the ocular power of Uchiha Madara. It surpassed the ordinary Rinnegan. This was the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. It was only 1 step away from the legendary 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Just now, you said it was 5 against 1, right? Then as you wish, let us have it be 5 against 1. The Night Wind formed seals in his hands, creating 25 shadow clones. Each shadow clone unleashed Susanoo, summoning 25 towering black armor giants, each 100 meters tall. The main body had yet to make a move. Just this technique was enough to suppress the 5 Kage. Desert Funeral. Gaara controlled countless grains of sand to rush forward. No matter what, he had to stop these gigantic monsters first. Mere grains of sand. The Susanoos swung their blades, and in less than half a minute, they sliced through all the sand. Damn it, dust release, destruction of the limit. Inoki had no choice but to use his signature jutsu. This was an upgraded version of the original world-dissolving technique. With a larger range and greater power, any object within it would be decomposed into atomic form. And with such destructive power came significant chakra consumption. The 25 Susanoos were annihilated, truly worthy of being the 3rd Tsuchikage. The night breeze was calm. If the 5 Kage couldn't even solve a problem as simple as opening a door, that would truly be disappointing. Yuki was being supported by Gaara, barely managing to stand. The chakra within him was nearly exhausted, and considering he was almost 80 years old, he felt very helpless. The 5 Kage were nothing special after all. The Night Wind arrogantly declared, Nagato is nothing but a waste, and Gaara is mediocre to the extreme. The Hokage and Reikage are barely holding on, while the Tsuchikage has no successors. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be appearing on the battlefield at this age. The 140 coalition has been defeated. Heaven's obstruction, shattering stars. The Night Wind blew as both hands were clasped together, and the power of the Rinnegan in his eyes was fully unleashed. As meteors tore through the air, the sky for miles around was engulfed in shadow. This technique could summon meteors to fall from the sky, simple and brutal, leaving no escape for either friend or foe. However, he would not be harmed by such an attack, while the ninja army on this battlefield would be entirely affected. Is this really something humans can do? The meteors are about to fall. How is this possible? Everyone, evacuate quickly. Noki was extremely anxious, and after a moment's thought, he finally flew toward the meteors alone. The number of the ninja alliance no longer mattered at this point. No one knew the Rinnegan could be this powerful. Orochimaru's displayed strength exceeded everyone's imagination. Damn it, wasn't the leader of the Akatsuki already killed? How does Orochimaru also possess the Rinnegan? Did he transplant it from that guy? Gaara also used all his chakra. At this point, only they as Kage could block this attack. The sand on the ground surged into the sky, slightly slowing the falling meteors. Noki's lightened rock jutsu also reduced the meteor's weight. Reikage, filled with anger, activated his lightning release chakra mode and was about to charge forward but was stopped by Tsunade. Destroying the meteors is easy, but even if they shatter, they will still cause irreversible casualties to the army. Tsunade explained, her brow tightly furrowed. For the 5 Kage's power, the difficulty was not in breaking the meteors, but in how to avoid the damage they would cause. Even if the meteors exploded, they would still inflict massive casualties on the Ninja Alliance. Reikage cast a resentful glance at Orochimaru, who was watching the spectacle, clenching his fists. With Gaara and Noki risking their lives to intercept, the meteors finally paused in the air, buying time for everyone to retreat. In a single move, tens of thousands of ninjas could only flee in disarray, barely hanging on. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Adu, several miles away, saw the meteors in the sky and was equally shocked. Her survival ability was not in question, allowing her to be in such a place to watch the spectacle. This guy, the battlefield's Kisame, was also extremely shocked. It turns out Orochimaru had hidden so many trump cards he had never noticed before, thinking he was just a madman conducting human experiments. It's not over yet. The night wind let out a cold laugh. Bang! The second celestial impediment, star, crashed down. The latter meteorite landed on top of the former, producing a loud bang. Cough, cough, cough. Daima's head was struck by a trap, causing him to spit out a lot of blood, and he fell down like a kite with a broken string. Gaara had also exhausted all his chakra and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. I'm going for it, Reikage said with determination, pushing his lightning release chakra mode to the limit as he charged towards the meteorite. Tsunade sighed and followed closely behind. Such actions would result in considerable casualties, but there was no other choice. It was better than letting all these ninjas be crushed to death. Naive. The night wind was not in a hurry to continue its attack. Boom! The meteorite was bombarded by Tsunade and Reikage with all their might. Countless rock fragments fell down. This was an attack that the 5 Kage could no longer dare to execute. In the face of Orochimaru's offensive capabilities, they were so weak and powerless, like infants facing adults. No, run away. We can't win. This is the power of a god. The Ninja Alliance was indeed buried by this move, with casualties exceeding 20,000. The army was in collapse. Orochimaru and Tsunade stood up from the ruins, roaring. It was not only anger and grief, but also despair, because Orochimaru's strength was too terrifying, even now. The 5 Kage had not managed to land hit on him. The night wind was too lazy to pay attention to these guys anymore. Planetary devastation. A small black sphere appeared, and, at the same time, another shadow clone was created. The shadow clone immediately used Susanoo, a 100-meter-long black katana that cut all 5 Kage in half on the spot. Meanwhile, the effects of planetary devastation were also taking place in the sky. Run. The 5 Kage are dead. The Ninja Alliance completely lost their fighting spirit, fleeing in defeat, and the remaining survivors turned into scattered sand. The indiscriminate attack of planetary devastation finally erupted. A terrifying gravitational pull directly drew everyone in, pulling them up to form a giant sphere in the sky. This was the true power of a deity. It was even larger than the one created by Nagato. The night wind produced a massive sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers, burying over 30,000 people. Master, we can prepare to revive the Ten Tails now. The true body of White Zetsu emerged from the night wind. Relying on its parasitic ability, it had been watching the battle while attached to the night wind. Having been affected by the Kodoame Tsukumi, it was now this man's loyal slave. The night wind nodded slightly and headed directly to the other side, summoning all the Jinchuriki back. The battlefield where Naruto and Killer Bee were located. After a moment, Universal Pool, Amaterasu. As soon as the night wind appeared, it swiftly took down the battle-ready Karabi. Damn it! Naruto activated the Nine Tails chakra mode and threw several Rasengan shurikens, but they were all shattered by the night wind. He is not the kind of guy like Nagato. Come on, Naruto. The night wind spoke. Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and he walked over in a daze. Having been struck by the otherworldly deity, he had already been unable to resist this man's orders. Summoning technique. The night wind summoned an incredibly huge humanoid monster, with 9 blood-red eyes on its head. The 8 tails of Killer Bee was devoured, along with half of the 9 tails within Naruto and half of the 9 tails within the reanimated 4th Hokage. The overwhelming aura of the Outer Path Golem nearly terrified the ninja army, making them wish they had 2 more legs to run away. News of defeats from other battlefields had not yet reached here, but the ninjas here had already lost the will to fight. The 8 tails and 9 tails had been taken by the opponent, and there was still one monster that looked difficult to deal with. The 10 tails, it's mine now. The night breeze revealed a satisfied smile. His black hair turned white, and the white coat of the sage of 6 paths appeared. 8 chakra orbs floated in a circle behind him, and he held the 6-path staff in his hand. Summoning technique. He absorbed the outer path's demonic statue into his body and summoned the god tree. Now he was the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and had completely inherited all the powers of the Rinnegan. It was just right to let the ninjas serve as nourishment. The growth of the god tree surpassed everyone's imagination, its height breaking through the clouds in an instant, with countless branches entangling all the ninjas. It frantically devoured the chakra of the ninjas. Even the 9 tails seemed like a small fox in front of this giant tree. 141 Kagaya's Resurrection. This world is now mine. The night wind revealed a 3rd eye on the forehead, a blood-red eye with the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan, adorned with 9 black tomo. The 9 tomo Rinne Sharingan. For now, let's use an infinite Tsukuyomi. The 3rd eye of the night wind gazes at the blood-red moon in the sky, which is transformed at an unknown time, with the pattern of the 9-tailed Sharingan reflected upon it. As the purple light on the moon intensifies, infinite Tsukuyomi is officially activated. Under this ultimate illusion, all of humanity will enter the illusionary world, except for the Uchiha clan members who can awaken Susanoo, who will be able to escape. This is merely to facilitate the conquest of the world. Once he has nearly eliminated all the ninjas in this world, he can simply cancel infinite Tsukuyomi. The roots of the god tree crazily extend and swell, resembling countless tentacles, wrapping up thousands of ninjas and tightly encasing them like mummies. It's finally complete. The night wind sighed. After planning for so many years, the ambition to dominate the world was finally realized. The god tree extracted chakra from the ninjas and then revived the true 10 tails, that is Kagaya Otsutsuki. 5 hours later, endless chakra surged into the night wind's body from the god tree, equivalent to the amount from tens of thousands of ninjas. In a situation where the night wind could barely control it, a figure of a woman with white hair and white clothes appeared. Kagaya Otsutsuki was revived, with fair skin and long blue-white hair that flowed past her ankles. She had no eyebrows, 2 horns on her head, white eyes, and a 9-tomo Rinnegan on her forehead. As soon as she came to life, she reclaimed a significant portion of her power. However, due to the night wind's powerful devouring physique, she was unable to consume this man, and even 6/10 of her power now belonged to the night wind. Who the hell are you? Kagaya furrowed her brow tightly. Not only was her power unable to erode this man, but instead, her own strength was being devoured. Once I eat you, you'll find out. The night breeze smiled lightly, casually gazing at the woman. She was the most powerful existence in this realm, but now her strength was weaker than his. As long as this I was not taken away, it was impossible for you to defeat me. I am the god of this world, Kagaya said. With the power of a 9 tails reincarnation riding wheel, those gaps could be bridged, even surpassed. She was confident in killing this thief who had stolen her powers. After thousands of years of waiting, she was finally resurrected. How could she easily give up the throne? Thousands of years ago, in ancient times, people were still unaware of the true nature of chakra. It was still the distant warring states period. One day, the Tsutsuki clan from another planet planted a divine tree. To provide nourishment for the divine tree, the Tsutsuki clan sent Kagaya and Tsutsuki Ishiki to Earth to plant the divine tree. The two were originally partners, but for some unknown reason, Kagaya launched a surprise attack on Ishiki and nearly killed him. After that, Kagaya kept watch over the divine tree alone. When the chakra fruit matured, the Tsutsuki clan would send people to Earth to collect the divine tree's fruit and welcome Kagaya back to their planet. That was the original plan. However, things developed unexpectedly. After Kagaya descended to the world, she unexpectedly encountered the lord of the ancestral country, the Son of Heaven, and fell in love, only to be manipulated by humans. That Son of Heaven chose all of humanity over being with her, a monster. Her feelings were betrayed, and she became an enemy of humanity. In a desperate situation, Kagaya had no choice but to consume the divine tree's fruit, which took 1,000 years to bear, and thus obtain chakra and the power of the divine tree. Afterward, Kagaya activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, turning all of humanity, including the Son of Heaven, into offerings for the divine tree. Only a portion of humanity had their memories erased and were sent back to avoid extinction. After that, Kagaya attained supreme status and power on Earth, able to summon the wind and rain, omnipotent. It could be said she was no different from a goddess. Having tasted the sweetness of power and strength, Kaguya no longer wished to return to her original planet. However, because Kaguya had secretly consumed the Divine Tree's fruit, she was always afraid of the day when members of the Tsutsuki clan would come to Earth to collect the Divine Tree's fruits. Therefore, she kept humanity captive, using them to offer sacrifices to the Divine Tree, thereby creating a large number of living weapons, the White Zetsu, to face the enemies that would come to Earth later. As time passed, problems began to arise. Living alone was too lonely for Kaguya, and she developed the impulse to have children. Kaguya accepted the blessings of humanity and, using the power of the Divine Tree, became pregnant with two brothers, Yui and Yumura. Years later, the two children were born, and they inherited Kaguya's abilities from birth. The eldest son was named Tsutsuki Yui, inheriting Kaguya's power of the Rinnegan, while the second son was named Tsutsuki Yumura, inheriting Kaguya's Byakugan, both possessing extraordinary talents. However, unexpectedly, as the two children grew up, they turned against their mother. Yui and Yumura repeatedly requested Kaguya to stop the sacrifices to the Divine Tree to protect humanity, ultimately provoking Kaguya's anger, who wanted to reclaim the chakra she had bestowed upon them. Thus, Yui and Yumura fought against their mother Kaguya wielding the sage's staff, and the battle among the three lasted for months. In the end, Yui and Yumura used the power of yin and yang to seal their mother. The stones on the ground flew into the sky, encasing Kaguya in a spherical stone, which then soared to an unreachable height, forming the moon. This is the story of Kaguya. If one must say, Kaguya was not entirely wrong. Rather, it was her two children on the just side who were in the wrong. After all, Kaguya was not from Earth and had no relation to the humans here. Her worldview and values were completely on a different level than those of Earthlings. For her, sacrificing a little humanity to create the White Zetsu army was no different from raising pigs to fatten them up for slaughter. Leaving a small spark for humanity to continue reproducing to avoid extinction was already a great mercy from Kaguya. Kaguya's mistake lay in allowing her two children to grow up alongside ordinary humans. Even if her children were physically similar to Kaguya in appearance and abilities, they possessed human hearts and regarded themselves and humans as the same kind of being. This ultimately led to the tragedy. To put it bluntly, Yui and Yumura were initially completely aliens, but after spending so much time with humans, the hearts of the two brothers became human as well. Those two brothers indeed saved humanity, an act so great that it deserves to be recorded in history, sung in poems for thousands of years. But from Kaguya's perspective, this situation was absurd beyond measure. Imagine having given birth to two children and letting them play games with a bunch of livestock since childhood. As a result, when they grew up, the two children became strong-willed and even imprisoned their own mother for the sake of their beloved livestock. Would anyone be able to accept such a betrayal? However, Kaguya herself bore significant responsibility for the resulting tragedy. Ultimately, it was an educational issue. She failed to make her children recognize their identity from an early age and did not instill a worldview and values belonging to aliens. Even a tiger, king of all beasts, if raised in a zoo from birth, relying on walking a few steps and roaring to get meat, would not know how real tigers hunt, nor understand what fighting is, thus blurring its identity. Such a tiger would already be a failure at heart. At this time, the zookeeper points to the tiger's own mother, telling the two little tigers to fight their mother. Because their mother was from the outside world, cruel and ruthless, capable of eating people without leaving bones. The two little tigers, having listened to the zookeeper since childhood, now naturally do not doubt him and decisively take down their mother, liberating the zoo. Yumura and Yui were completely brainwashed. They are not humans, yet they killed their own mother for the sake of humanity. Is this really appropriate? You are very special. Kaguya's curious gaze fixed on the night breeze. You are very special. Kaguya scanned the man's body. After thousands of years, aside from the reincarnation of her two children, it was the first time she saw an outsider who could reach the Six Paths level. Notably, the explosive beauty of the night breeze also successfully caught Kaguya's attention. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, and even the ascetic Kaguya couldn't help but waver. This kind of gaze, it felt like it was not a killing gaze at all. The night wind curled its lip. This ancestor chakra seems to be unaware of the current situation. Does she still think she has a chance to spare herself? You wouldn't want to provoke me, would you? Are you lusting after my body? You are despicable. The night breeze chuckled. What does it mean? Having been sealed for thousands of years, Kaguya's understanding of human language is still stuck in the Warring States period. Naturally, she was puzzled by the night breeze's words. This woman's silly and sweet personality. If not for her soft heart back then, how could those two rebellious sons have possibly defeated Kaguya? Now, thousands of years have passed, and Kaguya remains unchanged. She is still a foolish woman. Come on, Junior, let me see where your limits lie. Kaguya's gaze gradually turned cold. No matter how to deal with this thieving little brat afterward. The most important thing now is to defeat the man and prove her position and strength as the ruler of the world. The night wind saw Kaguya activate her Byakugan, preparing to take action seriously, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. In terms of chakra, he is now only stronger than Kaguya. And in terms of ocular techniques, he possesses the ultimate Rinnegan and a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, which are definitely not weaker than Kaguya's ocular techniques. More importantly, he has practical combat experience. Kaguya is basically just a naive and sweet person, with almost no practical experience. From the very beginning, he never believed that he would lose to Kaguya. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a low shout, Yifeng summoned over 100 shadow clones beside him, then charged toward Kaguya together with his main body. Master Baiju gazed at the battlefield from afar. The fact that he had created over 100 shadow clones meant that the chakra of his main body was reduced to only 1%. Unless Kaguya was defeated in one blow and sealed, Yifeng was definitely doomed. So, who could possibly make Kaguya fall in one blow? The answer, of course, is reverse harem jutsu. The night wind smiled mischievously, and over 100 clones each altered their physique and appearance slightly, transforming into various types of handsome men. All completely naked, Kaguya was instantly mesmerized and stood still. She had originally used her Byakugan to closely observe what the night wind intended to do, but she never expected to witness such an explosive scene. Moreover, because of the Byakugan, Kaguya could almost see every detail of all their bodies without missing anything. 2 charming blushes involuntarily appeared on her face. This progenitor of chakra was so shy that she didn't know what to do. I have one. The night wind's true body successfully approached Kaguya, gripping the woman's neck tightly. All shadow clones dissipated, and an eerie smile hung on his face. Before Kaguya could activate the heaven's decree to escape to another dimension, he had already used his trump card. The power of the ultimate reincarnation I was activated, completely locking Kaguya's existence, rendering her unable to use any space ninjutsu. Why can't I move? Kaguya regained her senses and tried to struggle, but found her body was being suppressed by a strange force. Not to mention using chakra and ninjutsu or ocular techniques. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult, as she was comprehensively suppressed. Even her body grew weaker over time, with her strength continuously draining away. You are mine. The night wind no longer concealed anything. A white giant snake, stretching for kilometers, appeared and swallowed Kaguya whole. You are really absorbing my power. Kaguya's expression finally changed. Being inside the snake's belly, she felt her body growing weaker and could no longer remain seated. However, she had no way to escape. The night wind is the only one who could devour her power. It's also the one who leaves her unsure of how to resist. That guy swallowed a lot of her power right after her resurrection, leaving her completely unable to fight back against this bastard. Kaguya realizes that this world is incredibly unfriendly to her. After being betrayed in love, even the children she raised have turned against her. Now that she has finally been resurrected, she is once again facing an inexplicable man who wants to kill her. I am immortal. You can't kill me, Kaguya said unwillingly. Can't kill you? As long as you oppose me, even a god will be killed by me. The night wind turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice. The speed of the internal cultivation method accelerated again, and a powerful devouring force continuously absorbed all of Kaguya's bloodlines, chakra, and spiritual power from his right hand, erasing the consciousness of the Ten Tails, completely turning the Ten Tails into his own power. Without Kaguya, and without the Ten Tails, he is the god of this world. Time kept passing. It was unclear how long had gone by. I seemed to really be dead. Kaguya's consciousness grew weaker and weaker, almost dissipating. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she smiled sadly. Your power is not weak, but you, the controller, are too weak. Your battle experience is entirely that of a child. The night wind was expressionless. The giant serpent's pupils were filled with indifference. After the battle, he didn't necessarily have to kill Kaguya. He could seal Kaguya within himself as a host. But not doing so wasn't a problem either. After all, he had done his fair share of ruthless acts over the years. Gradually, Kaguya was indeed drained completely, just as the night wind finally let out a sigh of relief. An unexpected change occurred. The last trace of Kaguya's consciousness did not dissipate. Instead, it entered his mental space. What the hell? Is she really an immortal body? Can't even be killed? Even the devouring couldn't be completed? The night wind's expression darkened. Although that wisp of soul within him was very weak, he found that he could not destroy it. However, the good news was that this tiny soul couldn't cause any waves and could only be imprisoned here by him. As long as he didn't give Kaguya any power, she would remain locked here forever. Having a little bit of soul was no different from being dead. The task was complete. A mysterious female voice suddenly rang out. The night wind suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head, as if it were the first time he had crossed into the world of Naruto, making him feel like his head was about to explode. What is this? Time continued to pass. The white giant snake fell into a deep sleep and had not awakened for a long time. The entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. All asleep in the infinite Tsukuyami. Night wind? From now on, we will be one. Kaguya's spiritual body floated out from Night Wind's sea of consciousness and landed in front of him. In a man's dazed gaze, the spiritual body transformed into a flesh and blood entity. And this entity was actually formed from his own power. Seeing the beautiful and alluring woman appear before him again, Night Wind was momentarily lost. To summarize the current situation, Kaguya's power was entirely within Night Wind's body. Her soul and body merged with his, and everything was under Night Wind's absolute control. However, as long as Night Wind permitted it, Kaguya could also condense her entity again. Master? Many of Kaguya's memories have been erased, leaving her in a daze. The only thing she remembered was that this man before her was her master. Damn woman, you really are difficult to deal with. The Night Wind came to his senses and said fiercely, A pair of wicked hands slapped a few times on that plump bottom, causing the beauty to let out a series of soft moans. Upon a second thought, in a certain sense, Kaguya now belonged to him as part of himself. To mistreat Kaguya was to mistreat himself, and to treat Kaguya well was to treat himself well. So, if that happened, wouldn't it be like doing that to himself? Thinking of this, the Night Wind couldn't help but darken his expression. Come back, Kaguya. Yes, Master, Kaguya obediently replied, her condensed body returning to the Night Wind's form. Sigh, finally done with everything. Watching countless white mummies gradually waking up and struggling to come over, the Night Wind quietly sighed, Okay, all done, let's wrap it up. As for the rest of these trivial matters, whoever wants to deal with them can. The Night Wind smirks as the figure disappears into the invisible vortex. The infinite Tsukuyami is lifted, and most of the ninjas in this world have had their chakra confiscated. This world is already in his grasp, and no one can stop him anymore. The Night Wind declared itself emperor. The entire world fell under the rule of the Night Empire. The former royal city of Lulan now serves as the capital of the Night Empire. For months have passed. The leaders of the 5 great nations and various ninja villages have all been killed. All those who dared to resist, both ninjas and ordinary people, had their heads severed by the minions of Night Wind's Edo Tensei. The history of the 5 great nations has come to an end. Almost all the daimyos and nobles have been killed, with countless bloodshed announcing the establishment of the Night Empire. After half a year of slaughter, the entire world no longer hears any voices of resistance. The decision of Night Wind is as simple and brutal as that. Resistance? If one person resists, I will kill one person. If 10,000 people resist, I will kill 10,000. I will keep killing until no one dares to resist. The world has finally welcomed its first unification in thousands of years, and true peace in a real sense. The entire world belongs to one man. How could there be no peace? No one dares to oppose that tyrant. Every place has been divided into different regions, governed by the Night Empire, managed by trusted aides sent by Queen Sarah. And today, another shocking event occurred in the world. The world-dominating Night Wind officially announced the takeover of all territories worldwide, and also mentioned another matter. Since he has become an emperor, of course, he cannot be without women. Although Night Wind wants to keep a low profile, this is not something he can decide. Hongdou and Ziyuan both enjoy a lively atmosphere, so they invited many people to attend this wedding. He doesn't really want to get married. In fact, his feelings towards women are merely utilitarian. Even Hongdou is just a slightly favored tool, not to mention the others. Queen Sarah is now his spokesperson, responsible for helping manage the empire, while he himself does not bother with those tedious affairs. Hongdou, Ziyuan, and Terumi are the 3 women closest to him. Or rather, they're the closest in terms of physical relationships. Hinata, Hanabi, Yakumo, Kaguya, Ino, and so on. To be honest, Night Wind is not very interested. The protagonists of the wedding are Ziyuan and Hongdou. He has not considered the other women. They're just staying by his side as before. As this happens, Various places can no longer sit still. Although the world is already considered peaceful, some places will obviously be treated better. For example, the former Konoha. Now that place is called Konoha City, under the jurisdiction of the Night Empire. The woman named Miteki Hongdou was once a ninja of Konoha, and many of the women around Night Wind also come from Konoha. Just based on this point, Konoha City's future status will not be too poor, and its development will definitely be smooth. The power holders suddenly became restless. Although there has been a major reshuffle of forces, not everyone has been eliminated. Among the officials in charge, a large portion has not changed. They have merely surrendered and switched allegiances, continuing to do their original jobs. For these seasoned veterans, they naturally understand the importance of such matters. When others have something that you don't, people often can't help but panic. Unfortunately, Night Wind is truly disinterested in women at the moment. The facts also prove that he is a cold-hearted and despicable man. Iwakura, formerly Iwagakure, sent over the granddaughter of Noki, known as Kuratsuchi, a pretty decent beauty. The next day, Kuratsuchi's head was hung at the entrance of the royal palace in Lulan. The ruler of Iwakura was also killed. 144 daily life, the era of ninjas has passed. Even though that was only a year ago, the chakra in human bodies has been drained by something called the God Tree, and ninjutsu has become a thing of the past. Except for the legendary Night Wind and some of his trusted aides, all humans have become ordinary people. Something called technology is rising, replacing the ninjutsu that once influenced the world. Centered around the Lulan imperial capital, the world is slowly changing. Night Empire. Konoha City. Inside a dessert shop, a 12-year-old girl is watching the store. The girl is wearing a traditional light red kimono, with her black hair naturally flowing down, tied in 2 small braids on either side. Her skin is not fair, but a healthy wheat color, and her eyes are the typical black of a normal person. She's a cute girl full of youthful vitality. A dessert shop? Is it newly opened? That person seems somewhat familiar with Konoha. It said she has a beautiful older sister. Many people are discussing. Hinata Hanabi. Isn't she the woman who used to be by Lord Nightwind's side? Yes, it said her sister is Hinata, who was once the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. Shoo, don't talk about the past. The Hyuga clan? It seems to have been completely exterminated. It said there's a floating meteorite on that battlefield, where the bodies of those people were once located. Yes, I want to see it a month ago. It's really a huge stone, about 10 kilometers in diameter. It can float in midair. No wonder it's Lord Nightwind, truly the power of a deity. Perhaps due to Lord Nightwind's great fame, everyone around him has also become well known. Besides the legitimate wives, Red Bean and Ziyuan, many other women have also been exposed. That man, it really makes it impossible to feel at ease anywhere. The little girl muttered to herself. She is indeed Hinata Hanabi, and this time she came back to Konoha with her sister, planning to live a peaceful life. Her sister is such a fool. Hinata expressed her feelings to that man, saying she likes him and such, but that man said he has little time to play house. After following him for so many years, in the end, she is still just a subordinate with no status. She is even just a dispensable person. After the unification of the world, people praise that Lord for bringing true peace and eliminating much hunger and poverty. But Hinata Hanabi knows that man doesn't care about these things at all. It's all the work of Queen Sarah, saying something about being a deity. He is actually just a selfish guy. Of course, she could never say such things. Hanabi, I'm back. Hinata returned to the dessert shop carrying 2 large bags. The shop has just opened, and many ingredients and items need to be prepared again, including learning to cook and bake, etc. Sister, can we do other jobs? Why open a dessert shop? It's so troublesome, Hanabi complained. Just put in a little more effort, and learning more skills is a good thing. Hinata said with a smile. Occasionally, a hint of loneliness would show in her expression, which the sensitive Hanabi quickly picked up on. Hanabi is not a fool. On the contrary, she is very smart. She knows how much that man has done to their sisters over the years and understands that they have become complete tools. And her sister is really a fool. Even so, does she still miss the days spent with that man? Back then, it was also in Konoha. Hinata was cleaning the utensils she bought for the shop, putting the items into the refrigerator one by one. She reminisced about that boy with the Byakugan. It really felt like a dream. That person named Hyuga Kaze probably doesn't even exist, yet she still longs for those days, even if she was deceived. It's an indescribable feeling. Even if someone has hurt you, you still remember the happy days when you laughed together. Life is so hard that you have to find something beautiful to reminisce about. Although those things probably will never come back. Humanity is just such a hopeless creature. Sister, aren't you really going to see Father S. grave? It's been so long. Hanabi suddenly spoke. although they can't find the body for burial. Memorials and such still exist. But Hinata seems to have completely forgotten that she is a member of the Hyuga clan and has never visited even once. Father, Hanabi, you were still young back then. Perhaps you don't understand your sister's feelings. Hinata's expression was somewhat complex. She was once just a soft, weak child, growing up in a cage without freedom, until that day when she met that man who saved her. What would her life have been like without his appearance? Unable to become strong, eventually losing the position of head of the family to her younger sister, and then becoming a tool for marriage? No matter what, it wouldn't be better than now. That man not only changed the world, but also changed her fate. Although that guy's attitude is very cold now. Hinata still hasn't given up. People have to live for something. If you wander around all day without knowing who you are or what you should do, then you're not considered human. That's what that man once said. Hinata was once very confused about what her life was all about. But later she just hoped to be with him. Even though it's not going smoothly now. She and her sister came to the distant Konoha, and that man didn't even say goodbye. Sister, you put too much sugar. Hanabi stuck out her tongue. The bread and desserts that Hinata made for the first time were clearly not up to standard. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. I'll redo it. Hinata smiled gently. The streets outside the dessert shop were bustling with people, not much different from her memories of Konoha, just a lot more dilapidated. Many buildings have been rebuilt since this village was destroyed by pain. As for the Hokage Rock, it was demolished after the establishment of the Night Empire. A familiar yet unfamiliar city. Moreover, influenced by the Lowland imperial capital, there is a trend of building tall structures all over the world. It seems that a house is not considered a house if it is less than 100 meters tall. The Night Wind likes the architectural style of Lulan, so everyone is eager to please him, although that man doesn't really care about being pleased or not. Previously, the people of Yinqing sent a beautiful girl over, but the girl ended up having her head chopped off, and the one who sent the gift also lost his head. It's gonna rain, Sister, Hanabi said. The sound of dripping outside the window gradually began to be heard. Hinata patted her sister's hair, her gaze drifting to the distant horizon. A new place? It is night. In the royal palace of the Lulan Empire in the basement. This is a newly constructed place, specifically for Lord Night Wind to conduct certain undisclosed experiments or other matters. In short, there used to be titles like Orochimaru, but now it has been unified as Lord Night Wind. How boring. There are no terrifying experiments as imagined. Night Wind is simply lying on a long bench. The surroundings are completely empty, with no props at all. But in fact, those things have just been placed into the Kamui space. At this point, his power is no different from that of a deity, capable of casually transferring large amounts of items and traversing between many different spaces. There are worlds with gravity hundreds of times stronger, worlds filled with ice and snow or flames, and worlds that are completely silent and void. Oni-chan, is it okay for Red Bean's sister to go out alone? A girl's voice sounded. The night breeze lay on the bench while she lay on the man. Is there still a fool who dares to lay hands on Hongdou? Don't worry, even if there are those with ill intentions, Sarah will protect Hongdou. The man replied calmly. Hongdou's eyes were also retracted. Besides the blood curse mark, there were no special abilities. But it didn't matter, since there were no enemies left in this world. As for Hongdou's objective this time out, it seemed to be to meet Fenghua Xiaoxue. That woman, who was once the princess of the land of snow, is now a tremendous star, and of course, also a friend of Hongdou. Oni-chan, you're too lazy. Aren't you going out for a walk? The moon looks nice tonight. Ino said. After that great war, the ninjas of this world completely disappeared. All her clan members who had been revived were also killed. The world fell into the hands of some evil man, but she didn't find it strange. Hongdou was quite fond of this little girl, insisted on keeping her around, and even had the night breeze rewrite the girl's memories using the deity of another dimension. Although not all modifications were made. Ino was no longer the Konoha ninja girl she once was. She was just a loyal maid in the palace. As for her other identity, she was like a beloved sister to Hongdou, indirectly cherished by the night breeze as well. What is this? Ino asked curiously as she saw the night breeze take out various bottles and jars. All kinds of strange medicines that can make people grow a second head or make them feel like spring is suddenly approaching. The night breeze chuckled softly. The pink color was very tempting. Was Oni-chan trying to trick little kids? Ino said again. She casually opened a jar and found the candies were the girl's favorite pink. Just looking at them made it feel like the candies were urging her to eat them. Don't call me Oni-chan. Calling me master or something is fine too. Oni-chan feels too intimate. The night breeze suddenly shook its head. But aren't we very close now? Ino rolled her eyes. You're already lying on top of me. What else is there to say? This was your choice. I didn't ask you to do this. The night breeze curled its lips. Speaking of which, Oni-chan has really been busy lately. I haven't seen Cheyenne and Azukine come to find you often. Inoue said, putting down the medicine jar and playing with her golden hair. Her azure blue eyes were as calm and beautiful as the ocean. It's because I need to prepare. The night wind said, are you ready? Ino was somewhat confused. What exactly were they preparing these jars and bottles for? It's useless to talk to a little girl like you. After all, you don't know Kagaya, nor do you know what else is out there. The night wind said, the Otsutsuki clan will definitely find this place sooner or later. No more than 5 years at most, and someone will notice this planet. However, that is not the most important thing. The important thing is that he can actually go to other worlds. This is the gain after defeating Kagaya that day. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and even with his strength, he couldn't discern the identity of the person, only knowing it was a woman's voice. It seems that when he crossed into this world, there was indeed someone pushing the tide behind the scenes. Why would such a person find him and change his bloodline? It doesn't really matter if he can't understand, because that voice said it would give him the opportunity to go to other worlds in the future. Being able to go to other worlds means he can continue to grow stronger. Although he is already the invincible #1 in the Naruto universe, the Night Wind still wants to become even stronger. After all, humans are beings of endless desire. If he can't take anyone with him when the time comes, he can only go to that place alone. The Night Wind suddenly spoke again. Ah, so that's how it is. That's why Big Brother is deliberately being cold to them? If the sisters learn the truth, they will be even angrier. Ino blinked her cute big eyes. The night breeze couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pinch Ino's soft cheeks. Am I really that kind of person? Little girl, you still don't understand me. Women are just a group of tools to me. I do whatever I want, and I really can't be bothered to care about their feelings. If one day I get tired of it, I might just casually toss you aside too. The night breeze chuckled softly. Consider the feelings of Hongdou and the others. He is not such a gentleman. Although he occasionally pretends to be, he is actually a heartless guy. Jingy puffed up her cheeks, looking all sulky. In the end, unable to find anything to say, she could only stick out her little tongue and make a funny face. Don't worry. Even if I go to that place, I will come back here in the future. After all, this world is mine, and the places that belong to me will always belong to me. The night wind said, although the Otsutsuki clan is terrifying, he is not afraid of their strength. He has already devoured and absorbed Kagaya. So if any new members of the Otsutsuki clan come, he can just continue to consume and grow stronger. Oni-chan, you're really soft-hearted. You just can't bear to part with us adorable ones, right? Pervert, Ino said with a huff, acting tsundere. She pretended to be indifferent, but she must still care about them deep down. There's a saying, isn't there? Are men just creatures who think with their lower halves? Oni-chan may be powerful, but he definitely can't resist a man's instincts. Maybe, perhaps I'm just a normal person. The night wind said uncertainly. Let Ino AI think whatever she wants. She's already a poor girl with modified memories, so dreaming a little is quite nice. Humans are inherently creatures that like to escape reality, whether consciously or unconsciously. 2 days later, Ziyuan City. Although the name is Ziyuan City, Ziyuan has hardly been here a few times. It's just a commemoration of past events. Red Bean, Fenghua Xiaoxue ran over. With light makeup on her face, her princess-like demeanor was unmistakable, surrounded by a crowd. Xiaoxue, you look so beautiful, Red Bean exclaimed while holding the woman's small hand. The two women chatted and laughed as they walked away. The director group sighed behind them, while Red Bean's hidden guards did not dare to be careless at all. Although it is peaceful now, one can never be too careful. If Red Bean were really attacked and injured, that man would probably order the extermination of their entire clan. Even if she is just a toy. She is a toy that only he can bully. If anyone dares to bully Red Bean, the night wind would definitely make that person regret coming to this world. Let us put that topic aside. Not to mention how Red Bean and Xiaoxue were happily chatting. The royal palace of the Lolian Empire was not calm at this moment. My lord, are you leaving? Queen Sarah had a reluctant expression. The latest version of the blood curse seal technique. I have incorporated yin-yang escape in my fresh blood, maintaining its effect for a full 100 years. Is there anything else? The night breeze was calm and composed. Sitting on the throne he rarely occupied, his expression was very indifferent. As long as he was alive, no one dared to oppose the current empire, so handing power over to Sarah was completely fine. He also trusted her with it. I just thought that it would be a long time before I could see the adult again. Sarah seemed a bit shy. By age, she was almost 50, but she looked like a 20-year-old girl. The blood curse mark was indeed impressive. Everyone who had used it said it was good. With nothing else to do, I took my leave. If anything comes up, you can tell Hongdou or Do. The night wind stood up and said, my lord, there is a wedding that I don't know if you would like to attend. Do suddenly spoke up. since the night wind was preparing to leave this place. It was rare for Do to appear in the palace. After the great battle, Do's new identity was that of the national teacher, which is roughly equivalent to a prime minister's position. Although he, like the night wind, would completely refrain from participating in such mundane matters. A wedding? The night breeze paused slightly. It was the wedding of Uchiha Sasuke and Karin, and the invitation had arrived yesterday, with the location being the royal city of the Land of Fire, starting in 2 days. Kabuto said, "Huh, what I need to go for? I'm not Naruto's dad. Whoever wants to go can go. If you want to go, just help me deliver some cash gifts, and that's it." The night breeze lazily spoke. Of course, Sasuke's eyes were also taken back, including the chakra and all. He was given a pair of ordinary human eyes and lived as an ordinary person. This was still considering that Karin knelt down to plead for him. Otherwise, in a moment of whim, he might have just killed Sasuke too. After all, Naruto was already dead. Losing Sasuke wouldn't be a big deal. Yes, I understand. Kabuto no longer said much. At this point, everyone should just step back and stay behind the scenes. Anyway, Lord Yakaze was already invincible. If the Lord needed to use it, he could shine a bit more light and heat. If there was nothing major, it was fine to live an ordinary life. A peaceful life was actually quite nice. No need to worry about money, no need to worry about health, and no need to worry about falling seriously ill one day. You could do whatever you wanted, and wherever you went, there would be people willing to fawn over you. It was truly a simple and unadorned free life. "Brother, you're so bad. Knowing full well, yet you don't come to see me." Another voice rang out. The newcomer was not some suspicious woman, but Cheyenne, the former priestess of the Land of Demons, now one of the most respected women in the Empire of Night. "I knew you would come looking for me, so I didn't go looking for you." The night breeze gave a good reason. "I don't care, someone is angry." Ziyuan pouted and began to act cute. She could foresee the future fate of those around her, so she already knew that the night breeze would go alone to an unknown world. That world had some similarities to this one, but also had its differences. The people there seemed to be suffering, often being killed by monsters. However, from the images seen in the future, the night breeze did not encounter any danger. "Be good, I'm not coming back." The night breeze comforted. The shrine maiden and the yokai were once one, and he now had countless connections with Ziyuan. This little girl could even directly digest his blood. Everyone is a tool. Hongdou leans towards his personal feelings, while Ziyuan has her own uniqueness and decent abilities. As for Terumi Mei, good figure, pleasing moans, beautiful eyes that fit someone's preferences, perhaps a bit of everything. "Stay with me tonight, and quietly leave tomorrow morning," Ziyuan said, looking as if she wouldn't let him go unless he agreed. Her soft little hand grasped Night Breeze's waist, giving the feeling that she was about to push him down. The Night Breeze nodded. One day, that would only delay for a day. After all, it's just one day. After a while, "Mai Ming, why are you here?" The Night Breeze was a bit surprised. Kagaya not only appeared in Ziyuan's room, but also specifically changed into a white bathrobe, underneath which she wore nothing at all. This was not just simple seduction. It was clearly a gift delivered right to your doorstep, inviting you to consume. "Did you arrange this?" The Night Breeze glanced at Ziyuan. Sister Hongdou said that brother actually likes Maiming very much, and it turns out to be true. Ziyuan chuckled and stared at a certain spot. "Please, master, show some affection." Maiming's face turned red with embarrassment. This wasn't her first time doing such things, but each time felt like the first, being forced to do this. As time went on, she couldn't distinguish her own feelings anymore. After all, the sensations of the body do not lie. She derived pleasure from it. Yet she was being forced. This was an incredibly complicated issue. It was too troublesome to think about. As long as it was pleasurable, that was enough. One day, 100 days, 1,000 days. Humans always get used to it. The next day, early morning, the night wind got up from the big bed, then changed clothes under the service of the maid, and after having breakfast, the two of them entrusted you with their care. The night breeze took a sip of juice and said leisurely, yes. The maid seemed accustomed to it all, her expression calm and unperturbed. Yakumo, the maid who had been trained for a long time by Hongdou, could be called the ultimate tool, obedient and diligent, compliant and quiet. Speaking of which, have you gained weight? Is my Yakumo going to grow up and mature, too? The night wind stared at the maid's chest. My Yakumo? The young maid froze, quickly lowering her head, unsure of what she was thinking. Although she had grown up, she still preferred the quiet maid. If she started behaving recklessly like Hongdou, I would throw her out of here. Do you understand? The man said earnestly. Yes, sir, Yakumo replied, blushing. 147. Pitch black bullets, 10 years ago. The apocalypse arrived. The primordial gut creatures descended upon the human world. These were extraordinarily terrifying beings, possessing huge sizes and unimaginable strength, with vitality that seemed almost endless. Even if they were torn into countless pieces, the primordial gut creatures could still recover. The only thing that could suppress the rebirth of the primordial gut creatures was Metal Huang. What was even more terrifying about the primordial gut creatures was another aspect. As long as other living beings were infected by the bodily fluids of the primordial gut creatures, they would soon be assimilated and transformed into primordial gut creatures. The large-scale spread eventually brought humanity to the brink of extinction, forcing them to build walls with Metal Huang to survive within, barely clinging to life. Japan. Tokyo. Are you the police officer who came to support us? You're just a kid, right? Upon discovering the traces of the primordial gut creatures, the support that arrived was a young boy, and several police officers looked down on him. What can I say? I'm a police officer, Rintaro said coldly. Tendo Civilian Security Company, right? Never heard of that name. The police officer glanced at Rintaro's identification, his tone still unfriendly. Perhaps he was jealous of the other's impressive skills at such a young age, or perhaps he didn't believe in the young man's abilities. But aren't you going to talk about the job? Rintaro retorted coldly as he took back his ID. He had no time to play games with these ordinary people. The primordial gut creatures were extremely dangerous, and once discovered, they had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, they would cause large-scale infections in human-inhabited areas. On the fourth floor, after a moment, upon entering the room, Rintaro discovered several murdered police officers. There was also a strange man wearing a white mask with a provocative, smiling face pattern on it. You've come quite late, officer, the masked man said. What? Are you a fellow officer? Rintaro asked. I am also tracking the primordial gut creatures that attacked here, but I'm not your ally. I killed the police officers here. The masked man replied calmly. Boom. Rintaro threw a punch, but the opponent's agility and strength were also very impressive, stronger than him. The two fought for several minutes without either sustaining injuries. You actually managed to kick me. What's your name? The masked man asked. Rintaro's skills were quite good among police officers. I'm Rintaro Sakimi. And you? The boy asked back. I am the one who will destroy the world. No one can stop me. The masked man laughed, answered a phone call, and jumped out the window. Meanwhile, on the other side, that ruthless guy Rintaro, even while in a hurry, actually threw me, his fiancée, off the bicycle. What on earth is he doing? A little girl with scarlet twin tails ran along the street. Her eyes were also scarlet. Lan Yuan Yenju, a member of the Cursed Children, was also the initiator of police officer Rintaro. The so-called Cursed Children are those born from human mothers infected with the bodily fluids of the primordial gut creatures, and all of them are girls who survived. These girls inherently possess powers comparable to the primordial gut creatures, but their blood is continuously being eroded. Once they exceed a certain limit, the Cursed Children will transform into primordial gut creatures. Since the primordial gut creatures appeared 10 years ago, the oldest Cursed Child is only 10 years old. To hunt down the primordial gut creatures and maintain order, special police officers and Cursed Children form partnerships. The male is the promoter, and the female is the initiator. Fiancé, or whatever. Yenju-chan is really mature, a cold voice rang out. Yenju turned around to see a black-haired young man on the street. He looked like an ordinary young man, about 20 years old, with excessively pale skin. I was originally Rantaro's fiancé. The little girl stuck out her tongue, showing a proud expression. She had once been in despair regarding this world, and it was Rintaro who saved her life. But you, Brother Yifeng, how did you end up here? Yenju asked again. Night Wind, a rather enigmatic character, is a guard of the Tiantong family, responsible for protecting the young lady of the Tiantong family. He is a familiar friend of Rintaro, having met her 2 years ago. Today happens to be a holiday, so he came out for a stroll. It seems you guys are in trouble. The Night Wind squinted and looked to the other side. There was a middle-aged uncle in a blood-stained white outfit. The left half of his clothing was torn, and his arm was missing due to injury. Given the recent incident where primordial intestinal creatures attacked humans, it was clear that this unfortunate uncle was a victim. Little girl, I want to ask you for directions. The uncle said, barely holding himself up, addressing Lan Yuan Yenju. Do you not realize your current situation, sir? No matter what, I can't save you. Do you remember what happened? A hint of pity flashed in Yenju's eyes. Being attacked by primordial intestinal creatures leaves almost no chance for healing. The rate of erosion is too fast. I was on my balcony at home. Then I was attacked. As the uncle recalled, his body suddenly exploded, rapidly expanding at a visible speed, eventually transforming into a grotesque, enormous golden spider. He was completely unrecognizable as a human, utterly turned into a monster. This scene reminded the Night Wind of those human experiments from the past. Indeed, he had committed many sins before, but all for the pursuit of science and truth. The pursuit of immortality and power. The sacrifices of those people were necessary. Suddenly, the spider spat out a large amount of slime, and not far away, Yenju was immediately immobilized. A spider leg swept over and directly kicked the little girl away. The Night Wind is used to it and is not in a hurry to take action. The cursed child has inherited the powerful strength of the primitive gut animal. And this is merely a first-tier spider-shaped primitive gut animal, which cannot possibly kill Yenju. Bang! Bang! The Night Wind skillfully drew out 2 pistols and instantly killed the spider. Only bullets made of metal could take it down. With a roar, 2 bullets struck its body, and indeed, the spider's movements slowed down, almost becoming motionless. How dare it dirty my clothes? At this moment, Yenju also ran over. With a flying kick, she directly smashed the spider's head, completely ending this newly emerged primordial creature and preventing a potential large-scale infection. The ordinary police officers who arrived around looked at Yenju with considerable apprehension. Although this little girl had killed the primordial creature, there was no sign of commendation. Instead, there was some rejection. The cursed children are a double-edged sword. They can help humanity kill monsters, but they themselves are also monsters. In today's world, cursed children are discriminated against. 148 Tian Tong, Civilian Security Company. As expected of Yenju, she is truly impressive. The Night Breeze said with a smile. At this moment, Ryotaro, who was responsible for investigating the case, finally arrived at the scene. You're too late, Ryotaro. I've already dealt with the infected. Yenju said proudly. I see, this guy's a child of the curse. The ordinary police officers around stared at Yenju. Remember this, you stinky public servant. Don't ever abandon this young lady again. Yenju said as she pounced into Ryotaro's arms. By the way, are you okay? Ryotaro asked, adjusting his forehead. One of Yenju's arms had been scratched by a spider, and the wound was quite large, although it was already healing. I'm fine. This kind of injury heals in a few minutes. It's just a pity about the torn clothes, Yenju said. With some abilities and constitution of a primitive chordate, her body's recovery power is astonishing. You're here too? Yefeng, Ryotaro greeted. Just passing by. The Night Breeze nodded slightly. Don't stare over here, Night Breeze brother. Have you fallen in love with me? That's not allowed, you know. I've already made a lifelong commitment with Rintaro, Yenju said with a grin. Who made a lifelong commitment with you? At that moment, Yenju seized the opportunity and kissed Rintaro on the cheek, causing the young boy to blush. You two are really affectionate, someone remarked. The Night Breeze said in a strange tone. That guy, Rintaro, is into old Lolis. Speaking of which, can you still make it to today's supermarket limited time sale? You haven't forgotten, right? The Night Breeze continued. Oh no. A bag of bean sprouts costs 6 yen. I absolutely can't miss it. Rintaro's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly ran out. Wait for me, Rintaro. Yenju quickly followed. In the evening, Tendo Civil Guard Company. This is a private company belonging to Miss Tendo Mikasa of the Tendo family. However, there are very few people inside. Only one guard to protect the young lady's safety, and that is the only subordinate, the duo of Rintaro and Yenju. In the office, a beautiful woman in black sat in a chair. Her straight hair was dark and shiny, her skin as fair and smooth as snow, with exposed white skin on her face, neck, hands, and the thigh portion between her skirt and long stockings, while the rest was unified in black with her beautiful Girls' Academy sailor uniform, aside from the red satin ribbon tied at her chest. She could be said to be in just black and white. Her slender eyes, angled upwards, appeared sharp. Although she looked cute when she smiled, she always wore a gloomy expression. That Sundara Beauty had a particularly beautiful pair of eyes, a warm and crystal-like light purple. Do you have any last words before you die? Mikasa asked. What can I say? It's just that I missed a little reward. It's not the first time. The Night Breeze chuckled. You silly. Clearly, you were also on site, but you actually forgot to collect the payment. Our company is not a charity organization. Mugen's little fist swung over, but it was easily blocked by the man. Ahem, Rintaro and Yenju were in a hurry to go to the supermarket to buy things. And I also forgot at that time. The Night Breeze shrugged and said, so what? Did you contact the police afterward, but still didn't get the reward? In the end, you only brought back 2 bags of bean sprouts? Mugung looked angrily at the 2 bags of bean sprouts on the table. Mugung-chan, do you want to eat too? The Night Breeze said, call me President when at work. At home, please call me Miss Tent. What kind of sauce is that? Muku's face turned slightly red. Also, this month's income is 0. At this rate, our company will go bankrupt. Muku continued. Ritain, Renu, and Inju always forget to collect their pay after finishing their work, and this unreliable bodyguard as well. They're all people with poor memories. Gurgle, gurgle. The girl's stomach growled. I can't take it anymore. I want to eat steak. Running a company is harder than I imagined. It's all because the night breeze is such a big fool. Moko leaned on the desk, her voice gradually weakening. The address of this company is really strange. Right next to a place of entertainment. What kind of police company would open in a place like this? The night wind complained. If it's a good company, the location doesn't matter. Mugen stubbornly said, why don't you change into a maid outfit and hand out flyers? You might earn some extra money. The night breeze chuckled softly. Are you trying to make me sell my looks? Mugen widened her eyes. Come on, actually, I still have some savings left. Let's go have a steak, miss. The night breeze took out his wallet. When did you save this money? Mugung asked curiously. By handing out flyers, otherwise how would we support our fragile young lady? The night wind smiled as it brushed the girl's head. Thank you, thank you. Mugen pouted. Although this man was said to be a guardian of their family, his origins were quite mysterious. Even she knew very little about him. But regardless, the night wind had no malice toward her. At least, it had been so for the past 10 years. The night deepens. After sending Mugung to the rented house, Yifeng received a call and then went to meet someone. Doctor, I'm here. The night wind knocked on the door and then walked into this special laboratory. The room was filled with various experimental subjects, limbs of different primitive gut animals, eyeballs, organs, and a large pile of glass bottles. The lighting was dim, and the atmosphere was quite dead. However, for him, this place was not terrifying at all. After all, he used to be a passionate scientific experimenter. Welcome to hell. A woman stepped out from behind a corpse. It was Shinku. Her long hair was messy, and her beautiful black eyes were bloodshot with dark circles underneath. She wore a white lab coat, was tall and slender, and had very pale skin, but her lifestyle was quite disheveled, often lacking in energy. At 26, she was a well-known figure in the Japanese survivor zone. She was responsible for researching the related experiments between primitive gut animals and humans, with a peculiar interest in corpses, often using primitive gut animals for cooking. Corpses are great, huh, Nightwind? Shinku gently stroked the face of a dead body. This poor guy was likely infected by a primitive gut animal and was shot by a bullet made of gold without mutation. Who is this guy? The night wind asked. Charlie, he is my lover. The doctor replied. Last time, I sent a woman named Susan's corpse, and you also said she was your lover. The doctor's lovers really are quite numerous. The night breeze teased. No wonder you're Jean. You easily accomplish things that ordinary people cannot. Doctor, the blastema animal you knocked down has arrived in my lab. But couldn't you have made its death a bit more graceful? The bullets scattered all over the corpse. You're so lustful and lazy. Not only is your marksmanship poor, but you're also a man with a head full of lewd thoughts. Why haven't you gone and committed suicide yet? The doctor said very calmly. Next to him, an alcohol lamp used for experiments was heating a glass cup containing some purple organs, the identity of which was unknown, possibly the remains of some blastema animal. Hearing you say that makes me quite sad, doctor. The night breeze pouted and replied. If you keep this up, Mu won't take a liking to you. Jean added, huh? Why burn her up? The night breeze smiled. If you care so much about what she said, why not work hard to pursue her and make her yours? Jean had a look that said he had seen through it all. While stirring the glass container, he slowly said, Miss Mikujuru has truly mastered the Tendu-style martial arts of Kendo. I'm just a guard. If I had any bad intentions, Miss Tendu would surely take me out in an instant. The night breeze was gentle. Maybe. Do you want to eat? Jean did not bring up the topic again, but instead placed the cooked organs on the plate. The overcooked organs were soft and a light purple color, and they did not smell particularly strange, but they also did not inspire appetite. As usual, I only took a bite. The night breeze took a spoon from the side and scooped a spoonful from the plate. There was nothing special about the taste. It was just like any other completely boiled organ. The source of infection from that original intestinal animal has not been found, and there have been no reports of it being exterminated or of any traces being discovered. Doctor, do you have any information? The night breeze asked. The one eliminated today was just an infected guy. The original intestinal animal that was infected has not been found yet. Do you know the characteristics of a jumping spider? The doctor replied, while enjoying the food he had prepared and casually opening his computer. Well, it has a golden body color. It can jump to catch its prey. The night breeze replied. Originally, even if an insect's body became larger than a human's, its jumping ability wouldn't be the same as before. If a flea were grow that large, it would not only be unable to support its own body, but even breathing through its skin would become extremely difficult. However, the enteric virus overturned everything. When a creature transforms into an enteric organism, The hardness of its skin is reinforced to adapt to its body size, and its bodily functions are enhanced accordingly. The erosion speed of the DNA rewritten by the enteric organism exceeds specifications in every aspect. Once it reaches the limit of 50, it will no longer be able to maintain a human appearance and will instead turn into a monster. The reason you can't find that source of infection might be because it has unique abilities. Jean spoke eloquently. Is it something like cloaking, flying, or burrowing underground? The Night Wind nodded. He could easily solve some issues, but it's better to keep a low profile after all. What bad intentions could the protagonist have? He just wants to live a peaceful life. If things aren't resolved quickly, there might be a massive outbreak in Tokyo. The doctor said again, "Don't worry. Miku and I will handle it." The Night Wind confidently said. Although the company only had a pair of police officer combinations, it was enough. Really? The doctor showed an ambiguous smile. Is there a problem? No. Meanwhile, stir-fried bean sprouts, pickled bean sprouts, miso soup with bean sprouts. It looks so delicious. You're amazing, Rintaro. Yinju, wearing a white bathrobe, sat across from Rintaro. Hey, can you put on some clothes before we eat? Rintaro sighed. Yinju was only wearing the bathrobe, with nothing underneath, which would make him look like a pervert. I got it, Rintaro. Do you want to eat first? Or take a bath, or... Yinju deliberately blinked, tempting him. Put on your clothes. Rintaro slammed the table. Soon, the two finished their meal. After satisfying their hunger, there was only one thing to do, Rintaro. Yinju stared at the boy. Well, good night. Rintaro walked straight into the bedroom. You little brat. You dare to ignore me. Yinju jumped onto Rintaro's bed. Stop. Don't hit my face. A night of silence. The next day, morning. Really, ignoring a lady's invitation, Rintaro is really something. Yinju complained. Ladies should be cautious in speech and thought. Deep in consideration, Rintaro said, curling his lips. I will pay attention in the future. Yinju's face turned red. One must learn to let go. Rintaro chuckled. But I've also heard that there are many pitiful people in this world like Rintaro who cannot date mature women. Like Onaikan, you like this kind of thing the most, right, Rintaro? Yinju began to act cute. Please, don't tempt me to walk into the path of hell. Rintaro wiped his sweat. This was leading him to become a Lilicon. It's time to go to school, Yinju. Okay, Rintaro. Rintaro's outward identity was also that of a second-year high school student. As for Yinju, the cursed child was originally forbidden from going to school. But Rintaro concealed her identity and sent her to an elementary school. Noon. Rintaro received a call and quickly went to pick up Yinju to meet with Kizuna and Nightwind. It was said that there was an important task at the Ministry of Defense. This is it. Everyone from the Tendo Civil Security Company, under the lead of a man. The four entered a huge conference room. Many people had already arrived, and quite a few were famous police officers, gathering the elites of the Tokyo area. Hey, even kids can dress up as police officers now. A 2-meter-tall blonde giant blocked the four. Yeah, I didn't expect even such an idiot could be a police officer. The Night Wind looked at the other party with a sympathetic gaze. Little ghost. The big man swung a punch. Is this all the strength you have? The Night Wind reached out to block, then pushed directly to shove the big man aside. No matter how strong, he was still just an ordinary person. How could he compare in strength? It was like dealing with a version of guy who had opened the 8 gates. Jien, stop it. If you don't listen, leave this room right now, said the suited man sitting in the chair. Mr. Misato. The big man shot a displeased glance at the Night Wind, but ultimately abandoned his plan to draw his sword. 150 The troublemaking masked man belongs to the Misato Royal Guard, the Ikumo Watchman, ranked 1584 in the IP rankings. Makoto said calmly. There are about 700,000 pairs of special police combinations like Rintaro and Yinju around the world. Among them, the Ikumo Watchman is quite a remarkable figure. By the way, Rintaro and Yinju are among the 120,000, clearly outstanding for starters, Makoto said with implication. TCH, Rintaro curled his lip. So that's the starter of the Ikumo Watchman? What a cute little loli. The Night Wind noticed a 10-year-old girl not far away. The girl seemed to see him too, and then silently moved her lips. Judging by the shape of her lips, what she said was, my stomach is hungry. The night breeze chuckled and shook its head. It's such a waste for such a cute little loli to be making weapons for that brutish man. Although the cursed children are powerful, most of them are only treated as weapons. Those like Rintaro and Yonju, who treat each other like family, are extremely rare. Most of the time, when the initiator dies, it's just a matter of replacing the weapon. Get ready. Next I will explain the details of the commission, a man in a suit said. The projection screen turned on, revealing the image of a short-haired girl with white hair. Everyone sitting up rose, their expressions drastically changing. The Holy Emperor. This ruler of the Tokyo area, at least on the surface, is the current leader of the Tokyo region. Tendo Miku's grandfather, Tendo Kiku no Jo, is an official assisting the Holy Emperor. Moreover, that old man is also Rintaro's guardian. 10 years ago, during the outbreak of the primordial intestinal creatures, Rintaro became an orphan, and it was Tendo Kiku no Jo who took him in and raised him to this day. Hello everyone, there are 2 points to the commission. First, an infected individual appeared in the Tokyo area yesterday. Please eliminate the primordial intestinal creature that is the source of the infection. Second, a box was swallowed by that primordial intestinal creature. Please retrieve it unharmed. The Holy Emperor stated directly. As soon as she finished speaking, a silver box appeared on the screen, with a task reward of 1 billion yen. May I ask, what is inside the box? Miku raised her hand to speak. Who are you? The Holy Emperor looked this way. Tendo Municipal Security Company, Tendo Miku. I see. I have heard rumors about you, President Tendo, but that box involves privacy, and I cannot answer that question. The Holy Emperor glanced at the white-haired old man behind her and said, the source of infection shouldn't be very strong. So why ask all of you top civil police present? Is the risk hidden in the unprecedented commission fee inside the box? Miku asked again. You don't need to know that. The Holy Emperor replied. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted. A man in a red suit wearing a white mask suddenly appeared at the conference table. I am Hiriko Kageyasu, and this is our first meeting, incompetent leader. The man bowed slightly, but his tone was extremely arrogant. How have you been lately, Satomi? Kageyasu greeted with a smile. Where did you come in from? Rintaro pulled out a gun and aimed it at the masked man. Of course, I walked in openly, but those pesky flies that got too close were all taken care of by me. Kageyasu said recklessly. Killing ordinary people is easy for him. Let me introduce you, Kabina. Come here. Kageyasu said. My name is Hiriko Kabina. I'm 10 years old. The little lowly in a blue dress walked up to the conference table and bowed to the Holy Emperor. She is my initiator and also my daughter. Kageyasu explained, his tone somewhat proud. Dad, the guy is pointing a gun at us. Can we kill him? Kabina stared at Rintaro. Be good. Not yet. Hold on a little longer. Really? The lowly clearly looked unhappy. She was trained as a tool for killing, and her greatest enjoyment is murder. What are you doing here? Miko asked. I want to tell you that I also want to sign up for this competition. The legacy of the 7 stars will belong to us. Kageyasu said. Stop rambling. It's annoying. Let me take you down. Ikuma couldn't help but swing his knife at him. Clang. It was as if he had hit an invisible wall. The large knife was directly rebounded. What a pity. Kageyasu remained completely unharmed. Stand down. Cake. Bang. 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 Many people drew their handguns and fired directly. However, all the bullets shot out came to a halt in midair, strangely motionless. This is called a repulsive field. I refer to it as a hypothetical device. Kageyasu spoke in a calm tone. Are you really human? Rintaro frowned tightly. Of course, it's just that to create this, I had to replace most of my internal organs with machinery made of rare materials. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hiriko Kageyasu from the former Ground Self-Defense Force Eastern Unit, 787 Mechanized Special Forces. New Human Creation Project, the man said. 787? A unit specifically for dealing with primordial intestinal creatures? How could it possibly exist? Many people exclaimed. Believe it or not. The man replied calmly. Get down. Miku. The night wind noticed the bullets in the air and quickly threw himself down on the beautiful girl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the bullets bounced back. The entire conference room turned into a scene of chaos, with many people being hit and killed by the reflected bullets. Rintaro Satomi, here's a gift for you. Hiriko Kageyuki placed a box on the table. Soon after, he jumped out of the window with Kobihina, leaving the room. Despair, everyone, the day of destruction is approaching. The man said before leaving. How long are you going to lie on me? Mika said softly. In fact, with her reflexes, she should have fallen as well. But the night wind reacted even faster. So soft. The night breeze spoke reluctantly, its gaze fixed on the European-style breasts, and its eyes grew increasingly sinister. Pervert, Mugen muttered under her breath, but her expression clearly showed that she was not angry, just a bit shy and blushing. No, this is bad. The president, a man hurriedly walked into the conference room. Is it the absent secretary of President Oase from the front company? Mugen recognized the visitor. The president was murdered at home, and the head of the corpse is missing. Listening to the man shout, the survivors in the room all looked towards the gift left by the leech, Kajian. The night wind opened to reveal a bloodied human head. Mission failed. I will add another condition to the task. We must obtain that box before that man. If the contents of the box are destroyed, the giant stone barrier protecting it is likely to collapse, and the entire Tokyo will fall. The holy sun on the screen said again. Although the bullets killed quite a few people, they were mostly ordinary folks. The initiators and facilitators were not likely to be killed by these bullets. The next day, "What is this?" Rintaro said in disbelief. "It's the bracelet from the Celestial Pearl Girl. If you deceive your companions or lie, this bracelet will break," Yanju explained. "Then why should I wear it?" The boy was speechless. "A pink bracelet, does it really suit him?" "Because it matches mine. This way, you can't deceive me, and you also can't stare at other women," Yanju said with a grin. "I, Rintaro, deeply love Yanju Lan." The boy raised his hand and said, "The bracelet indeed did not break." Because it was true, the lowly smiled happily. "Someone, capture that guy." Suddenly, chaos erupted in the street. Two men were chasing a shabby little lowly. "Is it a cursed child from the outer district?" Rintaro frowned. Many cursed children do not even get the chance to be used. They are simply left to roam in the desolate world outside the giant stone steel. Yanju saw the lowly, and the lowly also noticed Yanju and froze for a moment. "You disaster the Tokyo area." The two men grabbed the lowly by her hair. "Wait, what did she do?" Rintaro couldn't help but ask. "She stole things from the store, and when the security guard caught her, she beat him half to death." The man said angrily, "Don't move. Come with us." Soon, the police arrived and took the cursed child away. Yanju wanted to reach out, but was stopped by Rintaro. Why don't you help her? I have seen her before in Area 39, although we never spoke." Rintaro is a messenger of justice. There is nothing Rintaro cannot do. Yanju cried as she spoke. Before meeting Rintaro, she had also lived in the outer district. Those children who were captured usually face dire situations. Humans not only discriminate against cursed children, but many also secretly torture and kill them. As expected, the little lowly who was captured was shot twice by the police. Fortunately, Rintaro arrived just in time and managed to get her to a private hospital for treatment. By the time everything was resolved, it was already late at night. On the way back, they encountered Hirako Kajian, the masked man who invited Rintaro to join him in destroying the world, clearly protecting the cursed children. Yet facing discrimination from most humans, this world is wrong. Once Tokyo is destroyed, only the strong will survive. This is Hirako Kajian's goal. Rintaro, of course, refused his request. The next day, Yanju Lan's identity was discovered. As a cursed child, it was impossible for her to attend a human school. Yanju was heartbroken for a long time, and Rintaro comforted her for quite a while. "A flying intestinal creature?" "Yes. We have already sent a helicopter to pick you up. Have you boarded?" On the phone, Nightwind and Rintaro were communicating. They discovered a flying intestinal creature over Tokyo, suspected to be the source of the infection. "This is the last funding. If we can't make money, the company will go bankrupt." Miku's voice also came through the phone. Okay, I understand." Rintaro hung up the phone. After a while, Rintaro and Yanju boarded a helicopter and quickly caught up with the intestinal creature. The location was already outside Tokyo in the desolate outer area. "That's it. Let me take care of it." Yanju, full of pent-up anger, had nowhere to vent. She jumped directly from the helicopter, landing on the back of the intestinal creature, falling towards the forest below. "Damn it! Land quickly!" Rintaro shouted to the helicopter pilot. Yanju, being of rabbit lineage, had tremendous combat power, but he was still very afraid of any accidents. Boom! When the boy arrived at the battlefield, he saw Yanju kick the intestinal creature, causing it to explode. A few shots were fired, and the box fell out. "Hey, Ntao. I defeated it, right? I protected the humans of Tokyo. I made a contribution, right? But everyone still won't be friends with me." Yanju couldn't feel happy and looked dejected. "In the future, it will definitely change. For now, just focus on fighting. I will always be with you, Yanju," Rintaro said with some heartache. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Rintaro." Hirako Kajian suddenly appeared. Not knowing how he ended up in such a place, he immediately shot Rintaro in the abdomen. "You despicable." Blood coughed from Rintaro's lips. Hirako Kabina also engaged in combat with Yanju. Kabina was of Mantis lineage, skilled in using dual blades, and for a moment, neither lowly could gain the upper hand. "The box is mine." Hirako Kajian laughed. "By the way, let me show you my means. Paint a prophecy." A powerful repulsive force erupted, and Hirako Kajian's repulsive field directly pushed Rintaro backward. He fired another shot at Rintaro's abdomen, and Rintaro completely lost his combat capability. "It seems someone is coming. Let's call it day, Kabina." Hirako Kajian left with his daughter. After a while, the night breeze brought many rescuers to the scene. Fortunately, no vital areas were injured. Rintaro's life was not in danger, but he was severely bleeding. "You've woken up, young man," the night breeze said with a smile. Welcome back. You've been unconscious for a day and 3 hours. Mugen also said. By the bedside, Yinju was there, probably too tired and had fallen asleep. Really, this time the mission has failed, Rentaro sighed. The government already has intelligence. The box contained a medium that can summon stage 5 primordial gut animals, one of the 11 primordial gut animals that existed 10 years ago when the world was destroyed. The Night Wind said. The evolution of primitive gut animals generally ranges from stage 1 to stage 4. Stage 5 primitive gut animals are special. They are even unaffected by the magnetic fields of metals and have survived since the world was destroyed 10 years ago. Several survivor bases with giant stone tablet barriers were destroyed by stage 5 monsters. Once the magnetic field barrier is breached, primitive gut animals from the outside will swarm in, and all civilians will die, leaving only a few survivors. 152 Summer World, you can rest assured and heal. This mission will be handled by me and Mugen. The Night Wind continued, no, I can still fight. You know, I'm a modified new human. How could I lose to that kind of guy? Rintaro was still unconvinced. He had also undergone body modification, with his life brought back from the operating table by Suzuho Muroto. His right hand, right eye, and right foot were all mechanical prosthetics made of alloy. Get some good rest. When it's your turn to take the stage, you'll be called. Although this incident is urgent, don't underestimate me too much. The Night Wind said, actually, it's fine to release the original gut animals at stage 5. It doesn't put any pressure on him at all. With his current devouring power, he can easily consume such creatures. Are the participants really just starters and promoters? Is there really no problem? Muku expressed her concerns, as she wanted to go to the front lines, given that her strength was not weak either. However, she belonged to the Tendo Muku family, and they would never agree to her leaving the Tokyo area to undertake such a dangerous mission. Don't worry, have I ever lied to you over the years? Nothing will go wrong. The Night Wind smiled and embraced the girl, assuring her that he would definitely return safely. This time, Mugen was no longer proud. Her gaze filled with tenderness. That night, the Holy Sun dispatched a large number of personnel from the Tokyo area to capture the creature known as Iji Kajian in the outer regions. Night Wind was among them, armed with a firearm loaded with gold metal bullets, and boarded a helicopter with the police teams. Is it the second phase of the Blood Crocodile? The forest is truly full of surprises. Shortly after getting off the helicopter, Night Wind spotted the first primordial creature, a massive crocodile over 10 meters long, with 6 blood-red eyes. Boom! An explosion echoed from the other side of the forest. It was unclear which group of foolish police teams had caused the blast. Creating a loud noise in an area dense with monsters without understanding the situation would only lead to being surrounded. Has Phase 4 already appeared? Too bad you are not my target. The Night Wind paused slightly. Not far away, a gigantic creature resembling a dinosaur was approaching, standing taller than a 6-story building. It was better to find the target first. Concealing his presence, the Night Wind's figure vanished into the dark forest. Half an hour later, the night breeze reached a hillside and discovered a cave glowing faintly with firelight. Perhaps someone was resting or healing inside. Who could it be? The Night Wind had just come in when a gun was pressed against my head. The one holding the gun was a little girl with long golden hair, styled in braids on both sides, and her eyes were a rare dull brown. She was very cute and exceptionally clever. She was the one who had used lip reading to say I'm hungry, the initiator of the Ishikuma monitoring. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you alone? The Night Wind calmly said, hello, I am Shinsho Shasher. The little girl thought for a moment, put down the gun, and spoke gently. The man in front of her had no hostility. Is your arm injured? The Night Wind noticed the injury on the little girl's right hand, with small streams of blood flowing down. For her, being alone in one place felt very unsafe. So she didn't even have time to tend to her wounds, and had to remain vigilant about the sounds outside the cave. I'll help you bandage it. The Night Wind began to tend to the girl's injuries. I am the initiator with dolphin genes, just with higher intelligence and memory than ordinary people, so Mr. Monitor chose me. He is responsible for fighting, and I tell him how to fight. The girl slowly said, that guy's a brainless fool. You two make quite the pair. By the way, that explosion earlier wasn't caused by that guy, was it? The Night Wind said, the Monitor seems to have muscles, even in his brain, completely a guy who relies on brute force to fight. Indeed, Mr. Monitor's brains are made of muscle. The loli actually nodded. Why did you create the explosion? With you around, you should have warned that guy in advance, right? The Night Wind asked again. In the forest, there were light spots, and, thinking there were other police officers, they approached only to find they were original gut animals. In a hurry, Mr. Jiang used a grenade. Although they got rid of that one monster, it attracted more monster attacks, and then I got separated from Mr. Jiang. The loli replied, I see, don't worry. I will protect you too, Summer-chan. The night breeze smiled gently and reached out to touch the lowly's head. You're such a good person, brother, she thought. At least you seem like a good person. The lowly stared closely at the young man, her eyes flickering slightly. In this mission, the request was just to deal with that guy, Hirako Engin, and it didn't say that the different groups couldn't compete with each other. Moreover, in a place like this, even if one were killed by their own, no one would know. This guy not only had no hostility, but also showed great concern for her injuries. It was the first time Xiashi felt cared for like this. Her previous life had been very lonely and dull, and then she met Mr. Jiang Jian, who turned her into a weapon, which gave her some sense of existence. Unfortunately, Jiang Jian was merely using her clever mind, and the two had little emotional connection outside of work. Is your wound infected with the fluid of a primitive intestinal animal? The night wind gazed into the lowly's eyes. Once the limit of 50 is exceeded, one could really be assimilated by that kind of creature. Even the cursed children would be affected after being infected. It's just a very small amount of bodily fluid, and there's no need to worry about the erosion rate. I won't turn into a primitive organism, so don't worry, brother. Xiashi showed a faint smile. After returning, I will have a thorough checkup. Since I have that kind of bloodline, I must pay even more attention to my health. The night breeze is gentle. Brother, are you worried about me? Xiashi was taken aback for a moment. Just in case, drink this first. These years in this world haven't been wasted. The blood suppressants from primitive animals can lower the concentration of that bloodline. The night breeze said. It took out a small glass bottle from somewhere, containing a light red liquid. Although it was called a blood suppressant, such a thing didn't actually exist. If it were possible to become stronger without any risk, given human greed, they would have long since started mass-producing cursed children. It was precisely because they couldn't handle the continuously rising bloodline concentration that the situation was what it was today. A suppressant? Xiashi wasn't foolish. Even she knew that such a thing couldn't possibly exist. Trust me, this is a secret between the two of us. The night wind smiled. 153 inhibitor, I believe in my brother. Xiashi felt a bit shy under the gaze of the night wind. This man didn't seem to be talking. Moreover, to harm her, there was no need for poison or anything like that. There was no need to waste time chatting before, and he even helped her deal with the injury on her arm. Drink up. The night breeze smiled gently. The so-called inhibitor is actually using a more powerful bloodline to suppress the invasion of the primitive gut creatures. He is now a being of the 6 paths level, and his blood has a more corrosive power than the primitive gut creatures of the 5th stage. A slight dilution is just right to suppress the bloodline of the cursed child. Xiashi took the small vial and drank the liquid inside. It seemed that something in the bloodline had changed. An indescribable feeling spread throughout his limbs, and his body felt warm. He felt much more relaxed, and the wounds didn't hurt as much. Thank you, brother. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, Xiashi believed it wasn't a bad thing. He really envied Miss Mugung. Isn't Night Breeze her protector? Miss Mugung must have never killed anyone, right? Although he only saw it that once. She is very innocent. Xiashi suddenly spoke up. Indeed, has Xiashi ever killed anyone? The night wind nodded. Although Mugen had been practicing the Tendo-style swordsmanship of the Tendo clan since childhood, he had never killed anyone. Well, he had killed before. And just now, he had also killed. Mr. Kanjan said that police officers were all competitors, so he killed all the police officers he encountered. And I also fire my gun. Ye said, the credit for killing that guy cannot be taken away. That's what Mr. Kanjan said. I was very scared while killing. My hands were trembling, but afterwards I thought I would get used to it slowly. The lowly spoke, her expression clearly a bit sad. You won't have to worry about it anymore. As long as you're with me, Ye-shan won't have to kill anymore. The night wind said, but why? The cursed child was originally meant to be a weapon. If Xiashi doesn't fight, then even staying with her brother, it has no meaning as a starter. The lowly looked a bit confused. I'm not seeing you as a starter, just a cute little girl, no different from an ordinary human girl. Xiashi-chan, you are human, not a weapon, and definitely not a monster. The night breeze caressed the little girl's head as she continued speaking. Brother, why are you so good to me? Your eyes don't seem gentle at all. You must have a complicated past, right? You're so nice to Xiashi. I don't know what to do. Xiashi hesitated. She was not an easily deceived child. She could tell that this man was hiding something. Yet, even so, she could not refuse his concern, even if it was fake or pretended. He was the only one in this world who cared for her so much. If she died one day, perhaps no one would know, let alone be sad about it. But this man was very concerned about her. Come with me. No matter the outcome of this mission, I will take care of Xiashi from now on. The night wind said, this is the first time I've had such feelings. Thank you, brother. But I'm afraid I cannot be with you, because I belong to Lord Kanjin's weapon. In both legal and factual terms, I have no choice. The lowly's eyes dimmed. I won't change what I've said. Don't think that just because I'm only a mere guard, I don't sometimes have thoughts of changing the world. I'm just a mere Kanjian. Not worth my attention. Moreover, even if I don't take action, he probably won't be able to survive to complete this mission. Nightwind said, yes. I believe in you, brother. Tears streamed down Xiaoshi's cheeks as she finally couldn't help but throw herself into Nightwind's arms and cry. Tonight, she experienced for the first time what it feels like to be cared for by someone. Even if she was deceived and used by such a man, it was still better than dying without ever having experienced anything. The moths that flutter towards the flame in the dark probably share this sentiment. They do not know what that warmth truly is, whether it will harm or even destroy them, but at least they instinctively draw close, which is far better than freezing to death. After a while, as the two warmed themselves by the campfire, suddenly the phone rang. Hello. If you're still alive, respond. A rough voice came from the other end of the line. It's great to hear you're alive, Xiaoshi said softly. Xiaoshi, I have good news. I found that masked man. Hurry over now. The conversation between the two quickly ended. Ishion was indeed a reckless fool. After giving the location, he immediately hung up the phone, seemingly planning to confront the masked man directly in the forest. The two left the cave and began heading toward their target. You still have to go, huh? The night breeze said, there's nothing I can do. Although he's that kind of guy, I can't just ignore his life or death. Xiaoshi felt somewhat helpless. Of course, she also wished she could not care about anything, but her conscience wouldn't let her. Besides that guy, there seemed to be more than 10 groups of police officers on site. I wonder if they can hold out until we arrive. Ji Ziying is a very formidable cyborg. The night wind spoke again. Although that guy is like a clown for the police in this world, Ji Ziying is a villain at the boss level. Brother, do you know what that is? The lowly said, her gaze directed towards a desolate solitary tower in the forest. The sky ladder, something humans developed long ago to deal with primordial intestinal creatures. But it hasn't been used in a long time and has been abandoned in this place. The night wind replied, that thing, if used properly, can actually eliminate the 5-stage primitive gut animals. Although that kind of creature is terrifying, it can still be killed by shooting high-speed metal into its body. Let's separate here. Brother Nightwind, you go support the police, and I'll stay behind to delay these monsters. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome, all humans will surely be killed by the monsters here. Xiaoshi said. The primitive gut animals in the forest also noticed the police engaging with Hirako Kajian, and hundreds of monsters were approaching the battlefield. If the situation becomes dire, I will escape. Xiaoshi told a lie. If it really comes to that, she would still sacrifice her life to block these monsters. No, Xiaoshi, we go together. No matter what, I will definitely protect you. Nothing else matters. The night breeze refused. How could I not guess the thoughts of this little lowly? Scorpio, but even if I get there, I would just be a burden to my brother. It's better to stay here, where I can still fight. Xiaoshi lowered her head. Believe in your brother. I will protect you. Those kinds of enemies are nothing to him. The night wind gently caresses the lowly's head with a smile. What a smart and sensitive child, but truly underestimated in strength. This world is merely a toy to him. Let's go. The night breeze held Xiaoshi's hand, giving her no reason to refuse. Xiaoshi smiled and nodded. A few minutes later, bang! Something was thrown over from a distance. The night wind and Xiaoshi looked on as they saw an unknown person's arm torn off. Where's my sword? Have you seen my sword? As long as I have a sword, I can still fight. The officer appeared, but he collapsed within 10 seconds. The sword in his mouth pierced his own back, killing him. Just as the night wind had guessed, he couldn't hold on until reinforcements arrived. The scene was filled with dozens of police officers, all killed. Mr. Officer, Xiaoshi felt a bit sad. Although this mindless man had no real connection to her, they had at least worked together once. Dad, there are still living people here. Little Bina walked out holding her blood-stained twin blades, staring at the night wind and Xiaoshi. The time has come. Let us settle this once and for all. Hirako Kagyuki also looked over. The pain of the proverb. A repulsive force erupted, directly sweeping over the two. He relied on this move to immunize himself against all the vitality of the police officers, crushing everyone. Using such tactics in front of me, even that damn Nagato would have to call him an expert. The night wind burst into laughter. Even a half-hearted member of the Uchiha clan with transplanted Sharingan like Nagato could use the Earth style, planetary devastation, and now he could even create a moon directly. Gravity and repulsion? Too naive. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force erupted from the night wind, directly bouncing back the technique of Hirako Kagyuki. Boom! Hirako Kagyuki crashed to the ground. Blood trickling from beneath his mask. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such power. Could it be that you also came from that unit? So we are of the same kind. I am injured, bleeding. This only proves that I am still alive. Life is truly wonderful. Hallelujah. The masked man seemed oblivious to the change in situation and instead laughed joyfully. Don't bully my dad. Hiriko Kabina charged in with dual blades. Although she was a cute lowly, being too aggressive wouldn't endear her to anyone. The night breeze waved and pushed Zayabina away. We are all from that unit. We were created to deal with the apocalypse. As long as there is a human extinction, people like us have a reason to exist. Join me. Together, we will destroy this world. Hiriko Kajian extended his hand in invitation. Under the faint moonlight, he was so excited that he danced with his hands and feet. This is the true madman, able to act so unpredictably at any time. But for such a reason, I will not destroy the world. The night wind shook its head. Although it didn't care, both Mugung and the little lowly they encountered later definitely didn't want the world to end. There's no time to play with you. Hurry up and get lost. The night wind has already opened the reincarnation eye, and naturally will not give the opponent much opportunity to catch their breath. What? This power? Am I actually going to lose? Ji Ziying was knocked into the river and sank straight down. Dad! Xiao by night jumped into the river right after him with a splash. After a moment, the phone rang again, this time calling for Yi Feng. First of all, congratulations on defeating Ji Ziying. His reaction has disappeared. However, according to satellite observations, the Phase 5 original tunicates have appeared, which are in the constellation Scorpio, and there is another task to assign to you. The Holy Sun said slowly. Essentially, he was instructed to go to the celestial ladder and use the abandoned weapon to kill the monster. The device there can accelerate the Jab bullets to near the speed of light. As long as Jab metal is shot into the creature's body at an unavoidable speed, it can eliminate that thing and prevent it from approaching the Tokyo survivor area. Although it's unfortunate to say this, we don't have Jab bullets, right? The celestial ladder has been abandoned for so long, and there is no ammunition inside. The night wind spoke. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. They probably sent someone to check the setup there and found that indeed there were no bullets. It was too late to send more. Even if they dispatched a plane, it would take at least half an hour. During that time, Phase 5 had likely destroyed the giant stone tablet barrier in the Tokyo area. Could it be that there was no hope left? The voice of the Holy Empress sounded somewhat desolate. If they were to give up on the Tokyo area, the base for human survivors would be reduced, and the hundreds of thousands of civilians living there would all perish. Wait, Your Highness. The satellite has reacted again. A new giant creature has appeared, of a type never detected before. There was a gasp from the other end of the phone. In the image projected by the satellite, a scorpion that was at least a kilometer long was floating on the sea. Its body was covered in numerous tentacles, resembling a massive mound of flesh adrift on the ocean. But that wasn't the most important part. What was terrifying was another creature. It was a completely white giant snake, with pupils glowing a magma-like golden red, and its body was even larger than the scorpion. Moreover, its response was not that of a primitive organism. What was that creature? Why did it appear alongside the scorpion? No one knew what was happening. They were fighting. There was another gasp from the Holy Empress's side of the phone. The white giant snake was actually biting the scorpion, and the Phase 5 primitive organism seemed unable to resist, suffering injuries that appeared irreparable. The mighty Phase 5 scorpion was being devoured alive. If it weren't for the satellite observation, no one would believe that the apocalypse crisis had vanished just like that. The creature then left. The Holy Empress's expression was grave. After consuming the scorpion, the white giant snake sank into the sea and disappeared. One trouble was resolved, but new pressure loomed over everyone as hearts. If that monster attacked the Tokyo area, it would likely cause even more severe destruction. How could they stop that giant snake? Even the Phase 5 scorpion had been eaten by it. Although they didn't know what had happened, it seemed like they could go back now. The night breeze turned off the phone and said with a smile, the Holy Sun had already dispatched a helicopter to take them back. The mission was completed, and they finally made some money. Now, Mugung wouldn't constantly complain about the company going bankrupt, right? 155 guards? The next day, the night breeze brought Xiaoshi back to the human settlement in Tokyo. However, she couldn't enjoy it for long, as she had to accompany Muku to meet her disgusting grandfather, Tendo Kikuzu. What is going on with Minister Hibiya and his faction regarding the leak of information to Hiriko Kagyuki? Muku questioned. Hibiya hanged himself in the detention center. The old man replied calmly. That guy was your subordinate, wasn't he? Muku's gaze turned cold. The new law on ancestral animals aims to elevate the social status of the cursed children proposed by the Holy Sun. Yet you are a stubborn discriminator. Your subordinates deliberately leaked information to Hiriko Kageyuki and intentionally summoned a Phase 5 ancestral animal. Afterwards, you spread rumors that Hiriko Kageyuki's daughter was also involved in the terrorist attack, trying to intensify the survivors' hatred towards the cursed children. Everything you did was to prevent that law from passing, even at the cost of possibly destroying the Tokyo area. You're truly disgusting, Muku said recklessly. Despite the fact that this white-haired old man was her grandfather, she felt no affection for him at all. In her childhood, Muku's parents were targeted for trying to expose the Tendo family's corruption, and other members of the Tendo family held a grudge against them. One night, Muku and her parents were attacked by an ancestral animal that suddenly appeared in their home. Her parents were killed, and Muku's kidneys were destroyed. It was Night Breeze who appeared then, healed her body, and has protected her ever since. She felt no sense of belonging to her family. They were all a bunch of decayed, ignorant old bastards. Although there was no direct evidence, it was definitely as she suspected. 10 years ago, the day my wife and others were killed, those monsters didn't also harm you? They almost killed you. And now you want to grant human rights to those humans with monster blood? Those cursed children are the real demons destroying the world, the old man said calmly. They are humans, heroes protecting humanity, definitely not the demons you speak of, you damned old man. Sooner or later, I will kill you. Muku's eyes were filled with frost as she stood up and left the room directly. The night wind followed closely behind, providing close protection to Mugung. No matter what the girl ultimately chose to do, he would support Mugung's decision. Where to next? The martial arts hall. A few minutes later, with no outlet for her frustration, Mugung picked up a sword to vent her feelings. Tendo style Aido technique type 1. Number 1. Water drops into ice. The girl swung the sharp sword at the practice dummy, and the wooden figure 3 meters away was instantly shattered into pieces. However, Yifeng didn't pay much attention to the sword technique. Instead, he admired the girl's snow-white long legs. Although he wasn't a leg enthusiast, he couldn't help but praise Mugung's outstanding figure. How about it? Are you surprised by my elegance? Mugung asked after slashing down dozens of wooden figures. Wiping her sweat. Your legs are really white. The night breeze subconsciously said, pervert. Muku's face turned red. Let's take a short break. The night breeze paid no attention to the girl's disdain and instead handed her a glass of water. Sister Mugen is so amazing, Xiashir said with a smile. She was now considered the cursed child taken in by the night breeze, and she was part of this family. The little loli was smart, quiet, and well-behaved, easily winning Mugen's affection. Of course, Mugen was personally supervising and would not allow anything too intimate to happen between the night breeze and the little loli. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, she regarded herself as the rightful queen. Even a 10-year-old loli should not be taken lightly. 2 days later. His Holiness the Saint wants to see me? The night wind was somewhat surprised. Indeed, it's the responsibility of a bodyguard, so I have no choice but to lend you to her temporarily. After all, the safety of His Holiness the Saint is also very important. Mugung helplessly shrugged. Although the Saint, as a leader, is somewhat undermined by power, her essence is still good. At least she is a leader who cares for the common people. If she encounters any safety issues and dies, life for the people of Tokyo will only become more difficult. All right, I'll go talk to her. The night breeze agreed. Since Mugung had already consented to his visit, he had no reason to refuse. Noon. The palace of the Holy Emperor. Once this leader finally finished his morning duties, Yifeng was finally able to see the Holy Emperor up close. She was a girl with silver short hair and a pair of beautiful azure blue eyes, and her figure was undoubtedly impeccable. Although her demeanor was somewhat delicate, it also exuded a special kind of authority. After all, she was the leader of the Tokyo region. Being in a position of power for a long time, she naturally radiated that kind of aura. Hello, Mr. Yifeng. Mr. Chi Wu from the Dabin region will be visiting the day after tomorrow. I'm sorry to trouble you with my safety during this time. The Holy Emperor smiled. Chi Wu Zhongshuan? What's he coming here for? The Night Wind asked. That guy is the leader of another region, officially a subordinate of the Holy Sun. But in reality, he manages that region entirely on his own. In other words, that guy is the leader of another region. It's unclear whether his intentions are good or bad. I don't know. He must have come to visit during this time, because Tendo Kiku no Suk has gone out. The Holy Sun said. Tendo Kiku no Suk is an old official who has assisted many leaders. That guy went to the survivor area abroad, and it seems that Chi Wuzong Xian also received the news and came to visit during this period. Speaking of which, Your Highness the Holy Sun, don't you have guards? The Night Wind said, everyone come out. The girl nodded, and suddenly a team of guards in white uniforms emerged from the other side of the room. At the forefront was a guy wearing glasses, a proud and arrogant fellow. I am the captain of the guard team, Lieutenant Bao Xiejuerun. If there are any issues, please feel free to guide me, the lieutenant greeted. Oh, the night breeze casually glanced at this guy and probably already knew what would happen next. Proud and self-righteous, driven by vanity. And with that obsessive feeling towards His Holiness the Son of Heaven. What kind of despicable things could such a man do? Even a child could guess. Well then, I'll head back first. I will give the job of a guard careful consideration. The night breeze bids farewell. Then I will wait for your good news. The Holy Sun smiled and said. A dozen minutes later, the night breeze had not yet left the palace of the Holy Sun when I was stopped halfway. It was the 3 members of the guard team, including the captain. Pointing a gun at me? Do you know what you are doing, Lieutenant? The night wind squinted. Is it the night wind? Give me the task of refusing the request from His Holiness. Before leaving, Lord Tiantong entrusted me with the mission to protect His Holiness. The position next to His Holiness belongs to me, said Bao Xiejuerun. Why should I follow your orders? The night breeze was indifferent. Just a few pieces of trash, and they dare to show off in front of him. Break their limbs. The second lieutenant continued to point his gun at the night breeze and said to his 2 subordinates, Are we going to make a move? If so, this will be self-defense. The night breeze chuckled. Not afraid of you making a move, just afraid of your cowardice in only daring to insult others. Doing such things in the palace where the Holy Emperor resides, combined with the recording device he had prepared in advance, clearly constitutes self-defense. 2 big men charged over. However, Night Breeze was faster. Before their fists could land on him, he had already crushed the throats of both men. Bang! The captain saw his subordinates being dealt with at lightning speed and immediately fired a shot. But Night Breeze, like a ghost, was not hit by the bullet. Instead, he snatched the gun from the captain's hand. Go to hell and repent, you worthless piece of trash. The Night Breeze casually crushed the neck of the second lieutenant. Not bothering to pay attention to the 3 corpses on the ground, he calmly waited for the palace personnel to arrive at the scene. What happened? Everyone don't move. Soon, someone arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the 3 dead bodies, many furrowed their brows. Such an incident happened in the place where the Holy Sun resides. And someone was actually killed. Before you arrest me, I think it's necessary for you to take a look at this voice recorder. These 3 people abuse their power and try to harm me. I was only resisting, otherwise I would be the one dead. The night wind remained calm. Upon hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Clearly, you weren't injured at all, yet you dare to say such things? However, since the situation wasn't finalized, no one apprehended the night wind for the time being. After all, not long ago, the night wind had completed the task of killing the leech shadow, Inin, making him somewhat of a notable figure. After a few minutes of stalemate between both sides, what happened? The Holy Sun finally arrived at the scene. Please, Your Highness, help me make a decision. This is a voice recorder. Night Wind took out the evidence he had prepared. The Holy Sun frowned slightly, but still accepted it, and played the recording of the incident on the spot. After learning the whole story, the onlookers all frowned. The captain of the guard, after all, was just a second lieutenant, yet he was so incompetent as to dare to act recklessly in such a place. He even threatened to break the opponent's limbs and shoot people. It was reasonable for Night Wind to resist. I'm really sorry, this incident has caused you trouble, the Holy Sun said with an apologetic smile. He signaled his subordinates to handle the 3 corpses and announced that Night Wind was innocent. This guard team was prepared for you by that old fool, right? He intends to protect you with such trash. That old guy's intentions are not pure either. Your Highness, why not consider getting rid of that guy sometime? The Night Breeze chuckled softly. That guy Tian Tong Ju Ji Chung actually uses such garbage guards to protect the Holy Sun. One can imagine his intentions. The Holy Sun did not respond, only silently shook his head. As the saying goes, once a person is in the Jianghu, they are not free to choose. That old man's power is very great, and it's not something she can just deal with as she wishes. I have accepted the mission, so from now on, I will protect His Highness's safety. For now, I take my leave. The Night Breeze smiled and left the palace. Bastard, it hurts. The wheel ran over someone else's foot, and not even an apology? It must be broken now. Medical expenses? Get the medical expenses. If you can't make the decision, just call your parents over. One wave has not subsided, another has arisen. As Yifeng stepped out of the Holy Sun's palace, he witnessed a scene of someone trying to scam for money in the park. 3 thugs surrounded a petite girl, their tone unfriendly. Looking at the bicycle that had fallen to the ground, along with the way a few people were speaking, it seemed that the little girl had bumped into them. Hey, you guys really don't care about the law at all, daring to pull a scam in a place like this. The Night Wind stepped forward and pushed open the 3 soul rings. While speaking, he presented his credentials as the secretary of the Tiantong Civilian Security Company. Run. The faces of the 3 thugs changed instantly, and they bolted. People associated with the police company were not someone these ordinary folks could afford to offend. What do you think you're doing? Getting caught for street scams? Just wait to be taken to detention. The Night Wind flashed by, and in an instant, it subdued the 3 men. Just so happened that this was near the palace of the Holy Sun, so it didn't take much time to send the 3 scoundrels inside, where someone would take them to be locked up. A righteous hero. I saw one for the first time in my life. The little lowly murmured to herself. With her long golden hair cascading down to her waist and beautiful deep blue eyes, she wore a pink pajamas and appeared outside in slippers, her little face somewhat dirty, looking quite messy. Excuse me, where is this? The little lowly asked blankly, gripping Night Wind's arm with one hand. The night breeze helped the little girl sit on the park bench, taking out a clean handkerchief to wipe the girl's cheek. There, now it's clean. The Night Wind said, Thank you. Really, thank you very much. The lowly looked drowsy. Hey, are you okay, little girl? The night breeze patted Lowly's head. Lowly then woke up a little and took a bottle of coffee from the pocket of her pajamas, grabbing a handful and putting it in her mouth. I'm a nocturnal creature. If I don't do this, I can't stay awake during the day, Lowly explained. What's your name? Where are you from? Guardian? Why are you outside in your pajamas? The Night Wind asked who knows. The lowly replied somewhat dazedly. Then what is your name? The Night Wind asked again. Tina Sprant. At the mention of her name, the little girl's face turned slightly red. My name is Night Wind. Listen carefully, Tina. Where is your guardian? I don't have a guardian. Then where did you come from? I remember today. I woke up in the apartment, brushed my teeth, took a shower. After changing my clothes, I felt fresh. Tina touched her lips as if recalling something. Stop talking nonsense. You look like you haven't changed your clothes at all, and you haven't taken a shower. You clearly just woke up. The Night Wind complained, Oh, you know my situation better than I do. Tina looked very surprised. How about I take you to the police station? They will arrange things for you there. By the way, this is my phone number. You can contact me for help if you need anything in the future. Night Wind gave his number. 157 assassination. Why are you calling now? Night Wind couldn't help but ask as Tina took out her phone. What if you give me a fake number? Tina said sternly. Beep beep. Soon, Night Wind connected to Tina's phone, and they started chatting face to face. There's something I forgot to mention. Actually, I remember where my apartment is. No need to go to the police station. After Tina finished speaking, she turned off her phone. You girl. The night breeze gently tousled Lowly's hair. Today has truly been a happy day, Oni-chan. I hope we will meet again in the future. Well then, goodbye. Tina slowly rode away on her little bicycle. The Night Wind watched as Tina left, but chose not to chase after her. The next day, His Holiness the Saint and Chi Wuzong Xian met, with the Night Wind also entering as a guard. Only by quickly recovering from disaster can one become the leader of the new world. All who obstruct me will be eliminated. During the conversation, this man showed no signs of hiding his ambition. He had no respect for the saint and seemed to be here to deliberately declare war. The current island nation is divided into 5 parts, and Chi Wuzong Xian controls one of these regions. This visit was likely to assert dominance. The conversation concluded without any special incidents. After all, even if Chi Wuzong Xian wanted to take action, he wouldn't choose to do so during the meeting, as it would raise too much suspicion against himself. It would only be after both sides parted ways in the evening that there would be an opportunity for assassination. Am I too weak today? Sitting in the car, the saint couldn't help but sigh. Not at all. That guy's methods have always been very tough. The fact that His Holiness the Saint wasn't so intimidated today that he couldn't speak was already quite good. The Night Wind said. The other party was a seasoned player, and although the Holy Sun held a high position, he was only 16 years old. I really don't know if you're complimenting me or scolding me. The Holy Sun curled his lips. It is said that Mr. Chu secretly accepts weapon resources from other countries, using gold as a medium of exchange. His goal is obviously to control the entire island nation, and now the Tokyo area no longer allows talented individuals to flow out. So, could I ask you to be my subordinate in the future as well? The Holy Sun continued. I'm just an ordinary guard for Miss Mugong, and I don't want to get involved in matters of big shots like you. The Night Wind shook its head. I plan to take back this land from the original intestinal animals, unify the divided regions, reconstruct this nation, and establish a truly peaceful world. At that time, everyone will remember that we were once compatriots under the same sky. Even if I encounter assassination and various obstacles, I will not give up, the Holy Sun said. You idealists usually die the earliest. The night breeze is calm. I will not become a person without ideals, the Holy Sun said firmly. Then let your means be even more powerful. At least hold the necessary power in your own hands, rather than having to look at others' expressions for everything. You are actually quite foolish, Your Highness the Holy Sun. The Night Wind smiled. Thank you, thank you. The Holy Sun nodded seriously. Although this man didn't say much, he would definitely take action at a critical moment, just like during the last incident with the leech, Ingin. Get down. The Night Wind sensed something approaching and immediately pounced towards the Holy Sun across the way. Boom! A vehicle driving on the road was hit by a sniper's bullet. If it weren't for the Night Wind's warning, that bullet would have likely turned the Holy Sun's head into mush. Get out of the car quickly. The Night Wind opened the car door, and the Holy Sun quickly moved to the side of the wall. The direction of the sniper had been confirmed. The shooter was an extremely formidable character who had fired this shot from nearly 1,000 meters away. Don't worry, there's no more danger. The Night Wind carried the Holy Sun, who was temporarily hiding behind a wall. The Holy Sun's face was pale, clearly frightened. She had mentioned the possibility of assassins before, and now they had appeared tonight. If she hadn't found her bodyguards in advance, she might have already turned into a cold corpse. Report, the mission has failed. There are powerful police protecting the Holy Sun, and the sniper's shot missed. The sniper said, Did you see what that guy looked like? It was too far away. I couldn't see clearly. Let's retreat for now. Yes. The next day, in the morning. Eat up. I bought you chicken steak. The night breeze arrived at the park, and Tina had been waiting here for a long time. Early in the morning, she mentioned over the phone that she wanted to familiarize herself with the surroundings and casually said she was hungry and wanted to eat fried chicken. So, the night breeze became a tool and came here. If there are such things in the future, remember to tell me earlier, don't call me at the last minute. The night breeze said, I'm not suited for early mornings. Tina said as she took out her can of coffee and sprinkled a large amount on the chicken cutlet, like a seasoning. Tina skewered 2 pieces of chicken with a small wooden stick, but they all fell to the ground. Mistake. Another mistake. At this rate, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to eat. The little girl stared blankly at her hands. Tina during the day and Tina at night could actually be considered 2 different beings. Let me feed you. Nightwind took the lunchbox and fed a piece to Tina. Nightwind brother, I want more. Tina chewed and swallowed a piece. An tempting blush appeared on her cute face, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss her. She was as obedient and gentle as a pet cat, waiting for food. Her voice was soft and sweet, making one's bones feel weak. Soon, the feeding was done, and Nightwind wiped the corner of Tina's mouth. Oni-chan, thank you. I had a great time today. Tina smiled and squinted her eyes. No need to thank me. After all, it's my duty to help such a cute little girl like Tina. The Night Breeze replied, I like Brother Night Breeze. For the first time in my life, someone has been so kind to me. I think it should be like this. Ever since my parents died, I haven't felt very happy. My life has only been filled with pain, so now, I feel like I haven't been this happy in a long time. The loli said softly. Ding ding ding. Tina's phone suddenly rang. Will I be able to see you again? The loli asked as she ran away. We will meet again, just call me afterward, came the reply. The Night Wind certainly replied. This wasn't some kind of promise, but an inevitable reality. Because Tina was the sniper from last night. 158 custody that evening. Last night, what stopped you was the private guard of Tendo Mugen from the Tendo Police Company. And tonight your mission is to kill Tendo Mugen, along with everyone from that company. A voice came through the earpiece. Tina changed into a beautiful blue dress and put on her earpiece to listen to the orders. She wasn't an ordinary human, but a cursed child of the owl bloodline, which is why she possessed such formidable sniping skills. Yes, damn it, that guy Nightwind actually left me hanging. Just wait until he comes back. I'll show him. Mugen sat at her desk, scribbling randomly in her notebook with a pen. Bang! The office door suddenly burst open. Tina walked in with a machine gun, staring at the woman she was meeting for the first time. You must be Tendo Mugen, right? Tina said coldly. Huh? Who are you? Mugen momentarily failed to react. Prepare yourself. Bang, bang, bang. The loli with the machine gun opened fire directly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mugen finally dodged, avoiding being shot through by the bullets. Tina wasn't surprised by the woman's reaction. She searched for Mugen's figure in the smoky room. Clang! Mugen swung a long knife at her, actually severing the barrel of the machine gun. Too slow. Tina's eyes turned a dazzling crimson. The cursed child not only had extraordinary recovery abilities, but also physical qualities far beyond those of ordinary people. While Ayanami Enju could easily kick apart huge primordial animals, Tina, despite being of the owl bloodline, was even stronger than that type. Bang! Mugen fell to the ground, the long knife slipping from her hand. Although the machine gun's barrel was severed, Tina still pressed it against Mugen's chest. With just one more move, she could end this girl's life and complete today's mission. Who are you? Mugen asked. Who I am has nothing to do with someone about to die, Tina replied coldly. You're afraid of killing, right? Please don't kill me. Mugen noticed Tina's hands trembling and tentatively said, if she could just delay for a little longer, perhaps help would arrive. I didn't expect there to be an intruder here. A man's voice suddenly rang out. Tina felt the voice was very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere not long ago. The machine gun was snatched away, and in the moment Tina was dazed, she found herself bound by ropes. Why? Why is it Night Wind, brother? Tina's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that Night Wind was among her targets. It turned out that the one who thwarted her sniping plan was Night Wind, and tonight, he was actually also on her hit list. The situation had developed beyond Tina's expectations, and in that moment, she forgot to resist the ropes she instinctively wanted to break free from. Let me explain, brother. Seemingly afraid of being disliked, Tina shouted anxiously. The Night Wind gestured to Mugen not to make a move, then hugged the lowly in front of him. It's okay, brother won't blame you. Let's talk slowly, no need to rush. The Night Wind comforted her. Tina seemed to calm down a bit, her emotions not as agitated. However, after a while, Tina thought of something again, and her gaze dimmed. Brother Night Wind, kill me. I am a specially trained assassin and cannot be captured alive, Tina whispered. As a sniper who had once ambushed His Holiness, if she were to be captured, the forces behind her would likely not let her live. Don't worry, I won't hand you over, and I won't let you come harm. Tina is a good girl, and she can change for the better, the Night Wind firmly said. Since I've chosen to save the lowly, I naturally can't give up halfway. I clearly only know how to fight, but now I've lost. As an assassin, it shouldn't be like this. Brother, you have to take responsibility for me. Tina seems to have come to a realization as well. Hey, is this the police station? I want to report that there's a dangerous lowly enthusiast in my house, saying very dangerous things. Muka dialed the phone. The situation is already very chaotic. Muku, please stop causing trouble. The Night Wind snatched the phone and turned it off. And you, Tina, from now on you are no longer an assassin, nor the cursed child. Forget those unpleasant pasts. The Night Wind said, so what about Tina in the future? The little girl asked in confusion. Brother Night Wind is actually a hidden sister complex. Another voice chimed in. Tina looked and saw a lowly about her size. It was Shushi-chan. I see. Everyone is actually a woman chosen by the brother, right? Tina nodded, somewhat understanding. What the heck do you understand? The Night Wind knocked on Tina's head, and then it brought along the troublemaker Xia, sure to join the lesson. There was now an extra little lowly in the house, which would probably make things even livelier. A week later, after secretly discussing with the Holy Sun, Night Wind obtained the custody of Tina. The requirement is that Tina cannot use the abilities of the cursed child, must live as a normal person in Night Wind's home, and must not attack anyone again. Where are we going today? Tina sat in the car, curiously looking out the window, to the outskirts of the city, where the cursed children live, to visit our cellmate. Oops, I mean friend. The night breeze chuckled. This time, not only did I bring Tina, but also Muku and Yafeng. Two little girls, one cute and one well-behaved. Both are very obedient and likable, and Muku quickly treated the two little girls as her younger sisters. Of course, nothing inappropriate will happen. Muku is not that magnanimous a woman. At least not now. Tokyo District 39, 3rd Temporary Elementary School. Starting today, I will be your teacher. My name is Satomi Rintaro. My interests include observing insects, collecting plants, and I also like microorganisms and such. That's about it. The young boy introduced himself. In order to help improve the lives of the cursed children, he chose to come to a place like this personally. With the help of an elderly person, he successfully established this small class. The cursed children basically have not received systematic education, and many common sense concepts are missing. So Rintaro wants to help these kids. This is not only Inju's wish, but also his own intention. Do you have any questions for me? Rintaro said. Me, and me. The little Lolas seemed very happy. Experiencing the feeling of going to school for the first time was very fresh for them. Please take care of them. Teacher Satomi. The elderly man smiled and said, cough, cough, then let that classmate speak first. Rintaro casually pointed to a girl. Teacher, I heard that you and Inju-chan are living together with the premise of marriage. Is that true? The little girl asked curiously. It's true. Inju immediately answered, giving a thumbs up. That's not the case. She is just staying in my house. Rintaro hurriedly waved his hand. Living together with a 10-year-old child with the premise of marriage? That is something only a pervert would do. After playing around for a while, they finally started normal teaching. The The ruler of the Tokyo area right now is Her Majesty, the Sacred Emperor, someone answered quickly. I've never seen Her Majesty, the Sacred Emperor, a little lowly murmured. Well, she looks like that. Inju pointed to the side. The Sacred Emperor arrived by car and unexpectedly appeared in this place. Hello, everyone. Are you enjoying school? The Sacred Emperor showed a gentle smile. But in fact, she specifically came to this place not for Rintaro's teaching. There was a particularly urgent matter. She had to find Tendo Muku in Yafeng immediately. Shortly after, in the temporary meeting room, the giant stone monument has collapsed. Muku and Yafeng were surprised to hear this news. Last night, the number 32 giant stone monument was invaded by stage for primitive animals, and the metal there was corroded. In 6 days, the magnetic field barrier there will disappear, and the giant stone monument will collapse. Although they have already started making a replacement giant stone monument, it will take at least 9 days. And the 3-day gap is enough for Tokyo to be destroyed. To prevent panic, we have already sealed the news in advance. But a few days later, the giant stone monument will begin to whiten, and the news will definitely not be kept secret. Outside the giant stone monument barrier, there are already more than 2,000 primitive animals waiting. The Sacred Emperor spoke calmly. Why did the star Beta 5 appear in that place? And why did it summon primitive animals to attack Tokyo? These are still unsolved mysteries. So what do you hope we can do? The Night Wind asked. In the 3 days following the collapse of the giant stone tablet, we must somehow hold on. I hope you can organize the police force and then participate in this decisive battle. The Holy Sun said solemnly. She knew this man's abilities were certainly enough to command that force, which would increase their chances of winning. Let me think about it. Leading a group of troublesome subordinates may not necessarily suit me. The Night Breeze sighed. That night, how does it taste, Oni-chan? T looked at the man's changing expression with anticipation. It's great. The Night Breeze generously praises Tina's cooking, which is indeed quite good. The pizza she makes is delicious. Next time, I'll make anchovy pizza, Tina said with a smile. Can you make anything else? Xiaoshi asked curiously. Carbonara pasta pizza? Garlic tomato sauce pizza? Tina mumbled. By the way, isn't garlic tomato sauce really a dark dish? Why is it all pizza? Mugung said, gently stroking the little girl's hair and chuckling. Because that's all I can make. The night deepens. Everyone has returned to their rooms to sleep, but a certain lowly quietly climbs onto the bed. Can't sleep? The Night Breeze gently caressed Tina's hair. I am very grateful to Brother Night Breeze. Working as an assassin under Professor Rand was a life I could never have imagined. I have always wanted an older brother as gentle as Brother Night Breeze. The lowly leaned over and whispered softly. During this time, she had also taken blood suppressants, so her owl-like habits gradually improved. She wasn't too sleepy during the day and didn't have trouble sleeping at night, moving closer to a normal person's routine. Oni-chan, Tina said in a very affectionate tone. All right, I admit you're my little sister. The Night Breeze smiled indulgently. Are you sure you want to participate in that battle? Tina doesn't have to go to the battlefield. Just like Summer-chan, she can wait at home for good news. The Night Wind spoke again. Tina Sprant, ranked 98 in IP, has died once. The current Tina is her brother's sister, and she can become a weapon for her brother once again. Tina's life belongs to her brother, the lowly said seriously. In her peak state, her power is not inferior to the killing machine cultivated by Hige Kajian Kohinata. Kohinata, of the Mantis bloodline, is one of Hige Kajian's daughters. That guy sought many women to conceive, infected them with the bodily fluids of primordial creatures during pregnancy, and gave birth to a group of cursed children. He trained those children in a cruel manner, competing through self-harm and killing each other. The ones who survived became his tool-like initiators. Yet even so, Kohinata is actually not stronger than Tina. Let's take a break today. The Night Breeze said, I want my brother's arm as a pillow. Tina blinked her eyes. All right. The Night Wind nodded in agreement. A night of silence. Good morning, Night Wind. Muking opened the door and walked in early in the morning. Good morning. The Night Breeze slowly opened its eyes. Speaking of which, Tina wasn't in her room this morning. Shashijang also entered the room, having woken up early and dressed. Well, the Night Breeze glanced at the spot next to her, only to find that Tina was not sleeping beside her. At that moment, the blanket suddenly moved, and Tina emerged from the other end of the comforter. Good morning. I had so much fun last night, big brother. Although there were times I felt really scared, you taught me a lot. I'm really happy, Tina said indistinctly. Summer's eyes widened as if she had discovered something extraordinary. So, big brother is indeed a perverted lowly lover? He actually made a move on Tina. I need to call the police. Muge took out her phone. Wait, I was just chatting with the night version of Tina. Nothing happened. Night Wind quickly explained. Although he did not deny that he was a pervert, he really did not do anything bad last night. What do you mean by night version? You damn pervert, Mugen said with a tsundere attitude. Tina got ahead of him, even though Summer World arrived first. Another loli muttered softly. Huh? What happened? Tina seemed confused about why everyone was arguing and unsteadily stood up. But as she stood up, the others noticed that Tina was only wearing pajamas on her upper body, and the rest was completely bare. What did these two do last night? Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Don't slap my face. 160 Life's Necessities 2 days later. Early morning. Sorry, I don't have much time to accompany Tina. I still need to take you to see the doctor. The night breeze said it's okay. The dress that Oni-chan bought for me yesterday. Tina really likes it. The little loli replied with a smile. I heard that Dr. Muroto Jean is a genius among the undoubtedly eccentric. Tina continued, it's not just that she's eccentric, she's a very cute, a very scary old woman. The night breeze smiled as it pushed open the door. Doctor, what are you doing? The night breeze and the loli looked at the woman lying on the experimental table. I'm so hungry. I've eaten all the emergency rations. Do you have anything tasty on you? The woman said lazily. Here. Tina opened her small bag. The dried persimmons were sticky and sweet, which was quite stimulating on an empty stomach, making it very uncomfortable. The doctor complained while gobbling it down. If we hadn't come, would you have starved yourself to death in the lab? The night wind complained. A new loli, huh? This girl will probably be bullied by you in the room for a long time, said Shihodo Miki with a smile as she looked at Tina. My brother is not that kind of person. Tina shook her head and replied. Oh my, this man is quite experienced. He once stole feces for testing from school 1,000 times. He's a pervert among perverts, the doctor said with a wicked smile. I apologize for not knowing you were such an expert. I was quite rude before. Tina nodded, seemingly understanding. It really seems like slander. I'm not that boring of a guy. The night wind looked serious. Soon the people behind me will definitely come to assassinate me, maybe in the next few days. To avoid harming everyone, it's better for me to leave the Tianton Police Company. Tina said tentatively. Idiot at this point. What else is there to say? I will protect Tina, and nothing bad will happen. The night breeze said. Let me translate this. The man said you are a precious collection in his important harem. How could he possibly let go of a loli like you? That's the meaning. The doctor showed a mischievous smile again. Tina's pretty face turned red. Don't teach bad things to elementary school students. Doctor, you really are something. The night breeze couldn't help but complain. After chatting for a while, Tina fell asleep in the lab. You seem to care a lot about the cursed child, young man. Don't get too deep into it. The whirlpool of emotions can destroy you, the doctor advised. As long as she is a cursed child, there will eventually come a day when her bloodline goes out of control, and at that time, we will still have to kill them after they become monsters. The feelings now will only become burdens in the future. Whether it's Tina or Xiashi, they're both real human beings, not monsters. Doctor, you should be a bit more calm, the night wind said. But most humans do not regard the cursed children as their kin. If you want to change the world, you should find a way to assist His Holiness the Divine Son, rather than just being a guard for so many years. The doctor said earnestly. What's wrong with being a guard? I feel very happy accompanying Miss Mugong. The night breeze was indifferent. As for changing the world, suddenly, I remembered that the Holy Emperor had visited me not long ago, hoping that I could organize the police for the final battle. Let him protect the humans in the Tokyo area. To be honest, it didn't matter to him at all what kind of world it was. Looking at the news, it seemed that the situation could no longer be concealed. The doctor opened his phone. The Holy Emperor was live streaming to announce a major event. The giant stone tablet was damaged, primitive organisms were attacking, and the guard squad was working on protective measures, along with a lottery to decide the quotas for underground shelters. They actually resorted to a lottery. It truly had come to a desperate situation. The night breeze shook its head. There's no other way. If we spend money to buy spots, it will only make the situation harder to control. It's better to draw lots to send some people to safety. To appease everyone's emotions, we can only choose this method. By the way, are you ready for battle? The doctor said. The army is already waiting behind the giant stone tablet, and all the weapons and personnel are being sent over continuously. As for the police, they have also formed a special unit. If Night Breeze participates in the battle, he would probably be in a position like a squad leader. Who would want to protect this boring world anyway? Doctor, why don't you and I elope? The night wind teased. He's not a friend of justice. So why protect Tokyo? Even if this world were to disappear, it wouldn't affect him at all, since he's not from this world anyway. Run away together? Young man, do you know what you're saying? Shikido Maki smiled slightly. Stop calling me young man all the time. Clearly, doctor, you are so young that I should be considered your senior. The night wind curled its lips. What? Do you want to tell me that you're not only a pervert, but also an old monster with beauty secrets? You're not a child of the curse. You're impressive. But you're just human after all, said Shirko-su. This guy always spoke recklessly, as if he regarded her merely as a woman and not a mad scientist. Seeing you is like seeing the me who was once obsessed with human experiments. Everyone has had their youthful recklessness. The night breeze sighed. All right, let's get to the point. You're not really planning to not participate in a battle, are you? The Holy Sun might get mad to death because of you, said Shirhujin. I'm just a mere guard, an ordinary human. It makes no difference whether I go or not. The night breeze said, all right, let me rephrase my question. If the Tokyo area were to be destroyed, what do you plan to do? Rebuild a new survivor zone with the women? Wander around, struggling to survive in the apocalypse? The doctor asked again. So you don't understand me well enough, doctor. Do you think that's how Scorpio perished? Compared to monoliths and such, I'm more interested in your thoughts. Doctor, the night wind said, Scorpio, that creature that appeared that night, do you really know something? The doctor nodded. She had been suspicious from the very beginning. The night wind's reaction was too calm, as if he had known all along that the monster would be eliminated. Have you considered coming with me to live in a new place, doctor? The night breeze asked directly. I'm not one of those little girls who can be easily deceived by a few sweet words. The roommate, Jean, smiled slightly, her smile inscrutable. Forced by life to follow someone like you. Is this also part of your scheme? I don't think I've ever forced you, Jean. Pervert. 161 Guardian. Early morning. Night Wind and Tina came out of the laboratory. The little girl's face was flushed. It wasn't tea because she was forced to do something, but because she had seen some unbelievable things. She didn't expect her brother and the doctor to have such an intimate relationship. And she really had quite a few rivals. Remember not to starve to death in the laboratory, woman. The night breeze kissed Jin's forehead and chuckled softly. Pervert. The doctor, wearing a white coat, ignored the man's affectionate gesture and just rolled his eyes. Let's go, Tina, we should head back. Or Mugen will come looking for us with a knife. Noon. A group of people arrived at the outer area, where Rintaro taught the cursed children. Time's up. Put your exam papers up here, Rintaro said. How'd it go? So hard. I can't write. I don't understand. Although the exam wasn't difficult, the children had not received systematic education, so they only understood bits and pieces. Next is this. Everyone give it a try. Rintaro handed out some more papers. Future dreams. Write down your wishes and strive for them in the future. You've worked hard. It's really tough during this difficult time, and I appreciate you coming here. An old man appeared, leaning on a cane. It's nothing. This can distract the children's minds and keep them from being too scared. Rintaro said, I finished. Rintaro. Yinju ran over. The content on the paper was as follows. My dream is to marry Rintaro and kiss him every day. You brat. Rintaro had a face that clearly said, I knew it. I'm not a lolicon, hey. At this rate, I'm really going to end up in jail. Let's go. I'll take everyone to the city today, Rintaro said, taking the initiative. With nearly 30 people, more than 20 cursed children, everyone took a stroll around the city. Perhaps due to the special circumstances, no one came to manage them. The common people were panicking but could do nothing, simply waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. Hey, is it really okay? On these papers about dreams, 7 or 8 kids wrote that they want to marry Rintaro. Mugen couldn't help but complain. One Yinju is fine, but with so many little kids, that's enough to get executed for 10 minutes, right? There's no helping it. Children lacking love are like this. If you give them a little sympathy and comfort, they'll fall for you wholeheartedly. The night wind said, it's normal for Rintaro to help these children and gain their affection. The cursed child currently does not possess legal human rights, so Rintaro will not be shot. Not Suyo nodded. My brother is also a bad guy who traffics children. Tina added, you Lilicon. Before the night wind could retort, Muku's powder fist had already come crashing in. Hey, how did the topic suddenly turn to me? I'm a good person, I'm innocent. You call me out in the middle of the night just to see the moon? The night breeze lay on the grass, and Mugen was right beside. Life is so happy now, with you, Xiashi, and Tina, but how long can this kind of life last? Mugen closed his eyes and said, a large number of primitive intestinal animals have invaded here. Can those armies really stop them? I have sent someone to investigate the matter of the number 32 steel. The gold medal there was provided by the Tiantong and Guang Yi factions. The Scorpio of Stage 5. And this time the destruction of the giant steel by Xiao Wu. The reasons behind it are definitely not simple. They're all related to the Tiantong family. Mugen opened his eyes, with killing intent surging within. Miss, do you want to kill those guys? The night wind asked. Those scumbags make me feel ashamed of the surname Tiantong. Once this war is over, no matter what, I will definitely chop off their heads. Mugen gritted her teeth in anger. These two matters are not even everything. How did the primordial gut animals come to be in the first place? Why did they appear out of nowhere and then destroy the world? Are humans merely victims? The 5 phases of Scorpio and Beta Aquili can basically confirm that there are people on the human side who want to bring about the end of the world. So, could the primordial gut animals have also been created by some individuals? Don't worry, I will always protect you, whether it's for revenge or whatever. The night breeze was comforting. Mugen nodded, looking a bit weary. Only in this man's embrace could she let go of everything that came with being a member of that family. No matter what happened, no matter how the future would change, as long as he was by her side, everything would be fine. The last day of the countdown. Death to the Holy Emperor. All cursed children, get out of the city. Let us also enter the underground shelter. The city was completely collapsing. Only about 30% of the people were chosen to go to the underground shelter, while the remaining large number of civilians could only wait on the surface for the apocalypse to arrive. If the guard team didn't stop the primal beasts, then all these people would die. The order of society began to break down, and the crowd became chaotic. Although it wasn't the worst yet, many people were already restless. On the tram, what is this? Rintaro asked curiously. It's a DVD of the Heavenly Pearl Girl. Everyone will surely like this gift. Yinju said. I have a bad feeling about this, Mugen slowly said. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy. The night wind showed no special reaction, just like usual, accompanying the 2 Lolas, Summer and Tina, as they played. After a 10-minute drive, the group arrived at the scene, only to find it surrounded by police. Bomb. Rintaro's hands trembled. What should have been a temporary classroom had now turned into a huge pit, still stained with unclean blood, burnt toys, and windmills. Those children. Could it be? No one spoke. Following the police on the scene to the morgue, more than 20 children under 10 were all covered with white cloth. Those who discriminated against the cursed children used explosives to attack here. All the children were dead. Just yesterday, everyone had played together. Just yesterday, everyone had talked about their dreams for the future. That's right. They were all my students, Rintaro said numbly. Yinju was outside the room. He didn't dare let Yinju come in to see the horrific scene. To enhance the power of the explosion, fragments of metal were deliberately added. The bodies were simply unrecognizable. Even he felt a chill. What did the cursed children protect in the end? The law wouldn't even convict because the cursed children weren't considered legal humans. In such a world, am I really supposed to risk my life to protect it? What exactly have I protected? Listening to the boys' murmurs, the night wind and Miku frowned as well. The world is always more brutal than you can imagine. Yinju cried loudly. 162 Epilogue Boom. Monument number 32 collapsed, a day earlier than expected. It was the airflow. The effects of airflow were unpredictable, and an earlier timing was quite normal. The night wind spoke. Although he did not intend to exert himself, he still accompanied Mugen to the police camp. Katayuki and Kata Yumizuki, a pair of sibling police officers, with the sister being the origin of the spider bloodline. The 2 are friends of Rintaro. Shivezawa Akira and Fuse Sui. Akira is a senior who practiced with Rintaro before, and Sui is the origin of the cat bloodline. Can the self-defense forces really fend off those monsters? Yinju felt a bit worried. Less than half an hour into the battle, the primal beasts completely annihilated the escort team. In the face of such a number of primal beasts, human defenses were like thin paper. The entire escort team was killed. Not to mention 3 days, they didn't even last half an hour. The Tokyo area was completely devastated, and the remaining forces were just some police officers. Bisho Wu was stronger than imagined. During the first wave of confrontation, over half of the police officers had already suffered casualties, and those who remained were barely managing to protect themselves. Was Tokyo really being destroyed like this? Mugen sighed. She still wanted to take matters into her own hands to kill some people, but it seemed there was no chance left. There is a power that can defeat Bisho Wu. A girl burst into the temporary conference room. Sima Weiji, a descendant of the Sima clan, in a competitive relationship with Tendo Mugen, also a young lady from a prominent family. Their faction specializes in scientific research and many weapons, including bullets made of alloy metal, come from their family's influence. This is a specially developed product from our company, the Fire Universe Bomb, which is 20 times more powerful than the one used by the self-defense forces to attack Bisho Wu. However, this device must explode inside the monster to cause damage from within to eliminate it, Weiji said. In other words, police officers must desperately create a hole in that monster and then throw the bomb inside. Rintaro immediately understood the meaning. That's right. This is the only way to save Tokyo. Although it's unclear why Bisho Wu suddenly ordered the primal beasts to stop attacking, they probably won't rest for long. If that monster is not eliminated, Tokyo will surely face complete destruction. Weiji replied with a serious expression. So what are your thoughts, Miss Mugen? The Night Wind asked. He didn't care. Whether the world was destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. He was just watching Mugen's choice. Whether she really wanted to save this devastated Tokyo. As for Tina and Chase, the two little girls, they didn't consider too many things. They just felt it was good to be by the Night Wind side. Everything else was secondary. I don't know. If possible, I hope Tokyo can be preserved. Mugen hesitated for a moment and said so. She only hated certain humans and didn't wish for the complete extinction of humanity. The task was ultimately assigned to Rintaro and Akira to execute, along with the two initiators. The third Kanto offensive, humanity achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Nearly 80% sacrificed. The final survivors returned to the surface from underground shelters. The newly manufactured number 32 barrier monument was erected again, and the world is not unchanging. Tendo Kiku no Jo turned into a corpse upon disembarking from the plane. The new law of the Holy Empress's original intestinal animals was implemented, emphasizing the human rights of the cursed children. Long time no see, Brother Hikaru. No, I should address you as Deputy Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. Mugen said calmly. Did you bring what I wanted? The suited man said coldly. He. Mugen sneered, tossing a notebook covered in numerous photos. The builder of the previous No. 32 monument, the person in charge of the eroded area, should be you, brother. Replacing the gold medal and embezzling funds is not an encouraging behavior. It is precisely because of that the monument was eroded by the Star Beta, causing the war, and you are the one responsible. Mugen slowly drew her long knife. Tendo Kiku no Jo had already been killed by the Night Wind at her behest, and now she was going to cleanse another piece of scum from her family. Only by killing all those who should be killed could the survivor area of humanity truly stabilize. Not to mention that this was for all humanity. The murder of her parents was also inextricably linked to those filthy people in her family. Tendo Ryu, divine gun technique. Tendo Hikaru. Tendo Ryu, drawing sword technique. Tendo Mugen. One wielding a gun, the other drawing a sword. They engaged in a duel in the dojo after signing a life and death contract. Regardless of who lived or died, no legal responsibility would be pursued afterward. With that evidence as a threat, Hikaru had no choice but to accept this duel. After all, even if Mugen handed over those things, he would still be executed. It was better to gamble with this woman, betting on his own victory. Clang! The weapons of both sides collided in an instant. Mugen slowly retracted her long knife, while Hikaru had his left foot severed. Speak the truth about my parents' murder, Mugen said coldly. She had already sheathed her long knife, seemingly not intending to strike again. In fact, there was indeed no need to strike again. This was a killing technique created by Mugen to bury all those with the surname Tendo. Ordinary people could not block it. There were 5 involved in the plan. I had 3 other brothers back then, and my grandfather Tendo, Kiku no Jo, because your parents wanted to expose the family's darkness. The Tendo family could have its current status. The excesses of those matters were unavoidable. To prevent everyone from being dragged down, they had to create an accident to kill your parents. Under the threat of death, Hikaru finally trembled and spoke. So that is how it is. Tina, Chase, Night Wind, let's go. Mugen had a just as I thought expression and left slowly, not caring about this guy. Thank you. Thank you. Hikaru thought he was forgiven and was so happy that he wanted to bow. But as he moved his body, he realized something was wrong. His body had actually been cut in half. However, Mugen's speed in wielding the knife was so fast that his body still maintained life for a few more seconds. So strong. Tina looked at Mugen with a bit of heart palpitations. I finally did it, avenged myself, killed the person I wanted to kill, killed those who should be killed. Wind, you will always support me in the future, right? Mugen's face was flushed with excitement. Really, you should go back and rest well. Little girl, don't keep fighting and killing every day. The Night Wind patted the girl's head. Most of the matters in this world have been handled. Muku, Muroto, Tina, Natsuyoshi. If there's anything left to say, it would probably be about His Holiness the Saint. 163 Laziness, what a boring day. The Night Wind sits in the palace. It's not just any palace, but the one in the world of Naruto. After going to the second world, he ultimately brought those women to this place. After all, he had no attachment to Tokyo or anything like that. And there was also a little white-haired girl. The Holy Emperor was taken away. Despite being very dissatisfied with the situation, the Holy Emperor ultimately had to accept the reality of being in another world. You, don't sigh for no reason. I'm the one being treated roughly. The little white-haired girl stared at the man who was reading a book. Roughly? I just brought you here. I didn't bully you. The night breeze seemed indifferent. ignoring my wishes. It brought me to this place on its own, and I was already very angry. Xiaobai looked displeased. Of course, the emotion was merely displeasure. This world seemed to belong to this man, the ruler of the empire. On the surface, it was managed by Queen Sarah, but the one truly controlling everything behind the scenes was this guy. Long time no see, Yakumo. The night breeze greeted the little maid. Yes, master. I haven't seen you for a year, Yakumo said respectfully. The flow of time in this world compared to that world is 1 to 10. So the night breeze spent over 10 years there, while only a year has passed here. Yakumo has also become a beautiful girl. The night breeze said. Although Yakumo had said this a long time ago, he still wanted to praise her. The quiet and well-behaved little girl is really very lovable. Aren't you the wicked Lilicon? Shitsuho Samayer seemed quite surprised and covered her small mouth as she spoke. Watch your tone, you little devil. Be careful, or I'll have Akadama whip your but with a little whip, and then we'll see if you dare to slander me again. The night wind said it's up to you. Jean smiled and said, she adapted well and quickly grew fond of life here. After all, you can do whatever you want here, whether it's necrophilia or dissection, and there's no need to worry about food, plus there are men who pamper her. Although some of her experiments were a bit disturbing, the night wind was everything here, and no one really said anything to her. It's worth mentioning that she was probably the first to fall in love with the night wind's collection. Those beautiful eyeballs made Jean praise them endlessly. Teacher, look who this is? Hongdou's voice rang out. Night Wind turned his head and saw Hongdou leading a woman inside. It was Fenghua Xiao Shui, the woman who was once the princess of the Snow Country. Lord Night Wind. Xiao Shui was clearly a bit shy. The people here were more or less closely related to Night Wind, while she only had a good relationship with Hongdou. The night breeze glanced at her, but there was no special expression. Recently, he had indeed been a bit perverted, clearly indifferent to beautiful girls, yet he found himself attracted to a little girl like Tina. Is the ultimate realm of perversion just being a lolicon? It felt like he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. The home had really become lively. The night breeze sighed. The women gathered in a group. Some were jealous, while others were indifferent. In short, it seemed that every day there were different events happening. Even Tina and Xiashi were aware of the competition for affection. What about Hinata and Hanabi? Night breeze put down the book in his hands and suddenly remembered those two girls. If you calculate their age, Hanabi must have grown up quite a bit. In Konoha, it seems that the two sisters are running a dessert shop, Red Bean said, although he had never visited as someone who used to be close to Night Breeze. No one in the whole world would dare to provoke them. The dessert shop is doing very well. A dessert shop indeed. The Night Breeze seemed to recall something and shook its head with a smile. I'm going to take a shower. Mei Ming, can you help me change my clothes? The Night Breeze lazily spoke. Yes. Kirika bit her lip, trembling as she followed behind the man. Everyone knew what was going to happen, but no one spoke up for her. Miku, though filled with a sense of justice, clearly wouldn't dwell on what kind of evil boss her boyfriend used to be. Was there really a need to change some things that had already happened? Anyway, Tendo Miku had no intention of being a partner of justice in this world, because the Night Breeze was the master of this world. The master could take a bath. Kirika skillfully prepared everything. The Night Breeze embraced the woman as she jumped into the bath. Another leisurely day, also a day of decadence. Konoha City, tonight, is still very lively, just as bustling as usual. For most humans, the disappearance of ninjas is actually a good thing. The existence of ninjas was to deal with those violent and evil beings that ordinary people could not handle. Now everyone has become ordinary, and no one practices ninjutsu anymore, making it easier to deal with bad guys. Moreover, the Empire of Night has unified the world, and the crime rate is much lower than before. There are so many stars tonight. The Night Breeze was walking slowly, holding two lowly girls by its side, Xiashi and Tina, two very clingy little girls who wanted to follow wherever they went. Although they hadn't been eaten, the two little girls were trying hard, as their rivals seemed to be increasing. Brother, is it going to rain? Tina noticed the Night Breeze's action of taking out an umbrella and asked. The Night Breeze nodded slightly. Before long, it indeed started to rain from the sky. However, being next to the man, it didn't seem cold at all. Oni-chan, I want that, said Xiashi, pointing at a dessert shop. The display window showcased beautifully tempting cakes, and a warm aroma filled the room. Let's go. We were originally here for this. The Night Wind said, delicious. A hint of saliva dripped from Tina's mouth. She was actually a hidden foodie. Welcome. The young girl stepped out to greet the guests. However, her smile didn't last long. It quickly turned into shock. Brother. Huahua hesitated for a second, but ultimately bowed her head respectfully. This man, who had a complicated relationship with her sisters, unexpectedly appeared in Konoha. It seemed like he had come here specifically. Don't you welcome me, Huahua? The night wind chuckled softly. No, I wouldn't dare. Brother, please don't be angry. It was my fault just now. It was Huahua who was slow to react, that's why. Huahua's face turned pale. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel down. The night breeze certainly wouldn't make her kneel down. He wasn't in the habit of bullying young girls, although he had killed quite a few beautiful young women. Huahua and those women he killed were not of the same kind. Get up. I don't want to be labeled as a pervert who bullies young girls. The night breeze smiled as it lifted the fireworks. By the way, this is Shashijang, and this is Tina-chan. The night breeze spoke again. Thank you, brother, for your forgiveness. Nice to meet you. I am Hinata Hanabi. Please take care of me from now on. The girl let out a sigh of relief. 164 Otsutsuki Shurin, Kanahagakure. The night breeze returned to Hinata's dessert shop and temporarily settled down. Brother, long time no see. Hinata came out holding 2 plates of cake, her little face flushed. Yeah, it's been a long time. The night breeze brushed against the girl's hair, and for a moment, it felt like returning to a long time ago. Just then, on the distant moon, a young man with white short hair, draped in an ancient robe, was gazing at the faraway blue planet. Hee, even the Ten Tails has been revived? The sage of the 6 paths created world is indeed flawed. According to the wishes of our ancestors, it's time to destroy that place and create a new world. The young man said. He was a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Sharin. Back then, the brothers Yu and Yui of the Otsutsuki clan used the 6 paths, planetary devastation, to seal the body of the Ten Tails on the moon. To prevent Kaguya from being revived, Yu chose to live on the moon. A small number of clan members remained on Earth and eventually became the Hyuga clan. After Yu's death, his descendants split into 2 factions. The branch family believed that the world created by the sage of the 6 paths was a failure and should be destroyed, using the reincarnation Eye to eliminate the main family that advocated for peace. The reincarnation Eye can awaken in 2 ways, through the fusion of many Byakugan or through the eyes of a pure bloodline. Meanwhile, Sharon had been monitoring Earth. Finally discovering that the Ten Tails had been revived, he could no longer contain himself and planned to destroy that world. He still needed to awaken the reincarnation Eye. He had to go to that world. Sharon himself did not possess the reincarnation Eye, but only held a massive reincarnation Eye left by his ancestors. If he could find someone with a pure bloodline there, he might awaken the reincarnation Eye. At that time, the revived Ten Tails would also be killed. What happened to the bloodline descendants left behind? Why is their aura so weak? Sharon entered Konoha. In his perception, there were hardly any living Byakugan bloodline individuals in this world. This branch truly has brought shame to the clan. A figure said, No, this feeling there are still some people alive here. This aura, the bloodline is very pure. That's right, it's the Byakugan princess, several other figures said. The puppets exchanged glances and immediately followed the aura. Although they looked down on the figures in this world, Sharon still sent out puppets instead of coming in person. Sister, I'm feeling a bit anxious, Hanabi frowned. Although she had been stripped of her powers, her intuition was still sharp. Anxious? No one should dare to make a move against us, right? Hinata was somewhat puzzled. Given the current situation in the ninja world, and with the night breeze himself in Konoha, who would still dare to attack them? The pure Byakugan has actually been taken away. The puppet's expression turned grim. They had initially hoped to awaken the reincarnation Eye, but both of these women's Byakugan had been taken. Damn it. What kind of guy did this? Who are you? Hinata became alert as she saw several shadows approaching. Well then, I'll take you for experiments and see if I can grow new eyes, Sharon said coldly. Since he was already here, he certainly couldn't leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a punch came from the side, and the puppet quickly dodged to the other side. To have ulterior motives on my territory, you really are bold, kid. The night breeze squinted its eyes. Otsutsuki Sharon. If it weren't for this guy actively sneaking down from the moon, he would have almost forgotten that such a character existed. Are you the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? You are the one who revived the Ten Tails. Sharon's expression darkened. From this guy's chakra aura, there was no doubt that he was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. That's right, I revived the Ten Tails and I consumed her. The night wind calmly said under my rule. This world can achieve true peace. So what are you here for? The night wind spoke again. That kind of power in the hands of someone is evil, as you means this world has no reason to exist. I will destroy all of you. Shirin said, It seems there is nothing to gain today, but he does not give up. If he can master that huge Rinnegan on the moon, he will have the power to destroy this world. How confident he is. The night breeze carries a faint smile. Several puppets' chakra dissipates, completely motionless on the ground. You were arrogant in front of me. Now wait for death. The night wind lifted his head to look at the direction of the moon in the sky. Reincarnation eyes? He had that too, and they were even stronger than Sharin's. Right now, he was more powerful than Kaguya in her prime. A mere Otsutsuki Sharin was no different from an ant. Brother, are you okay? Hinata asked with concern. She was surprised to find that there were still people in this world who possessed chakra. Moreover, that guy actually had Byakugan. Don't worry, I'll take care of that guy. He's just a half-baked fool, and it's perfect that he came here to remind me. The night wind said. If he kept a low profile, perhaps he wouldn't bother to cause trouble. But daring to bounce around so wildly in front of him, he had no choice but to teach him a lesson about being a person. This is the moon, after all. The night wind opened its eyes again and found itself in a strange world. With its current eye power, it was enough to traverse vast distances between planets, able to directly teleport here. All around was a vast expanse of white land, desolate and silent. The Otsutsuki clan, huh? Today, I will teach you how to be human. The perception of the night wind envelopes the entire moon. The descendants of Yumura once established a city here, along with floating islands. The night wind quickly located the palace where the scholar's true body was. What? Do you think waiting for a battle in a place like this gives you a chance to win against me? The night wind calmly spoke. In the vast hall, a gigantic Rinnegan was floating in mid-air. This was a weapon left behind by the ancestors, fused from thousands of Byakugan using special secret techniques. Although this enormous eye possessed powerful ocular abilities, its drawbacks were also evident. Even Otsutsuki Shin could only borrow a fraction of its power and could not fully control it. To think, you really dared to come here to find me, Shin said in surprise. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, with this terrifying eyeball, he felt no fear of losing. Relying on the protection of the ancestors, do you really think you've already won? The night wind chuckled. The enormous Rinnegan, with a snowflake pattern in blue and white, was dazzling yet noble, containing a powerful ocular ability that even made him feel a bit of trepidation. However, could Sharin harness the power of this thing? The answer was certainly no, unless one was a figure of the sage of 6 paths level. Attempting to wield its power would first lead to one's own body being overwhelmed. Currently, Sharin was just an ordinary shadow level, and his eyes were merely Byakugan, so it was impossible for him to utilize its full power. Send you to prison. Kneel before the Otsutsuki clan. You will regret the decision to come here today. Sharin smiled confidently. When Yuin and Yui sealed Kaguya back then, there was no such thing as the Rinnegan. Even Kaguya herself did not possess this ocular technique. Now that he could borrow this powerful force, he was certain he could defeat the Ten Tails Jinchuriki across from him and seal it away once again. Indeed, I cannot fully unleash its power, but how much of the Ten Tails' power can you truly wield? Sharin sneered. The Ten Tails is not something that can be easily controlled. You really are a clown. The night wind felt somewhat speechless. The Ten Tails? Although Kaguya retained a trace of consciousness and did not perish. It was a pity that all of that woman's power belonged to him. Moreover, speaking of the Rinnegan, he had absorbed the ocular power of 3 complete pairs of Rinnegan. From any perspective, he completely outclassed this guy. No tears before seeing the coffin. Go die. The enormous Rinnegan beside Sharin glimmered slightly, and a surge of chakra flowed into his body. The young man's Byakugan temporarily transformed into the appearance of the Rinnegan, and a green chakra cloak emerged around him. The truth-seeking orbs appeared, and the tumultuous chakra momentarily reached the 6 paths level. However, it was only at the very beginning of the 6 paths level. Silver wheel Rinna explosive. Sharin shouted. Several green, truth-seeking orbs flew over, instantly drawing close to the night wind's head. Even the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would not take this move lightly. Boom! The body of the night wind seemed insubstantial, and the Tao-seeking jade was directly transmitted through it, piercing through the entire moon. Is that it? I thought it would be much more intense. The night breeze chuckled. Someone like you, even if you temporarily become stronger, is just like a child wielding a kitchen knife. The night wind swirled as a plain, yet powerful fist struck Sharin's chin. A purple-black chakra cloak appeared around him, and his eyes turned blood red, with the ripples of the Rinnegan and 9 black tomos. The 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan. Damn! Sharin's expression changed drastically. Under the Rinnegan chakra mode, he could temporarily see the man's movements clearly, but his body had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing down, and he was uncontrollably sent flying, creating sparks in the air. Bang! The world before Sharin darkened, and he began to feel dizzy. He smashed through countless mountains and palaces, ultimately landing in a massive pit, coughing up blood. Although he had entered the 6 paths mode, He was probably the weakest in that form. What? Is he already spitting blood? Can you hold on? The sound of the night wind echoed again. Before the person could react, another fist magnified in their eyes. Their face caved in directly, nearly causing their head to be smashed down, and they once again turned into a shooting star, flying outwards. Under the violent assault of the night wind, the person transformed into a flying meteor, crashing down everywhere. Each time before they could land, they were sent flying again, darting around in the sky above the moon. The mountains shattered, and the earth trembled. The already desolate surface of the moon was further devastated. Several times, the person was directly punched through the moon, flying out from the other side. If it weren't for being in the reincarnation chakra mode, they would have died 1,000 times by now. Finally, the person's reincarnation chakra mode faded, and their life was nearing its end. You're nothing more than this. The night wind shattered the hermit's head with a kick, and the look of despair in his eyes before he died was evident. He was probably regretting why he had provoked such a terrifying guy. Even if the ancestors were alive, they probably wouldn't be a match for this kind of person, right? It is not the reincarnation that is weak, but you, this worthless fool. The night wind devoured the chakra of the dead Sharon, and he calmly said, if it were someone like Tsutsuki Yuki who activated the Rinnegan, he would find it a bit troublesome. But as for this guy Sharon, forget it. If it weren't for wanting to experience the long-lost pleasure of slaughter, he would have killed this waste the first time he made a move. In the Great Hall, returning here once again, the enormous Rinnegan still hovered in midair, using a special technique to fuse thousands of Byakugan together. The astonishing ocular power was undoubtedly a great gift for the Night Wind. Ordinary people couldn't do anything with it, but he could consume all its value. In this way, perhaps his ocular techniques could achieve another breakthrough. Double Ultimate Rinnegan, double Sharingan with 9 Tomo. Now, with this massive ocular power added, it would definitely elevate his strength to a new level. Blood. A faint voice echoed around. The night wind cut through his fingers, dropping a drop of blood onto his eyeball. He devoured Kagaya, and now he is another Kagaya, certainly also a member of the Tsutsuki clan. The seal on the eyeball indeed did not affect him, and there was even a faint sense of joy and excitement. Just obediently become my nourishment. The night wind said something and then transformed into its true form. The serpent's head opened wide and directly swallowed the entire eyeball. It used the power of devouring to refine this immense ocular power. The 9-tomo Rinnegan emerged, occasionally flickering with crystalline blue snowflake patterns. The blood-red and deep blue powers slowly merged. Gradually, all 9-tomo disappeared, the ripples of the Rinnegan faded, and the snowflake patterns left no trace. The colors fused together, eventually becoming a deep purple. This was a pair of brand new purple eyes, with ocular power even stronger than before. Just after awakening, the night wind felt as if it could manipulate the flow of time. These were truly the eyes of a deity. But what does it mean? When one is already immortal and rules the world, what is the significance of becoming stronger? Of course, there is significance. Now, it seemed he could go back to the past. Moreover, the key is that the journey is not yet over. He will go to more worlds in the future. To abduct, to save, to rescue more little girls, helping those poor children escape from suffering. Of course, not for pretty eyes or any despicable lolicon tendencies, but for love and justice. After all, he is a serious and meticulous normal man. Brother, you really are a pervert. Huh? What makes you say that? The night breeze paused slightly. Your face is now full of the meaning of elementary school students are the best. Xiashi and Tina agreed wholeheartedly. If he wasn't a pervert, how could he propose going to the hot springs together? Someone like him should be sent to prison. It was another rainy day in Konoha City. In a mysteriously strange dessert shop. The shop was very quiet, and a new customer had recently arrived. It was a woman named Mitarashi Enko. She looked mature and composed, but always did things that were both amusing and exasperating, and she was extremely clingy. In short, she was a perverted woman. She had fallen for her teacher and had done many heinous things. Although she has been whitewashed now. Enko, after your bath, please put on some clothes and don't wander around in just a bath towel. Nightwind put down the book in his hand and said earnestly, hee. The woman looked at her chest and suddenly smiled proudly. How about it? The teacher really likes the sexy me, right? Those little girls are still too young. Hongdou said, moving closer. Nightwind caught a whiff of her fragrance and smiled back. In fact, Ino is quite beautiful, the man suddenly said. This was one of the few compliments about Ino in his memory. The girl on the other side immediately blushed. Onaya-kun. Ino's expression was complicated, her voice dreamy. You should go take a shower too. Chubby and full of hope, life should be like this, Hongdou said generously, not feeling jealous. Ino was still very shy. She nodded and then went alone to the bathroom on the second floor. The night breeze continued to read, while Hongdou kept her company beside her, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Aren't you going? Hongdou asked. Jing Yi is the lowly I gave you. This is a great opportunity to bathe with a beautiful girl. You could even say that the bathwater is delicious. Hongdou smiled mischievously. Bathwater? Don't slander me, Hongdou. When have I ever been that perverted? The night wind shook its head. Are you really not going to take a bath together? You just complimented someone on their beauty. Red Beans said again. As everyone knows, I am a good person, so I would never engage in such gentlemanly behavior. The night wind once again refused with righteous indignation. Forgive this little girl for being blind. I didn't know you were a partner of justice before. May I ask your esteemed name? Hongdou pretended to be shocked as she spoke. My surname is O. My given name is Anichon, and everyone likes to call me O Anichon. The night wind took over the conversation and continued. Really? Then Onaikin, why are there women's clothes in your wardrobe, and also a lot of little girls' clothes? This won't do. You will definitely end up in prison. Hongdou then said, prison food? I don't care. I actually hope someone can handcuff me and take me to try it out. The night breeze shrugged. Pervert. Pervert. The utterly unnutritious conversation finally came to an end. No matter who I talk to or what we discuss, it seems to always come back to these two words. Whether it's the little lowly or the more mature ones like Hongdou and Ziyuan, everyone seems to have quite a few opinions about him lately. Perhaps it's a harem on fire? Where exactly is the problem? As I ponder this heavy question, I unknowingly enter a certain room. Lying in the bathtub, I lazily gaze at the ceiling. The hot steam fills the air, and it seems there's a little girl in front of me, completely naked, looking this way with a flushed face like a tempting ripe apple. Her golden hair, wet and cascading, perfectly showcases her youthful and stunning figure. Actually, I came here to contemplate life. Ino-chan, what do you think of that reason? The night breeze came to its senses and said to the girl beside it. Ino clearly didn't think too much about it. In this situation, she was too nervous to think too much. Does Ino prefer black stockings or white stockings? Personally, I feel that white stockings suit Ino-chan better. So let's switch to the white stocking maid outfit afterwards. The night breeze calmly said yes. Ino nodded, frozen with tension. She gently leaned against the man, daring not to make any unnecessary movements. He was a hopeless case, and now she had also become a hopeless girl. Influenced by the red bean? Who knows? Perhaps it was some other divine being, or maybe something hidden deep within her personality had been awakened. But the truth wasn't really that important. Most of the time, humans don't care about how reality truly is. They just seek pleasant lies to numb themselves with various things. What does the truth matter anyway? Indeed, white stockings really suit Ino-chan. The night breeze appreciated the artwork as it carefully examined the girl who had changed into her clothes after bathing. Oni-chan. Ino felt a bit shy, but also somewhat excited. It had been a long time since she had been so close to this man. Although there were suspicions of him being a perverted, lowly lover, she was still liked by him, after all. The preference for white stockings and lowless didn't conflict. Sit down. Ino dried her hair and then sat down at the night breeze's gesture. What a lovely, beautiful girl. The man was once again making his perverted declarations. He asked Ino to place her feet on the table and then began to play with and caress them. It started to rain. Ino gradually relaxed. Although this man's behavior was still so inexplicable, he had calmed down a lot recently. If there was anything to say, it would probably be that there was no longer any killing intent. She used to always wonder if he would kill many people today. His gaze was frightening. Now, she was just thinking about what type of woman he liked recently, whether he had completely turned into a lowly lover or something like that. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside the window, the streets of Konoha began to rain. The night breeze in the quiet store admires the beautiful girl's feet. In fact, everyone has misunderstood. He is not a certain type of enthusiast. He simply likes pretty girls, especially those with beautiful eyes. As the saying goes, he welcomes all, he wants them all. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hinata and Hanabi walked back to the dessert shop holding 2 small white umbrellas, bringing back plenty of ingredients. Seeing the situation with Yakaze and Ino, the 2 girls are not panicked. How about changing into white stockings? The night breeze glanced at the 2 girls. The rain outside was still falling. Hinata nodded, and Hanabi followed suit. Rather than being an excessive request, it was more like a common occurrence. Moreover, this just proves that one is liked, right? The night breeze doesn't really care about what the young girls are thinking. However, in comparison, it's indeed Ino's long legs that are the most tempting. Although Hinata and Hanabi are also very cute, Ino's beauty is still more appealing. Master, would you like me to serve you in bed? The girl asked cautiously. Sure. The man's voice was calm, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. 167 The grand finale, 2 years later. One day, the palace. I'm sorry, master. Yakumo was too lazy and didn't prepare breakfast. Please punish me, Yakumo said timidly. If one ignores the fact that she was currently lying naked in bed, her apology sounded quite sincere. It's fine, I'm not blaming you. The night breeze gently spoke, pulling the girl into the blanket while stroking another woman on the bed. Koyomi May was sound asleep. It seemed there were no issues with the leisurely days. Calmness wasn't a bad thing. Whether it was sunny or rainy, it was always a good day for reading. A new world was on the way, and a new maid was probably on the way too. But for now, let's not talk about that. Hinata and Hanabi had finally become qualified maids. Is this fate? It's probably just some man's wicked idea. Night breeze, night breeze. Yes, that's the name. The boy introduced himself. What do you like? A curious classmate asked in the classroom. This is a new transfer student, and for some reason, he looks a bit handsome, attracting the attention of many women. As for the boys in the class, most of them cast disdainful glances. Interests and hobbies. Recently, I've been fond of green eyes, the boy said with a nonsensical remark. Why did Night Breeze choose to transfer to a new school in his senior year? A girl asked. All right, let us end the self-introduction here, Night Breeze. Your seat is in the second to last row on the right, the young female teacher said. The Night Breeze nodded slightly. His gaze fell on the young female teacher's figure, but there was little fluctuation in his eyes. She was a nice woman, but he had no interest at all. Really, her questions hadn't even been answered yet. It was quite unbearable. 3 girls whispered to each other. Hello, I'm also a new transfer student. If there's anything, can we have a pleasant chat together? After class, one girl approached. She had long black hair tied into 2 braids, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her slender body seemed as if it could break with just a little force. Her waterfall-like bangs obscured the left half of her astonishingly beautiful face, while the other side revealed a wine-red right eye. Her lips were as delicate as cherry blossom petals, and her skin was as fair and smooth as pearls. With just a single exchange of glances, she could capture a man's heart, exuding a devilish charm. My name is Tokisaki Kurumi, and I look forward to your guidance in the future, the girl said with a smile. And this was the first day of transfer student life. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell suddenly rang at Yeffing's home. It's so late, who could it be? I'm so sorry, I wanted to visit Yeffing, but it seems I've stumbled upon an awkward scene. Kurumi covered her mouth and giggled. The night wind was sitting on the sofa in the room, next to a petite woman with green hair. The woman had a head of messy green hair, and although she was small in stature, her temper was anything but small, and her expression was unfriendly. Tokisaki, Kurumi? If there's nothing going on, we don't welcome you here, the green-haired woman said. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, there was no doubt that she had a close relationship with a boy named Nightwind. I can't help it. He's just too delicious. I can't let something like this go to you. Kurumi licked her lips, not agreeing. If he were an ordinary person, that would be one thing. But this man was different. An ordinary person's lifespan was like a drop of water, while the time he possessed was like an ocean. As long as she could eat this man, she would become unprecedentedly powerful and achieve her goals over the years, killing that original spirit. Naive, the green-haired woman said coldly. Want to eat Nightwind? In that world, quite a few monsters tried that, but those guys, regardless of gender, ended up with their heads chopped off. Even she, who was regarded as the king of ghouls, ultimately lost to this man. 8. Be a little kinder to the guests. After all, what bad intentions could Kurumi-chan have? The night wind chuckled softly. If you want to play a game, go ahead. After all, this woman's power really can't do much to you. I curled her lips. In this world, the power of the elves is indeed very strong, but it's only strong compared to ordinary people. The night wind is truly a terrifying god, with almost nothing he cannot do. This is not boasting, but rather the experience accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years. Once, when she was the queen of a certain world, she encountered this troublesome man. Timeseki Kurumi is now nothing more than prey. The self-proclaimed hunter walks in here, yet ultimately cannot escape the man's grasp. Please have a seat, Mr. Nightwind. The devil smiles. Please don't be afraid. I only want to ask you for a favor. Clearly a little boy in a suit, but his eyes flow with a molten gold color. The taste of red wine is quite nice. I thought you would offer me vodka. The night breeze lazily spoke. Although a devil sat across from him, he was not in a hurry, even leisurely sipping his drink. That was not what we were supposed to be doing. Although men's friendship is like strong liquor, we weren't here to chat just about friendship, were we? We simply wanted to carve up the inheritance of this world. The devil continued to smile. The puppet-like girls danced, resembling graceful swans. Power is an intoxicating thing, like a person drinking seawater. The more they drink, the thirstier they become, ultimately losing themselves completely. The night wind said, "But he is not that kind of person. My brother is just a good-for-nothing. He not only dislikes power, but he is even a submissive type. He would rather hide his claws and be a useless person than reveal his true self." The devil still smiled. "The key belongs to me. Although for me, it is not a key. But I want to give it to you or any other ridiculous evil spirit. As a trade, I hope you want to interfere with our family matters in the future. After all, it takes a lot of effort to cultivate that useless brother. The deal is done. That which is now yours." The little girl's diary is filled with phrases like "Night Wind Brother" is the best. On Ayakin, Ariai smiled sweetly as she looked into the distance. The boy in white returned with 2 ice creams, his smile innocent and sunny. And those final stories drifted in the wind. An unknown journey. Synopsis: Night Wind is crossed over. Uchiha Itachi, the one who killed Shisui, don't come near my brother. Naruto, why doesn't my Mouth Jutsu work? Sasuke, who the hell did I provoke? Akamatsu, the teacher has become stronger again today. Hinata, I'm no longer the person I used to be. Night Wind can only say, when you are strong enough and shameless enough, the whole world will revolve around you. Trust Uncle Snake, you will achieve immortality. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. I am the immortal Orochimaru, and no one can defeat me.